A colossal pillar of radiance erupts at the threshold of the abyss. A commander barks through a megaphone. Raid team, final gear check. Confirm your formations and battle stations now. The air is thick with nervous laughter and chatter. Is this the biggest raid ever? My heart's racing. Relax. The Flying Tiger Gang is leading. We're golden. They call this a warm-up for their elites, so we should all make it out alive. I just hope I catch their scout's eye. A lone man sits at the front, rhythmically honing his blade against the whetstone. A voice breaks his concentration. Hey, what's your class rank? Soul Gongrim Stephens. He knows the Flying Tiger Gang only values high-tier power. If it weren't for his specific class, he'd be invisible to them. Status profile, Seol Gangrim. Class, Insect, rank 3. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Gang. His mind drifts back 5 years. On Awakening Day, the world changed. Everyone's potential was locked in by the 8 pillars of destiny. A cosmic blueprint determined the exact second you were born. Destiny is a load of garbage, he mutters, loathing the hand he was dealt. Suddenly, a hand thumps his shoulder. He whirls around, eyes wide. Oh, hello. You with the Tigers too, right? Looks like we're squad mates. The young man scratches his neck with an awkward grin. Truth is, this is my first real hunt. I'm shaking in my boots. He beams with genuine warmth. But honestly, I feel way safer knowing I'm paired with a Flying Tiger veteran. Gangram stares back, baffled. Why is he acting so friendly? Is he actually this clueless? The gossiping group from before gestures wildly. Hey kid, over here quick. The rookie points to himself, confused. Huh? Who, me? One of them leans in, whispering urgently, stay away from him. That's Seol Gangrim. The rookie's face pales as he looks back. Seol Gangrim? You mean the Seol Gangrim? He spins away instantly, avoiding eye contact. Too late, Gangrim thinks, he already saw me. Gangrim retreats into his usual shadow, feeling the familiar weight of isolation. The whispers follow him like a plague, rumors that he slaughtered his own comrades to feast on their power. He keeps his face like stone, showing nothing. It's a grim pattern. Whenever someone teams up with him, they return broken or not at all. They say death is woven into his very soul, that he's a walking curse. These dark myths all stem from the nature of his ability. He summons his interface, the window of fate. The data flickers to life. Seol Gongrim. Class, Insect rank 3. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Gang. Special power, Destiny Discovery. Target class, Dragon, rank 3. This interface grants him the all-seeing eye to peer into the destinies of others. It looks like a standard system, but the hidden truth is darker. Power, Destiny Discovery. Class, Dragon, rank 3. He can harvest fragments of fate from the fallen, absorbing their luck and strength, but at the cost of staining his own soul with karma. Gangrim broods, a macabre gift that lets me rob the dead. It's no wonder my past teams ended up in the infirmary. He stares at his hands. In his mind, they were just victims of his own wretched luck. The cosmic hierarchy is absolute, divided into 5 tiers. At the pinnacle sit the gods. Below them reign the dragons. Then come the demons, the humans, and finally the insects. Each tier is ranked 1 through 3. Gangrim occupies the absolute lowest rung of existence. The literal bottom of the food chain, insect class. He realized the trap long ago. He lacks the raw muscle to fight other awakened, and his unique scavenging power requires specific, grim conditions to activate. He bows his head, hidden by his hair. The irony is, I've never actually killed a soul or robbed a corpse. He scowls at the ground. Damn it, why am I letting this get to me today? Yu Harang leans in, resting her chin on her palm with a playful tilt of her head. Seol Gongrim, why the long face in the corner? He flinches, startled. Yu Arang. She beams at him, radiating energy. There's a massive party after we clear this zone. You're definitely coming, right? Status profile, Yu Harang. Class, God, rank 3. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Gang. Jiang Taihan looms over them, adding his weight to the invite. Hey, you bailed on us last time. No excuses tonight. Status profile, Jiang Taihan. Class, Demon rank 2. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Gang. Gangrim stands abruptly, ready to vanish. Pass. Wait, what? Why not? Taihan asks. Gangrim sighs, it's a hassle. I'll just end up being the punching bag for the other elitist guilds anyway. Harang's smile fades into a pout. I literally ditched my school trip for this raid. Are you really going to let those jealous losers scare you off? She plants her hands on her hips defiantly. Who's bothering you? Give me names. He rubs his temples. Harang, I'm a decade older than you. Have some respect. She huffs, sticking her tongue out. Maybe so, but I'm still the one with a higher combat rating. Taihan tries a more diplomatic approach. The whole squad is going. It won't be the same without you. Arang, nods vigorously. Exactly. If anyone talks trash, I'll personally flatten them. A sharp, authoritative voice cuts through the air. You, Arang. Yang Taihan. Guan Duhyun approaches, his expression stern. I know you two enjoy pestering Gangrim, but the gates are opening. Get to your assigned units. Now. Status profile, Guan Duhyun. Class, human, rank 2. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Gang. Arang groans. Ah, Fine. I'm going. She points a finger at Gangrim one last time. Don't you dare skip that party. The two elites head toward the front lines. Catch you on the flip side, Gangrim. Duhyun lingers for a second, patting his shoulder. Keep your head on a swivel, Seal. You alright? Gongrim shrugs. The vanguard takes the hits. I'm just the guy sweeping up the rear. I'll be fine. He looks worried. I'm still uneasy knowing you'll be out of my sight. Gangrim offers a soft smile. I'll be alright. I appreciate the concern. They split up, heading to their respective posts. If only my rank let me fight right by his side, he muses. The megaphone crackles to life. Special operation. Demon Realm Subjugation is now live. All units, stick to your protocols. Gangrim tilts his head back, absorbing the final instructions. A blinding, ethereal light washes over the entire assembly. He squeezes his eyes shut, chanting a mantra to stay back. Scavenge the leftovers. Don't get involved. Don't hurt a soul. His knuckles turn white as he readjusts his grip on his hilt. The horizon is already crawling with nightmares. Elite tier beasts emerge from the fog. Vanguard, engage. Support units, hold the perimeter. The air vibrates with battle cries as the main force surges forward. A monster unhinges its jaw to strike. Duhyun intercepts it with a lightning-fast blow. Taehan barrels into the fray, burying a heavy fist into a demon's chest. Harang tears through the battlefield, mounted atop a ferocious spirit beast. A massive creature hunches over, pulsating. Solwis is prepping a summon. Rear guard, prepare for impact. The beast's hide ripples and expands before discharging a volley of projectiles. The commander roars. Front lines, focus on the elites. Let the small fry slip through to the back. 3 shadows converge, huddling together in a sinister formation. Their eyes ignite with a predatory, crimson glow. Gangrim slides into range, his blade whistling through the air in a clean arc. He doesn't pause, hoisting his sword again to meet the next wave. Vile blood sprays upward, painting the leaves of the nearby trees a dark red. He stops to steady his shaking hands. This is brutal. The demonic miasma is thick here. I can feel it draining my lungs. A monster lunges from his blind spot. I have to finish this and retreat soon. Sharp talons rake across his back, leaving a stinging, jagged trail. The surrounding pack seems to catch the scent of his blood, turning as one to face him. They swarm him from every angle. The lead beast pounces, pinning him to the dirt. Gangrim shuts his eyes, a desperate plea dying in his throat. Please, someone. A sudden, magnificent burst of radiance shatters the darkness. Shin Suam moves like a blur, erasing the monsters in a single, fluid motion. Relief washes over the survivors. Look, it's a flying tiger guild master. She's actually protecting the rear lines. He offers a small, grateful wave, whispering under his breath, thank you. She acknowledges him with a brief nod. Sinsua. Class, God, rank 3. Affiliation, Grandmaster of the Flying Tiger Gang. Without warning, the earth shudders as boulders and debris rain from the sky. She snaps her head toward the source of the disturbance, eyes narrowed. Panic ripples through the ranks. What is that? The boss. We're nowhere near the throne room. A titanic beast let out a guttural roar. The behemoth looms over them. The true guardian is here. Fire types to the front. Wall up. The creature's eyes shimmer with a lethal, predatory glint. It bellows, opening its cavernous mouth just as a silver streak slashes through the air. A massive, steaming canyon of a wound split open across its spine. Dark ichor fountains from the deep gash, soaking the ground. Hunters nearby shield their eyes, recoiling from the sudden gore. A thick veil of soot and crimson mist chokes the clearing. The titan hits the earth with a deafening thud, twitching in a pool of its own blood. A woman's sharp silhouette stands tall, reflected in the dark crimson pool. Beck Ayong speaks, her voice dripping with cold, murderous intent. Where is Seal Gangrim? A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the crowd. A confused voice finally cracks. What just happened? Who the hell are you? Gangrim's mind is spinning. She took down a boss-level threat solo? And why on earth is she calling my name? She tilts her blade upward, the steel gleaming coldly. She exhales, her eyes fluttering shut for a brief second. Very well then. Without a word, she lashes out, her blade whistling through the ranks of the innocent. The clearing transforms into a slaughterhouse. Everyone touched by her steel collapses instantly. A spray of hot crimson paints his face, leaving him paralyzed with shock. Baek Ayong's voice is like ice. I'll simply butcher every last one of you. That way, I'm certain to get Seoul Gangrim. Dust devils dance in the clearing as blood streams from the fallen monster's carcass. The growing crimson pool mirrors Baek Ayong's lethal silhouette. She stands shrouded in the settling mist. I will ask one more time. Where is Seoul Gangrim? Gangrim looks down from the shadows, heart hammering. She took down that boss like it was nothing. Why is a monster like her hunting me? Crouched in the branches, his body begins to glow. I need to know what I'm up against. Destiny Discovery, activate. The system pings in his mind, initializing Destiny Discovery. The data stream flickers. Baek Ayong. Class, Demigod. Warning, target's fate is heavily encrypted. He nearly chokes. Demigod? That rank shouldn't even exist in this world. The system continues. Regression Specialist, Demigod rank. Effect, transfer of all memories and experiences to a past self. Note, ability is void upon final death. His mind reels. An S-tier time leaper? I can't stay hidden. She clearly knows something about me that I don't. As he moves to jump down, a massive branch whips out, pinning him against the trunk. A voice vibrates directly in his skull. Stay put. Do not move. He realizes it's a telepathic command. She's telling me to stay out of the crossfire. Suwa steps into the light, her hand tightening on her sword. State your business. What do you want? Baek Ayong doesn't blink. Are you Seoul Gangrim? Suwa stan stowed. He is under my protection. If you want him, you go through me. The stranger's eyes drift shut for a moment. Tiresome. Never mind. In a blur of motion, she pivots and carves through two more bystanders. Fresh blood spatters across her cheeks. If you won't talk, I'll just clear the field. Seoul Gangrim is here somewhere, and I'll find him among the corpses. She adds with chilling finality, I am not in the habit of showing mercy. Suwa snarls, gritting her teeth as she lunges into a desperate counterattack. Trapped above, Gangrim saws frantically at the magical branch. I'm the one she's after. I can't let them die for me. He knows he has to intervene before the clearing becomes a graveyard. He hacks at the wood with everything he has. Let me go, Shin Suwa. This is my fight. Below, the remaining hunters break and scatter. She's a maniac. Run for your lives. The two women collide again, their blades sparking in a high-speed dance of death. Baek Ayong offers a grim bargain mid-clash. Hand over the boy, and I'll let the rest of these insects live. Suwa doesn't hesitate. I don't trade my people to murderers. Not now, not ever. She puts all her strength into a defiant parry. The impact is overwhelming. Suwa is sent hurtling backward across the dirt. She hits the ground hard, coughing up a dark spray of blood. Her face contorts as a wave of agonizing pain washes over her. As Baek Ayong raises her blade for a terminal strike, three hunters charge her from the rear. She doesn't even turn around. She simply senses the shift in the air. She spins like a whirlwind, her blade catching the light. Metal screams against metal as she and Do-hyun lock swords. He pales, feeling the biting edge of her steel resting millimeters from his throat. Suwa remains collapsed nearby, her breathing ragged and shallow. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her as someone leaps into the fray. Taehan roars, throwing a desperate, heavy-duty punch at the stranger's face. Get away from her, you bitch. She catches his fist with effortless ease. A sickening crack follows, and his scream echoes through the trees. The others watch, paralyzed by dread. Out of my way. You're all just clutter. Baek Ayong stands over the fallen, her aura suffocating and thick with the scent of death. Gangrim's voice cracks from above. Stop it. He drives his blade into the wood. I have to break free. Why me? Why is this happening? I'll ask one last time. Where is Seoul Gangrim? At that exact moment, the branch finally snaps. He lunges forward, heart pounding. Just a second more. He gasps, tumbling toward the ground. I'm coming. He breaks into a desperate sprint, charging out from his hiding spot. Gangrim hits the ground hard, splashing directly into a warm pool of fresh blood. He braces his trembling hands against the earth and slowly pushes himself upright. His pupils shrink as he stares at the scene with unadulterated horror. His entire squad lies scattered across the dirt, broken and defeated. Baek Ayong begins a slow, rhythmic walk toward him, her shadow lengthening. Paralyzed by the shock, he can do nothing but fixate on her approaching figure. She steps over the mangled bodies of his friends with a cold, detached indifference. The sheer brutality of the massacre plays out like a nightmare right before his eyes. The color drains from his face as the weight of the situation hits. I was too slow. Grief and soul-crushing self-hatred burst through his tears. I should have been the target. Only me. He sobs uncontrollably, his spirit breaking. It's my fault. All because I'm just a useless insect. Baek Ayong's expression remains as rigid as marble. So you're finally showing yourself, Seol Gangrim. Suddenly, the earth ruptures as Sua's massive wooden thorns erupt from below. She reappears in a violent surge of mana. How dare you lay a finger on? She swings with a final, desperate burst of energy. Not a single member of my guild. Her voice wavers with confusion. I don't understand you. Why do this? Baek Ayong looks down at her with bored eyes. If you had just surrendered him, the others would still be breathing. Then, with a lightning-fast thrust, she drives her blade straight through Sua's chest. Sua gasps, clutching the steel as she gasps out. A guild master's only job is to protect. Using every ounce of her remaining life, she locks her hand around the woman's wrist. But her family. A blinding flash of spiritual energy erupts between them. Gangrim watches in helpless silence as his leader is run through. The protective barrier finally shatters. Tears blur his vision as the cold truth sinks in. I'm next. He knows he stands no chance against this monster. He stares at the killer. She won't stop until I'm dead. She came across worlds just to end me. I should have been the sacrifice. If it was just me, then why? His gaze shifts to Sua's fading form. But is she the one paying the price for my life? The familiar blue interface flickers into existence, scanning for viable remains in the vicinity. It feels like a deal with the devil. Would you like to initiate destiny theft? Gangrim looks up at Baek Ayong, his eyes burning with a sudden, lethal resentment. The system prompts him with a cautious chime. Confirm activation of destiny theft? Warning, executing this skill will result in a massive accumulation of karma. Detected, 421 fallen souls nearby. Select the destiny you wish to harvest. He bites his lip so hard it splits, the metallic taste of blood fueling his rage. His eyes ignite with a terrifying light. All of them. Give me all 421. In an instant, the air around him turns heavy and dark. His aura has completely warped. The system processes the request, calculating harvestable destinies. Please wait. This is the fate of one born under the sign of the insect. Gangrim closes his eyes, drowning in guilt. Your vessel is too weak. You can only absorb fragments of their power. All these people, gone because of me. The final calculations appear. Due to the sheer volume of souls, destinies will be merged and extracted at random. A flood of stolen memories hits him. Mana resurfes surging. New power acquired. White flower in full bloom. They were right. Death is my only shadow. New power acquired. Stealth. War memories flicker and die. Water attribute stamina has peaked. If anyone hurts you, I'll kill them. It's all my fault. He's the kindest soul I know. New power acquired. 1,000-pound pressure. New power acquired. Skywalk. His head spins with the voices of the dead. My luck killed them all. Baek Ayong's voice cuts through. You possess a truly fascinating destiny. He looks up at her, his eyes hollowed out and devoid of any humanity. Final power acquired. With leaf art. Baek Ayong utters a final, icy command. Now perish. The system chimes with a dark finality. Theft complete. 421 destinies consumed. A split second later, he unleashes a monstrous horizontal strike that tears through the air. This is for them. For the first time, a look of genuine shock shatters Baek Ayong's composure. She leaps backward in a blur of speed to create distance. Gangrim grits his teeth, whispering to his soul, I refuse to let their story end here. They collide in a shower of sparks. I'll drag you to hell with me to avenge every life you took. System, combat art, blade mastery has been initiated. He pins her down with a predatory stare, tracking every twitch. System, visual prowess falcon eye has been initiated. He lunges into the danger zone without a flicker of doubt. System, defensive maneuver, full reflection has been initiated. He carves through the air, landing a strike before she can even shift her weight. System, divine guard golden Buddha has been initiated. Baek Ayong strikes back with a lethal, high-speed counter. System, passive fortification steel body has been initiated. The impact of her blade rings against his skin like metal on metal. System, mental buff nullified pain has been initiated. He kicks off the ground, soaring high above the battlefield. System, movement skill skywalk has been initiated. He white-knuckles his hilt, diving like a comet aimed straight for her heart. System, kinetic strike 1,000-pound pressure has been initiated. He spots it, the split-second lapse in her guard, and seizes his chance. She looks over her shoulder, her gaze igniting with a terrifying, frozen light. A cataclysmic frost erupts from her soul. System, ice soul summoning initiated. The shockwave hits Gangrim, forcing a spray of blood from his lungs. He is hammered into the dirt with the force of a falling star. He slams his fist into the mud in frustration. Damn it. I have the tools, but I don't know the craft. His blade snaps under the pressure. The auto skills are saving me, but my weak body is a bottleneck for this much power. He checks his internal reserves. Even with 421 lives fueling me, I'm still falling short of my revenge. Another barrage of lethal energy comes screaming toward his position. Gangrim squeezes his eyes shut. If only I had the time to master these gifts. A sudden spark of inspiration flashes through his mind. Wait, there's a way. There's one specific ability I've memorized by heart. One of Baek Ion's conjure blades tears through his thigh, pinning him down. He collapses, hissing in agony as he fights to wrench the steel from his flesh. He glares up at her through a curtain of sweat and blood. She mocks him with a chilling smirk. Accept it, Seal Gangrim. Death was always your only destination. With a guttural roar, he tears the shard out, ignoring the fresh fountain of blood. His eyes burn with renewed focus. I've spent years watching her use this. He channels his mana, summoning a thicket of Sua's signature branches. If it's this style, the massive wooden spears lunge toward her. That I know exactly how to make it lethal. System, nature art with leaf method has been initiated. Baek Ion flinches at the familiar technique, raising her sword in a desperate block. Gangrim predicts her every movement, comparing it to his memories of Sua. She hacks frantically at the relentless vines. I thought he was a brawler, but his mana control is elite. She swings a wide, desperate arc. But parlor tricks won't save you. The forest of branches is decimated in a single, explosive slash. She smiles, certain she's broken his concentration and ended the spell. At that exact moment, Gangrim appears like a ghost right behind her. He isn't holding his sword. He's holding the very shard she stabbed him with. With all his remaining strength, he drives the jagged metal into her back. The world seems to lose its sound as the moment stretches into eternity. Crimson mist fills the air as Baek Ion's knees finally buckle, and she begins to fall. A grim, triumphant smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He let his body go limp, surrendering to the momentum of the fall. She's gone. I've finally settled the score. The two of them hit the earth with a dull, heavy thud. Gangrim gasped, clutching his mangled side, his voice a ragged whisper. I actually did it. Ikud beki aenge. He spat a mouthful of crimson. It's finally over. Suddenly, a warm sensation spread through him as his jagged wounds began to knit back together. System notification, passive ability, rapid regeneration has been triggered. He sat up with a snarl, his eyes burning. Shut down. I don't want it. The interface vanished instantly. Healing sequence terminated by user request. A hollow despair washed over him. What's left for me now? He tried to force a laugh, but it broke into a sob as tears welled in his eyes. He dragged himself to his feet, swaying. Nothing has changed. My past, my present. It's all been burnt to ash. Shadows of his childhood began to flicker through his mind. The fortune teller's grim prophecy echoed from his memory. Your fate is a path of thorns and shadows. You are born to bury your kin and live a life of endless tragedy. Every piece of his life had fit that cruel puzzle perfectly. My parents were taken before I could even memorize their faces. He bowed his head under the weight of self-loathing. Calamity follows me like a shadow. He whispered to the empty air, anyone who stays near me is eventually consumed by my bad luck. I was designed by the heavens to be this pathetic and weak. Then, the faces of his fallen guild mates appeared. And yet, despite everything, they were the only ones who welcomed me. And now, they're dead because of me. He stared at his blood-stained palms. If I had just found her sooner, if I had been the first to fall, maybe they would still be laughing. Gangrim squeezed his eyes shut. If only I could undo it all. If only I could go back. Suddenly, a spark of realization jolted his heart. Wait, system log, acquired power, regression demigod tier. Transfer current consciousness to a past anchor point. Error, cannot trigger postmortem. A desperate hope ignited in his gaze. Destiny theft successful. I've claimed the power of the Time Leaper. I don't care where I end up, as long as it's away from this nightmare. The system's voice chimed with finality. Regression sequence, initializing. He steeled his resolve. Even if I land right back in front of that monster, I'll be ready this time. He clutched the air, praying to a universe he used to hate. Please, let this work. System alert. Temporal jump commencing in 3, 2, 1. Rewind complete. He slammed his palm down onto a polished wooden table. The chaotic battlefield vanished, replaced by the stillness of a familiar room. Gangrim blinked, his heart racing as he scanned the area. A quiet, sunlit living room. Then, the sharp chime of the doorbell cut through the silence. The door creaked open, and a visitor stepped inside. Excuse me? I'm looking to have my fortune read. He recognized that voice instantly and whipped his head around. His hands were shaking so violently he had to hide them beneath the table. A slow, genuine smile spread across his face for the first time in years. Suwa stood there, radiant and unharmed, accompanied by a companion. Hello. He felt his heart swell. I'm really back. As they sat, the man beside her began to boast. This is our big first date. I figured we'd see if our stars are actually aligned. Suwa's face was flawless. The scars and the blindness were gone. He couldn't take his eyes off her, verifying every detail of her life. I really made it, he thought. She's safe. Her eyes are bright. He gripped a folder on his desk. I swear on my soul, I won't let it happen again. Gangrim slid a form and a pen across the desk. Please fill this out. Names, ages, and your exact times of birth. The man scribbled quickly and handed it back with a grin. There you go. Suwa, however, let out a soft, weary sigh. She looked visibly uncomfortable. He remembered her complaining about this persistent creep in the old timeline. I'll make sure she's done with him before the day is over. He gathered the papers, his eyes scanning the details. Let's see what the stars have to say about your compatibility. He began to trace the lines of the horoscope. According to this, your primary element is metal. And yours, Suwa, is wood. He looked up, his tone shifting to one of serious insight. In the cycle of destiny, we call this the axe splitting the branch. He began to explain with a gentle, protective warmth. This is a dark omen. An axe exists to fell a tree. Your paths are fundamentally destructive to one another. The pair sat in stunned silence. Wait, what? Suwa looked visibly relieved. Is that so? Well, if the stars say we're a disaster, I guess we have no choice but to call it quits. Sung-won, however, was livid. Are you pulling my leg? What kind of scam is this? I want to speak to the manager right now. Gangrim pointed calmly toward the exit. He's at the front desk. You can't miss it. The man scowled, grabbing Sua's arm to pull her away. Let's go. This guy's a fraud. She pulled back, eyes fixed on Gangrim. No, I want to stay. He's actually the first one to get it right. Someone trembled with pure malice. You'll crawl back to me. You think a woman like you can do better than a catch like me? She didn't even blink. She clearly has no desire to see you again. Please, show yourself out. The bluntness only fueled the man's rage. He stormed out, the door slamming with a deafening crack. Fine. Don't you dare come crying to me when you're lonely. Suwa stood in the sudden quiet, watching the door settle. She finally turned back, a small smile playing on her lips. I thought fortune tellers were only supposed to tell you what you want to hear. He shrugged. Usually yes. My apologies. In my previous life, she was always the one apologizing for me. She leaned in, genuinely curious. You're clearly the real deal. Would you mind looking deeper into my future? He nodded slowly. I can do that. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room warped and shifted. A jagged spark of light crackled through the air. The world began to blur as a system voice echoed, recalculating status parameters based on newly revealed destiny. Gangrim clutched his temples, his vision spinning. I knew the transition would be rough, but the vertigo is worse than I remembered. She gasped, are you all right? What's happening? She urgently rapped her knuckles on the wood, her instincts kicking in. The floor. Get under the desk now. Before he could react, Suwa grabbed his wrist and hauled him into the cramped space. Just like before, Shin Suwa was my shield. They huddled together under the table. Focus, he told himself. You came back to rewrite the script, didn't you? The distortion faded, and the room settled into reality. She peered out, blinking in total confusion. He carefully disentangled himself while she muttered, what was that voice? Something about destiny stats? She saw him heading for the door and scrambled up. Wait, don't just leave. He hesitated. He knew getting close to her again was a dangerous gamble. He stepped out into the hallway, his mind racing. Gangrim scanned the corridor with narrowed eyes. It has to be around here somewhere. His eyes locked onto a small chest, and his face lit up. Found it. Suwa caught up to him, breathless. Where are you rushing off to? He reflexively tucked the item behind his back. She grabbed his sleeve, her voice tight with panic. We need to get out of this building. Something feels wrong. She started pulling him toward the stairs. Hold on, just listen to me. A blood-curdling shriek pierced the air from the floor below. A wave of panicked office workers burst through the fire doors. Run. There are monsters in the lobby. She froze. Monsters? What are they talking about? A massive, segmented worm lunged from the shadows, sinking its mandibles into a man's calf. Get off. Help me. Dark blood sprayed across the white tile floor. Suwa paled, her hands trembling. No, I don't know how to fight those things. Gangrim didn't hesitate. He drew a sleek hunting knife from his belt. In one fluid motion, he stepped forward and sheared the creature in two. A cold, knowing smile touched his lips. Right on schedule. A dozen more worms emerged, chittering as they slithered toward them. Creature, giant worm. Class, insect rank 3. Typically a herbivore. but now driven by a supernatural hunger for human flesh. He dived into the swarm, moving with a grace he never possessed in his past life. Everyone get behind me. Move toward the roof. He became a whirlwind of steel, systematic and lethal. He crushed the skull of the final worm in his grip. That's the last of this pack. Another scream echoed from around the corner. They're coming through the vents. Save us. He barked an order to the cowering crowd. If you want to live, arm yourselves. Use chairs, pipes, anything. These things are soft. Don't let them intimidate you. He stopped mid-sentence, his jaw dropping. Suwa stood there, clutching a fire extinguisher dripping with emerald-colored ichor. She beamed at him, chest heaving. You were right. They look scary, but they pop like balloons. I got one. The survivors stared at her in awe. Gangrim let out a soft laugh. Watching a woman who once slew dragons celebrate killing a bug was surreal and hilarious. He took point, waving the group forward. This sector is clear. Let's move down before the next wave spawns. The workers hurried past him, murmuring their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. He dug through the worm's mangled remains. I have to harvest the spirit jades while the trail is still warm. He extracted a handful of glowing stones. Even for low-grade essence, there's a lot more here than I anticipated. Suwa peered over the railing, shouting, Hey, why are you still lingering up there? He quickly shoved the jades into his satchel. And why haven't you made a run for the exit yet? She stood her ground. I couldn't just leave you to face those things by yourself. He scoffed. You're actually risking your life for a guy you met yesterday? She sighed. Yeah, I guess I am. He reached out to guide her. Even though she was clueless about the horrors to come, her selfless heart remained unchanged. She started to argue. That's exactly why we need to. He cut her off firmly. Suwa, stop. I need you to listen to me very carefully. His gaze sharpened, turning deathly serious. Listen, what I'm about to say is the absolute truth. Suwa blinked, caught off guard by his intensity. What? What is it? He leaned in, his voice low and steady. Name, Suwa. Class, Dragon, Rank 3. She stared at him baffled. Wait, what are you talking about? What's a dragon class? He kept going. Your element is wood, and you possess an art called the wood leaf method. At that moment, a shimmering window of fate manifested before her eyes. Watching her pupils dilate, he asked, the window of fate just appeared, didn't it? She gasped in shock. I see it. A floating screen. It says wood leaf method right there. He held up a finger for emphasis. Remember that bizarre announcement in the office? That message wasn't a hallucination. We've evolved. He thought to himself. Now that she's awakened her true potential, she's safe. As long as we don't cross paths with that monster yet. Gantly nodded his shoulder. Come on, let's get to the lower levels. As they descended the stairwell, she whispered, Hey, if I'm a dragon, what's your destiny? He warned her gravely. It's best if we keep the specifics of our windows of fate to ourselves. He glanced over his shoulder. Information is a weapon. Don't let others read your hand. Suwa nodded. Got it. He fell silent. My window is a carbon copy of 5 years ago. I didn't get to keep the powers I stole in the future. The interface remained unchanged. See old Gangrim. Class, Insect Rank 3. Attribute, Fire. The skill details expanded. Destiny Theft. Rank, Brutal, Level 3. Ability to harvest fragments of a target's fate. Warning, karma accumulation will accelerate. He frowned. Only one thing is different. The system flashed a crimson alert. Warning, user possesses a massive, anomalous amount of karma. He stared at the floor. This is the lingering weight of those 421 souls I harvested. If I'm going to rewrite this timeline, I'll have to use Destiny Theft eventually, but stacking more karma right now is like playing with fire. Gangrim brooded over the mechanics. Karma spikes when I commit an atrocity like murder or when I extinguish a soul's destiny. It's the toll for using a power that shouldn't exist. But there's a breaking point. If my karma overflows, the target will be forced across the great boundary. The two of them pressed on, their flashlights cutting through the thick darkness. Those who cross that boundary experience a fate far worse than death. Suwa suddenly froze, pointing. Wait, I think someone's collapsed over there. A slumped figure was visible in the dim light of the hallway. The person was completely shrouded in debris and clothing, making them unrecognizable. She instinctively rushed forward. Hold on, I'll help you. He lunged out to grab her arm. Stop, don't get close. A massive worm erupted from the shadows behind the body, mandibles snapping. Gangrim lunged, driving his hunting knife deep into the creature's soft tissue. It died instantly with a wet thud. Just a scout, luckily. She peered at the body. Is there any life left in them? He placed a hand on the person's shoulder, his palm beginning to glow. The quickest way to check for a spark of life is. The system responded instantly. Destiny Theft available for activation. He shook his head slowly. The survivor count just dropped. They're already gone. He read the data on the screen. They possessed a potent ability. If they had just survived the awakening process, they would have made it. Skill profile, pyrokinesis. Class, insect, rank 3. Ability to conjure and command small bursts of flame. Long-range attacks, possible within line of sight. A small flame flickered to life in his palm. I'll make better use of this than the dead. The system logged the acquisition. Power gained. Fire manipulation. The trade-off was immediate. Penalty. Karma points have been added to your total. Gangrim clenched his fist, extinguishing the flame. Perfect. I need every advantage I can scrape together. Suwa gestured toward a nearby corridor. Look, someone else is fighting. A spray of neon green worm, ichor, coated the walls. Dako Jun laughed maniacally as he hacked through a carcass. Huh, is this tutorial supposed to be a joke? It's way too easy. He stood tall, full of bravado. Quit wasting my time with these grunts and bring out the boss. His eyes then landed on Gangrim and Suwa. He kicked the worm's corpse toward them and rested his bloody blade on his shoulder. Well, more rats scurrying out of the woodwork. He probed. Are you two part of the starter squad I'm supposed to link up with? Gangrim stepped forward instinctively, shielding Suwa, defying the tense atmosphere. The man offered a beaming smile and an open hand. The name's Dako Jun, pleasure to make your acquaintance. He realized, this is it, the exact moment his legendary journey begins as well. He responded politely, I'm Seal Gangrim. The man tilted his head with a theatrical flourish. And might I ask the name of this lovely heroine? She stammered, caught off guard. Heroine? Oh, Yim used Sin Suwa. He gave a firm handshake. Seal Gangrim and Shin Suwa. Excellent. I'll commit those to memory. Now that the recruitment phase is wrapped, the real show is about to start. She blinked. What show? What are you talking about? He offered a cryptic grin. Don't all game tutorials follow this rhythm? Suddenly, his window of fate shimmered into view. Dako Jun class. Saint. Rank 3. Attribute, metal. Innate talent. Dreamer. Saint class. Level 1. The line between fantasy and reality thins. He is highly resistant to corruption. Intelligence and mental fortitude against pain or terror are pre-scaled. Dragon class potential. Level 1. Gangrim's expression darkened as he stared at the floor. Dako Jun would eventually lead one of the 5 great sects. But for now, he glanced at the shredded remains of the worms. Seeing the carnage, it was clear that even without his full awakening, he was a natural. Dako Jun continued spinning his theory. Didn't you two just finish a boss raid with your group? Or are we about to get a legendary summon to help us mid-fight? He gave Gangrim a hearty pat on the back. Buckle up. It's the heroic sacrifices of the side characters that drive the plot. Gangrim thought, I know he's a famous novelist, but he's truly living in his own head. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, snapping them back to reality. A survivor stumbled toward them, face pale with dread. Help! There's a monster behind me. The great parasitic worm was surging right behind them. Colossal parasitic worm. Insect class, rank 1. A grotesque hive mind of smaller insects. It remains a threat unless every single component is pulverized. Its appetite is bottomless. The survivor lost their footing, sliding into a heap of rotting worm carcasses. Absolute terror was etched into every line of their face. Suwa watched the scene, paralyzed by the sheer brutality of it. Then, the first spray of crimson hit the floor. Dako Jun adjusted his stance. Guess this is the scripted boss for the prologue. Huh? Gangrim immediately took point. Suwa hissed urgently, you're gonna fight that? We need to vanish right now. Instead of running, he channeled his mana and unleashed a massive torrent of flames. The great worm shrieked as the fire connected. Magic? I knew you were the hidden carry. Dako Jun looked at him expectantly. So, can we take it down? Gangrim replied flatly, not a chance. He stood firm. With our current output, we can't kill a rank 1 beast. Gangrim explained rapidly, I can only stall it with these flames, which means... Before he could finish, the beast surged through the inferno, snapping its jaws. He braced himself and roared at the others, go. Run. He retreated behind them, firing off containment spells. He realized his current magic was barely scratching the creature's hide. They sprinted down the hall, the others in the lead, Gangrim in the center, and the great worm snapping at his heels. A massive explosion rocked the corridor just as he dived clear of the impact zone. Suwa screamed back in a panic, see old Gangrim. She reached out, frantic. Get over here. Move. Dako Jun grabbed her arm, forcing her toward the exit. Don't look back, Shin Suwa. Keep moving. She struggled against his grip. Let go. We can't leave him. The great worm slowed its pace, looming over him like a mountain of flesh. He felt the world spin from the concussive force. Soul Gongrim. The beast slithered closer, sensing his vulnerability. The others called his name again, and the sound immediately drew the monster's focus toward them. He quickly acted to regain its attention. Hey, ugly, where do you think you're going? He blasted another surge of fire directly at its eyes. Keep your eyes on me. He leaped away from the return strike, scanning for an exit. Where did this thing even come from? I need to buy a few more minutes. The other two reached the building's exterior. So, Gongrim, I'll immortalize your bravery in my next book. Wait, let's move. He steadied his breathing, heart pounding. I can do this. I just have to survive until the Destiny Protection Agency arrives to secure the zone. Gangrim hit the ground, rolling to his feet. I didn't think my damage floor would be this low. But then, he saw the creature's throat begin to glow as it prepared to strike. The sight triggered memory. Wait, if the outer shell is too thick, then the throat. He funneled every drop of mana into a fire blast aimed right down its gullet. Let's see you swallow this. The colossal parasitic worm crashes to the floor with a bone-shaking thud. Its crimson eyes flicker with a sudden, eerie luminescence. Slowly, the beast begins to pull itself toward him once again. I guess that wasn't enough to end it. Now what's the plan? Suddenly, a heavy wooden beam whistles through the air and slams into its head. Suwa appears, clutching a bundle of timber. Quick, get out of there. He's stunned. Seen Suwa? Instantly, a swarm of smaller worms lunges from the shadows. She plants her feet, using the timber like a shield to hold back the tide. Gangrim roars. Activate the wood leaf method now. She looks back, eyes wide. I can't. There isn't a single living plant in this hallway. He yells back, forget living plants. Use the energy in those with scraps. In that moment, the realization hits her like a lightning bolt. She slams the wood onto the tile. Sprout. She closes her eyes, pouring every ounce of her will into the command. The fragments of wood erupt into sharp vines, skewering toward the great worm. The two of them stand frozen, holding their breath as they watch the impact. Without missing a beat, she snatches his hand. Come on. Sua's voice dies in her throat. The worms haven't stopped. The attack only made them more frantic and aggressive. They begin to swarm along the new vines, crawling straight toward their position. She sinks to her knees, overcome by dread. This is it. We're not making it out. She sobs, I came back to save you, Gangrim. He interjects, wood is just fuel for a bigger flame. System notification. Destiny resonance detected between Seol Gangrim and Shin Sua. She stops crying, feeling a strange surge of energy. Shin Sua's destiny is fueling and amplifying Seol Gangrim's power. He unleashes a fire blast at the wooden vines, turning them into a massive wall of white-hot embers. The interface flickers. Fire manipulation is evolving from rank 3 to rank 1. He gasps, watching the inferno. Our abilities are rooted in the 8 pillars. The very laws of fate are dictating this fight. Drenched in sweat, he focuses his mind. Wood perishes to give life to the fire. The swarm is instantly reduced to ash in the intense heat. Target neutralized. Great parasitic worm, rank 1. The system whirs, finalizing the battle data. Sua lets out a shaky breath, nearly jumping for joy. We actually did it. She grabs his shoulders, frantic. Gangrim, are you hurt? Talk to me. He forces a grin. Yeah, just a bit winded. Achievement unlocked, Giant Slayer. Bonus rewards granted for defeating a superior foe. She helps him stay upright. The exit should be just past the first floor. His vision blurs from mana exhaustion. She reaches for the handle. Finally, we can get some real help. As the door swings open, a fierce, cold gale sweeps into the corridor. Beyond the threshold lies a void of absolute darkness. Sua falters, her voice trembling. Where? Where did the street go? An eerie emerald glow begins to pulse. We were in the middle of the city. How is this possible? Gangrim recognizes the ancient totem standing in the lobby. I didn't think the lobby would bridge into a gate this early. For massive statues ignite with a spiritual light. Object. Ancient totem. Dragon class, rank 3. A relic of absolute suppression. It provides sanctuary for humans and repels the darkness. The door behind them vanishes into thin air. It's gone. The door is gone. She looks around, terrified. What now? He exhales slowly. Now we rest. Nothing can hurt us inside this circle. Suddenly, Dako Jun emerges from the shadows. Look at that. You two actually made it out alive. The moment Sua sees his face, her fear turns into pure, white-hot fury. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. Strange. The heroine chose to abandon me. Does that mean she points a finger at his chest? Heroine? Shut your mouth. You're just a coward who left us to die to save your own skin. You're the villain of this story. The words seem to hit him like a physical blow. Wait, what? He clutches his head, his face contorting. No, that's not right. I'm the protagonist. I can't be the bad guy. Gangrim broke the silence, thinking to himself. He's even more unhinged than last time. Over here, Sua. The rest of the group was spiraling into a panic. Where on earth are we? We were just fighting for our lives. They stared in disbelief as their gashes and bruises began to vanish. Look, my wounds. They're closing up. Everyone fumbled for their phones. No signal. My battery just fried. Chaos erupted instantly. Is this place a sanctuary? Did someone say fire? No one could wrap their heads around it. What kind of nightmare is this? Suddenly, a woman materialized on the central platform. She spoke with a crisp, commanding tone. It appears all candidates from this sector have been successfully accounted for. The woman introduced herself with a sharp salute. I am Anna Vitasia, representing the regional branch of the Destiny Protection Agency. Her gaze swept over the frantic crowd. From this point forward, every one of you. Her eyes ignited with a piercing, supernatural light. That falls under my direct jurisdiction. The crowd recoiled, confused. What? The Destiny Protection Agency? Who gave them authority over us? A wave of protest crashed against the stage. Managing us? Are you insane? This is straight-up kidnapping. Open the doors. Explain yourself. Gangrim stood still, the only calm soul in the room. The gears are finally turning. In my past life, I was just a footnote, a total failure. He tightened his grip until his knuckles turned white. But not this time. I'll squeeze every drop of power out of this place before I leave. The murmurs continued to ripple. What even is this agency? Why are they treating us like prisoners? Anna Vitasia spoke over the noise. Our mission is to safeguard humanity from the impending apocalypse. The crowd wasn't buying it. Protect us? You dragged us here against our will. This is a crime. Let's go. They shouted their condemnation. What do you hope to gain by doing this to us? Ignoring the outburst, she continued. The gates to the demon realm will fully stabilize in mere seconds. Someone interrupted. Those worms earlier. That was your doing, wasn't it? She pressed on. The director's prophecy is absolute. The hall was a powder keg of shouting and threats. I'll see you all on the ground. Release me. Dako Jun ground his teeth, his patience snapping. He finally roared at the top of his lungs. Shut your mouths, you brainless extras. The hall fell into a stunned, immediate silence as all eyes fixed on him. He sneered at them. Can't you idiots see this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance? So pathetic. You'll die as background characters. Gangrim thought he's still an arrogant prick, but he's not wrong. He gave June a brief, knowing glance. Being chosen for this program was the ultimate golden ticket. And aside, checking the time, it'll be more efficient to show you the reality outside. Everyone, take a seat and try to keep your heads. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a massive holographic screen flickered to life. The projection displayed live, high-definition feeds of Soul. It was a scene of unmitigated slaughter. Dimensional rifts, the gates to the demon realm, had torn open across the entire peninsula. The camera zoomed in on a pulsating giant worm. Monsters are pouring into our streets. Our agency foresaw this catastrophe. That is why years ago we chasers. The footage showed masked warriors, similar to Anna, engaged in high-octane combat. Dot awakened our gifts ahead of the curve. They utilized incredible supernatural powers to purge the initial waves, preparing the world for this very moment. She opened her arms wide. But to survive this new world, we need an army of awakened. You were summoned because your latent potential dwarfs that of the masses. We will hone your skills under the agency's strict oversight. Anna ignited a ritual talisman, the smoke curling upward. If you want out, the door is open. But I suggest you examine your new reality before walking away. Once you see what you're truly capable of, you might find your cowardice vanishing. The window of fate shimmered once more. Soul Gongrim. Class. Insect rank 3. Attribute. Fire. Skills. Destiny discovery. Destiny theft. Pyrokinesis. Gasps of wonder filled the room. What is this? This screen. Is this my strength? Human class. Rank 1. Is that good? Gangrim, however, looked at the data with cold familiarity. He pondered his next move. This interface isn't Anna's doing. I want to peer into a chaser's destiny, but that mask is shielding her from my sight. Anna continued her lecture. You've seen your stats. You can call it magic, superpowers, or a miracle. It doesn't matter. She explained clearly. The awakened are the only ones standing between humanity and extinction. She delved into the grim details. You will raid the demon realm to cut the rot out at the source. But let me be perfectly clear about the risks. She added with chilling bluntness, most of you will likely die. The crowd's excitement turned to ice. The same applies to our training. If you prefer the safety of the herd. Anna clarified that you must surrender your gift. Those who lack the spine to fight have no right to possess such power. She clapped her hands, the sound echoing like a gunshot. You have exactly 60 minutes to decide your future. The surroundings began to warp. Rest areas and training manuals are on the second floor. After an hour, those who choose the path of the warrior return here. Glowing ripples of light began to pull the crowd away. Those who want out can exit through the third floor. But remember, once you leave, your window of fate will be sealed forever. With a final, sharp look, Anna turned to depart. I'll be waiting. She checked her watch as the hour struck. Time's up. I take it those present are ready to begin their transformation. A heavy, reinforced door ground open. Welcome to your first trial. Everyone turned, their hearts pounding against their ribs. The gateway hummed with an ancient, mysterious energy. Groups of 3, maximum. If you overcome the challenge and pass through the inner gate, you've survived the first stage. She laid out the objective. Every chamber holds a unique mission. Your specific goals will manifest once you cross the threshold. A spectral hologram appeared to demonstrate. Objective, slay exactly 6 monsters. Anna continues. There's no cap on how many times you can attempt this first trial. However, if you retreat before the goal is met, you'll have to start from scratch. She produces a small container. These are the standard issue starter kits. Take one and proceed to the equipment center for your gear. She clarifies, should you sustain any injuries, these healing drafts are for your immediate use. Alternatively, you may withdraw to the lobby to recover your vitality near the restorative totem. She adds a grim warning. We require your signature on a waiver stating the agency bears no liability in the event of your passing. Rest assured, we'll provide all possible aid to prevent such a tragedy. She offers a formal bow. May fortune favor you. The hall descends into a heavy silence. One man suddenly breaks the tension by raising his hand high. He shouts, looking for a squad. My gift is Demon Class, rank 1. Who's in? Gangrim watches from the shadows, gauging who is actually worth following. He drifts away from the frantic crowd. My own rank is. He muses. It feels exactly like a corporate hiring fair. Sua's voice cuts through his thoughts. Hey, Seal, Gangrim. She catches up to him, breathless. About what happened back at the office. She looks him in the eye, sincere. I really wanted to say thank you. She rubs the back of her neck, looking a bit shy. You haven't picked a team yet, have you? Neither have I. Sua offers a hopeful smile. Maybe we should tackle this together? He remains motionless, staring at her in silence. Sul Gongrim, you okay? His gaze is heavy and unblinking, fixed entirely on her. She starts to fidget, clearly unnerved by his intense focus. Gangrim bites his lip, his hands trembling as a chill runs down his spine. Thank you? Why are those horrific visions flooding back now? The prophecy was clear. Only when Seal Gangrim perishes. Does the rest of humanity stand a chance at survival? He clutches his forehead as if in physical pain. It's all my fault. Sua steps closer. Guedith, are you all right? You look like you're in pain. He shields his face, stepping back to put distance between them. I'm Ifine. Then he turns his back on her with cold finality. I have to refuse. He glances over his shoulder one last time. Gangrim hardens his tone. I work better when I'm alone. Her face falls, disappointment evident. Oh, I see. I thought we were actually a pretty solid duo. He softens his voice just a fraction. Shin Sua, you're talented. You'll do well with any team. A spark of her usual spirit returns to her eyes. She calls after him, Seal Gangrim. Even if we aren't squad mates, let's promise to watch each other's backs. He keeps walking, not looking back, his voice distant. Sure. A sign near the supply desk lists the essentials. Novice blade, health potions, mana vials. Gangrim slowly pries open the lid of his designated supply box. His inventory populates instantly. Training sword, insect class, rank 1. Health potion X2, mana potion X2. He clicks the scabbard onto his belt. Scavenging gear is a nightmare early on, so this trainee status is a luxury. These potions are worth a fortune on the street, yet they're handing them out for free. Dako Jun waves frantically, jogging toward him. Seal Gangrim, hold up a second. He wears a broad, confident grin. You weren't really going to ditch your only true comrade, were you? He's taken aback. This never happened in the previous timeline. Maybe if I just ignore him, he'll go away. Jun catches up and give him a friendly slap on the back. Seal Gangrim, wait up, man. He sighs, what is it? He pitches his idea. If things keep moving at this pace, you and I are destined to be the stars of this show. Let's crush this first trial as a duo. Gangrim shakes his head. I'm flying solo. Jun interjects, relax. I'm not like those filler characters who just weigh you down. He sweeps his hair back with a flourish. I'm elite. I'm the lead. Think about it. Protagonists, sidekicks, and extras. Dako Jun sorts the world like he's writing a bestseller. He remembers it clearly now. Protagonist? In a last life, he treated me like I wasn't even worth a line of dialogue. He's obviously misread the room and thinks I'm some kind of hidden legend. He strokes his chin, weighing the pros and cons. A powerful ally makes the grind much smoother. Sua is top tier, but she attracts catastrophe when I'm near. I won't risk her life. But Dako Jun? He sinks into a darker thought. Who cares what happens to someone like Dako Jun? Jun nudges him, well, what's the verdict? Ready to make history? He exhales slowly. Fine. Let's team up. Jun's eyes go wide. Seriously? Hell yeah. He immediately spins around to head back. Stay right there. I gotta go grab my gearbox. Dako Jun snatched the package right out of the mascot's grip. Is this the starter gear? I'd love to stay and chat with a costume character like you, but let's circle back to that later. Suwa shot him a look of pure irritation. Is there a reason you're glaring at me like that? He smirked dismissively. It's simple. You just don't have the vibe of a lead character. She chose to meet his arrogance with a cold, stony silence. Then he trotted off, brimming with energy. Sol Gongrim, gear in hand. Let's get this show on the road. The portal began to shimmer with an eerie light. I can sense the cold touch of death. I can feel the sharp resonance of metallic demons. The two of them shoved the heavy doors open in unison. Seal Gangrim and Dako Jun have checked in. You have entered the zone, Underworld Blade Mountain. The navigation rules flashed. Every chamber is linked by a network of 4 crossing corridors. Expect to encounter hostiles, lethal traps, and occasional sanctuaries in every room and hallway. Locate the extraction point to complete the stage. System notification, Trial 1, Underworld Blade Mountain, commence. Gangrim muttered to himself. So the goal is a simple search and rescue for the exit. Dako Jun was vibrating with excitement. Perfect. Let's dominate this. He scanned the environment. I wonder if the geometry is a perfect match for my memory. This corridor should be. He poked his head around the corner. Beasts and hidden pitfalls, I wonder what's waiting to jump us. He walked forward, completely distracted by his own narration. I'm actually looking forward to. A spring-loaded blade erupted from the floorboards, sending him sprawling backward. Dako Jun didn't even flinch. He actually looked amused by the near miss. So that's a trap? Honestly, it's a bit cliché. He flashed a wide grin. Though, I suppose there's a reason the classics never go out of style. He dusted himself off and stood up. Hey, Seul Gongrim, don't fall behind now. Torches along the stone walls flared to life, casting long, dancing shadows. He turned to his partner. No more spikes? You must be a luck magnet, Seol Gangrim. Gangrim instantly shut that down. Far from it. My luck is actually a curse. They moved in sync. Wait, did you hear that? Also, you made sure the EXP share is active, right? Yeah, I toggled it while skimming the guidebook. A clattering horde of skeletons emerged from the gloom ahead. Bone Demon. Rank. Insect Class. Rank 3. A mindless construct animated from human remains. It is driven by a hunger for living tissue. It's nearly deaf but reacts violently to sudden light. Dako Jun tightened his grip on his weapon. They look a bit more substantial than those worms, don't they? I bet they get even nastier once they've leveled up a bit. He glanced over his shoulder. That's a whole lot of bones, but if we coordinate our strikes. Gangrim didn't wait, unleashing a concentrated burst of fire toward the vanguard. One bone demon turned to ash instantly. The rest of the pack snapped their heads toward the source of the heat. They began to funnel through the narrow passage one by one. The doorway was a natural bottleneck. If they tried to swarm at once, they'd just jam the exit. He whistled in appreciation. Seol Gangrim, you're quite the tactician, aren't you? He unsheathed his steel. If you're going to stand there narrating, you might as well head back to the lobby. The duo dived into the fray, engaging the bone demons head-on. Gangrim buried his blade deep into a stone pillar for leverage. Swinging around with the momentum, he delivered a crushing kick that shattered a demon's skull. Dako Jun charged into the center of the room, full of bravado. Hey, don't go hogging all the best shots. Working in tandem, they systematically dismantled the remaining skeletons. He raised his sword in a celebratory arc man. That was a rush. Eventually, the last of the clattering bones fell silent. Seol Gangrim, it seems every room in this place is crawling with these guys. He wiped sweat from his brow. It's getting repetitive. We must have scrapped at least 100 by now. Gangrim looked at him, starting to feel the drain. He slid his sword back into its sheath. Nah, I'm good. These guys are pushovers. I took kendo classes just in case I ever got sucked into a fantasy world like this. He squinted at his partner. Seriously though, Seol Gangrim, I've been dying to ask you something since we met. Gangrim gave him a cold look. What? Jun leaned in close. What's your trope? Are you a regressor? A reincarnato? Or maybe a time traveler from the future? Gangrim's heart skipped a beat. The guy had aimed for a joke and hit the bull's eye. He growled a warning. Keep talking that nonsense, and you can finish this trial on your own. Yun Yus beamed. That look on your face tells me I'm getting warm. He nudged him toward the next door. Stop stalling and keep moving. You take point. Jun continued to pester him. I'm serious. They're definitely not normal. You know that? Dako Jun continued his analysis. You're way too composed for a newbie. You've adapted to a literal death game in minutes, and you don't even blink at monsters. He looked away, pulling a random explanation out of thin air. I grew up seeing spirits and ghosts. This stuff is just a variation of the same theme. He laughed. Oh, is that it? Now I'm even more fascinated by your backstory. He began to say, give me the full story. But before he could finish the sentence, he was shoved unceremoniously into the next room. The floor abruptly gives way, and Gangrim plummets with the collapsing stone. June gasps, eyes wide with alarm. Soul Gongrim. Gangrim barks a final, urgent command. Get out of here now. Dako Jun doesn't hesitate, bolting toward the exit. He pauses at the threshold, glancing back at the wreckage. A flicker of genuine concern crosses his face. Soul Gongrim. Then, his expression turns cold and detached. I guess he wasn't the main character after all. He walks away without looking back. I love a good regression story, but this plot twist is a real bummer. I wonder how the narrative will recover from this. Deep below, Gangrim lands in a hidden, shadowed chamber. He unsheathes his blade with calculated precision, eyes scanning for threats. He drives his sword into the masonry to slow his descent. The maneuver works, allowing him to land in a crouch, unharmed. System notification. You have discovered a hidden chamber. A predatory smirk plays on his lips. Warning. Entities within hidden zones possess significantly higher combat ratings than standard areas. Gangrim surveys the room. Every exit is likely a gauntlet of lethal traps and elite foes. A path to the common zone is now open. Be advised. The secret passage seals permanently upon departure. He strides forward, ignoring the exit. Evacuation request available. Forfeit and return to safety. Time remaining for extraction. 2 minutes, 58 seconds. Like how I'm quitting now. A horde of bone demons clatters into view. This might be a better stat grind than I anticipated. He conjures a ball of fire. Honestly, using Dako Jun to clear those early rooms was the right call. Now I need to focus on my own growth. Shinsua is a variable I can't afford right now. He raises his palm, locking his focus on the approaching skeletons. The bone demons surge forward in a wave of jagged calcium. Gangrim dances through the fray, dismantling them with rhythmic efficiency. System, strength plus 10. System, agility plus 10. The floor is carpeted in bone dust. Physical prowess reached level 4. As the essence is absorbed, the remains crumble to nothing. Physical prowess reached level 5. He rests his blade on his shoulder. Everything is moving in slow motion now that I've boosted my stats early. The point yield here is incredible. Status update, Seal Gangrim. Strength, level 5. Stamina, level 4. Agility, level 4. Perception, level 4. Mana, level 3. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. I wonder what the ceiling for these stats is. Even with high potential, everyone starts as a novice at level 1. Gangrim calculates the path ahead. The real gap between ranks isn't just power, but how much effort it takes to level up. Icons flash in his mind. Even if 2 people earn the same experience, that the one with a superior class will evolve at a much faster rate. He continues his analysis. A god class like Dako Jun is a growth monster. By keeping him close, I've accelerated his curve too. To think I spent 3 days struggling here in my past life. Alert! You are on track for the first clear bonus of Underworld Blade Mountain. Gangrim scans the shadows. I'm claiming that first clear reward for myself this time. There it is. He reaches toward a glowing pedestal. If I want to pull this off, he crosses his arms, eyes narrowed, that I have to wrap this entire trial up by sunset. Ahead of him, the path narrows into a pitch-black abyss. It's time to settle things with the boss. He looks around the cavern. The air here is heavy. The very atmosphere screams that this is the heart of the dungeon. A bead of sweat stings his eye. I can finally feel the true weight of the Blade Mountain. Gangrim ignites a torch-like flame to pierce the gloom. Eerie crimson and azure auras wrap around a pair of massive, resting blades. 2 figures rise, the twin generals of the Blade Mountain. Class, humanoid. Rank 3, undead masters of the twin blade style. They move in perfect synchronization. Unless both are struck down simultaneously, they will endlessly resurrect one another. He presses his back against the stone entry. The twin generals. I knew they were here, but the pressure they give off in person is suffocating. He notices his fingers twitching on the hilt. Damn it, keep it together. The general's eyes ignite as they lock onto his position. He readies his stance. As long as I stick to the strategy, I can end this. In a blur of steel, the generals lunge, their swords cutting the air toward him. Gangrim refuses to yield, meeting their steel with a ferocious parry. The impact forces a guttural, pained shriek from the creature. He pivots and sprints, using the opening to reposition. I knew they'd lock onto me the moment I moved. I just need to keep their focus glued to my back for a few more seconds. He glances over his shoulder, tracking their jagged movements. They're metal-based entities. My fire should burn right through their defenses. He runs the numbers in his head. That last maneuver should have bought me just enough breathing room. One general is sprayed with blood as its partner brutally cleaves its head to trigger a reset. The interface flickers with a warning, mutual resurrection active. They will rebuild unless extinguished at the same instant. He grits his teeth. I didn't expect them to be cold enough to kill each other just to force a heal. Gangrim white-knuckles his hilt. Trading blows in a fair fight is a death sentence. System, agility has reached level 7 following stat allocation. A flurry of phantom blades whistles past, drawing thin lines of red across his cheek and forearm. He pushes his lungs to the limit, legs churning. Almost there, just a bit further. Suddenly, his boot catches on a stray rib from a fallen bone demon. His balance vanishes, and he hits the stone floor in a sliding tumble. The twin generals materialize over him, their shadows looming large. He thrusts his palms forward, conjuring a dual wave of scorching heat. The general he singed earlier repeats the sacrifice, throwing itself in the way to shield its twin. They hunt him with relentless fury. The twin generals are stitching themselves back together. Despite the danger, Gangrim feels a surge of adrenaline. Perfect. The wind is shifting. He accelerates. The monsters remain hot on his heels, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The log updates in a frantic scroll. The young general is reconstituting. The elder 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 general is reconstituting. The twin general snarl, exposing rows of jagged, predatory teeth. System log. Physical strength has ascended to level 7 through stat investment. He pivots on a dime, driving a heavy, mana-infused kick into the lead general. He leaps into a mid-air spin, striking the second general's wrist and forcing its blade to clatter away. He roars into the abyss. With a final, crushing blow, the first one is finally pulverized. System alert. Victory confirmed. Rank 3. Twin generals of the mountain have been eliminated. Calculating experience yield and loot distribution. Gangrim collapses onto the cold stone, gasping for air. Bonus points awarded for slaying superior entities. He wipes the grime and sweat from his brow. If I could just navigate past the final insect swarms, this floor is mine. But first, he stands up, his gaze narrowing with a new purpose. I need to test a theory. A dark thought takes root. If a monster's fate is to mimic humanity, why shouldn't I treat their destiny as my own property? He drops to a knee over the remains, initiating destiny theft. 2 viable essences detected within the immediate vicinity. A smirk tugs at his lips. I was right. I don't have to be a monster to harvest fate like one. Memories of his previous life flicker in the dark. Back then, I avoided destiny theft until I met Baek Ayong. Partly out of fear, mostly out of weakness. System error. Destiny theft aborted. Mana reserves critically low. Do Hyun rubs his neck in a memory. You're sure it's impossible? I've been a ghost for 3 hours, man. My energy is spent. He feels the sting of past helplessness. The delay is the killer. The longer they're dead, the more mana it takes to reach them. With my old magic pool, I was useless. The image of his teammates' final moments haunts him. They died right in front of me. That was the only reason I could even trigger the skill back then. Gangrim wrestles with his conscience. That was when I first wondered, am I becoming the very thing I'm hunting? He stares at his hands. Back then, I couldn't even breathe the air of the demon realm without choking. He looks down bitter. I never truly had the power to choose. He slowly unsheathes his new blade, feeling its weight. Siphoning enemy essence. Success. You have acquired the weakening debuff skill. New passive, Fortress Blade, Demon Class, Rank 3. Skill activates upon drawing your weapon, temporarily elevating the user's combat rank. Gangrim tests the balance with a few experimental swings. Let's see what this can do. He runs a finger along the steel, watching it pulse with a faint, spectral glow. Incredible. The interface screen pulses with a violent, deep crimson hue. System alert. Warning. Your karma levels have reached a critical threshold. He brushes it off. It's manageable. Stealing essence from these monsters generates far less karma than taking it from a human life. He tightens his grip. Whatever the cost, the power I've gained is more than worth the penalty. He steps back into the hallway of blades. When a person's karma overflows, but they are dragged across the veil into a nightmare realm known as the Sea of Suffering. Gangrim leans his hand against the cold stone wall. I wonder how many more souls I have to harvest before I'm pulled into that abyss myself. The system broadcasts his departure. First trial, Underworld Blade Mountain, concluded. World first solo clear, see old Gangrim. A wave of disbelief washes over the lobby as he emerges. Cleared already? Is that even possible? The crowd erupts into a frenzy. He took down the entire mountain on his own? A boisterous shout cuts through the noise. Soul Gongrim. Hearing it makes him visibly wince. Dako Jun charges toward him, beaming with pride. I knew you had it in you. This is exactly why I picked you as my partner. He lunges for a hug, but Gangrim sidesteps him effortlessly. You've gotten faster. Yun pouts. I'm not your partner, Gangrim retorts. Stop acting like we're on the same team. Anna approaches him with a measured stride. So Gongrim. She offers a formal, polite nod. Impressive work. Being the first to conquer this stage is no small feat. Could I borrow you for a moment? Inside the agency's living quarters, Seol Gangrim's private suite. Gangrim looks over his treasures with a satisfied smirk. It seems Anna was the one authorized to distribute the first clear loot. Void Satchel, a specialized pouch that stores equipment regardless of its size or weight. He secures the pouch to his belt. These are incredibly hard to find early on. I couldn't afford to pass up such a vital tool. He retrieves a card and taps a code into his smartphone. Considering who used to own this, I need to stay off the agency's radar. Then, there's the other reward. The news is saturated with disaster reports. A massive 5.8 magnitude tremor has rocked the nation. It's the most violent quake in years, leaving a trail of destruction and mounting casualties. The anchor adds, the toll is expected to rise. Gangrim frowns at the lack of an official agency statement. The comments are exploding. Did anyone else hear that voice before the ground shook? Something about stats and levels? I heard it too. Check out that leaked video of the agency training. Then, a girl appears on the feed. Protection Force, First Unit Commander, Seol Moon Yoonhee. Official statement from the Destiny Protection Agency. She maintains a gentle, reassuring smile. Our organization is working tirelessly to ensure the safety of every citizen. He triggers his skill on the screen. Destiny theft. Initiating. A system error pops up. Information blocked. The target's destiny is currently shielded. Gangrim clicks his tongue. Figures. They're using high-tier artifacts to mask their data. The broadcast continues. Our operations are expanding. Stay calm. The Destiny Protection Force is the guardian of your future. Her smile sharpens at the edges. Place your absolute trust in the agency. He collapses onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Trust him, huh? He drifts into a deep, analytical silence. The Destiny Protection Agency is a sanctuary for the world's most elite awakened. Yet, every single high-ranking member keeps their identity hidden behind a mask. Shadowy figures from his past life flicker through his mind like ghosts. He ponders if that woman is truly one of their leaders. His face clouds over with a grim, heavy shadow. It makes sense why her power level is completely off the charts. Gangrim rubs his temples. I can't expose what I know yet. Nobody would believe me. In a high-security office, Gamdu slams a thick file onto his desk. Is this the best you can do? He roars at his subordinates. Your projections said this trial would take a full week to finish. Gamdu, 2nd Unit Commander of Seoul, Destiny Protection Association. His staff remains bowed in terrified silence. And now, someone cleared the hidden zone in less than 24 hours. You told me their ranks were bottom-tier insect class. He glares at you, Sungtae. The man flinches. Yes, Commander. Gamdu barks, fix this mess. Draft a cover story, clear the traps Gangrim left behind, and get the rest of the units in there to mop up. The meeting is cut short. Dismissed. The officers fix their masks in unison. Understood, sir. Left alone in the dim room, Sungtae rubs his eyes in frustration. He can't fathom how one man managed to lure every monster into a death trap. His expression sours. To make matters worse, the same guy cleared the second gate on the very same day. He begins typing furiously, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Sungtae's hands tremble slightly. If the board finds out an insect rank is outperforming the elites, my head is on the chopping block. It's impossible. Later, at the training facility's primary cafe, Dogu Yun leans forward. So, Seol Gangrim, are you planning to tackle the second chamber today? He starts the chat with his usual bravado. You haven't forgotten about our little wager, have you? The memory of their bet flashes in Gangrim's mind. Don't you have faith in my talent? Let's settle this. A race to see who conquers the second trial first. He smirked playfully. If you don't pick up the pace, I might just leave you in the dust and finish room 2 before you even start. Gangrim shot back icily. I operate on my own terms, so do as you please. And let's get one thing straight. I'm not your partner until you actually outshine me. Now vanish. June just grinned. Not a chance. I think I'll stick to you like glue instead. At that moment, Suah and her teammate strolled past. I'm only standing here because of you. A teammate chirped. She waved it off humbly. No way, it was your quick block that saved us. Another member chimed in. We should definitely dive back in tomorrow. Watching from afar, a sense of relief washed over him. It looks like Shin Suah is finding her footing quite well. Dako Jun tracked his gaze. I've always had a distaste for those overly virtuous types, Seol Gangrim. He tossed a leftover scrap of cake at Jun's forehead. Will you just get lost already? Nearby, the group of girls was lost in light-hearted banter. Dinner's on me. Count me in. Snippets of their chatter floated over. Wow, your hands are so dainty. That's adorable. You think so? I never really. Gangrim's brow furrowed as he turned away. Jean Gunam reached out, his voice oily. Why don't you compare your hand to mine? Gangrim realized with a sinking feeling that he'd have to endure this parasite's antics again. Gunam beamed, holding his hand up. See? Tiny, right? The girl gasped. Oh my gosh, you're right. He skillfully steered the conversation. It's a gift, really. I can actually read palms. The girl beside him nodded eagerly. He did mine earlier. He's freakishly spot on. Suwa remained focused on the steaming mug between her palms, completely tuning them out. Gunam tried to pull her in. Hey, Shin Suwa, let's see what your future holds. Give me your hand. She gave a polite but firm headshake. I'll pass, thank you. He leaned in closer, refusing to take the hint. He reached out to grab her wrist. Don't be shy. This is a limited time offer, you know. I might not be in such a giving mood tomorrow. Come on, Suwa, just one peek. She flinched her hand away just as Gangrim slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding crack. She jumped, looking at him in utter astonishment. Gunam scowled, his face twisting with irritation at the sudden disruption. However, he smoothed his features back into a fake, cheery mask almost instantly. Gunam offered smoothly, see old Gangrim, you want a reading too? He snapped back instantly, no? He reached towards Suwa, his tone urgent. I need a word with you. He gestured toward the exit. In private? She blinked, momentarily dazed, before nodding. Yes, of course. Together, Gangrim and Suwa walked out of the crowded cafe. I prefer to speak somewhere, without prying eyes. Lead the way. Suddenly, two strangers approached them. Hey, Soc Gongrim. What's up? They were all smiles. Thanks a million for the Wi-Fi access. The password was pinned to the wall. After his legendary solo clear of the Blade Mountain, sharing his restricted Wi-Fi was one of the perks he'd unlocked for the floor. He watched them with a heavy heart. Suddenly, everyone wanted to be his friend. Squat up with us later. But this sudden warmth. His mood darkened, but it felt foreign and wrong. Shadows of his previous life clawed at his mind. In that timeline, people treated him like a leper. If Soc Gangrim is joining the raid, count me out. Understood. He would just bow his head, shrinking into the background. I'll just stay out of everyone's way. Was it just because my rank was so pathetic back then? Gangrim drifted to the edge of the social circle, an outcast by choice and circumstance. Gunam had been the only one to offer a smile. Gangrim, you sure you're okay heading out alone today? He just nodded. He remembered that, even back then. Jean Gunam acted like a true friend. He'd clap him on the shoulder. If we had an open slot, I'd pull you in myself. Stay safe out there. Gangrim had given a hollow chuckle. I'll manage. The two had been inseparable for a time, even after he'd shared his secret. That's an insane power. Give me some skin. Gunam's hand had pulsed with a faint, hidden glow. He looked back at the memory of that window of fate with newfound spite. I was such a blind fool. One afternoon in the past, Gangrim had overheard whispers in the corridor. I nearly bit the dust in the demon realm because of Soc Gangrim. What's his deal? He's a vulture. He steals skills from the corpses of his own allies. They were poisoning the well with lies. So he's basically waiting for us to die, so he can loot our souls? Precisely. Sleep with one eye open around that guy. He'd bitten his lip until it bled, too ashamed to even show his face. This is a nightmare. Eventually, he'd cornered Gunam. You swore you'd keep my secret. Gunam just blinked innocently. What? I have no idea what you're talking about, man. He'd hissed. You're the only one I told. You sold me out. Gunam replied with a smug shrug. You got proof? Because without proof, you're just a crazy person. Gangrim had been paralyzed with shock. Why? It was so obviously you piece of trash. Gunam had let out a sinister, low chuckle. I don't think you have a leg to stand on, do you? Palmistry Insight. Class. Spectre, rank 3. Requires physical palm contact to peel back the target's window of fate. He tilted his head back in the present. You were the only one who could have known. He turned to Suwa, his voice low and dead serious. Listen to me. Stay far away from Jean Gunam. Don't let him read your palm, and whatever you do, do not let him touch your hand. Processing his words, Suwa let out a heavy sigh. So that's why he was always lurking around. He turned on his heel to depart. Look, I just wanted you to be on your guard. I'm out of here. She reached out, desperate to stop him. Wait, Soc Gangrim. She blurted out, I actually managed to clear the Underworld Blade Mountain trial myself. She pressed a hand to her chest, her eyes hopeful. Why don't we tackle the second chamber as a team? Gangrim shook his head without hesitation. It's too steep a mountain for you right now, Suwa. She flinched, her face flushing with indignation. What makes you think I can't handle it? He looked away, unable to meet her eyes. To put it bluntly, you're lacking real-world combat intuition. Suwa stood frozen, the words stinging more than she cared to admit. She tried to salvage her pride. I'm not as fragile as you think. He pressed on. The next floor is a fire element zone. Your powers will be fundamentally suppressed there. He broke it down clinically. The golden resonance in that room will choke out your wood destiny. It's a hard counter to your nature. Your wood leaf method will be practically useless in that furnace. With that final point, Gang Rim walked away. I trust you're smart enough to see the logic. She rubbed her chin, deep in thought. The second room really is a total disadvantage for me. He gripped the doorknob. You understand now, right? She nodded slowly. Yeah, I get the picture. Suwa reached out, lightly brushing his shoulder. Soulgongrim. He didn't stop, his stride quickening as he moved down the hall. He walked off alone, a strange heaviness settling in his chest. Why do I feel like this? He bit his lip, the memory of her reaction playing on a loop. Even after I was that blunt, that she just gave me that bright, radiant smile and said, "Thanks for looking out for me." She pushed open the heavy door to return to the common area. Suwa replayed his earlier declaration. I work better on my own. She frowned. He turned me down flat. Yet he's willing to pair up with someone like Dako Jun? She mused. He's clearly trying to push me away. There's a weight on his mind he isn't sharing. And yet, he went out of his way to pull me aside just to warn me about Gunam's hidden agenda. Sua's gaze turned pensive. If he just wanted to ditch me, he could have made up any excuse. She watched his silhouette fade through the glass partition. Why was he so brutally honest with me? Is it possible that, beneath that cold exterior, he's actually worried about my safety? A slimy voice echoed through the stairwell. Seal, Gang Rim. Gunam was leaning casually against the wall. You thinking about hitting the second room with Shin Suwa? Gang Rim buried his hands in his pockets, his face a mask of indifference. No, I'm going solo. He started up the steps without a second glance. I need to lead this snake into the grass before he has a chance to sink his fangs into me. Gunam pushed off the wall. Wait up. How about teaming up with me instead? He tried to sell himself. I'm a high-tier dragon class. Having me by your side would be a massive upgrade for you. A cold, murderous intent flickered in Gang Rim's eyes. Liar. Let's see what you're really hiding. Destiny discovery. Initiating scan. Gunam conjured a flashy, harmless trick. Look, water bomb. I can fire high-pressure projectiles. But the truth was already laid bare in the window of fate. John Gunam. Human class, rank 1. Water, attribute. He cut the act short. Fine. Gang Rim gave a curt nod. Let's go. We're burning daylight. Gunam blinked, stunned by the easy win. For real? You mean it? He broke into a predatory grin. I'll grab my gear and meet you at the gate. He watched the man scurry away, his silence echoing in the hallway. He thought grimly, it's actually better this way. He walked right into the trap himself. At the entrance of the second trial, the chamber of scorching hell, the door pulsed with heat. Objective, secure the ice crystal and return to the hub. Time limit, indefinite. The system prompt flared. Entry verified. Seal, Gang Rim, and John Gunam have checked in. Gunam looked around the shimmering, heat-warped cavern. He chuckled, doesn't look much like hell to me. System notification, you have entered the chamber of scorching hell. The entire environment was bathed in a fierce, incandescent orange glow. He spoke with newfound bravado. I'm surprised you picked me so fast. I guess you realize my water attribute is the perfect shield for a place like this. The two began their descent into the heat. Anyway, did you catch the objective? One of them asked. Finding actual ice in a furnace like this? Sounds like a needle in a haystack. Gunam muttered, juggling a small orb of water to cool himself. It's sweltering. How can ice even exist here? Gang Rim's eyes glinted with a sharp, dangerous light. With you leading the way, I'm sure we'll stumble upon it soon enough, won't we? He hoisted his blade and fixed the man with a piercing, unwavering stare. Gunam flinched, spinning around in a frantic blur of motion. The interface flickered to life. Skill activation. Flash draw. A spray of hot ichor painted the air instantly. A fire frog was cleaved in two right before his wide, terrified eyes. He stammered, I didn't expect a welcoming committee right at the gate. Gang Rim cut him off. Brace yourself. Gunam Budinket. Wait, what? Then a literal wave of fire frogs surged out of the heat. They lashed their tongues with predatory aggression, leaping through the air like heat-seeking missiles. Fire frog. SSS-Class, rank 3. Amphibians forged in the heart of volcanic springs. Individually weak, but their strength lies in their overwhelming numbers. They instinctively swarm anything cooler than themselves. Gunam's fear turned to a sneer. Puffed. They're just oversized garden pests. He unleashed several pressurized water bolts, skewering the creatures midair. The frogs fell in heaps, unable to withstand the high-pressure spray. A smug grin crept across his face. Not bad. My elemental advantage is really carrying this run. He glanced at Gang Rim. This will be a walk in the park once we grab that ice crystal. Gang Rim nodded. That's the mission. He remained chillingly composed. I already have the location pinned. No need to rush. Now, how do I deal with this snake? Gunam caught the briefest glimpse of smirk on Gang Rim's face. Wait, is he actually enjoying this? Gunam crossed his arms, internally gloating. Is he finally realizing that riding my coattails was his best move? The scorched remains of the frogs piled up like a macabre wall. He suddenly doubled over, clutching his temples. Ugh, is this man a burn? There are way more of these things here than back on the mountain. Gangrim continued the slaughter without breaking a sweat, while Gunam collapsed onto the floor. Damn it, I'm out of juice. I'll have to switch to cold steel. With a grunt of effort, he unsheathed his sword, trying to mimic Gangrim's clinical stance. A stray fire frog launched itself at his throat. It pinned him to the ground, the heat of its skin searing him. It's burning. Get off me. Gangrim stepped in, silencing the frog with a single thrust. Retreat to the lobby if you can't keep the pace. He added coldly, I'm more than capable of handling the rest solo. Gunam scrambled up, panting. I just need a breather. I'm Yufine. Gangrim turned away indifferently. Suit yourself. He ground his teeth, his face twisting with malice. You arrogant little prick. You think you're a god just because you can kill a few frogs? He stood up slowly, dust clinging to his clothes. I only joined him to peel back his stats, but those bandages on his hands are blocking my sight. He was burning with curiosity. Even with what he's shown, the math doesn't add up. He's definitely suppressing his true power. His eyes narrowed into slits. I'll keep digging. Everyone slips up eventually. I'll wait for that one opening, and then I'll strike. Gunam sat down on a jagged boulder, but the rock suddenly blinked, revealing two glowing, predatory eyes. The ambush sent him tumbling backward in a panic. The camouflaged beast lunged, its true form emerging from the heat haze. Sul Gongrim, Ush! The scream died in his throat as terror took over. Once again, Gangrim's blade intervened, saving Gunam from a grisly end. He was visibly shaken. There are elite monsters hidden here too? I was so focused on my own schemes that I missed the obvious threat. He barked, John Gunam. The man jumped like he'd been electrocuted. Igriegajis. He looked him dead in the eye. That's the second time I've kept you from the grave today. He delivered a finishing blow to the beast. These things don't stay down easily. Move before the scent draws a crowd. Gunam Bodinket. What? He forced a strained smile. Is he really keeping score now? Fine. Let him play the hero for a minute. Gunam crushed a handful of dirt, his knuckles white. Don't look down on me, you piece of garbage. He fumed silently. Once my mana pools refill, I'll show you who the real protagonist is. Gangrim glanced back abruptly. You have something to add? He flashed his most convincing fake grin. Just saying thanks, see old Gangrim. Truly, the scene shifts. A bit later, Gunam pointed toward a pulsating azure glow in the distance. Is that it? He realized what it was, and his greed flared instantly. Is that the ice crystal? The artifact shimmered with an intense, freezing radiance that cut through the heat. He let out a jagged laugh. That's definitely it. We just lug this back to the entrance, and the trial is over, right? He began calculating the fastest way to claim the glory. If it's just the two of us, then we're officially the first to conquer the second gate. But then, a bitter realization set in. No, if we go back together, the gossip will be that Seal Gangrim carried me across the finish line. Gangrim was about to speak, but John Gunam suddenly bolted toward the prize. He sprinted headlong with greed in his eyes. He figured if only one crystal existed, the first person to snatch it would claim the glory of the first clear. He was convinced that triumph was already within his grasp. Gunam fantasized about the mountain of rewards that surely awaited him. He was completely consumed by visions of fame, status, and public adoration. He lunged for the glowing object. Everything here belongs to me. His fingers were mere inches from his sphere. I'm officially the champion of this trial. But the moment his hand clamped down, the orb felt horribly soft and gelatinous. He froze in confusion. A sponge? What the hell is this? Fire frog, egg sac. Insect class, rank 3. A cluster containing thousands of unhatched larvae. Adult fire frogs are never far from their brood. In a split second, a tidal wave of fire frogs erupted from the shadows. The creatures swarmed him instantly, covering him in a carpet of burning scales. They shoved him back until he tripped and fell. He shrieked in a pure frenzy, see old Gangrim. Help me. Gangrim simply watched him with a look of icy indifference. Consider this the karma you've earned for trying to stab me in the back. Gunam continued to wail and curse. Save me. Gangrim, please. You piece of garbage, see old Gangrim. Don't you dare leave me like this. Scene shifts to the glowing crystal cavern deep within the scorching hell. Gangrim calmly retrieved a shimmering, sub-zero block of ice. Glacial crystal. Ghost class, rank 1. A rare elemental fragment. Possessing it significantly boosts water-type affinity. He sat down amidst the heat. Open shop interface. A digital panel materialized. To unlock the market, one must possess a spirit jade. Back in my first life, I didn't even know these shops or jades existed. He remembered the grueling fight with the colossal worm. He had bisected the monster's massive body with a single stroke. I managed to harvest a few jade from that carcass, so I'm able to access the shop now, because I planned ahead before entering this room. Gangrim tapped a shimmering icon. Purchase confirmed. Wishing vessel. The item appeared in his hands. Damn, I had to burn through my achievement points since I'm short on actual currency. Wishing vessel. Ghost class, rank 1. Place an offering inside and offer a prayer for a specific item. Be warned, an inferior offering results in total loss. He flipped the lid and dropped the ice block inside. What a pretentious name. At the end of the day, it's just a gacha machine that demands high-value sacrifices. He closed his eyes, folding his hands in mock reverence. This glacial crystal is a rank 3 ghost tier item. He focused his intent. What I really need is a top-tier ghost artifact. Prayer in progress. A soft light pulsed from a box. The categories are slightly different, but since they share a ghost origin, the RNG might actually favor me. The light faded, and Gangrim looked inside, his face dropping. He pulled out a jar, sighing in disappointment. Reward received. Insect class, rank 3, monster honey. He stood up and casually shattered several more nearby ice formations. He began hoarding them into a pile. If I can't win with quality, I'll overwhelm the system with quantity. With this much fodder, I'm bound to hit the jackpot. I'll keep pulling until I get the prize I want. A bloodied tooth was spat onto the scorching floor. Gunam was a mess of blisters and burns. Soul Gongrim, you absolute bastard. He dragged his battered body through the tunnels. You think you can just dump me here and walk away? When I find you, he hissed through cracked lips, I'm going to bury this blade in your throat. A flicker of light caught his eye. Huh, what's that? Another egg? His eyes went wide with sudden realization. No, wait. It's... The heavy exit doors slowly ground open. Gunam emerged triumphantly, clutching a rare fire frog specimen. The second gateway leading out of the trial cleared. Room of scorching hell. I'm the winner. I'm the first to cross the finish line. Jalindo, Zeong Gunam. The crowd erupted in cheers of admiration. Gunam, you clear the whole room? That's incredible. And in a single day, he beamed with arrogant pride. Yes, this is the glory I was born for. I'm 1,000 times better than that loser Seol Gangrim. He spotted his target and approached with a menacing aura. Seol Gongrim, there you are. He barked at him. How dare you abandon your partner? I was waiting for you at the rendezvous for hours. Gangrim looked puzzled. About that. Gunam's face turned lethal. About you leaving me to die. Anna suddenly stepped between them. John Gunam, the official first clearance holder of the scorching hell. Gunam instantly switched to a charming, wide smile. Yes, ma'am. That would be me. He extended his hand with a smug grin. I'll let your little stunt slide, just this once. How about we shake on it and bury the hatchet? Gangrim had seen through his transparent charade from the very beginning. Yet, he played along and grasped the hand. Initializing skill, palmistry insight. He tightened his grip, a cold focus in his eyes. Don't be so nervous. I'm just reading your destiny. Seul Gongrim. Gunam felt a surge of triumph as the data flooded his mind. Being the first to conquer the room and seeing the look on this loser's face is pure bliss. Seul Gongrim. Class. Insect rank 3. Element. Fire. Skill pyrokinesis. Insect class, rank 3. Flash draw. Human class, rank 1. He blinked, stunned by the results. Rank 3 insect. I could have sworn he was at least human class. A look of pure disdain crossed his face. I went through all that trouble just to rub shoulders with a bottom-tier nobody? Gangrim played the part perfectly, looking back with a flicker of feigned anxiety. But once the contact was broken, his entire posture relaxed into one of hidden confidence. He pressed a hand to his chest, exhaling softly. Good thing I triggered that seal in time. A spiritual light faded from his chest. Veil of protection. Ghost class, rank 1. Obscures the window of fate, feeding intruders a fabricated profile. He analyzed the trade-off. My mana was tapped out after securing this amulet. I couldn't loot anything else. At least that snake found the crystal I planted inside a frog. Gunam began his boastful self-intro. Since I'm a water type, my power is... Anna interrupted him sharply. Just tell me how you secured the glacial crystal. Dako Jun watched from the side, baffled. Even Gangrim looked like he'd been through a blender. Yet this guy clears the room in a day without a scratch. After finishing her notes, Anna turned to leave. I appreciate the report. Gunam be met? Anytime. A voice called out, Hey, John Gunam. Jun walked over, slapping him on the back. You're a legend, man. He looked at Dako Jun. Like him, a god class rank 3. Jun clicked his tongue, unimpressed. I hit that room a few days back and got chewed up. Gangrim must be way weaker than the hype suggests. Feyunam leaned in. He's just a rank 3 insect. A complete lightweight. Jun gasped. No way, seriously? Gunam added. He spent the whole time running for shadows. June laughed, clapping his hands. Then it sounds like you're the real hero of this story, not him. Soaking up the praise, Gunam's ego swelled. Well, I don't like to brag, but Yun grinned, exactly. Let's grab a drink, and you can tell me everything. Gangrim watched them from a distance, satisfied. The fates of Dako Jun and John Gunam are now hopelessly tangled. He faded into the shadows. Dako Jun will be too busy feeding his ego to worry about me for a while. Synergy alert, toxic fate. A corrupting shadow is beginning to stain John Gunam's destiny. Everything was falling into place. Jun will unintentionally neutralize Gunam for me. The plan is working better than I dare to hope. The scene shifts to a stark, dimly lit briefing room. Unit 2 High Command Emergency Session. Gamdu turned to Anna. Is this John Gunam approaching Ghost Class status? Anna shook her head firmly. Negative. He's strictly human class. Gamdu Fourned. Was he acting alone? He was accompanied by the recruit, Seol Gangrim, she replied. Sungtae's eyes went wide. Wait, that kid again? Gamdu leaned back, tapping his chin. He tags along, but the other guy gets the first clear? That doesn't sit right with me. Anna tilted her head. Agreed, sir. However, the recruit's testimony. John Gunam gave a bizarre explanation. He claimed he stumbled upon a fire frog that had conveniently swallowed the glacial crystal. Gamdu is Eisnahod. Nonsense. Those monsters shouldn't even be able to breach the grotto. We have a high-grade barrier there. Anna checked her tablet. I verified the logs. A playback of the second trial surveillance feed flickered onto the wall. The protective seal was gone. The grotto had been overrun, and the monsters had devoured the crystals. Gamdu's face turned a violent shade of red, his temper reaching a boiling point. Verored u sunte. Is this how you oversee security? Sunta estamet. I ran the checks personally. There's no way the barrier should have failed. He tried to pivot, voice trembling. Besides, look at the bright side. These record-breaking clear times prove our candidates are elite. Gamdu slammed his fist onto the table, the sound echoing like a gunshot. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. You Sungtae, are you prepared to gamble your career on that statement? He glared at the man. You think potential matters when your plans are riddled with holes? You think these kids can waltz through the third gate? Sungtae choked on his words. Well, sir. He looked down, unable to hold the commander's gaze. Will you sign the death warrants when every single one of them is slaughtered? Gamdu's tone was ice cold. Beyond the third gate lies the raw demon realm. If we send them in half-baked, they're nothing but snacks for the abyss. He stood up, ending the debate. Double the training intensity. We need them stronger. He added, and put a shadow on Seol Gangrim. I want to know his every move. Back in the hallway, Gangrim stood before a massive door, looking genuinely perplexed. The entrance was wrapped in heavy chains and plastered with restrictive talismans. The path is blocked. A crimson notification appeared in the air. Notice, the opening of the third gate is delayed indefinitely. Future updates will follow. Signed, Unit 2, Destiny Protection Agency. The timeline shifts back to a few days prior. Gangrim lingered, eavesdropping on the chatter. Are you actually buying that story John Gunam told about is clear? I'll be an expert on frog anatomy at this rate. What if he's just feeding us a load of garbage? The blonde trainee shrugged. Why would he? What's the point in faking a strategy? The other remained skeptical. It's just fishy. None of the heavy hitters who finished the stage are actually hanging out with him. The skeptic paused, nodding slowly. Huh, you got a point there. Think about it. Even Dako Jun and Seol Gangrim were way behind him on the clock, and they were supposed to be the ones to watch. His companion added, and notice how those two ditched him the second they got out? Something's off. The blonde looked up. Well, let's just keep our eyes peeled for now. Gangrim let out a dry, mirthless chuckle. I see he's been busy poisoning the well with fake tips. Dako Jun clearly saw through him. If they stayed a duo, I could have taken them both down in one move. A glowing crimson system alert materialized in his field of vision. He scanned the text carefully. All personnel report to the main hall at 1800 hours sharp tonight. Anna Vitasia. Here we go. Anna stood before the massive, sealed portal. Greetings, everyone. She took charge of the assembly. I've gathered you here to reveal the details of your third trial. She swept her hand toward the gate. Effective immediately. The restrictive talismans dissolved into sparks of light. That you're authorized to pass through the third gateway. An excited roar rippled through the crowd of trainees. Her expression grew grave. Beyond this point, you are entering the true demon realm. This is no longer a controlled environment simulated by the agency. She added, because of the increased lethality, individual clears are no longer mandatory. You are encouraged to form groups. Anna leaned in, her voice dropping. In the heart of the abyss. That the climate is unforgiving, and the creatures you encounter will be predatory and relentless. They are far more intelligent and significantly more dangerous than anything you've faced. She continued, The celestial beings will be observing your performance in the demon realm with great interest. She raised a device. If a god attempts to contact you, do not be hasty. Always consult your guide interface for verified instructions first. Everyone scrambled to check their devices. The guide just updated. She noted, we've integrated survival protocols for various abyssal hazards. I strongly suggest you memorize them. Anna clasped her hands formally. That is the extent of the guidance we can provide. Her brow furrowed with genuine concern. Please. The trainees went silent, feeling the weight of her words. Try to stay alive. One recruit shivered, his face pale. Did she just imply our survival is a coin flip? The room erupted into frantic whispers. If there's no cap on squad size, we need to pack the team. Forget that. Read the manual before we step a foot in there. Suddenly, a young girl pounced onto Gangrim's back with a laugh. Hey! He spun around, caught off guard. Oh, it's you too. The twin sisters hovered close. Can you even tell who is who? It's so boring. Everyone else just treats us like the same person. He looked at them with a hidden warmth. How could I forget? In the dark days of my past life, you two and Shinsuo were the only ones who stayed by my side when Gunam was ruining my name. He offered a small smile. You may look identical, but your paths are worlds apart. Yinbom teased. People would know who's who if you just get a haircut. Yin Jiayun huffed. My style is non-negotiable. He focused his mind, triggering his skill. Destiny Jiskolvidi, Yunbong. Rank, Dragon Class, Rank 1. Affinity, Metal. Skill, Absolute Trajectory. Go Subclass, Rank 1. Projectiles or abilities will ignore external variables to strike the intended target. Cost scales with distance. Rank, Dragon Class, Rank 1. Affinity, Metal. Skill, Precision Sight. Go Subclass, Rank 1. Long-range attacks and powers are guaranteed to find their mark. Mana drain is determined by the target's rank and range. Gangrim looked at the floor, a lump in his throat. Some tragedies never change. Flickers of memory haunted him. In the original timeline, Yunbom managed to claw her way back. But Yunbom was shattered by what happened. Because Yun Jiayun, she never made it past this third gate. The system text bled red. Warning. Detecting the White Fox Reaper's mark on Yun Jiayun. A fatal omen is looming over her. Realizing the urgency, he spoke up. Yun Jiayun. Thought would you be willing to join my party for this trial? She lit up instantly. I'm in. Anything beats hunting with my bossy big sister. Her twin barked, excuse me? He looked at Yunbom, a silent vow in his eyes. This time, I'm bringing both of you home. He pressed his palm against the frost-covered door. The trial parameters flashed. Trial 3, the Frozen Vault. Objective, cull at least one of every native species in the glacial basin. Progress, 0/10. Deadline, 14 days. They stepped into a world of light. A razor-sharp gale whipped past them. Atmospheric alert. Water essence is dominant. This environment actively suppresses Seol Gangrim's destiny. All attributes reduced by 10. A cold, synthesized voice echoed. Welcome to the Frozen Vault. The sisters huddled together, teeth chattering. It's freezing. Yunbom tried to focus. The goal is hunting, remember? Yun Jiayun squinted through the snow. I can't see a single thing in this whiteout. Suddenly, several small shapes hopped into view. Oh look, those bunnies are absolutely precious. But the rabbit's innocent, shimmering eyes suddenly dilated into a terrifying, glowing crimson. Their bodies twisted into gruesome shapes as a sudden spray of crimson painted the snow. The creatures were dismantled in a heartbeat. One-horned rabbit. Insect class, rank 1. Seriously? These things are pathetic compared to a standard rank 1. The twins navigated the interface with a mix of excitement and frustration. This shop menu is a nightmare. Tons of gear, but not even a search bar? The younger sister blinked in surprise. How do you navigate this so fast? You played it cool. Well, I've spent a lifetime in these menus. The UI is almost identical to an old RPG I used to grind, he lied. She tugged at his sleeve. Help me pick. I'm leaning toward a high-tier bow and some enchanted arrows. A short while later, both sisters were fully equipped with professional-grade weaponry. Gangrim stayed in a constant flow, systematically thinning the rabbit population. The girls were locked in a playful rivalry. That makes 10. I'm officially ahead of you. He watched Yunbom. She handled a firearm with the instinct of a born professional. Then he shifted his gaze to Yun Jiayun, remembering she had once been a top-tier archer on the national circuit. He noted their lethal efficiency. Their kill rate is through the roof now that they have gear that matches their natural muscle memory. He drifted back to his memories. In the world that was, Yunbom became a legendary, peerless sniper. Gangrim's mind raced. If Yun Jiayun had survived, they would have been an unstoppable duo. Their combined potential would have reshaped the leaderboard. A heavy shadow crossed his heart. In the previous timeline, the light in Yunbom's eyes died the same day her sister did. Yunbom turned into a ghost of her former self. The laughter simply vanished from her life. Driven by a hollow, burning need for vengeance, she dedicated every waking hour to slaughtering monsters. She became a cold-blooded executioner on the battlefield. Her meteoric rise eventually caught the eye of Sura, one of the 5 Titan guilds. She lived in a permanent state of mourning, a powerful warrior who had forgotten how to be happy. Gangnam looked at them now, vibrant and alive. Both possess incredible destinies. They could reach heights they never dreamed of. He made a silent vow. I will save Yun Jiayun, and by doing so, I'll save Yunbom from that dark future. I'll pave the way for them to join the Flying Tiger Guild instead. He calculated the ripple effect. If I do this, the Flying Tiger members who were once picked off by Sura's sniper might actually live to see tomorrow. He checked on them again. Right? I'm not letting Yun Jiayun out of my sight for a second. Suddenly, the blood drained from his face as a cold dread took hold. Gangrim's heart hammered against his ribs. Only Yunbom remained on the field. Where is Yun Jiayun? Where did she go? The two of them began a frantic search through the frozen terrain. Yun Jiayun, answer me. He shouted until his throat burned. Yun Jiayun. Yunbom scanned the tree line, her voice trembling. She just stepped away for a minute. Why would she wander off this far? He snapped his head toward a sound. I heard a scream. That way. She looked confused. A scream? I didn't hear anything, but he was already sprinting. I know what I heard. A faint, muffled voice drifted from the earth. Guys, over here. I'm down here. Yunbonga spid. Yunjun. Yunjun was trapped at the bottom of a jagged fissure. The snow just gave way under me. Yunbom peered over the edge. Hold on. We'll get you out. Gangrim dropped into the pit without a second thought. Are you hurt? She shook her head. I'm fine, but this guy's in bad shape. He turned his gaze toward the figure slumped in the shadows next to her. His eyes narrowed instantly. It was John Gunam. Gunam gritted his teeth, his face a mask of bitter resentment. Of all the people, why did it have to be Seal Gangrim? Gangrim offered a dry, mocking sigh. Need a lift? Gunam barked back, go to hell. I don't want anything from a loser like you. Without a word, Gangrim turned to the girl. Fine by me. Let's move. She looked back, hesitant. Wait, we're really just leaving him? With Yunbom's help, they hoisted the girl to safety. He said he's paralyzed because some horrific monster ambushed him. Gongrim post. Paralytic toxins? He looked back into the pit one last time with total apathy. It was probably just a rabbit scratch. The numbness will wear off eventually. Gunam lay in the dirt, shaking with rage as their voices faded. Rabbits? The weakest mobs in the zone? Yun Jiayun, you didn't have to humiliate me. Gangrim, you'll pay for this. He struck the ground in a fit of powerless fury. Someone needs to teach that bastard a lesson. His voice dripped with poison. Exactly. Traitors and scum deserve to suffer for their crimes. A new voice drifted down from the rim of the pit. Looks like you could use a helping hand. Gunam then said, who's there? The scene shifts. Gangrim ushered the sisters back toward the portal. Time to go. This place turns into a death trap after sunset. They pouted. But we're on a roll. Our stats are up, and we've got points to spend. He kept a firm but gentle tone. Don't get greedy. This was only day one. She looked at him hopefully. You'll be back to lead us tomorrow, right? He gave her a reassuring nod. You have my word. We're finishing this trial together. She beamed. Yes. We'll conquer this whole place as a team. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar ripped through the atmosphere. The sound carried a weight of pure, ancient malice. That's not a normal mob. Gangrim bolted toward the source. Get to the safe zone. Now, don't look back. Yunbom's voice trembled with concern. Wait, what about your safety? He looked over his shoulder. I just realized I dropped something important. I'll catch up shortly. A pack of ravenous wolves has encircled Sua's team, teeth bared. The predators are locked in a state of primitive, bloodthirsty madness. She stands her ground, bracing for the impact. Keep your heads, everyone. Don't break formation. Panic flares in her chest as she watches her allies struggle against the onslaught. She takes the lead, her voice ringing out like a clarion. Get behind me. Now. Skill triggered with leaf method. Sua swings her blade in a rhythmic arc, parrying the wolves' savage lunges. She refuses to buckle. Her emerald barrier shields the group. Concentrate, Sua, she whispers. I need to thin their numbers immediately to give the others a fighting chance. Suddenly, a lead wolf breaches her guard, sinking its fangs deep into her shoulder. Crimson stains her sleeve. She hisses through the pain. If only we had one more capable sword on our side. At that exact moment, Gangrim surges into the fray. System, consuming achievement points. Pyrokinesis has ascended to SSS-Class, rank 2. He incinerates the threat, pulling her back from the brink. Soul Gongrim. Every movement he makes is a masterclass in lethality, efficient, cold, and flawless. Reinvigorated, she joins him to cut down the remaining stragglers. The chaos subsides. She leans on her sword, gasping. That was incredibly fast. I owe you one, Seol Gangrim. Despite the victory, Gangrim's face remains a mask of dark frustration. Safe within the waiting area, he confronts her. Why didn't you prioritize your own escape? The rest of the group watches the exchange, stunned by his intensity. Gangrim's voice is sharp and unforgiving. You had no business staying in a fight that was clearly over your head. He barks a warning. When the odds are against you, you run. You had the speed to get out unscathed, yet you chose to stay. Suan meets his gaze hurt. You're always treating me like I'm made of glass. He scoffs. Luck was your only savior today. His worry is manifesting as pure irritability. What if those beasts had a hidden trump card? What if I hadn't been nearby to bail you out? Vivid flashes of a darker timeline surge through his mind. A senseless, avoidable tragedy. The haunting memory of Sua's corpse in his past life drives him to near madness. I won't watch you die a second time. He roars. Are you so eager to be a martyr? Protecting others is a luxury reserved for those who actually have the power to stay alive. He pivots, his back like a wall of ice. Don't you ever forget that. He adds over his shoulder, the moment you get complacent is the moment you become a casualty. The twins rush to Sua's side to console her. Are you okay? He's being so cruel. Is he basically saying we should have been left for dead? She manages a faint, bittersweet smile. She shakes her head. He isn't being mean. He's just terrified for me. The twins look confused. What? She adds, he still came back for us, didn't he? She watches him walk away. I don't know why he insists on playing the villain. Beneath that thorns, he's the most protective person I've ever met. Sua calls out, her voice softening the air, Seol Gangrim. He freezes in place. Thank you for caring about what happens to me. He lets out a long, weary sigh. I'm such a fool, he thinks. The scene transitions. The third gate leaderboard flickers. Frozen Vault. First clear, Dako Jun species eradicated. October 10th. Anna looks at the stats with a touch of disappointment. Official log, Frozen Vault conquered. Someone beat us to it. I really thought we had the first clear in the bag. I just finished 2. Wow, talk about a photo finish. The twins turn to him. Are you heading out now? Gangrim shakes his head. I'm staying until you two have secured your clear status. He observes the sisters' playful banter in silence. Since no one returns once they finish, I'll have the whole zone to myself later. Gangrim begins plotting his real move. My target is the secret achievement for hunting the hidden 11th monster type. Yinbom pouts, nudging her sister. Yin Jiayun, get your own kills. You're poaching all of mine. A nagging sense of dread remains. The pace of this world is accelerating faster than my previous life. It's making me nervous. He focuses his vision. Skill active, destiny discovery. System warning, residue of the white fox death spirit detected. The scent of mortality is thickening nearby. He scans the horizon, eyes narrowing. Is someone else's fate about to be snuffed out alongside Yin Jiayun's? The log continues. Vile synergy detected. A demonic taint is weaving itself into John Gunam's future. He grits his teeth. If our paths cross one more time, things are going to get messy. Gangrim rubs his chin thoughtfully. Should I just end his life right here and now? Before heading off, he reminds the sisters, I'm going to scout the ridge ahead. Keep your guard up and stay close to each other. The girl chirps back, understood, boss. He sets off, blade in hand. As long as those two remain inseparable, they should be safe from any wandering threats. Gunam is already there, blocking his path with a smug look. Finally, I've been tracking you, Seol Gangrim. He asks flatly, what do you want? Gunam manipulates a hovering crystal with a flick of his wrist. I believe it's time I settled our debt. His irises bleed into a sinister crimson. I'm going to make you pay for every humiliation you've caused me. Gangrim remains unfazed. And you honestly believe a coward like you has what it takes, you piece of trash? He raises his hand with arrogant flair as a blinding light erupts. I'm the protagonist. Can't you hear the divine voice, John? Gunam gestures, summoning jagged shards of ice wrapped in a lethal, freezing mist. He sneers, his face twisted with malice. Prepare yourself, Seol Gangrim. He unleashes a volley of ice arrows. Gunam bellows, witness the true power of a god. Gangrim grips his hilt and deflects the projectiles with surgical precision. He grits his teeth. I knew this was coming. He recalls Anna's earlier warning. The higher powers will be scrutinizing your every move in the demon realm. His expression hardens as a bead of sweat slides down his temple. He thinks, you've let this obsession consume your soul. The interface flashes, activating skill, destiny discovery. A data panel hovers over the white-haired man, John Gunam. Human class, rank 1. Vessel of the smallpox deity. He brags, I'm the lead of this story. It's only natural that the heavens would bless me with their favor. A fleeting image of Gunam groveling before a shadowy deity flickers in the air. Those who forge contracts with the divine are known to the world as shamans. As Gunam spirals out of control, commanding a storm of frozen daggers, Gangrim realizes the divine blessing has amplified his power tenfold. His eyes darken as he assesses the situation. Luckily, he's only tied to a low-tier spirit like John 1. Gangrim runs a finger along his blade, igniting it with a searing flame. He notes, his mana pool has expanded, and he's unlocked a nasty new trick. A chilling ice shard streaks toward his chest. A system alert pops up. Small Puck's Ult. Human class, rank 1. Channels Divine Blight to infect targets upon contact. Once triggered, the wound becomes a festering source of contagion. Gangrim glares at the oncoming frost. He exhales slowly. One touch, and I'm riddled with disease? What incredibly tedious ability. Gangrim decides to drain the fool's mana first. He swings his sword in a wide arc, cleaving a massive tree trunk with a thunderous strike. He retreats into the thicket, leaving a trail of blazing timber to mask his movements. Gunam pursues him like a madman, firing blighted shards into the brush. He screams, "There's no escape, you coward." A section of the woods is suddenly consumed by a roaring wall of crimson fire. John Gunam draws the surrounding frost into his palms. He screams into the sky, "Divine judgment will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Without warning, a stampede of red-eyed boars thunders out from the dense foliage. The herd barrels between the two combatants, completely shattering Gunam's focus. The charging beasts are struck by Gunam's stray ice arrows and collapse in heaps. He continues his frantic chase, howling curses, "Damn it! Stop running and fight me, Seal Gangrim." John Gunam snarls, "Get out of my way, you filthy animals." He leaps high into the air to clear the herd, but a massive elder boar lunges with its jaws agape. Caught midair, Gunam is slammed violently into its razor-sharp tusk. His face twists in agony as he coughs up a spray of thick, dark blood. The impact sends him spiraling, and he hits the frozen ground with a sickening thud. The Titan boar ignores its fallen victim and vanishes back into the trees. Suddenly, a hollow, mocking voice echoes through the clearing. I sensed the divine blessing and expected a warrior, but this human is pathetic. Then again, what else can you expect from a bottom-tier deity? Gunam's red eyes flare as he gasps for air. He looks around frantically, but the clearing is empty. He wonders, this isn't John 1. Are other gods mocking me? The voice sneers. Watching such a weak creature struggle is actually quite entertaining. Gunam claws at the snow. You think, this is funny? Another voice whispers, precisely. Suddenly, a cold blade sinks deep into John Gunam's shoulder, drawing a scream of pure torment. Gangrim pins him to the snow, his hands steady on the hilt. The mysterious voice chuckles, "Oh, the protagonist lost." John Gunam's spirit breaks. He weeps into the frost, pleading, "Master John 1, please, save me from this nightmare." Gangrim wrenches the blade free with a wet slide. He whispers softly, "Hey, John Gunam." Seal Gangrim's eyes are like shards of glass. Is your thirst for revenge satisfied yet? He rests the tip of the sword against Gunam's ear. Holding him down, he continues, "You've been hunting me for a while now. You knew exactly what would happen when I caught you, didn't you?" Suddenly, from the tree line, a small figure sprints toward them, shouting, "Big brother, Gongrim." Gangrim drives his sword into the permafrost and speaks icily. "This is your lucky day, John Gunam." He stands and sheathes his weapon, his voice dropping to a deadly warning. "The next time we do this, you die. Try to get your act together before then." Gangrim moves toward the girl, his tone softening instantly. "I told you to stay put." Yunbom is too panicked to listen. She reaches him breathless and gasps, "Gangrim, something terrible has happened." Yunbom sprinted toward him, shrieking. A stampede of snow pigs came out of nowhere. They ran right over Yun Jiayun. The words hit Gangrim like a physical blow. "What? What'd you just say?" Yunbom broke down in tears. "She's gone." The herd swept her away. A ghostly, mocking voice vibrated in the air. "What a tragedy. Your very existence is a magnet for misfortune." Fractured memories of his past life flooded back. So many lives ruined just by being near him. His parents, his friends, everyone he touched seemed to wither. Disaster followed in his footsteps. Seeing the color drain from his face, Yunbom shook his arm. "Gongrim, talk to me. Are you okay?" "It's my curse," he thought, paralyzed by dread. The malicious voice hissed again. "I told you. A savior? You? Don't make me laugh." Snapping out of the dark trance, Gangrim bolted past Yunbom. "I'm going to find her," he roared, leaving the girl gasping in his wake. "Wait, where are you going?" Yunbom scrambled to keep up. Don't leave me behind. Gangrim spun around, halting her. Go back to the safe zone, Yunbom. Now. She stared at him, wounded. What? She lunged forward, grabbing his cloak. I'm not letting you go alone. She's my sister. Gangrim's voice cracked with desperation. But if the curse takes you too. The sheer volume of his shout made her flinch, and tears spilled over. You're the one who warned me never to be alone out here. She cried out. Her knuckles turned white as she clung to him. How can you expect me to just walk away when Jion might be dying? Gangrim relented, his shoulders dropping. Fine. You come with me, but if it gets too dark or the danger spikes, you turn back instantly. Deal? He waited for her nod. Seeing her resolve, he sighed. All right, let's move. They trudged through the knee-deep powder as the blizzard turned into a roar. I never saw exactly how she died last time, Gangrim realized, but the omen is screaming. Please, let me be fast enough. Yunbom scanned the white out, whispering, it's too quiet. Where are all the monsters? Gangrim didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. Smaller predators vanish when a true apex monster is on the prowl. A guttural growl vibrated through the wind. Did you hear that? Yumbongaspid. Gangrim, snatch your hand. Behind a ridge. Move. They dived behind a massive frozen slab, just as a towering, fur-covered shadow loomed through the mist. The beast turned, sniffing the air. It was a Yeti, Ghost Class, rank 3. A legendary mountain dweller, cloaked in matted white fur. They are reclusive spirits that only emerge during storms to hunt anything that challenges their strength. Gangrim peeked over the edge, his heart hammering against his ribs. His stomach dropped. Clutched in the Yeti's massive, frost-covered grip was the limp form of Yunjiun. Before he could stop her, Yunbom surged forward, drawing her revolver with trembling hands. She leveled the barrel at the monster's head. The click of the hammer cocking echoed like a gunshot in the silence, drawing the Yeti's gaze. Gangrim tackled her back into the shadows, just in time. The Yeti scanned the rocks, grunting in confusion when it found nothing but snow. A faint, ethereal violet light began to pulse around Gangrim's form. He whispered under his breath, wait. A system prompt flickered to life. Skill execution, destiny theft. A glowing runic circle expanded from his feet, searching for the spark of a soul. A second later, the status bar appeared. No casualties detected within range. The tension left his body in a shaky breath. She's still alive. We can't rush it, he whispered. A direct hit will just make it crush her. Watching the behemoth trudge away, Gangrim analyzed its path. It's heading for its lair. It's got a snow pig carcass in the other hand. It's going home to eat. They trailed it to a jagged cliffside. We wait for it to set her down, Gangrim commanded. Yunbom checked her weapon. And then we light it up? Gangrim put a hand on her gun. No, we're outclassed. We have to be smarter than it is. He handed her a compact flare gun and 3 shells. The second it drops Jiun, fire this into the distance. Draw its focus away and run like your life depends on it. Don't stop firing. She blinked at the orange tool. A signal flare? He gripped her shoulder. No fighting. Just be the bait. Can you handle that pressure? I can, she replied, her voice turning steady. Gongrim nodit. The moment it chases you, I'll slip in and pull Jiun out of that hole. He dropped down the ledge, disappearing into the white. With her speed and the high ground, he reasoned she could lead that brute on a wild goose chase through the crags. Peering through her scope, Yunbom saw the Yeti toss the girl onto a pile of furs. She took a deep breath and aimed the flare gun at the horizon. The sky erupted in a brilliant, searing crimson light. The sudden flash and the screeching hiss of the flare snapped the Yeti's head around. It let out a thunderous roar, its massive muscles tensing as it focused on the intruder. Exactly as planned, the beast ignored its captive and charged toward the source of the light. Yunbom didn't wait. She turned and vanished into the rocky terrain. Gangrim didn't waste a second, sprinting toward the cave. Yin Jiun, hang on. Gangrim shook her shoulder, his voice urgent. Snap out of it. Open your eyes, Yin Jiun. He cradled her head, realization sinking in. She's out cold. I can't force-feed her recovery medicine while she's in this state. He hoisted her limp body onto his shoulder with a grunt. I have to get her back to the lobby now. Suddenly, Gangrim's breath hitched as he froze in place. A second massive Yeti loomed like a tower directly in his path. Gangrim hissed a curse. Damn it, I didn't account for a second one guarding the den. Its crimson eyes locked onto him with primal hunger. The beast lunged, its massive hands sweeping through the air. Gangrim ignited his palms with a burst of heat, cursing his luck. My fortune in this life is truly bottom tier. Outside, Yunbom was still sprinting, sending another bright flare screeching into the sky. The Yeti she was baiting came to a sudden, bone-rattling halt in the snow. Unexpectedly, it pivoted on its heel, abandoning the chase for the girl. Yunbom skidded to a stop, her heart sinking. Wait, what? Why is it turning back? The realization hit her like ice water. Gangrim and her sister were still in the cave. She frantically fired her last flares, screaming, "Hey, over here, you coward. I'm the one you want." She shrieked in desperation, "Come back and fight me." Back in the shadows of the cave, the second Yeti's glowing gaze never left Gangrim. It tossed a half-eaten carcass aside and pounced toward him with a guttural roar. He sighed inwardly. I knew destiny wouldn't give me an easy win. He gathered a swirling sphere of flame in his palm. As Gangrim shifted his stance, tongues of fire began to lick around his boots as well. The Yeti brought a massive foot down, but Gangrim dived, sliding through the beast's legs like a shadow. He spun around, positioning himself behind the monster's blind spot. Suddenly, a heavy vibration from the entrance caught his ear, and his eyes widened in alarm. He glanced back to see the first Yeti, the one lured away, barreling back into the cavern at full speed. With Yin Jaeun's weight on his back, Gangrim was now trapped between two furious, mountain-sized predators. He ground his teeth together, his eyes narrowing into twin slits of fire. He moved with fluid grace, narrowly avoiding a double-handed smash from the giants. He gently lowered Yin Jaeun near a stack of dry wood. As his flaming hand ignited the timber, he thought, fine, I needed the experience points anyway. Yin Jaeun remained motionless on the cold ground, oblivious to the chaos. Gangrim unsheathed his blade, whispering softly to the girl, "Hold on, Yin Jaeun, this will be over in a flash." His gaze turned lethal as he faced the converging monsters. "I'm going to turn you both into scrap." The two Yetis let out a synchronized, ear-splitting howl. Bearing rows of yellowed, serrated fangs, they charged simultaneously. The ground shook under their weight as Gangrim leveled his sword, preparing to meet the impact. Suddenly, he twitched his head to the side, noticing something in the environment. A predatory, confident smirk played on his lips. I see it now. This is the perfect setup. With a burst of speed, he rushed the two Yetis, his blade trailing a streak of incandescent fire. System prompt. Promotion. You have reached level 18. The two Yetis hammered the ground in a blind rage, trying to flatten the agile human, but he danced between their strikes, letting their own power shatter the ice beneath them. No matter how fast they swung, Gangrim was always a heartbeat ahead, baiting their movements. The red-tinted Yeti brought its fist down in a massive overhead slam, but Gangrim leaped high into the air. Mid-flight, he carved a searing arc through the air with his burning blade. He vaulted over the red Yeti's head, using its shoulder as a springboard toward the second beast. His maneuver caused the blue Yeti to miss its mark, accidentally delivering a staggering blow to its partner's skull. The red one reeled, completely disoriented. As the red Yeti buckled to its knees, Gangrim landed and delivered a devastating, flaming crosscut. The blue-skinned beast froze, its primitive mind struggling to process the sudden reversal. The thick ice shelf began to groan and splinter under the concentrated weight of the two giants. In an instant, the red Yeti plunged through the surface into the sub-zero depths. The blue one scrambled desperately, its claws digging into the crumbling edge. A crimson notification cut through the dark. System log. Target eliminated. Ghost class, rank 3 Yeti. Gangrim wiped his brow. Perfect. The demon realm's greatest weapon is the unstable terrain itself. He thought back to the fissure where Yun Jaeun had been trapped earlier. The ground here is nothing but a fragile crust waiting to break. Watching the blue Yeti struggle to haul its massive weight out of the freezing abyss, he knew it was over. These things aren't built for climbing out of traps. Suddenly, the monster's hand slammed down on a solid patch of ice, its eyes fixed on him with pure hatred. The massive impact sent jagged cracks racing across the frozen shelf. Plunging toward the abyss, Gangrim snarled, "Not like this." Suddenly, a lattice of sturdy branches whipped out from the shadows, snagging him mid-air. A silhouette stood at the fracture's edge, peering down at the dangling warrior. He glanced up, his heart hammering against his ribs in shock. Shin Su'a remarked with icy composure, "Lose your focus, and you're just another corpse in the snow, Seal Gangrim. Good thing I've got better timing than you." Gangrim let out a breathy, appreciative laugh. "I owe you one. Thanks." Su'a smirked, tilting her head. Save the gratitude for the girl who practically dragged me here. Behind her, Yunbom was already a blur of motion. Su'a reached out. "Let me haul you up." Gangrim shook his head. "No, lower me further. I have to verify something first." Later, after scrambling back to the surface, Gangrim found Yunbom sobbing over her twin. "Jaeun, wake up. Please don't leave me." Yun Jaeun remained motionless, her skin as pale as the surrounding drifts. A cold dread washed over Gangrim as he sprinted toward them. Was I still too slow? He clenched his fists, teeth grinding. Is the script of fate truly written in permanent ink? Can we never break the cycle? Beside him, Sua's usual confidence had vanished, replaced by a look of profound worry. Then, a weak, raspy sound cut through the whimpering. Yun Jiayun's fingers twitched, clutching his sleeve. It's freezing, she murmured, shivering violently. Sis, can you turn up the heat? I'm turning into an icicle. The heavy atmosphere shattered instantly. Sua and Yunbom let out cries of pure relief. The girl blinked, squinting at the sky. Where? Are we? Sua laughed through her tears. You're alive. You actually made it. Jiayun looked baffled. Duh. Was I planning an early retirement? Gangrim stood frozen, the breath catching in his throat at her words. A golden notification flickered. The mark of the White Fox Reaper has been purged from Yun Jiayun. The twins' usual bickering resumed. You idiot. You almost gave me a heart attack. The system interface hummed, displaying a reality that was being rewritten in real time. Gangrim stepped forward, drawn to the glowing text. His pupils dilated as he processed the impossible data on the screen. System alert. Destiny deviation successfully executed. Seol Gangrim's destiny rank has ascended. Insect class rank 3 has evolved to insect class rank 2. His updated profile materialized. Seol Gangrim. Class, insect rank 2. Affinity, fire. Destiny discovery, dragon rank 3. Destiny theft, dragon rank 1. Pyrokinesis, insect rank 2. Flash draw, ghost rank 3. He stared at the window in utter disbelief. Unbelievable. I spent my entire past life being told destiny ranks were set in stone at birth. Yunbom lunged at him, throwing her arms around his neck in a crushing hug. She's safe because of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she pulled away, her voice dropping to a shy whisper. Truly, thank you. Gangrim swiped the status window away, a gentle expression softening his face as he watched her dry her eyes. He decided to table the technical mysteries for later. Nearby, Sua checked Jiayun's vitals. How are the aches? Better, Jiayun grumbled, but that healing pill was the size of a golf ball. Gangrim grinned, ruffling Yunbom's hair affectionately. The only thing that matters right now. I'm just glad she's okay, he said softly. While the trio shared their victory, John Gunam was stumbling blindly through the freezing gale elsewhere. The distorted voice in his head fretted. Are you hurt? Oh dear, this won't do. Let me think. Let me try another blessing. Gunam flipped his middle finger at the empty air, screaming, You useless hack. Some god you are. I should have known better than to trust a freakish. The voice snapped back, icy and sharp. Watch your tongue, Gunam. He instantly recoiled, his voice cracking with terror. I am sorry. Lord John 1. Forgive me. Lord John 1. Gunam shouted again, his head whipping around as he heard a footstep. He spotted a familiar figure and yelped in surprise. Dako Jun. Wedged in a narrow ice fissure, Gunam begged for salvation. Yun? Get me out of here. Seol Gangrim tried to murder me. I was barely able to escape, and then... He spat vitriol at the snow. That bastard is a monster. Forget that hidden genius act. We need to team up and crush him. You said we were on the same side. Dako Jun stared down at him with cold, vacant eyes. If you were truly the main character, this would be a minor setback. But you lost. To an insect. Gunam sputtered, he's a cheat. Jun cut him off with a heavy, disappointed sigh. I entertained the idea that you were suppressing your power for my sake. I see now you're just mediocre. Gunam lay there, paralyzed. He shrieked. I am the protagonist. I'm the one. Now stop talking and pull me up. Jun paused, a mocking glint in his eye. If you're so special, surely you can transcend a mere hole on your own? The logic hit Gunam like a freight train, leaving him speechless. What? He backpedaled frantically. No. Wait. I'm not the hero. I'm just a guy. Please just save me. Jun asked with fake curiosity. You're not? Suddenly, Jun's gaze turned predatory, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. If you're not the protagonist, then you're just baggage. And I don't carry baggage. As Jun turned his back, Gunam's plea turned into a panicked wail. Wait. Don't go. You can't leave me here. You psycho. Come back. His desperate screams were swallowed by the vast, uncaring silence of the frozen peaks. Toguyun. Gangrim danced through the fray, his blade carving a path through the monsters closing in. With every rhythmic swing, another creature collapsed into the dirt. But the tide was relentless. Within moments, the shadows converged, trapping him in a tight circle. After finishing off the last of the pack, he slowly cleaned his steel. Suddenly, a cheerful shout broke the silence. Gangrim, we've cleared our side. Yun Jiayun puffed out her chest. I basically carry the team, just so you know. Yunbom scoffed in your dreams. You spent half the fight hiding in the back as support. Yin Jiayun turned on her twin. What? You just stole the opening kill. Meanwhile, I was... Suddenly, the color drained from Gangrim's face as he spotted a movement in the brush. He barked a desperate order, hit the dirt. Now, in a blur of steel, an unknown assailant swung a lethal blade directly at the girls' throats. Yinbom snarled, what the hell? Who do you think you are? The woman ignored her, her eyes fixed solely on him as she hissed, "Seal Gangrim." Baek Yang's predatory gaze locked onto the boy, her voice laced with venom. Hand over Seal Gangrim, and I'll grant you a mercy kill. Yinbom raised a revolver, jaw set. Behind her, Yin Jiayun notched an arrow. You're talking crazy, lady. Seeing them provoke the assassin, Gangrim reached out in a panic. No, lower your weapons. Gangrim sprinted toward them, shouting their names, Yinbom, Yin Jiayun, get away. But a fresh wave of nightmares erupted from the ground, blocking his path. He roared for the girls to run, but his heart stopped when he saw skeletal claws reaching for their heels. Suddenly, a cold hand clamped over Gangrim's face, snapping his head back with brutal force. 1,000 rotting hands burst from the earth, pinning him down. Through the chaos, he watched in agony as a blade finally found its mark, cutting the twins down. They collapsed, blood staining the snow, their wide, lifeless eyes boring into his with a look of pure betrayal. Why did you ever come into our lives? We would have been safe if you had just stayed away. Helpless, Gangrim listened to their dying whispers echo in his mind. Why didn't you protect us? We never should have invited you into our circle. Then a hollow, distorted voice vibrated through his soul. Never forget, Seal Gangrim. A ghostly Yinbom leaned into his ear, whispering with ice-cold breath, you are the one who murdered us. Suddenly, the roar of a faucet drowned out the voices. Gangrim gripped the edge of the sink, gasping for air. Just a nightmare. It wasn't real. He splashed freezing water over his face to chase away the lingering shadows. That future is dead, he muttered. I won't let history repeat itself. His gaze hardened in the mirror. Was that a premonition? Is the tragedy gaining on me? He pictured the twins' smiling faces, untainted by the blood of his dream. The system chimed softly. Yinbom regards you as her protector. Destinies are becoming inextricably linked. Yin Jiayun regards you as her protector. Destinies are becoming inextricably linked. He left the water running, a heavy gloom settling over him. I had to pull back. Being near me is a death sentence. Yinbom hovered by the bathroom door, her voice small. Gongrim, did we do something to make you hate us? Gangrim didn't look up. I just have a lot on my plate right now. Yinbom tried again, but Suwa is joining our party today. He felt a pang of lonely relief. They've bonded with Shin Suwa. They'll be safe with her. That's perfect, he said. She's a solid ally. Yinbom persisted. Then you come too. He sighed, maybe next time. With a soft click, he closed the door between them. Yin Jiayun stared at the wood, frowning. He's been acting like a total stranger lately. Yinbom whispered. He must have his reasons. The two headed downstairs and gave a disappointing thumbs down to Suwa. Suwa let out a weary sigh. Well, we can't wait forever. Let's tackle the fourth trial as a trio. She pushed open the heavy portal. The twins followed close behind, weapons ready. The lush, vibrant expanse of the Forest of Swords took their breath away. Mission objective. Exterminate monsters and harvest soul jades within the verdant labyrinth. Progress, 0/1000. Yinbom beamed to forest. This is way better than the ice. Yin Jiayun inhaled deeply. The air is actually sweet. Sua's hand went to her hilt. Stay sharp, girls. I sense something. Yinbom drew her pistol, scanning the trees. Is it an ambush? Where is it? Suwa parried a falling leaf with a blade. As another leaf grazed her knuckle, it left a clean, stinging slit. Suwa warned, it's not an animal. In this trial, the greenery itself is the weapon. A holographic map flickered into view. The Forest of Swords is a localized demon realm that loops infinitely. There is no exit. The only way out is through the objective. Under the canopy, brittle twigs began to shimmer, hardening into razor-sharp crystal shards. Yinbom checked her ammo, eyes lingering on the goal. 1,000 jades. We're going to be here all week. Suwa nodded. Let's start with a perimeter sweep. Yinbom crossed her arms, playing leader. We stay within eyesight this time. No wounding. Yin Jiayun rolled her eyes. I'm not a toddler. Yinbom snapped back. Gangrim said we stay together. End of story. Yin Jiayun's shoulders slumped. It's really not the same without him. Yinbom nodded silently. Suwa watched them, thinking he really made an impression on these two. She replayed Gangrim's harsh lecture in her mind. You're still playing at being a hero. Are you so eager to die for strangers? Heroics are a luxury you can't afford until you're strong enough to survive them. Sua's expression softened. She tapped her chin, a small smile forming. He's a jerk with his words, but his actions tell a completely different story. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the revision? Suddenly, Yunbom's voice rang out. I see something moving over there. At her cry, Shin Suo pivoted instantly toward the shadows. She spotted Yunjun drifting deeper into the thicket and shouted, Jiayun, get back here. Stop. The girl looked down at her boots, tilting her head in confusion as a dark crimson stain suddenly began to spread across the grass. Meanwhile, back at the base, Gangrim leaned on his palm, staring intensely at the peculiar egg resting on the table. Good grief, he sighed. As the shell cracked open to reveal a maw lined with needle-like fangs, Gangrim winced. This is even more repulsive than the rumors suggested. A window flickered over the creature. Mystery egg. Rank, TBD. Requires long-term nurturing to hatch. Evolution is dictated by its diet. Contents, encrypted. That egg was a complete gamble, capable of birthing one of 6 vastly different entities. A true anomaly. Which was my bonus for slaying the hidden 11th monster, the Yeti. Its final form depends entirely on what I choose to feed it. Gangrim swaddled the egg in a thick cloth, his mind already made up. I have a specific evolution in mind. I can't let it snack on just anything. It's not the biting I'm worried about, anyway. Besides, this wasn't the only prize from that hunt. The memory of the 2 Yetis spiraling into the dark abyss flashed before his eyes, along with the triumphant log. Target neutralized. Ghost class, rank 3 Yeti. A shimmering violet aura pulsed from Gangrim's skin as he gripped the hilt of his blade. Executing skill, Destiny Theft. Trait acquired, Battle Reflexes. Attribute harvested, Water. The status screen refreshed. Soul Gongrim. Current rank, Insect Class 2. Affinity, Fire. Gangrim focused his mind. Switch active attribute to Water. The system hummed in response, realigning his internal energy to the water element. A wave of refreshing coolness washed through his veins, and he exhaled in surprise. Elemental Mastery. Water triumphs over fire has been successfully unlocked. He pulled up his stats. The debuffs from the icy zone had finally vanished, replaced by peak performance. Soul Gongrim. Current rank, Insect Class 2. Affinity, Water. Sitting on his cot with the egg, Gangrim reflected. I was so broke in the frozen chamber because I had to dump all my points into water-type buffs just to survive. Now that I can steal attributes, that won't be an issue. I'll save my points for a high-tier weapon in the next zone. But fire is the king of this forest. Time to switch back. A moment later, he stepped through the shimmering veil of the portal, arriving in the 4th training room. System ping, verifying identity. Soul Gongrim, access granted. You have entered the Forest of Swords. An eerie, disembodied voice drifted through the trees. The frozen chamber was such a drag. Maybe this little group will be more entertaining? The voice seemed to ignore Gangrim's presence, continuing its monologue. Probably not. They're still just greenhorns. Then again, watching rookies stumble toward greatness has its own charm. Gangrim's jaw tightened. Constant chatter from the moment I arrive. Just how high is their rank that they think they can talk down to us? He tapped a command on his interface. Mute external deities. The voice gasped. Wait, did he just shut us out? Gangrim scanned the canopy. Were these things low-level spirits? Poltergeists? Another voice whispered. He hasn't even broken a sweat. The system suddenly buzzed. Warning, insufficient mental fortitude for high-level deity interaction. The entities found his defiance fascinating. He's got spine. Gangrim, how about letting me take the wheel of your body? Gangrim's eyes narrowed with cold fury. Immediately, a golden prompt appeared. The guardian of the Forest of Swords has extended an offer of stewardship. He stared at the screen. That must be the local land deity. He ignored the offer and pulled up the marketplace. Data on the zone populated. Land deities are minor gods who govern the laws of a specific territory. Accepting a deity's contract grants the user near absolute power, as long as they stay within that god's borders. But there's a catch. They are tethered to the soil. The second you step across the border, those powers evaporate into nothing. Gangrim weighed his options. This place is famous for being a confusing maze. If I accept, I never get lost, but I'd be their puppet. Purchase item, he commanded. A weathered scroll materialized in his hand. Transaction complete. Abyssal Realm Map. He unrolled the parchment immediately. I don't need a god to show me the way, he muttered. A message popped up. Map integrated. Fog of war cleared. 1. The map displayed his current location near a small gateway. Only the basics are visible for now, he noted. A tiny dot marked the entrance where he stood. But as I traverse the woods, the rest of the layout will fill itself in. The interface highlighted several other entry points scattered throughout the zone. Gangrim's brow furrowed in thought. Am I already nearing the border of the 4th sector? He pictured the massive transit hubs back at the agency. The Trainee Protection Agency is a massive complex divided into numerous isolated sectors. But as the trials get deadlier and the weak are filtered out, survivors from all sectors are funneled together. The map updated. Tracking. Entrance detected. Sector 2 gateway. The Guardian whispered again, Gangrim. Are you searching for a path? I can guide you to the heart of the woods, if you'll only accept my mark. Gangrim shoved the map into his pack. They're likely thinning the herds and herding us together to force a confrontation. The Guardian persisted. Can you still hear me, mortal? Gangrim didn't even look up. I'm not interested in being your pet. Find someone else. Suddenly, the system began screaming with red alerts. The Sovereign of Eternal Flames has invoked a prime artifact, Divine Trace. Universal broadcast will commence in 10 minutes. A blinding, incandescent light bathed the forest, making Gangrim squint against the glare. Through the light, a towering figure with a mane of burning orange hair materialized, reaching out a massive hand toward Gangrim. Would you like me to continue with the next chapter of the revision? Divine Proposition. The Sovereign of 10,000 Flames invites you to become his chosen vessel. Will you accept this contract? A shimmering golden interface materialized, catching Gangrim completely off guard. The Flame King dismisses the other deities currently observing as insignificant pests. A man with a mane of radiant orange hair flickered into view. Master of 10,000 Flames. He claims he can elevate a human with a fire affinity to heights of power beyond imagination. Gangrim exhaled a weary sigh. It's almost touching, he mused, that a high-tier god is scouting an insect class like me. So Gongrim. Status. Insect class rank 2. Affinity. Fire. Gangrim's resolve remained unshakable. But my answer is still no. I'm not becoming anyone's puppet. Even as the tempting prompts flooded his vision, the Flame Sovereign's voice boomed. Why do you hesitate to claim your destiny? The Master of 10,000 Flames insists that this is a once-in-a-lifetime shortcut to godhood. A system alert flashed. The Master of 10,000 Flames is fixated on your every move. A massive, chitinous locust lunged from a thicket. Gangrim didn't blink, drawing his steel and bisecting the creature as a geyser of lime-green fluids erupted. He pried a glowing stone from the beast's maw. Current progress, 36/1-000 soul jades. I've got a long road ahead to hit 1,000, he thought. This mission doesn't require 1,000 kills, since jades vary in quality. The value chart appeared. Objective, 1,000 points. Giant Maggot, rank 3 1 point. Blade Mantis, rank 2 5 points. Imp, human rank 3 10 points. Gangrim sheathed his blade and continued his trek. Last time, I wasted days grinding mantises because I was weak. I don't have to play it safe this time. Each imp is a jackpot of 10 jades. I'll hunt the high-value targets, he decided. Suddenly, his boot splashed into a thick, dark puddle. Gangrim looked down, his brow furrowing. This isn't Monster Ichor. It's a bloodbath. But who did this? He scanned the clearing in a cold sweat. The area was a graveyard of slaughtered locusts. He whispered, why is there so much human-like blood? Don't tell me. An image of a lion-headed beast man with piercing crimson eyes and a blood-stained blade surfaced in his mind. Gangrim felt a surge of pure terror. That monster. He's already hunting. He remembered the desperate struggle against that creature, a shadow of dread looming over him. In the previous timeline, a masked executioner hunted me down. Shin Sua was the only reason I survived that encounter. But the cost was high. He recalled the sickening sound of her sword shattering and the killer's blade carving through her face. She gave up and I had to pull me out of the jaws of death. Back then, a paralyzed and sobbing Gangrim could only watch as Sua collapsed into his arms. In the present, Gangrim sprinted through the forest of swords, driven by panic. After that night, the killer vanished and I never learned his face. Only Sua's team and Dako Jun's are supposed to be in this sector, right? He tore through the brush. His pulse drummed in his ears. If his blood belongs to one of them, I have to hurry. After a frantic search, Gangrim skidded to a halt. He found Yun Jiayun slumped motionless against a tree. A group of unfamiliar faces was closing in on her, sending him into a protective frenzy. He saw a man kneeling over her, clutching a strange vial as Yun Jiayun's face contorted in a mask of agony. The sight mirrored the horrific expression she wore during her final moments in his past life. Something inside Gangrim snapped. A white-hot rage took hold. He launched himself forward, his blade a blur of lethal intent. Get your filthy hands off her. Gongrim roared. The man jumped, nearly dropping the vial in shock. Elsewhere, in the command center, Gongju asked coldly, has the stray from the frozen chamber checked in yet? An aide shook his head. No. John Gunam is still missing in action. Gongju leaned back at the conference table, his voice devoid of emotion. Then consider him a casualty. A captain to his right side. Shame. He was the record holder for the Hellfire Chamber. Anastasia leaned forward. Should we authorize a search and rescue op? Gongju shut her down instantly. Absolutely not. We do not break protocol to baby trainees inside the demon realm. They all signed the death indemnity forms before entering the first gate, he reminded them. Anavi's jaw tightened in visible frustration. Gongju continued. Focus on the objective. Someone from another sector has already cleared the current room. He slammed his fist down. It was a Sector 1 brat. His eyes burned with competitive fire. The first person to conquer this realm must be one of ours. I will not be humiliated by Sector 1. Sungtae noticed Anavi's grim silhouette and tried to offer some comfort. Anavi, why stay in this line of work if every death eats at you? You know how this world works. Anavi didn't look at him. It's not just the casualties, Sungtae. He blinked. Then what? She turned her screen toward him. I've been cross-referencing the trainee dossiers across all sectors since the last report. As she scrolled through the encrypted data, a specific file flashed with a jagged red warning. Anavi's voice was a terrified whisper. We have a problem. There's a serial killer hiding among the trainees. Back in the woods, Gangrim had the stranger pinned against a trunk, his sword tip grazing the man's throat. I said, get away from her. The man held up his hands, trembling. Whoa, take it easy. You got it all wrong. A soft yellow light pulsed as Gangrim scanned him. System capability, destiny discovery. Nam Yu-jun, status, human class rank 3. Affinity, fire. He gestured wildly to the bottle on the ground. We're trying to save her. She was poisoned. This is an antidote I just bought from the shop. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? He motioned for everyone to lower their weapons. Standing behind Yu-jun was a diverse group. A few human rank 3 and 2 trainees, and one imposing ghost class rank 3. Jaeyoon remained on the grass, her chest heaving as she struggled to pull in air. Gangrim shifted his focus to the small, suffering girl. Jaeyoon's status window flickered. Yin Jaeyoon. Rank, Dragon Class 1. Attribute, Metal. Condition, poisoned, high fever, paralysis. Seeing her wince in pain, Gangrim realized they weren't lying. She desperately needs that antidote. Even so, his survival instincts flared. Give me one good reason to trust you. He knew he had to get her to safety the moment she stabilized. Suddenly, Shin Suwa sprinted into the clearing. So Gongrim, hold your fire. She stood between them, breathless. Wait, they aren't the enemy, Gangrim. Gangrim didn't lower his blade. Then explain this mess, Suwa. Now. A girl standing behind Shin Suwa stepped forward calmly. Allow me to clarify. She unfortunately triggered a trap we'd laid for high-level monsters. She apologized sincerely. We had no idea trainees from another sector were nearby. This was a grave mistake on our part. The speaker was Ju Hirim. Rank, Ghost Class 2. Attribute, Metal. Blessed by the Ju Clan Guardian. She continued, we brought her here to treat her immediately. I've just finished clearing the rest of our snares, so no one else gets hurt. Ju Hirim was clearly the mastermind behind the perimeter. Rank, Human Class 1. At her level, she could craft complex traps that lure prey naturally. No bait required. Gangrim's eyes narrowed. That serial killer, I remember, was also a master of toxins and traps. This woman is the heavy hitter of this group. She even has a divine contract. He watched Yu-jun carefully administer the liquid to Jaeyoon, his mind racing through possibilities. But in terms of raw utility, Yu-jun was actually the more suspicious one. Skill, Stealth. Human Class Rank 3. By holding one's breath, the user can vanish from sight completely. The shroud breaks the moment they exhale. Seeing Yu-jun's actual rank lowered Gangrim's guard slightly. He's simply too weak to be the one who nearly killed Shin Suwa in my past life. A short while later, Yin Jaeyoon's eyes fluttered open, and a collective sigh of relief filled the air. Gangrim remained on edge, his hand never straying far from his hilt. Until I identify the murderer, everyone is a suspect. He broke the silence. Is she stabilized? Yu-jun nodded. The poison is neutralized. Good. Then we're leaving. Gangrim hoisted Yin Jaeyoon onto his back. Even if they're innocent, Sector 4 trainees are a wild card I can't afford to play with right now, he thought. The four of them set up camp in a secluded grove. As Suwa sparked a small fire, she shivered. The sun drops like a stone in this place, doesn't it? Yunbom huddled close to Suwa, a nervous grin on her face. I've never actually slept under the stars before. It's intense. Yin Jaeyoon poked her head out from behind her sister. What a scaredy cat. Yunbom snapped back. Oh, shut it. You try being brave with monsters howling in every direction. Yin Jaeyoon opened her mouth to argue, but went quiet. Well, Suddenly, a glowing, fiery orb rolled into the center of their camp. Suwa jumped back. What on earth is that? Gangrim adjusted the orb with his boot. It's a monster repellent. Picked it up at the shop earlier. The twins looked at him with newfound awe. You seriously think of everything? Yeah, You're like a walking survival guide and a powerhouse all in one. Yunbom's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, would you ever consider taking on an apprentice? Gangrim blinked, caught off guard. Taking on a what? Yun Jiayun shoved her sister aside. Pick me. I'm a natural compared to her. Yunbom bristlet. Hey, I asked first. And the bickering started all over again. I'm clearly the better choice. Please, I have 2 more soul jades than you, and you definitely stole at least 3 of mine. Watching the chaos, Gangrim felt a headache forming. Good grief, they're exhausting. He held up a hand to silence them. Look, I'm not a teacher. Drop it and get some sleep. A sudden, sharp thought echoed in his mind, making him flinch. Why am I letting myself get comfortable with them? Shin Suo watched with a puzzled expression as Gangrim abruptly stood up. Yinbom looked up, confused. Wait, where are you going? Gangrim kept his back to them. It's too loud here. I can't think. He began walking into the darkness, tossing one last sentence over his shoulder. I'm setting up a separate perimeter. Don't follow me. The 3 girls watched him vanish, stunned by his sudden, icy shift in mood. In the shadows, Gangrim cursed himself, pressing a hand to his forehead. What is wrong with me? I swore I'd keep my distance to keep them safe. Despite his harsh words, he pulled out the cloth-wrapped egg he'd been guarding. I still have a job to do. Gangrim teased the edge of the egg with a sturdy branch. Come on, quit being stubborn. You haven't eaten all day. Open up. The system chimed. The mystery egg has rejected the offering. The egg shuddered and violently spat out the wooden shards. A string of red alerts popped up. The mystery egg craves protein. The mystery egg is officially on a hunger strike until meat is provided. Gangrim ignored the tantrum, wedging the branch back toward the fanged opening. You'll eat what I give you. Don't be picky. System notification. Growth progress. 0.4. Gangrim grumbled. Keep chewing. We got a long way to go. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? Gangrim perched on a high branch, peering down at the 3 girls. Those phantom voices started up again. Why'd you turn back, Gangrim? He really is a softie for his team. I see it now. He's a classic Sundara. Wait, what exactly is it, Sundara? The chatter continued. It's someone who acts like a block of ice but has a heart of gold. If you mention you like potatoes, Sundara will grumble but leave a whole sack on your porch. Huh, that describes Seol Gangrim perfectly. Gangrim squeezed his fist until his knuckles turned white, swearing to level up just so he could delete this annoying comms link. He leaned back against the bark and let out a weary breath. The voices wouldn't quit. He could just hang out with them, yet he chooses to be a lone wolf. Typical Gangrim style. Honestly, I'm starting to enjoy the drama. Down by the embers, Suo rested her chin on her hand, a faint smile on her lips as she watched the twins bicker. Jiayun, you really need to be more careful. Oh, stop bothering me. I'm already replaying my mistakes in my head. A ghostly voice shushed the others. Quiet. I'm trying to eavesdrop on the teammates. Below, Yunbom barked at her sister. Thinking about it isn't enough. You need to actually step up your game. Watching them, Gangrim felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This feels exactly like the old days with the Flying Tiger Guild, he mused. Yu Harang and I used to have these same ridiculous arguments every single night. He could almost see a phantom image of Suo laughing at their antics. And Shin Suo would just sit there, watching us like we were comedy routine. The memory brought a rare, genuine smile to his face. That was our life. That was our normal. The road ahead is going to be brutal, but I have a feeling the Flying Tiger Guild in this timeline will be just as chaotic and full of life. He rested his head against the trunk, caught in a bittersweet trance, until a cloyingly sweet aroma drifted past his nose. Gangrim's eyes snapped open as he sniffed the air. Wait, where's this sugary scent coming from? His pet egg cracked open a mouth of needle teeth. It had caught the same suspicious fragrance. Suddenly, 3 gargantuan bears tore through a rift in space, appearing out of nowhere. Lured by that intoxicating sweetness, they charged like runaway freight trains toward the campfire where Suo and the twins sat. Gangrim didn't hesitate, diving from his branch like a hawk. Suo gasped, nearly falling over. Good grief. Gongrim, you nearly gave me a heart attack. He ignored the greeting, his sword humming as he hacked through the dense undergrowth. Suo watched him, confused. What are you hunting for? Gangrim's expression turned lethally serious. He turned to Suo. Did anyone leave the perimeter while I was gone? Suo shook her head. No, we've stayed right here. Gangrim knelt, picking up a piece of fruit that was oozing a heavy, syrupy perfume. He rolled the peach between his fingers, his voice dropping an octave. Did anyone at all, pass by this camp? System data. Phantom peach. Insect class rank 3. A demonic delicacy. The scent acts as an irresistible beacon for monsters. It's all smell, no substance. He traced the trail of fruit, leading straight to their feet. There are no peach trees in this sector. This was a setup. That psycho killer is playing games with us. He shoved the bait into his satchel. Is it that bastard with the invisibility skill? Yinbom spoke up timidly. Well, Dr. June did walk past here a bit ago. Gangram spun around, his eyes flashing. Dr. Yun, the high ranker from the other sector? Yunbol nodded. Yeah, maybe an hour back. Yin Jiayun chimed in. Why? Is he a bad guy? He was giving us the creepiest look earlier. Gangram reeled from the thought. Could Dako Jun really be the one behind the mask? He tightened his grip on his hilt. There's no telling what goes on in that freak's head. He turned to the girls. Listen, someone is planting demon peaches to lead every monster in the forest right to our throats. Sua's eyes widened as the realization hit. You mean someone is trying to use the monsters to assassinate us? Yunbong trembled. But why? Who would do that? Gangram replied coldly. That's the mystery. But there's one thing I know for certain. He scanned the dark tree line, his voice a grim warning. From this moment on, don't trust a single soul outside this circle. He stood up. I'm going to sweep the area and clear out the rest of this bait. Far off in the shadows, a figure in a lion mask watched them, then flickered out of existence. Gangram stopped dead, his senses screaming. He stared toward the bears, who were now sniffing the ground in confusion, their prize gone. A knot of suspicion tightened in his gut. I know someone was standing right there, but they vanished in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, in a different part of the woods, Dako Jun brought his sword down with clinical precision. A spray of hot blood coated his cheek, but he didn't even bother to wipe it off. This is pathetic, he thought. He trudged deeper into the gloom, leaving a crimson trail behind him. The doctor felt a hollow void in his chest. This story is garbage. No rivals to challenge me. No loyal party. No grand enemies. Not even the gods are watching my protagonist's journey. I'm just a high-level player stuck grinding level 1 mobs. He looked up at the moonless sky, whispering to himself, what is my purpose in this world? Then, he recalled the twins' conversation he'd overheard. How is Gangram so incredibly strong? He took down a Yeti boss like it was nothing. He tasted the name on his tongue, his brow furrowing. Seal, Gongrim. Dako Jun's mind raced with sudden energy. He took down a boss I haven't even found yet, even though I was the fastest to clear the first zone. And now he's playing the selfless hero? Doubt not at him. Why would someone with that kind of power let a loser like John Gunam take the spotlight in the Hellfire Chamber? Then, the light bulb went on. Wait, what if he used Gunam as a meat shield? What if Gangram has been pulling the strings from the shadows all along? He remembered those sharp, knowing eyes. Dako Jun's heart began to race. What if Seol Gangram is a regressor? Someone who's already lived this life and knows every secret, every shortcut, and every legendary drop? He's avoiding me because he's hoarding all the best loot for himself. His eyes gleamed with a manic fervor. The puzzle is finally complete. Dako Jun took off at a full sprint, a wide, crazed grin on his face. I'm coming for you, Seol Gangram. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? Gangram unrolled the parchment map he had secured from the exchange shop. A progress bar flickered in his vision, indicating he had mapped out 35 of the terrain. Following the digital breadcrumbs, he ventured further into the heart of the ancient woods. The Guardian's voice boomed in his mind. Hey, big spender, you've only bagged 200 soul jades. Why stay glued to that map? Navigation is my job. Just sign the contract already. Gangram replied coldly. You missed the person who planted those demon peaches. Your expertise is questionable. The Guardian let out a nervous, airy cough. Well, they were shielded from my sight, too. Gangram rolled the map back up, unconvinced. I bet you just wanted to watch the show. The Guardian's tone turned playful and curious. What are you hunting for, anyway? Is it that red thing? Tell me. I love secrets. After a long period of intense focus, a golden notification illuminated his vision. Skill evolution. Senses have ascended to level 25. Your perception of the world is being refined to a razor's edge. The moment the level up hit, Gangrim's nostrils flared. He caught it, the distinct metallic tang of fresh human blood on the breeze. A violet glow pulsed from his core as he scanned the surrounding thicket. The system hummed, initiating skill, destiny theft, scanning for spiritual remains within the immediate radius. Gangrim's hand tightened on his hilt as he crept toward a slumped figure in the grass. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. He pivoted, swinging his blade in a broad, violent arc. Clang! He intercepted a lethal strike from a masked assailant, their swords locking in a desperate struggle. Sparks showered the forest floor as the metal shrieked under the pressure. The system corrected its scan. Deceased count within range. 0. It was a trap. The masked figure mocked him. You're a cold one. Usually, people try to help a fallen comrade before they start hacking away. Gangram spat back. Shut it, you psychopathic murderer. Under the weight of Gangrim's counterpressure, the porcelain mask began to spiderweb with cracks. The man reached up, peeling away the broken shards with a chilling chuckle. Impressive. How'd you sniff me out so fast? When the mask fell away, the familiar face beneath sent a jolt of shock through Gangrim. The man grinned. You're smart enough to know I can't let a witness walk away, right? The killer's profile emerged. Nam Yu-jun. Rank, Human Class 3. Attribute, Fire. Title, Harbinger of Mortality. With a manic fire dancing in his eyes, Yu-jun lunged forward. Don't you agree? System warning. Unique trait, Murderer's Engine. Rank, Ghost Class 1. Permanently leeches stats from human victims. Generates heavy karma. Gangrim ground his teeth, his arms trembling under the blow. Damn it, he thought, his power levels have doubled since we first met. Yu-jun put his weight into the hilt, shoving Gangrim back several feet. Gangrim roared in fury. How many innocent people did you butcher to get this strong? Yu-jun threw his head back and laughed. Oh, so you realized I've been busy? I am flattered. Gangrim's eyes turned into cold slits of steel. Does this actually make you happy? Was hunting demons not enough for your twisted ego? Yu-jun shrugged nonchalantly. Demons are a fun diversion, sure. I even try to play nice and stay under the radar for a bit. He tapped his chest with a look of mock devotion. But Lord Nachan blessed me with this specific gift for human sacrifice. It would be a sin to let such potential go to waste, wouldn't it? Gangrim's grip on his sword turned white-knuckled. You killed them. Just for power-up? Yu-jun's grin widened, feeding off the rage. Why the long face? If you were handed a power that only grew with every throat you slit. His silhouette began to shimmer and blur like heat rising from asphalt. That you be standing right where I am. Gangrim dropped into a low, lethal combat stance. He let out a scoff of pure disgust. You think everyone is a monster just because you are. You couldn't be more wrong. The system pulsed. Perceptual awakening in progress. Gangrim tracked the flickering shadow before him. Stealth. He closed his eyes, centering his breathing. An invisibility skill only masks the light. The physical body is still there. He realized that despite the visual trickery, the man's overwhelming bloodlust was acting like a beacon in the dark. Yu-jun materialized behind him like a ghost. Gangrim muttered, too slow, and spun, his blade clashing perfectly with the hidden strike. The killer whistled, impressed. Nice reflexes. Let's see you do it again. He vanished and reappeared in a blur of motion. He screamed with manic energy. Are you really that eager to become a stat point? Yu-jun brought his sword down with crushing force. I wonder just how much of a boost a hero like you will give me? Gangrim's teeth creaked under strain. I can't play defense forever. I haven't tested this out yet, but it's now or never. He tapped into the primal essence he had harvested from the Yeti Kings. Skill, Combat Instinct. Rank, Ghost Class 3. Ignites the user's fighting spirit. Stat disparity triggers a compensatory surge. The stronger the foe, the more explosive the power boost. Suddenly, a fierce pink light ignited in Gangrim's eyes. The system roared. Combat skill, Overdrive activated. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the battle? Verification. Target's power level exceeds current user. Yu-jun's jaw dropped as he watched Gangrim's aura shift. The system alerts chiming in his ears. Fighting spirit ignites. A suffocating, predatory pressure. That erupted from Gangrim like a volcano. Yu-jun scrambled back, his voice trembling. What is this? Where did this sudden strength come from? With eyes cold and vacant, Gangrim murmured. You're quite the catch. Yu-jun's skin cold. The very air had turned heavy and sharp. This isn't the same person. As Gangrim launched a lightning-fast strike, a dark thought crossed his mind. If I harvest someone this powerful. Yu-jun desperately parried, his arms numbing under the weight of Gangrim's unrelenting barrage. Suddenly, Gangrim's free hand erupted in a swirling vortex of flames. He buried a flaming fist into Yu-jun's jaw, a savage thought driving him. Then the payout is going to be magnificent. During that heartbeat of agony, but a hidden blade managed to rake across Gangrim's chest, drawing blood. Pinned to the dirt, Yu-jun spat a curse. You absolute maniac. He looked up into Gangrim's bloodshot, murderous eyes as the final blow descended. No, stop, he shrieked. Suddenly, Dako Jun burst through the undergrowth. Jun gave a casual wave and yelled, Gangrim, relax, your sidekick is here. The sudden, loud intrusion broke Gangrim's hyperfocus. Even in his dazed state, Gangrim could sense the overwhelming waves of power rolling off Jun. A new, more dangerous target, he thought with a feral grin. Instantly, Gangrim redirected his fury and charged straight at Dako Jun. Seeing the crazed warrior coming for his head, Jun yelped, Wait, is this one of those battle-to-the-death recruitment tests? He realized Gangrim was lost in a combat trance and drew his sword to catch the blow. All right then, let's dance. Suddenly, Gangrim's sword clattered to the ground as he spoke in a hollow tone. You're caught in a crossfire you don't understand. June took the opening and delivered precise, heavy punch to Gangrim's shoulder. Wake up. The fight's over. The impact sent Gangrim reeling until he collapsed into the mud. Dako Jun leaned over him, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Back with us now? Watching Yu Jun's blurred shape vanish into the deep woods like a frightened rabbit, Dako. Jun shrugged. The villain escaped. Probably not worth the cardio to chase him down. Gangrim fished a recovery pill from his belt. Jun asked with genuine concern, You holding up, Gangrim? He leaned in closer. We're duo now, right? Gangrim ignored him, swallowing the bitter medicine. Status: regenerating vitality. He fixed a frosty glare on Jun and snapped, Go pester someone else. Dako Jun laughed it off, completely unfazed. I like your spirit. Everyone else in this place is just boring background noise. He reached down and retrieved Gangrim's fallen sword. No flavor, no depth, hardly worth a conversation. Jun tossed the hilt back to him with a grin. I've decided. You and I are going to be the two legends of this place. Noticing Gangrim's darkening mood, Jun added playfully, So, let's try not to kill each other for 5 minutes. A shimmering, nearly invisible Yu Jun tore through the forest. Holding his bruised face, he hissed in fear. Damn it, I had him. But now there's two of those monsters. They're both way out of my league. He frantically searched for an edge. Suddenly, voices drifted through the rain. Yu-yun, is it you? Where'd you go? As he spotted his teammates, a sickening, predatory smile stretched across his lips. I just need more fuel for the fire, he thought. He cried out, Over here. I am Hurt. The group rushed to his side. Yu-yun, thank God you're okay. We were terrified. One trainee shuddered. The forest is full of bodies. There's a killer on the loose. Yu-yun nodded solemnly. I saw him. He's just past that ridge. He staged a sudden collapse, making the group panic. Yu-yun, stay with us. They crowded around him, hands glowing. Hang on. I've got a healing spell ready. Yu-jun whispered weakly, Thank you. You're such good friends. Suddenly, a spray of hot crimson painted the leaves. His voice turned into a frozen rasp. I really mean it. The healer slumped over, dead before hitting the ground. Yu-jun stood up calmly amidst the fresh pile of corpses. A blood-red window flashed. Serial killer trait activated. 10 victims, stats absorbed. Karma rising. An ornate necklace materialized around his neck. A message appeared. The dread of the fallen is impressed. The dread of the fallen bestows the razor pendant upon Nam Yu-jun. Pendant bonus. Total power increased by 10. Yu-jun let out a manic giggle. This rush. This feeling. I can finally gut Seol Gangrim like a fish. Watch me, Rakshasa. A heavy raindrop splashed onto his forehead. The sky finally broke, and a downpour began. As he stepped over the remains of his friends, the system announced, Environmental water essence is surging. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? Nam Yu-jun hissed through gritted teeth. Curse this downpour. A barrage of alerts flashed. Environmental water essence is incompatible with your core. All attributes reduced by 10. The dread of the fallen urges you to stay calm. The dread of the fallen confirms Seol Gangrim is a fire-type user. Your adversary is undoubtedly suffering the same drainage. Reading the prompt, Yu-jun smirked. The same element? This is my lucky day. Glancing at the churning gray clouds, he vowed, I'll gut him before this drizzle turns into a flood. Deep in the woods, Gangrim's blade hummed as he sliced through a thick trunk. A shadow flickered, and a boot crunched on the wet leaves behind him. Gangrim wiped the rain from his eyelashes, narrowing his eyes. Just one more obstacle. While Gangrim seemed preoccupied, Yu-jun lunged from the gloom, his sword a silver blur. As the steel descended, Gangrim reacted with predatory speed, catching the strike behind his back. Yu-jun stared in disbelief. What? How did you? He let out a manic laugh, launching into a frenzied series of slashes. What's the matter, hero? Gangrim's face remained a mask of cold concentration. Yu-jun's eyes glowed with malice as he taunted. Running out of steam already? With a hollow, crazed gaze, Yu-jun bore down on Gangrim, who seemed to be struggling to stay upright. He leaped back and bellowed. If I'd known you were this pathetic, I wouldn't have bothered killing those extra bodies for stats. He circled like a shark, jeering, Look at you, so fragile. We're your precious little sidekicks now, crawling around alone in the mud. You're practically begging me to end you. At those words, that a dark, knowing smirk spread across Gangrim's face. Seeing that unexpected grin, Yu-jun faltered, his confusion showing. What's so funny, dead man? Suddenly, Gangrim's sword hand ignited with a brilliant, pulsing blue light. The surge of azure energy rippled outward, coating his entire frame in a shimmering aura. Droplets of rain froze mid-air as Gangrim fixed Yu-jun with a lethal stare. System log. Seol Gangrim has successfully shifted his core attribute to water. The environmental debuff has been neutralized. Base stats restored to 100. As a notification cleared, Yu-jun's confidence shattered. He ground his teeth, his arms shaking as he barely held back Gangrim's explosive counterthrust. With every clash of steel, the system tallied the shift. Ambient water essence is peaking. Seol Gangrim receives a 10 power bonus due to elemental harmony. Ambient water essence is reaching saturation. Nam Yu-jun's attributes are penalized by an additional 20. Feeling the sudden, crushing weight of Gangrim's strikes, Yu-jun's mind spiraled. What? This is impossible. He should be drowning in this rain, not getting stronger. He looked at the sky and shrieked at his patron deity. You told me he was fire type. You lied. He swung wildly, the shockwave of his miss shattering a massive oak behind Gangrim. But Gangrim's eyes were like ice. He stepped forward, questioning, is that the garbage Nachon fed you? Yu-jun couldn't answer, his body vibrating under the sheer pressure of the engagement. System alert. The Dread of the Fallen commands you to ignore his deceptions. The Dread of the Fallen insists that despite the penalties, Nam Yu-jun's raw power still eclipses Seol Gangrim's. Glancing at the power scaling chart, Yu-jun hesitated. Is that really true? A strange, low-frequency hum suddenly distracted Gangrim for a fraction of a second. Yu-jun seized the moment, breaking the blade lock with a roar. I don't care how you're cheating with your elements. Yu-jun channeled every ounce of his borrowed strength into one final, desperate swing. Gangrim raised his sword to parry, but the steel gave way, shattering into a cloud of shards. Gangrim's eyes widened as his only defense vanished. Yu-jun didn't miss a beat, lunging forward to bury his boot in Gangrim's gut. I'm still the protagonist of this slaughter, he screamed. The force of the kick sent Gangrim hurtling backward through the air. He hit a massive tree with a sickening thud, the impact knocking the wind from his lungs. Before he could slide to the ground, Yu-jun pinned him against the bark, a jagged dagger pressed to his throat. That was a good run, Seol Gangrim. But don't worry, you're not going to be alone for long. The killer's thoughts turned to Suah and the twins back at the camp. His face twisted into a grotesque mask of glee as he yelled, because I'm going to carve up every single one of your friends and send them straight to hell after you. Suddenly, a razor-sharp iron spike tore through Yu-jun's midsection from the front, jerking him violently toward his victim. Gangrim's hand was clamped tight around the makeshift weapon, his knuckles white. With eyes burning with a terrifying, silent rage, he whispered, You think you're touching them? Trapped by the spike, Yu-jun coughed blood. No how. Yu-jun fell back, staring in horror as Gangrim manipulated the iron shard embedded in his gut. He wheezed, You did this. With a piece of a broken sword? Gangrim rose, holding the jagged edge of the metal as it hummed with power. Don't mistake this for scrap metal. This is your end. Yu-jun screamed into the void, his voice cracking with terror. Nafan, save me. Help me. Would you like me to continue with the final confrontation? Gangrim's eyes burned with loathing as he hoisted the jagged iron spike. Too late for prayers, he rasped. System alert. The Harbinger of Mortality has been forcibly disconnected from all divine channels. Lightning fractured the heavens at the exact moment a spray of hot crimson painted the trees. Gangrim stepped through a bloody puddle, his silhouette flickering with. His eyes ignited with a predatory glow, a void-like aura swirling around him. I possess it too, he whispered, the power that only awakens when a life is snuffed out. A chilling chime resonated. Executing skill, destiny theft. Gangrim pivoted, his new blade shearing through the chitinous leg of colossal locust. The haul from this demon realm has far exceeded my wildest calculations, he mused, gasping as his lungs burned. He looked down at his prize, the 7-branched lightning sword. Item analysis, 7-branched lightning sword, raw form. Rank, Dragon Class 3. A relic forged from celestial tree, scorched by divine thunder. He remembered the grueling search, having scoured every inch of this godforsaken forest to find it. I must have leveled half the timber in this sector, he thought, wiping sweat from his brow. He'd even rigged the tallest trunks with lightning rods. A memory flashed of him driving a steel spike into a massive oak during the storm. While harvesting the giant locusts, he tallied his gains. I've also assimilated Nam, Yu-jun's stealth skill, and his high-tier gear. Even my destiny level has ascended. As he drove his steel through a monster skull, a dark, nagging thought surfaced. But what cost? Gangrim dropped to one knee, clutching his temples as a cold, accusatory whisper invaded his mind. You're the murderer now, Seol Gangrim. Their blood is on your hands. Suddenly, the crunch of leaves announced a newcomer. A familiar, mocking voice drifted through the clearing. There you are, Seol Gangrim. Dr. June dangled a severed locust head, looking bored. Why are you still grinding these trash mobs? Where our friend Nam Yu-jun run off to? Shouldn't you be guarding the sector for exit? Gangrim recalled the heat of his anger when he'd pinned June earlier. He'd played it off as a professional failure. I lost the killer's trail because you got in my way. Dako Jun had simply nudged the blade aside with a smirk. Look, if I bring him to you on a silver platter, will you finally trust me? Gangrim narrowed his eyes. I knew he'd get desperate for an alliance once John Gunam was out of the picture. He's useful as a safety net for now. After a tense silence, Gangrim sheathed his weapon and looked June in the eye. Fine. If you want in, you follow my lead to the letter. June's face lit up like a child's. Count me in. What's the first move? Pull up your interface, Gangrim ordered. They synced their devices. System, global exploration data, merged and updated. Gangrim pointed to a specific coordinate. There's a hidden passage to the next sector here. Stake it out and make sure nothing gets through. Days later, Dako Jun watched Gangrim pry a jade from a fresh kill. Rubbing his jaw, he remarked, "You vanished for days. I figured you were either dead or finished with your private business." Gangrim didn't look up. The trail went cold, so I focused on my jade quota. I assumed the rat scurried back to his own sector. Dako Jun stepped closer, a sinister glint in his eyes as he rested a hand on Gangrim's shoulder. You're a terrifyingly good liar. I know you killed him. Gangrim's gaze turned to ice. June continued, unfazed, and I'm betting that shiny new necklace and that high-rank sword are the spoils of war, right? Gangrim shrugged the hand off. A deity took an interest in me, and I bought this blade from the shop because my old one snapped. Stop writing fanfiction in your head, June. He stayed firm. I have no idea where he is. June finally let out a theatrical sigh. Fine, have it your way. He paused, looking Gangrim over. But if you really did execute him. June pressed a hand to his chest, looking genuinely touched. But you could have shared the moment with me. I'm on your side, partner. Stunned by June's sheer lack of a moral compass, Gangrim found himself at a loss for words. He turned away, his voice flat. I didn't do it, and we aren't friends. Don't forget that. June stood and dusted off his trousers. Suit yourself. I suppose I should go finish my own jade collection then. He sauntered off, waving over his shoulder. Word is Shin Suwa clear the raid first. Drinks are on her. Gangrim remained silent. He watched the doctor's silhouette retreat until it was swallowed by the trees. System notification. Jade collection complete. 1000/1000. The final stone in Gangrim's palm, slick with gore, pulsed with a blinding light. Quest fulfilled. Labyrinth of the Forest of Swords. Finally, he muttered. Suddenly, the twins' voices pierced the air. Master Gangrim, please, let us be your official apprentices. Gangrim, taking a long pull from his water flask, didn't hesitate. No. They surged forward in unison. We'll train until we drop. We'll be your shadows. Is it because we're weak? Look, we even have divine patrons now. Gongrim Post. Divine patrons? At his words, a radiant gold aura erupted from the sisters. System, synchronizing destiny discovery. The ghostly image of a silver-clad huntress with a bow appeared. Yunbom beamed, the goddess of the moon and the wild has chosen me. Beside her, a golden, sun-drenched warrior materialized. Yun Jion added, and the god of light and archery has claimed me. Artemis and Apollo, Gangrim realized. He looked at the twins and nodded slowly. Those entities fit you perfectly. They leaned in, eyes full of hope. So is that a yes? Gangrim looked toward the horizon. Instead of a master. Would you like me to continue with the next chapter of their journey? He pointed toward the heavens with a deadpan expression. If you want answers, take it up with your patrons. Yunjone slumped onto a nearby stump, pouting. Seriously? Beside her, Yunbom leaned in, whispering, anyway, which god is backing you? You must have a powerhouse. Gangrim gave her a straight look. I haven't signed a contract with anyone. Yunjayun blinked in disbelief. Wait, why not? Gangrim let out a long, weary sigh. Simple. No deity has bothered to swipe right on me yet. He joked dryly. Yunbom's face lit up with a wild idea. No way. Maybe you should aim for the king of the gods himself? She started rambling at a mile a minute. Think about it. If we're all blessed by gods from the same pantheon, that we'd unlock massive synergy bonuses and combo skills. Yunjayun lunged forward and clamped a hand over her sister's mouth. The girl smiled sheepishly at Gangrim. Suwa isn't exactly a fan of divine contracts either. Are you guys just cut from the same cloth? Gangrim brushed the topic aside with a wave of his hand. Look, I have zero interest in becoming some god's pet right now. And for the last time, I'm not taking on students. Yunjayun froze, her mind reeling. Did I hear that right? He's turning down godhood? Recalling the terrifying power she'd seen him wield, she wondered, is he avoiding the gods because he's hiding something even bigger? Gangrim sighed, trying to let them down easy. I've already told you, I'm not in a position to be teaching anyone. So, just... Before he could finish his rejection, a heavy thud near the entrance drew everyone's gaze. The heavy doors groaned open, and a battered figure collapsed onto the stone tiles. The group stood in stunned silence until Yun Jiayun shouted, "Look, over there." She hurried over to the priest, who was gritting his teeth against the pain. "Wait, isn't he the one from the starting zone?" Gangrim knelt to help him up, his voice softening. "Are you holding up, father?" The priest exhaled sharply. "I'll live. Thank you for the hand." Gangrim took note of his tattered robes. "Still having trouble with the local monsters?" The priest clutched his forehead, looking defeated. "I'm afraid so." He let out a shaky breath. "Every time I face one of those abominations, my heart just freezes in my chest." Gangrim crossed his arms, a small, knowing smirk tugging at his lips. The timing was perfect. The priest looked miserable. "I was chosen as an awakener, yet I can't even clear a basic room. I'm a failure." Gangrim spoke up, "Father." With a surprisingly warm expression, Gangrim offered his hand to the man. "How about I give you a little boost?" The priest looked up, eyes wide with hope. You would really help a stranger like me?" The twins jumped up behind them, practically vibrating. "Master, we want help too." Gangrim shot them a warning look. "You two stay here and drill your basics. If you're on your best behavior, I might let you tag along next time." That was all they needed to hear. They scampered off to train with huge grins. Watching them go, Gangrim muttered, "I only said might." The priest hesitated. "Are you sure? I don't want to be an anchor dragging you down." Gangrim's mind drifted back to his previous life. "An anchor, huh? Actually, I'm going to use you exactly the way Dako Jun used his pawns back then." His eyes cooled, a faint golden shimmer dancing around him as he said casually, "In this world, we all have to look out for one another." The priest clasped his hands together as if in prayer. "Oh, bless you, my boy." Target profile, Johann Ritter. Rank, Dragon Disciple 3. Affinity, Earth. Patron, the god of healing and wayfare. Gongrim Nodit, ready to move out? Another data window populated in his mind. Active skill, Physician's Touch. Rank, Ghost 1. Rapidly mends lacerations, neutralizes paralysis, and flushes toxins. High proficiency lowers mana costs and speeds up recast times. Meanwhile, at the agency HQ, Anavi noted, "You're looking unusually pleased with yourself today, team leader." Gongju looked up. "And why wouldn't I be?" The first trainee to break through the trial came from our sector. Ju Sungtae, sitting nearby, smirked. "And we beat Sector 1's time by a landslide." Gongju chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "It certainly feels good to be on top." A sharp knock echoed through the room, followed by a playful, mocking voice. "Is the legendary, beautiful team leader in today?" Gongju's smile vanished, and the paper cup in his hand crumpled under his grip. He glowered at the door. "What do you want, Leader Seal Moon?" The woman stepped in with a laugh. "Just passing through to offer my congratulations." Sector 2 taking the lead? "Impressive work, Gong." Inayo crossed her arms, her eyes glinting. Which means the next stage will be a direct head-to-head between Sector 1 and Sector 2. Gongju replied with icy indifference. "I'm aware." Personnel data. Seal Moon, Inayo. Rank, Officer, Destiny Protection Agency. Inayo leaned against the desk. "So, how about a little wager to spice things up?" Gongju raised an eyebrow. "A bet?" Inayo nodded. "On which of our sectors clears the next high-difficulty zone first?" She smirked, looking him dead in the eye. "My top prospect. Versus yours. Who's going to come out on top?" Gongju wasn't about to back down from challenge. "Fine. What's the stake?" Inayo's grin widened. "The loser owes the winner one favor. No questions asked. Sound fair?" Gongyu hesitated. "A favor?" Inayo leaned in closer, her voice a provocative whisper. "What's wrong, Gong? Losing a nerve?" Gongju barked back. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm only hesitating because my win is so inevitable it feels like stealing." Inayo giggled. "So we have a deal?" Gongyu nodded firmly. "We have a deal." She turned on her heel. "Perfect. I'm looking forward to seeing you lose. Catch you later." As the door clicked shut, the office returned to a tense silence. Gongju turned to his team, his expression deadly serious. "You heard the lady. We cannot lose this, under any circumstances." His eyes narrowed as he focused on the monitors. "It's time to issue a red-level warning to our lead trainee." Back in the realm, Gangrim upended his heavy satchel, pouring a mountain of soul jades onto the ground. "Here, take what you need," he said. As the stones tumbled, the system chimed. Collection count, 1,135, 1,597, 1,100. Johann stared at the screen in disbelief as it flashed. Trial requirement met. Forest of Swords completed. He was completely floored. "I'm in awe. You've pushed yourself to the limit over the past 48 hours. Gangrim offered a polite nod. "Your healing spells kept me standing." A system chime followed. Regeneration complete. Lacerations from the snow weasels have vanished. Johann looked down, his shoulders slumping. "It was the least I could do." Gangrim cut him off. "Don't sell yourself short." He locked eyes with Johan. Success depends on everyone playing their part. The others just haven't realized how vital you are yet. Johan's face beamed with pure joy. Bless you, my boy. Gangrim tightened his fist, his focus shifting. Ready to see what's waiting for us in the 5th room? They stepped back through the portal to the hub. Gangrim asked, "Did you see Anavitasia's briefing?" Johan nodded. "This won't be a quick sprint like the last one," Gangrim warned. "Pack for the long haul. System broadcast. Attention, candidates. With a forest of swords conquered, the 5th chamber is now accessible. This trial demands endurance. Stock up on essentials. You won't be back for a while." Gangrim checked the logs. The Vanguard entered 5 days ago. We'll deploy at sunrise. Johan pumped his fist. "Understood. I'll meet you by the totem pole at dawn." The following morning, the pair vanished into the teleportation rift. Johan blinked as his vision cleared, looking around in wonder. His mouth hung open, unable to process the sight. Surveying the breathtaking landscape, Johan gasped, "This is paradise. Are you sure a demon owns this place?" A cold, synthesized voice echoed. "Welcome to the chamber, Slander. Unique constraints are now in effect. Rule 1. First clear bonuses scale with difficulty. Rule 2. The item shop is locked. Rule 3. The only way out is through the trial's completion." Reading the fine print for the 5th room, Gangrim felt a chill. That no exit rule made my first life an absolute nightmare. Extraction requirement. Secure 30 specific artifacts to trigger the return portal. Johan scanned the air. It doesn't specify what we're looking for. Gongrim shrugged. "I suppose we scavenge everything that isn't nailed down." Johan sighed. "Everything is so cryptic. Is that the slander part?" Gangrim turned to him, his expression suddenly grim. "It's not that kind of metaphor, Johan." Gangrim stuck out his tongue, his face contorting into a terrifying mask. "It means this place is hungry for your vocal cords." Minutes later, Gangrim was hammering a heavy iron stake into the soft earth. He quickly cleared a perimeter and gathered stones for a fire pit. In record time, their improvised survival shelter was standing firm. Johan dropped an armload of wood, looking relieved. "Those rules gave me the creeps, but at least we have a home base now." Gangrim wiped his brow. "Securing these supplies before we jumped was the smartest move we've made." He tossed a repellent orb into the flames. "I'm going to map out the immediate area. Stay inside the light." Gangrim stepped into the brush, ticking off his mental list. Shelter. Check. He reached the bank of a shimmering, crystal-clear creek. Next on the list, a reliable food source. He squinted at a tree heavy with vibrant green fruit. "Those look a little too perfect to be real," he muttered suspiciously. He spotted 2 predatory beasts prowling the shadows nearby, and they come with their own security detail. Seeing the bountiful trees, Gangrim worried about the hidden cost. "If we can't find safe food, we'll starve. Maybe we should have pooled resources with Sua's crew." Suddenly, Choi Sang-won burst through the tall grass, his face twisted in a scowl. "Don't you dare mention that woman. I'd rather starve and rot than crawl to Shin Sua for a handout." The memory of Sua's rejection hit him like a physical blow. "If we can't work together, we'll never survive." Sang-won winced. "How could I beg for help from someone who threw my feelings in the trash?" Her words had been clinical and final. "I have no romantic interest in you. Please stop." He hissed under his breath. "Just the thought of her makes my blood boil." Hiding in the thicket with his 3 hired hands, Sang-won barked an order. "Forget the drama. Kill those beasts and strip the trees. We need that fruit before our stomachs give out." The mercenary beside him groaned. "You want us to go again? What was the point of buying all those fancy weapons if you won't use them?" Sang-won snapped. "I'm the wallet. You're the muscle. Now move." He shoved them forward. "Go. This is what I'm paying you for." On his command, the mercenaries charged the guard dogs. As the beasts collapsed, coughing up dark ichor, Sang-won cheered. "Huh, overgrown puppies. They're all bark and no bite." Sang-won crept forward, poking a carcass with his boot. "Is the coast clear?" The lead mercenary nodded. "Seems so." He pointed at the branches. "Strip them bare before reinforcements arrive." One man scrambled up a trunk. "They called me Spider when I was a kid." Someone teased, "Because you're creepy?" Suddenly, Sang-won felt something crunch under his heel. What the hell? He looked down at a monster corpse, so emaciated that its ribcage was poking through the skin. Why is this thing skin and bones? He looked up at the lush fruit, a bad feeling settling in his gut. With all this food around, why would it? Suddenly, a raspy voice hissed, "Because the master of the grove demands a tongue for every stolen bite." Sang-won froze, his heart hammering. "The master?" In an instant, a horde of red-eyed, snarling monkeys swarmed from the canopy. His guardian's voice screamed in his ear. "You arrogant fool. Move. Run for your life." As the monkeys closed in, that their faces shifted into something hellish and distorted. The warning voice boomed again. "Run before your voices are silenced forever." The monkeys didn't hesitate, diving at Sangwon's group with bared fangs. Choi Sangwon let out a high-pitched shriek. Retreat! Get us out of here! The group scrambled, sprinting back toward the clearing. As Sangwon ran, a cold realization washed over him. Watching his paid bodyguard sprint past him without a second glance, he screamed, "Wait! You cowards! You're supposed to be shielding me." As he roared, "You useless pieces of—" A monkey landed on his shoulders and forced his jaws wide open. Suddenly, the beast's attention was jerked away by a sharp whistling sound from the brush. A blade whistled through the air, impaling the monkey's throat and pinning it to a tree with brutal force. Sangwon's eyes bulged in sheer horror, his breath hitching as he stared at the steel. A familiar figure emerged from the shadows. "Looks like you were fated to be bailed out again," Gangrim noted with a mocking grin. "You're on a lucky streak, but luck eventually runs dry." He leaned in closer. "Destiny also suggests you're the primary architect of your own downfall." Sangwon froze, his brain stalling. "So, Gongrim?" He scrambled to his feet, wiping tears of terror and snapping. "Who do you think you are? I never asked for your charity." Sangwon's face flushed with humiliation. "Don't think one little save makes us even for everything you've put me through." Gangrim yanked his sword free and replied with biting sarcasm, "Relax. Even if you groveled at my feet, I wouldn't waste my time on you twice." Sangwon sputtered in a fit of rage. "Why you? You arrogant prick." Gangrim caught the sound of approaching footsteps and glanced back. "Choi Sangwon, if I were you, I'd start running while you still have legs." Without another word, Gangrim dove into the heart of the monkey swarm, his blade a blur of lethal efficiency. The mercenaries finally caught up, helping a shaken Sangwon to his feet. "Are you hurt? We're so sorry. We lost sight of you in the chaos." One of the men wiped sweat from his brow. Thank the gods old Gangrim showed up when he did. Hearing that name praise made Sangwon's blood boil. With a dark, hollow stare, he hissed, "I'll make you pay for this, old Gangrim." Deep in the thicket, Gangrim's sword carved glowing arcs of amber light as he systematically decimated the feral troop. Two monkeys tried to capitalize on a split-second opening, leaping at his exposed back. Without missing a beat or even turning, he thrust his hand back and unleashed a searing wave of flame, turning them into ash. Gangrim surveyed the carnage and pulled the mysterious egg from his pack. "Is that the lot? Better feed this little glutton while the coast is clear." He held the egg over the fallen monsters. It began to vibrate and drool with predatory hunger. But the egg's excitement vanished when Gangrim unceremoniously shoved a crisp apple into its mouth instead. "Eat your greens." The egg let out a disappointed crunch as it chewed. Gangrim sighed, "Now is for my own dinner." Back at the campsite, Gangrim flipped meat over a crackling fire next to Johan. The priest looked skeptical. "Is this the meat from those things earlier?" Gongrim nodded. "Exactly." He flashed a small smile. "Remember when I mentioned I'd need your help today?" Johan tilted his head. "I do, but I'm still not sure what a priest can do for a cook." Gangrim didn't explain. He simply tore off a massive, steaming chunk of the meat and swallowed. Seconds later, Gangrim's face drained of color, and he doubled over, coughing up a spray of crimson. Johan screamed in a panic, "See old Gangrim. What's happening?" Gangrim wiped a smear of blood from his chin and smirked through the pain. "The fauna here is lethal. Every bite is pure poison. You spit poison. Why would you eat it?" As his veins began to turn dark, Gangrim gasped, "Don't just stand there. Start the healing." He slid a high-grade mana potion toward Johan. "Don't hold back. I'm putting my life in your hands, Father." The system pulsed with golden light. Executing skill, Physician's Touch. As Gangrim forced himself to eat while Johan mended his failing organs, the toxins triggered fever dreams. "There's a lady calling me from the river." Johan barked, "Stay in the light. Don't you dare go toward that river." Tears of pity filled the priest's eyes. "Why must you endure such torture, my child?" The system alerts were relentless. Stay focused. Executing skill, Physician's Touch. Executing skill, Physician's Touch. Eventually, Gangrim signaled for him to stop. "That's enough for now." Johan looked up, exhausted. "Is it over?" Gongrim nodded. "My body is adapting. The toxins are losing their bite." Johan was speechless. "You're adapting?" Gangrim then picked up a piece of raw, dripping meat, making Johan flinch. "Next step," Gangrim said flatly. Eating it raw. For what felt like hours, the only sound was the crackle of the fire and the system's voice. Executing Physician's Touch. Executing Physician's Touch. Executing Physician's Touch. Success. You have unlocked the passive skill, Poison Resistance. Gangrim's face finally regained some color as he dismissed the windows. "Good. The cycle is complete. Are you okay?" He turned to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Father. You were incredible." Only to find Johan face planting into the dirt from mana exhaustion. "Father." Gangrim lunged forward, carrying him into the tent. Tucking him in with a rare moment of gentleness, he whispered, "You did more than your fair share, Johann." He glanced at the skill log and mused, "That was a much more brutal grind than I anticipated. Skill, poison resistance. Rank, Insect Class 3. Grants immunity to common toxins. Effectiveness scales inversely with the rank of the poison source." Gangrim thought back to their meal. It's a good thing I pumped him full of those mana boosters before we started. He prepared a spread of high-potency supplements, mana herbs plus 10 capacity, ginseng shots plus 5 recovery, and 5 color dumplings. Without them, the priest's heart would have given out midway. Gangrim gave Johann a light nudge. "Time to wake up, father. We have company." His eyes suddenly lost all warmth, turning into cold shards of flint. I wanted to give him a full night's rest after that ordeal. He saw a shadow block the moonlight at the tent's entrance. But some people just can't take a hint. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his blade and drove it straight through the tent fabric and into the intruder's chest. The wet thud and the scream jolted Johann awake. He scrambled up, hyperventilating. What? What's going on?" Gangrim stood up, his sword dripping. "The guests have arrived." He looked at the silhouettes surrounding their small camp and said with terrifying calm, "Get ready. We're being ambushed. Would you like me to continue with the battle at the campsite?" Gangrim turned to Johann and gave a firm warning. "I'm heading out to handle this. Do not step foot outside this tent, no matter what you hear. If things go south, just scream your head off, okay? You unmuted weakly." "I understand." Eyeing the group outside as they drew their blades, Gangrim's mind raced. "I don't recognize a single face here. Are these scavengers from Sector 1? A cocky level 1 scout stepped forward, sneering, "Look, we'll let you keep your skin if you hand over your food stash." His companion, a level 3 ghost class, chimed in, "We're just hungry, not cold-blooded killers." Gangrim's expression turned icy, a golden glint flickering in his eyes as he mocked them. "We'll starve without those supplies too. You claim you aren't murderers, yet you're stealing our only means of survival." He remembered how brutal Sector 1's internal wars were in his past life. He challenged them. "And what if I decide to keep what's mine?" The leader opened his mouth to reply, but then suddenly roared. "Then we'll pry it from your cold, dead hands." On his signal, the entire pack lunged at Gangrim simultaneously. The leader lunged with a wild swing, but Gangrim dipped his shoulder, effortlessly slipping under the steel. He reached out and clamped a hand onto the side of the man's face. With a sickening thud, he drove the man's skull directly into his rising knee. Gangrim frowned as he assessed the skirmish. Something about this feels staged. He cracked another attacker across the temple with his sword hilt. Musing, with their levels and class rankings, they should have had no problem hunting for themselves in this zone. Watching a third man charge with a raised blade, Gangrim's suspicion deepened. Are they actually after the food, or are they just testing me? A man standing in the rear suddenly shrieked, "Wait, this guy's way out of our league." He scrambled backward, yelling, "Abort! Fall back and report to the captain immediately." Gangrim's ears perked up. "Captain?" Suddenly, a small, spherical object was tossed toward Gangrim's hand, which was still wreathed in flame. Inside, Johann was curled into a ball, eyes squeezed shut as he white-knuckled the crucifix on his chest. Suddenly, a thick, acrid haze began to seep through the tent flap. Panic surged as he looked up. Was that an explosion? Fear for Gangrim overcame his paralysis, and he began to crawl toward the exit. He called out in a trembling voice, "Are you all right? I'm coming to help." But then he froze, Gangrim's command echoing in his head. "Don't come outside no matter what happens." His eyes filled with tears of frustration. What could I even do out there? Think. There has to be a reason he wanted me shielded. Johann bit his lip until it bled, clenching his fists in a fit of self-loathing. It's because I'm dead weight. A liability he has to protect. Outside, a wall of dense smoke completely swallowed the tent. Johann hovered in the center, agonizing. Is it really better to hide like a coward while he fights for my life? Suddenly, a shadow fell across the canvas, and a hand gripped the fabric near the door. Johann looked up, his heart leaping into his throat. Gangrim yanked the zipper down, shielding his face from the fumes. They used a smoke screen to cover their retreat. Johann rushed forward. "Are you wounded? Are you bleeding?" Gangrim shook his head. "I'm fine. Not a scratch." Johann's voice was small. Why would they risk their lives over a few days' worth of rations? Gangrim, still waving away the haze, explained, "Food is power in this chamber." Johann looked lost. "Just for food?" Seeing the priest's confusion, Gangrim added, "Intersector warfare was a bloodbath in the last trial. I expected the same here. We can't afford to trust anyone we don't know." Johann's spirits seemed to break. He slumped against the tent pole and whispered, "Maybe you'd be safer and faster if you weren't dragging me along." Gangrim paused, confused by the sudden shift. What are you talking about? Johan looked down gloomily. I'm just an anchor. What's the point of this training if I'm just watching you do all the heavy lifting? Maybe NV was right. Maybe someone without the stomach for a fight is just a waste of space. Gangrim listened to the long, self-pitying rant and frowned. Where's this coming from? He stepped forward and placed a steady hand on the priest's shoulder. Father. Gangrim looked him in the eye. Do you remember what I told you? Your true value just hasn't been put to the test yet. As images of the village totem and a limited supply of recovery pills flashed through his mind, Gangrim continued. Right now, everyone is coddled. They have the totem for free heals and daily medkits. But what happens once the training wheels come off? That is when the world gets very, very dark. Johan looked up, mesmerized. Gangrim spoke with total certainty. When the supply of meds runs dry and prices skyrocket, the people who kick you out will be the ones begging for your help. He squeezed Johan's shoulder, his voice filled with resolve. I'll handle the blood and steel. You handle the life and healing. That's our deal. Gangrim's tone softened with sincerity. I don't care much for talk of chosen ones, but I can promise you this. You're going to save more lives than you can count. He looked at the kneeling priest and asked gently, So, are you still planning on quitting? Johan stared at him, stunned. I can't actually save people? The despair in Johan's eyes was replaced by a flickering flame. He stood up, fist clenched. No, I'm not going anywhere. He looked at Gangrim with newfound determination. Please, keep teaching me. Gongrim nodded. Count on it. As the smoke cleared outside, the two sat back down. I still need your hands for this next part, Father. Wait for what? 3 days later, in a secluded grove far across the map, another campsite was nestled in the trees. Yinbom and Yunjeon came jogging toward the fire, waving enthusiastically. Sua, we've returned. Shin Sua looked up from the cooking pot with a warm smile. Welcome back, girls. Did you find what we need? Yinbom sighed, wiping dirt from her face. Not yet. I think the artifacts are hidden deeper in the thicket. Yinjun grumbled, the other teams are so sluggish. They were practically dead weight. Hearing that, Yinbom nudged her sister. Hey, be nice. Everyone is doing their best to contribute. Yin Jiayun rolled her eyes. Oh, please. You're thinking it too. Yinbom scratched her head, blushing slightly. Well, obviously things would be moving faster if he were here. She smiled at the memory of Gangrim's training. We'll learn more from him in an hour than we did all week. But he's probably miles ahead of us by now. Shin Suyatapit had Shintoi. We have to hold the line. Gangrim is scouting the terrain to find the safest route for the whole group. Yunbom looked at the distant mountains. When do you think he'll link back up with us? Suasmaid. Maybe sooner than you think. Suddenly, a startled shout erupted from the perimeter. How did you get past the guards? Would you like me to find out who the intruder is? The trio huddled inside the tent pivoted toward the entrance in alarm. A sharp tug pulled the flap aside. Seen Sua, the visitor exclaimed. Sua's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the intruder. Dogu Yunwo at Kokismiak. Checking in. Seen Seal Gangrim lately? Before Sua could find her voice. But he let out a dry chuckle. Yeah, I figures much. Yun Jiayun stepped forward, bristling. How do you even get past our perimeter traps? Yun shocked. I dismantled them like Legos. Sua kept her hand near her weapon. Why are you here? You're a lone wolf by choice. Jun's expression turned unusually candid. I am tracking Seul Gongrim. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. The divine whispers hinted he was lurking nearby, so I took a detour. Sua stood her ground. We haven't crossed paths with him once. He gestured toward the twins with a dismissive wave. Maybe he'd stop hiding if I trimmed some of the useless baggage from your camp. Yun Jiayun's face turned scarlet. Baggage? You talking about us? Yun sighed. Relax, kid. You're just support staff. He rolled his eyes. But honestly, there's a lot of dead weight in this forest. Shin Sua stepped firmly between Jun and the girls. Is that really how you measure the worth of a human being? Without warning, Jun tossed a piece of fruit at Sua. Heads up, Sua, he said as a system alert chimed. Item registered, triple scent fruit. Objective completed. Chamber of Slander, low difficulty. Staring at the fruit. That's Sua's gaze darkened. I've already got a mountain of these. He chuckled. Oh, so you found a shortcut? In that case, let's merge teams. Sua blinked. Excuse me? I can't find a man of the hour, but you three will do as a backup squad, before he could finish his pitch. Then an arrow hissed past his ear, cutting him off mid-sentence. Yin Jiayun's eyes were cold. I'd rather team up with a demon. Sua quickly grabbed her arm. Jiayun, stand down. A surge of sapphire energy suddenly billowed around Dako Jun. I guess I'll have to drag you into the alliance then. Suddenly, thick droplets of green sap splattered across his palm. Sua stood over the crushed remains of the fruit, her voice like steel. Back off before things get messy. Dako Jun lazily licked a drop of nectar from his knuckle. Is that a threat? He reached over his shoulder, his fingers dancing over the leather of his sword hilt. He unsheathed his twin blades with a metallic hiss. Actually, I was thinking. The air crackled as they both channeled their killing intent. Yunkint. Breaking you might be more fun than testing him. Jun's aura surged into the shape of a prowling tiger, clashing against Sua's draconic spirit. Trading blows with you beats babysitting these rookies. Yunbom watched in a panic. Stop. We're all on the same side. Suddenly, a frantic girl burst through the camp, pointing toward a distant trail. Miss Sua. Someone is actually cooking real meat just over the ridge. Sua's eyes widened. Cooking? Out here. Dako Jun's blades vanished back into their sheaths. My nose never lies. Lead the way. Across the clearing, Gangrim was casually stirring a large, bubbling iron pot. The savory aroma traveled through the trees on the afternoon breeze. 10 days in, Gangrim noted. Most of these poor souls are probably down to their last scraps. He glanced at the deceptive fruit hanging nearby. This place is a trap. Nothing but sugar and lies. The woods were a nightmare of tusked boars and plants that would kill you as soon as look at you. He stirred the stew. For trainees only making 100 jades a day, a hot, safe meal is worth a fortune. Suddenly, Jun and Sua's entourage burst into the clearing. Jun let out a triumphant shout. Soul Gongrim? Gangrim offered a calm nod. Miss Sua, glad you could join us. Suadash Forvarth, Hodefoth. Mr. Seal, drop the spoon. That's suicide. She grabbed his arm. Everything here is saturated in toxins. If you eat that, you'll... Gangrim ladled a portion into a bowl, steam rising into the air. Relax. I've neutralized the poison. Sua took the bowl, her hands trembling. You purified it? Jun didn't wait for an explanation, snatching a bowl for himself. Finally, real food. Gangrim held out an open palm. That'll be 1,000 soul jades. Pay up. Jun gave a pained laugh. Robbery. But fine, take it. Sua reached for her pouch. I'll take one too. Gongrim smiled. For you? Just 200. Jun froze, spoon halfway to his mouth. Hey, why am I paying a 500 markup? Gongrim shrugged. Chef's discrétion. Yun sighed dramatically. Right. I forgot. She's the leading lady, and I'm just a rival. Suddenly, voices erupted from the forest as other trainees caught the scent. Hot food, and it's actually edible. Within minutes, the campfire was surrounded by people enjoying the first real meal of the week. Gangrim turned to the pair. I assume you're both hunting for high-tier relics now? Sua nodded. That we are, and we're hoping you'll lead the way. And you? Jun rubbed the back of his neck. Sector 1 is a dumpster fire right now, but with you as the anchor, I think we can steamroll this trial. Jun gestured to the crowd. We'd move twice as fast if we dumped the extras. Sua countered sharply. In this environment, strength lies in numbers. The two started bickering again. Since when does a hero travel with a dozen nobodies? Life isn't one of your comics, Jun. Gangrim cut in. You two need to get on the same page. They both turned to him instantly, shouting, I'm in. Let's do this together. With the meal finished, the group began the trek back to the main camp. Would you like me to show you what happens when they reach the next trial gate? Gangrim slammed his hand on the table and spoke with absolute finality. Regardless of your arguments, I have no intention of joining your squad. Sua bit her lip, worried. Taking on the Sector 1 players alone is suicide. They've been sabotaging our progress in very calculated, aggressive ways. She thought back to the latest skirmish and warned him. Every encounter with their scouts is a guaranteed bloodbath. Gangrim rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? He mused. I need to investigate what's really happening in Sector 1. Bringing Johan along would only complicate things. Gangrim reached a decision. Actually, it's best if you stay behind at this camp, Father. Johan's eyes widened with anxiety. I can't let you go alone. Gangrim cut him off sharply. To be blunt, if I have to worry about your safety, I won't be able to stay sharp. Johan let out a sharp, pain breath. Gangrim turned to Sua. Can I trust you to look after him? Sua smiled warmly. Of course you can. Gangrim crossed his arms and looked at the priest. You'll be safer here, and you'll actually have a chance to practice your healing on the others. Johan still looked hesitant, but Gangrim shook his head to silence any protest. I'll move faster and stay safer on my own. Suicide in resignation. Fine, but the moment things look grim, you send us a signal. He gave a short nod of agreement. Deep within the fruit-laden thickets, his guardian whispered, You've grown quite powerful, haven't you, Seal Gangrim? These low-level beasts are no longer a challenge. Let's push further into the core. Are the creatures their real threat? They're on a completely different level. Gangrim plucked an apple and took a crisp bite. Finally, the 6-cent variations are starting to grow, he noted. Just in time. Suddenly, a vibrant violet light flared behind him. A system alert chimed, senses reaching peak synchronization. Gangrim pivoted in shock. No, it's not behind me. It's right here. He froze, heart pounding. How'd a beast that size get within striking distance without a sound? His hand flew to his sword hilt, his mind racing. Where did this thing even crawl out from? As a massive, silver-backed gorilla lunged from the shadows, the system announced, triggering skill, Lone Wolf. The gorilla stopped mid-charge, a look of profound confusion crossing its face. It scanned the clearing, huffing in frustration, but Gangrim had seemingly vanished into thin air. The beast had no clue that Gangrim was a mere shadow, clinging to the very tree trunk the gorilla was using for balance. Suddenly, the branch the gorilla was holding ignited in a roar of blue-white flames. The gorilla shrieked in terror, staring at the sudden inferno in its palm. Exploiting the panic, Gangrim dropped from above, his blade carving a deep crimson line through the beast's shoulder. He marveled at the speed of the strike. Is this the raw power of a high-tier artifact? He landed lightly on the forest floor and calculated his next move. I shouldn't reveal this trump card to the Sector 1 players just yet. Gangrim stowed the iron fragment back into his satchel. What's the priority? Track the beast's nest, or... He held up a shimmering purple fruit. The system confirmed. Item obtained. Heavenly scent fruit. Trial progress. Confession room. Intermediate difficulty. Completed. Gangrim took a large bite, his strategic mind working. I'll finish maxing my poison resistance first. I wonder if the Sector 1 elites have even reached this zone yet. The Guardian watched him snack and grumbled. Why is he eating the objective items like they're candy? The interface updated. Consumed heavenly scent fruit. Mana capacity and EXP increased. Poison resistance efficiency boosted. The Guardians bickered. Well, it provides a decent mana surge. And bolsters toxin immunity. It makes sense why the agency chose this specific trial ground. They watched him keep devouring the fruit. How many can he stomach? I'm getting a stomachache just watching him. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Evolution. Poison resistance has reached SSS-Class rank 1. The moment the prompt vanished, Gangrim felt a wave of exhaustion and slumped against a branch. He fumbled, accidentally dropping a half-eaten fruit onto a figure passing below. A voice barked from the shadows. What the hell? Watch it. Wait, you're that sea-old Gangrim from Sector 2, aren't you? Gangrim looked down, curious. How did you recognize me? The man didn't look up. That's irrelevant. The red-haired scout pointed to his companion, who was wiping juice off his gear. Our captain wants a word with you. You coming? Cooperate, and we'll forget you just dropped trash on us. I'll be the one deciding if I'm coming or not. The scout added with a sneer. Remember the Sector 1 guys you scared off? They told us all about you. Gangrim mused, the captain. Could he be one of the ambushers from day one? The Guardians laughed, as if Gangrim would just play follow the leader. Gangrim dropped from the tree, landing solidly. Lead the way. The red-haired man smirked. Smart choice. Let's move. The Guardian gasped. He's actually entertaining this. Soon, they arrived at a heavily fortified clearing. The scout gestured. This is our forward operating base. Another guard gestured toward a larger tent. Keep moving. He's further in. Gangrim noted the head count. There are twice as many fighters here as in my entire sector. He walked forward, feeling their eyes on him, though they didn't seem to perceive him as a threat. The guard behind him gave him a rough shove into the main tent. Get inside. A man was seated within, methodically sharpening a massive weapon. So, Gangrim, you finally arrived. Gangrim felt the air grow heavy. The man was a titan, his muscles like corded steel. He looked up, voice like grinding stones. Sector 1. Hongdehun. The giant offered a predatory smirk. I've been looking forward to this. Hongdehun. Class. Demon class rank 1. Attribute. Metal. Observing the weapon pulsating with raw energy in the man's lap, Gangrim realized he's armed with something truly legendary. The system analyzed the threat. Skyfire Spear. Rank. Dragon class 3. A versatile polearm optimized for piercing, cleaving, and crushing. Destructive potential is immense. Would you like me to find out what Hongdehun wants from Gangrim? The realization hit Gangrim like a bolt. He finally understood how Sector 1 had maintained their iron grip on every demon realm in his previous life. As Dahun rose and loomed over him, Gangrim shifted into a combat stance. State your business. Dahun's pupils flared with a predatory pink glow as he fixed Gangrim with a crushing, aggressive stare. He casually swept his spear in a lethal arc toward Gangrim's throat. Pardon the lack of hospitality. We were a bit blunt, weren't we? The razor-sharp tip of the spear stopped exactly 1 inch from the bridge of Gangrim's nose. Dahun raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. Sturdy nerves. I like that. Watching Gangrim's aura ripple with defensive energy, Dahun dropped the bravado. Join us, sea-old Gangrim. Let's consolidate our power. Gangrim reached up and wiped a thin bead of blood from a shallow nick on his forehead. He let out a dry, unimpressed chuckle. Is that your best pitch? You'll have to do better than a cheap threat if you want to buy my loyalty. Gangrim turned his back, offering a dismissive wave over his shoulder. Sorry, but I've already reserved the first-place trophy for this trial. The moment he crossed the threshold, two shimmering blades snapped shut in front of his chest, barring his exit. The entire Sector 1 vanguard stood in a tight circle, weapons drawn and eyes cold. Dahan's voice drifted from behind. Don't mistake my offer for a request. Once you enter this camp, your life belongs to me. Dahan pressed the cold steel of his spear blade against Gangrim's shoulder. If you refuse to play for my team, his voice dropped to a low, murderous hiss. Then you're just another body for the soil. Gangrim reached into his pouch, pulling out a small wooden token. He glanced back at Dahan with a chilling calm. I wouldn't pull that trigger if I were you. The blowback will ruin you. Dahan's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the object in Gangrim's palm. The wooden tablet was etched with a single, ominous character, revenge. Item analysis. Gongju's Totem of Vengeance. A specialized curse seal. Should the bearer be slain, the killer is permanently branded. This mark makes the target the primary quarry of Team Leader Gongju of the Soul Destiny Protection Agency. Dahan's heart skipped a beat. If I gut this kid, Gongju will hunt me to the ends of the earth. He hesitated, his mind racing. They're actually on the same level. The mysterious benefactor who gifted me this spear promised a massive payout for a first-place finish. Dahan exhaled a cloud of frustration. So, you got the special invitation too? Gangrim's eyes flickered. 2. A memory of his recent supply run surfaced. A system chime had echoed. Incoming encrypted message from Gongju. Objective: a high-stakes challenge for the most promising candidate. Mission: secure the first-ever clear of the Chamber of Slander on maximum difficulty. Current: 0/1. The wooden plaque had materialized in his hand. Great rewards await the victor. Equipment support: a temporary high-tier artifact has been assigned. Issued by Soul DPA Team 2, Leader Gongju. Gangrim realized the truth. So this titan got his spear from the Sector 1 chief? While he was connecting the dots, between the warring agency leaders, Dahan bellowed to his waiting soldiers, hold. Weapons down. New orders. He scanned the confused faces of his men. Seal Gangrim is off limits. Do not kill him. Dahan pointed at the token. He's carrying a suicide switch. If he dies, the person who did it is a dead man walking. He barked, Group 4, clear a path. Gangrim didn't flinch. Can I go now, Dahan? Or do you have more jokes? Dahan's face twisted into a malicious grin. I said don't kill him. The rest of you. Break his bones until he can't even crawl. As the mob surged forward to seize him, Gangrim dipped low, a blur of motion as he evaded the first heavy swing. He spoke through the chaos, his voice steady. I wouldn't have walked into the lion's den if I didn't know how to get out. What? He just blinked out of existence. Gangrim reappeared, driving a brutal elbow into a soldier's floating ribs. He pivoted, grabbing a second attacker and slamming him into the first with a bone-jarring tackle. The system chimed, executing skill, Lone Wolf. The hunters were left swinging at shadows. Where's he? He's gone again. Seal the perimeter. Don't let that ghost slip through. Gangrim flickered back into reality, delivering a precise chop to a man's neck. The soldiers spiraled into a panic. He's behind us. Is he teleporting? Watching his elite squad fall like dominoes, Dahan roared, stop scattering like mice. Tighten the formation. Back to back. He kept shouting. He's not invisible, he's just fast. Close the gaps. Don't let him breathe. Gangrim smirked, pulling a fruit from his bag. Too slow. He crushed it and let it fall. A sickly sweet, overpowering scent instantly flooded the camp. What's that smell? It's intoxicating. Gangrim watched the confusion from the shadows. I always wondered why our sectors were at each other's throats in the past. Now I see the DPA was pulling the strings all along. In seconds, the aromatic oil ignited, and Dahan's campsite transformed into an inferno. The Sector 1 team descended into total chaos. Fire. The monsters are swarm charging the scent. Kill the flames before we're eaten alive. Gangrim walked away from the smoke, his jaw set. Suwa said they were monsters who took hostages and murdered for sport, but the truth. His gaze was cold and clinical. That was that they were just desperate puppets performing for a reward. He broke into a run, his resolve hardening. I won't let history drown in blood just for a few agency credits. It's time to change the game. Several of the high-rank fruits he'd harvested from the guerrillas tumbled from his pack as he reached the main camp. Gangrim climbed onto a crate, shouting for attention. Everyone, listen up. You know as well as I do that other sectors are hunting these woods. He kept his voice urgent. I've confirmed a massive ambush is being prepared against us tonight. Suwa gasped. An ambush? Are you sure? Gangrim held up a glowing purple fruit. Positive. Here's my counteroffer. I am distributing these heavenly scent fruits to every person here. They're the key to our survival. The crowd was stunned into silence. You're just giving them away? Why not just save yourself and run? Gongrim smiled. I have more than enough. Take them, eat, and spread the word to anyone still out in the field. A wave of relief washed over the trainees as they cheered. Thank you, Seol Gangrim. You saved us. Shin Sua suddenly cried out, her voice echoing through the clearing. Wait, Seol Gangrim. She hurried toward him, her eyes searching his. Are you really satisfied with just clearing the intermediate level? You're capable of so much more. Gangrim didn't even slow his pace. What I choose to do with my life is none of your concern, Sua. He knew she'd never risk her people for a personal vendetta. Without looking back, he added, I'm a freelancer, remember? I don't follow your rules. He thought to himself, now take your team and run while you still can. Sua stood frozen, watching his silhouette vanish into the dense foliage in total silence. In the heart of the woods, a fresh spray of crimson painted the rough bark of a fruit-heavy tree. Gangrim stepped over the twitching body of a fallen gorilla. This feels familiar, he noted. This is the exact spot where the trail went cold before. He thought back to the previous ambush. That beast had moved with impossible stealth, appearing like a ghost. Crouching behind a thick oak, he watched another titan lumber past. Monsters aren't just ghosts that spawn out of thin air, he mused. They are apex predators with a home base. He compared them to the snowmen from the earlier trials. Every monster has a den, a focal point for their power. He shadowed the giant gorilla, his movements like a whisper. So, where do you big guys disappear to when you aren't hunting us? Suddenly, Gangrim's eyes caught a subtle, vine-covered hollow at the base of a massive tree. Jackpot! He exhaled and squeezed through the tight opening. How does a beast that size navigate a crawlspace like this? The narrow tunnel gave way, and Gangrim tumbled into a breathtaking, subterranean cathedral. This place is massive, he thought, staring up at the high ceiling. Gangrim summoned a ball of fire in his palm, casting a flickering orange light across the cavern. He reached out, his fingers grazing the cool, damp minerals of the cave wall. A soft, bioluminescent glow began to reflect in his wide eyes. His breath hitched at the sheer scale of the hidden grove. The guardians hovered behind him, gasping, it's a hidden paradise. Who would have dreamed such beauty was buried under the rot? Gazing at the low-hanging fruit dripping with nectar, a guardian asked, is this the heart of the nest? Another hissed, stay sharp, we could be surrounded in seconds. Gangrim whispered back, no, this is neutral ground. A sanctuary. They don't draw blood here. A swirl of shadowy energy gathered at Gangrim's feet. This is the eye of the storm, he thought, the true core of the demon realm. He approached a secondary tunnel leading even deeper into the earth. Are the real nightmares sleeping down there? He reached up and plucked a shimmering fruit. System, artifact acquired, myriad scent fruit. Tucking the prize away, Gangrim began to descend. Time to make a quiet exit before the landlord comes home. Suddenly, a thunderous boom rocked the cavern, sending dust raining down. En explosion? As the acrid smoke from the blast drifted apart, Hun stepped into the light, a greasy, self-satisfied grin on his face. Appreciate the directions, kid. We'd never have found the motherlode without you. Gangrim's jaw tightened. You tell me? Hun didn't even flinch. Like a shadow. And look what I picked up. Yinjun was dangling by her ankles, held aloft by one of Hun's thugs. Hun sneered. While I was scouting Sector 2's perimeter, looking at the terrified girl, Gangrim's face became a mask of cold fury. The fruit he had just harvested slipped from his fingers and thudded onto the dirt. Sector 2 was practically begging for a visit, Hun mocked. He looked at the helpless girl. The agency says I can't kill you, but they said nothing about what I can do to your little fan club. Tempted to test that theory? He hauled Yinjun up by her collar, the edge of his spear biting into the soft skin of her throat. The sent fruit, Gangrim. Hand it over, or the brat gets a permanent voice box removal. Seeing the girl trembling in that murderous grip, Gangrim's eyes turned into shards of ice. His voice was eerily level. I don't have what you're looking for. Gangrim took a heavy step forward and ground the fallen scent fruit into the mud with his heel. His aura darkened, his gaze shifting to the ancient tree behind him. But the tree is full of them. If you're so brave, go and take them. Grab as much as your greedy hands can carry. Hun gestured to his lead mercenary. Keep her pinned right here. The rest of you go strip that tree bare. The mercenaries broke into a sprint, their eyes glazed with greed. Move it. It's payday. They cheered. We're finally cashing out. Hun, you better be buying the first round of drinks back at the hub. Hun chuckled. Don't worry, just get the goods. Gangrim's voice cut through the noise. Let her go, Hun. The giant countered, swords on the ground first, hero. Hun shoved the girl toward the dirt and looked at Gangrim. She's all yours. Come and get her. He hovered his spear just inches above her head, a lethal threat. If you think you're fast enough, make your move. Gangrim let his blade clatter to the cavern floor. Fine, you win. Dahun blinked, taken aback by how easily the legendary fighter had surrendered. Gangrim rushed to the girl's side, gently lifting her head. Jayun, Yun Jayun, can you hear me? He pulled a small vial of crushed herbs from his belt and forced the contents past her lips. Dahun watched with a puzzled frown. What is that? Some kind of performance enhancer? Gangrim supported her weight, whispering, it's an antidote. Dahun burst out laughing. An antidote? I haven't even drawn blood yet, you paranoid freak. Suddenly, a series of heavy thuds echoed from the tree. Dahun whirled around to see his men collapsing like ragdolls. He screamed in a panic. What are you idiots doing? Get up. Would you like me to reveal the secret of the antidote and what happened to the mercenaries? The men clawed at their faces, wailing in agony. I can't see. Everything's spinning. Make it stop. Dahun's voice cracked as he roared. You snake. What did you do to my men? Suddenly, a system alert flashed. Warning. Critical exposure to the concentrated aroma of the myriad scent fruit. Gangrim fixed a dark, hollow gaze on Dahun. The numbness is starting to creep in, isn't it? Within seconds, the cavern air was saturated with a deadly, floral mist. System alert. Toxins from a myriad scent fruit are infiltrating your system. Dahun's heart hammered. The poison was taking hold. Breathless and dizzy, Dahun panicked. How do I stop this? Does he have a cure? The image of Gangrim administering the herbs to Yun Jayun flashed in his mind. Of course, the antidote. In a frenzied desperation, Dahun swung his heavy spear toward Gangrim's head. Losing all composure, he lunged forward with a blood-curdling scream. Seal Gangrim. Give me that cure, or I'll gut you. Gangrim gritted his teeth, narrowly evading the steel. Why is his constitution holding up so long? He wondered. The razor edge of the spear grazed his skin, drawing a thin line of red. A new prompt appeared. Lethal toxins are entering the bloodstream through the laceration. Gangrim's eyes snapped wide, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as the poison hit his heart. The alerts became a frantic strobe. Toxicity levels exceed current immunity. System failure imminent. As he danced around the spear's reach, Gangrim realized, I can't play the waiting game anymore. He's too strong. His expression turned lethal as a small, intense spark of flame danced on his fingertips. He lunged inside Dahun's guard, delivering a blow that made the giant spray crimson. System alert. Poisoning severity has reached the terminal stage. Dahun glared with bloodshot eyes, spitting a glob of ichor. You're taking us both to the grave, you lunatic. Gangrim produced a jagged iron shard from his satchel, his voice flat and final. No, this grave is strictly for one. Dahun's bravado shattered into a pathetic wail. Wait, save me. I'm the only one who can call off the hit on Sector 2. Gangrim stepped into his personal space, looming over him. If survival was actually your goal. He looked at the dying man with chilling apathy. That you shouldn't have made it personal by threatening those under my protection. A second later, the iron shard in Gangrim's hand was slick with fresh, dark blood. The system's cold voice echoed. Initiating skill, Fate Stealer. His energy spent, Gangrim collapsed to his knees, his chest heaving as he fought for every breath. The mechanical voice continued, siphoning essence from Dahun. Stats scrolled past. Mana capacity absorbed. Agility parameters assimilated. Evolution complete. Seal Gangrim's status has ascended to human class level 3. Gangrim reached out, gently taking Jayun's small, limp hand. You never should have followed me into this mess, he whispered. The Guardian hovered urgently. Hey, snap out of it. This isn't the time for a nap. He watched as Gangrim fumbled for the egg in his bag. The Guardian's jaw dropped. What's the plan? Is he trying to hatch that thing right now? It clicked in an instant. He's using his internal flame to force a rapid incubation. That's insane. The interface turned a brilliant gold. Gestation progress, 100. The shell of the mysterious egg shattered, radiating a pure, blinding light. As the glow faded, a majestic white fawn stood in the dirt. The Guardian gasped. A Kirin? A literal divine beast? How is that even possible? The small, elegant creature stepped softly toward the exhausted Gangrim. It leaned down, pressing its velvet forehead against his brow in a silent bond. System chime. Unlocking passive ability. Divine purification. Instantly, a shimmering, celestial sigil flared on Gangrim's forehead. The thick, purple haze of the poison began to dissolve, as if by magic. The cave air became crisp and sweet once more. System alert. All environmental toxins have been completely neutralized. Gangrim looked into the fawn's large, intelligent eyes and patted its head. Well done, little one. He glanced back at the glowing fruit tree. I'd better harvest the rest before the fire takes them. Seeing Yun Jayun stir, Gangrim called out, Jayun, you back with us? Come on, up you go. The girl gasped, wait, as a hand suddenly grabbed the dirt nearby. The group finally climbed back out of the hollow tree and into the forest light. Shin Suwa and Yunbom came sprinting through the underbrush, looking haggard. Suwa threw her arms around them, sobbing. I thought we'd lost you both. Gangrim looked around at the tattered group. Suwa, what are you doing here? Is the camp secure? She wiped her eyes. Yes. Father Johann performed miracles healing everyone. Yunbom added, the Sector 1 thugs scattered the moment their leader went missing. Yunbom then crossed her arms, fixing her sister with a terrifying glare. Yun Jiayun, what were you thinking running off alone? I thought you were dead. Gangrim cleared his throat. She was intercepted by the Sector 1 captain. Yun Jiayun hissed. I told you to keep that quiet. Yunbom's voice rose to a scream. Yun Jiayun, you're grounded forever. Would you like me to show you the rewards Gangrim received for reaching level 3? Shin Suwa sighed, watching her sister stomp away. I'd better go after her before she does something else reckless. Gangrim shook his head. None of this drama would have happened if you'd just taken the easy exit at intermediate. Why did you stay behind? Suwa looked him in the eye, her voice firm. Gangrim, did you really think we could just walk out and leave you behind? He groaned. Suwa, being a good Samaritan is noble and all, but gambling with your team's lives just to play hero. Is that really worth it? She gave him a knowing smile. You aren't just some random stranger we're helping. Johan and Dako Jun caught up to them as Suwa continued. Every person in this camp considers you a vital part of our unit. She beamed at Gangrim with genuine warmth. So, next time, let's just agree to face the fire together. Gangrim felt a rare moment of hesitation. Suddenly, the system flickered. Destiny synchronization. The threads of Seol Gangrim and Shin Suwa are weaving together. Relationship update. Yunbom now regards you as her savior. Gangrim recalled the previous notifications. Destiny synchronization. The threads of Seol Gangrim and Shin Suwa are weaving together. Relationship update. Yun Jiayun now regards you as her savior. Any alert from when he rescued Jiayun. Soul bond. The fates of Seol Gangrim and Yun Jiayun are becoming inextricably linked. Gangrim scratched the back of his neck, feeling the weight of their expectations. Looks like I've missed my chance to be a lone wolf. I'll take it under advisement, he muttered. Gangrim stepped through the shimmering exit portal. Trial status. Chamber of Slander conquered. Difficulty rating, maximum clear. He reached into the golden reward chest appearing in his interface and pulled out a strange artifact. The Compass of Destiny. He watched the needle spin. This is a foresight tool. It maps out the paths of the future. The catch is it's temperamental. I can't just force a prophecy whenever I'm curious. Suddenly, the artifact vibrated with a sharp, metallic hum. The needle began to rotate at a blurring speed. The Compass of Destiny had triggered on its own. He stared at it, his pulse quickening. Grand event. Seol Gangrim's fundamental path has been permanently altered. Back at the agency, Gongju squinted at his data feeds. This doesn't add up. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Seol Gangrim's performance metrics are completely off the charts. He scrolled through the logs. He tore through the Chamber of the Knife Mountain in less than 24 hours. And the anomalies reported in the Chamber of Hell. Those were far from accidental. Each milestone blinked on the wall of screens. He soloed a Yeti and triggered a hidden sequence in the Chamber of Frost that shouldn't have been active. Gongju exhaled sharply and pulled off his mask. How is an insect class rank 3 pulling off feats that would break a master class? He leaned in closer. I'd bet my career he's also the ghost who vanished with the 7 sword edges in the Forest of Swords. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowing. That's the only way he could have overpowered Han to Han in the 5th room. But the real riddle is, Ionio leaned against the wall with a sigh. Happy now? You got the chaos you wanted. But regardless of his luck, knowing the exact ritual to hatch a Kirin, that's not just skill, that's impossible knowledge. Her suspicion was written all over her face. Hatching a divine beast is a miracle. The odds of a natural birth are essentially 0. Gongju dropped his gloves onto his desk with a thud. Is he a genius, or is he being guided by a god? Even for a non-believer, neither answer fits the puzzle. He pulled a glowing talisman from his drawer. I need to know if he's actually reading the script of fate. Later, Gangrim walked into a sleek, high-tech office. Right this way, Mr. Seol, a guide prompted. Gongju held up a shimmering silver key. As promised, here is the reward for your exceptional performance. Gangrim blinked as the space shifted. A previously solid, blank wall began to ripple and fold inward. Gongju gestured toward the opening. Impressive, isn't it? This is my private spatial treasury, home to my personal armory. Gongrim nodded. Not bad. Gongju gave a generous smile. Feel free to select any single item from this collection. Gangrim paused, scanning the racks. Anything at all? Gongju's eyes twinkled. My word is my bond. Take whatever calls to you. Gangrim stepped into the vault, his eyes narrowing. This isn't just a gift, he realized. This is a trap. Gongju looked down at the key, a smirk playing on his lips. I've rigged the presentation. He had spent hours on the deception. Low-grade junk had been polished and given legendary, flowery descriptions to lure the greedy. The true treasures were hidden in plain sight. God-tier relics were disguised with rusted hilts and vague, boring descriptions tossed into the bargain bins. The corners of his mouth twitched upward. He was going to find out once and for all if Seol Gangrim could see through the veil of the future. Gongju knew that without some kind of true sight, no one could spot the hidden gems. He looked at his sword, Great Ruler's Blade, Dragon Class Rank 1, the legendary steel of King Isongjiwai used to crush the Goryeo Rebellion. Massive power, especially against high-status targets. The blade, a weapon that once made kings tremble, looked like a common toy with a tacky dragon hilt. Its description had been watered down to absolute nonsense to hide its worth. He folded his arms, tracking Gangrim's every move. If he has the eyes of fate, he'll ignore the glitter. Gangrim reached out, picking up a sword and meticulously scanning its system data. He looked at the glittering rose with a smirk. The manager definitely tried to bury the masterpieces, but even his trash pile has items better than anything I've seen in Sector 2. Gangrim tilted his head, his eyes alive with a sharp intelligence. This manager is being surprisingly helpful today. Then, his gaze locked onto a specific pedestal in the corner. A gleaming, ornate sword caught his eye. The tag read, Exquisite Fine Blade. Insect Class Rank 1. But as he leaned in, his eyebrows shot up. Hold on. Insect Class? Rank 1? Would you like me to show you which weapon Gangrim eventually chooses? Seeing the blatant misdirection, he swept his gaze across the room and finally realized how rigged the entire display was. The spectral windows of foresight began to dissolve. Fate exploration terminated. Gangrim pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes as he shot a calculating look toward Gongju. Is this whole thing just an elaborate test of my intuition? He seems to have seen this coming. I knew this was too good to be true. Why give away a masterpiece for free? He's clearly trying to verify my potential. He let out a weary sigh. This guy has backed me into a corner where I have to choose my cards carefully. Gangrim weighed his options. Only a tiny fraction of people possess the gift of foresight. And the Destiny Protection Agency usually hoards those talents like a dragon's gold. He felt torn. What's worth more, keeping my true abilities under wraps or walking out of here with god-tier equipment? He pivoted on his heel, changing his trajectory toward a different section of the vault. Gongju's voice echoed in the room. Well, has something finally caught your eye? He stepped forward with deliberate slow motion and pointed his finger. What I've decided on is... Gongju's eyes popped in sheer bewilderment. Wait, you want me? Gangrim froze, his brain stalling. What on earth is he thinking? He tried to backtrack quickly. No, that's not. But the man was already off on a tangent. I have to hand it to you. You're sharper than you look. Gongju puffed out his chest with pride. To think you deduce that I am the most invaluable asset in this entire chamber. He smoothed his hair, clearly flattered. I know I'm a catch, but I'm strictly not for sale. Gangrim replied with a deadpan stare. Actually, I was pointing at. Gangrim clarified with a sigh. The master key you're currently holding. He then laid out a bold proposal. Grant me access to this entire arsenal. It'll be a far better investment for you in the long run. He turned on the charm to seal the deal. You won't lose your property, and I'll ensure Sector 2 stays at the top of the leaderboard. Gongju rubbed his jaw, his eyes shimmering as he crunched the numbers in his head. The scene transitioned to Gangrim's private quarters, where he was setting down a bowl. Kirin, come get while it's hot. The little beast gave a grateful bow before diving into its meal. He mused, it'll take 3 days to forge a duplicate key. I'll spend that time making you the strongest pet in the realm. He ripped open another premium food packet. Anyway, he felt a physical ache in his bank account. I never imagined I'd burn through 12,000 soul jades in a single afternoon. Divine beasts are a luxury I can barely afford. Gangrim kept piling on the snacks for the Kirin. Is it tasty? Good. Eat your fill and grow big for me. But then, his face shifted from affection to sheer astonishment. System alert. Kirin has evolved to Ghost Class Rank 2. New trait unlocked. Hydrokinesis. He scanned the creature's updated status. Water manipulation. Ghost Class Rank 2. Enables swift aquatic movement and the power to bend water to its will. It can control water already? Gangrim gestured toward a basin. Hey, Kirin, show me what you can do with that. The Kirin lowered its head, and a perfect sphere of liquid began to rise from the surface. Small droplets began to dance mid-air, defying gravity. Whoa, that's actually... Gangrim's face suddenly drained of color. Wait, not toward me. A high-pressure jet of water blasted forward like a cannonball. A massive tidal wave of liquid slammed squarely into his face with a wet thud. The impact was so strong it blew a jagged hole right through the dormitory wall. Choi Sang-won was standing in the hallway on the other side, dripping wet and looking stunned. He roared in a towering rage, "Hey, see old Gangrim, you total bastard." Gangrim stood there, dripping and speechless, wondering how to explain a divine water cannon. Down in the mess hall, a group of trainees were huddled around a table. Man, this is the life. One guy was practically inhaling his plate. This food is actual 5-star quality. He grumbled, "I thought I was turned into a grape from all that fruit." Another nodded. "If it wasn't for the surplus Gangrim sold us, we'd still be starving." One of them leaned in. "He acts like an iceberg, but he's actually a real saint." Another agreed. Gangrim's always had a heart of gold. Most people just can't see past the scowl. He shared a memory. When the swarm cornered us, he was the only one who didn't run. And remember the Colax infestation in the skyscraper? He's the reason we made it to the training camp. Someone frowned. "If he's that good, why didn't you join his crew back then?" He shrugged sheepishly. "Maybe because he's so intimidating? I don't really know." He looked down at his plate, feeling a twinge of guilt. "We only passed the intermediate trial because of his charity. I feel like a jerk for calling him cold." Suddenly, Gangrim pushed the door open. "Glad to see the new quarters meet your standards." He looked back at the group. "Oh, and for the record, this meal is on my tab." Sang-won crossed his arms, trying to look tough. "I'm only being civil because you guys are first clearers just like I am." Gangrim raised an eyebrow. "You managed to snag a first-place finish too?" He puffed out his chest, pointing a thumb at himself. "I held the record for the Chamber of Slander on low difficulty." Gangrim realized. That explains why our paths never crossed in harder zones. He gave a small, genuine nod of respect. "Hey, that's actually impressive. Even for the easy mode." Sang-won's eyes lit up. "Right? Finally, someone gets it." He leaned back and let out a sigh of relief. "I've got to say, talking to you is a breath of fresh air. Everyone else around here is way below my pay grade." He followed up with a grin and an enthusiastic invite. "Hey, since the food was so good, let's grab some drinks on me." He signaled to the server by holding up 2 fingers. "Actually, make it a double." The clay doll staff waved their hands, trying to ensure he was steady enough to order, but he snapped at them. "Save the lecture. Just bring the damn bottles." Sang-won began to boast. "I'll pick up the tab next time." But his sentence was cut short by a sudden, stinging slap to the face. He slammed his fist onto the table in a blind fury, rubbing his throbbing cheek. "You gotta be joking. Do you even have a clue who you're dealing with?" He lunged forward and snarled. "How dare you look down on me? You're nothing but a glorified puppet." Gangrim placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Sang-won, relax. The meal's on me. Quit bullying the staff." He let out a condescending scoff. "You? Loaded?" He ruffled his own hair, adding mockingly, "Just a reminder. Soul jades are the only currency that carries weight in this hellhole." He leaned over to check the price tag, while the clay dolls, undeterred, began expertly prepping a glass. Sang-won blinked, looking lost. "VIP status? Gongrim nodit komri. Apparently, I hit that rank after dropping 12,000 soul jades here yesterday." Gangrim kept his voice steady. "Change of plans, just 1 glass for him." He stared at Gangrim, his jaw practically hitting the floor. 12,000. The clay doll didn't use its hands, instead using its foot to slide the drink across the table to him. His face darkened instantly at the blatant disrespect of the gesture. Sang-won bit his lip so hard it turned white, trembling with suppressed rage. Finally, he snapped, throwing a punch straight at the clay doll's head. "I told you to respect me, you piece of junk." The rest of the cafeteria froze, eyes wide at the sudden outbreak of violence. Gangrim grabbed his arm to restrain him. "Enough. What are you trying to prove?" Sang-won shrieked back, "Get off me. You think you're better than me?" He stormed out of the hall, fuming with every step. A soft voice drifted over. "Hey, little guy, are you hurt?" The twin sisters had arrived. One of them tilted her head. "Master, are you actually friends with that loudmouth?" He dismissed it with a wave. "Not even close." Yoon Jae-un looked at him with concern. "Then why were you hanging out with him?" He explained, "His room was a casualty of my training. My Kirin smashed his wall, so I owed him a meal as an apology." The girl's eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. "A real Kirin?" The sisters squealed with delight when they finally saw the creature. "Oh my god, he's precious. What's his name, master?" Gongrim shrugged. "I call him Kirin." Yoon Jae-un looked disappointed. "That's it?" He replied, "Well, because he is one." They both stared at him with flat expressions. "Yunbong Sigid. He's a legendary divine beast, not a common pet." The younger one added, "How would you like it if we just called you human all day?" He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit foolish. All right. I get it. You want me to give him a proper name." He thought for a second before nodding. "Fine, let's go with Lanny." Immediately, a notification appeared. Lanny's rank has shifted. Status: promoted to Junior Demon class. Lanny has unlocked a new ability, Magnetic Horn. He pulled up the creature's stat window. Magnetic Horn, Junior Demon class. capable of drawing in metal-based attacks or redirecting their path at will. The girl gasped as the creature glowed. What happened? Did he just level up because of the name? The little fawn nuzzled into his palm affectionately. Of all the divine beasts I could have found, I get the one that's a total softie. Yinbom put her hands on her hips, looking serious. Master, you haven't forgotten we're officially a team now, right? He gave a small, warm smile. I haven't forgotten. Gangrim pulled Lanny into a hug and looked at the sisters. Thanks for the push, guys. Yinjun giggled, hiding her smile behind her hand. If you really want to thank us, Master, come with us to the next trial zone. He looked at them curiously. The next demon realm? The sisters both nodded in unison. The massive doors ahead were reinforced with heavy iron seals. He stood there puzzled. Isn't the protocol just a walk-in once the timer hits 0? 1 week later, the courtyard was packed with trainees. The Chamber of 6 Snakes was finally opening its gates. Current objective, protection duty 0/168 hours remaining. A murmur went through the crowd. Protect? Protect what exactly? Someone pointed toward the center. Maybe it's that weird container or the massive tree over there. A man named Co Jongmin waved energetically at them. Hi there. You must be the superstars from Seoul Sector 2. I'm Co Jongmin from the agency, and I'll be your guide for this specific realm. Sois blinkt in surprise. An agency messenger? Yin Jaeun whispered, look, our objective window just updated, same as the previous chambers. She realized the agency is the one pulling the strings on the goals. Gangrim's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why Jongmin? In my previous life, Anavi was the one who handled this sector. Co Jongmin clapped his hands together. I've streamlined the manual to save time, so I'll keep this short and sweet. Someone asked, manual? Their friend pulled a booklet from their bag. The guy we got at the entrance, remember? He reached into a small crate and lifted a small creature. Your primary mission in this zone is to keep this white snake alive. The crowd recoiled in distaste, but he clarified, don't worry, it's not a group project. Every single one of you gets your own snake to look after. He held up a strip of vibrant red fabric. This is the seal of friendship. Your job is to wrap this around your snake to bond with it. Jongmin began handing out the cloths. Here we go. Everyone grab a seal and head into the brush. Find your partner and let the clock start ticking. The system displayed the official rules. Chamber of 6 Snakes. Assign 1 snake per person. Use the seal of friendship to domesticate and safeguard it for 168 hours. You are permitted to exit the realm, but if your snake perishes in your absence, you fail immediately. Snakes are tethered to this realm, but Co Jongmin offers a daycare service for up to 6 hours daily. He will ensure their safety during that window. If your snake dies, you may find a replacement and restart. Crucial. If you encounter the Great Python, never refer to it as a snake. Would you like me to find a snake for Gangrim? Yin Jaeun rustled through the thickets. Any luck in here? Yin Bom sighed. Not even a tail. Dako Jun huffed as he hoisted 2 small vipers. Seriously? Aren't there any titans in this forest? Johan jumped back as a cobra hissed at him. Sui dashed aside. Father Johan, stay behind me. Sang-won cinched a red cloth around a green snake's middle. Don't you move. As the knot tightened, the reptile began to shimmer. Protection status. Active. Elapsed time. 3 seconds/168 hours. He gave a quick pat. All right, your name is Pooh. Behave. The others groaned. Aren't we supposed to be your bodyguards? He smirked exactly. So guard my snake too. Sang-won folded his arms with a cocky grin. I beat Seal Gangrim to the punch, so I'm definitely leading the pack, right? The guy holding the bag nodded dryly. Sang-won beamed. Just watch. I'll be the first to clear this trial. The team whispered, what's with his obsession with Seal Gangrim lately? Sang-won muttered to himself. Soon enough, you won't be able to look down on me, Gangrim. Gangrim crossed an arched stone bridge with Lanny trotting faithfully at his heels. He was lost in thought. I need to figure out what the Destiny Guide is trying to tip me off about. A sense of dread gnawed at him. Maybe it's because we cleared the Chamber of Slander ahead of schedule, but this realm has been locked down for a while. And that new agency rep, there's something off about the switch. Gangrim narrowed his eyes, staring at his reflection in the water. Too many variables have shifted. I can't pin down where the real threat is hiding. The system chimed. Warning. Seal Gangrim's destined path has deviated. He froze. Here it comes. The prompt continued. Initiate corrective measures to restore the flow of fate. Once aligned, you shall dictate the future again. He looked at the red ribbon in his hand. Does the key to restoration lie in this simple cloth? Item profile. Seal of Friendship, Junior Human Class. When bound to a beast, it negates hostility. Potency scales with the power gap between master and creature. A spectral voice echoed. Gangrim, why the hesitation? Weren't you hunting serpents? If you've lost interest, let me take the wheel. Lanny circled his legs, nudging him urgently. Gongrim exulted sharply. Fine. Overthinking won't change the facts. Time to move. He shed his coat and stuffed it into his pack. He stripped down to his tactical gear. Ready, Lanny? Let's make a splash. He took a flying leap into the center of the lake. Lanny didn't hesitate, diving into the cold water right behind him. Gangrim took a final, deep lungful of air. Man and beast descended together into the murky blue. Seal Gangrim kicked hard, heading straight for the lightless depths of the lake bed. The two scanned the shadows for a specific silhouette. He must be hunting a water serpent. But how long can a human survive without oxygen down there? A system alert appeared. Lung capacity boosted by 20 via water attribute synergy. Lanny radiated a soft light as he channeled mana. Skill activation, water mastery. The prompt updated. Seal Gangrim is now under the influence of water mastery. Amphibious movement and underwater respiration enabled. Now, both were moving through the water as naturally as if they were on land. A small eel-like snake darted past Gangrim's face. It panicked under his intense gaze. Gangrim ignored it, pushing deeper into the abyss. Hey, look, there's a prime water serpent right over there. But Gangrim kept his eyes on the darkest trenches. There are no serpents down here worth the effort. He thought to himself, did you really think I dove this deep for common garden snakes? No, I'm looking for. Just then, a shadow loomed behind him as a giant python unhinged its massive jaws. Look at the size of that monster. Gangrim pivoted, using the water's resistance to brace himself. Good thing I've got the Skyfire blade at my side. He drove the edge deep into the creature's gullet. Soul Gongrim. That brutally neutralized the python. It was too massive to be a mere snake, yet lacked the majesty of a dragon. He grinned, grabbing the creature's thick tongue. This is the king I was looking for. Luck is on my side. Now to tie the knot. He began wrapping the red cord around the python's powerful tongue. A glowing orb of essence manifested within the beast's maw. At that moment, Lanny's aura flared, shielding Gangrim from the beast's death throes. Skill, water mastery. Gangrim nodded, great timing, Lanny. The python's eyes burned with a primal, predatory hatred. It turned its fury toward Lanny, opening its mouth to swallow the small creature whole. Gangrim surged forward, deploying item, Seal of Friendship. He threw his arms around the massive, thrashing coil. The python fought the charm with everything it had. Soul Gongrim clung on with white-knuckled strength as the beast tried to shake him. Finally, the knot was secured. The python has yielded. Seal Gangrim is now its master. The watching spirits were speechless. He actually tamed Python? Just look at its gaze. The hunger is gone. It sees him as an ally now. Seal Gangrim gestured with a triumphant grin toward the light filtering from above. The pair kicked off from the bottom and surged upward, breaking through the lake's glassy surface. Seal Gangrim gave the python's snout an affectionate pat. Excellent work. Now, my only duty is to keep you safe for the next 7 days. He issued a playful command to the massive reptile. But you can handle yourself, can't you? Let's reconnect in a week. Stay submerged and just keep doing your thing down there. The python tilted its head, clearly puzzled, yet it obeyed, slipping back into the murky depths. The watching spirits were flabbergasted. He tamed a legend and ditched it 5 minutes later? Hey, it's a giant python. It's the apex predator of this pond. Seal Gangrim let out a mischievous laugh. This basically counts as a week-long vacation, right? A spirit grumbled. So that's your angle. You're a natural-born strategist. And a bit of a shark. Seal Gangrim didn't idle for long, venturing deeper into the brush to hunt more formidable beasts. The interface pinged as he hit level 26. Status check, strength 26, stamina 23, speed 26, perception 26, mana 23. Seal Gangrim wiped sweat from his brow. Grinding for stats is a slog, even with my high-tier class multipliers. He glanced at his companion. Lanny, let's take a breather before we dive back into the fray. The spirits whispered about Kieran's being pacifists, yet it didn't hesitate to buff him earlier. Gangrim noted the fatigue in the creature's eyes. It clearly finds the violence draining. Suddenly, a roar erupted. You greedy coward. Gangrim snapped his head toward the source. Internal skirmishes between trainees were a rarity within the demon realm's borders. Seal Gangrim's face tightened with concern. He signaled Lanny and bolted toward the commotion. Forget it. The voices were now close enough to hear every syllable of the argument. What the hell is wrong with you? Pay me back every single jade. Seal Gangrim slowed his pace to listen. I'm finished with this suicide mission. A man screamed right into Choi Sang-won's face. You'll get your refund when we're back at the hub. Handle your own mess. You can't be serious. The rest of the squad turned their backs in unison. We're done. You do nothing but insult us and obsess over Seal Gangrim. If he's so perfect, go hire him and leave us out of it. Seal Gangrim stood in shadows, feeling awkward. Hire me? The spirits nudged him. Go on, Gangrim, step in. He's clearly desperate. This is the perfect chance to squeeze some soul jades out of him. He hesitated. You think, that Kirin of yours isn't going to feed itself, is it? He recalled their last meeting with a frown. But that guy is usually broke as a joke. Spotting him, Choi Sang-won scrambled over to see old Gangrim like his life depended on it. He wailed in a total panic. Gangrim, please, you have to help me save my snake. The two began a frantic dash through the woods. So your ward is under fire, but you've actually managed to lose track of where it is? Exactly. Seol Gangrim maintained a culpace. What's the payout for this rescue mission? Sang-won shrieked. You still owe me for that meal, you thief. Gangrim skidded to a dead stop. I don't do charity work. What? Sang-won's face turned purple. Soul jades. I'll pay in soul jades. I have 2,000 on hand. Gangrim's eyebrows shot up. That's a surprisingly deep pocket. Did you shake down your teammates for that? The system chimed. Transfer successful. A warning followed. The target bonded by the seal is below 50 HP. Gangrim smiled, his balance restored. Money well earned. Choi Sang-won, meanwhile, was vibrating with anxiety. If you're done counting your loot, move your ass and save my snake. Deep in the thicket, the poor serpent was being battered by a barrage of attacks. A rival trainee swung a club with a feral grin. This is where you die, pest. Seol Gangrim flickered into view, his blade parrying the strike with a sharp ring. The attacker snarled in frustration. Hey, mind your own business. I tracked this snake first. Go find your own kill. Gangrim didn't budge. That's not going to happen. Choi Sang-won dove into the dirt, scooping the battered snake into his arms. He sobbed dramatically. Don't leave me, Gucci. Stay with me. Swallow this potion. The rival looked bewildered as Sang-won turned on him with bared teeth. Who gave you the right to hum my partner? The trainee blinked. Your partner? Sang-won grew even more indignant. Can't you see the seal? Go find your own ward. The trainee looked disgusted. Why would I protect a damn snake? Seol Gangrim asked, his voice sharp with sudden doubt. Isn't the objective of this realm to safeguard the serpents? The trainee stared at them like they were insane. What are you talking about? He checked his system log. My objective is exterminate the serpents. Both men froze as the gravity of the situation hit them. What? A cold chill ran down Gangrim's spine. The mission for Sector 3 has been inverted compared to my past life. This must be the destiny shift the guide mentioned. He remembered the previous timeline clearly. Both sides were supposed to protect the snakes together. That cooperation was why he and Suwa had grown close. Seol Gangrim's face drained of color. Wait, if the hunters are after the snakes. The system shrieked a high-priority alert. The entity bonded to your seal of friendship is under heavy assault. Gangrim's heart dropped. Someone found a python. Nearby, Jang Tae-han stood his ground against the thrashing titan. If someone from Sector 3 is hiding behind a monster. He grinned, his aura flaring with battle lust. Then it has to be that legendary coward. Suddenly, a devastating counterattack exploded outward, sending Jang Tae-han tumbling through the air. The python let out a thunderous, visceral roar, its eyes locking onto him. Is that thing trying to be a dragon, or what? Jang Tae-han's pulse quickened with battle lust. Whatever it is, it looks like a hell of a challenge. He lunged toward the massive beast with reckless abandon. Wonder if bagging this trophy ends a trial? Just then, Seol Gangrim burst through the trees, his face a mask of urgent concern. He exhaled in relief as he saw Tae-han's strike connect with the python's armored scales. Tae-han cocked his fist back, grinning. Sweet, I almost. Gangrim didn't hesitate, diving into the fray to parry the follow-up blow. As their weapons sparked, Tae-han snarled, Who the hell are you to step in? A look of deep satisfaction washed over Gangrim's face. I'd know that temper anywhere. Jang Tae-han froze, squinting at him. Seol Gangrim? In a flash, Gangrim's mind drifted to the past. Hyung, you missed the last raid, so you better show up for this one, understood? Young Tae-han, rank 2 demon class. A heavy hitter from the Flying Tiger Gang. The memory of their old bond surfaced. Fine, it's a deal. I'm heading out, but you're officially on the hook for the party tonight. That moment was a turning point for everyone involved. Snapping back to the present, he remembered Tae-han was a pillar of the Flying Tiger Gang. Finding him here was a stroke of luck. Tae-han, however, was fuming. I'll give you a pass since you're fresh face, but back off. I stake my claim on that monster first. Gangrim signaled the python with a sharp whistle. Get down, stay in the deeps, and don't surface until I say so. The python vanished beneath the waves in a heartbeat. Damn it, it slipped away. Over. Move. You're my way. I'm not letting that kill go. Gangrim just kept smiling, unable to hide his joy. I've never seen him so full of youthful fire. Nostalgia hit Gangrim like a wave. The energy was so different back then. Gongrim. Listen to me. Taehan had once admitted that I'm genuinely relieved we didn't cross paths in the demon realm back in the day. And why is that? He'd looked away, rubbing his neck. I was a bit of a loose cannon. I would have picked a fight for sure. Gangrim realized that a meeting in the old timeline would have ended in blood, not brotherhood. Are you even paying attention to me? Seal Gangrim gave a warm, disarming smile. Why not hunt something else? This python is under my personal protection. Taehan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yours. He launched a sudden, explosive strike, but Gangrim flowed around it like water. Fine, if you won't move, I'll just go through you. Is dodging all you know how to do? Gangrim waited for the perfect opening and snapped a counterstrike forward. Taehan's forearms vibrated with the impact, struggling to match Gangrim's deceptive power. Gangrim looked at him with a gaze full of quiet respect. He's every bit as strong as I remember. Yang Taon Skofut. What's the joke? What are you so damn happy about? He was caught completely off guard by the casual reply. Oh, I'm just glad to be here. Gangrim raised his blade, his stance shifting into a focused rhythm. How could I not be happy to see you standing here, full of life and fighting spirit? System, attribute shift, fire soul. Gangrim blurred forward, a trail of heat following his movement. He analyzed the gap. Taehan is rank 2 demon class. His raw stats and specialized subclass should technically outclass me. Taehan's eyes filled with dread as the sword point hovered near his throat. It's frustrating, isn't it? Being stronger on paper, but unable to land a hit? Stung by the humiliation, he swung a desperate haymaker. Quit acting like you've got me figured out. You don't know a thing about me. Gangrim dipped his shoulder and landed a precise, breath-stealing blow to Taehan's solar plexus. As Taehan stumbled back, Gangrim felt a surge of quiet triumph. I know you better than you know yourself. I know every twitch and every tell. The young fighter clutched his side, trembling. Looks like this round goes to me. Jang Taehan's face twisted in a silent, bitter grimace. He scrambled back, preparing to retreat. This isn't over. I'll pay you back for this, mark my words. Gangrim gave a cheerful wave as he left. Take care. Then, the realization hit him. Wait, this is bad. His smile faded. If I drive him off now, he might never cross paths with Shin Suwa. The weight of the butterfly effect began to sink in. If the timeline breaks here, he won't join the Flying Tiger gang. He feared the darker alternative. If he ends up being scouted by the Azura gang, it's a death sentence. His expression darkened. I have to steer him back toward his true fate. Scene shift. You should have been transparent from the start that other sectors had orders to kill our wards. Choi Sang-won was currently grilling the messenger without mercy. Defending against monsters or humans. It's the same job, isn't it? Wait, are you serious? He tucked his snake under his arm, fuming. Let's get out of here, Gucci. Gangrim stepped forward and raised a hand. Mind if I pick your brain for a second? Seo Jongmin let out a light, breezy chuckle. I'm all ears. What's bothering you? Gangrim voiced the nagging doubt. Isn't the agency's whole mission to cultivate as many awakened as possible? I don't see how pitting us against each other helps the cause. He replied, would you like me to find out why the agency is orchestrating this conflict? To filter out the weaklings, those who don't possess their own strength and only advance by leaning on others. Gangrim was puzzled. Leaning on others? What is he getting at? Seo Jongmin explained smoothly. Take a hunter who uses a high-tier artifact they didn't earn to breeze through a trial. Gongrim froze. Wait, is he implying that I'm the problem? The messenger smirked. In any case, we were quite stingy with the snake population this round. So Gongrim clenched his jaw, feeling a surge of irritation. So you've made cooperation virtually impossible. A system prompt flickered. Objective, protect the giant python. Time remaining, 22 hours. 0.17 minutes, 58 seconds, /168 hours. The spirits were buzzing with anticipation. There he is. Finally, we've been waiting for the main event. Gangrim looked around, startled. Did the world turn upside down while I was away? He headed back toward the stone bridge where the python was hiding. No alerts yet. At least my serpent hasn't been discovered. Suddenly, a sharp chill ran down his spine. Something fast was closing in. A deafening explosion rocked the trees in the distance. Through the rising dust and debris, a familiar silhouette emerged. A second blast followed immediately, tearing up the ground right where Gangrim had been standing. A heavy fist smashed into the earth, sending jagged cracks spiderwebbing across the path. Jang Taehan was back, eyes burning. So, Gongrim, I've been tracking you for miles. Looking for a rematch? Or do you have actual business with me? He stepped forward, his grin widening with pure adrenaline. Oh, it's definitely business. Taehan lunged forward with a wild laugh. I'm the kind of guy who returns every debt, with interest. See, old Gangrim barely brought his guard up in time to catch the heavy blow. The impact triggered a vivid memory of their clash in the previous timeline. Gangrim narrowed his eyes, analyzing the stance. I'll humor him for a few rounds, he thought. Without warning, the boy pivoted and snapped a kick toward Gangrim's head, nearly catching him off guard. He grunted, struggling to redirect the raw force. Damn, his rhythm has changed. Gangrim realized instantly that the kid had evolved. He must have sensed that I was predicting his every move yesterday. His forearms stung from the block. Breaking your own muscle memory is a nightmare. I have to admit, I'm impressed by his grit. Jang Taehan let out a triumphant roar. Gotcha. Finally landed one on that smug face. Gangrim asked, genuinely curious, why are you so obsessed with beating me? Taehan spat on the ground. Simple. Because you made me lose. His gaze was fixed and unwavering, and I absolutely loathe losing. Gangrim was taken aback by the sheer, unadulterated passion in the boy's voice. He looked at the young warrior and realized, that's right. You were always a battle maniac who thrived on challenging the giants. In my first life, I was so insignificant that I wouldn't have even crossed your mind, let alone fought you as an equal. Gangrim let out a weary, ironic chuckle. Is it weird that I'm actually starting to enjoy being your rival? He braced himself. If I fall here, the python dies and the trial is over. I'll give you credit for one thing, Taehan. You don't give up. Stop talking and start fighting. Show me everything. A dark fire ignited in Gangrim's eyes. If a real fight is what you want, you've got it. Just try to stay conscious. Skill activation. Combat Instinct Level 3. The system hummed, activating latent ability. Combat Instinct. Did you really believe a pup like you could take my head? Taehan charged back in, ecstatic. If you think I'm the same guy you fought yesterday, you're in for a painful surprise. Gangrim's eyes widened as the air around them began to vibrate. He surged forward, his own grin turning predatory. You're definitely putting up a better fight today. Jang Taehan was in his element, laughing through the pain. This is what I live for. Give me more. Gangrim dipped low, the wind of a punch whistling over his hair. His aura shifted, becoming cold and oppressive. The instinct to survive was being replaced by the instinct to hunt. Gangrim buried a counterpunch deep into Taehan's ribs. The atmosphere changed instantly. Gangrim seemed to possess a different soul. This is getting interesting. Taehan's excitement turned to a creeping dread. What happened to him? He scrambled to evade Gangrim's sudden, savage frenzy. He's not just sparring anymore. He's aiming for my throat, my heart. Is he actually trying to end me? This guy's a monster. The sheer bloodlust on Gangrim's face terrified him. He wasn't a killer yesterday. Taehan's lungs burned as he struggled for air. No, if I don't break this momentum. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into a desperate overhead strike. Then I'm going to be buried right here. Taehan managed to clip Gangrim's side, the force causing him to cough a spray of blood. A singular, cold command drowned out everything else in Gangrim's mind. Eliminate him. Taehan fought back with the desperation of a cornered animal. But Gangrim was no longer listening. One thought pulsated through his brain like a drumbeat. Kill. 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 In them. In them. In them. In them. In them. A terrifying void replaced the light in Gangrim's eyes. How could a human being become so suddenly hollow? System pings flooded the vision. Combat instinct has ascended to ghostly rank 2. Mental fog dissipating. Regaining consciousness. The murderous haze vanished, and Gangrim blinked. Finally, I'm back in control of myself. Jang Taehan stood frozen, staring as if he'd just seen a ghost. Vibrant, searing flames suddenly erupted from Gangrim's skin. What the hell is this? Gangrim loomed through the heat, wreathed in a brilliant inferno. I've finally mapped out every weakness in your defense. Taehan waved his arms, retreating in sheer panic. That's impossible. I heard your bones snap. How are you still standing? Do you even feel pain? Ignoring the questions, Gangrim swung his blade in a scorching arc, forcing Taehan to scramble backward. A few broken ribs won't stop me. You're a complete lunatic. Gangrim's voice rose with a wild energy. Prepare yourself. Jang Taehan remained rooted to the spot, his mind reeling from the transformation. Terror finally won out as he backed away. Fine, you win. I'm calling it quits for today. Gangrim let out a fierce battle cry, then perish. But a prompt flashed. Combat instinct deactivated. Mana depletet. Another alert. Firebird skill cancelled. Energy exhausted. I'm not actually going to kill you. A wise move, Taehan panted. Gangrim turned his back. Now get lost and find a different target to hunt. Taehan's pride stung as he yelled, I'll be back tomorrow. And if I lose then, I'll be back the day after. Get used to my face. Gangrim shot a glance over his shoulder. Don't waste your breath. The outcome will always be the same. The spirits whispered eagerly, rematch tomorrow? This is the best show in the realm. They're like two sides of the same coin. Only one can win the prize, and Taehan is way too stubborn to switch targets now. Gangrim mused. That's exactly right. Quitting isn't in his DNA, but I need to ensure neither of us hits a dead end. Elsewhere, the trainees were venting to the messenger. Is this some kind of joke? It's totally rigged. Sector 3 just has to play Predator? Can't we just find a spare snake to guard? Anavichasia maintained a clinical tone. Sector 2's mandate is protection, and your failures are permanent. Once the clock runs out, you're evicted. Bear that in mind. Gangrim listened from the shadows, absorbing the stakes. Sector 2's true objective. A spark of realization lit up his mind. He moved quickly, pulling Anavi aside for a private word. He leaned in close, whispering his theory to Anavichasia. Is it possible that? A slow, intrigued smile spread across her face. Gangrim felt a rush of adrenaline as she whispered back, it's highly probable. Perfect. He walked away with a renewed focus. Now the stakes have doubled. Losing is officially not an option. Gangrim whistled for his companion. Lanny, get ready. We got work to do. The timer ticked on. Python protection. 49 hours, 3 minutes, 52 seconds, /168 hours. The daily duel began anew. Python protection. 73 hours, 31 minutes, 2 seconds, /168 hours. They traded blows and innovative tactics. Python protection. 100 hours, 1 minute, 48 seconds, /168 hours. Taehan threw every ounce of strength into his strikes. Python protection. 119 hours, 10 minutes, 37 seconds, /168 hours. Eventually, he hit the dirt, lungs burning. Python protection. 145 hours, 17 minutes, 26 seconds, /168 hours. Taehan lay sprawled on the grass, gasping. This is garbage. How is fighting a human torch supposed to be a fair match? Gangrim looked down, unimpressed. It's my ability. I'm just using my resources. Why do you have to be such a drama queen? Taehan struggled to his feet, shaking. You're the freak. No normal person spends all day grappling with a guy on fire. I'll see you tomorrow, you freak. The spirits and the python shared a look of mutual exhaustion. They're both absolutely mental. At least it's good theater. Even the snake is getting a kick out of it. Gangrim noticed the serpent watching. I thought I told you to stay submerged. The python's head tilted with interest when he asked, Are you hungry yet? Gangrim dumped a fresh supply of feed into the beast's mouth. Eat this and vanish. Humans in this place are far more vicious than any monster. He added a hushed warning. Don't let Lanny catch you eating my secret stash, okay? The python blinked, looking slightly confused. Now back under. Though I doubt that even scratched the surface of your appetite. Suddenly, the twin sisters came running up the path. Master, what are you doing out here in the open? They looked between him and the water. Wait, are you treating that python? I'm so jealous. Also, what happened to your face? You're a mess. Gangrim laughed it off. Just that stubborn brat from Sector 3. Why he won't find another target is beyond me, but the training is actually great for my reflexes. Yunbom fumed, grabbing his shirt. Great for your reflexes? You look like you've been through a blender. Who did this to my master? They eventually settled by the riverbank to talk. Hidden in the reeds, the python overheard a nearby conversation. The answer is no. I'm not interested. A group of Sector 3 trainees were plotting nearby. If we team up with him, we can steamroll Sector 2. Their power won't matter if we swarm them. I don't care about your war. I only have eyes for one target. He replied with absolute certainty. Don't lose any sleep over that. The python was rattled, realizing there might actually be a way to bring Seal Gangrim down. Without a moment's delay, it slipped back beneath the river surface. Jang Taehan caught a faint rustle and shifted his gaze toward the noise. He turned around, exposing his back, and asked casually, all right, let's hear the strategy. Gangrim stood firm before the serpent while the wind whistled through the autumn leaves. As the swirling foliage danced around him, he muttered, this is it, the final day? He posed a heavy question. What's your plan if you're forced to swallow the bitter pill of defeat again today? He pressed him. Will you just slink off to find some other helpless snake to slaughter? I'm not that pathetic. If I can't take you down, I'll accept my failure like a man. Hearing those words brought a sense of relief to Gangrim. Just as I thought. Is that so? Gangrim slowly unsheathed his blade. Since this is our final bout, let's raise the stakes. If I win, you owe me one favor. No questions asked. Taehan braced his hands on his hips. And if the tables are turned? He declared with cold confidence. That simply isn't an option. Taehan's expression twisted into a mask of pure fury. He let out a sharp exhale. You really are a cocky bastard, aren't you? He dropped into a low, aggressive stance. In response, Gangrim leveled his sword horizontally. Taehan charged like a bull. Your old tricks won't save you this time. He threw a haymaker with everything he had, already tasting victory. Gangrim caught the blow on the flat of his blade. Does he really think he can punch through solid steel? Skill activation. Fate detection. Taehan's status window flickered into view. Jang Taehan. Ghost rank class 2. Earth element. Unique title. 1 against 10,000. Gangrim scanned the data. It's exactly as I feared. He's developed a high resistance to fire. Taehan's fist actually dented the blade's defense. Now what? That fire trick was your ace in the hole, wasn't it? He crowed arrogantly. I told you I'd be the one standing at the end. Suddenly, a pulse of dark, jagged energy erupted. A sharp pain blossomed in his leg. Gah, what the hell just bit me? A cold, predatory smile touched Gangrim's lips. This victory belongs to me. Taehan felt a chill of sweat. This guy has tapped into that terrifying madness again. Taehan forced himself back up. So you were hiding a secret weapon after all? Huh? He spread his palm wide. But you're an idiot if you thought I only came with one plan. He summoned a heavy spear. You're the one who pushed me to this. Skill activation. Formless serpent spear. Gangrim's pupils dilated. Every survival instinct he possessed was screaming at him to run. He realized with a shock, wait, is that the legendary serpent spear? The very same. Gifted by a deity, just like the relic from the Three Kingdoms. Taehan swung the massive weapon in a wide, punishing arc. A crushing shockwave of pressure surged toward him. He dug his heels in, struggling against the tide. Skill activation. Combat instant. Gangrim ground his teeth together. Don't you dare fail me now. Activate. Combat instant. He managed to deflect the spear's deadly path. I have to win this today, no matter the cost. Combat instant. That has resonated with your unyielding will and ascended to ghost rank first class. A shimmering, ethereal glow began to manifest before his eyes. It wove through the air around them like glowing silk. What is this light? He whispered to himself. Is it a path? The new depth of the skill began to click. I can see exactly where the spear will strike and where he's left himself wide open. A split second later, Gangrim closed the distance in a single, fluid step. He was locked in a state of hyperfocus. Taehan felt the first prickle of true panic. How many more hidden cards does this guy have up his sleeve? Before he could even raise a guard, Gangrim's blade found its mark. Taehan let out a choked gasp, his eyes rolling back in his head. A moment later, Taehan slumped heavily onto the dirt, unconscious. A voice nearby cried out, no way, did Seol Gangrim actually take him down? Gangrim turned pale, his lungs burning as he gasped for air. The chatter continued, what? How is that possible? He won even against the serpent spear. I guess swinging a legendary weapon you haven't mastered backfires after all. Gangrim snapped his head toward his fallen opponent. Wait, is he even breathing? He grabbed Taehan by the shoulders, shaking him urgently. Damn it, did I hit him too hard? I gotta get him to Father Johann right now. Suddenly, a bullet hissed through the air, grazing the skin of his neck. An ambush. Would you like me to find out who is shooting at Gangrim? A group of opportunists emerged from the thicket. Now, move in. He's bound to be running on fumes after that fight. Then they swarmed like vultures, the desperate stragglers from Sector 3. Gangrim kept his cool, popping the cork on a vial. I have to get this restorative draft into Jang Taehan first. But before he could tilt the bottle, an unseen force slapped it right out of his hand. He blinked in confusion, looking at his empty palm. Mud? He narrowed his eyes at two newcomers emerging from the shadows. Earth attribute casters? The ground turned into a swampy mess, pinning him down. Damn it, I have to break free from this mire before they close in. The flickering embers on his fingertips died out completely. Who are these guys? System. Fire manipulation suspended due to mana depletion. He scanned the area, heart racing. Is this how it ends? Is Seol Gangrim going to fall to a bunch of scavengers? Suddenly, the water exploded. The serpent lunged out, head-butting one assailant into the air before snapping its jaws shut around another. It coiled its massive body, hissing with primal fury. What the hell is that thing? How can a snake grow that big? Is it a monster or a titan? The group scrambled back in terror. It's just a snake. Kill it, and we win. Gangrim's blood ran cold. Stop, you idiots. That's a great python. Did you morons even glance at the briefing? He remembered his warning to stay hidden, fearing this exact catastrophe. I'll set you free in a week. Just stay deep and live your life. Then, the forbidden rule flashed in his mind. Rule 4. Never, under any circumstances, call the great python a snake. The creature began to vibrate with a terrifying frequency. One trainee, blinded by greed, charged forward with his blade raised high. Don't listen to him. It's just Gangrim's pet. Slay it. Gangrim screamed a final, desperate warning. No. Get out of there. Run. Because. The man ignored him, bringing his sword down in a heavy arc die. You overgrown garden snake. The serpent's scales began to glow a sickly, molten red. Wait, look at its eyes. Something's wrong. Gangrim finally wrenched his legs free from the mud. By calling it a snake, the python's path to divinity was shattered. It can no longer ascend to dragonhood. The beast erupted into a pillar of flame, its body twisting as it was consumed by centuries of bottled-up resentment. It morphed into the legendary disaster known as a Gankiori. Gongrimhul Tohanupe. Objective: protect Gankiori. Time: 155 hours. 1 minute 49 seconds / 168 hours. He watched the transformation with a grim expression. It might be a sliver of hope if it still remembers our bond. The Gankiori let out a bone-chilling snarl, unleashing a torrent of cursed fire directly at him. The ambushers were now the ones fleeing for their lives. No way. This wasn't part of the plan. Voices echoed from the watching spirits. Did those fools skip the manual? I thought Gankiori were just myths. Entity profile: Gankiori. Rank: level 3 dragon type. A great python driven to madness after its ascension was sabotaged. It wields lethal poison and fire with a hide harder than tempered steel. The Gankiori roared, painting the sky in shades of hellfire. They're dead. Every single one of them is finished. A booming voice crackled through the realm. Attention trainees. This is the Destiny Protection Agency. A dragon-class threat, Gankiori, has been confirmed. The twin sisters, Yunbom and Yunjun, froze in horror as the sky turned red and the crowd began a mad dash for the exits. Fire blossomed under every step the beast took. It's coming right for us. A panicked trainee screamed, wait, my poison resistance isn't high enough to breathe this air. The broadcast continued. All recruits, evacuate to the holy tree perimeter immediately. Massive, protective branches began to weave around Shin Suwa. Suwa focused her power, carving a safe passage through the chaos. Move, everyone to the holy tree. Now, the speakers continued to blare the emergency orders. Gangrim pushed forward, Taehan's weight heavy on his back. The agency is finally stepping in to contain the fallout. Jiangmin looked on, visibly shaken, not seeing the chaos from the safety of the control room. He cleared his throat and announced, mission update from the agency. The protection objective is void. Slaying the Gankiori will now grant immediate trial completion. Double Unis I sharpened, and there will be substantial bonus rewards for the finishing blow. He looked over at his companions. You hear that? The real game just started. Johan looked uncertain. You mean? June began walking toward the roar of the beast. It's time for a proper boss raid. Let's go. Gangrim finally stumbled into the clearing of the holy tree. He gasped out, is Father Johan here? I need a healer. Johan raised a hand above the crowd. Over here. Gangrim gently lowered Taehan to the roots. Please save him. Johan's eyes widened at the wounds. Good heavens, what happened to this boy? Gangrim looked down at his bloodstained hands, voice heavy with guilt. I'm the one who did this to him. Suwa rushed to his side, her face full of worry. Gongrim, are you hurt? He looked up at her. Seen Suwa. He gestured toward the unconscious fighter. I'm Fina. He's the one in critical condition. She knelt to inspect the injuries. Is this the Sector 3 guy who wouldn't leave you alone? He nodded, yeah. She asked softly. Then I assume the python is lost? What's your move now that everyone is hunting the Gankiori? Gangrim stood, his gaze turning back toward the fire. I need to get back out there and see if there's anything left of the creature I knew. He didn't sugarcoat the situation, stating flatly, that monstrosity is the same great python I was supposed to be guarding. She was visibly shaken. You mean they're the exact same creature? Suwa grabbed his arm urgently. Then you can't possibly slay it. He looked up at the burning beast. I know, but I can't just stand by while it incinerates everything, either. Suddenly, Taehan lurched upright and barked no. Gangrim turned to him, surprised. You're already conscious? Pressing a hand against his bandaged side, he wheezed, you absolutely cannot kill that thing. Gongrim Frönet, weren't you the one trying to hunt it down earlier? He shot back. Me taking its life is one thing. You doing it is another. Gangrim studied him. Is this your sense of warrior's honor? Fine. Then I have to find a third option. Jiangmin materialized beside them. There is no third option. Gangrim jumped slightly. The messenger again? He clarified. A corrupted great python is a terminal threat. The sheer heat and miasma pouring off its hide will rot this entire realm from the inside out. He let out a weary sigh. In a normal scenario, the agency cleans up these messes, but the brass upstairs are being unusually silent. Taehan's face fell as the reality sank in. So a failure that couldn't reach dragonhood is just a toxic waste dump. He bowed his head. A failure just like me? Gangrim ignored the gloom and turned to Jiangmin. Regardless, it's a threat that needs neutralizing. I can't do this solo. Correct. And he made his pitch. I'm going to confront the Gankiori. Can I count on your support? Sua's eyes burned with resolve. To the end. With the Yoon's sisters flanking her, she added, "That's what teammates are for, right?" Teammates? Taehan looked at them with bitter disappointment. What about the python? Is its life just collateral damage to you? He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the pain. Wait, you're really going through with this execution? A cold sweat broke out on his brow. That was your partner. Your great python. Gangrim clenched his jaw, his knuckles whitening. Taehan couldn't hold back his fury. Out of everyone in this world, you should be the last one holding the blade over its head. With a final glare, he sprinted into the woods. Gangrim called out, "Wait. Jang Taehan, come back." He watched with a heavy heart as the boy disappeared into the smoke and shadows. The crowd of refugees remained huddled in fear beneath the boughs of the holy tree. Taehan's expression was a mask of pure, unadulterated misery. Jongmin's voice echoed in his mind like a curse. A failure that couldn't become a dragon is indeed a massive problem. He perched alone on a high branch, his heart heavy. He squeezed his eyes shut. You're nothing but a defect. Visions of his childhood surged forward. Are you trying to humiliate this family? His father's venomous words rang in his ears. I'm disgusted to call you my son. Taehan thought bitterly. I spent 25 years living as a ghost in a shadow, and it still wasn't enough to earn a scrap of respect. Every blow, every insult, he had learned to absorb them in stony silence. He wondered if this was his ceiling. Everyone talked about his raw potential, but the results never matched the hype. It's not that I lacked the talent. I just wasn't the trophy son they wanted to parade around. He spiraled deeper into self-loathing. To his parents, almost was just another word for failure. I'm trapped in this cycle of being not enough. That burning inferiority had turned him into a brawler, a rebel who saw every outstretched hand as a threat. He looked back at the flaming beast. Maybe that's why I can't look away from that python. Taehan felt a wave of crushing disappointment. I really thought you were cut from a different cloth, Seol Gangrim. He remembered the feeling of Gangrim's arm over his shoulder, dragging him to safety. In that moment, he had asked, "Why help me? You know I could stab you in the back the second I'm healed." "I don't believe you would." Gangrim had looked him dead in the eye. "You're not that kind of guy." He had added, "I've seen your heart. I trust you." Taehan brushed a tear away with his sleeve. Just hearing those few words had felt like a mountain being lifted off his chest. Gazing at the Genkyori now, he knew the beast was a danger to everyone. He watched Gangrim's group prepare for battle. If there's even a ghost of a chance, I want to save that beast the way you saved me. Gangrim held up a shimmering key. Yinjeon asked about borrowing more gear, while Yunbom cheered. With enough firepower, we could put that thing down, right? He cut her off with a sharp look. Let me be clear. I'm the one taking point against the Genkyori. He tightened his grip on the key, his voice dropping an octave. And I'm not going to kill it. Gangrim laid out the specifics. That is the mission. Subdue, don't slay. Suya, top bit hatching. It's a long shot, but I like it. Yunbom added, should we warn the other trainees to hold their fire? Gangrim looked confused for a second before realizing there were others hungry for the boss kill reward. That greedy bastard. Simultaneously, the same name came to all their minds. Dako Jun. Would you like me to find out how Gangrim plans to stop Dako Jun from killing the python? Yinjeon nudged Johan with her elbow. What was his reaction to the update? He leaned in and whispered, he's practically vibrating. Says he's finally found a boss worth raiding. Gangrim pivoted away, his voice laced with urgency. Where did he go? Dako Jun tilted his head, a chilling, predatory grin spreading across his face. And where do you think you're scurrying off to? Sangwon clutched his snake to his chest, scowling. To the exit, obviously. You can't seriously want to tangle with that nightmare? He spread his arms and broke into a desperate run. He tried to block their path. We just need to survive the day to clear the trial. Why are you looking for a fight? He brushed past him without a second glance. Gucci and I are heading for cover. If you want to play hero, be my guest. Jun reached out and coldly snatched the snake. Is that so? Jun's fingers tightened, crushing the life out of the creature. Now what's your plan? Skill activation, decompose. He tossed the limp body aside. Your ward is dead. Sangwon's face drained of color. No, Gucci. Jun dismissed his grief with a wave. Stop being so pathetic. A suffocating, murderous aura radiated from him. The rest of you are next on the chopping block. The group recoiled, their hands trembling as they gripped their snakes even tighter. Jun blurred forward, systematically executing the creatures. My partner, why would you do this? Serpent remains were strewn across the clearing. Stop. Please don't kill it. A trainee screamed in protest. This isn't fair. Why does your snake get to live while you butcher ours? He tilted his head. Oh, you mean my snake? With a flick of his wrist, he nonchalantly terminated his own python. System, objective failed. Protection time, 155 hours, 24 minutes, 1 second / 168 hours. The creature, sliced clean in two, slumped to the dirt in a heap. Horror paralyzed the onlookers. June looked around. Satisfied? Is the playing field level enough for you? June smiled with disturbing warmth. Now, killing the Genkiori is our only ticket out. Let's go hunting together. June's squad eventually tracked down Gangrim. Hey, Seoul Gongrim, let's go put that beast out of its misery. Gangrim turned. I was just looking for you. He eyed the crowd. What a massive entourage. Yoon shocked. Called him the protagonist's supporting cast. He stepped closer, his eyes dancing with excitement. You got a foolproof strategy to kill it, right? The trainees behind June were frantic, signaling desperately. Just agree, Gangrim. Don't let this psycho take the lead. Gongrim nodded slowly. Yeah, but I'm going to need everyone to fall in line. I have a way to handle the Genkiori. Gongju's elite unit touched down in the realm. I'll never understand what the director is thinking. Zhang Min looked at the trainees with pity. They're in over their heads. They could actually die. He replied, which is exactly why we're moving in now. Eunhyo was already waiting for them. Team leader Gong, you're behind schedule. He snapped, what's she doing here? He then turned to the other veteran. It's been a while, team leader Yang. Captain Yang let out a massive, bored yawn. Ugh, tell me about it. Across the field, the Genkiori was already under heavy fire. Gongju squinted through the smoke. Who's leading the charge? He checked the logs. Team leader Kang's protege, Seol Gangrim. He added, along with every survivor from Sector 2. He looked down at Gangrim's efforts, boredly flicking a ritual talisman between his fingers. Amateurs. They'll never scratch it. Let's just end this ourselves so we can go home. Eunhyo interjected, hold on. The director's orders were to observe and wait. She leaned forward, her eyes locked on the battle. Secretly, I'm also hoping they hit a wall soon. She held up a single finger playfully. If Seol Gangrim chokes, I'm scouting him for Sector 1 immediately. Gongju grunted. So that's your real motive for coming. Eunhyo gave a sugary sweet smile. I'm just curious to see where such a powerhouse came from. Imatutalfan. A nearby observer overheard her and ground their teeth in silent resentment. A hail of high-velocity bullets peppered the Genkiori's armored hide. Yunbom steadied her breathing, her finger on the trigger. Ghost Slayer gun, a specialized anti-monster rifle borrowed from the Guzu vaults. The beast let out a guttural grunt, retaliating with a blast of scorching flame. Johann stepped forward, his staff glowing. Skill activation, protection barrier. An arrow whistled through the air, grazing the monster's neck. Yin Jiayun danced around the perimeter to draw its ire. Hey, ugly, over here. She drew back a luminous string. Blood Bow, a legendary replica of the bow that felled 9 suns, also on loan from the Guzu armory. Kirin was right beside them, focusing its energy to manifest the water control skill. Gongju watched from the ridge, bewildered. What are they doing? Their aim is all over the place. He bit his lip in frustration. How do these rookies get their hands on Guzu relics? At this rate, that beast will be standing for years. The Genkiori unhinged its jaws, prepping for a massive incineration blast. But the flames in its throat suddenly sputtered and died out. The hunter saw the opening and surged forward. Its fire is gone. Everyone move in now. Despite the lack of flames, the air was still thick with toxic fumes and oppressive heat. Would you like me to find out why their aim was missing on purpose? A trainee hoisted a heavy shield to block the radiating heat. The fumes and the temperature are off the charts. Everyone with fire or poison resistance, get to the front lines now. The group bunched up, shoulder to shoulder. Can we really take this thing down together? We need to pin it against the rocks. Massive blocks of frost materialized around the beast. Skill, summon ice wall. Perfect. Now keep driving it toward the target zone. The squad pushed forward but was repelled by a surge of power. This thing is a fortress. It won't budge. Suwa took charge of the water elemental team. I'll focus on locking down its limbs. The rest of you, prioritize dousing those fires. Razor-sharp leaves and high-pressure water slammed into the Genkiori. Skill, Leaf Gale. Skill, Water Bomb. Keep it steady. Don't let the fours catch fire. Fire the water cannon. The hunters pushed their bodies to the limit. Hold the line. Activating Primal Strength. Activating Physical Overdrive. Cries of encouragement echoed through the smoke. We've almost got it trapped. Don't let up now. The Genkiori unhinged its massive, glowing maw, preparing a counterattack. It slammed its pillars of legs down, causing the very foundation of the earth to splinter into shards. Panic began to set in among the ranks. It's not moving. What's the plan? Gangrim's orders were to shove it off the precipice. Dako Jun strode to the front with arrogant swagger. Step aside, use side characters. Watch a pro work. He slammed both palms into the cracked earth. Final trigger, decompose. The shockwave rippled through the ground, instantly shattering the Genkiori's footing. The massive beast lost its balance and crashed heavily onto its side. High above the carnage, a lone crow circled through the black smoke. The bird's eyes ignited with a brilliant, supernatural light. Captain Yang froze, staring at her monitors. Wait, what? A clear feed of Gangrim appeared on the screen. Is Seal Gangrim actually climbing that thing right now? Gongju's eyes lit up. I knew he had a hidden move. See? They might actually pull off the impossible. Yang Li Biku spat on the floor. Damn all. She gnawed on a fingernail, frustrated. My plan was to swoop in and rescue him once he failed. He's too good to let go. She ran the numbers in her head. I've already lost my best prospects from Sector 1. I need to poach fresh blood from the other sectors to compensate. Her mind raced to find a loophole. If they actually slay the Genkiori, my leverage is gone. Maybe I should throw a wrench in the gears. Director Gongju leaned in, squinting at the feed. Wait, what was he aiming for? Gangrim was scaling the monster's back, crawling through the searing heat of its scales. Waves of toxic steam and cinders continued to pour off the Genkiori's hide. He wiped the stinging sweat from his eyes. There, a small indentation right at the crown of its skull. I just need to reach it. He raised his sword with a look of grim triumph. Got it. Flashback. Dako Jun had rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's a long shot, but technically sound. Gangrim had been skeptical. The issue is its mind is shattered. It won't know me from any other hunter. Yun Smiyugl. There's a trick to that. Pierce the Biwi point on its skull. It'll clear the mental fog and force it to see you. Present day. The Genkiori thrashed its head in agony. Gangrim leaned close, his voice a soothing whisper. Easy now. It's okay. Breath. Look at me. It's Seal Gangrim. I'm right here. The chaotic, red glow in the beast's eyes began to soften and stabilize. The monster's body went limp, resting gently against the earth. He asked softly, Do you remember me now? He produced a scorched red ribbon and tied it around the beast's horn. Remember this? I'm renewing our bond. The seal of friendship is back where it belongs. Gongju mused. Is he taming it just to make the execution cleaner? That's ruthless. Captain Yang shook her head. He's a cold one. To think he'd... Wait, what is she doing? Eunhyo was already typing away, a sharp glint in her eyes. Log this for the official report. She spoke into her recorder. Sector 1 team leader Eunhyo intervened personally when it became clear the recruits were incapable of finishing the target. Gongju exploded in rage. What are you talking about, Eunhyo? This is our jurisdiction. Yang and I are in charge of this sector. She didn't even look up. The director never gave you exclusive rights. Besides, it looks to me like Seol Gangrim is in over his head. She raised a hand, and a bolt of pure energy shot into the sky. Are you blind? Why are you dropping heavy artillery into a crowded combat zone? The streak of light screamed downward, aimed directly at the hilt of Gangrim's blade. The impact blew him off the monster's head, sending him tumbling to the ground. Gongju grabbed her by the lapels, his face inches from hers. Have you lost your mind? You almost vaporized a trainee. She just adjusted her glasses. Oh, did I miss? I was aiming for the monster's vitals. Eunhyo shrugged him off coldly. Seol Gangrim is clearly fine. Stop overreacting. He roared. You did that on purpose. She replied. Just a slight miscalculation. She started walking toward the exit. Killing him would be a paperwork nightmare, but a near miss keeps him humble. Gongju chased after her. Where do you think you're going now? She looked back with a playful, mocking wink. The boy is in danger, Director. As a team leader, I have a duty to go save him myself. She began raining precision lightning strikes all around the Genkiori. Skill activation. Cloud Step. Team leader Eunhyo, stand down. Don't worry, I've got my range now. Skill, Divine Lightning. She smirked as the sky turned white. Bullseye. Gongju grabbed Captain Yang's arm, and the two of them sprinted toward the battlefield. This is going to be a disaster. If a single hair on Seol Gangrim's head is harmed, I'm holding you personally responsible. She blinked in confusion. Wait, what? How did that bolt miss? A system broadcast echoed. The Genkiori has succumbed to the seal of friendship. Subjugation by Seol Gangrim is complete. Gangrim ground his teeth, leaning on his knees for support. Damn it. Are the agency leaders trying to hijack the situation already? Eunhyo was using her mental focus to draw his sword back to her hand. It appeared her weapon had the unique ability to act as a lightning rod. The three high-ranking officials materialized right in front of him. Director Gongju? He recognized the man immediately, along with the woman he'd seen in that briefing video. She wore a mask of shallow regret. My intention was to assist, but it seems I've only caused a mess. She performed a mock display of concern. By some miracle, the lightning spared you, but this beast's condition is terminal. It's suffering. She reached out. I'll return your blade, but you need to step aside and let me handle the creature. He cut her off coldly. No one touches the Genkiori. Eunhyo's hand froze midair. Excuse me? He met her gaze. I have no intention of killing it. Gangrim stood his ground, his voice firm. And I'm not going to stand by while you do it, either. He placed a protective hand on his chest, looking at the creature. This is my dragon. The Genkiori's fierce eyes softened as it looked at him. Unhyo arched a skeptical eyebrow. That isn't a dragon. That is a mutation of failure, a Genkiori. Gongju stepped in. Gangrim, listen to reason. Docile or not, it's a high-level threat. He stood between them and the beast. The heat is dissipating and the toxins are fading. I can keep it under control. He declared with finality, I won't let you execute it. Gongju exhaled a breath of pure frustration. You stubborn, reckless brat. Gangrim turned back to the beast. Just let me show you. He reached out and gently rested his palm just above the Genkiori's glowing eyes. He called out softly, Lanny, I need your help. Let's finish this together. The small, graceful Kirin stepped forward without hesitation. The creature began to radiate a soft, rhythmic pulse of light before the trembling monster. It summoned a shimmering sphere of purified water, placing it gently beneath the beast. A wave of celestial fire rippled along the Genkiori's jagged spine. A burst of brilliant white light erupted, forcing Unhyo to shield her face with her arm. Suwa and the rest of the group watched, mesmerized. Even Taehan, watching from the shadows of a nearby trunk, was blinded by the radiance. Gangrim stepped into the light and embraced the massive head. You aren't a monster, and you aren't a mistake. He opened his eyes, staring directly into the soul of the creature. He whispered with absolute conviction, You're a dragon. The beast's massive frame began to dissolve and shrink as the heavy weight of its resentment was finally purified. It lunged forward, not to bite, but to wrap itself around him in a tight, affectionate embrace. The creature's eyes were wet with tears of relief. Gangrim stroked its scales. There we go. You're all right now. Gongju stood frozen in shock. Unbelievable. Unhyo's composure finally broke. A Kirin's purification can actually reach that deep? Captain Yang walked over. Her curiosity piqued and touched the sleek new scales. Well, I'll be. It really is a dragon now. System, trial objective, defeat the Genkiori, completed. Yun Jiayun cheered. The system says the quest is officially over. Yinbom, checker screen. Me too. We made it. Johan let out a weary, happy sigh. Clear for me as well. A wave of cheers and relief broke out among the gathered trainees. Gangrim looked up at the officials. Does this mean I'm allowed to keep the dragon as my ward? Gongju crossed his arms. That's between you and the system, but you should prioritize your own health first, Gangrim. He nodded politely. Thank you for the advice. The director pointed at his blood-stained clothes. I couldn't tell from the ridge, but you're a walking pincushion of injuries. Unhyo interjected with a sugary, artificial tone. Exactly. If we hadn't stepped in, you might have bled out. Gongju snapped back. Keep the sarcasm to yourself. He gestured to the medics. Get him patched up. You brought the high-grade supplies, right? The aide nodded. Starting treatment now. She grumbled under her breath. This elixir is worth a fortune. I was saving it for a real catastrophe. The medic stepped back. He stabilized. She replied curtly, good. Let's wrap this up. She continued to mutter about the wasted medicine, her annoyance clear. Gangrim spotted Taehan emerging from his hiding spot. Did you come back to finish the hunt? Taehan remained silent for a long beat, his expression unreadable. Finally, he waved a hand dismissively. Forget it. That's not the target I was after. That's a dragon now. He exchanged a long look with the Genkiori. I don't think there are any serpents left in this sector for me to hunt, anyway. The little dragon bared its tiny fangs at him, making him jump back. All right. I get it. I'm leaving you alone. Taon looked at Gongrim. I told you before. I lost the bet, so I'm a man of my word. I'm backing off. Gangrim pulled his sword from his pack and sheathed it. The bet wasn't just about backing off. You owe me an order. Taon Sahid. Fine. What is it? Gangrim turned ahead toward the exit. Follow me. You're with us now. Would you like me to show you what Gangrim has planned for his new recruit, Taehan? Why does my life have to be this chaotic? The Genkiori leaped onto his shoulder with a heavy thud. It glared at Taehan with pure, unbridled malice. Gangrim glanced back over his shoulder. Don't sweat it. It's just protective. Taehan reached out to catch his arm. Seems like a massive deal to me. Hey, let's just talk this out right here, Seal Gangrim. Gangrim and Taehan found a quiet, open stretch of field to speak privately. Taehan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you for real? Gangrim gave a steady, affirming nod to confirm his request. He started to backpedal. Look, if you're not up for it. But Taehan cut him off instantly. No, I gave my word. I'll do exactly as you commanded. Gangrim beamed, extending a hand in partnership. Glad to have you on board. I'm looking forward to this. The two men gripped hands firmly. The threads of Seol Gangrim and Jang Taehan's lives are now intertwined. Gangrim's destiny has begun to unfurl. Updated fate class for Seol Gangrim. Humanity, rank 2. Waking in a pitch-black room, Gangrim gasped. What's going on? My chest feels like it's being crushed under a boulder. He groaned inwardly. Another round of sleep paralysis? He winced as a sharp ache shot through his ribs. Damn, this stings. I thought I'd be immune to these nightmares and body locks by now. He tested his limbs. I can move. Gangrim looked down and realized the Kirin was sprawled across his torso. I think I can manage to sit up. He let out a long breath of relief and sank back into his pillow. Lanny looked up with wide, worried eyes, checking for any lingering pain. He gripped the small creature with both hands, his fingers trembling from the effort. All right, little one, off you go. Right now. Skill activation. Purification. The Kirin placed a glowing paw on his forehead. Wait, why are you using that on me? I'm Fine. Gangrim squinted and shielded his face as the radiant light filled his vision. He bolted upright, disoriented. What? Is it dark already? Wait, did I sleep through to the next day? The Kirin gently tugged his shirt up. Were you drawing out the last of the poison while I was out? He softened, gently stroking the little one's head. I appreciate it, Lanny. Thank you. Gangrim slowly swung his legs over the edge of the mattress. I've been out cold for an entire day. I must have been more drained than I realized. He ducked his head to peer under the bed. The fiery little Genkiori stared back from the shadows. Species, Black Red Dragon. Ghost Class Rank 3. A dragon embodying toxins, embers, and tides. High aggression, raw power exceeds standard drakes. He thought back to the chaos. I had to dismiss it to the spirit realm earlier because it wouldn't stop trying to take a chunk out of Jang Taehan. Gangrim scooped it up. Did I call you back in my sleep? Good girl. Now what's a fitting name for you? David? Lucky. The dragon's stomach let out a thunderous growl. He carried both creatures toward the door. Fine, let's find some grub. Come on, Lanny. You too, little firecracker. Standing in the mess hall, Gangrim stared at his two hungry companions. Great, now my food bill has officially doubled. Dako Jun materialized out of nowhere. So Gongrim, I've been looking everywhere for you. He leaned over the table, eyes fixed on the dragon. So this is the legendary beast? What's the name? He replied flatly. John. Yun blinks, confused. Wasn't that the name of the snake? He shrugged. I'm the master, so the name carries over to the dragon. Deal with it. The corner of Jun's mouth twitched into a smirk. Jun tilted his head, his analytical mind spinning. But surely you walked away with more than just a new pet, right? Gangrim shot him a knowing look. He wasn't wrong. This wasn't just about saving John. A memory from the field resurfaced. Taehan had crossed his arms, looking expectant. All right, I'm yours. What's the order? He had pointed toward the hub. I want you to formally transfer into Sector 2. It was a strategic move. There was a reason Anavi hammered home the importance of the Sector 2 mission for those who lost their wards. You all technically failed the initial test. However, even with a failure on the record, moving sectors opens a window for redemption. Gangrim's logic was sound. By switching, you get to restart the progression, but with all the experience and power you've already gained. Jun rested his chin on his palm. Why go to all that trouble for him? He sighed, looking at the ceiling. I have a feeling he's going to be a valuable asset. Yun remained skeptical. The world is full of brawlers like him. He replied with a hint of dry wit. Maybe, but he actually follows directions. That's a rare trait around here. Jun's eyes sparkled with sudden interest. Does that mean your gut says he'll be a big deal later? He groaned. Do you honestly think I'm a fortune teller? Yun nodded vigorously. I do. You look like the absolute protagonist back in that venomous snake chamber. Every movement Gangrim made had been etched into Jun's mind. You're a dragon. He placed a hand over his heart. It actually made me do some serious soul searching. Gangrim raised an eyebrow. About what? He looked down at his boots. I realized that I was lacking in several areas. Gongrim frownet, genuinely confused. Lacking? What are you talking about? You carried your weight, and then some in that disaster. We wouldn't have saved the Genkiori without you. His shoulders shook slightly. No, I mean, lacking as a partner to you. He tightened his fist, his gaze intensifying. I've only just begun to realize. Just as the air grew heavy, Suwa pushed the door open. She halted in her tracks, eyes darting between the two of them. Dako Jun offered a final pat on the shoulder. I should head out. I've spent enough time in my own head. It's time to get back to the grind. Gangrim watched him go, musing he's remarkably devoted to his craft. Isn't he? Suwa brushed past Jun without a word, her focus entirely on Gangrim. Are you holding up okay? He noticed Jun practically vanished to avoid her gaze. Yeah, I'm doing fine. What about you? She leaned against the table, sighing. I'm all right, but... Her voice dropped to a concerned whisper. He didn't pull anything, did he? Half the sector failed because of his interference. The whole place is a powder keg. Everyone's on edge having someone from Sector 3 like Taehan around. He looked her in the eye. Don't sweat it. Taehan isn't the villain people think he is. Outside, Taehan and Jun crossed paths. Taehan shot him a frosty glare as they moved past one another. He slid into the booth, grinning. Hey, were you guys just gossiping about me? Gangrim took the lead. Taehan, this is Shin Suwa. Suwa gave him a polite but guarded nod. Nice to meet you. I'm part of Gangrim's unit. Shin Suwa. He pulled out a chair and got comfortable. The name's Jang Taehan, formerly of Sector 3. Glad to be working with you. An awkward silence fell over the table. Gangrim had to physically restrain the little dragon to stop it from lunging at Taehan's face. Suwa stood up abruptly. Well, enjoy your lunch. I've got things to do. He waved awkwardly. Sure, see you around. Both men watched her depart. I expected a bit more of a conversation than that. Taehan leaned in, whispering with a smirk. So, is that the girlfriend? He shook his head. No, and show some respect, call me big brother. He chuckled. Right, you've got seniority. He shot him a dry look. You've been talking to me like we grew up together since yesterday. Oh. Taehan looked away, scratching his neck. Calling someone young just feels a bit foreign to me, he admitted. Truth is, I felt a strange connection to you from the moment we met. He raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He nodded firmly. Yeah, it's the reason I was so convinced we'd crossed blades in a past life or something. He continued thoughtfully, and I got that exact same vibe for Shin Suwa just now. I have a hunch our paths are going to stay crossed for a long time. Gangrim felt a chill of déjà vu. Is history trying to repeat itself? You mean it feels like we've met before? He asked pointedly, like it's destiny. Taehan rubbed his jaw. Put that way, it sounds a bit corny. Let's just say, I have a feeling we'll end up on the same squad eventually. He tightened his grip on his glass. Does he really think this is all just a happy accident? Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Am I just walking back into the same future I tried to escape? Taehan stared out the window, lost in thought. I used to think you were a lone wolf, but you've got a solid circle. I like to be part of that. Not just Suwa, but the others too. His expression suddenly soured, except for that one piece of work. Gangrim checked him. Who? Doguyun. He spat, yeah. The guy who butchered those snakes. I have zero respect for people like him. He ground his teeth, fuming. How can someone kill a creature they swore to protect? He wasn't shocked. Taehan's moral code was predictable. I'm never breaking bread with that guy. He offered a gentle warning. Fair enough. Just don't go looking for trouble. You'll find a better rhythm with Suwa and Father Johan. He mused to himself. He's the same age as the twins, so they should hit it off. He added aloud, oh, by the way. Taehan gestured for him to listen. I need a small favor. The scene shifted to the training grounds. Taehan kicked the door open with a resounding bang. He clearly had a flair for the dramatic entrance. Before anyone could react, he darted across the room. The commotion drew a crowd of curious onlookers. Taehan wiped a smudge of blood from his cheek, grinning despite the chaos. Yunbom had her rifle leveled at his chest. Care to explain why you're barging in and causing a scene? The girl's gaze remained icy, her finger on the trigger. Because I don't trust you. He scowled, clenching his fists. Since when do I need your permission? The master is the one who brought me in. She radiated a sharp, lethal intent. I'm the master's top disciple, and my guardian spirit finds you incredibly suspicious. Yunbom didn't hold back. He said, but that since you suddenly appeared to rescue our master from us, you're clearly up to no good. She stood her ground, channeling the power of Olympus. I heard you even try to pull that Peach Garden stunt on him yesterday, didn't you? Taehan listened, silent as he felt the power of Shuhan. He smirked. Well, if your god thinks he's so special, why didn't he lock him down sooner? Why take it out on me just because I'm a transfer? Yunjun stepped between them, leaning against the wall. Master doesn't care about your titles, so why don't you just pack it in? He replied flatly, no. The younger twin finally broke her silence. Do you even realize where you stand? We're only being this patient because we didn't think you'd actually be foolish enough to fight back. She couldn't resist a jab. And for the record, I'm the real favorite. The older sister snapped. You want to settle that now? The younger one stepped up. Step aside, sis. I'll handle this interloper. Yunjun moved forward, eyes narrowing. You crawled to us after failing your own trial. You must be a lightweight. Ton Likit. Is that right? He taunted her back. You want a piece of me? You two look like you'd crumble in a stiff breeze. Yunjun raised her bow on the right. Are you blind? Yunbom clicked her safety off on the left. Keep talking. Suddenly, Gangrim appeared in the doorway, making the girls jump. What on earth are you three doing? Would you like me to find out how Gangrim handles this little sibling rivalry? He shot the three of them a piercing look. Are you guys seriously brawling? He challenged them. Everything seemed perfectly civil when I introduced you yesterday. The girl lowered her weapon. It's his fault for constantly flaunting his guardians. The older sister stepped forward. The truth is, she clarified the tension. Our guardians explicitly commanded us to force Jang Taehan to quit. He scowled. The gods told you to start a fight? Exactly. He asked once more to confirm the absurdity. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him. Fine, if that's how it is, let's settle this. He gestured to both sides. I'll pledge myself to whichever side comes out on top. The three of them were caught completely off guard. Wait, what did you say? They locked eyes with him. He spoke with icy focus as he unsheathed his blade. However, your opponent is me. If I win this match, every single one of you drops this grudge immediately. Gangrim dictated the terms, and I'll be demanding attacks from your guardians for the trouble. I'm talking god-tier relics. Make sure they hear me. System alerts flickered into existence before each of their eyes. The sisters whispered a frantic strategy while Taehan stood apart. The god's decree. He weighed the consequences. A guardian grants you immense power, but it comes with strings attached. Not every divine whisper is a moral absolute. His logic ran deep. If you follow a deity's whims without checking your own conscience. Gangrim rested the flat of his blade on his shoulder. That you're nothing more than a marionette. I refuse to let that be my story. Taehan spoke up. The gods are complaining that this isn't a fair fight because you're a monster in combat. He offered a handicap without blinking. Fine. No skills, no magic. All of you against me at once. If you land even a single scratch, I lose. Yin Jiayun stepped up for the trio. We accept those terms. He raised his sword toward the sky. Then let's find out what you're made of. The girl notched an arrow with a grin. You're on. She smirked confidently. But don't you think ending this in a single hit is going to be a bit anticlimactic? A split second later, she realized she had severely underestimated him. Gangrim lunged and gripped her forearm. Don't worry about the ending. You don't have the luxury to worry at all. His gaze was cold and professional. The playfulness had vanished. Yinbom panicked as Jiayun's face drained of color. Gangrim grabbed the girl by the collar with a firm hand, hoisting her up. Take the shot. Taehan swung a heavy kick at his blind spot. Watch your aim. Don't hit her. He felt the air shift, tossing Yunjun aside like a feather and slipping past the strike. Taehan grinned, his blood pumping. Don't you dare look away from me. He looked down at his opponent, fueled by the rush of the duel. Gangrim remained unfazed. Why are you enjoying this so much? Taehan launched another kick, which Gangrim sidestepped effortlessly. In the same motion, he brought his sword around in a blurring arc. Taehan's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you pulling your punches? You're gonna get tagged if you don't take this seriously. Gangrim met his gaze with an expression of pure stone. Suddenly, a gunshot cracked. Taehan spun around, bewildered. Hey, why are you aiming at me? Gangrim exploited the distraction, slamming his hand down to force Taehan's head toward the dirt. Yun Jiayun shouted back. I'm not letting you take the glory of the winning blow. After neutralizing him, Gangrim turned to face the next threat. The two sisters moved in unison, closing the gap with desperate speed. Suwa leaned against a nearby pillar, watching the skirmish in silence. A bystander whispered, Shin Suwa, aren't you going to break that up before someone gets hurt? The twins unleashed a flurry of strikes. Taehan lunged with a desperate punch, but he only hit empty air. The three of them tried to sync their movements for a coordinated pincer attack. A small, satisfied smile played on Sua's lips. She turned on her heel and walked away, ignoring the person shouting her name. She pulled out her phone and dialed. It's me. Yeah, everything's set. The target names are Taehan and the Yun twins. Back in the clearing, the Yun sisters were sprawled in the grass, gasping for air. Gangrim drove his blade into the earth, sending a cloud of dust billowing around them. I think we've seen enough. He looked down at them, his voice flat. There is absolutely no point in continuing this. Taehan gritted his teeth, forcing his head up. No, I can still move. It's not over. Gangrim crouched down to his level. You really want to spend the whole week doing this? He gave them a harsh reality check. Training is one thing, but turning on each other just because a god whispered in your ear? It's pathetic. Frankly, it makes me sick. Yunbom looked at the ground, a sting of guilt hitting her hard. Gangrim didn't let up. You'd be better off alone. You claim to be teammates, but you're willing to stab each other in the back just to satisfy some divine ego. He narrowed his eyes, driving the point home. I'm dead serious. I despise this kind of behavior. Yun Jiayun stammered, but our guardian gave an order. He cut her off instantly. If that guardian told you to, let's say, murder your sister Yunbom, that would you actually pull a trigger? The girl's face went pale as the horrific thoughts sank in. Gangrim rose to his feet with a heavy sigh. You three need to start thinking for yourselves. He looked down at them with a stern gaze. Instead of being puppets for voices in your heads. Gangrim turned on his heel and walked away. Taehan finally sat up, wiping the dust from his clothes. Yunbom looked at her hands, dejected. Beaten again. I'm just a disaster. She looked over at the newcomer. And I'm sorry, Jang Taehan. I shouldn't have jumped you like that. Yun Jiayun offered her own olive branch. What she said, my bad. You're actually a decent fighter. Taehan turned beet red. It's whatever. I'm not exactly a saint myself. Watching them from a distance, Gangrim gave a satisfied nod. Suddenly, Johan's friendly face appeared around the corner. Am I interrupting? He asked softly. Is it safe to enter, Father? The trainees brightened up. Father Johan. Gangrim slipped away while the four of them began to bond inside. Is the storm over? Yeah, it's settled. He let out a breath he'd been holding. But I saw that trick. When I broke his guard, you timed that shot perfectly over my shoulder. He analyzed their performance. They started out as a mess of individuals, but they ended as a unit. He smiled, tilting his head slightly. This scrap actually forged a real bond. Sua's voice drifted from the shadows. Was this your grand design from the start? She was leaning casually against the corridor wall. Nothing builds a friendship faster than a fistfight. He jumped slightly. Seen Sua. She explained, I sent for Father Johan when I saw the dust settling. He gave her a small smile. Thanks for the backup. Gangrim felt a brief flash of concern. Are you still feeling uneasy about having Taehan around? He started to apologize. If it's too much, she cut him off with a dismissive wave. It's fine. She crossed her arms, looking thoughtful. It's just weird. I have this overwhelming sense of deja vu when I look at him. He was stunned. Shin Sua feels it too. He replayed Taehan's words from the mess hall in his mind. That Shin Sua lady. I have this gut feeling we'll be side by side in the future. Gangrim felt a weight lift. That's good to hear. Be patient with him. Look on the bright side. At least the team won't crumble if I'm not around. Du Hyan reported, the dropouts from Sector 3 have moved their trials over to Sector 1. Eunhyo rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. Duly noted. I'm not holding my breath for greatness there. She sighed, tapping her desk. Seol Gangrim cruised through, and that Jang Taehan kid is a powerhouse, but he's already settled in Sector 2. He asked carefully, so, have you officially moved on from Seol Gangrim? Moved on? A predatory glint appeared in her eyes. Quite the opposite. I want on my roster more than ever. She let out a sharp laugh. Sector 2 has a few hidden gems, but it's far too early to close the book. Eunhyo stared intensely at the Crimson System interface floating before her. He actually bit. The message glowed in the dim room. The terms are acceptable. I'll take the job. She burst into a fit of dark laughter. She spun her chair around to watch the skyline. I can't wait to see the look on Team Leader Gong's face. This is going to be delicious. The scene shifted to a ritual chamber where a talisman was slowly curling into ash. Anavi's voice echoed through the hall. Gate 7 is now accessible. She reminded them, clear this final stretch of the demon realm, and you're free to go, just as we agreed. She looked at the group with a heavy expression. This final chamber is no joke. Once you step in, there's no turning back until it's over. So please. She stopped herself. Actually, I think I was worrying over nothing with this group. Anavi bowed gracefully before dissolving into light. I hope our paths cross again. Godspeed. One by one, they crossed the threshold. Yunbom looked around the empty lobby. Wait, where's everyone else? Taehan glanced back. Yeah, where's the father? And Sua said she had a last-minute errand. Yun Jiayun sighed. Father's probably dragging Dako Jun along. That guy is still obsessed with finishing his manuscript. Taehan grumbled. Who cares about that weirdo? Gangrim finally appeared, descending the stone stairs. The twins brightened instantly. Master's here. Taehan waved a frantic arm. The path is clear. Let's move. He gave them a warm, slightly mysterious smile. Sorry I'm late. I had a few final arrangements to make. Taehan put his hands on his hips, curious. What are you up to? He pressed a finger to his lips. That's for me to know. Yunbom tilted her head. Should we wait for the others? Gangrim ushered them forward. I'll be right behind you. Go on ahead and secure the perimeter. She nodded. Fine, but don't take all day. He watched them go with a bright, unusually excited expression. But as soon as they disappeared into the gate, his face went cold and serious. Would you like me to find out what Gangrim's secret arrangement was before entering the final gate? He slipped away quietly, choosing a side exit to avoid being followed. But he wasn't alone. A shadow was already waiting for him in the dimly lit hall. Recognizing the figure, Gangrim's tension melted into a soft smile. Sua struck up a casual tone. There you are, Gangrim. The final gate is wide open. Aren't you joining the raid? He countered with a question, what about you? She shrugged. I'm on my way now. We might as well head in together. He shook his head gently. Go on ahead. I've still got a few loose ends to tie up here first. She reached out, her hand blocking his path. Gangrim's smile became a bit forced. Seen Sua. She pulled out her phone and held it up. It just hit me. I don't actually have her contact info. Sua nudged the device toward him. I've already swapped numbers with the rest of the team. He looked caught off guard and instinctively shuffled back. Well, are you going to be difficult, or are you going to give me your number? Gangrim slowly reached for the phone, his hesitation clear. Then he pulled his hand back. Sua's eyes narrowed as she studied his reaction. You were going to refuse, weren't you? She looked down at the floor, her voice softening. You're planning to disappear and never see any of us again once this is over, right? Gangrim stayed silent, his lack of a denial speaking volumes. Her knuckles whitened as she balled her hands into tight fists. She looked up, her voice trembling with emotion. Is that why you've been so careful to keep us at a distance this whole time? He tried to look away, but she wouldn't let him. Soul Gongrim. Sua's disappointment was palpable. So you really have no intention of staying in touch once we leave this realm? He remained a statue of silence. Her grip on her phone tightened until her hand shook. She finally boiled over, shouting, so that's why you've always treated us like temporary strangers. He averted his eyes. Soul Gongrim. They stood there in a heavy, suffocating silence, the air thick with things unsaid. The crushing weight of why he was forced to keep his heart under lock and key. Gangrim thought bitterly, I never intended to see them again. It's the only way to ensure Beck, Gai Young, doesn't target them when he inevitably finds me. Sua called out one more time, her voice cracking. Soul Gongrim. He took a deep breath, forcing a mask of calm. Fine, give me the phone. She eyed him suspiciously as she handed it over. This better not be some fake number just to get me to go away. He gave her a reassuring smile and typed in the digits before handing it back. There, that's really me. She still looked at him with a lingering sense of doubt. Sua pocketed the device and turned toward the gate. I'll take your word for it. I'm calling you the second we're outside. Don't be late. Gangrim watched her leave, his heart heavy. I know that call will never connect. Scene shift. Gangrim was deep in a training session with Lanny and John. He clapped as a notification flashed. Flame Bomb has reached Ghost Class Rank 2. The little dragon was even learning to telepathically guide his blade. Skill activation, magnetic horn. Time blurred by, and 4 days later, his two exhausted divine beasts were sprawled out on the floor. Gangrim looked at them with genuine warmth. You two did great. Rest up, you've earned it. He collapsed onto the floor beside them. I need to get moving to the final sector soon. The system pinged. Arrival of artifact from the Cradle of Gods and the Mortal Plane. Tribute from the unsung hero of life detected. He sat up, eyes widening. Finally, these must be incredible if the gods took this long to prepare them. The rewards materialized. Dragon Tier Greaves, rank 3. Dragon Tier Mencius Armor, rank 3. And a Spectral Life Potion, rank 3. He grabbed the gear, feeling a surge of renewed energy. Gangrim packed the items away, a rare grin on his face. Dragon Tier Equipment. I suppose having the gods bickering over who can give me the better gift has its perks. Suddenly, Anavi's voice drifted from the shadows behind him. So, you've been lingering here just to wait for your delivery? He spun around, startled. Messenger Anavi, you caught me. She tilted her head. You're still training? The others entered the demon realm days ago. Gangrim let out a long sigh. I'm not quite ready to close this chapter yet. He asked, can you tell me how the others are doing? She tucked her hands behind her back. I'm forbidden from sharing live progress reports. He pressed her. Can you at least tell me if anyone has cleared the final room yet? She gave a slow, firm shake of her head. I cannot. Gangrim turned back to his gear, hiding his disappointment. Figures. I should have known better than to expect a straight answer from a messenger. He stood up slowly, realizing he'd have to go find the truth himself. Anavi watched him. And where are you heading at this time of night? He offered a quick, plausible lie. I'm exhausted from pushing these two through their paces. I'm just going to get some shut-eye. Would you like me to find out what Gangrim's real midnight mission is? Visions of my previous life come rushing back. In that timeline, the first person to emerge from the training center was immediately besieged by reporters. Flash forward to now. Shin Sua has supposedly conquered the demon realm. It's already Tuesday morning, yet the world remains eerily silent. 4 days have passed without a single whisper of a clearance. Gangrim stares at his phone, his brow furrowed. Why is there no coverage? Is it possible no one has actually made it out yet? A prompt flickers on the screen. Please confirm if you have finalized your descent into the demon realm. He scowls, recalling the past. Originally, the moment Sua's guild finished their raid. Suddenly, an arrow whistles through the air. That was the precise moment I was granted entry. He tracks the projectile's path, his mind racing. The realization hits Gangrim like a physical blow. It's a chrono message. A message infused with divine beast energy, capable of delivering news across any barrier. He watches the crimson interface materialize before him with growing dread. Incoming transmission from an unidentified source. His pupils dilate in shock. A horrific image of Sua collapsed in a pool of her own blood sears into his mind. His hand trembles as he reaches for the screen. Scene Sua. The floodgates of his past life swing open once more. He collapses, burying his face in his palms as a wave of hopelessness washes over him. Her parting words from days ago haunt him. See you on the other side. He remembers the weight of her phone in his hand. I want to be able to call you the moment we're free. Her radiant smile is a painful contrast to the image on the screen. I need someone in my life I can actually lean on. Fragments of his old existence collide with the present. I truly like you. He had been a total wreck back then. Why would a girl like Suwa even look at someone like me? At that point, he hadn't even unlocked the power of fate stealing. Gangrim looks at her, his expression a mix of confusion and guardedness. She had sat down beside him without being asked. I admire the fact that you refused to take the path of least resistance. She was relentlessly positive, choosing the hard road, even when an easy escape was dangling right in front of her. He had avoided her gaze, feeling small, right? In reality, he hadn't used his skills because he lacked the strength, not because of some noble code. He had initially misread her. Is she making fun of me? Or is this some kind of penance for her injury? She had asked, do you have unfinished business in the poison room? I'll wait. Then we'll tackle the final floor together. He had handed her phone back, his heart cold. I get it. She just wants to use my abilities. Fine. I'll reach out when I'm finished. He had been calculating and cynical. Do I look like an easy mark? You're such a fraud. I'll strip away your fate the moment you let your guard down. System notification. The dissection chamber. Rows of skeletons watch your every move in total silence. The quest objective updates. Locate your command token and flee the demon realm. Time remaining, unlimited. Suwa draws her blade, her body tense. Warning. You have been bound by the skeleton dissector straps. This effect triggers periodically. 7 floors must be cleared to survive. Gangrim feels a chill as he reads the fine print. Skeleton dissector straps. A spectral saw blade will manifest and expand after 24 hours. By the time it reaches the 7th floor, the bindings on your body will tighten and sever. The heavier your karma, the more lethal the placement of the straps. He explains the grim mechanic, his voice tight. If we don't clear this place in 7 days, whatever these straps are wrapped around will be cut off. She remains stoic. Then we'd better find those tokens. Yours is on your pinky. He looks at his hand, stunned. It's a cruel system. The more sins you carry, the more these bindings target your vital organs. Suwa glances back at him, her eyes soft. Karma, huh? I suppose having so few straps is a testament to your good soul. He scoffs, his tone defensive. How can a machine quantify something like that? She just gives him a thumbs up. It proves you're a decent man. His anger begins to melt. What's so funny? She looks away, her smile turning bittersweet. I honestly want to be a good person, just like you. She beams at him, regardless of what the stars have written for my destiny. He studies her face. Is she only now realizing what these bindings represent? Does she truly want to change? Gangrim's old suspicions still linger. Is this all an act? She doesn't fit the saintly archetype, but could she actually be trusting me? The ghosts of his past betrayals whisper in his ear. Do you really believe her? Dark thoughts cloud his judgment. Who could ever truly want to be a partner to a monster like you? He stalks forward, a dark aura bleeding from his silhouette. Everything you touch eventually turns to ash. Gangrim battles his internal demons. Am I falling for the same trap? Is anyone in this godforsaken world actually genuine? Suwa. He can feel his heart hammering against his ribs. Surely, Shin Suwa will eventually betray me like the rest. Her voice cuts through his spiral, sharp with panic. So Gongrim, a squad of assassins materializes directly behind him. He thinks she set me up, just like everyone else. Instead, she throws herself forward, pulling him out of the line of fire. She stands before him, ready to bleed to keep him safe. The shock of her selflessness snaps him back to the present. Scene Suwa. The steel of the blade is drenched in crimson. Suwa's determination to be his shield never wavered, even as the odds stacked against them. She gingerly held her bleeding shoulder, wincing. I should have moved faster. I didn't think they'd stop their pursuit at the threshold of the next room. Gangrim stared at the ground, his heart sinking. The fate notification didn't warn me about this specific outcome. She rushed to reassure him. Don't think for a second I'm blaming you. Knowing the names and quirks of those monsters gave us a massive edge. He roared back. How can you call this a success? He was spiraling, the guilt becoming unbearable. You're bleeding out again, and it's all my fault. He let his sword tip rest against the stone floor. Back in the sword forest, you gave up and I could walk away unscathed. Tears blurred his vision as he spoke. You'd be so much safer without me. Why do you keep pulling me back into your orbit? Suwa simply looked at him, her gaze unwavering and deep. Then, she broke the tension with a faint, comforting smile. I've already given you my reason. Back in the present. The little dragon, John, nipped Gangrim's hand to wake him up. Ow! The sharp pain snapped him out of the dark memory. He looked down to see his 2 divine companions watching him with visible concern. Gangrim's mind was a storm of anxiety. I can't just sit here. I have to go find Suwa. But he froze at the doorway, hesitating. No, stay back, he told himself. Have you already forgotten the lessons of the past? He pressed his palms against his face. If you go to her, You're just bringing the disaster with you. John and Lanny nudged his legs, trying to soothe him. My very existence is a hazard to those I care about. Yes, it's safer for them if I stay away. He took a shaky breath, trying to believe his own lie. Suwa is a survivor. She's strong enough to handle this. Images of his previous life flashed like a broken film reel. I told you. Suwa's laughter echoed in his mind. I love that you never stop fighting against the hand you were dealt. He bit his lip, forcing the emotions down. And you could be the one to save me next time. A cold, mechanical voice filled the air, entering the sewn bone room. Whispers began to swarm around him like insects. Gangram has arrived. Is it our turn to be chosen? I'm finally in his presence. The voice mocked him. Why the delay? Did you lose your nerve? Gangram ignored the taunt, asking coldly, You know where Suwa is, don't you? The entity chuckled, playing hard to get. Straight to the point, are we? Give me one good reason why I should help you. The voice dangled a carrot. The information you want has a price. Pledge yourself to one of us as your patron deity. He looked away, his gaze hardening. Maybe you should worry about the clock ticking on your own life first. Gangram caught his reflection in the polished steel of his blade. He methodically checked his pulse points, neck, wrists, ankles where the bindings lay. The hidden blades within the straps began to prick his skin. Incredible. He's not even flinching. Those edges will only bite deeper as time passes. If you don't clear this floor within a week, that collar is going to take your head. He adjusted his collar to hide the straps, his face becoming an unreadable mask of frost. You're just stalling. You don't have a clue where she is, do you? The spirits giggled, offering useless riddles. Who can say? North, south, east, west. Take your pick. Go north, kid. No, east is where the fun is. Gangram unfurled a map. I'll do what I always do. Find my own path. System. Sewn bone room added to the demon realm map. Exploration. 0. He kicked open the first heavy door, the hinges groaning in protest. Lanny chirped and began darting around the furniture while John sniffed at the shadows. He breached another doorway, finding himself in a room where the walls were stained with drying blood. Something glinted amidst the carnage on the floor. A struggle happened here, and not long ago. He picked up a small, familiar object. This is Father Johann's. He was definitely here. He scanned the room like a forensic expert. These gouges in the wall. Those are from BOM and Jayun. Was Suwa with them? The voices continued their commentary. Look at him go. Is he a hunter or a detective? He's actually looking for those useless friends. How entertaining. A new chamber appeared as the voice sneered. Detective Seol Gangram is hitting a dead end. No blood, no struggle, just silence. He felt a flicker of frustration. There are too many exits. I can't check every single one of them. But then a subtle detail caught his eye. He knelt to touch a faint X etched into the floor. This mark, is it a warning? Are they trying to guide me away from a trap? He sent his 2 companions to scan the other thresholds. If X marks a dead end or danger, there has to be a positive signal somewhere else. Gangram frowned as he moved from door to door. Every single one has an X. Did I misread the code? The voices kept chanting his name. Detective? Searching for Suwa? Suddenly, a memory of her habits clicked. Seen Suwa. He turned sharply and walked toward a seemingly random patch of floor. He stood firmly on the spot, confusing the watching entities. Is the genius giving up? Why is he just standing there like a statue? He looked down to see a perfect circle faintly inscribed beneath his boots. Bingo. Would you like me to find out what secret passage this circle uncovers for Gangram? Lanny hoisted John onto her back and took to the skies, keeping him airborne. Gangram scanned the perimeter, his jaw tightening. This place is an absolute disaster zone. Suddenly, his vision sharpened, his pupils narrowing into pinpricks. A split second later, he dropped into a low combat stance. Heads up, everyone. We got company. A tide of demons began to crawl from the shadows. The low rumble of an approaching horde filled the chamber. The trio moved as one, synchronizing their strikes to push back the encroaching darkness. John unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, just as a spectral swordsman lunged from the gloom. Lanny tapped into her elemental affinity, weaving currents of water into a defensive ring around the team. The attackers were instantly snared within high-pressure water spheres. Gangram gave a curt nod of approval. The group drills really made a difference. They have numbers, but these grunts lack any real substance. Suddenly, he jolted to a stop, his voice cracking. Yunbong. A silhouette identical to Yunbong materialized before him, cold and lifeless. He deflected a sudden bullet, his reflexes screaming that this wasn't his friend, it was a shadow mimic. The creature's eyes ignited with a sinister, haunting glow. Gangram blurred through the air, weaving between shots to close the gap. Activating skill, perfect marksmanship. The trajectory of the bullet defied physics, curving back and catching him off guard. A sharp sting bloomed in his arm. It was a homing strike, an attack that refused to miss its mark. He stared at the two twin figures, Yunbong, Yin Jiayun, seeing his friends used as templates for monsters. He gripped his bleeding arm, his voice dropping to a growl. That doesn't sit right with me at all. He centered himself, lashing out with a flurry of slashes. In the sewn bone room, the primary threat was singular. The two clones leveled their bow and rifle at his chest. Identity, Shadow Bandit. Rank 11. A spectral thief capable of replicating human techniques. Intelligence on Shadow Bandits. These entities flawlessly mimic the physique and combat styles of any intruder in the demon realm. One of the replicas loosed an arrow. However, they're incapable of stealing a person's soul or their core convictions. Gangrim ground his teeth in fury, firing blindly into the dark. That's an insult to the real Yin Jiayun's skill. He moved like a shadow himself, dodging the incoming volley with fluid grace. An arrow grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of red. On the bright side, if I could dismantle this thing. He was blindsided by a sudden, heavy impact from a flank he hadn't covered. A barrage of arrows finally found their mark, pinning his movement. He glared at the imposters through the pain. The spectral arrows dissolved into mist. The Yunbom mimic aimed her barrel directly between his eyes. In an instant, he was surrounded by a dozen floating firearms. Power activation, execution. The entity's face twisted into a triumphant sneer. It appeared the real Yunbom had unlocked a terrifying new ability for the mimic to steal. Gangrim's mind raced through defensive maneuvers. How am I supposed to counter a 360-degree firing line? His grip on his hilt wavered. My reach is too short, and the spacing is all wrong for a dodge. Even a shield skill won't stop me from being riddled with holes. A finger tightened on a trigger. How many of these can I realistically parry before I'm overwhelmed? Suddenly, the Shadow Bandit was slammed into the dirt by a crushing force. Yunbom's voice rang out from above. Big brother. Taehan reached down from a high ledge. Grab hold. Get up here. Gangrim scrambled up the rock face, keeping John tucked securely under one arm. Taehan's eyes widened as he saw the blood. Wait, you're bleeding. Yunbom rushed to his side, frantic. Hyung, how bad is it? He covered the wound with his palm, his voice steady. I've had worse. Don't worry about it. She reached for her pack. Do you need a medical patch? He shook his head. Save yours. I got my own supplies. He looked out over the sprawling, grim architecture. But this entire sector. Yunbom gestured toward a heavy iron door. I'm certain the adjacent chamber is being used as a dungeon. He stiffened. A dungeon? A mental image of Suwa, cold and alone, flashed through his mind like a lightning strike. Is Suwa being held in there? The scene shifted to the interior of a cramped, damp holding cell. Gangrim's expression grew dark and stormy as he peered through the bars. Suwa was slumped against the wall, covered in deep lacerations. Suwa. Yunbom tried to intervene. Listen about that. But he didn't wait, shattering the door off its hinges. Suwa, can you hear me? He knelt beside her, his breath catching at the sight of her injuries. The girl finally looked up, her voice a hollow whisper as she avoided his eyes. I assume you've met the things that steal our faces and our strength. Would you like me to see if Gangrim can help Suwa recover before the next wave of mimics arrives? Even after we managed to ditch them, the replicas materialized again the very second the next drum signal echoed. Yunbom cast her eyes down, her voice heavy with grief. But on the second day, we stumbled upon the cruel truth about the links between our past and present selves. Jiayun's arm was slashed open by a sudden blade. Jiayun, no. Taehan tried to bolster her spirit. Hold on just a bit longer. I'm going to wipe these freaks off the map. He pivoted his stance, scanning the shadows with lethal intensity. The young girl winced, clutching her throbbing shoulder. They realized that any physical trauma the original host endures, that is mirrored perfectly by the illusions, weakening them instantly. Back in the present, Gangrim silently uncorked a vial of healing nectar. He knew those jagged gashes hadn't come from a monster's claw. Sua's legs were a map of fresh, deliberate scars. The grim reality hit Gangrim like a cold wave. She had been systematically mutilating herself to keep her dangerous shadow in check. Yunbom nodded through her tears. It's true. She told us it was her only shot at survival. None of us could hope to outmatch her double at full strength. The girl wiped her damp cheeks. She promised she'd find a way to save herself once she knew the rest of us were safely out of here. The girl's voice cracked into a sob. Please, you have to stop her. She's being too selfless. It's breaking her. Gangrim didn't utter a word as he began tending to Sua's wounds. Selfless? He muttered, tossing the empty glass bottle aside. This isn't kindness. She's completely lost her grip on sanity. Yin Jiayun collapsed, burying her face in her palms. I knew we shouldn't have agreed to this. I knew we should have fought harder to find another way. He thought privately. How are ordinary people supposed to restrain someone who has abandoned all reason? The only sound filling the room was the rhythmic, hollow sobbing of Yunbom. He reached out and placed a steady, comforting hand on the girl's head. Gangrim gently smoothed her hair. Have you managed to track down your exit tokens? She sniffled. I found a couple. But Jayun and Father Johan are still searching for theirs. Suwa groaned, her body tensing. Suwa, can you hear me? He didn't stop the treatment. Yunbom, would you mind giving us a moment of privacy? His gaze was heavy with unspoken words. There are things I need to settle with her. Suwa slowly drifted back to the waking world, her eyelashes fluttering as she struggled to focus. She jolted, her heart racing when she saw him sitting right there. She tried to push his hands away from the bandages. Soul Gongrim, what are you doing here? He ignored the protest entirely. We need to talk. Suwa pleaded, I hear you, but stop the healing. Please. She reached desperately for her fallen blade. Because the moment I started to feel better. She didn't hesitate, driving the steel deep in her own thigh. She did it without flinching, right before his eyes. Suwa gasped, her body shaking from the fresh agony. If I'm strong, the others won't make it out alive. She yanked the sword free. That was the reason the floor was littered with the shards of every potion bottle she'd found. Gangrim reached out and gripped the bare metal of her blade. I told you, we're talking first. Suwa stared at his bleeding palm in sheer terror. Her face turned a ghostly white. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Let go. He kept his voice low and steady to ground her. Drop the weapon. We have a few minutes before the next drum cycle begins. She fell into a stunned silence, her head drooping. The sword clattered onto the stone floor, forgotten. Suwa bit her lip, gently taking his sliced hand into hers. You told me you weren't coming. I never said that. He countered softly. I just said I'd be late to the party. Gangrim stared into her eyes, demanding the truth. Why would you go to such horrific lengths? He pressed further. You have the skill to defeat your shadow in a fair fight. She shook her head instantly. No, I can't. And I think you already know the reason why. She whispered. Take a look at my fate window. See for yourself. His eyes flared with an ethereal light. Skill activation. Fate discovery. Gangrim's heart skipped a beat at the data manifesting before him. Suwa's profile was a nightmare. He bit his lip hard. How is her destiny warping into something so dark? He frowned deeply, focusing his spiritual energy to probe further. Skill. Fate discovery. He was horrified to find Bloodlust, Ghost Class Rank 3. A passive trait that surges in power upon tasting blood, but triggers a dangerous addiction. Each kill stains the soul, dragging karma into the abyss. He ground his teeth, piecing the puzzle together. How did she unlock these now? Weight of Karma, God Class Rank 3. A terrifying multiplier that boosts core stats based on sins committed. These were high-level corruptions she shouldn't have encountered for years. Gangrim thought grimly. It's the same dark path as my fate stealing. The mark of a serial killer. The more blood she spilled, the more invincible she would become. He looked at Suwa, remembering the monster she was destined to be. However, she currently had fewer sewn bone bindings than he'd seen in his past life. She let out a weary, broken sigh, looking utterly spent. That confirmed it. She was fighting the urge, refusing to use those lethal powers. Gangrim realized the fatal flaw. Her illusion, unburdened by conscience, had absolutely no reason to hold back. He leaned in closer, his voice urgent. That shadow of yours. It gets more monstrous every single time it respawns, doesn't it? Would you like me to help Gangrim find a way to defeat an illusion that has no soul to restrain its power? But how? Gangrim pressed a hand to his mouth, his brow furrowed with anxiety. A monster fueled by the bloodlust trait was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Suwa didn't miss his change in demeanor. She waved her hands frantically, pleading with him. Don't you see? You have to leave me behind and get the others to safety while you can. Suwa hesitated as he stood his ground. And what happens to you? I'll manage. I'll find a way out alone. Just go. Gangrim grabbed her shoulders, giving her a firm but gentle shake. Suwa, look at me. Focus. Her eyes drifted shut, as if she were slipping into unconsciousness. Suwa, panicking, he braced her weight and called out her name. Are you really just going to give up and die here? Her eyes fluttered open again, and she reached out to graze his forearm with her fingertips. Gongrim, stay calm. I only wanted to rest my eyes for a moment. She leaned back against the cold floor, her voice a fragile whisper. I'll be right behind you. I promise. He gritted his teeth, the sight of her suffering alone while the others were safe becoming unbearable. A short while later, the rest of the group returned, their spirits surprisingly high. Father Johann Richter waved a cheerful hand as he approached Gangrim. It's a blessing to see you again. You too. I'm glad we're all back in one piece. Johann's eyes lit up when he saw the crucifix necklace Gangrim pulled from his pocket. Thank you. I was certain I'd lost this to the abyss. The group finally felt complete. Fortune is on our side to have us reunited like this. Gangrim felt a twinge of suspicion at his words. I was worried when the gates scattered us, but here we are, together again despite the dimensional shift. He narrowed his eyes, testing the waters. Johan, weren't you supposed to be partnered with Dako Jun? Caught off guard, Johan stammered a quick explanation. No, I was alone. We really should have stuck to the rendezvous point. This realm warps if the entry isn't perfectly synced. Johan quickly pivoted. Anyway, I need to check on Sua's condition. As he moved toward the cell, Gangrim caught his arm, pulling him back. She's resting. I've already administered medicine. She just needs sleep. Oh, so you found her some time ago? A heavy, awkward silence fell over the room. Everyone shuffled their feet, sensing the tension. Yinbom tried to break the ice. I'm sure we'll find our way out of here soon. Yin Jiao nodded. Exactly. Now that Gangrim is leading the way. Zhang Taihan rubbed his face, letting out a weary sigh. That's heartening, but if we have to fight a shadow version of Gangrim, we're in for a nightmare. Yunbong shivered. As long as it's a pale imitation. But if it's as lethal as Sua's double. Yin Jian shrugged. We won't know until the drums beat. Gangrim stood apart, deep in thought. Do you think the illusion's power level is directly tied to the complexity of our own skills? Zhang Taihan didn't answer. Instead, he started leaning in, inspecting Gangrim's gear with intense curiosity. Wait a sec. He let out a low whistle, pointing with a grin. Hold on. Since when did you get such a cool necklace, Gangrim? Flustered by the sudden attention, Gangrim tucked the charm away and shot him a sharp look. The twins immediately started whispering. Is that a soul-bound necklace? Gangrim, are you actually marked for death? He waved off their drama. I just need to clear this floor before the timer runs out. I only arrived yesterday, so I'm still learning the layout. Suddenly, Yinbom grabbed Taihan's arm. Let's go scout the nearby corridors. Johan Richter nodded. Good idea, let's move. But Gangrim held up a hand. Stop. Those of you who just returned need to recover. The rest will handle the scouting. Hey, you're the one with the hole in your arm. Yun Jian gave him a playful poke in the ribs, making him wince. You stay here and play sentry. If intruders from other sectors wander in, Sua is going to need a bodyguard. What? Gangrim winced, clutching his side. I think we should stick to pairs for guard duty. Father? I'll stay with Gangrim. The group filed out, leaving the two behind. Fine, Dako Jun, you're on point here. Wait, sis. They ignored his protest and pulled the door shut. We need to cross-reference our maps, first anyway. Gangrim sank to the floor, finally letting his exhaustion show. Dako Jun, since it's just us, how about some straight answers? Jun stood there, arms crossed, looking perfectly composed. Sure. What's on your mind? Why this specific room? Why here? Gangrim asked, his voice low and serious. There was no logical reason to lock Sua in a cage like this. Jun offered a simple explanation. It was her choice. She theorized that her shadow would be weaker in a place devoid of life and nature. Gangrim realized the logic. Metal suppresses earth. She was strategically choosing an environment that would handicap her own abilities, since she's an earth element user, but leaving her on cold stone in that state. He looked away, pained. Yun Smyugl. Done with the interrogation? He took a step closer to Gangrim. I help because you're the lead in this story, aren't you? Jun's playful mask slipped, replaced by a cold intensity. I expected you to ask something that actually mattered. Well? Gangrim met his gaze, unfazed. He looked up and asked the real question. Why did you send that arrow to me? Ah, so you caught that. Jun gave a thin, knowing smile. I figured you'd realize it was my handiwork eventually. Go on, keep talking. He reverted to his upbeat persona. Well, the main character was missing. I was getting worried when you didn't show after 4 days. Jun pulled up a chair and sat down beside him. Are you still sore that I left her in the cell? Gangrim looked away, his jaw tight. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, his guard dropping slightly. It's fine. I know she's only safe right now because you intervened. He cleared his throat, adding a bit of a defensive excuse. It's okay. I realize you were looking out for her in your own way. Would you like me to see if Dako Jun reveals his true motives for helping the main character? I had a hunch you'd be grateful. Why the sudden change of heart? Gangrim, you're quite the inquisitive one today. How did a trainee like you afford a chrono message? Those things cost a small fortune. Dako Jun immediately pressed a finger to his lips. The universal sign for my lips are sealed. His playful taunting made Gangrim recoil in frustration. Look, if you're dying to know, it's actually quite simple. Forget it. I don't care. Dako Jun ignored the brush off, his eyes gleaming with mischief. But I've stumbled upon a juicy bit of info. Care for a spoiler? Pass. He leaned back against the stone bench, exhaling a long sigh. Well, as a regressor, I assume you've seen it all. But this timeline is a mess of variables, isn't it? Perhaps your current level just isn't high enough to perceive a shift. This clearly hit a nerve with Gangrim. who shot him a look of pure irritation. If you're just here to spout nonsense, save your breath. But Dako Jun merely chuckled, leaning into the provocation. Just a working theory of mine. Then, his tone shifted to something sharper. Tell me, what's the current tally on your karma points? The air in the room turned brittle and silent in an instant. Gangrim's gaze turned predatory. What exactly are you implying? Oh, don't play coy with me. You know the score. He elaborated, his voice dropping an octave. These sewn bone bindings are a physical manifestation of our past sins. The darker your history, the more lethal the placement. Dako Jun spread his hands wide for Gangrim to see. I've clearly been a bit of a villain. These things are trying to cut my writing career short. He looked at the floor, his voice barely a whisper. The higher the karma count, but the more monstrous that person's shadow becomes. So what's your angle? This is better than a novel. Then Dako Jun mimicked a strangling motion around his own neck. People can play the saint all they want on the surface, but the soul never lies about its stains. He let out a delighted little laugh. I can only imagine what you're hiding. Gangrim's face drained of color as he bristled with agitation. What kind of atrocities did you commit in your previous life? Dako Jun suddenly snapped into a formal sitting position. He locked eyes with Gangrim, his gaze uncomfortably intense. I'm dying to know, Seol Gangrim. What kind of monster are you beneath that mask? Gangrim met his stare and said flatly, I'm a criminal. Plain and simple. Hearing such a blunt confession, Dako Jun doubled over, clutching his stomach in a fit of laughter. What? That's your line? You expect me to buy that? Gangrim simply turned his head, closing the subject. Believe whatever helps you sleep at night. Dako Jun's tone became dangerously casual. I'm actually excited to meet your shadow. It's going to be a god-tier disaster. You're such a vault of secrets. Maybe a little silence from you is best for now. He suddenly chimed in again. Though, I might keep your secrets if you trade them for a compelling story. Dako Jun's eyes danced with excitement. Entertain me. Give me a glimpse of the past or a spoiler for the future. Gangrim let out a weary, hesitant sigh. I've told you already, I'm not some time traveler. He tried to shrug it off with a denial. Dako Jun smirked. How about a game of hot or cold? I'll guess you react. Let's start with your childhood traumas. In a separate monitoring room, Anavitasia stood behind Gongju, whose eyes were glued to the surveillance feed. It's a relief the director granted us access to the final trial of the demon realm. She added softly, is Seol Gangrim the one keeping you up at night too? Without a doubt. At that moment, the door slid open. Captain, I've compiled the background checks you requested. Yu Sung-tae stepped in, and the others turned to face him. The more I dig into Seol Gangrim, the more he looks like a ghost. What's the verdict? He scratched his head, looking perplexed as he scanned the files one last time. Yu Sung-tae handed the folder to Gongju. Nothing. Clean as a whistle. No priors, no juvenile record. He's a ghost of a citizen. The only outlier is that he was orphaned young and raised by a rogue exorcist. He continued detailing the report, but he never contracted with a deity, and after his guardian passed, he just lived a quiet, unremarkable life. Yu Sung-tae couldn't mask his bewilderment. Then how on earth do we explain that astronomical karma count? Anavitasia mused. Maybe a serial killer? If there were no bodies found, there'd be no record. Gongju's expression turned grim. I doubt it. A couple of murders wouldn't spike the meter like that. To hit his numbers, he'd have to have wiped out at least 100 souls. The other two went pale, a chill of pure terror running down their spines. He crossed his arms, his voice dropping to a gravelly low. I can't fathom what he did, but it certainly wasn't an act of mercy. Yu Sung-tae panicked, pointing frantically at the screen. And you still want that Reaper on our team? Calm down, Yu Sung-tae. Gongyu replied steadily. Why do you think the director designed this final realm to turn a person's sins into their own worst enemy? It's a litmus test, to see their true nature or to prune the sociopaths from the program. He added with a hint of indifference, if that was the plan. That couldn't we have just filtered them out during recruitment? The two of them avoided eye contact, acknowledging the uncomfortable truth. We knowingly recruit killers if they have the talent. Personality is secondary. The agency gambles with lives to manufacture power. We don't distinguish between saints and sinners. That's exactly why we take these calculated risks. Forcing them to face their karma in the final room is their chance to prove they are more than just their crimes. Without warning, the door to the room where Gangrim and Dako Jun were resting was kicked open. A group of elite trainees for a rival sector burst in, radiating hostile energy. They stormed the room aggressively, their weapons already drawn and thirsting for blood. Take down the strongest targets first, unless you fancy a never-ending brawl with those shadow replicas. It would have played right into our hands, but the attackers didn't count on those two being so quick to strike back. It's now the 6th day since the sewn bone room was unsealed. The binding on Yunbom's arm constricted without warning, slicing into her skin. She grabbed the wound, letting out a sharp cry of agony. Zhang Taihan's arm was also crushed by the tightening strap until blood began to pool. To hell with this. The sting is unbearable. Are you two holding up? I'm Monazin. Seal Gangrim pulled a pair of syringes from his kit and slid them over. You're losing too much blood. Use these coagulants immediately and take these sedatives for the pain. Once the skin knits back together, you'll be stable. Save the high-grade healing elixirs for a real emergency. Now, go find a corner and catch your breath. Even as he carefully administered the painkiller to Yunbom, she shook her head defiantly. We haven't found Suwa or your exit token yet. We're staying put. Then at least lie down until the meds kick in. You're running on fumes. Seal Gangrim tightened his grip on his hilt, preparing to move out with one final command. I'm scouting the adjacent chambers. You stay here. I'm Fina, Jung. Let's back you up. He didn't argue. He simply pointed and gave a firm directive. Lanny, stay here and guard them. I'll be back before the next drum cycle. Seal Gangrim crunched over piles of discarded parchment as he navigated the room, his eyes scanning every shadow. If the token is hidden where it was in my previous life, I should have stumbled upon it by now. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Seal Gangrim's eye. 3 silhouettes armed to the teeth materialized ahead, zeroing in on him. These high-tier shadows were becoming increasingly lethal with every passing hour. They lunged with predatory speed. Waste of time, he thought. They'll just respawn anyway. No use burning mana on a room I've already cleared. He parried a heavy blow and channeled a burst of internal flame through his palm. In one fluid motion, he cleaved the shadow in two. Seal Gangrim is a force of nature. He'll cut a path through anything in his way. Another figure dropped from the rafters, aiming for his neck. Terrifying. I can only imagine the nightmare his own shadow will be. He brought his blade up just in time to intercept the strike. That exact thought is what's keeping me on edge. Looking at the dissipating remnants of the shadows, Seal Gangrim noted, still no sign of my own double. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye. Deep in the room, an item rested inside an ornate wooden chest, right beside the heavy tomes on the shelf. Could it be? Gangrim's heart leapt as he approached. The artifact radiated the same distinct aura as the one Suwa carried in the original timeline. He reached for the token. A translucent ward shimmered, designed to repel anyone but the true owner. Seal Gangrim's fingers closed around it. System, you have acquired Seal Gangrim's command token. A wave of raw emotion washed over him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. He stared down at the token, his face a complicated mask of lingering grief and sudden relief. He slipped it into his pocket and whispered to himself, maybe the universe hasn't completely abandoned me in this hellscape after all. Trial update. Exit requirements met. Escape with the token to finalize your clearance. Suddenly, Seal Gangrim's head snapped toward the corridor. A faint sound echoed. Skill. Enhanced senses activated. He focused on the muffled voices. Get up, move. There's a presence outside. Damn it, you're the tank. Where are you going? Recognizing the panicked tones, he sprinted toward the source. Over here. The group nearly collapsed in relief at the sight of him. It's Gangrim. Thank God. A girl rushed up to him, her words tumbling out. We haven't seen a trace of you. You must have entered late. Listen, we need to stick together. You in? The rest of the squad murmured in agreement. We trust your blade. We'd have a real shot if you joined us. Actually, I'm on a hunt for Shin Sua's token, Gangrim said, redirecting them. Has anyone seen a second artifact? A guy perched on some supply crates shifted uneasily. Is she still trapped here? I think someone spotted a token earlier. Who? Where? He demanded, his eyes searching. The person nearby spoke up. But that trainee is already gone. Sang-won, I'm pretty sure they were part of your unit. Do you know where they headed? He looked up, his brow furrowed. Sang-won tossed a small data scroll to Seal Gangrim. I only know the coordinates where it was spotted. Take it. You've earned the lead. He unfurled the map with a spark of hope. Much appreciated. The Demon Realm exploration map updated with new intel. After memorizing the path, he handed the scroll back. By the way, you guys look like you've been through a meat grinder. Did you clash with another sector's team? One man groaned, looking haunted. No, it was a shadow, but not a normal one. It was a beast. His face went pale at the memory. It's not like the others. Every time it claims a life, it undergoes a gruesome evolution. The group erupted in frantic chatter. It's a horror show. It kills a person and then mutates into something barely human. A beast would be easier to kill. Once it lingers over a body, it mimics the dead person's skills perfectly. Seal Gangrim absorbed the information in grim silence. Sang-won leaned in. It wasn't here on day one. I think this shadow manifested about 2 days ago. Fourth night, maybe. It has these glowing red sigils across its chest and throat. You can't miss it. Mid-sentence, Sang-won's eyes widened, and the color drained from his face. Sang-won stammered, wait. Seoul Gongrim, when exactly did you arrive? He cast a cold, sharp glance at the boy. Because it looks like those bindings have already wrapped around both your legs. Sang-won reached out a trembling hand, and they're tightening around your wrists, too. Would you like me to find out if the beast-like shadow Sang-won described is actually Seoul Gangrim's own double? But he bristled, narrowing his eyes as he jerked his arm out of reach. Sang-won broke into a cold sweat, his finger trembling as he pointed. Seoul Gangrim, show us your neck. Right now. Losing his temper, Sang-won lunged forward and barked. Did you go deaf? I said show us. The outburst pulled every eye in the room toward them. Sang-won, back off. Are you seriously claiming that Monster is Gangrim's double? Others shook their heads in disbelief. That's a reach. How could you possibly prove something like that? But he doubled down, his voice cracking with conviction. The timeline is perfect, and the power level matches. He's wrapped in those straps, just like that nightmare out there. Gangrim endured the accusations in stony silence. If there's a binding on your throat, too. At that, the seeds of doubt began to sprout. The trainees exchanged uneasy, confused glances. One person stepped into the center, stammering, Look, Gangrim, just pull down your collar for a second. Let's just put this rumor to bed. He didn't seem rattled in the slightest. He gave his collar a nonchalant tug and replied, Even if I am marked, a strap on my neck doesn't prove I'm the source. Sang-won was beyond reason, screaming like a lunatic. He spat out a curse. Shut your mouth and show us. We'll be the judges of what it proves. The crowd's energy shifted, voices rising in a hostile chorus. It's just a quick look at your neck. Where are you hiding? If it's not you, just laugh it off and show us. Why the hesitation? Unless you actually have something to fear from the truth. Seeing Gangrim's lack of response, Sang-won played the crowd like a fiddle. Check out your tongue, Seoul Gangrim. One trainee ground their teeth, reaching a grim conclusion. It's him. That's why he's a league above the rest of us. Gangrim's expression remained a mask of eyes as he scanned their faces. Is the theory that he murders people to steal their power? Suddenly, a voice cut through the din. Everyone, back up and breathe. How is he supposed to defend himself when you're all dogpiling him with wild theories? He was visibly shaking, caught between loyalty and terror. Gangrim, it's okay. Everyone is just on edge. If you could just let us see your neck. Skill activation. Loner. In a heartbeat, Seoul Gangrim vanished into thin air. The group gasped, recoiling in shock. What? Where'd he go? He's gone. The heavy thud of the exit door, swinging wide, caught their attention. A hollow silence filled the room for a few beats as they stared at the open doorway. Then the dam broke. The group scrambled toward the exit. Move. After him. We can't let the host of that monster escape. Sang-won took point, fueled by a frantic need to hunt. He's on foot. He couldn't have vanished far. Once the chamber was hollowed out, leaving only the dust and silence. Gangrim's form slowly bled back into reality. He looked at the floor, letting out a long, heavy sigh. I knew it. Deep down, I knew it would end like this. He leaned against the wall, thinking, the reaction is identical to my past life. The moment they glimpse the truth, the fear takes over. He began to walk away, a profound sense of isolation weighing him down. I didn't expect the bridge to burn this early. Maybe they feel cheated because they wanted me to be their hero. A nagging question haunted him. If they're this angry now, how would they react to the full weight of my true nature? Gangrim hurried through the corridors. Would they eventually come around, as they did before? Or would the bitterness of my deception turn into a permanent grudge? He thought of her, the one person who saw more. Suwa had said, I admire the version of you that refuses to break, even when the world is crumbling. He lowered his gaze, a wave of sadness washing over him. What will the Suwa of this timeline think of me once I finally unleash fate stealing? Back at the safe zone, Yunbom and Taehan were pacing. Master, thank goodness. We were starting to imagine the worst. What happened out there? Gangrim paused, then held up the map scroll. I crossed paths with some others and secured the location of Sua's token. The two of them lit up, their gloom vanishing instantly. Incredible. Lead the way, we're right behind you. I'll find the right words to tell them, but only after we're out of this nightmare. With that silent vow, he beckoned them toward the exit. Yunbom and Taehan stepped out, their eyes wide with wonder. Wait, is this an exit? It looks like a massive, overgrown garden. But Gangrim's face remained tense as he urged them forward. Don't get distracted. We're on a tight clock. Let's find it. They fanned out, scouring the landscape, checking under every leaf and behind every ancient trunk. The area was sprawling. At this rate, pinpointing a small token would be like finding a needle in a haystack. This is going to get complicated, especially if a rival team from the second sector is lurking in these shadows. An internal voice mocked him, making his jaw tighten. I wonder how loyal your little followers will be once your closet is empty of skeletons. This is going to be high drama. Gangrim ground his teeth, trying to tune out the malice. Suddenly, Yunbom's voice chirped through the trees. Don't spoil the surprise. It's way more entertaining to watch the realization hit them. Found it. I actually found Sua's token. She held it aloft, her face beaming with triumph, and the boys let out a synchronized sigh of relief. It was tucked away in his hollow. Incredible eye, Yunbom. Now for the easy part, heading home. But the air suddenly hummed, and the environment began to distort. Yunbom stiffened, sensing the shift. Taehan's voice was laced with worry. The safe windows are shrinking. The intervals between attacks are getting way too short. As if on cue, the shadow replicas of Yunbom and Taehan detached themselves from the darkness nearby. Gangrim assessed the threat with a cool gaze. Small numbers, at least. Let's clear the trash and get back to the cell. Would you like me to help Gangrim and the team fight through these shadows to reach Sua before the next shift? But see old Gangrim's heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of something new. A fresh shadow materialized, leaving him rooted to the spot. It bore a telltale strap on its left arm. In an instant, he realized he was staring at the spectral double of Shin Sua. He paled, his confusion mounting. Something was deeply wrong with the way the shadow was acting. Why on earth is her own reflection collapsing into itself? He could only watch, rendered speechless by the sight. To his horror, the shadow repeatedly raised its blade and plunged it into its own flesh. Is she still stuck in a cycle of self-harm, even after the drum signals have faded? Gangrim knew he had to reach the real Shin Sua immediately. He hoisted his sword high. He stood his ground directly in front of the tormented shadow. Skill activation, healing hands. Is that Father Johan's shadow? Gangrim's eyes widened in disbelief. The air was thick with the earth element. The surrounding environment had massively surged his skill's potency. Nature resonance, activating the wood leaf method. Without warning, gnarled roots exploded from behind Sua's shadow, lashing out like hungry snakes. The dense earth energy in the area continued to amplify every supernatural effect. Gangrim's voice cracked as he screamed, "Move. Get out of there now." He carved through the wooden mass in a blur and slid across the debris. Gigantic, sentient roots continued their relentless, crushing assault. Gangrim poured every ounce of strength into holding back the wooden tide. A sudden, violent impact jarred his grip, sending his blade spinning away. "Master!" But Seal Gang. Rim didn't flinch. He just barked a command at his companions. "Stop staring. Get behind me." A rogue root found its mark, piercing straight through Gangrim's leg. Then, Shin Sua's shadow began a slow, predatory advance toward his position. It closed the gap between them with haunting, deliberate steps, just as the phantom reached out a cold hand to touch his face. Seal Gangrim snapped his head up, his eyes burning with a fierce glare. He reclaimed his weapon and severed every encroaching root in a single, explosive arc. But Sua's shadow was agile, flipping through the air to evade his lethal strike. Gangrim ground his teeth, the frustration boiling over. He watched in disgust as the shadow calmly licked his blood from its fingers. Skill triggered, bloodlust. The Shadow Bandit's combat capabilities have surged to a new peak. Taehan and Yunbom scrambled to his side, faces pale with worry. "Hyung, talk to us. I'm Yufine. It'll take more than a scratch to stop me." The nightmare worsened as more silhouettes detached themselves from the darkness behind Sua's double. Worse yet, these new entities possessed the terrifying ability to knit their wounds back together. Yunbom's jaw dropped in shock. Even the illusions can regenerate? If the original has the gift, the shadow steals it too. Seeing the odds, Taehan tightened his grip. "We have to neutralize Johan's double first." Negative. The horde of shadows lunged simultaneously, a coordinated wave of death. Time had run out. Suddenly, Gangrim raised his sword and bellowed, "Change of plans. Don't engage, just run." But the three of them had to settle for desperate parries before spinning around to flee. We can't win a war of attrition here. Deep within a hidden basement, safely tucked away. The exhausted group finally caught their breath and began tending to their injuries. He sat there, chest heaving, a look of gratitude on his face. "We made it. Thank you for the aid, Father." "But Johan." Richter let out a heavy, guilt-ridden sigh. "My own shadow is hunting us. What have I done?" The priest looked up, his voice trembling. "Should I follow Sua's lead and hurt myself to weaken it?" "No," Gangrim said, his voice soft but firm. "Our best move is to vanish. These phantoms are tethered to us. They can only exist while we are present in this sector." At his words, everyone turned to look at him with wide eyes. "What about the others?" Yunbom asked, her voice rising. "And what about Sis Sua's token?" You aren't seriously suggesting we leave her to face that monster alone? Shin Su'a, huddled in the corner, whispered in a broken voice, he's right. There's no other way out. But Seol Gangrim stood tall before her and made a vow that shook the room. I'm going to hunt down and destroy your illusion myself. Leaving Shin Su'a staring up at him, completely paralyzed with shock. He issued one final directive, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone. Listen closely, Shin Su'a. You're coming with me. She wavered for a heartbeat, her gaze flickering upward as she reached for the blade resting at her side. I have full faith in your prowess, but... He moved like a flash, catching her wrist to halt her movement. Stop. You don't need to spill your own blood anymore. Seol Gangrim gently pried the hilt from her fingers and explained his stance. I've got a plan. Let's move. Su'a followed, though her eyes were still clouded with doubt and confusion. A plan? He didn't elaborate, offering only a confident smile and a sharp nod. Outside, the phantoms remained rooted to the spot, as if they had been anticipating their return. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and one of the spectral figures began to dissolve into nothingness. Su'a's shadow let out a silent, panicked hiss as it watched its reinforcements evaporate into the ether. In a matter of moments, her double was the only threat left standing. The entity snapped its head toward the approaching Seol Gangrim. It seems the others have crossed the threshold. Their reflections have vanished with them. He rubbed the back of his neck, frowning at Su'a. I should have made sure Dako Jun left too, but his whereabouts are a mystery. If things get hairy, I'll just use my own blade to weaken the shadow. Gangrim immediately tightened his grip on her hand. No, with a sharp mental command, he summoned his sword, which hummed at his side. Don't resort to that. Then, Seol Gangrim stepped forward, positioning himself as a shield in front of Su'a. I know you're worried I'm outmatched, but even so. She bit her lip, her brow still creased with lingering anxiety. Su'a reached out, her fingers catching the fabric of his shirt. I believe in you. She forced a brave, supportive smile. We are walking out of this nightmare together. Her resolve caught Seol Gangrim off guard. For a long moment, he couldn't tear his eyes away from hers. The two shared a silent understanding, exchanging a nod and a small, determined smile. Then, he exploded into motion. I'm in this now. Skill activation, Loner. Seulgong. Rim tore toward the shadow, appearing as nothing more than a blur of lethal intent. He vanished mid-stride, leaving the shadow swinging at empty air. The specter spun around frantically, searching for its target, but Gangrim was already behind it, striking from the blind spot. He flickered out of existence again, reappearing on a different flank. This time, Seol Gang. Rim buried a heavy, devastating slash into the creature's back. The shadow shrieked, its form trembling with pure rage. It immediately lashed out, commanding the surrounding roots to surge forward like spears. He carved through the wooden tangle with surgical precision, his breathing steady and calm. A small smirk played on his lips. I knew she'd instinctively deploy a barrier. He suddenly pivoted, sprinting in a completely different direction. A classic feint. Driven by predatory instinct, Su'a's shadow lunged after him, falling into the trap. Seol Gangrim vaulted onto a massive tree trunk, spending achievement points on agility. Speed increased to level 30. The roots pursued him like a tidal wave, boxing him in. They converged, closing the gap just inches behind Seol Gangrim's heels. The wooden appendages swelled in size, twisting together to create a massive wall of thorns. He accelerated, using the very roots meant to kill him as stepping stones to launch himself at the shadow. Now, there was nowhere left to hide. They stood face to face. The shadow bared its teeth, its eyes burning with a hateful fire directed at Seol Gangrim. He let out a short, mocking laugh. You're actually making my heart race. In that instant, Seol Gangrim unleashed his familiar. Skill activation, Firebird. The avian spirit shrieked, exhaling a torrent of white-hot heat. Skill activation, Firebomb. The shadow froze, paralyzed by the sudden, point-blank explosion of light. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. It was swallowed whole by the roaring inferno. Seizing the opening, Seol Gangrim executed a perfect spin, shearing through the remaining root support. Su'a's shadow let out one final, agonizing wail as the fire consumed its form. It collapsed onto the charred roots, its physical shape beginning to unravel. He glanced back, exhaling a sigh of relief. Target neutralized. The illusion is gone. While Seol Gangrim, that was savoring the adrenaline of victory, a sudden flash of light cut through the smoke behind him. Now I just grabbed the token, and we're home free. He instinctively threw himself backward to avoid a strike. An ambush? Is someone from the second sector still here? Would you like me to find out who is lurking in the shadows ready to steal Sua's token from Gangrim. A mob burst into the clearing, weapons drawn. Found you at last, CO Gangrim. They surged forward, their shouts filled with greed. Get him. Don't let him slip away. There's a 500 million bounty on his head. 500 million. Think of the payout. CO Gangrim's brow furrowed as he let out a weary breath. A bounty? Let me guess. You're the lackeys from Sector 1? The leader stepped out, trying to sound intimidating. Come along without a fuss. You really don't want to turn this into a bloodbath. They brandished their blades with smug grins. You won't find us as easy to handle as the last batch of losers. Gangrim's jaw tightened in annoyance. Bloodlust? Does Sector 1 actually have someone capable of wielding a skill that volatile? Just then, another figure emerged from the tree-line. Today, CO Gangrim. He looked up, his eyes widening in total disbelief at the newcomer. It was Dako Jun, leveled his sword directly at Gangrim's chest. Fancy meeting you here. Gangrim was stunned, his mind racing to make sense of the betrayal. No, this is insane. There's absolutely no reason for you to do this. He glared with simmering rage. Why in the hell would you defect to Sector 1? Dako Jun suddenly broke into a fit of laughter, his response entirely too casual. Oh man, I was really hoping for an even more dramatic betrayed face than that. Jun glanced over at the dissipating remains of the shadow. Watching you dismantle that illusion was top-tier entertainment. That was Sua's double, wasn't it? Gangrim could only offer a strained, bitter scowl. There were a dozen easier ways to handle this, but you always insist on the most difficult path. Spoken like a true protagonist. At those words, Dako Jun lunged forward, his eyes alight with manic energy. I absolutely love the way. He stopped short as a blade whistled past him. Jun continued, his voice breezy and light. That you never quite dance to the tune I expect you to play. Gangrim's heart hammered against his ribs in the mounting chaos. But in a sudden twist, Dako Jun's blade didn't seek Gangrim's throat. It tore into the Sector 1 mercenaries instead. Doguyun, what are you doing? He just laughed at their confusion. That's exactly why I scrapped the idea of a story with 2 leads. Dako Jun rested his blade across his shoulders, looking completely at ease. I've decided that being a supporting character is much more my style. He looked back with a mischievous wink. Being a double agent adds a nice bit of flavor, doesn't it? The Time Messenger was just the hook for the plot. Gangrim's eyes narrowed. I had a feeling. I could smell the bloodlust coming from your team long before you even stepped into the room. Dako Jun's expression turned icy as he scanned the remaining mercenaries. Oh, you picked up on that too? He strolled over to stand shoulder to shoulder with CO Gangrim. He faced the Sector 1 group with a lethal grin. You're the ones who forced Sua to mutilate herself just to fulfill your mission. For that, I think a little poetic justice is in order. Gongrim glanced C device. All right, Dako Jun, what's the play? The mercenaries charged, their leader screaming, traitor. We'll bury you right next to him. But Jun met their charge with a joyful ferocity, shielding Gangrim's flank. Gangrim gritted his teeth, keeping a watchful eye on his unpredictable new ally. He watched as Dako Jun effortlessly caught a man by the throat, his hand glowing with a dark light. Skill activation, decomposition. The man thrashed for a desperate second before his body simply gave out. Jun tossed the corpse aside like it was nothing more than a piece of trash. Both Gangrim and the last standing attacker were paralyzed by the sheer ruthlessness of the display. Dako Jun, however, looked like he was having the time of his life. If you want to survive this floor in one piece, you need to stop holding back and use your real skill. Gangrim asked, startled. How do you even know about that? He stepped into Gangrim's personal space, whispering, why worry about the details? I'm talking about your gift, the one that plucks the destiny right out of others. Dako Jun's eyes were wild with a twisted fascination. Show me. I want to see you devour them. Gangrim snapped back, his voice thick with fury. Not a chance. I'm never using that power here. Not for you and not for them. Suddenly, the air grew heavy and cold as ink-black shadows began to coil around them. A dark, looming figure solidified from mist. How touching. We were just getting to the good part. Well, it's only a reflection, after all. A man standing behind Gangrim was struck by a phantom blow from the darkness. I'll start with the weak link. Dako Jun didn't lose his composure. He looked genuinely intrigued. Oh, look at that. Your own shadow has finally arrived. The dark double lunged with speed that defied the human eye. With a single, devastating swing, it sent Dako Jun spiraling through the air. He hit the ground hard, coughing up a spray of crimson. Jun sat slumped on the dirt, fighting back the darkness to stay conscious. Gangrim's breath hitched. Dako Jun, as strong as he was, had been taken out in a single heartbeat. He stood frozen, locked in a stare down with his own reflection. He couldn't even track the shadow's movements through the swirling smoke. But his gut told him everything he needed to know. The killing intent rolling off that thing was suffocating. The shadow's eyes ignited with a piercing red glow as it fixed its gaze on the real Seol Gangrim. Would you like me to help Gangrim find a way to defeat his own darkness before it consumes everyone left in the room? He stood there paralyzed, a hollow whisper escaping his lips. That thing, it's my reflection. In that moment, a sharp voice cut through the fog. Seol Gangrim, snap out of it. Both the man and the monster pivoted toward the sound. Plunder its destiny. You're the only one who can put this demon down. It was Dako Jun, shouting from the shadows. He's right. I can't let fear win. Gangrim's mind raced. That phantom is a nightmare come to life. It fights like a savage animal, and every life it snuffs out only fuels its power. He centered himself, drawing on every ounce of spiritual energy. I have to strip away its fate before it consumes everything. Seol Gangrim tightened his grip on his hilt, staring into the abyss of his own soul. Activating fate stealing. Harvesting all destinies within range. I have to end this right here. Committing all achievement points to core stats. Mana level 30, Vitality level 30. Agility level 30, Perception level 30, Strength level 29. The shadow began a slow, rhythmic march toward him. Am I truly strong enough to face myself? Gangrim forced his heart rate down and triggered his primary offensive buff. Activating skill, combat instant. It can't erase me. I am the source of its existence. His vision bled into a deep, luminous crimson. His instinct screamed a sudden, high-pitched warning. System alerts flashed across his mind. Target power level is off the charts. 0 vulnerabilities found. Seol Rim's blood ran cold. No weaknesses. Even with my senses tuned to their absolute limit. But is there really not a single crack in its defense? The shadow raised its blade with terrifying grace, leveling it at his heart. I'm frozen in place. Seol Gangrim barely managed to pull his sword up to intercept the inevitable strike. A world-shattering force collided with his steel, sending a massive shockwave that cracked the very ground beneath them. Identity, Shadow Bandit. Humanoid subclass, rank 1. Mastery level, perfect replication of host abilities. The shadow's lips curled into a knowing smirk, initiating skill mimicry. It clamped a cold, spectral hand over Seol Gangrim's face. It began to draw upon his essence, trying to overwrite the original. This thing, it's a parasite. Its mocking laughter filled his head. Is this twisted creature really a part of me? Suddenly, suppressed memories flooded back. He saw himself as a frail child, shivering in his mother's arms. A man's voice boomed with frustration. You can't even diagnose him? What kind of specialist are you? Sir, please, we are doing everything possible. The memory shifted. Seol Gangrim was being tucked into the back seat as they drove away in heavy silence. Then, the cryptic words of a shaman echoed through the years. I've warned you. The boy's fever will only break once he welcomes the deity into his vessel. His parents recoiled in anger. There has to be another way. There is no alternative. The entity seeking to claim him is far beyond my power to bargain with. Let me in, little one. He whispered with a heavy heart. Mom, what is that voice saying? It's just your destiny, sweetheart. Mom. Seol Gangrim looked up with innocent eyes. Doesn't mean I'll be a hero for a god. If it saves me, I'll do it. She stroked his hair, her eyes brimming with tears. If you accept, you'll never truly be free again. You'll be a puppet to its whims. Your dreams will belong to another. You won't even be able to draw a breath without its permission. Is it the life you want? He shook his head, his small face hardening with refusal. His parents held him tight, weeping as they promised to find a cure. But then, the world turned upside down. Tires screeched and metal groaned. The car rolled violently on the dark road back from the shaman's house. The wreckage was a graveyard of broken glass and twisted steel. Yet the child sat among the ruins without a single bruise. The god had protected its vessel while punishing those who kept it away. The god's wrath was absolute. Later, he stood alone, a small figure before the flickering candles of his parents' altar. A towering shadow loomed over Seol Gangrim, cast by no light. They were the first casualties of your stubbornness. The shadow's voice was a honeyed poison. You've certainly piled up a mountain of karma since that day, haven't you? Flickering images of his current allies appeared in the gloom. Behold the legacy of your path. Seol Gangrim buried his face in his hands, a sob catching in his throat. Your parents are gone because of you. The Flying Tiger Gang was slaughtered, and now your new friends are bleeding out in this hellhole. The shadow leaned in, whispering secrets meant to shatter his spirit. All this blood is on your hands for defying the divine. It placed heavy, cold hands on his shoulders. My poor boy. The shadow embraced him with a mock tenderness that felt like a burial shroud. You're still fighting to keep me out, aren't you? It leaned close to his ear, its breath like ice. There is one way to save your friends without giving me your soul. He looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Tell me, what is it? Suddenly, the shadow threw him to the dirt, its face twisting into a cruel mask. Not for you to die right here and now. Would you like me to see if Gangrim can find the inner strength to reject the shadow's lie and reclaim his own life? Gangrim plummeted as if sinking into the dark abyss of the ocean. Child. He looked up, his spirit fractured and helpless. You can still fix this. Choose the right path. Surrender to an eternal slumber right now. The surface shimmered just out of reach, but Gangrim felt his strength failing. Sleep, and you'll escape the crushing weight of your future karma. Karma. He squeezed his eyes shut. Father, if I simply let go now, the tragedy of the Flying Tiger Gang will never happen. The shadow loomed at the water's edge, observing his descent. Precisely. A wise move. It's far more peaceful in the depths than in the world above. It watched with twisted satisfaction. Yes, there is no pain here. Gangrim pulled his knees to his chest and wondered. But do I even deserve this peace? Even as he questioned his worth, the shadow continued to poison his mind. Let every memory of your past dissolve. Visions flickered before him once more. Forget them? How can I, when I see their faces with such haunting clarity? The eyes of everyone I failed. I must carry the weight of my choices and find a way to make amends. He clutched the necklace tight. Their souls have already found peace. Why haven't yours? What about Suwa? A vision of her collapsing onto the cold stone floor flashed by. Gangrim's eyes snapped open, and he surged toward the light. I haven't even confirmed if she's breathing. His hand reached out desperately, clawing at the water. I have to. Gangrim broke through the surface with a roar of defiance. I have to get Suwa out of this hell alive. His shadow sneered in disgust. Foolish boy. It glared down at him. You've chosen the path of suffering yet again. 1,000 spectral hands erupted from the darkness, dragging Gangrim back down. Just perish. Ending your life is the only thing you've ever been good at. But he didn't flinch. He roared back at the void, even if death is my destination. Gangrim struggled against the grip of the dead, fighting to move forward. I am absolutely making sure Suwa survives this. The shadow manifested a wall of force to block him. You want to save her? That's just a lie you tell yourself to feel heroic. Gangrim faltered for a second. Suwa doesn't want your salvation. She doesn't even want you to live. He gripped his sword hilt until his knuckles turned white. I bet she curses the day she ever laid eyes on you. Gangrim's blood boiled with indignation. She's probably wishing she'd never met you. The shadow drifted closer, its voice a venomous whisper. She's wishing you'd just die and get it over with. This time, Gangrim answered with a chilling calmness. Even if that's true, I'm still leaving this place. He drove his blade deep into the ground. There's nothing waiting for you out there but endless agony. Gangrim swung his steel in a wide arc, slicing through the shadow's form. I don't care about the pain. You'll regret this choice. He glared back. Never. Why are you so impossibly stubborn? Gangrim delivered a bone-shattering strike. Because I gave her my word. He raised his weapon high, a silent vow to Suwa. Then, Gangrim let out a thunderous shout that shook the dreamscape. I promised we would walk out of this gate together. Back in reality, Suwa was in a panic, shaking him and calling his name. Gongrim, Seal Gangrim, come back to me. She grabbed his shoulders and pulled him upright. Gangrim's eyes focused with a jolt of clarity. I'm back. I'm here. Suwa let out a sob of pure relief. Thank God. I thought I lost you. Low groans and the sounds of struggle still echoed through the chamber. We thought you were a ghost. You owe Suwa everything. She fought like a demon to pull you out of that trance. Gangrim managed a tired, relieved smile. Hear that? You were wrong. She stayed for me. She took his hand, her face etched with worry. Can you stand? Can you move? I'm fine, don't worry. But then, Gangrim's expression went cold, while Suwa was busy celebrating his return. Man, you almost gave me a heart attack. The ominous drum beat thundered again, and shadows pooled at the entrance. He reached out to her. The illusions nearly had you, and Dako June dove in to pull you back. He held her arm, searching her eyes. Why didn't you escape while you had the chance? Suwa winced, her hand flying to her bandaged shoulder. Gangrim looked at her, his heart sinking. You're hurt. He lowered his gaze and asked softly, Why are you still standing here by my side? She looked at him firmly. I told you. The darkness was dragging you under, and Dako June did what he could to hold it off. Gangrim rubbed his temples, frowning. Then where did he go? Suwa shifted her gaze, looking a bit sheepish. He bolted before the timer hit 0. He said he needed his hands in one piece so he could finish his masterpiece. The two of them immediately lapsed into a heated bickering match. You should have followed him. The shadows were literally eating you alive, and leave you alone in the dark. Not a chance. Suwa's face flushed a deep crimson from the sheer intensity of her anger. Would you like me to help Gangrim find a way to thank Suwa for her loyalty before the next wave of illusion strikes? It's the only logical conclusion. You should have realized that ages ago. She screamed, her voice cracking as she lashed out. What are you talking about? Why are you turning on me now? It's too late for us to escape. Even as the words left her lips. Suwa didn't even notice the blood trickling from her nose before her knees buckled and she slumped to the floor. Gangrim stood frozen, the shock hitting him like a physical blow. Suwa, a mocking voice echoed in his mind. You absolute piece of filth. Seal Gangrim. How can you find the nerve to yell at the person who just traded her life for yours? She was still white-knuckling her sword, despite the fact that her other arm hung uselessly at her side. She groaned in agony. She wasn't built to surrender. She had been blindly striking at the void until her consciousness finally flickered out. She would wake, strike, and fade over and over. He pulled her limp body close, a tidal wave of guilt washing over him. Why? Gangrim traced the fresh scars on her hand and cursed his own soul. You coward, Gangrim. Why did you take your own fear out on her? The realization hit him. The luxury of self-reflection was gone. Time had run out. He pulled Suwa into a protective embrace and let out a long, shaky breath. Father, please, let the worst be behind us. With a grunt of effort, he lifted her into his arms. We're leaving this place together. Get back here. He threw a gaze of pure, frozen steel toward the ceiling. I have no desire to spill your blood. Gangrim felt a chill and glanced over his shoulder. His shadow was behind him, twitching with manic energy. But if you refused to submit, it signaled a pack of spectral wolves to tear them apart. Skill activation, summon beast. He watched in horror as the predators materialized. Then just right where you stand. He ground his teeth and stared ahead, his heart hardening. I have to ensure this is the last time I ever see his face. Gangrim whispered the names of his guardians. Lanny, John. He gently placed Suwa on a patch of clear ground. Guard her with your lives, he commanded the divine beasts. With that, he swung his blade forward, cutting through the air. 1. As the beasts bared their fangs and sprang, the system pulsed. Skill activation. Summon beast. The pack swarmed, a sea of fur and teeth closing in. Skill activation. Summon beast. Wielding a heavy steel rod, he stood toe-to-toe with his own darkness. If you strike me. Gangrim's eyes widened as the truth hit him. You'll be the one bleeding, too. Suddenly, glowing green runes erupted across the shadow's form. The system chimed. Skill activation. Recovery. He could only watch, paralyzed by the sight. As the shadow spread its arms in a gesture of arrogant triumph, Gangrim realized the stakes. He even plundered my healing arts. The double swirled its hand, birthing a dark, howling vortex. Tell me, boy, why cling to such a wretched existence? Why keep feeding the fire of your own karma? The shadow's face twisted with a bitter curiosity. Why do you keep fighting for a breath you don't deserve? At its command, the beast lunged again. No one is coming to save you. No one is praying for your soul. You've always known that. Gangrim's brow furrowed, the taunts stoking his inner fire. The black gale roared toward him, and he was forced to dig his heels in, bracing against the sheer force of the supernatural wind. Sua's eyes fluttered open as she let out a desperate cry. Gangrim, please, don't leave me. His grip on the steel rod tightened until his knuckles turned white. With a guttural roar, he swung the weapon upward in a massive arc. As he cleaved through the shadow's dark mist, the system flared. Strength reaches level 30. All attributes finalized at level 30. Evolution criteria met. Gangrim looked up, breathless. The second awakening? While he stood awestruck by the sudden radiance, the shadow reached for the heavens. Zodiac. As the word echoed, ancient golden scrolls began to unfurl from the sky like celestial banners. Gangrim's heart soared. The Zodiac ability. This is the edge. I need to erase that thing forever. But a cold, mocking voice dripped into his mind, shattering the moment. Still playing the optimist, kid? Pathetic. Gangrim thought, even with time standing still, I can't escape his poison. It sneered, look at your destiny. Look at how insignificant your sign is. The system spoke, your Zodiac guardian, the rat. Unlocking unique skill tied to the sign of the rat. The shadow looked at the humble image of the rodent and erupted in laughter. The rat? The bottom of the food chain. A skill from a vermin. That won't save you from your fate. Gangrim didn't flinch. He spoke with a quiet, terrifying certainty. My destiny was carved in stone long ago. He reached out to touch the glowing scroll. But trying to flee from your own shadow is. The system chimes. Skill unlocked. Cry of the cornered rat. A shimmering golden silhouette of a rodent manifests behind Gangrim. He flashes a brilliant, fearless smile. Now this is where I truly shine. Gangrim's shadow looms, lifting its hands in a gesture of pure arrogance. You're just delaying the inevitable, especially with a talent as pitiful as that. On command, the spectral wolves snap their jaws and lunge, one sinking its teeth deep into his shoulder. The rest of the pack swarms for the kill, but Gangrim's grin only widens. Witnessing this unsettling joy, the shadow falters. What did you possibly find funny right now? The system pulses, vitality below 10. Activating, cry of the cornered rat. Instantly, from the center of Gangrim's being, a shockwave of radiant gold erupts, sentry blasting the beasts into the distance. A data window flickers. Skill, cry of the cornered rat, human rank 1. Power scales with the proximity of death. Warning, severe backlash upon deactivation. Gangrim springs forward. The rat might be the underdog of the zodiac cycle. He bellows with raw intensity, but nothing is more lethal than a rat with its back against the wall. The shadow, anticipating his trajectory, shifts gracefully to sidestep the strike. It muses internally. Poor child, you are merely dancing on the edge of your own grave. Gangrim's voice cuts through the air. I warned you. The system rings, skill active, combat instinct. He screams with fury, even if my life ends here. I am making sure Shin Suwa walks out of this hell. He brings the steel rod down in a thunderous arc. The shadow takes the full force of the blow, letting out a shriek of genuine agony. Losing its cool, the shadow's fingers elongate into wicked claws as it blurs toward him. A common rodent. No matter the struggle, your efforts are meaningless. The shadow's form swells into a gargantuan dragon, its roar shaking the realm. The system alerts, skill active, dragonification. The rat trembles in the shadow of the dragon. At this announcement, Gangrim's heart skips a beat. The dragon unhinges its jaw. Even a man with the soul of a dragon eventually yields to death before me. So tell me, how does a piece of vermin expect to win? It continues to claw at his psyche. Gangrim closes his eyes, finding a strange calm. Father, I originally chose this from the armory just because it looked impressive, but since a dragon decided to show up. Item details, Dominion Sword. A legendary blade etched with a dragon's visage, designed to strike fear into the heart of wyverns. This weapon thrives against draconic foes. He looks up, his gaze sharp. You really should have stayed a rat. The system flares, draconic entity detected. Dominion Sword Resonance Mexermeist. Gangrim's confidence returns in a flood of power. Because what I'm holding. He lunges with a final shout. Is a dragon slayer's blade. He drives the steel deep into the dragon's throat. The light fades and Gangrim collapses. The system drones. Cry the cornered rat has deactivated. Assaulted by the Dominion Sword, the great dragon finally crumbles into ash. Gangrim lies still on the cold floor as the system continues its relentless notifications. Calculating rewards for overcoming an overwhelming threat. Seal Gangrim's status is reassigned from rank 2 human to rank 1. Then, his essence shifts further. Rank 1 human evolved to rank 3 demon. The shadow's lingering voice whispers, kid. Gangrim grinds his teeth. Not again. It offers. Do you wish to survive? Let me in. I am your only hope for survival. Gangrim thinks. This is a hallucination of my own making. It's the only reason I can still hear it even after the shadow is gone. His vision blurs into darkness. So this is the end. I should have just let go earlier if I was destined to die anyway. I just hope Suwa makes it. In the distance, a voice calls, Gangrim. She won't have to carry my weight anymore. She'll be free. Shin Suwa and the 2 divine guardians crawl desperately toward his limp form. Suddenly, an elderly woman appears, resting a gentle hand on his brow. She whispers, it isn't your time yet. Go back. Gangrim's eyes fly open as he bolts upright in a cold sweat, lungs burning for air. He spots a figure with chestnut hair, resembling Suwa, walking past the room. He rips the 4 from his vein and calls out hoarsely, Suwa, is that you? He tries to chase after her, but his weakened legs give out, and he crashes onto the floor. Gangrim looks up, his voice trembling with relief. Suwa, thank God you're safe. You're okay. But as the figure turns, revealing a distorted, nightmare-fueled face, Gangrim's blood turns to ice. He can't suppress the sheer terror rising in his chest. His expression darkens with dread. Why am I still seeing these horrors? The system pulses a warning. Due to your accumulated karma, you are drifting back toward the boundary. He realizes with a sinking feeling, is my proximity to the boundary causing this shift? From the darkness, a hand reaches out and tightly grips a young boy's wrist. Would you like me to help Gangrim find a way to sever his ties to the boundary before the shadows take him for good? The woman shoved the boy away with a violent force, screaming in a fit of rage, we're done with him. Ever since we brought him into our home, our lives have been cursed with nothing but misfortune. Vicious insults rain down on the boy. Why did you ever bring that thing here? My children are in the hospital because of him. How much longer will you run? Just let me in. This is your fault. He brings this on himself by refusing the god, even as his small hands shook while covering his ears. But the voices still clawed at the boy's mind. The people you love suffer because you keep pushing me away. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through. So what? Just force him to accept the deity and be done with it. At the sight of a crumbling temple, a woman dragged the boy along as two men heaved the massive doors open and stepped inside. The moment the boy's foot crossed the threshold, a sinister violet radiance flared up. He gazed upward in awe, not letting himself be led deeper into the shadows by the woman's grip. He whispered to himself in the stillness, "It's so incredibly quiet here." Out of the gloom, a silhouette materialized and asked, "Are you the one they call Gangrim?" The shaman stepped forward to introduce herself. "I am Wagyong." Young Gangrim stared at her, caught completely off guard. Wagyong's brow furrowed as she studied the lines of Gangrim's face. She glanced at the three adults hovering behind him and demanded, "What have you done to this child to make him look so haunted?" As Wagyong spoke, she observed, "They've brought you to me to perform a ritual, to force you into becoming a vessel for a god. But that isn't what your heart wants, is it?" At her words, Gangrim felt a jolt of shock. He quickly lowered his gaze. Wagyong dropped to one knee, so she was at eye level with him. She spoke with a gentle warmth, "If you are unwilling, then we shall not go through with it." Her kindness made Gangrim's eyes go wide. "However, the entity that has claimed you is far too potent for me to shield you forever. Wagyong made an offer. Stay with me as my disciple until you have the strength to guard your own soul." Gangrim frantically pulled his hand back, his voice thick with worry. "No, please. If you help me, that thing will only hurt you too, ma'am." Wagyong let out a faint, amused sigh. "It seems you're significantly underestimating my power." She took Gangrim's tiny hands in hers and reassured him, "I have my own guardian deity watching over me, so put those fears aside." Gangrim fell silent, listening intently. "The road might feel painful right now, but I promise the storm will pass." Wagyong offered a small smile. "Good souls will find their way to you, and one day, you will truly know happiness." Back in the waking world, Gangrim stared vacantly at the ceiling. He remembered Wagyong's hand on his head. She performed the rite to seal the divine energy, and under her care, the spirits finally stopped haunting my sight. But then, the faces of those he had lost surfaced in his mind. Gangrim sat in a daze as a cold voice echoed through his consciousness. "As your karma piles up and you drift toward the boundary, the things you were never meant to see begin to crawl back into your world." Gangrim slowly raised his hand. "And the moment you finally step over that threshold," his fingers almost brushed against the crimson glass. Behind the pane stood a figure with arms crossed. The silhouette added, "That is the moment you die." He reached out, his mind clouded. "Just a bit closer." The figure pressed a palm against the glass, urging, "Come to me, little one. Just one more step." Gangrim lay sprawled on the freezing floor. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he jolted back to consciousness. Seeing his two divine guardians resting on his chest, Gangrim wondered, was all of that just a dream? A voice answered, "It was no dream, Seol Gangrim." The nurse standing by his bed added, "You've been out for an entire month. If you keep moving like that, you'll end up right back in the grave." Gangrim sat up in a panic, asking, "Where is Shin Sua? Is she safe?" The attendant turned and replied calmly, "She's recovering well." Gongri Meksulat Tanku. The nurse signaled him to stay put. "Wait here. I'll send someone to help you." She smiled warmly and added, "And by the way, congratulations on making it back to us." Behind her, the room was filled with lingering spirits. Gangrim noted, "The vitals look good. Awakened bodies bounce back much faster than ordinary ones. My real concern is my status window." The system display materialized, Seol Gangrim. Class, rank 3 demon. Element, fire. He blinked in disbelief. "What? I jumped 2 entire ranks in a single evolution." Gangrim remembered the moment he lay beside Sua in the depths of the forest. Is this the reward for rewriting both my destiny and hers? He studied the panel, lost in thought. But how do we even escape the demon realm? Suddenly, the door was thrown open as 2 men marched into the room. Seol Gangrim, Gongju began, his voice tight with interrogation. "Why did you keep us in the dark about your ability to plunder fates? Why hide something that massive from your team?" Gangrim sighed, thinking, and so it begins. Gongju stepped closer, demanding, "Give us a reason." Gangrim offered a weary smile and a soft sigh. Gangrim looked him in the eye and replied, "Because I was terrified you'd look at me with that exact expression of fear and disgust." Gongju paused and adjusted his glasses. "Fair point. I'll back off for now." He pressed further. "Have you ever willfully ended a life to plunder their destiny?" Gongrim answered, "No." Gongju didn't let up. "What about by accident?" Only in self-defense, and we all signed a waiver before the trial began. Gangrim's face clouded with bitterness as he looked at the man, then turned his gaze toward the window. The agreement stated that casualties from trainee skirmishes or monster attacks were a possibility. I never went in there with the intent to kill. Gangrim caught the judgmental look on Sung-tae's face and realized. In his eyes, a kill is a kill. He's already convicted me in his head. He sighed to himself. I suppose that's the natural reaction to a monster like me. Gangrim turned to Gongju and asked, so what's the verdict? Am I being hauled off for punishment? Gongju didn't give him a straight answer. Instead, a thin smile touched his lips. Congratulations, Seul Gongrim. You've emerged as the top-ranked trainee in this entire sector. Sung-tae erupted in protest. Chief, are you seriously going to let someone this volatile walk free? Enough, you Sung-tae, Gongju barked. He then turned back to the bed. I have a career-defining proposition for you, Seol Gangrim. Gangrim raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. Gongju replied. We want to offer you an elite position on Team 2 of the Fate Protection Agency. Gangrim was stunned by the prestige of the offer. He instinctively pulled his hand back, as if the offer were a trap. Then he voiced his refusal, flatly rejecting the opportunity. I appreciate it, but I'm not interested in being your pawn. Yu Sung-tae snarled in disbelief. Do you have any idea how many people would kill for a golden ticket like this? Gongju's voice dropped to a warning chill. Yu Sung-tae, stand down. He smoothed his suit, adopting a mask of sincerity. We realize we might be jumping the gun, asking this of someone who just opened his eyes. Gongju slid a sleek business card toward him. Take a few days to decompress and then give me a call. Go see your family and breathe some air that doesn't smell like a hospital. Gangrim started to protest again. I told you I don't want, but Gongju cut him off with a wave. Meet me in the training wing once you're discharged. There are secrets you need to hear before you leave our custody. He offered a knowing wink. See you soon, Seol Gangrim. The moment the door clicked shut, Gangrim fell into a deep, uneasy silence. Working for the FPA? Thinking it through, they've only shown me this much respect because... He realized they haven't discovered my fate detection skill yet. On the wall, the leaderboard flickered. Yu Sung-tae, rank 3 Dragon class. Gangrim dismissed the display with a swipe. If they knew I could see the strings of destiny, they'd chain me to a desk and never let me go. He quickly changed into his clothes and slipped out. First things first, I need to check on Suwa. Gangrim reached her ward and whispered at the door. Suwa, are you awake? Inside, Shin Suwa lay perfectly still in the sterile hospital bed. Her eyelids were heavy and tightly shut. Gangrim's gaze fell upon the empty space where her arm used to be. He froze, his fingers digging into the cold metal of the bed rail. The guilt was suffocating. He had to look away. Suddenly, a blood-red system alert flashed. Warning, murderer's aura detected. Gangrim stared at the sleeping girl in total horror. A chilling notification echoed in his mind. Shin Sua's destiny. He was shaken to his core. A murderer? How? In my previous life, she never carried this scent of death. Suddenly, the compass in his pocket began to vibrate violently. The system chimed. Item resonance. Activating fate compass. The needle went into a wild, frantic spin. The system announced. The fate compass has achieved full resonance. Fragments of his conversations with Suwa flickered through his mind like a broken film. Gangrim stared into space, lost in a whirlwind of fragmented thoughts. The memory of Sua's face began to distort and fade in his mind's eye. A sharp, stabbing pain lanced through his skull. Ugh, my head is splitting. Suddenly, a low, guttural groan escaped his throat. In a vision, Suwa looked hollowed out, her eyes like empty glass. A cold voice whispered, Seol Gangrim isn't coming for you. Suwa lashed out, her spectral form tearing through the image of the mysterious woman mocking her. The woman continued, he doesn't even know you're rotting in here. The stranger crouched before a shackled Suwa, who was bound by one hand. She spoke with a cruel curiosity. I don't get it. He dumped you the second he was free. Why are you so eager to die for him? Gangrim watched the scene unfold in his mind, paralyzed by dread. Is this the future? No matter what you sacrifice, Seol Gangrim is a dead man walking. Suwa glared at the woman with a feral, protective rage. She hissed through gritted teeth, Don't you dare touch a hair on his head. The woman sighed. What a waste of loyalty. Gangrim's heart hammered. No, wait. In that case, let's end this. Goodbye. As the words rang through his mind, Gangrim's eyes went wide with pure terror. He slumped against the wall, feeling utterly powerless. In some unknown future, in a place I can't find. The compass hovered above him, emitting a haunting teal glow. His eyes went vacant, staring into the abyss. He thought, is Suwa destined to die for me all over again? He ground his teeth, his eyes burning with desperate resolve. I won't let it happen. He reached up and snatched the compass out of the air. He made a silent vow. I can't change this fate with my current strength. I have to uncover the truth behind this vision. At that moment, the compass needle locked onto a new direction and began to spin with terrifying speed. Would you like me to guide Gangrim toward the location the compass is pointing to, or should he search for more clues about the mysterious woman first? Gangrim sat frozen on the asphalt, surrounded by the mangled remains of a vehicle. A frantic, desperate voice shrieked, "Gangrim, run. Save yourself." A young, defiant voice cried back, "No, I won't leave you." At the sound, the present-day Gangrim snapped his head around in disbelief. He stood up, watching his childhood self wailing in agony. "I'm going to pull you out, Mom. Mom, please." His mother, pinned within the crushed frame of the car, pleaded with him, "Gangrim, listen to me. You can't do this alone. There have to be adults nearby. Go find help and bring them back for us." She looked at him with a gentle, heartbreaking smile. "Can you be a brave boy and do that for me?" Gangrim nodded, obeying his mother's final wish. As he sprinted away, he yelled, "I will. I'll bring everyone back. Just hold on." The small, blurred figure dashed right through the space where the adult Gangrim stood. He lunged forward, trying to catch his younger self. "Stop. Don't go." But his hands grasped only air. The young Gangrim kept running, his throat raw from screaming, "Help. Is anyone out there? Please, someone save my parents." As those echoes faded into the distance, Gangrim stared down at his trembling palms. He ground his teeth, the pain resurfacing. Inside the wreckage, his parents shared a final, quiet look. "This is the end. We've managed to get the boy away. But how will he survive in this world all by himself?" The reflection of rising flames danced in Gangrim's eyes as the fire took hold. His mother whispered, "Now he truly walks this path alone." She exhaled softly, "I know our son is strong. He'll be just fine." With those parting words, the fuel tank ignited, and the car was consumed by an explosion. Gangrim squeezed the compass tight, hot tears tracing paths down his face. They knew. His heart shattered at the realization. They knew the car was a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, he gasped and looked up, sensing a presence. A dark silhouette that loomed amidst the swirling embers and twisted steel, leveling a cold blade directly at Gangrim's heart. Baek Young remained silent, his expression unreadable as he hoisted his sword. The system flashed. Fate compass link terminated. Gangrim jolted back to reality, standing in the quiet hospital room. He stared at the device, breathless. "Baek Young? What was that vision trying to show me? That crash wasn't just a tragic twist of fate." His fingers shook as a horrifying theory took root. Did Baek Young orchestrate the attack on that car? A flood of darkness clouded Gangrim's mind. Is Baek Young also the monster? Visualizing Baek Young's cold, arrogant features, he wondered, did who slaughter Shin Soo-ah in the timeline I just witnessed? The connection drained the color from Gangrim's face, leaving him in a state of pure dread. Suddenly, the rustle of sheets from the bed caught his ear as Shin Soo-ah shifted in her sleep. Her breathing remained soft and rhythmic. Gangrim quietly pulled the door shut and stepped into the hallway, where a voice startled him. "I had a feeling I'd find you lurking here." Gangrim instinctively slipped the compass into his pocket. Unyo stood there with a playful smile, cradling a vibrant bouquet. "Good to see you on your feet, Gangrim." Gangrim accepted the flowers with a nod. "You're Unyo, the captain of Team Seolmon." She let out a light laugh. "Oh wow, you recognize me? I checked your room earlier, but the bird had flown the nest." She gestured toward Soo-ah's door. "You're quite devoted to Miss Soo-ah, aren't you? Coming here the moment you woke up. It seems the feeling is mutual." Unyo lowered her voice to a whisper. "I was stunned you two made it out alive." She had lost an arm and was bleeding from a dozen wounds, yet she was still carrying you on her back. It was a miracle. She shifted back to a cheerful tone. "I don't want to play third wheel, so I'll just deliver my message and let you get back to her. This is an invitation to join Team, one of the Fate Protection Agency, the Elite Squad." Gangrim cut her off politely. "I'm not looking to sign with." Unyo's eyes sharpened, her smile turning clinical. "I have the means to ensure Shin Soo-ah's missing arm. That is completely restored." That single sentence left Gangrim absolutely speechless. He stammered in shock. "How is that possible?" Unyo raised a finger to her lips. "Trade secrets, but I can guarantee the procedure the moment you sign your contract." Gangrim didn't even realize Unyo had reached out to take his hand. He mused, could she truly regenerate a limb like that? He thought practically. In a few years, high-tier deities with healing miracles will descend, but they aren't part of this world yet. I know of an artifact that could do it, but finding it would take forever. Yet, if I join the agency, I'll lose my freedom and my own plans will fall apart. Shaking off the mental fog, he asked in a low voice, "What's the commitment?" "How many years?" "Eunjobin. Just 1 year for a start. The longer the better, obviously." She added quickly, "Usually, we'd want you in the field tomorrow, but we'll grant you a few months for a full recovery if that you give us a firm yes right this second." Gangrim found himself struggling to find an answer. He began to give a slow, hesitant nod. Gangrim opened his mouth. "Very well then," but before the words could escape, Shin Sua's door slammed open. "The answer is no." Sua stepped out, leaning against the frame. "Seol Gangrim isn't going to become some corporate puppet for your agency." "Gandrim Gust, Sua, you're awake." She ignored him and glared at Unyo. "What kind of game are you playing? Using my injury as a bargaining chip to trap him in your squad? You didn't even have the decency to ask me how I felt about it." Unyo plucked the flowers back from Gangrim's hand and tilted her head. "Well then, how about we cut out the middleman and you work for us instead? Would you like me to help you brainstorm Sua's witty retort to Unyo's bold new offer?" She gave Shin Sua a playful wink. "I'm looking to sign you too." Sua didn't hesitate to shut her down. "I'll pass. Our moral compasses aren't exactly pointing in the same direction." Unyo slid 2 elegant business cards from her pocket. "What a pity." Unyo pressed a card into both Sua's and Gangrim's hands. "My line is open if you find yourself having second thoughts." The two stood in heavy silence, watching Unyo's retreating figure. Sua eventually turned to Gangrim, her voice firm. "If your plan was to sell your soul, just to fix my arm, drop it. This injury is my cross to bear, not yours." Gangrim let the silence linger before responding quietly. "I was actually leaning towards saying yes." Regardless of whether they could restore your, Sua grabbed his shoulders and forced him to face her, cutting him off. "Gongrim." Sua let out a weary sigh. "You're a terrible actor and an even worse liar. Just stop." Gangrim reached out and caught her wrist. "Why?" His expression darkened as he looked into her eyes. "Shin Sua, why would you throw away your arm for me? We aren't lifelong friends. We've barely known each other for a few months." "Sua fez go taitant." "I did it because you were about to be killed." Gangrim didn't let her off. "That's not an answer. Why you?" Shin Sua averted her gaze, her voice dropping. "I don't have a logical explanation." Gangrim gripped her shoulders, his voice rising in frustration. "Don't you see how reckless that was?" She cut him off again. "It's just." Shin Sua looked up, her eyes softening as they met his. "I care about what happens to you." Thinking of every time he had stepped into the line of fire for her, she continued, "At first, I told myself it was just gratitude for your help. You play the part of the cold loner, but you're always the one protecting us. You carry every burden as if you're the only one allowed to bleed." Sua pressed a hand to her heart. "Back in that bone room, the thought of you dying because of me was unbearable." She spoke with raw honesty, but it's deeper than that. "This will sound crazy, but I feel like I've known you for a lifetime." Those words struck Gangrim like a physical blow. He closed his eyes, his mind reeling. "A lifetime? Is it possible?" Shin Sua continued softly. "Every time I see you in trouble, my instincts take over. I don't even think, I just move." She let out a hollow laugh. "It's bizarre, isn't it? Given we've only been teammates for a short while." Gangrim's thoughts raced. Could the regression have left a mark on her soul, too? Do the echoes of the past life survive in the subconscious? A memory surfaced, Sua in the previous timeline, full of fire and ambition. "Gongrim, I'm founding a new guild. I want you by my side." In the present, Sua spoke with a hopeful tremor in her voice. I really hope we can keep doing this together." She nervously pinched the fabric of his sleeve. "Can we stay in each other's lives? As friends?" He looked down at her hand, clutching his shirt. Gangrim's mind was a storm of conflict. What is the best way to keep her safe? He remembered her selflessness in the past and brooded. If she stays near me, history is just going to repeat itself. The nightmare of Baek Young standing over his parents' car flashed through his mind. She'll end up murdered by Baek Young, just like them. He saw the worry etched on her face. He hesitated. But what if I walk away? The haunting image of Shin, Sua trapped in a cage, flickered in his head. What if the future from the fate compass comes true? What if she suffers somewhere I can't reach? A dark, cold dread settled in his chest. What if she dies for me the second time? What then? Gangrim ground his teeth. I cannot let that happen again. Not ever. He finally broke the silence. Fine. We'll stay in touch. I heard that hunters with the same drive usually form guilds. They're calling us hunters now, did you know? Maybe we could join the same squad. Gangrim looked away, his gaze distant. He turned his back and gave a non-committal shrug. Maybe, if I'm in the mood. Sua, undeterred by his coldness, cheered. Perfect. I'm going to pester you until you say yes. She suddenly pointed a finger at him. But listen, once you're in, there's no quitting just because you're having a bad day, okay? Her fire made him crack a small smile. Just like the old days. He recalled harangue from the previous life, the persistent voice in his ear. Seol Gangrim filed a resignation citing lack of talent, but Shin Sua shredded the paperwork. In his memory, She would pace the room, refusing to let him go. Gangrim wants to quit for health reasons, but Suwa told him to just take a nap and get back to work. Gangrim wants to leave for personal growth, but Suwa. Hearing the echoes of Harang's voice, Gangrim shook his head. Drop it, Harang. He realized, even if I tried to leave out of guilt, she'd never let me walk away. He sighed and whispered, I suppose I'm stuck then. Suddenly, a loud cry broke his thoughts. Big brother Gangrim. John came charging down the hall, tears of relief streaming down his face. You're finally back with us. Gangrim offered a genuine smile. It's been a minute, John. I'm glad to see you're in one piece. John rubbed his hands together, grinning ear to ear. I hurried over the second I heard you were up. I know the rest of the crew is dying to see you. Sin suavim. He's right. Everyone's been waiting for this. Suddenly, the happy image before Gangrim's eyes fractured like glass. He blinked, his pupils shrinking in a sudden, sharp fear. Shin Sua's voice brought him back. I'm gonna head inside to change real quick, then I'll meet you downstairs. She turned to John. Can you look after him and take him down first? John gave a thumbs up. You got it. Gangrim's mind was already elsewhere, dark and determined. I have to find a way to change the ending, and I have to find it now. Would you like me to show you what happens when Gangrim meets the rest of the team downstairs? John beckoned him forward. Follow me. He added, there's a training hall on the lower level where we've been camping out. I know the squad is itching to see you. We were all worried sick. John let out a heavy breath. Honestly, you were at death's door. And when the rumors about your unique abilities started circulating, it hit us all like a ton of bricks. He rubbed his jaw, a look of realization crossing his face. Oh man, I'm sorry. This is probably the last thing you want to talk about, right? Gangrim replied softly, it's fine. He thought back to the cold stares of the other trainees. I guess the cat's out of the bag for everyone now, isn't it? Gangrim voiced his concern. More to the point, are you really okay with this? I mean, I kept you in the dark. Thought about the true nature of my gifts. Gangrim's bluntness caught John off guard. He offered a warm smile and replied, of course. I've seen enough to know what kind of person you truly are. Hearing those words of trust, Gangrim felt a lump in his throat. Daehan was nearby, sitting with the twins. He was mid-sentence, so the plan is we storm the demon realm. When he looked up and let out a joyful shout, he spotted John escorting Gang, Rim into the room, and both Yunbom and Yunjian squealed with delight. Master, you're back. Yunjian sprinted across the floor and threw her arms around Gangrim in a fierce hug. The young girl sniffled. We were terrified that we'd never see you again. Daehan beamed. It's a miracle you're finally awake. Seeing their excitement, Gangrim asked, why are you still hanging around here? It's been a full month. Yunbom and Daehan answered as one. Where else would we be? We were waiting for you, Master. Gongrim Ryilust. They hadn't changed at all, despite knowing his secret. He noted, you should have moved on with the rest of the group. Yunjian huffed, no way. I'm done with those people. They're nothing but spineless cowards. Even after everything you did for them. Gangrim turned to the older man. Daehan, what's she talking about? Daehan looked down, hesitant. Well, you see. Yunbom, standing beside him, spat out a curse. Those ungrateful losers. 2 weeks prior, the gossip from Team 2 had become toxic. As people were discharged, the whispers grew. I hope they get better, but what about Seal Gangrim? They say he's still a vegetable. Choi Sang-won sneered, good. The longer he's out, the better. You can't just let a killer like that roam the streets. He'd be doing us a favor if he just croaked. Yunbom snapped. Watch your mouth, Sang-won. Say that again, I dare you. The arrogant youth didn't flinch. Why? It's the truth. Seal Gangrim is a murderer, plain and simple. With Yunbom clutching his collar, Sang-won kept digging. He probably only saved us, so he could harvest our powers later like a parasite. Blinded by rage, Yunbom tackled him to the ground, slamming his back against the hard floor. The impact was brutal, leaving Sang-won coughing up a spray of blood. Yunbom's eyes were cold as she warned him to never disrespect her master again. Daehan and Yunjian rushed over. Yunbom, stop. What's gotten into you? Sang-won scrambled back, still barking. I don't care what you do to me, he's still a freak. You all saw that terrifying power he was hiding. Daehan's patience finally snapped. He stepped between them, towering over the boy. Listen closely, kid. If Gangrim were half the killer you claim he is, you'd be a memory by now. Sang-won blinked, stunned. What? Daehan grabbed him by the shirt. You've seen his strength. If he wanted you dead, he wouldn't need a plan. He'd just snap his fingers and you'd be history. Yunjian chimed in, addressing the crowd. Exactly. If Master were a villain, none of you would have made it out of the bone room. Poisoning your lunch would have been way easier than saving your lives. The crowd went silent, the logic hitting home. Just then, another survivor limped forward. But you can't deny he used that dark power. He spoke while leaning on Sang-won, his body wrapped in thick bandages. He continued, I'm not saying he's evil, but let's be real, the guy is unsettling. Sang-won took the cue to keep pointing fingers. Exactly. Use your heads. We have no idea what's going on in his mind. Staying near him is just asking for trouble. John ran over to break it up. What is this? Is everyone all right? The members of Team 2, including Sang 1, began to retreat. Stop picking fights with children. Hey, she's the one who hit me. Yunbom finished her story, still fuming. After all the risks you took to keep them breathing. Gongrim nodded slowly. So that's how it played out. Yun Jian stood tall in front of him. Don't give them another thought. No matter what the world says, we're your squad. I'm still your student. Gongrim blinked. Wait, what? Dohan smiled. It makes the most sense if we stick together, right? Yunbom added, we'll train as a team for the Genesis. Gangrim's expression grew serious. Right. The Genesis. A mental image of a colossal, world-eating worm surfaced. He reflected. Since the awakening began, humanity was granted the chance to unlock their destinies through the 4 pillars and 8 characters. The system chimed, calculating personal data based on your 4 pillars and 8 characters. After the Genesis, the potential for growth among the awakened would become astronomical. A shimmering rift in space suddenly appeared. The Genesis would trigger the emergence of lethal, high-tier demon realms. Gangrim thought they are relentless, and far more treacherous than anything we've seen, yet many will throw their lives away just for a taste of glory and wealth. Yunbom pumped her fist. We're going to conquer a standard demon realm first and nail a subjugation mission. She looked at him expectantly. Master, you're leading the way, right? Gangrim looked at the 4 loyal faces before him and finally let out a genuine smile. Would you like me to detail the team's first training session as they prepare for the coming Genesis? Suddenly, a sharp realization struck him. My priority is to conquer the greatest demon realm before anyone else can set foot inside. Gangrim shook his head. I can't. He doubled down on his refusal. He had no intention of joining their group drills. Because I have to track down that specific person before anyone else finds them, Gangrim explained, leaving his friend speechless. I have urgent business that requires my undivided attention. Yunbom, her eyes brimming with tears, choked out, Is this really how you're going to walk away from us? John and the young girl chimed in together. Is it true, Gangrim? You aren't actually abandoning us, are you? Gongrim hesitated. No, but I truly have personal matters to resolve. Yun Jian checked her phone and spoke with a calm resolve. Then we'll wait. How long will you be gone? Give us a time frame. Gangrim looked away, unable to meet their pleading gazes. He replied softly, I don't have an answer for that yet. Yun Jian aggressively started a group chat. This is our official squad channel. Don't you dare even think about hitting the leave button, master. Gangrim scrolled through the notifications. Yun Jian added you. Yunbom, I dragged master in. John, welcome back. Suwa, I meant to add you earlier, but I spaced out. My bad. Gangrim let out a soft sigh and smiled. Fair enough. Anavi checked his vitals. Are you certain you can handle this alone? Back in Anavi's private office. But she expressed her deep concern. You lack a god's oracle. It might be significantly safer for you to just sign with the Fate Protection Agency. Gangrim didn't blink. I'm not interested. His blunt rejection left the clay spirit stunned. Gangrim organized his thoughts. A vision of a colossal clay figure holding an ancient scroll appeared. An oracle functions like a quest. A god's protection is essentially wielding borrowed divinity. Priests are hunters who serve as physical vessels for a deity, but they are bound by oracles, divine commands they cannot ignore. Reach level 30 across all stats, clear 3 demon realms, or increase the god's reputation. Even mundane chores like scrubbing floors. The gods crave influence. The more renowned the priest, the further the god's holy title resonates. In exchange, the gods provide growth-accelerating quests and powerful rewards. Gangrim walked out, glancing back at the imposing structure. Since I'm operating without a god's protection, I have to be twice as prepared. I need to move fast. He summoned his weapon, and an info panel flickered. Thunderbell's 7-branch sword, severely damaged. Status, inoperable. Rank 3 dragon artifact. A blade forged from lightning-struck holy timber. Gangrim made a silent vow. First step, I need a weapon that won't break on me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the solitary workshop at the base of the mountain felt incredibly isolated. Inside, a blacksmith was hard at work, hammering glowing iron. Gangrim called out, Hello, is anyone working tonight? The smith stopped her work. Hang on, I'll be right there. She wiped her brow with a grimy towel and sized up Gangrim. It's a rare thing to see a visitor out here in the sticks, especially one as young as you. Gongrim replied, I'm looking for Anruyo. I'm lucky the agency hasn't snatched her up yet, he thought. She looked surprised. What, you're looking for me? Gangrim studied her. Laxmit Anroya. He thought of the legendary smith, Han Chun. She was the granddaughter of a master craftsman recognized as a national treasure. The late Han Chun. Her grandfather's ghost suddenly barked in his ear, "Move it. You're here to unlock my girl's potential, right?" Gangrim gave a respectful nod. "That's correct. I was told the great Han Chun had a worthy heir." The spirit of Han Chun loomed nearby. The ghost grumbled, "The girl has talent to spare, but she's penniless and wasting away in front of that forge every day. I feel like a failure of a grandfather." Roya gave a modest, slightly embarrassed laugh. "I'm not even in the same league as my grandfather. I wouldn't call myself a successor just yet." Gongrim disagreed. "You're wrong." His eyes burned with intensity. "I need your specific talents, Ms. Han Roya." Her stats appeared. Han Roya. Class. Rank 3 Demon. Attribute, Fire 1. Fire Attribute. Master Blacksmith Skill, Dragon Level. Capable of forging flames that imbue items with mana and adjusting core stats during the smelting process. Can grant usage permissions for same rank gear. Roya's jaw dropped as she read the offer. She clutched the contract, her eyes wide with shock. "Are these really your only terms? That I work exclusively for you and keep the Fate Protection Agency at arm's length?" She looked at the stacks of payment on the table, hesitating. "Even if you funded my awakening, I can't believe you're offering this much every month." Gangrim rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, I helped with the trigger, but the inheritance came from Master Han Chun himself, now that he's a deity." Gangrim placed the broken 7-branch sword on the workbench. "Melt this down and forge it anew. Follow your oracle and hone your craft until I return." Roya nodded firmly. "I understand." She added a bit timidly, "Since my family's resting place is just up the trail, could I visit my grandfather's grave before I dive into the work?" Gangrim stroked his chin. "A cemetery visit at this hour? At night, spiritual energy peaks, making magic beast encounters almost a certainty." He made a proposal. "It's pitch black out, and magic beasts are likely prowling. Let me escort you." Androya Luke started. "Magic beasts?" Gangrim calmed her. "They won't be anything I can't handle. If anything moves, I'll take care of it." Roya spoke up quickly. "Oh, all right then. It's only a short walk anyway." The pair walked to a quiet plot of land behind her home. She pointed. "It's right here." Gangrim thought. She wasn't kidding, it really is close. He recalled Han Chun once yelling at him, "Who do you think you are? Snooping around my granddaughter's shop? Wait, you're an awakened? Perfect. Drag her to the agency, so she can make something of herself." Gangrim realized, in this timeline, Han Chun's voice is so vivid. I assumed it was just because of my karma levels. He shook off the thought with a sigh. Maybe it's just the proximity to his grave. He stood silently before the burial mound. Seeing the faint signal in his HUD, Gangrim noted, "Even though digital signals are dead in this world and the gods' voices are muffled, it's much easier to channel a specific deity at their shrine or final resting place." Han Roya poured a ceremonial cup of wine and whispered happily, "Grandpa, thank you for looking out for me." Gangrim interjected, "But you can talk to him without the ritual, can't you? Now that you're a priest." Han Roya smiled. "True, but being here is the only time I feel like he's actually listening." She continued, "Since it's so nearby, I come up here all the time to vent. Fortunately, I've only ever come during the day until now." Gangrim had a sudden realization. "Oh, that's right. He only passed away quite recently, didn't he?" Gangrim's eyes widened slightly. "Of course. He only left us a short while ago, didn't he? Would you like me to describe the first spectral encounter they face on their way back from the grave?" Roya nodded immediately. "Exactly. It hasn't even been 6 months since we laid him to rest." Gangrim mused to himself. When life fades, the soul departs, but a lingering spirit trace remains. Fate Stealers harvest destiny by extracting data from that trace. That's why pulling information from a partial corpse drains so much more mana. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. 4 or 5 months. If that's the case, I should have enough mana to pull the data directly from the remains. Gangrim recalled the moment he decided to help Roya, but then a practical thought hit him. Of course, even if I have the power, I can't exactly desecrate a grave in front of the man's granddaughter. Han Roya whispered tentatively, "Should we head back down now?" Ganglim suddenly shifted, shielding her. "Roya, stay behind me. Don't move." From the pitch-black shadows, a single blood-red eye snapped open. In an instant, dozens of other crimson eyes ignited, staring them down. Roya gasped, "The magic beasts. They're real." Gangrim kept his gaze fixed on the threat. "This graveyard is too close to your home. I'll need to find you a warding charm so you can focus on your forge without looking over your shoulder." Without warning, the creatures sprang from the darkness, lunging at the pair. Gangrim moved with blurred speed, his blade already drawn as he met the charge. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the periphery, flicking 2 glowing talismans into the air. The charm slapped onto the lead beasts as they flew toward Gangrim. The entire pack of creatures collapsed mid-air, hitting the dirt instantly. Gangrim's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the unique design of those talismans. The fallen beast continued to let out high-pitched, agonizing shrieks. A set of ornate bronze bells emerged from the gloom, and the stranger facing Gangrim gave them a sharp ring. At the sound, the pack of magic beasts vanished into a cloud of dark essence. The stranger stepped into the light, his footsteps heavy. Didn't anyone tell you how reckless it is to linger near a grave at this hour? And bringing a minor along? That's beyond irresponsible. Roya opened her mouth to argue, but Gangrim cut her off. Roya, go back to the workshop. Wait for me there. Gangrim's muscles were coiled with tension. He stepped forward, his voice low. What are you doing here? The man pulled away his mask, his eyes hard. So my voice still rings a bell. It's been 5 years since our paths last crossed. Kong Du-hyun let out a cold breath. It's been a long time, CEO Gangrim. A flash of memory flickered, the two of them standing as rivals years ago. Gangrim replied coolly, it hasn't felt that long to me. He reminded him sharply, we crossed paths once during the agency trials. Du-hyun rattled the bronze bells tauntingly. If you knew it was me, why didn't you have the courtesy to speak up? Gangrim didn't flinch. The circumstances then didn't exactly call for pleasantries. Much like right now. Gangrim narrowed his eyes. Are you tailing me on the agency's dime? Or is this personal? Du-hyun let out a bitter laugh. Is that really your first concern? His hand began to shake, his composure slipping. I honestly thought that your first question would be about mother. At those words, Gangrim's face drained of color. Gangrim asked, his voice trembling, how is master faring? Du-hyun flinched, repeating the word as if it were a curse. Mother? He scowled, his voice breaking. She's been gone for 2 years, Gangrim. Gangrim froze, the world around him falling into a deafening silence as he stared at Du-hyun. He felt a surge of frantic denial. Gone. 2 years ago. It was a reality he couldn't grasp. Master's really dead? It's exactly like my previous life. She passed away just days before the world changed. He lowered his head, his voice a whisper. Why wasn't I told? Why wasn't I at the funeral? Du-hyun lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. The funeral? He spat the words out with venom. You were the one who walked out on us. And look at the man you become. The memory of their first meeting rushed back. Wag-yong had introduced them. Du-hyun, meet Seol Gangrim. She had rested a warm hand on Gangrim's shoulder. Treat him like family, Du-hyun. You're the elder, so look after him, she had commanded. Because from this moment on, Gangrim is my godson. Du-hyun had gasped. Godson? Du-hyun had looked at the newcomer with pure resentment. Mom, how could you do this to me? He had stood up, his voice rising. You promised you wouldn't pass down the priest's mantle. Wag-yong had sighed, and I meant it. Bound to a god's whim is a path of suffering. She shook her head sadly. I would never wish that life upon my own flesh and blood. Du-hyun's face had twisted in anger. Then what is he? Some kind of exception? She explained softly, a god of immense power has claimed this boy, but he doesn't want to be a puppet. I'm simply going to help him stay human. Would you like me to reveal the secret technique Wag-yong used to shield Gangrim from that powerful god? Du-hyun hesitated, his brow furrowed in confusion. He actually refuses to be a vessel? But why? Is he just another spoiled kid who looks down on the priesthood? He proclaimed with fierce conviction, if he won't take it, then I'll be the one to host that deity. I admire you more than anyone, mother. Du-hyun's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I just want to walk in your footsteps. Gangrim sat on the porch alone, hugging his knees to his chest while staring at the dirt with a heavy heart. Inside, the muffled argument persisted. You're missing the point entirely, Du-hyun. In the days that followed, Gangrim tried his hardest to bridge the gap. Big brother, I brought you some snacks. Want some? But Du-hyun coldly swatted the offering aside. Keep them. I'm not interested. Gangrim timidly brought his books into Du-hyun's room. Could you show me how to solve this homework? Do-hyun snapped. I'm swamped. Figure out yourself and stop bothering me. Still, Gangrim never stopped trying, always chirping, Big brother Du-hyun. Finally, Du-hyun turned to him with a sharp look. Listen, Seol Gangrim. Du-hyun gave a chilling instruction. When we're out in the real world, do us both a favor and pretend you don't even know who I am. Those words cut deep, leaving Gangrim feeling utterly discarded. He was trudging home one afternoon, lost in his own gloom, when a harsh voice rang out nearby. Well, if it isn't the little shaman brat. A pack of bullies was cornering Du-hyun. I'm telling you, I'm haunted by spirits, so stay back. Do you mind turning the kalfakaj? I'm just walking home. Let me through. They crowded him, their taunts turning into threats. Sure, for a toll fee. Do-hyun stood firm. I'm not giving you a cent. One bully wound of a punch. Oh yeah? Because I said so, loser. Suddenly, Gangrim darted in and caught the fist before it could land. Though his entire body was trembling with fear, he forced the words out with all the courage he could muster. Get lost. Stop picking on my big brother. The thugs burst into laughter. Where'd this pipsqueak come from? Do-hyun glanced down at Gangrim. For a fleeting second, his cold gaze softened into genuine concern. The fight ended predictably. Both boys were left bruised on the pavement, their school supplies scattered across the street. Do-hyun sat up, dusting off his uniform in a huff. I told you I wanted nothing to do with you. Why do you keep following me? Gangrim wiped his eyes and sniffled. What else was I supposed to do? He cried out in desperation. You and Mother are the only people in this world who don't get hurt just by being near me. At that, Do-hyun fell into a long, reflective silence. He slowly pulled himself into a seated position. He reached out, gently wiping the blood from Gangrim's cheek before pulling him to his feet. Listen, you aren't allowed to call her mother. That title belongs to me. Gangrim's tears wouldn't stop. Then, Master, Do-hyun struck a bargain. If you call her Master, then I suppose I'll have to be your big brother. Gangrim's crying ceased instantly, his eyes going wide with surprise and hope. Hand in hand, the two brothers walked home. Just as Master had promised, my life was finally starting to feel whole. The memory shifted forward to the time after several more sealing rituals had been completed. Wagyeong called out softly, Hey little one. Sinister whispers hissed in his mind. Do you honestly believe hiding from me changes your destiny? Even without my presence, you are a magnet for tragedy. But Gangrim's spirit had hardened. He allowed a small smile to form. No, everything changes today, and from that moment on, the deity's voice faded into nothingness. I finally knew what it was like to be normal. The ghosts vanished, and the nightmares stopped haunting my sleep. Our small, unconventional family was so full of life that I actually started to believe happiness was meant for me too. Until the day I saw Lee Hyun aggressively tugging at Wei Jiang's sleeve. Senior Wagyeong, why are you still harboring this child? You've exhausted yourself performing those suppression rites over and over. He twisted the knife in Gangrim's deepest wound. He's a curse. He brings ruin to everyone he touches. He threatened, if you don't cast him out now, his bad luck will consume you too. Wagyeong silenced him by hurling her folding fan at his head. Lee Hyun, say another word, and I'll ensure you never speak again. She roared with motherly fury. Don't you ever dare talk about my son that way. Later that night, while Gangrim was supporting a stumbling, drunken Do-hyun, his brother slurred. Why does Mom love a stranger more than her own blood? Why did a god choose your body and ignore mine? Gangrim could only whisper, brother, please. He tried to guide him. You've had way too much to drink. Let's just get you inside. But Do-hyun persisted. Why won't you just give in? Let the god have you. Then he broke down, sobbing. I would give anything for that god to have chosen me instead of you. Gangrim watched him in total shock before Do-hyun finally collapsed into a stupor. Not Seol Gangrim. Why wasn't it me? Gangrim let his hands fall away, letting his brother slip to the floor. He was paralyzed by the thought. How could anyone wish for this? He's seen the misery and the isolation I've endured because of that entity. Gangrim's own tears began to fall. The revelation didn't just hurt, it broke his heart. He eventually tucked Do-hyun in a bed with trembling hands. If his craving for a god is as desperate as my hunger for freedom. He sat alone in the hallway, the silence of the house pressing in on him. But then this world is truly cruel. He realized the weight of his presence. I was the source of his pain, the shadow over his life. I knew what I had to do. I was the bringer of misfortune, and the only way to save them was to disappear. At that age, it was the only logic that made sense. Would you like me to show you the moment Gangrim walked out of that house for the last time? My brother and master won't have to suffer under my shadow anymore. Back in the present, Gangrim's expression remained distant and vacant. Do-hyun was still bunching Gangrim's collar in his fist. Why aren't you fighting back? He demanded. You could throw me off easily if you wanted to. You're the top-rated trainee, aren't you? Are you just humoring me? Gangrim simply looked away. I have no desire to trade blows with you. Do-hyun finally released his grip. Don't you dare pity me. I'm not that same weakling from the old days. Do-hyun turned his head, his jaw tight with suppressed rage. The deity has already bestowed upon me. Gangrim silently watched the silhouette of his brother as he stormed off. He smoothed out his crumpled collar. Why? In my previous life, the only way we ever found common ground. Visions of the past life surged forward. Do-hyun was grabbing him just like today. It's because I'm weak. I hate seeing you look so pathetic. If you weren't, how could a jealous guy like me ever feel superior? In the present, Gangrim vowed to himself, there is something I absolutely have to settle with him. Later, in a quiet, secluded corridor, Kong Do-hyun gave a soft knock on a door before stepping inside. A smooth voice greeted him. Did you make contact with Seol Gangrim? He nodded, yes. Is he coming over to our side? He continued, no. He claimed he has other priorities, though he was tight-lipped about the details. Unyo pointed a finger at him playfully. I had high hopes since you two have a history. Kong Do-hyun shot back defensively. We aren't as close as you think. She tilted her head. Not close? And yet you burn through premium artifacts like they're disposable? Do you have any idea what that pigment set cost the agency? She shifted back to her cheerful tone. Go see him again. Though I doubt a second meeting will flip the switch in his head. Her long, elegant fingers tapped a rhythmic beat against her desk. One tree is just a landmark. But 3 trees make a forest. Eventually, he'll drop his guard. I'm counting on you, big brother. Or should I say, Apostle Kong Do-hyun? Because I've decided I really want Seol Gangram on my team. A system notification chimed. A formal request for a Demon Realm conquest has been filed. Finally, a chance to observe him in action. At a derelict, abandoned structure. Seol Gangram stood motionless in the shadows, as if expecting a guest. His mind raced. The ruined city. This is a demon realm I don't recognize. The system window flickered to life. Conquest request. Objective. Intra-level demon realm, ruined city. Despite its low tier, it has remained uncleared for months, and no hunter has ever made it back out. Therefore, we are providing backup. Our team's apostle, Kong Do-hyun, will assist. Signed, Soul Fate Protection Agency, Team 1 lead. Damn, even with my memories of the future, I guess I don't know everything. I only kept track of the major rifts or the ones that dominated the headlines. This one didn't even rank high enough to be considered a threat back then. Since it's unfamiliar, it must have been handled quietly in my past life. Regardless of a rift, but I still need to have that talk with Do-hyun. An enthusiastic voice called out from a nearby car. Mr. Seol Gangram, you're impressively punctual. Anavi Chasia stepped out with a bright smile. I've been assigned to this operation as well. Seol Gangram blinked in surprise at her arrival. Apostle, Anavi? She reached out for a handshake. It's been a while. Seol Gangram shook her hand. I wasn't expecting a joint operation. She gave a modest, slightly sheepish grin. Wait, what's the angle here? Seol Gangram and Kong Do-hyun have a history, and his mother was a shaman? We definitely can't let Team 1 recruit him before we do. I figure this mission might be a bit much for just you two. Kongi, Do-hyun is shaled sharply. So, you're just here to keep tabs on him, right? Anavi Chasia waved her hands in a frantic no gesture. Well, partially, but Gangram intervened. We can settle the politics later. Actually, a third party might be good. It'll keep Do-hyun from blowing a fuse. The 3 stepped into the building. Gangram noted, by the way, is it okay for you to show your face like this? She replied, this is a private contract, so we're officially off the clock today. Kong Do-hyun spotted a group ahead and frowned. Looks like we have company. The other group jumped in surprise. What? You guys are hunters too? Anavi Chasia chirped. Yes. Would you like to team? A man cut her off rudely. You know the code of the hunt, right? We claimed the spot first. You'll have to wait a few hours. We aren't interested in splitting the loot or having our kills poached. Kong Do-hyun crossed his arms, unimpressed. What are you even talking about? You look like mere trainees. Shouldn't you be practicing in a rank 3 insect nest instead of here? They barked back, insulted, excuse me. Our squad leader is a rank 1 phantom. This place is a walk in the park for us. What's your rank anyway, tough guy? Anavi tried to smooth things over. In a real conquest, field experience matters far more than. The guy barked again. I asked for your ranks. Rank 2 dragon. Rank 1 phantom. Rank 1 human. Rank 3 insect. Every one of them was technically below their leader's level. That's what I thought. Move aside. She turned to the others, looking troubled. I don't get why people insist on these arbitrary rules. Should we actually wait? Are you joking? We're going in. So Gongrim side. If they try to block us, I'll just pull rank and show my ID. Let's move. A mechanical, cold voice echoed. You have entered the demon realm, ruined city. Kong Do-hyun scanned the desolate horizon. A ghost town. The destruction here is absolute. Objective, shatter the barrier's pillar. 1 STA. Would you like me to describe the first encounter they have with the invisible threat of the ruined city? Statue? So Gongrim pondit. Ah, so that's the gate. It looks like we're locked in until we clear this entire zone. Is there a countdown we should be worried about? We'll likely need to track down that statue, but since no one has ever made it back, Anavi Chasia added, this realm is massive. We don't even have a description of what we're looking for. Kong Do-hyun let out a sharp breath. It's the anchor for the barrier. We'll eventually pick up on its energy signature. With any luck, we'll stumble upon it sooner rather than later. Suddenly, all 3 of them snapped their heads in the same direction. A man was collapsed on the pavement, while 2 others frantically pulled at him. Move it. Come on, this way. The man let out a blood-curdling scream. Don't leave me. A high-pitched screech tore through the air. Captain, what are you doing? Don't leave me to die. Damn it, it's over. We've run right into a dead end. A gelatinous, slimy mass surged forward. A scream of pure desperation echoed. No. Anavi Chasia rushed to the scene, her voice full of concern. Are you alright? The survivor sobbed with relief. Thank you, thank God. Seol Gangrim lunged forward to clear out the approaching horde. Kong Do-hyun flicked his talismans, vaporizing the beasts instantly. She watched in awe. How are they tearing through them so effortlessly? Keep your head up and keep moving. Is this really the standard for trainees these days? She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Phew, I think that's the last of that wave. What's that look for? It's only been a few minutes since we started. A few minutes? What on earth are you talking about? She asked, trembling. Didn't you guys wait a few hours to enter after us? She and Seol Gangrim traded a look of sheer bewilderment. We stepped through the portal right behind you. What? That's impossible. It appears time is warped here compared to the real world. I'm starting to worry about the others. The pioneers entered months ago, and more squads followed in the weeks since. Gangrim went into deep thought. If there are survivors, they must be rationing like crazy. These monsters don't look like they'd make a decent meal. Anavi Chasia asked, what's the plan, Hunter Kong Do-hyun? What if we actually find them? Kung Do-yun replied, I'm just here to hunt. I've already taken down more than my fair share. This Gangrim kid might be the star of the academy, but he's still got nothing on my skill set. She sighed at his arrogance. Let's just focus on the mission at hand. Consulting the Demon Realm HUD. Current exploration progress, 0.03. Kung Do-yun market. This place is an absolute labyrinth. Do we really have to check every single alleyway? Seol Gangrim replied. I'll call out Linny to run reconnaissance. Linny materialized, looking incredibly adorable despite the grim surroundings. Anavi Chasia chimed in. In that case, I'll send my scouts into the buildings. Skill activation. Clay doll controller. Commencing indoor sweep. Alert me immediately if you spot survivors, that statue, or anything that feels off. The tiny clay dolls marched into the ruins like a disciplined little battalion. The survivors watched in amazement. That's incredible. You trainees are on a completely different level, aren't you? Gangrim suggested. With this many scouts out, we should be covered. I'll tell them to stay stealthy. Got it. Demon realms are rarely quiet anyway. In his head. Wait a second. Everything has gone unnervingly silent. The comms. Seol Gangrim, there's no signal. I can't even open the item shop. Her face turned pale. Error. Communication network unreachable. Error. Shop system connection failed. Seol Gangrim hurried to her side. You mean we're cut off from reinforcements? And we can't buy supplies? She covered her mouth as the reality set in. Then the hunters who disappeared. They'll probably. Suddenly, a hand tapped her gently on the shoulder. Hey, Anavi. She jumped slightly. Is something the matter? In Seol Gangrim's mind. Wait, if the link is severed, that means one thing. That the gods are blind to what's happening here. He turned his gaze sharply toward Kong Do-hyun. I'll never get a window of privacy like this again. I have to talk to him now. The group moved together down a cracked, desolate road. Seol Gangrim took point, his eyes scanning the horizon. He glanced back at a woman who was visibly shaking. We're going this way. The ruins get even denser in this direction. Stay close. Would you like me to reveal the secret Seol Gangrim is about to tell Kong Do-hyun while the gods aren't watching? The mist is thickening by the second, obscuring our path. Linny suddenly darted toward them. Seol Gangrim scanned the surroundings with a wary gaze. They found themselves standing before an imposing set of gates. Vibrant flower boxes were neatly arranged beneath the windowsills. He ran his hand over the cold steel bars, puzzled. What kind of place is this? Anavi Chasia peered upward, her expression a mix of curiosity and awe. Seol Gangrim broke the silence. Why is this building so perfectly preserved amidst the ruins? Kong Do-hyun sniffed the air. I catch a scent. The others lit up with excitement. Is that food? Seol Gangrim reached out to restrain them. Hold on, don't rush in. Kong Do-hyun shoved the door open, revealing a feast spread across the table. Called it. The group was instantly revitalized. Finally, a real meal. It's still steaming. It must have just been prepared. Seol Gangrim grabbed one hunter by the shoulder. Don't touch a single bite. Who do you think you are, giving me orders? You just trying to hog it all for yourself. Do-hyun rolled his eyes. You lot are absolute morons. You're really going to wolf down mystery meat in a place like this? Some hunters you are. Do-hyun, ease up a bit. Oh please. This setup is beyond fishy. Let's clear the area first. Drop the fork. We're splitting up to sweep the perimeter. I see 3 exits. I'll take this one. Circle back to the front in a few minutes. My stomach will guide me back if I get lost. Then we'll head back and double-check the path we just walked. In Seol Gangrim's mind. This is it. My window of opportunity. Wait, before you go, Seol Gangrim turned to Anavi Chasia, intrigued. Is there something on your mind? She gave a firm nod. Yes, actually. Are you still dead set against joining the Fate Protection Agency? Operating without a god's backing is a suicide mission. You could join some fringe cult, I guess, but the agency has resources you can't even imagine. I appreciate the concern, but I'm still a no. But why? There are so many hunters out there more qualified than I am. Aren't there? I'm honored by the offer, but your recruitment efforts would be better spent elsewhere. The girl shook her head vigorously. I haven't met anyone with your raw potential. From what I've gathered, your rank might be low on paper, but your work ethic puts everyone else to shame. You actually care about people, and you're the first to step up when things go south. You don't just ditch your comrades the moment blood hits the floor. That specific character is exactly why I need you on my squad. Seol Gangrim was caught off guard, a faint blush creeping up his neck from the unexpected praise. She continued her pitch. I've already picked out a desk for you at headquarters. I've even planned a welcome bash and mapped out the best lunch spots nearby. But I won't play the heavy and force you. He smiled to himself, thinking, she's definitely caught a glimpse of my true power. She turned to depart. She tossed a reminder over her shoulder. Do your sweep and meet me back here. See you in a bit. I really do owe her one. Seol Gangrim began to ascend the staircase. He was certain his brother had headed this way. Kang Do-hyun was waiting at the top, staring down at him with a piercing gaze. His eyes were cold and analytical. Seol Gangrim vincidin tanoli. Damn it. He doesn't look like he's in the mood for a heart-to-heart. What's with the stare? You planning on interrogating me now? He replied. I saw the karmic scars stitched into your soul. Seol Gangrim's pace faltered. He continued, his tone turning dark and heavy. You know as well as I do that those marks only multiply with every sin, right? Then he lunged forward. What have you been doing with your life? He barked his questions. Ever since you vanished from home, how much filth have you waded through to accumulate this much bad karma? Seol Gangrim swatted Kang Do-hyun's hand away. You have no idea who I am. With a swift move, he threw the older man off balance. Suddenly, a shape detached itself from the gloom, wobbling toward them with an uneven gait. Slowly, the silhouette sharpened into focus. Both Seol Gangrim and Kang Do-hyun froze. A statue? Is that the pillar we're looking for? Why did it just stop? The statue's jaw unhinged with a sickening crack as it lunged at them with manic ferocity. Kang Do-hyun roared. We'll get our answers after I turn this thing into gravel. With a burst of speed, he charged headlong toward the monstrous figure. Would you like me to describe the unique combat style Kang Do-hyun uses against this living statue? Seol Gangrim halted abruptly, his body turning to stone. A violent collision was seconds away from igniting. It was a lethal standoff between the animated statue and Kang Do-hyun. Suddenly, the elder hunter froze in sheer bewilderment. Seol Gangrim lunged forward to intercept him. Stop! Don't you dare break it! The command sparked a flash of pure indignation in Do-hyun. He instantly seized Seol Gangrim by the collar, his grip tightening. The momentum of their struggle sent them stumbling out into the open. He snarled at the younger man. You total idiot. Have you completely lost your mind? Kang Do-hyun let out a frustrated roar. Are you insane? Why would you get in my way? But Gangrim just clutched his own face, his hands shaking as his eyes stared blankly into the void. That thing, it's a human being. Kang Do-hyun recoiled, his voice dripping with disbelief. What? A human? He barked back, his patience gone. You've officially cracked. That's a monster. Suddenly, a massive thud rocked the door. Kang Do-hyun raised his blade with lethal intent. Look at it again. A twisted, nightmarish shape loomed. The grotesque figure stood framed in the ruined doorway. You're telling me that thing looks human to you? Gangrim gritted his teeth, thinking, no matter how I look at it, the truth is plain as day. Kang Sera, Ranko no Pantom, Earth Affinity, Status, Cursed Metamorphosis. He was caught off guard by the creature's sudden stillness at the threshold. Wait, it's not attacking. Gangrim leaned in, piecing it together. Maybe they're tethered. They can't cross the hallway. Pure monsters wouldn't have a barrier like that. He then summoned his divine beast. I can't reveal my apostle status or that I'm reading her status window. Gangrim offered a simple explanation. You know I have a Kirin, right? I can sense the truth. You have to trust me. Then, Kang Do-hyun gave the Kirin a sharp nod. The creature chirped and pounced toward the monstrosity. Purify her soul. Activating purification. The divine beast tapped the creature gently. The stony, grotesque exterior began to flake and dissolve. A radiant warmth erupted from the center of the mass. As the light faded, a young girl appeared, collapsed, and unconscious on the floor. Seol Gangrim dove to her side. The transformation had been successfully reversed. Kang Do-hyun stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with shock. It was actually a person? Gangrim cradled the girl's head, trying to rouse her. Hey, can you hear me? Wake up. Do-hyun stood there, his fists trembling with a quiet, bitter fury. Seol Gangrim saw it instantly. But I was blind. He stared at his palms in a panic, his ego bruised. I awakened before the rest of the world, and even earned a spot as an apostle. So why? Kong Do-hyun shielded his eyes with his hand. Good God, I still can't close the gap between us. We need to get her to a secure area. Seol Gangrim looked up, surprised by the sudden shift. Are you alright? You look pale. I'm Fine. Mind your own business. Despite his pride, Do-hyun knelt down to lift the girl. Let's move out. We have to warn Anavi and the others immediately. He added a grim warning. We have to stop the other hunters before they start slaughtering these people for sport. Gangrim gave a somber, awkward nod. I agree. The two retreated from the hallway as fast as they could. Anavi Chasia let out a breath of relief when they emerged. Did you find? She rushed over the moment she saw the girl. A survivor. This means there could be others trapped in here. Anavi asked, her voice hushed with dread. You think there are more? If they've all been turned into these things, it's going to be a bloodbath out there. Seol Gangrim looked up and signaled to Kieran to scout ahead. It led him back to the dining room. Found you. He grabbed a plate and warned the others, stop. This food is a trap. But the scene before him made his blood run cold. Scraps of the tainted feast were already strewn across the tabletop. And then, a swarm of those nightmarish, stony figures, exact replicas of the curse from before, came charging toward him in a frenzy. Gangrim scanned the room and performed a desperate roll, clutching the divine beast to his chest. Gangrim's eyes shimmered with a golden light. I didn't think you'd be able to recognize the human souls buried. Up beneath those monstrous shells, Gangrim scrambled under a heavy table to avoid the stampede. Damn, it's the missing hunters. They've all turned. He turned to his companion with urgency. Would you like me to show you how Seol Gangrim plans to purify an entire room of curse hunters all at once? The spirit just shook its head solemnly. Linny, can you cleanse them? No luck. It seems the curse is too deep for a quick fix. No other way around it, then. Gangrim steeled himself to face the horde. I'll have to neutralize them before they tear us apart. He pulled back a heavy fist. If these things can pulverize concrete, a single focused blow from Seol Gangrim could easily shatter their stony shells. He calculated that a direct hit wouldn't be fatal. Moments later, Anavi Chasia sighed, her face etched with frustration. I warned you people. I told you not to touch that food. The group of rescued survivors. I could do nothing but sit in the dirt, heads bowed in shame. Kong Do-hyun cast a cynical glance their way. So one bite of that feast turns you into a phantom. I'd bet the aroma is a high-level charm designed to bait the hungry. Just a hunch. She added softly, I suppose starving in a wasteland doesn't leave much room for caution. But the gray-haired woman nearby, that was shaking, clutching her temples and weeping. The top floor. Something is on the top floor. Gangrim crossed his arms and turned to Anavi. Did you manage to get anything coherent out of her? I pried as much as I could. She looked up, relaying the grim news. The only thing she's certain of is that a great evil resides on the 5th floor. Do-hyun adjusted his gear. You lot stay here and protect that woman. He pointed toward the stairs. The rest of us are heading up to the 5th level to end this. When they arrived at the next landing, the sight was haunting. The 4th floor was a gallery of petrified statues. Are these all victims? Do-hyun turned pale. Should we just put them out of their misery? We've already saved plenty on the lower floors. Apostle Do-hyun, tell me you're joking. His voice went cold and hollow. I'm dead serious. We aren't a rescue squad. We're here to clear a rift. But Seol Gangrim. That placed a firm hand on Do-hyun's shoulder. Wait, not everyone here is a victim. Some are genuine monsters. Actually, the majority are. The elder hunter huffed and looked away, annoyed. Fine, play the hero then. Who's worth saving? Do-hyun fanned out his talismans with a flick of his wrist. I've got a plan. Just call out the targets for me. Gangrim stepped forward, taking the lead. There's a swarm of rank 3 insect types, masquerading as statues. I'll tag them for you. With that, Gangrim surged into the fray before his teammates could even blink. Wait, what are you doing? He began smashing his weapon against the heads of the stone imposters. Do-hyun couldn't help but shout in a panic. That is remarkably reckless. But Gangrim glanced back over his shoulder. Is now really the time for a lecture? Anavi and Do-hyun had no choice but to dive in after him. Damn it all, let's go, Anavi. The two apostles launched their counterattack. Talismans flew like guided missiles, detonating the stone shells of the true monsters. A short while later, the hall was a graveyard of rubble, leaving the surviving humans suspended from the ceiling in cocoons. Gangrim wiped his brow. Now for the purification. Hold on, Gangrim. Let's finish the boss first. If we wake them now, they'll just panic. She turned to consult Do-hyun, but a sudden, nauseating draft blew past them, forcing them to gag. God, that's foul. Anavi pinched her nose. The air is thick with the scent of blood. A yawning, pitch-black corridor stretched out before them. The three of them stood as one, staring into the stench. It was the unmistakable smell of rot. Gangrim began to walk, his footsteps echoing. A suffocating aura of malice drifted from the depths. Suddenly, Gangrim felt a crunch beneath his boot. He looked down and realized the floor was paved with a carpet of human remains. Gangrim ignited a small flame in his palm, casting a flickering orange light into the void. Anavi's voice broke as she took in the scene. These poor hunters. She knelt to inspect the skull. They died as humans. If only they'd been cursed like the ones downstairs, we might have had a chance to save them. Even the stoic Kong Do-hyun looked visibly shaken by the sheer scale of the massacre. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound up ahead put everyone on high alert. They prepared to strike, but paused as a lone silhouette emerged from the darkness. Anavi Cheja watched, her eyes wide with a mix of hope and fear. The figure moved toward them with a slow, rhythmic gait. She started to lunge forward, a cry of relief on her lips. A survivor. There's someone alive. But Seol Gangrim's hand shot out, catching Anavi by the arm. Stay back. He asked urgently. When did the last search party enter this rift? Why now? You've seen the reports, haven't you? She replied, confused. According to the log, the most recent team arrived. Her face drained of color as she realized the discrepancy. She stammered, "That's just a week ago." Gangrim's grip on her arm tightened. Then in this world's time, it's been at least 400 days. They stared at the approaching figure. If he was part of that team, he's been trapped for over a year. He lowered his voice, his tone grim. What could a human possibly find to eat in this graveyard for a year? Unless he isn't human anymore. Would you like me to describe the true form of the survivor as the light of Gangrim's flame finally reaches them? Without warning, the man twisted into a nightmare, his eyes flaring with a predatory crimson glow. He unleashed a bone-chilling shriek. Kong Do-hyun gripped a talisman, his forehead creased with concentration. He's still technically human, isn't he? Pushing aside his hesitation, he flung the enchanted slips toward the frenzied figure. We'll neutralize him first and sort out the details once he's pinned down. Defying expectations, the man vaulted into the air, evading the charms and conjuring a burst of flame to incinerate them mid-flight. He blurred into motion, pouncing forward with predatory speed. His jaws snapped shut, sinking teeth deep into Kong Do-hyun's forearm. Anavi Cheja cried out from the rear, "Mr. Kong, watch out!" She swung with all her might, just in time to knock the assailant back. The man instantly dug his claws into the cracked floor to bring his slide to a grinding halt. Anavi Cheja rushed to her partner's side. "Are you injured?" "I'm fine," he grunted. Meanwhile, Gangrim stood motionless, fixated on the status screen. He's packing significantly more power than his frame suggests. A sudden wave of realization washed over him, causing his muscles to lock up. The man crouched low, a menacing growl vibrating in his throat as he refused to back down. He launched a second, even more ferocious assault on the pair. The two apostles were forced into a defensive rhythm, barely absorbing his relentless strikes. Anavi Cheja moved to flank him, but he effortlessly vaulted off the wall, diving back at Kong Do-hyun. How can a human host this much demonic essence? Do-hyun struggled to hold the man off with his bare hands. Damn it, am I really trailing behind Anavi in raw strength? Fortunately, she circled back to reinforce him, though the agile figure still managed to slip through their grasp and vanish into the shadows. Anavi Cheja let out a piercing shout, "Seol Gangrim. Snap out of it." He finally broke his trance, realizing the crazed man was hurtling straight for him like a runaway train. Seol Gangrim. Class, Saint. Attribute, Holy Power. Fragmented memories began to flood his vision. Be the pioneer who conquers this demon realm. Is there anything to eat? We've reached the bottom of our rations. What do we do? Hyun-soo has turned into a beast. This is a disaster. Everyone had fallen. The man cradled the girl, desperately trying to rouse her. Open your eyes. I'm certain that help is on the way. Just hold on. But she could only breathe a faint response. It's no use. I'm empty. I have nothing left. The frantic shouts of his teammates finally pulled Gangrim back to the present. Seol Gangrim, move. The man was inches away now, his claws poised to strike. At the last second, a firm hand shoved Gangrim aside. It was Kong Do-hyun, stepping into the line of fire to shield him. He barked with annoyance, "Draw the 7-branch sword. Do it now." Kong Do-hyun shouted over the chaos. "You didn't go to that blacksmith for nothing, did you?" Gangrim finally found his focus and unsheathed his blade. "Right, it's ready now." Thunderbell 7-branch sword. A dragon tier relic forged from celestial wood and baptized by lightning. Without a moment's delay, he lunged forward, channeling a surge of radiant energy to purge the surrounding darkness. The man recoiled instantly, blinded and terrified by the holy light bleeding from the blade. Anavi Cheja paused, watching the man retreat in a state of panic. He's bolting. Should we go after him? Gangrim spoke up, his voice heavy with sadness. I think you guys deserve to know the truth about that person. Kong Du-hyun knit his brows. He's dangerously close to the barrier's edge, isn't he? Even Anavi was visibly shaken. Are you saying he's like this because his karma has reached a breaking point? Exactly. He explained to Anavi. That's why he's reacting to the seven-branch sword as if he were a demon. Research suggests that proximity to the barrier is lethal. Is there any way to save him? You want to take him alive? What if he compromises the mission? But if he only stacked those points due to the accident? We can't just execute him. Seol Gangrim stared at the floor, his silence speaking volumes. Just how much karma does it take to lose your humanity like that? He mused himself. I've been absorbing karma as a price for my skills, but normally it's the weight of crimes, theft, violence, cruelty, and the ultimate sin of murder. The darker the deed, the higher the stack. Gangrim whispered to himself, if those visions were his past, then he's endured this long after committing the unthinkable. He pressed a hand to his mouth, lost in a spiral of thought. What does this count? And more importantly, what is mine? A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he stood frozen. Am I destined to become a monster just like him? Suddenly, the voices of his companions broke through the gloom. Hey, Seol Gangrim, can you hear us? Would you like me to reveal the exact amount of karma Gangrim has accumulated compared to the man in the rift? Kong Du-hyun snapped at him peevishly. Why are you just loitering there? I already told you I'm fine. He immediately prodded Seol Gangrim. Move out and support the perimeter. We need to focus on wrapping up this objective. As for that creature, it won't dare crawl near us while we're brandishing the seven-branch sword. Shocked by the coldness, Gangrim asked frantically, You're seriously just going to abandon him like that? Seol Gangrim grabbed his shoulder, trying his best to talk sense into him. We might be able to cleanse him just like the others. Once we clear this zone, I'll petition the commander for aid, but if we delay any further. But Kong Du-hyun cut him off with a scowl. He's a powerhouse. We're backed into a corner. Do you want all three of us to perish for the sake of one lost soul? Seol Gangrim could only offer a final plea. What if we tried this strategy instead? After he laid out the plan, the other two were left speechless. What? His expression was set with absolute conviction. We can pull this off. Kong Du-hyun carefully fixed the talismans to the wall, muttering, I have a bad feeling about this. His mind drifted back through everything that had unfolded, both in the distant past and this new reality. While the three coordinated, were essentially dancing to Seol Gangrim's tune right now. Du-hyun couldn't stop the nagging thought. Why? Why is this the absolute best we can manage? He rested his forehead against the cold wall, feeling a wave of inadequacy. No, it's my own fault for being overshadowed by Seol Gangrim. Just then, Seol Gangrim approached and announced, Apostle Anavi is in position. I'm all set on my end. He gave a small, confident smile and added, right then, I'll take my place as the lure. Du-hyun suddenly halted him. Seol Gangrim, do you honestly believe this is enough to work? He gave him a searching look. If I'm not a compelling enough bait to reel him in, the whole plan falls apart. Do you really place that much faith in me? But Gangrim just stood there in the shadows, offering no verbal confirmation. Then Seol Gangrim began to walk away, his voice trailing back. You're the one who forged the seals. I trust your craft. This left Kong Du-hyun rooted to the spot. His hand involuntarily tightened into a fist against the wall. Du-hyun's face clouded with complex emotions. He trusts my craft. He lowered his gaze and whispered to himself. Since we last met, you've certainly learned how to play people. Questions continued to swirl in Du-hyun's mind. Or is he just looking down on me with pity? Now that it's become normal for humans to serve as divine vessels, that I suppose it's not such a tragedy that a high-tier god has his sights set on him. He let out a faint, bitter smirk. I really do hate you. The darkness of night settled over the ruins. The moon hung high, casting a brilliant, silvery glow over the carnage. Seol Gangrim paced forward slowly, his boots crunching on the debris. Suddenly, a distorted, terrifying figure blocked his path. But Seol Gangrim didn't flinch. There's no need for all that hostility, he said calmly. As he spoke, he held his empty palms up for the creature to see. I'm not carrying the blade. The man scrutinized him, his eyes glowing like embers in the dark. Then, with a sudden unhinged roar, he unhinged his jaw and lunged at Seol Gangrim. The man lashed out with hands that had morphed into serrated claws. But in a blur of movement, his target vanished, leaving the creature spinning in a panic. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from directly behind the man. It was Seol Gangrim. Gripping the hilt, he drove the sword straight into the ground behind him. The man let out a panicked shriek and bolted away from the holy resonance. He stumbled backward, glancing over his shoulder in a blind frenzy. Then, he collided violently with a shimmering wall of energy. a sealing barrier right in his path. To his horror, the man found himself caged inside a massive, glowing circular perimeter. The talismans flared, repelling him every time he tried to claw his way through. Initiating cell. Kang Du-hyun gritted his teeth, channeling his energy through the talismans in his hand. He slowly closed the distance between himself and the trapped man. I'll be honest, I didn't think we'd trap you on the first attempt. Then, Kang Du-hyun's legion of small paper soldiers swarmed forward with aggressive intent. The two forces collided in a chaotic explosion of energy. The clay guardians were buffeted by the heat of the creature's frantic flames. In the blink of an eye, the small scouts swelled into towering clay titans right before his eyes. The man bared his teeth, his eyes burning with a savage, helpless rage. Would you like me to describe the final purification ritual Seol Gangrim performs once the titans have pinned the man down? He thrashed with every ounce of his strength, desperate to shatter the sealing chains binding him. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Kang Du-hyun roared, "It's not holding. The seal is breaking." With no other choice, he thrust his ritual bell high, channeling his energy to seize command of the mana. Suppressing target's energy flow. Skill activation has been neutralized. Anavi Cheja, standing guard nearby, beamed and flashed a triumphant thumbs up. We actually did it. Suddenly, a massive stone sentinel looming behind them brought its colossal blade down toward the man. The three of them froze, paralyzed by the sudden intervention. The statue stands unfazed by the swirling embers. Monument of Fellowship, low-tier phantom entity. It is a territorial guardian designed to purge intruders. Escape from the designated sector is impossible until this guardian is neutralized. The sentinel's power scales with a number of trespassers. The statue's cold, stony gaze shifted downward. Panic surged through Seol Gangrim and Kang Du-hyun. This was the true core of the rift's defense. Objective: shatter the vessel of obstruction, the great statue. The titan slowly hoisted its gargantuan claymore, the air humming with pressure. It swung with bone-shattering force, clean-cutting through the clay dolls like they were made of paper. The sudden chaos provided just enough room for the man to slip free from his bindings. Kang Du-hyun barked in frustration, "Damn it! Intercept him! Don't let him vanish!" Seol Gangrim lunged to cut off the man's path. Meanwhile, Anavi Cheja unleashed her full potential to anchor the stone giant. "I'll keep the big guy busy." A massive earthen rampart surged up behind her to block the statue's path. But the guardian's strength was overwhelming. It carved through her defenses as if they were mist. She gritted her teeth, her legs trembling as she poured everything into holding the line. Behind her, the other two were locked in a frantic struggle to recapture the escaped man. Seol Gangrim scanned the battlefield, his brow furrowed. The roles are all wrong. He stepped up, placing a steadying hand on Anavi's shoulder. "Switch with me. You belong with the capture team. I'll handle the titan." "What?" "Gangrim, wait." He vaulted onto the crumbling wall to face the sentinel head-on. "I'll draw its fire elsewhere. Just make sure that survivor stays alive." Seeing his resolve, she had to trust him. "Understood." Activating skill, Clay Legion Commander. Anavi rapidly summoned a fresh wave of dolls to overwhelm the man. Pin him down. Small units high, heavy hitters low. The clay constructs sprang into action with mechanical precision. They swarmed the man like a living tide, dragging him to the ground. To secure the hold, Kang Du-hyun slapped enchanted talismans onto their bodies, supercharging their grip. He rang his bell with a sharp, resonant chime. Skill activation, eternal bindings. A glowing geometric seal manifested beneath the man, locking him in place. Violent crimson chains coiled around his limbs, searing into his demonic essence. As a final measure, a heavy spiritual yoke materialized around his neck, snuffing out his resistance. A final talisman drifted down, sticking to the man's forehead. Target captured, inducing deep slumber. As the man finally went limp, Kang Du-hyun exhaled a breath of relief. "It's over. Now, let's go help Gangrim." But as he turned, the defensive wall was exploding into a rain of stone shards. "Oh no!" The color drained from his face as Anavi let out a terrified gasp. A thunderous detonation rocked the area, followed by a roiling cloud of black smoke and searing heat. They stared at the epicenter of the blast, hearts hammering against their ribs. The shockwave was massive. A desperate cry tore through the air. Seol Gangrim. Anavi Cheja screamed into the wreckage. "Gangrim, answer me. Are you okay?" Forcing herself to stay calm, she readied her magic. "Hold on. We're coming for you." Through the clearing smoke, Seol Gangrim emerged, his eyes burning with a manic, blood-red light as he hacked into the statue's remains. A cold, robotic voice chimed in the air. "The Monument of Fellowship has been demolished. Exceptional achievement. Bonus rewards granted for defeating an entity of superior rank. Kang Do-hyun watched him, his hands shaking as the adrenaline ebbed. Skill deactivation. Primal combat instant. Anavi sprinted to his side, checking him for wounds. So Gongrim, talk to me. Are you hurt? Gangrim wiped a smear of blood from his temple, his voice weary but steady. I'm Fina. Tell me, did the survivors make it? She beamed at him, her relief radiant as she gave a firm thumbs up. Every single one of them. Would you like me to show you the rewards Seoul Gangrim received for taking down a Phantom-class boss single-handedly? The system announced. The rift's perimeter is destabilizing. An extraction portal has manifested. She cried out, pointing toward the shimmering light. Look, that's our ticket home. I can't believe it. We never would have made it out of here without your help. So Gongrim exhaled slowly. Don't mention it. I just had luck on my side. But she persisted. Nonsense. You broke the spell and brought these people back. Do-hyun's thoughts turned dark. If my own karma drags me too close to that forbidden threshold. He recalled Gangrim's terrifying, berserk display and the overwhelming surge of raw power. Could I ever reach those heights? Or will I just lose myself? Seoul Gangrim looked at the man in chains with a heavy heart. Activating skill. Purification. Warning. Subject has surpassed the point of no return. Purification failed. Targeted soul is beyond restoration. Seoul Gangrim clenched his teeth, a wave of frustration washing over him. Hey, Anavi Cheja whispered, her voice laced with concern. Did it work? He shook his head. He's already stepped over the edge. The man sat bound and broken, burying his face in his hands in a state of absolute ruin. All that's left is a hollow shell. His soul is gone. I can't bring the man he used to be back to life. Do-hyun recoiled as if he'd been struck. No soul? You're saying he's effectively dead? He stared at his own palms in a daze, his pulse racing as his pupils narrowed to pinpricks of fear. Anavi Cheja sighed. How tragic. Do-hyun's eyes darted between them. Wait, if that's the price for a life of karma. But then what does that mean for you, Seoul Gangrim? The image of Gangrim in that blood-red frenzy haunted him. Those eyes weren't human. Seoul Gangrim caught him staring and glanced back. He quickly turned to Anavi and said, I'll take Lenny up to the 4th floor to assist with weight. Anavi Cheja interrupted gently. Let me handle it. You look exhausted and pale. Stay here and catch your breath. I'll bring the rest of the survivors down. I prefer you head for the exit first, but I'll need Lenny's help. Apostle Do-hyun, please look after them both. Seoul Gangrim called after her. Apostle Anavi. Wait. His internal monologue was screaming. Damn it, being alone with him is the last thing I want. Every time I look at him, I'm forced to confront the weight of my own sins. A hideous, spectral face flickered in his peripheral vision. Then it dissolved into the cold air like smoke. Kid, it's only a matter of time before you join us on this side. Seoul Gangrim. A heavy hand dropped onto Seoul Gangrim's shoulder, startling him. Do-hyun and Gangrim stood locked in a tense, silent standoff that felt like an eternity. Gangrim thought, I have absolutely nothing to say to this guy. He couldn't stand the tension. Hey, he muttered, shaking the hand off. What do you want now? He braced for another insult, but instead, Do-hyun erupted with a desperate roar. You need to walk away from hunting. Quit right now. How much more filth are you going to stack on your soul? You saw that man. You can't honestly want to end up like that. Seoul Gangrim let out a long, weary breath. Since when did you start playing the part of my guardian angel? You've spent years treating me like dirt, worse than a stranger, and now you're suddenly losing sleep over me? You despise me. Do-hyun lunged forward, grabbing his collar in a fit of rage. Yes, I hate your guts. How could I not? Tell me. You were born with everything I lacked, and then you stole my mother's affection right out from under me. I loathe you even as I stand here. His grip slowly loosened, his knuckles white as he released the fabric of Gangrim's shirt. But even so, that doesn't mean I want to watch you turn into some mindless freak. He gnashed his teeth in helpless frustration, thick tears finally spilling over and tracking down his cheeks. Seoul Gangrim looked away, unable to meet the raw vulnerability in his brother's eyes. He whispered back, What kind of monster do you think I am to believe I'd want that for myself? Would you like me to show you the moment they finally step through the exit and face the agency's debriefing? So you're saying you actually care if I live or die? Do-hyun's silence was his confirmation. That's what I thought. Now, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to reveal. You're going to tell me. I've seen what's coming. I know the future. At those words, Kang Do-hyun froze, his tears drying instantly in the face of such a weight. Anavi Cheja checked her tablet. Confirmed. We've pulled 24 survivors out of that hellhole. Meanwhile, Do-hyun turned back to Gangrim. How did you get out here anyway? Did you drive yourself? Just hold on a second. Let the agency process these people first. We need a private place to finish this conversation. The two of them eventually reached a familiar doorstep. Back at the house, Seol Gangrim stood for a moment, bathed in the orange glow of the sunset, until Do-hyun prodded him. What are you staring at? Get inside. With a heavy sigh, he followed him into the entryway. Memories of his childhood home rushed back. Gangrim was so lost in the nostalgia that he was barely aware of his surroundings. Do-hyun walked ahead into the living room. Over here. I suppose he didn't bother asking about Mother. But since he claimed to have already seen the end of her story, do you actually know the details of how she died? Seol Gangrim nodded, his voice a low whisper. She took her own life. By fire. The memory made Do-hyun's eyes burn with fresh, stinging tears. Do you understand the why behind it? No. That part remains a mystery. Do-hyun pulled a specialized charm from his pocket and pressed it against the doorframe. Instantly, a shimmering veil of energy cast a protective barrier over the entire house. Seol Gangrim watched the advanced spell work in silent admiration. Kang Do-hyun spoke softly, his voice trembling. She told me she saw a vision of a future, one just like yours. A gifted priest who could pierce the veil of time. Without witnessing the past, the present, and the days yet to come. She called it her final duty. The ultimate sacrifice to ensure her child had the best possible chance at life. She believed there was a hidden grace within the fates we were dealt. Do-hyun's mind flashed back to a younger version of himself, holding a crumpled note. He stared ahead, his face a mask of pure horror. The house was a roaring inferno. Neighbors tried to hold him back, to offer hollow comfort, but he just collapsed into the dirt. How? How could a mother burning to death ever be the best path for her son? I spent years refusing to accept a single word of that letter she left behind. I was ignorant, powerless, and I couldn't do a damn thing to save her. I made a vow. I will never be that helpless again. So lay it out for me. What did you see? What happens next? I know what's coming. The future? What exactly did you see? 5 years from this moment, I will be murdered. Wait, I thought those visions had stopped years ago. Mother performed that ritual specifically to lock away your divine sight, didn't she? She did. But lately I've been drifting dangerously close to the boundary. The threads of fate have started pulling at me again, showing me flashes of what was and what will be. Do-hyun gripped his brother's shoulders, his face pale. You've touched the boundary? How deep did you go? How much time do you have left? I'm honestly not sure, but I know one thing for certain. I can't break this cycle of destiny on my own. I need your help. Do-hyun stammered, his confidence wavering. Me? What am I supposed to do? You know more about the boundary and karma than I do. You should be consulting your god. I have never, and will never, host a god. You haven't? But why? Have you really forgotten? A god is the thing that slaughtered our parents. I don't care how benevolent they claim to be. I don't trust them, and I never will. As long as we're in here, your deity can't hear a word we say, right? Do-hyun confirmed, right? This talisman completely severs us from any outside spiritual eavesdropping. Gongrim nodded. Then I'm going to tell you everything. He began to recount the timeline of his previous life, from his lonely childhood to his grueling years as an apprentice. You mean you're never free from it? Then there's only one choice. I'm joining the Flying Tigers with you. That's all right. Let's do it. And so they began their journey together back into the ranks of the Flying Tigers. Would you like me to describe the first mission the two brothers undertake together as official partners? The story concludes with the tragic fate of Baek Eong within the demon realm. Seol Gangrim lowered his gaze, his voice heavy. That place became a graveyard for everyone I knew. Kang Do-hyun's breath hitched. What? The entire strike force was annihilated? This is far more than just some high-stakes game. Gangrim whispered. She made a pact. Everyone lives if I surrender my life. So he's up. Even if things turn south, my death will put an end to the cycle. Do-hyun felt a surge of indignation at those words. But you're still in the dark about why she's hunting you? I have no idea. That's exactly why I need to track her down. And how do you plan on catching a shadow? All you have is a name and a face. Yet, she possesses the rank of a primordial god. Her destiny is at the level of a primordial god? Are you for real? Doesn't that strike you as bizarre? Someone with that much raw power should be a household name. Yet she's a ghost. Do you have any leads on her true identity? I've narrowed it down to a few candidates. One of the primary suspects is the director of the Fate Protection Agency. At least, that's my strongest lead, Do-hyun mused silently. The director is a total enigma. No one knows their face. It's a closed circle. Only the top-tier team leaders ever get an audience. Wait, are you seriously asking me to spy on the director? Look, I'm not exactly a high-flying executive. How am I supposed to bypass that level of security? Gongrim sighed. Forget I asked. I suppose it's beyond your reach. If you can't help, I'll just have to dig up the truth myself. What's your move then? Or are you just getting cold feet? If you're still in, at least burn Becky Young's face into your memory. He slid over a photo he developed using a memory projector. You certainly got some balls. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm only putting myself out there because I actually feel for you. He squinted at the image. Hold on, he muttered. I've crossed paths with this woman before. Gangrim leaned in, his interest piqued. You have? Where? Who is she? He struggled to explain. I don't know her name, but she radiated this unsettling, chilling aura. It was so distinct that I remember her passing by me a while back. Gangrim pressed him. When? Where? Was it inside the agency headquarters? Wait, it's coming back to me. A few days before Mother's life ended, I spotted her lurking near our home. What? Gangrim felt a wave of pure, icy terror wash over him. Hold on. There were always too many loose ends regarding Mother's passing. The strange wording of her note, the way she torched the house. Gangrim's body began to shudder uncontrollably. Could it be? Was it Becky Young all along? Who was the one who pulled the trigger? My companions, my blood relatives, my own parents. That woman who hunted me down, stripped everything away from me. She did it right in front of me while I lay there, helpless and unconscious. Every loss traces back to her. His hands were stained with phantom blood, trembling with a mix of grief and rage. He balled his hands into fists, his resolve hardening into steel. I will hunt you down, and I will make you pay for everything. A lively shout broke the tension. All right, everyone, step inside. The group looked around in awe. Is this really our new sect headquarters? Having a home base makes us feel like the real deal, doesn't it? Gangrim let out a quiet sigh. Life was finally finding some semblance of order. Are you planning to make this your home too? Why do you always keep us at arm's length? He rubbed the back of his neck, looking away. Well, the truth is, you're cursed to everyone who gets close to you. It happened in the past, and history is just repeating itself. So just give in to me. How many more friends are you going to lead to the slaughterhouse? No, that's not true. Do you really think they'd want to stay? Brother, why did you let this happen to me? This is your burden. Listen to them. They're blaming you. No, they wouldn't. We think you're incredible. No matter what the future holds, we've got your back. Seol Gangrim felt a flare of sudden anger. Don't you ever say things like that to me again. Would you like me to describe the specific clues Seol Gangrim finds when he begins his secret investigation into the agency's director? I won't be manipulated by your empty promises or these parlor tricks. Do you truly believe this is nothing more than a fleeting hallucination? A haunting, taunting voice filled the air. This is your inescapable path. Embrace your divinity. Surrender to the divine spark within you, Seol Gangrim. Give in to the destiny that has been written for you. With blood streaking his face, Seol Gangrim whispered, I've already rewritten my fate once, and I'll tear it up again. At precisely 4:40 a.m., Seol Gangrim snapped awake, bolt upright in bed. A lavish spread of steaming, fragrant food was waiting on the table. Seol Gangrim eyed the feast, which looked heavy enough to snap the wood. Aren't you worried the table will collapse? Duyum shujijit, Hilox. It's just a light breakfast. Moving on, what's the plan for your sect? Are you still set on the flying tigers, like in those visions of yours? I'm still weighing my options. Listen, a hunter with your talent is going to get barraged with recruitment offers. Don't sign a single paper without letting me vet it first. I don't want you getting brainwashed by some fanatic cult. Seol Gangrim let out a weary sigh. I'm not a kid. Du Hyun continued, true, but I'm the expert here. Besides, I doubt your future sight is an unlimited resource. Take the Azura sect, for instance. The Azura sect, the group Yunbom defected to in the original timeline. Seol Gangrim thought. Is he actually suggesting I join them? They were the Flying Tiger's biggest rivals. It might be safer for everyone if I'm among enemies. He crossed his arms, looking stern. That sect is incredibly shady. Stay as far away from them as possible. You weren't actually considering them, were you? Seriously, some of these groups are just scams. Don't go jumping into a contract without a second thought, all right? Deep within the heart of a gleaming skyscraper, Seol Gangrim waited in the lobby. What was Shin Sua's room number again? While he was checking his messages, a system notification chimed. Incredible work yesterday. We saved so many people thanks to you. I'm sending a little something to keep our bridge open. Consider it a token of my offer. I'm eagerly looking forward to a yes from you. He wondered aloud, what kind of gift is this? Item received. Fragment of the unknown. He pulled a glowing scroll from his inventory. Soul Gongrim Smithgit. She certainly knows the way to a hunter's heart. Nothing beats a new skill when you're looking for a power boost. I'm not joining her team, but I'll take the loot. In his head, I wish Captain Gongju and the other big sects would be this generous. Yunbom hurried out with a bright smile. Master, you're finally here? Soul Gongrim nodded. Sorry for keeping you waiting while I handle things. What's the word on the street? I've been compiling dossiers on the major players. A few sects have already locked down their territories. It's been months since the awakening, after all. He tilted his head. Which banner are you leaning toward? I haven't decided. But if you or SUA start your own guild, I'm in on day one. Just have a little patience. I'm sure Shin SUA is already drafting the blueprint for that. Shin SUA greeted him with high energy. Gongrim, you're trending. The whole internet is losing it. Over me? Yeah, someone posted the details of that Demon Realm raid. The girl beamed. Want to see? I bookmarked the thread. She passed him the phone. Breaking. Miraculous rescue in Demon Realm 2. Victims trapped for years due to time dilation saved. A mysterious awakened purified the curse and slipped away. Who is the phantom hero? Seol Gangrim. I'm a little hurt you went solo without us, but since you saved so many lives, I'll let it slide, this time. The crowd was buzzing. Isn't that the guy Dr. June was raving about? Wait, what did he say? Look at this clip. What? What did Dr. June say about you? Episode 13 guest, The Prophet. From a million-selling webtoon creator to a god-tier high priest, the ultimate awakening story. The two of them leaned in to watch the video playback. Our guest today is a literary icon known for his mastery of the regression genre. A writer? That's right, the mind behind the hits, Dr. Go June. He dominated the charts with his time-traveling series, pulling in millions of readers. He's since awakened as a top-tier ranker and founded his own sect. His stats are off the charts. But since he's here in his capacity as a priest, let's dive into that. Also, we're giving away 10 signed novels to the top commenters. Gladly. First off, do you have to be an S rank to get an invite to the Wonders sect? Dr. June offered a knowing smile. I'm looking for a spark that numbers can't measure. I want someone who has the soul of a true protagonist. Shinsua looked skeptical. He hasn't changed a bit. I wonder who fits his main character criteria. Someone like Seol Gangrim. Maybe? Rank is irrelevant. Ah, here it is, the part where he mentions me. On the screen. Are you talking about the trainee who swept the top honors this year? Precisely. He's the lead of this story, despite being stuck at insect rank. He's only an insect rank? Dr. June waved at the camera with a playful wink. He might even be watching. To Seol Gangrim, my dear friend, I'm coming to find you very soon. Wait for me, my brother. The two stood there completely floored. Would you like me to describe what happens when the eccentric Dr. June actually shows up at Seol Gangrim's door? A heavy, stunned silence hung between them for several beats. I've seen the headlines. I'm heading your way as we speak. SUA's brow furrowed as she leaned in, while Yunbaum's temper visibly flared. Are you seriously considering the Wonder Sect? You didn't mention being in contact with that guy. Is this another call from him? Not a chance. Then who's on the line? No idea. It's an unrecognized number. SUA's face turned stony as her gaze locked onto the vibrating phone. She reached out, her hand hovering over his. Don't pick that up. Ignore the call. He looked at her, confused. Do you recognize this number? Gion must be here. Sua. The shadowy omen of death surrounding Shin SUA's destiny grew darker and more suffocating. Are you alright? Why do they have to show up at this exact moment? The two of them stared, their pupils constricting in a moment of pure shock. Who's there? A melodic, syrupy voice drifted into the room. I appreciate you letting me in. I am Shin Saare, the leader of the Azura sect. Yunbaum tilted her head. The Azura sect? What business do you have here? Shin SUA stepped forward, placing herself between them like a shield. State your purpose. How did you track down my private residence? I never gave you my location. And how did you manage to get Seol Gangrim's personal contact info? SUA's composure finally snapped. Answer me, sister. The woman drifted closer, her expression one of pained vulnerability. Sua. She reached out. SUA, please. I apologize for dropping in uninvited, but SUA's tone was razor-sharp and freezing. I want answers, not apologies. Very well. The woman sighed. I found this place by tracking Gangrim, and I pulled his records from the Fate Protection Agency. But SUA, I'm doing this out of genuine concern for you. I've heard the reports from the agency. Why have you been ghosting the family all this time? She leaned forward, burying her face against SUA's shoulder. She began to sob, especially after losing your arm like this. It's heartbreaking. Please come home. Everyone is worried sick about your well-being. We'll spare no expense to find a way to fix your arm, okay? Shin SUA shoved her back with surprising force. Get your hands off me. The woman stumbled back, losing her balance and hitting the floor. SUA stood trembling, her eyes flashing with a mix of trauma and resentment. Yunbaum rushed over. Are you okay? She helped Shin Saare back to her feet. Are you hurt? The woman ignored the pain and continued her desperate appeal. I know you despise the very sight of me. But just this once, I'm begging you to listen. Dad is in a bad way. His condition is critical. Yunbaum bit her lip, glancing back and forth between the two sisters. SUA's voice was as cold as a tombstone. Is it the end of your script? The woman finally confessed, "Truthfully, I came to recruit Seol Gangrim." SUA countered, "Forget it. Gangrim and I are starting our own sect together." With that final word, she turned her back on them. Yembom called out, "SUA, wait." But SUA remained eerily calm. "Gum, I'm sorry. But could you escort my sister to the lobby? I'm sure her entourage is waiting. Don't go past the hotel entrance." And Gangrim, "But can we have a moment alone?" Seol Gangrim watched the exchange, feeling like an intruder in a family tragedy. Once the others left, they sat down. He broke the silence. "This is about the Azure sect, isn't it?" Shin Sua looked down, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I'm sorry for lying about us already being a team. Is the Azure sect a group you're considering?" He paused, thinking. "They're certainly a powerhouse. They have the funding and a tight-knit reputation. But I heard something back at the clinic, that you were planning to build a guild of people you actually trust. That's what real hunters do. So, why don't we actually do it? Let's build our own sect. I'll keep pitching the idea until you finally say yes, even if you shoot me down 100 times." Gangrim raised his hands in a defensive gesture. "I have zero intention of joining Azura." A wave of visible relief washed over Shin Sua's face. "That is such a weight off my mind. Is that all? No more secrets?" "Well, not exactly. Actually, there's something very specific I need to ask of you. Would you like me to show you the specific mission or request Shin Sua has in mind for Seol Gangrim?" "A karaoke lounge in basement level 1, Gangrim?" Seol Gangrim asked, his brow furrowing. "Is this really the spot you chose for a family reunion?" They pushed open the heavy door to the suite. "Seems so. This is the exact location my sister pinned for me." Inside, the bass was thumping and a group of rowdy men were in the middle of a wild party. Shin Sara stood center stage with a microphone. "Oh, look who made it. Welcome." She gestured for them to enter. "The rest of you clear out. Now." "Understood, boss." She then swung the mic towards Seol Gangrim. "How about it, Gangrim? Care to grace us with a song?" He dismissed the offer with a wave. "This environment isn't exactly conducive to a serious talk." "Really? I think it's perfect. It's quiet, private, and totally secure." Shin Sua snapped, her patience at its limit. "What is this pathetic game you're playing? Just give me the name of the hospital where Dad is." "Ah, that. The whole hospital story? I made it up. I figured it was the only leverage I had to actually get you in a room with me." "Hey, don't walk away. I am sorry. All right. I genuinely just wanted a chance to speak with you." She immediately pivoted to her sales pitch. "Come on, Seol Gangrim. Signed with the Azura sect. We have everything a hunter like you could ever want." "You mean everything a street gang wants?" Gangrim headed straight for the exit. "I have zero interest in becoming a glorified henchman." "Sua, hold on. The Azura energy signature has been detected." "Fine, if she won't listen, maybe I can borrow Seol Gangrim for a bit." "What? You're Sua's close friend, aren't you?" "In that case. But I'm betting you wouldn't dream of hurting your best friend's sister, right?" With a smirk, she kicked the door shut. "Boys, why don't you help my little sister settle her nerves?" "Get off me. Let me go." "Relax, Sua. They know our bloodline. They won't leave a mark." He shouted, his voice echoing. "Cut the power usage. Those people are innocent civilians, not your playthings." Shin Sara's voice remained unervingly sweet. "My, you're sharp. How did you guess I was going to force Sua's hand by making her look like the villain? She'll be ready to join us shortly. Just be patient," she cooed. "Did you honestly think you could just walk out on me?" Seol Gangrim let out a weary sigh. "Let me guess. You're planning to coerce me into joining too." She flushed, her eyes sparkling with manic energy. "Spot on. I even prepared a welcoming gift just for you." She produced a small key with a flourish. "I promise you, this is something you'll cherish. In fact, you'll be the one begging to join the Azura sect once you see it, Gangrim. And if I still refuse, can I go?" "Naturally, though I doubt that will be necessary." "Now, where did I hide it?" she mused playfully. "Ah, it's tucked inside the very seat you were using." Seol Gangrim felt a chill. Something is very wrong here. This woman is pure chaos. Her aura is the perfect poison to Sua's energy. I need to find an opening and move. Suddenly, he stopped dead, his heart skipping a beat. With trembling fingers, he pried open the hidden compartment. "What the hell is this?" he hissed. Shin Sara looked like she'd already won. "I did my homework on your unique talents and brought you a little fuel. That man, his specific gift is quite the prize, wouldn't you agree?" She draped a hand over his shoulder in a slow, provocative motion. "Well, do we have a deal?" Seol Gangrim let a cold, dark smile spread across his face. "Are you actually suggesting I execute this person to harvest their strength?" Shin Sara was practically glowing. "Bingo. That power is a rare piece of the cosmic puzzle. Deep down, you're cut from the same cloth as us, aren't you? Aren't you tired of playing the saint?" "I know the truth. Seol Gangrim has already tasted blood to gain his power. The world is terrified of what you are, but here in Azura, nobody is going to judge you. Become one of us, and you'll have all the freedom in the world to unleash that darkness. So, take the prize and join the family, Gangrim. See old Gangrim roughly brush her hand away. You're incredibly tedious. Is this the same garbage you used to break Shin Sua? Sada binget in gonfusin. Excuse me? You're turning down my gift. He barked back. Would you like me to reveal the contents of the box that Seol Gangrim found so disturbing? I don't consider human lives to be disposable gifts. I have absolutely nothing more to say to you. Gangrim, are you okay? Shin Sua asked, her voice trembling. I'm Fina. Let's get out of this place. Shin Sare's voice boomed from the speakers. Oh, I went through so much trouble to wrap that gift. I guess I'll just have to destroy it. She slammed her palm onto the container. Sua is the only one I really need, anyway. She ripped the seal off. A brilliant sapphire light flooded the room. A teleportation relic? Shinsua realized. Watch out. Sua, you aren't going anywhere. Did you two honestly think I'd just let you walk out the front door? Seol Gangrim noted. These men are just ordinary civilians. They sneered at him. Exactly. So you won't dare use your powers or any lethal gear. Take them. Don't hold back. Crush them. Shin Sua whispered nervously, be careful, Gangrim. He replied calmly, don't worry. I promised I wouldn't kill them. With those words, he plunged into the fray. She stood there, stunned. Wait, that's not the point. Seol Gangrim neutralized them effortlessly, moving like a blur through the crowd. One thug roared in a blind rage. Forget him. Focus everything on Shin Sua? I've had enough of this. Shinsua screamed. To you people, I'm not just some little sister named Sua anymore. And I'm certainly not weak enough to be cornered like this. A voice drifted down from the ceiling. That's a lie, Sua. Shin Sua looked up, teeth clenched. Are you still playing voyeur? Shin Sare replied playfully, of course, Sua. Your big sister is watching over you. So, show the world who you really are. You carry the soul of a predator, someone who lives for the thrill of the kill, right? As you keep fighting, that your true nature will finally wake up. In the depths of her heart, she cried out, no, this isn't what I want. I don't want to hurt anyone. But was that the whole truth? Wasn't there a spark of adrenaline? Skill activation, bloodlust. Seol Gangrim stepped in, firmly pulling her back. Shin Sua, snap out of it. Her eyes were a hazy crimson with fury. Let go of me. It's over. Look around. Seol Gangrim's steady voice acted like a bucket of ice water, snapping her back to reality. You don't actually want to hurt these people, do you? What? What was I about to do? Relax. No one was seriously harmed. Shin Sare's voice thundered again. What do you think you're doing, intruder? Don't interfere with my sister's awakening. Her fate is, Seol Gangrim muttered, Shin Sua's destiny. That gives her a natural talent for violence. She also has a spiritual bond with bladed weapons. Sin Sada Gontin, Fesili. You're clever. Sua was born to be a legendary criminal. It is written in the stars. Shin Sua felt a wave of bitter resentment as tears tracked down her face. Seol Gangrim spoke up, no. Many world-class surgeons share that exact same destiny. Every gift has a dual nature. The path she walks is a choice that belongs solely to Shin Sua. So stop trying to drag her into your own twisted vision. We're leaving. Don't you dare walk away. Shinsua, come back here. Shin Sare shrieked in a fit of rage. Shin Sua looked at him in wonder. That was the first time anyone has ever looked at me that way. Seol Gangrim replied. I was just stating a fact. Even so, no one has ever told me that before. Everyone has always insisted that I was made for war, that I'm the heir to the Azura sect, and I should just stop fighting it. But I refuse to live my life as a weapon. You don't want to be a slave to your destiny either, do you? He nodded slowly. I have no intention of letting fate dictate my life, either. She gave him a soft, genuine smile. Thank you. I'm truly glad you were the one standing by me today. Seol Gangrim's cheeks flushed with a hint of bashfulness. It's really not as heroic as you're making it sound. Suddenly, the phone in Shin Sua's grip began to buzz relentlessly. Gangrim, Sua, the great demon realm is scheduled to manifest in exactly 1 week. Shin Sare let a playful, cunning smirk dance across her lips. The sentries barked in unison. Welcome back, ma'am. She glided past them with a deceptively warm aura. Good work, she murmured, lightly tapping a guard on the shoulder. You're the new recruit, aren't you? I'm expecting great things from you. I won't let you down, boss. Joining the Azura sect was the best move you ever made. The boss actually seems like a sweetheart. Her stiletto heels clicked sharply against the floor as she picked up her pace. Suddenly, her expression turned cold as ice. Managers in my office. Now, I trust you all grasp the gravity of me returning without my sister today. The bodyguards were forced to the ground, trembling under her mounting pressure. Crystal clear, ma'am. So, which one of you geniuses suggested we hide behind civilians to try and blackmail them? One man stammered, his voice shaking. That was my idea, ma'am. And who was responsible for the background check on Seoul Gangrim? I handled that, ma'am. She drove the sharp point of her heel down onto the man's head without hesitation. Your incompetence is the reason I failed today. Shin Sare emphasized every syllable, her plan to reclaim Su slipping through her fingers as she gripped her hair in fury. The awakened ones, but those who were former elite trainees, are clearly on a completely different level of talent, especially a prodigy like him, who graduated at the very top of his class. The Fate Protection Agency operates 5 primary training hubs, correct? Yes, ma'am. The Seoul headquarters, plus Guangdong, Hoseo, Honam, and Yongnam. Then every single branch has a top-ranked student. All of you get up off the floor. We need a weapon capable of neutralizing Seoul Gangrim. Recruit every one of those top graduates into the Azure sect. No exceptions. Understood, Mom. Meanwhile, at the skyscraper, an excited shout echoed through the room. Got it. Gangrim shared his new strategy with a grin. If we execute this plan, we can tear through the demon realm with ease. Yenbom looked at him, puzzled. How do you come up with this stuff? He rubbed his neck sheepishly. I just happened to catch a glimpse of the path ahead through Fate's guidance. You're a cheat code. If we know the trick, we'll be the first to clear it, right? No, we have to be the first. The divine whispers were clear. That once a demon realm is conquered, it vanishes. After a set time, a fresh one spawns in that same location. Yunbom tilted her head. So what happens if we're not the first team to clear it? Shin Sua answered. Then we lose our shot forever. Entry is strictly limited to a handful of people. But the reward for the first clear will be unlike anything the world has ever seen. On basement level 6, the elevator doors hissed open. Yunbom scanned the area. It's going to be a total madhouse in there, isn't it? 2 people in the corner were whispering. It's a bummer Chai Johan couldn't make it. He got bogged down with other assignments. The sound of 100 competing voices filled the massive hall. As Seoul Gangrim entered, a hush fell over the crowd, followed by frantic whispering. Someone hissed, Is that really Seoul Gangrim? That's the top dog from Seoul, right? Is he actually the real deal? I heard he's just an insect rank, but apparently he pulled off that miracle rescue with the apostles. Su nudged him playfully. Look at you, a regular celebrity. Is that what this is? I heard he's a cold-blooded killer. The girl's tempers flared at the insult. Who said that? Say it to our faces. Seoul Gangrim held up a hand. Let it go. It's not worth it. But they're lying about don't burn your energy on petty gossip. Our only focus is the raid. Everything else is noise. Shin Sua addressed the team. Everyone has the gear I listed yesterday, right? Seoul Gangrim blinked. Wait, is that Dr. June? He seemed to be heading straight for them. Dr. Yun beamed. Gangrim, it's been ages. How have you been holding up? Sua stepped in front of Gangrim like a shield. He's still not joining the Wonders sect. Dr. Yun ignored her. So, did you catch my interview? Would you like me to describe the awkward confrontation between Shin Sua and Dr. June as they both try to claim Seoul Gangrim for their respective teams? Rather than rejecting me outright, why not take a moment to hear about the signing bonus I prepared? Seoul Gangrim tensed up immediately. A gift? What's he playing at? I hope it's not another twisted offering like the one from that woman. Please tell me he isn't that unhinged. Dr. Go Jun continued with a warm, salesman-like smile. I've secured a prime building in Gangnam for my favorite protagonist. It's a mere 25-minute stroll from Gary and right next to the subway. Sign with my sect, and the deed is yours. Seoul Gangrim's face flushed with disbelief. A whole building? Seoul Gangrim, think about it. He held up a hand. I told you, I'm not signing. Furthermore, I have zero interest in coordinating our efforts during this upcoming raid. Dr. June's cheerfulness didn't waver for a second. We really are on the same wavelength. I've already drafted my own specialized agenda. Agenda? What are you planning? Rest easy. I have no intention of meddling with the Regressor's big raid. I plan to focus on something far more impactful than the mission itself. I'm certain you'll handle the objective just fine. There he goes again with that regressor nonsense, Gangrim thought. Dr. June turned to depart, waving over his shoulder. I'll be watching your performance. Don't let me down, Seoul Gangrim. What on earth was he rambling about? Just his usual delusions. Ignore him. As he watched Dr. June vanish into the crowd, a knot of anxiety formed in Seoul Gangrim's stomach. I don't like the look in his eyes. But hopefully, he won't be a distraction while we're inside the rift. A booming announcement echoed through the assembly at the gate. The threshold to the great demon realm is about to open. Don't sweat it. We can conquer any rift as long as we got each other's backs. Exactly. We just need to maintain formation. Final call. Prepare for transit. Wait. Since when can you hover? The gateway flared into life. The portal tore open, revealing a swirling, infinite abyss. The gravitational pull became a vacuum, dragging every hunter into the void. System, you have successfully entered the Great Demon Realm. Wait, what's happening? Gangrim performed a perfect tuck-and-roll landing. Solid. Now, I need to locate the others and initiate Phase 1. He scanned the horizon. A nearby hunter began to grouse irritably. Is this the Great Demon Realm? The air feels like lead. I can't breathe. Why is it so empty? Where's the rest of the unit? Seriously, where did everyone go? Seol Gangrim sighed, feeling the weight of his usual misfortune. Typical. My luck is as rotten as ever. I've been isolated. He thought to himself, I landed solo? Why are there only 2 other signatures nearby? I need to relocate before I'm spotted by a hostile group. The system interface flickered, activating Special Zone, Solitary Peerless Ground. He analyzed the situation. I didn't count on falling in alone, but I remember from the archives that the team is likely partitioned into 3 distinct sectors. Drawing on his memories of the previous timeline, he thought, to collapse this realm, we have to synchronize the core magic circles in each zone. I walked the team through the synchronization process just yesterday. He moved like a shadow past the panicked hunters, thinking, panicking won't save them. They should be regrouping. Where's the boss? How are we the only ones here? Seol Gangrim stood in the shadows of a crumbling pillar, his eyes cold and calculating as he assessed the area. He reached up and tapped his earlobe to engage the comms link. Seol Gangrim whispered into the device, comms check. Team A, Team B, do you copy? He checked the status. Report your current pairings and positions. Shin Sua's voice crackled through. This is Sua. I've regrouped with Kong Taehan and Lenny. Yun Jian chimed in next. I'm paired up with BOM and John. Yun Bom's voice snapped with annoyance. Of all people, I'm stuck with you? Jian fired back. Believe me, the feeling is mutual. Seol Gangrim interrupted them. Pipe down, both of you. These aren't military grade. They don't have auto-leveling for shouting. Item, private communication earrings. Tier, common human. Encrypted short-range audio link for Demon Realm expeditions. Jian and Bomb replied simultaneously. Sorry. My bad, boss. Seol Gangrim let out a breath of relief. Looking at the split, it's actually a solid balance. I'm deciding if I should call one of the spirits to my side. Kong Taehan asked, hold on. Are you saying you're completely solo? Shin Sua added, isn't that suicide? Sua wasn't comfortable with the risk yet. Jian's voice cut in, master. Can't you recall one of the beasts to serve as your vanguard? BOM agreed, take John with you. Being a lone wolf is too risky. The twins can manage with long-range cover. It's fine. Shin Sua asked with genuine concern. Are you absolutely sure you can hold your own out there? Seol Gangrim replied with chilling confidence. If the situation gets desperate, I'll summon a spirit beast. Until then, stay focused on your zones. The team responded in unison, understood. Stay safe. Seol Gangrim began his solitary march toward the Dark Palace. He nudged the door open and whispered, sticking to the plan. Comms out until the first core is reached. Copy that. Seol Gangrim tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. I'm not the same man who failed in the last life. He put his shoulder to the massive, ornate doors and pushed them wide. System, the first Great Demon Realm conquest has officially commenced. Would you like me to describe the first wave of demonic guardians Seol Gangrim encounters inside the palace? Seol Gangrim mused. I've already mapped out the victory conditions for these realms. A system notification materialized. Objective, execute the Great Demon Realm Lord. Time limit, infinite. He tightened his grip, thinking, finally, our long overdue meeting. A faint, determined smirk played on his lips. Solo or not, it makes no difference to the outcome. He strode into the depths with an air of absolute certainty, unaware that Song Egel was tracking his every move from the shadows. Song Egel began a cold mental calculation. Perfect. He's isolated himself. This is the opening I needed. With eyes gleaming with malice, Song Egel whispered, Seol Gangrim, consider me your judge, jury, and executioner. Venturing deeper, Seol Gangrim found his path blocked by a ravenous pride of Stone Dragon Kings. Bestiary data, Stone Dragon King. Rank, low-tier human. Massive reptilian predators that have adapted to this harsh terrain. They are pack hunters and exceptionally territorial. The Stone Dragon Kings bared their serrated teeth, hissing in unison before lunging at him with predatory speed. Seol Gangrim remained unfazed, his gaze scanning the incoming threat with surgical precision. He unsheathed his blade, his fingers locking onto the hilt with practiced ease. He became a blur of steel, carving through the reptilian horde. The vanguard is usually just fodder, he noted silently. He finished the final beast and landed with feline grace. I need to punch through this floor before the real trouble starts. Gangrim stood amidst a mountain of lizard carcasses, the ground stained with their dark essence. He retrieved a spiritual recovery pill, his expression darkening. The atmosphere here is getting heavier by the second. Recalling the mechanics of the rift, he thought, the seal won't budge without the master key. I have to find it to trigger the formation. He glanced back at the carnage. If I leave a trail like this, I'm practically inviting an ambush. This blood trail is a roadmap for whoever is following me. Being solo makes the stealth phase nearly impossible. He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing as he brainstormed. Should I resort to that specific technique? From his hiding spot, Song Ejel wondered, what kind of trick is he planning now? He watched in confusion as Gangrim began dragging the monster remains into a pile. What use could he possibly have for those rotting carcasses? Song Ejel's suspicion grew. He definitely knows he's being followed. As more stone dragon kings swarmed the area, Song Ejel observed, the entire nest is closing in on his position. A sharp realization hit him. Is he using the monster horde as a biological shield to intercept anyone trying to close the distance? Song Ejel flashed back to the rumors. A killer who harvests the destinies of his victims. I thought he was just a hunter, but he's far more devious than I imagined. Fury boiled in his chest. Soul Gongrim, you monster. Song Ejel drew his sword, stepping into the light. I'm putting an end to your bloodlust, right here. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim severed a limb from one of the fallen lizards. I need a fresh biological sample for the catalyst. He inspected the specimen through his specialized lens. It's a bit damaged, but it'll have to do. He looked toward the horizon where the main swarm was beginning to surge like a living tide. He quickly harvested a patch of scaly hide. No more time for precision. They're right on top of me. The system interface flickered, initiating skill, Thiefrat. His eyes ignited with a sharp, golden light. Seol Gangrim watched his skin ripple and harden as the transformation took hold. His silhouette shifted until he was the spitting image of a stone dragon king. Infiltration mode successful, he thought. He mimicked their guttural vocalizations. I am kin. One of the pack. The nearby lizards tilted their heads, responding, kin? He smirked beneath his scales. They've accepted me. Look at that one. He's a bit clumsy, but he's buying the act. Seol Gangrim reflected. Captain Seol Moon's parting gift is turning out to be a total game changer. A versatile item that bridges the gap between classes. The system prompted. Mystery fragment detected. Input desired skill for imprint. Imprinting skill, Thiefrat. Skill profile, Thiefrat. Rank, low-tier human. Permits the user to mimic the appearance of any creature after consuming its essence. Duration is proportional to the sample quality. Gangrim thought, this is a top-tier disguise skill. I have to reach the core before the illusion shatters. Suddenly, Song Ejel rounded the corner, gasping, what the hell? Where's he? Gangrim slipped away into the shadows of the pack, thinking, they're breathing down my neck already. I need to lose them and find the source fast. He reached the edge of a jagged precipice and peered into the valley below. There, amidst a sea of scales, was the Patriarch barking orders. Target spotted. He locked his focus on the massive alpha. He noted a curious detail. A monkey clutching the master key. How strange. A data card popped up. Name, Stone Dragon King Patriarch. Rank, 3rd class Spectre. A divine lizard lord that commands its tribe through ancient sorcery and brute strength. The horde below erupted in a deafening war cry. Blending in perfectly, Seol Gangrim let out a roar that shook the air. The sudden outburst caused the entire pack to stop and turn in his direction. The Patriarch narrowed its ancient, slitted eyes, fixing a suspicious gaze directly on the transformed Gangrim. Would you like me to describe the intense showdown between the disguised Seol Gangrim and the Patriarch as he tries to steal the key? The Stone Dragon King Patriarch's gaze ignited with a piercing, predatory light. The Patriarch shrieked a command for his reptilian swarm to execute the intruder. Gangrim discarded his disguise, reverting to human form as he unsheathed his blade. He grumbled under his breath, so, my little masquerade didn't fool you for a second, did it? Credit where it's due. You got the instincts of a true sovereign. The Stone Dragon King Patriarch thrust his scepter skyward, signaling a full-scale blitz. In an instant, Gangrim was swallowed by a sea of scales and snapping jaws. Seol Gangrim adjusted his stance with icy focus and whispered, activating wide-range suppression skill. He carved a path through the monsters, noting, this ability is proving to be a serious asset. The analysis window flashed. Stone Dragon King. Rank, human tier, low. Status, toxic mutation. Seol Gangrim let a sharp scoff. Great. Of all things, it had to be venom-based. He surged forward alone, his blade a blur. Actually, this is a perfect trial for my current limits. The beasts leaped from every shadow, extending obsidian claws to tear him apart. Gangram bisected the first wave with a single, fluid sweep. Stripped of your poison, you're nothing but oversized lizards. The remaining pack tightened the circle, closing off every possible exit. His sword became an extension of his will, systematically harvesting the monsters as they threw themselves at him in a frenzy. He deflected a spray of toxins with his steel and smirked, ignoring the faint sting where a stray droplet nipped his skin. A system notification chimed. Passive trigger. Absolute poison immunity. Gangram didn't break his stride. This venomous child's play compared to the hell Gangshol put me through. He stood as the lone survivor amidst a graveyard of fallen drakes. Seeing his army dismantled, the Stone Dragon King Patriarch beat a cowardly retreat. Gangram closed the distance in a flash, his blade at the ready. Hey, where's that kingly pride now? Running away so soon? A mocking grin touched his lips as he prepared the final strike. Your sorry excuse for a leader. He plunged his blade deep into the heart of the Stone Dragon King Patriarch. Seal Gangram took a heavy seat, his lungs burning from the exertion of the massive skirmish. He looked back at the mountain of scales and thought, all those brutal drills at the center paid off. In my last life, this place would have been my tomb. He snatched the ornate key from the Patriarch's neck, slipping it over his own as he muttered, I refuse to be the one holding the team back. Inspecting the prize, he tapped his comms link. I've secured the key. What's the situation on your end? The voice on the other side crackled. Already? We've sighted the target, but the damn thing is leading us on a wild chase. Yunbom's voice was full of disbelief. How did you solo that so fast? Yunjai muttered, I told you we should have prioritized speed over those stragglers. The girl gripped her weapon and barked into the radio. We aren't the type to abandon people to a grisly death. Seal Gangram paused, a small smile forming. He thought to himself, that's the kind of stubborn idealism I'd expect from Shin Sua. Surveying the carnage around him, he whispered, man, why were they such pushovers? They weren't weak. You've just become a monster yourself. Yonbon shote, stachik. I didn't get that. Just move to the next waypoint. Yunjin added, we'll ping you the moment our key is in hand. Gong. Rim began to calculate. At this rate, they're going to be bogged down for a while. He started wading through the shallow pools of dark monster blood. Stepping over the debris, he mused, no sense in idling. I might as well clear the path ahead while I wait. He stared into the mouth of the cavern and addressed the group. I was initially worried about this cave being a literal death trap labyrinth. But luckily, we have a seasoned training center alum in our ranks. The teammate replied, I just got lucky with a high-tier loot drop. He boasted, spotting a diamond in that bargain bin shop is a talent in itself. The girl laughed, I can't tell the trash from the treasure. Seal Gangram actually picked this out for me. He started to chuckle. Back in the Bloodsnake dungeon, we all wait. Why him? Why that butcher? He spun around, demanding, are you actually working with that guy? The girl pressed him. Why keep that a secret? He stammered, hey, we aren't buddies. We just happen to share a bunk at the center. He added quickly, besides, I think those dark rumors are mostly just talk. Unrolling a scroll, he said, exactly, he just pulled off a mass rescue. Even during our training days. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. Contact, he shrieked to the squad. Defensive positions. Healers, get to the rear now. The group looked toward the ceiling in sheer terror. A behemoth of nightmare proportions loomed over them, its shadow engulfing the room as it roared. Would you like me to describe the unique abilities of this new boss monster and how the team coordinates their first strike? What on earth is this? What the hell is happening right now? Panic erupted as the group scrambled for safety. We're going to be flattened. Move. How do we escape? Gangram tightened his grip on his hilt, standing before a jagged precipice. This has to be the final crossroads. He analyzed the terrain. Both routes lead toward the exit, but one likely harbors a clay golem. If I engage that beast, my blade will shatter. Which path is clear? System interface, heightened perception. Seal Gangram scanned the dark tunnels and paused. He let out a long breath of relief. Follow me, he commanded, bolting toward the left passage. Where's our medical support? A frantic voice responded. Our healers have been incapacitated. Seal Gangram snapped his head around, eyes scanning the chaos. He pushed forward, muttering, I should just keep my head down and focus on my own path. Damn it. Help me. Please, save me. The echoes of those pleas triggered a painful surge of memories in Gangram's mind. With a grunt of frustration, he veered off course and charged into the fray. A man huddled in the corner, clutching a mangled limb. My arm. Where are the medics? A beast lunged at his throat, and the man felt the cold shadow of death loom over him. Is this the end? He cried out in desperation. Somebody please. He wept. I never should have volunteered for this mission. Seal Gangram blurred into view, his blade carving through the air and bisecting the monsters in an instant. The survivor looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Seol Gongrim. Seol Gangrim glanced back briefly, his expression unreadable. He lunged forward again, slamming his shoulder into a monster and sending it reeling. Leaping into the air, Gangrim unleashed a devastating shockwave of pure energy. The creature disintegrated under the sheer force of Seol Gangrim's assault. The rescued hunter blinked, stunned. Wait, what? He reached out toward his savior. Did Seol Gangrim actually just save our lives? Gangrim looked over the group with a chilling, detached gaze. He stepped toward the man he'd saved. I believe I once told you to prepare your neck for the blade. The man lowered his head in shame. I thought you were a monster, but I was wrong to doubt you. Gangrim remained silent, lost in his own calculations. Suddenly, a desperate shout came from behind him. Hey, stop. Wait, Seol Gangrim. The survivor yelled with everything he had. Thank you for coming back for us. Seol Gangrim paused in his tracks. The voice continued to echo through the cavern. And I'm truly sorry for the way we treated you back at the training facility. He thought of Shin Sua's persistent kindness and sighed. Thank you for softening my heart, Sua. Picturing her smile, he muttered to the survivors. I couldn't exactly leave you all to rot, could I? Without another word, Seol Gangrim turned and walked into the darkness. System alert. The divine title Commoner Hero of Life has activated the artifact Echo of a God. A high priority, broadcast will remain active for the next 10 minutes. The interface flickered rapidly with new messages. The Commoner Hero of Life requests a formal contract with you. Seol Gangrim swiped the air dismissively. Not this again. I specifically disabled these alerts before the raid began. Communication interface. Error. Insufficient spiritual energy to suppress high-priority celestial broadcasts. Error. Insufficient spiritual energy to suppress high-priority celestial broadcasts. The system continued. The Commoner Hero of Life is impressed by your raw power and selfless coordination. The Commoner Hero of Life honors your humility in refusing rewards for your bravery. The prompt flashed. Will you accept this deity's patronage? Seol Gongrim replied flatly. No. The screen flickered. The Commoner Hero of Life notes that your allies serve his elder brother's faction. The Commoner Hero of Life is employing all his divine influence to persuade you. He hissed through gritted teeth, this persistent damn god. The prompt returned. The Commoner Hero of Life once again begs you to consider his offer. Seol Gangrim barked at the air. I said I'm not interested. Go away. The system responded. The Commoner Hero of Life is visibly shaken by your rejection. The deity has disconnected in a state of shock. System notification. The Commoner Hero of Life has terminated the link. He stood frozen for a moment, wondering, what on earth just happened? Seol Gangrim tapped his interface, whispering to himself, check connection logs. Did the other deities catch wind of this? The system interface flickered, restoring audio for all celestial channels. Seol Gangrim frowned. This is bizarre. What's going on? Maybe it's that specific god, but they already have dozens of avatars. Why force the unmute now? And who is this deity you keep mentioning anyway? Seriously? Does Seol Gangrim truly not realize which high-ranking god is stalking him? Quiet, you fool. I'm making my exit. The system interface scrolled. An unidentified deity has forcibly severed the communication line. His mind began to race. A god has me in their sights. Seol Gangrim's thoughts darkened. Is it the same one from my childhood? Accept me, boy. You've been a plague on my life since I was a kid. This is your unavoidable path. He squeezed his fists until his knuckles turned white, haunted by memories. You were the one who snatched away my friends and my parents. Is that entity still hunting me, even after everything I've lost? Seol Gangrim let out a heavy, weary sigh. He stood tall, forcing himself to find his center. Pull together. A god cannot physically strike a human. At the very least, it wasn't some miracle that killed them. Seol Gangrim paced forward, the weight of the past heavy in his stride. That god will undoubtedly send Baek Eong to track me down again. He looked at his palm. This time I just need the raw power to crush her. Then, I'll rewrite my own story. He raised a hand to block the piercing celestial glow, even if I never become a puppet for some divine being. He stepped into the clearing, the sun warming his face. He spoke to the wind as he moved. Priority 1 is finishing this raid. One way or another, I need to harvest a new skill from this great demon realm. He looked up at the endless blue horizon. A slow, confident smile touched his lips. Actually, what I'm looking for is far more valuable than the boss itself. He swiped through the system menu, muttering, they won't be bothering me again, will they? I'm silencing everything. I never thought I'd actually miss the silence after so much divine noise. The system interface chimed. The path to the Sovereign's chamber is now open. In the distance, a massive tower began to groan and shift its structure. Seal Gangrim noted, right, it's time. This realm has attracted some remarkably high-level hunters. He ran through the tactical possibilities, but regardless of their strength, they'll be hitting a brick wall against the boss unless those auxiliary devices are neutralized first. That's a guarantee. Seal Gangrim scanned the environment as he walked. I'll hunt down those mechanisms first. He came to a halt before a thicket of twisted trees. The brush was nearly impenetrable. He drew his blade in one fluid motion. I can sense the energy pulse nearby. His sword became a blur, shredding the branches to splinters. When his breath grew short and he sat to recover, he realized that clearing this entire area by hand would be an endless chore. He resumed his march toward the tower, thinking, this architecture is eerily similar to where the Blade Mountain general used to dwell. Suddenly, Gongrim post to recalibrata. Wait, this is my first time exploring this specific sector. He reached out into the empty air. A brilliant golden radiance began to throb around his fingertips. Sensing the resonance, he whispered, gotcha. Out of thin air, a shimmering golden key materialized and fell into his palm. The world around him was suddenly bathed in an intense, blinding light. Jagged stones began to rain down from the sky, crashing into the earth all around him. Seal Gangrim leaped backward, his instincts on a razor's edge. The fallen debris began to hum, bleeding a cold, blue energy into the air. The shattered pieces began to pull toward one another, defying gravity. The system interface flared. Guardian of the Azure Links, original Soul Grace, has manifested. The fragments snapped together, forming a towering, spectral protector. Entity card, Blue Chain Demon. Rank, Original Soul Class. A legendary martial artist whose spirit persists in battle, having survived the most brutal elements through sheer will. Seal Gangrim stared up at the sentinel. He tightened his grip on his sword. That's strange. The records said it would be a blue flame. I was actually looking forward to testing myself against a humanoid opponent. Seal Gangrim issued a challenge. Come on then, show me your worth. A fierce, golden fire erupted from his stance. His blade collided with the Guardian's weapon, creating a shower of sparks. Seal Gangrim let out a soft, mocking chuckle. You actually had me worried for a split second. The air rang with the sound of steel as the two traded a relentless series of blows. Seal Gangrim pressed the attack, his eyes sharp. Do I really look like an easy target to you? He roared over the clash of metal. Unleash that blue flame you're famous for. Seal Gangrim gave a taunting smirk. Before I add your defeat to my list of sins, you'd better prove that your reputation isn't just a myth. He vaulted high into the air, bringing his blade down toward the Guardian's head with crushing force. Suddenly, Seal Gangrim froze mid-motion. Azure embers began to flicker and bleed out from the cracks in the Guardian's armor. A violent shockwave of blue light erupted from the sentinel, hurling Seal Gangrim backward. The system interface flickered. Warning, Entity is activating Icefire skill. He skidded across the floor, digging his blade into the stone to arrest his momentum as the Guardian exhaled a freezing blue energy. The sheer pressure forced him down to one knee. Seal Gangrim lowered his gaze and exhaled sharply. You're packing more punch than I anticipated. A fierce grin spread across his face as he added, Fine then. Let's dance. Seal Gangrim lunged forward once more, initiating a high-speed assault. This is exactly the kind of thrill I was looking for. The Guardian whipped its blade from its sheath, meeting the attack with a heavy counter. Sol Gongrim Unnetedet drove his own steel toward the creature's neck. Seal Gangrim became a golden blur as he closed the distance with the sentinel. As he struck, a thought flashed through his mind. Technically, my base stats are leagues above yours. The two clashed in a desperate, bone-rattling struggle. A thick, cyan mist began to hiss from the seams of the Guardian's visor. It was a chaotic spectacle. Seal Gangrim's radiant golden fire grinding against the Guardian's ghostly blue vapor. Seal Gangrim's eyes widened slightly as the temperature in the room plummeted. The two warriors continued to trade a relentless series of lunges and parries. Suddenly, the freezing blue smoke began to coil around his limbs, threatening to consume him. Struggling to keep his guard up, Seal Gangrim realized, my flames are being smothered. Is his skill mastery simply higher than mine? The system window prompted, expend achievement points to Force of All Flame Manipulation. Flame Manipulation Mastery has ascended to mid-tier human. Flame Manipulation Mastery has ascended to high-tier human. Keep going. Higher. The interface updated. Flame Manipulation Mastery has breached the low-tier demon threshold. Seal Gangrim watched in fascination as the fire dancing on his blade turned a deeper, more lethal shade. A notification pinged. Error. Achievement points exhausted. Cannot further upgrade. Flame manipulation. Target skill profile. Ice fire. Rank. Mid-tier demon. The Guardian lunged with a surge of cataclysmic force. He spearheaded a direct, piercing thrust towards Seol Gangrim's heart. Bracing for the impact, he thought, brute force won't win this. I need to change my approach. Seol Gangrim calculated the gap. Flame manipulation is still one rank below his ice fire. His eyes narrowed, scanning the Guardian for a microscopic opening. If I can condense every ounce of heat into a single point, I can pierce that defense. Gangrim gritted his teeth, pouring his focus into his palm. I need to compress the flames. I don't have the finesse yet, but I can compensate with raw output. He parried a heavy blow with his left hand while charging his right. So, let's try a different path to the same end. Gangrim gathered his aura for a final, decisive strike. He leveled his blade directly at the Guardian's core. With a cold, triumphant smirk, he thought, this is the winning move. A towering pillar of golden fire exploded from his silhouette. Countless golden embers drifted through the air like burning snow. In that instant, both Seol Gangrim and his sword were completely sheathed in a blinding, divine golden light. The dust settled to reveal Gangrim slumped atop the shattered remains of the Guardian, gasping for air. The hollow armor lay in pieces, though a faint, lingering blue frost still clung to the atmosphere. System alert. Target neutralized. Blue Chain Demon, Lesser Demon Class, defeated. Seol Gangrim collapsed onto his back, letting out a long, ragged sigh. I really thought I was going to turn into an ice sculpture there. The system tallied the results, calculating rewards. Bonus granted for overcoming an opponent of superior destiny. Scanning the text, Gangrim mused, superior? I'm clearly the better fighter, but I suppose the system values his destiny rank more than my raw effort. He shook off the thought, focused on the real prize, initiating skill, Fate Steel. The interface glowed. Fate Steel has evolved through high-level usage. Dual extraction now available. Max. 2 skills. He sat bolt upright, eyes wide. What? I could take 2 at once. A slow, devious grin crept onto his face. That means I get a double haul for the price of a single karma penalty. The system confirmed. Stole Ice Fire skill. Karma recorded. Siphon a portion of target's mana pool. The rush faded, leaving him lightheaded. He lowered his head, thinking, maybe the price is higher than it looks. Seol Gangrim pushed himself back up, summoning a flicker of golden flame to test his limits. Still, an upgrade is an upgrade. The deadlier the foe, the better the loot. The system logged the activation, flame manipulation active, followed by ice fire synced. Seol Gangrim thought, at last, that freezing power belongs to me. Skill profile, ice fire. Rank, mid-tier demon. A spectral flame that burns at sub-zero temperatures. Contact inflicts simultaneous frostbite and thermal burns. He sat slumped in exhaustion before the shattered remains of the Guardian. He inhaled the lingering scent of the Guardian's essence and mused, with 2 offensive skills of polar opposite elements, I won't have to worry about being countered by elemental resistances anymore. Seol Gangrim glanced at the fallen sentinel and stood up. Now, the next order of business is, he declared firmly, that dismantling the auxiliary devices before the boss encounter. Recalling his mental map, Gangrim noted, there are 3 specific mechanisms hidden across this realm. He continued his analysis. They serve as buffs. One provides passive healing, one grants damage reduction, and the final one massively spikes the boss's attack power. Reflecting on his previous life, he thought, that attack buff made the boss untouchable. People were begging for a strategy. In my past life, this zone remained a graveyard for months because no one discovered those hidden devices. He spoke while navigating the terrain. This attempt is headed for disaster too. Shin Sua countered, I don't think a lack of teamwork is the problem here. She sighed, maybe we're just underpowered. I'll never understand why the apostles refuse to step in when these major realms open up. Seol Gangrim asked thoughtfully as he moved, there's one detail that doesn't sit right with me. He added, why exactly was this great demon realm partitioned into 3 separate zones? Since every path converges at the boss chamber anyway, don't you think there's a deeper secret? But to the way these boundaries are drawn? Shin Sua pondered the question. Within those isolated sectors. Fast forward a few days. Shin Sua stood before the notification. System alert. You have successfully conquered the first great demon realm. As the primary strategist, Hunter Shin Sua's prestige has reached new heights. She had successfully unified the scattered hunters and cleared the objective. She beamed. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Seol Gangrim. Nearby hunters began to gossip. Who's this Gangrim guy? I heard he's the mastermind behind the clear. Are they dating or what? The rumors spread. Her skyrocketing reputation allowed her to establish the Flying Tiger Gang using the elite team that cleared the rift. Shin Sua watched the memories of that era play out in her mind. She whispered the name to herself, the Flying Tiger Gang. Seol Gangrim sat back and calculated. The true prize of this realm isn't loot. It's the birth of the Flying Tiger Gang. He told himself, now that I've secured my own growth, I need to clear the path so Shin Sua can take down the boss. In Seol Gangrim's determined mind, one goal remained. The Flying Tiger Gang must rise to power, even if I have to watch from the sidelines. Kong Taehan's voice boomed over the comms. Taehan here. We've neutralized the blue chain demon and located the device. Give us a status update. He looked over his shoulder and replied with a smirk. Just wrap things up on my end. Bomb's voice crackled in. It's BOM. Still searching for the cavern entrance. We got delayed, escorting stragglers to the central extraction point. She added, John is currently wrestling with the Briar Patch. Seol Gangrim began a steady jog toward the rendezvous point. Don't rush. Precision is more important than speed right now. He noted while moving. If we get alerts for the boss room activation, we'll likely get a confirmation ping once the devices are offline. Seol Gangrim adjusted his gear and continued. Let's ensure every civilian has evacuated before we engage the main target. Shinsua, finish off the blue chain demon in your sector. Then let's regroup near the boss gate. We move out then. Gangrim agreed. Copy that. See you at the White Stone Tower. Dr. Go Jun adjusted his headset and murmured, the White Stone Tower. Perfect. He hasn't noticed a bug yet. But why did he discard his jacket? Perched atop a high vantage point, he muttered to himself, no matter. I've heard everything I need to know. Doctor. Jun sat composed, his fingers flying across the keys of his laptop. Analyzing the data streams, he noted the devices across the 3 zones. The Briar Patch must be the one Gangrim neutralized earlier. Doctor. Jun peered through his high-powered scope, scanning the distant horizon. As he tracked the movement, he whispered, without a doubt. Watching the hunters converge like clockwork, he smiled to himself. Tapping Seol Gangrim's comms was the best investment I've made all year. Suddenly, Song Yujon's voice rang out from behind Dr. Go Jun. Is this where the boss is hiding? He glanced toward the newcomer and let out a dry laugh. Ah, a familia fuss. Dr. Jun thought. The top-ranked prodigy from the Hoseo training branch. Apostle of Justice, Song Yujon. He's staring directly at his own internal reflections. He's quite a specimen. Will he become a pawn in Seol Gangrim's game? Dr. Jun looked down from his high-rise perch. Or is he destined to be the new lead in this story? A lone figure stood shadowed before a colossal ancient statue. Songwilnert Iragantly. I expected Seol Gangrim to be the first of the boss, but it seems I've outpaced the hero after all. He produced a small, shimmering vial of liquid. This makes things even more interesting. As he worked on his terminal, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as a realization dawned on him. The energy signature is wildly different from when I first triggered it. Song Yujon felt a cold wave of dread wash over him. The Guardian Dragon King let out a deafening roar, sending a cascade of boulders crashing toward the earth. He savored the moment. A look of sadistic triumph etched across his face. The Guardian Dragon King howled with the raw, primal intensity of a cornered beast. Seol Gangrim maintained a steady pace. It looks like the weak have been weeded out. Just a few persistent teams left, and the prize is ours. Gigantic slabs of stone rained down simultaneously, shaking the very foundation of the realm. The once impenetrable wall was beginning to buckle and disintegrate. Seol Gangrim's expression hardened. What's going on? This structure shouldn't be giving way so easily. A crimson warning flashed across his vision. Level 3 Guardian Dragon King has locked onto Seol Gangrim as its primary target. Did you hear that? Why on earth is a high-level boss fixated on a low ranker like you? Seol Gangrim replied with a hint of tension. Your guess is as good as mine. I'll retreat for now and try to break this aggro line. We're moving to backup. Negative. Hold your positions at the devices. We can't risk a malfunction now. Understood. We'll finish off this blue chain demon and join you at top speed. The Guardian Dragon King scanned the area, its eyes glowing with a murderous, blood-red light. Panic flared in Seol Gangrim's chest. Damn it, I've been spotted. The behemoth lunged at him, fueled by a terrifying, prehistoric rage. It launched a massive spear that whistled past his ear, narrowly missing its mark. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth. This is turning into a disaster, he thought. The path to safety was now completely obstructed by rubble. The original strategy is out the window. We have to bring down the Dragon King here and now. Copy that. We're killing the buffs and coming to you. As the Dragon King reached out with a clawed hand, Seol Gangrim's eyes sharpened with a lethal focus. Fine. If I want to fight, I'll see how long I can dance with it. He swung his blade in a wide arc, carving a deep gash into the monster's hide. System: a ruler's buffing pylon has been neutralized. The damage reduction shield has dissipated. Gangrim 1 down. Good work. Pity it wasn't the regeneration buff. BOM, Giant, what's your status? Just a little longer. Master, we're in the final stretch with this blue chain demon. Bestiary, level 3 Guardian Dragon King. A territorial draconic entity that commands lesser monsters in its domain. Status: high attack and defense. Regeneration has been successfully severed, Seal Gangrim noted. The twins had clearly succeeded in cutting off the beast's healing factor. The Guardian Dragon King leveled its jagged spear, took aim, and lunged with bone-crushing force. Through sheer reflex, Seal Gangrim managed to roll out of the way just in time. He shuddered, thinking of the irreparable damage his gear would have taken from a direct hit. System: all rulers' enhancement pylons are offline. The auto-healing effect has vanished. Master, the mission is a success. The buffs are gone. Perfect timing. Seal Gangrim felt his internal energy resonate with a water affinity. The elemental scales have tipped in my favor. He delivered a precise strike to the creature's eye, eliciting a scream of pure agony. The titan stumbled back, its massive form swaying unsteadily. So Gongrim pulsed, confused. Mud should be an earth attribute. Wait, it's not metal? Even the flow of my ice fire feels completely off. I put everything into that strike. The Guardian Dragon King roared again, charging with renewed fury. Seal Gangrim's mind raced as he analyzed the clash. Why does the skill feel so much weaker in my hands than it did with the blue chain demon? Is ice fire really this underwhelming, or am I missing something? By all rights, I should have the elemental upper hand. Wait, is this skill actually water-based? It's not fire, and it's not water. What is this energy? I can't pin down the monster's nature or the skill's essence. Suddenly, a synthesized voice echoed in his mind, synchronizing elemental core to fire and water. His eyes snapped open, his irises swirling with a mesmerizing blend of flickering orange and deep blue. That's the key. The skill isn't weak. It was just waiting to resonate with my dual attributes. He vaulted forward, diving back into the heart of the storm. System: Ice Fire skill has undergone a resonance evolution. Soul Gongrim. He stuck the landing, a look of quiet triumph crossing his face. The Guardian Dragon King stood there, turned into a flawless ice sculpture. Even through the frost, its features were locked in a mask of pure rage and spite. Seal Gangrim murmured, "That's that. I'll just have to wait for the team to arrive while this big guy thaws." A sharp voice echoed from the shadows behind him. "You're much more dangerous than the whispers led me to believe." Sung Yu-jon emerged, leveling the tip of his blade toward Gangrim's throat. "Now I see exactly why I was commissioned for this job. The time for your sentence has arrived, Butcher." Gangrim let out a weary sigh. "Was this your doing? I don't know what lies you've swallowed to act this way." He tilted his head. "Do you even realize who I am?" Seal Gangrim answered flatly, "Yeah, I know you." He added with a cold edge, "You're nothing but a fraud." The elite hunter, Sung Yu-jon. The air was always thick with rumors. Got about his double standards in a previous life. They clashed every time they crossed paths. Back then, the sparks flew during their arguments. "What can you achieve with such pathetic karma? Why do I owe you any explanation?" Sung Yu-jon barked in a frenzy. "Stop hiding behind your riddles. Are you afraid of what I'll find?" Initiating karma assessment. Seol Gangrim maintained a piercing, unwavering stare. He noted with total indifference, so insignificant, letting out a short, mocking laugh. "Are you really going to keep that power tucked away? Impressive. Just keep playing that part." He was the rare individual gifted with the sight to weigh the sins of every soul. He spent his days hunting down those whose karma had grown too dark. At the start, he was hailed as a champion of justice. But the irony of hunting monsters is that the blood eventually stains you, too. As his own soul grew heavier than those he executed, the public branded him a hypocrite. Sung Yu-jon just shrugged it off. Justice is worth a few stains. He never let the gossip bother him. Returning to the present, he gave a flat rejection. "I haven't a clue what you're on about. You clearly don't know me, but I've heard plenty about your reputation. Seol Gangrim, the man who was once a star pupil, just like I was. But you're a monster who built his power on a mountain of corpses. They say you're a mere bottom-tier insect, but looking at that strength, you must have stepped over many bodies to get it. Perhaps you were a predator even before you gained your powers." Seol Gangrim felt the sting of those bitter memories. His brow furrowed as he locked eyes with the hunter. He slowly closed his eyes, thinking, "I had a messy history with this guy in the old world. But if he's relying on rumors, there's hope. It means he hasn't unlocked his karma-reading eyes in this timeline yet." Seol Gangrim exhaled and spoke up. "So you threw this whole mission into chaos based on hearsay?" Song Yu-jon snapped back. Hardly. I've spoken directly with the people you've broken. He blinked in confusion. Victims? The hunter roared. Have you already forgotten the peaceful sect members you slaughtered? Seol Gangrim couldn't stop himself from biting back. What sect? I've never laid a hand on anyone like that. He pointed a trembling finger in fury. The Azura sect. I heard the harrowing truth from the sect master herself. Seol Gangrim went still. The Azura sect? Exactly. The very people you butchered while they were celebrating a peaceful gathering. The memory of a lively celebration, filled with warmth and laughter, flashed by. A peaceful gathering? Me, murdering the Azura sect? His hands shook as he balled them into fists. I can still see her trembling hands and the grief in her eyes. What did those people ever do to deserve your wrath? They spend their lives slaying monsters and guarding the weak. They pour their resources into charity. And work tirelessly to rebuild our broken cities. He lost his temper, screaming at Seol Gangrim. Why should a pure soul like her have to endure such agony because of you? Seol Gangrim thought to himself. A saintess? You couldn't be more wrong. She's a literal monster in a designer suit. He pinched the bridge of his nose. So Shin Saore spun this fairy tale for you. Do you have any idea what Azura actually does behind closed doors? He clarified. They're a syndicate of thugs. You've been played like a fiddle. Song Yu-jon looked at him with pure disgust. Liar. You dare to spit on the name of the Azura sect master? Seol Gangrim's temper flared. You're the one blinded by lies. He took a breath to steady himself. Fine. I'll give you one shot to see the truth. I have a technique called the scales of sin. We can compare the weight of our souls with a single handshake. Seol Gangrim hesitated, feeling the tension. He actually possesses that ability too? He extended his hand. Skill triggered. Fate sensing. Song Yu-jon. Tier, low dragon rank. Primary element, frost. Scales of sin, tier, mid-dragon rank. Upon contact, it weighs the spiritual sins of two parties. The one burdened with greater karma suffers a debuff proportional to their transgressions. Effect duration, 60 minutes. Seol Gangrim felt a surge of dread. This isn't just a simple scan, it's a trap. He spoke up. I'm no saint, but if your hands are truly clean, our souls should weigh the same. He spiraled into panic. I'm still carrying the weight of 421 lives from my previous existence. He realized, I can't let him complete the link. Seol Gangrim stepped back cautiously. Why should I trust a word you say? You've already tried to take my head off once today. Who's to say this isn't just another trick to paralyze me? Song Yu-jon replied with a chilling calm. I may have my methods, but I am still the disciple of justice. Your hesitation only proves your guilt to the world. Seol Gangrim let out a sharp laugh. A self-proclaimed disciple of justice? That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Suddenly, he struck out with a killing blow. Skill, ice fire. You won't even give me a chance to explain? He sneered back. What's left to say? Are you going to tell me how you murdered the previous owner to steal that flame? I didn't kill anyone to get this power. Warning, mana depleted. Ice fire activation failed. Then let the scales prove it. With a sudden movement, he lunged forward and seized Gangrim's hand. Skill activated, scales of sin. Now weighing the spiritual debt of Seol Gangrim against Song Yu-jon. A phantom set of scales materialized in the air. Song Guillerort. Divine heavens, let the weight of sin crush the more wicked soul among us. Result, Seol Gangrim's karma is significantly heavier. Punishment sequence initiated on Seol Gangrim, applying spiritual suppression via scales of sin. He remarked with cold indifference, I knew it. You're a villain through and through. Seol Gangrim exhaled a long, heavy breath. The hunter grabbed him by the throat. Almost let your poker face fool me. Just how many sins have you committed? Why are you silent? Are you finally drowning in the guilt of your past? Gangrim shoved him away with raw force. Shut your mouth and just fight me. He threw a punch, but the hunter swayed out of reach. Where do you find the nerve to keep swinging? The hunter counterattacked with a brutal strike of his own. Gangrim deflected the blow. You're awfully bold for someone who's completely out of mana. Instead of taking lives, why don't you use that strength to save them? Give me an answer, Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim's eyes burned with a fierce resolve as he shouted. I'm not the murderer you think I am. Still clinging to your lies? Your atrocities that are written in the weight of your own soul. Seol Gangrim thought to himself. Just as I feared. This guy's my absolute worst nightmare. The hunter raised his blade, eyes cold as the grave. Fine. You can give your testimony to the Reaper. Gangrim slowly straightened up, his gaze flashing with a spark of vengeance. System alert. Overlord's enhancement activated. Defense boost. Active. Rapid regeneration. Active. The Guardian Dragon King loomed like a nightmare behind him. He spoke. You can wait a lifetime, but you'll never see me in hell. The Guardian Dragon King's eyes flared a murderous crimson as it locked onto Song Yujon. The beast brought its colossal claw down with world-shaking power. He gasped in shock. No way. I thought Seol Gangrim had put this monster down for good. Seol Gangrim let a mysterious, knowing smile play on his lips. The hunter cursed. I was right. You really are a monster in human skin. Seol Gangrim said in a chillingly calm voice. I'm sorry, but could one of you return to the spirit beast and flip those enhancement switches back on? In the end, this might actually work out in my favor, he mused. I won't even have to stay my own hands to finish off Seol Gangrim. The psychological pressure from the intimidation artifact has dissipated. A pair of piercing golden eyes illuminated the gloom. The Guardian Dragon King lunged forward, closing the distance between them. The sovereign of the great demon realm has locked onto the most powerful presence as its prey. He roared in a blind rage, why me? Curse it! Go after Seol Gangrim, you beast! The monster ignored his commands and charged him instead. This is a nightmare, he realized. I have to bridge the massive gap between my current attributes and the boss's power. Invoking the scales of sin. O divine heavens, don't let your judgment fall upon the most wicked soul between us. The system is now weighing the spiritual debt of the Guardian Dragon King against Song Yujon. Result: the Guardian Dragon King possesses no moral karma. Song Yujon shrieked in absolute shock. What? That's impossible. The enemy, that is deemed innocent. Song Yujon's own transgressions carry more weight. This is a mistake. Song Yujon buckled as the scales of sin backlash took hold. A severe penalty has been applied for raising a false accusation against the blameless. Seol Gangrim blinked in surprise. Wait, is he already out of the commission? This definitely wasn't the outcome I was aiming for. He didn't even manage to survive the first exchange. The Guardian Dragon King turned its frantic, predatory attention back toward him. He maintained a sharp, defensive posture, tracking every movement. With a sudden burst of speed, he delivered a crushing, fatal strike to its skull. The Guardian Dragon King's threat detection has recalibrated. A familiar voice echoed through the chamber. Gangrim, did we make it in time? Seol Gangrim let out a heavy sigh of relief. Your timing couldn't be better. Shin Sua called out. Rest for a second. I'm activating the Leaf Dharma. She added with a confident grin. We'll have this monster down before you know it. Thick, enchanted vines sprouted from the ground, binding the beast's limbs in a tight grip. She directed the team. He's pinned. Quick, smash the enhancement pillars. On it. The Sovereign's empowerment field has been neutralized. Physical defenses collapsed. The regeneration pulse has ceased. The two unleashed a synchronized volley. Soulgong, Reembarked, Shinsua. Hold the final blow until the rest of the squad arrives. Understood. She signaled back, halting her assault. Master, please forgive me. I should have checked the line of fire before I engaged. Forget it, it's fine. The skirmish intensified. The duo exchanged a triumphant smile and a high five to mark their victory. That wraps it up, Shin Sua declared. Let's regroup with Jian and Taehan so we can end this as a team. Seol Gangrim checked the perimeter. Is everyone in position? Then, on 3, 1, 2, the Guardian Dragon King, master of this realm, that has finally fallen. Mission accomplished. The raid objective has been successfully met. A wave of pure joy swept over the survivors as the notification appeared. The dimensional exit portal has materialized. Exultant cheers filled the air. Look, the gate is open. Thank goodness, we actually made it out in one piece. Seol Gangrim's expression suddenly turned grim. There's one piece of unfinished business left. Someone grabbed the fallen hunter by his gear. Wait, it's over? Who's this guy? Songwin, were you fighting him? That crest on his armor. Seol Gangrim, what's the deal here? He's an assassin who tried to take my life. I'm convinced this is just a giant mix-up. We should probably hash this out once we've cleared the exit. She sighed, clarifying the situation. He's actually one of my sister's top enforcers. He's not exactly the sit-down-and-chat type. I'll tie up this loose end and meet you all on the outside. Seol Gangrim looked puzzled. Explain. Shin Sua gestured at the badge. He's sporting the Azura sect emblem. Clearly, my sister hasn't learned her lesson yet. She pointed out the harsh reality. The authorities don't regulate skirmishes between hunters. I need to make it crystal clear to her that these little games will only result in her own ruin. He intervened firmly. I won't let you stain your soul with more karma over this. Weren't you the one who wanted to rewrite your own story? His tone turned icy and final. Back off. I'll handle myself. She bit her lip, tears of pure exasperation welling up. Why do you insist on playing the lone martyr for everything? Do you honestly plan on fighting every battle solo until you're broken beyond repair? You claimed you wanted to defy a pre-written fate. That's why you only unleash your true power on monsters masquerading as humans. Seol Gangrim squeezed her hand to steady her. He came for my head. so it's only right I settle the score. Shin Sua looked away. But he's only here because of the blood on my hands. His temper flared. Don't flatter yourself. You're just another passenger on my train of bad luck. Hey, So Gongrim. A voice drifted from above. Sounds like you're in the market for some backup. Dr. June descended gracefully and joined the group. Evening, everyone. See old Gangrim's expression turned stormy. Stop poking your nose into things that don't concern you. He sauntered over. Don't be a stranger, Gangrim. We're practically brothers. Come on, give us a smile. In your dreams. Tough crowd. Look, let's just say I'm a huge fan of yours. I'm quite invested in your journey. But based on today's performance, your narrative has a glaring weakness. It's agonizingly slow. I've zero patience for these dragged-out, melodramatic subplots. I'll solve the Azura problem for you once and for all. Consider a favor. Shin Sua snapped. And what's your angle here? He smirked. I already told you. I'm Gangrim's #1 fan. Besides, I can stand toe-to-toe with the Azura sect without breaking a sweat. As a sect master myself, I have the leverage. What could an average hunter like you possibly hope to achieve? In your current league, you're more of a liability than an asset to Seal Gangrim. Don't worry about the bill, Gangrim. You can pay me back later. Hey, that's enough talk. Seal Gangrim cut him short. Spare me the monologue, and just do what you came for. I'll look the other way this once. The crowd started buzzing with whispers. None of your business. What's that supposed to mean? He chuckled brightly. Ah, he catches on fast. Truly a protagonist worthy of the title. At a sleek high-rise headquarters, the air was electric with excitement. We made it. Is it time to crack open the loot yet? I hope we hit the jackpot. Our reputation points are absolutely off the charts right now. Did you see the looks we were getting? We're legends. I heard the other groups were just rookies. We're the main attraction now. Seal Gangrim gave him a sharp nudge. Keep your ego in check. A smart hunter keeps their best cards hidden. Don't go flashing your skills. I get it. But the energy in here is infectious. I can't help it. My only gripe is that the prize is a mystery box. I hate gambling. Elite Treasure Chest, owned by Shin Sua. Elite Treasure Chest, owned by Seal Gangrim. She beamed. At least we have a boss. He can decode the rarities and specs that fly right over our heads. So Gongrim nodded. I'll evaluate the market value for you. I'll read out the stats, and if they don't fit your build, I'll help you find a buyer or a better trade. Ugh, mine is a total bust. What did you pull? It's a ghost tier audio filter, low level. It generates a 30-meter silence zone around the caster. He analyzed it further. Actually, this is a perfect fit for BOM. A tactical noise suppressor. Let's swap. She giggled. Actually, I think my haul is more your style anyway. Tiger King's Claws. Rank 3 Dragon Tier. Heavy gauntlets crafted by the legendary Mountain Tiger tribe. Features retractable, razor-sharp blades. This is exactly what I needed. Talk about a lucky break. Wasp Carapace. Ghost tier, low level. Creates an infinite supply of arrows dipped in paralyzing wasp toxin. She saw a flash of the Brillion Ismail. Gangrim, check mine out. It's stunning, isn't it? Youngrim Espetua Blade. Rantiga Dragon Tier. A sacred banishing blade carved from ancient peachwood, once wielded by the immortal sovereign of Scylla and infused with celestial energy. Seal Gangrim nodded. This is your perfect match. It'll amplify your leaf dharma techniques beautifully. She tilted her head. Enough about me. What was in your box? He replied casually. Just a ring that sniffs out hexes and lets me tag targets, though it's dormant for now, since I'm not cursed. Baneseeker Ring. Rank 3 Dragon Tier. Dispels any malediction below its rank and pinpoints the origin of the caster. He mused over the hidden drop. In the original timeline, the top-tier loot went to Shin Sua, so I'm hoping. It's a relic tailored for her that doesn't mess with my own trajectory. The Threshold of Fate. Rank 3 Divine Tier. A celestial shroud that reacts instinctively. It boasts a 99 success rate in parrying lethal blows when the wearer is on the brink of death. This is the very treasure she carried in my previous life. The design has shifted slightly, but its aura is unmistakable. It's a high-level protective garment that acts on its own. Since fighting with one arm is still new to you, this is your safety net. Hey, I'm plenty strong on my own, Gangrim. She gave him a playful nudge. Remind me, who was the one covered in scratches back in the demon realm? And who's the one who constantly charges into the mouth of the beast without a second thought? The rest of the team chimed in with a collective sigh. She's right. You're a powerhouse, boss, but you always come back looking like you went through a meat grinder. She insisted with a grin. No excuses. Put on right now. It's a perfect fit. You look like a total legend. That coat really brings out your inner leader. Seal Gangrim bit his lip, thinking, this wasn't how I planned to distribute the loot. Now that the gear is sorted, Sua has something major she wants to share with the group. A big reveal? Shin Sua took a deep breath and stepped forward. I've decided. I'm going to found our own sect. Seal Gangrim felt a surge of relief. He'd worry that since she wasn't the standout fighter this time, she'd hesitate. Good on you, SUA. Start that legacy. So, do we start calling you Great Sect Leader now? Or, her next sentence stopped his heart. Actually, I want you to be the one to lead us. You're our sect master. Me? Running a sect? Hold on a second. He considered it for a fleeting moment. Maybe this is the ultimate way to flip the script on destiny. If I use the secret from my past life to forge them into warriors, maybe Baek Eong won't be able to touch them this time. Then the gravity of it hit him, and he shook his head violently. No, I can't. I can't gamble with their lives like this. If they follow me, they follow my danger. The weight of a sect master's title was too much when he was still hiding the truth about the coming storm. Sensing his inner turmoil, Shin Sua whispered, Gangrim? He looked at them. If I lead, I'll only drag you into the darkness. Look at what happened with Song Yu-jon. My past sins are already catching up to me. Shin Sua stepped into his personal space, her eyes reflecting the same fire he saw in the realm. That was never your fault. When my world was collapsing and my family was falling apart. And I felt like a puppet to a destiny I hated. That you were the hand that pulled me out of the wreckage. Without your guidance, I'd be nothing but a hollow shell right now. My path was destined for misery, but you stepped in and saved me. You changed everything. You are the soul of this team, whether you like it or not. Seol Gangrim looked away, feeling the pressure. But the world sees me as a villain. Who would follow a man with my reputation? Shin Sua's face flushed pink, but her voice was steady. We would. We'll be your shield against the world. You're our sect master. The group erupted in agreement. Exactly. We got your back. Just lead the way. For the first time, he began to see a flicker of hope in the idea. Suddenly, a sharp chime from his device broke the moment. He checked the screen just as a voice crackled through. Did you track him down? He nodded grimly. Yeah, I found him. The target you claimed was a bigger threat than even Baek Eong. Kong Do-hyun crumpled a weathered note in his fist. His mother's passing was a web of anomalies. The cryptic final letter, the mysterious arsonist who torched the building. Deep down, a horrifying suspicion was taking root. Are you suggesting that Baek Eong was the one who pulled the trigger on her? My companions, my future, and now my parents. That woman has stripped away every piece of my life. She forced me to sit there and watch the entire tragedy unfold. Seol Gangrim felt a wave of nausea, realizing how utterly blind he had been. I've been so fixated on shielding Shin Sua from her destiny. What if Shin Sua isn't the only one in Baek Eong's crosshairs? What if another friend is under fire? And while I'm off playing hero somewhere else? Leasing. Kung Duyung interjected. I have to track her down. Let's make her pay together. Seol Gangrim replied with an icy resolve. I need to find all of them. He looked pained. Hey, are you holding it together? Seol Gangrim reached out, his voice urgent. Vite, you Arang. We need to locate you Harang before anything else. A massive feast had been prepared and laid out by Kong Do-hyun. He turned around, a bright and cheerful grin on his face. Seol Gangrim burst into the room, breathless. Do you have a lead on Yu Harang? He answered, sort of. More specifically, I found her adoptive father, Yu Seon-min. Sit, eat something before we dive in. Seol Gangrim snapped back. I'm not here for a dinner party. His eyes involuntarily drifted toward the steaming, delicious dishes on the table. For a split second, his resolve wavered. I appreciate the offer, but I really don't have the time. He scowled. Oh, sorry now are we? It's not like Baek Eong is going to end Yu Harang this very second. Why the frantic pace? He pounded the table and stood up. Regardless, I have to gather everyone before it's too late. I can't bear the thought of people I love getting hurt while I'm in the dark ever again. He sighed, relenting. Fine, I'll go grab the dossier. There's a total blackout on Yu Harang's personal data, so I dug into her circle. Turns out she was raised in total isolation, homeschooled. Yu Seon-min is her only living tie. He brought her into his home 15 years ago. He's the figurehead of the Merciful Saints sect. The man's a local hero both inside his church and out in the world. The Merciful Saints sect is an exploding new movement. They're winning hearts by promising a world of equality and joy once he finally descends to us. They envision a paradise where even the lowest ranked awakened can find peace. Yu Harang is kept there, revered like a living icon. Internally, Seol Gangrim mused, it makes sense. She was being groomed for divinity. Is that so? But godhood requires a public following. It's bizarre how hidden she is. Is she still in the shadows? You mentioned she doesn't become your ally for another year, so maybe she's safest right where she is. He felt a pang of frustration. I still need to see her for myself. To gain an audience with the Saintess, they have to climb the ranks of their elite believers. Someone like Kim Jino. Seol Gangrim's eyes sharpened as he scanned the intelligence report. Elite Devotee Kim Yenog, currently working a shift at the Destiny Cafe. I tried talking to them, but those people are like stone walls when it comes to the priestess. Don't worry, I know exactly who this is. So this is the headquarters of the Merciful Saint sect? The atmosphere was warm as members greeted one another. Good to see you, Jano. Hey, even with my early arrival, the hall is overflowing. Seol Gangrim thought, I'll have to blend in until the ritual concludes to find you Harang. Making a scene now would be suicide. Stealth maneuver activated. A prominent, commanding figure stepped out onto the stage. The congregation instantly stiffened, hanging on his every word. A voice resonated through the room. A blessed morning to you all. Seol Gangrim, effectively camouflaged, noted, that has to be the high priest himself. Yu Min began his address with a humble bow. Welcome home to the Merciful Saint sect. Yu Min, insect rank. Seol Gangrim analyzed him. An insect with a gold attribute? His destiny is under some form of celestial protection. He spoke with an inviting warmth. I hope today provides a much-needed sanctuary for your weary souls. The shifting tides of fate. Everything has intensified since Awakening Day, and I know that weight is crushing you. Seol Gangrim found it tedious. But we must hunger for happiness more than ever. Such hollow platitudes. My suffering didn't start with Awakening Day. We were drowning in misery long before the world changed. We are trapped in a cycle of bitterness and judgment simply because of the lives we were born into. He went on. We were cornered. How much further can you run? Submit to me. It's your cross to bear. Our loved ones were swallowed by our misfortune, suffering in our wake. Fate has a noose around our necks, and we were forced to abandon our dreams, one by one. Seol Gangrim tightened his grip. Every word that man spoke about the crushing weight of life felt like he was reading my own soul. His expression was one of pure devastation, cast aside by society for circumstances beyond our choice. Now, it seems even the heavens have turned their backs on us. The devotees in the pews were visibly shaken, many moved to tears. But we will seize back every stolen dream and every lost opportunity. The deity of the Merciful Saint sect shall be our champion and our shield. Though our birthright may be grim, we shall rise above the shackles of fate and claim the future we deserve. Come, let us march toward our joy. Seol Gangrim reflected. If I hadn't crossed paths with Shin Sua in my previous life, I might have fallen for this rhetoric too. I can see the draw of this faith. On the day our priestess ascends to godhood, we shall all be elevated. A congregation composed of those with divine rank destinies. Warning, brainwashing resonance skill activated. A malevolent curse is spreading through the hall. The curse was instantly neutralized by the curse tracker. The curse tracker has identified and locked onto the source of the mental interference. His face contorted into a mask of terrifying fanaticism. Pledge your souls to the Merciful Saint sect. The crowd erupted in a frenzied roar. We believe. Eternal glory to leader Yu Min. All praise to leader Yu Min. Seol Gangrim scanned the room, his eyes sharp. He's using mass hypnosis on his followers? This isn't just a church, it's a trap. I never imagined this organization was rotting so deeply from within. I can't leave Yu Harang in this den of vipers. I have to find her immediately. Thinking back, Yu Harang was always strangely guarded whenever this sect was mentioned. Was she a victim or a witness? Kim Jinong paced the hallway, her anxiety through the roof. Was she mentally shackled, just like a faint, trembling plea drifted from the stairwell? Someone, please, I just want to go home. Seol Gangrim stood motionless, his blood running cold at the sight. Two guards were systematically tormenting a bound captive. A cold command cut through the air. Stop. Start from the beginning. The captive spat back. You think you could get away with this? Yu Min sneered with icy contempt. This is precisely why I loathe the high and mighty. A complete mental rewrite isn't achieved in a single day. Believe in the Merciful Saint sect. Our dogma is the only truth. The lower you fall, the more you are exalted. We must ensure Priestess Yu Harang's divine ascension. Glory to the Merciful Saint. Cheers. He let out a weary breath. I'm not as sharp as I used to be. Even breaking Yu Harang wasn't this exhausting. Wait, what? Long live Yu Min. Even breaking Yu Harang wasn't this difficult. Seol Gangrim felt a surge of fury. What exactly did he do to her? The inner circle meeting is starting. Move it. Understood, leader. He followed. He was consumed by a dark, mounting concern. How much did they put Yu Harang through? Yu Min suddenly jerked his head to the side, alerted by a subtle sound that didn't belong. Just as he reached for the door handle, he paused and whispered, wait. From the other side, an aide asked, is something the matter? Yu Min raised a hand for silence, straining to catch the faint noise again. A shadow of a smile touched his lips. It appears we have a little intruder in our midst. He clicked the lock on his own security cage. Advancing down the hall, he barked in his radio, Sector 3. Seal the stairwells and initiate a full sweep. He barked again, Sector 3E, begin the hunt. Find them. Kim Ji-nong's heart sank. Yu Harang was nowhere to be found in this wing. She glanced desperately at the heavy, bolted doors leading to the upper floors. Kim Ji-nong looked at the rafters and shut her eyes tight. I have to infiltrate the restricted levels. Suddenly, her eyes caught a faint, unnatural shimmer coming from a high window. Kim Ji-nong pulled back the heavy drapes and slipped through the frame with agile grace. Scanning the interior, she whispered to herself, "Why is this the only room kept in total darkness?" Moving blindly through the gloom, Kim Ji-nong's mind raced. Should I take a chance and flip the light switch? There was a single door at the end of the hall. She turned the handle and slipped inside. A sharp voice sliced through the shadows. Who's sneaking around? You, Arang. That was huddled in the corner of the room. She barked toward the intruder. Who gave you the right to trespass in my private quarters? She added with an icy glare, leave this instant. This room is... Kim Ji-nong pressed a hand to her heart and declared firmly, my name is Kim Ji-nong. She scanned the interior and noted with a shiver, the entire space is packed with wooden dolls. Yu Harang narrowed her eyes. You claim to be Kim Ji-nong? The girl stammered, yes, I realize I'm overstepping, but, in that familiar tone, how dare you try to deceive me? The system alert pinged, triggering forced reversion skill. She reached toward Kim Ji-nong and asked, did you think you could hide from my clairvoyant eyes? Seo Gangrim stepped forward and thought. It's her without a doubt. He maintained his composure and said, let me ask you one last time. The interface flickered, warning. Suddenly, the wooden dolls sprang to life, forming a dense barricade around Seo Gangrim. Yu Harang demanded, her voice trembling slightly. Who are you, really? He responded in a soothing tone. Seo Gangrim lifted his hand, recognizing the disconnect. She isn't the woman I remember from my previous life. I apologize for the intrusion. He dropped to one knee and bowed low. Eom Sul Gongrim. Yu Harang's expression shifted into a haughty, cunning smirk. She gestured dismissively and scoffed. To try and trick a future deity is a transgression of the highest order. However, I shall show you the mercy of a saintess. As he remained bowed, she added coldly, in any other circumstance, you would have been beaten for this insolence. Seo Gangrim pleaded, could you spare just a few moments for conversation? Yu Arang sighed. She continued, that you need to learn your place in the hierarchy. Yu Harang looked down her nose at him. I am the saintess of the merciful saints sect, while you are a mere commoner. You haven't earned the right to speak to me as an equal. She's completely walled off. Seo Gangrim stood and offered a polite bow. I ask for your forgiveness, saintess. He quietly summoned Kirin, hoping for a breakthrough. If her mind is clouded, I'll clear it. She commanded her wooden sentinels, destroy that beast and capture the intruder. Yu Harang shrieked in a fury, you'll regret coming here. Seo Gangrim effortlessly sidestepped the dolls and said calmly, this isn't a monster. In a blur of motion, Kirin appeared directly in front of the saintess. At his silent signal, error, no mental corruption or brainwashing detected on the target. Seo Gangrim was stunned. What? Her mind is completely clear? He raced through his memories. But Yu Min explicitly said he hated those with high status because they were hard to break. He replayed the scene in his head. Breaking a mind takes time. He let out a frustrated sigh. He analyzed the situation. Her rank is level 3 god tier. A simple brainwashing spell wouldn't even scratch her. Seo Gangrim thought about the manipulative Yu Min and realized the truth. He didn't brainwash her. He molded her from childhood to believe she was a god. But why her? Wouldn't it be more efficient to claim that divinity for himself? From across the room, Yu Harang called out, hey, outsider. She was now cradling Kirin in her arms. Seo Gangrim, do you have any more creatures like this? He blinked, completely caught off guard. What? She reached out toward him and added, if you have more. She gave a small, genuine smile. Maybe talking to you won't be a total waste of time, after all. Yu Harang giggled as she hugged the tiny dragon. Is it a baby dragon? It's absolutely precious. For a moment, she looked like a normal girl enjoying a happy memory. Aren't they sweet? Seo Gangrim pulled up a wooden chair, sensing an opening. He sat across from her. Fine, let's have a real talk. Yu Harang smiled warmly, her eyes bright. Sure. His expression became somber. Seo Gangrim asked with heavy concern, what has your life been like? Have you spent your whole world in this one room? Do you have any idea who Yu Min really is, or what this sect is doing? Are you even eating enough to stay healthy? Yu Harang squinted at him, her suspicion growing. Why do you care? So galim so delicate flame. You're far too thin. Have you had a real meal today? Yu Harang's voice turned brittle. Don't bother yourself. I follow a strict regimen. Today was just more of that herbal porridge. It's the same bland routine every day. He gasped. That's it? That's all you're given? Her expression remained a mask of cold indifference. Yes, I must purge my body of all impurities if I am to transcend and become a god. So galim stunned. Is that what the leader told you? She nodded. Yes. His wisdom is vast. She absent-mindedly stroked Kieran's head. Because of him, I finally understand my purpose in this world. Seol Gangrim shook his head. And what exactly is this purpose he's given you? She looked toward the horizon, her eyes distant. Don't you see? I am destined to be the savior of the weak. And to fulfill that destiny, that I must embrace divinity through the threshold of death. Seol Gangrim's knuckles turned white as he gripped his knees in fury. Divinity through death. He leaned in close, his voice trembling. There are only two paths for a mortal to ascend to godhood. He gestured to the grim possibilities ahead. Either you build a legacy of immense glory. He paused, his voice dropping an octave, or you perish in a state of absolute, agonizing despair. He shouted, his anger boiling over. If death is your gateway, it'll be the second path. Do you have any idea how much you'll suffer when you die? Gangrim reached out and firmly caught Yu Harang by the wrist. She didn't pull away, instead meeting his intensity with a surprisingly soft gaze. Yu Harang's mind drifted back. By the time I learned what the word parents meant, mine were long gone. I grew up alongside other lost children. Thinking of those bitter years, she whispered to the air, you pathetic loser. You're finally getting the misery you deserve. She continued her internal monologue. Why did the way you looked at us, as if you held all the answers, drive us so completely mad? The ghost of an old friend's voice screamed in her memory. But even you didn't see this coming, did you? Yu Harang's expression darkened. And yet, you all hated me because you were too cowardly to face the truth. She could almost feel the phantom stings of the beating she endured back then. Ruined your clothes again? Can't you be a decent child for even one single day? She remembered huddling in a dark corner while the woman's venomous words rained down. You're useless. No wonder no one wants to adopt you. Go rot in there and think about what a burden you are. She whispered softly, no one ever stood up to defend me. The memories felt like fresh wounds. Every sunrise brought a new version of hell. Then, Yu Min had appeared before her like a miracle. I have finally found you. He had looked at her with such reverence. My goddess. She kept reliving that turning point, until Yu Min rescued me. He had pulled her into a warm embrace. You've suffered for far too long. He had promised her, fear nothing anymore. I will shield you until the day you ascend to your rightful throne. She spoke with deep conviction. He gave me a sanctuary and taught me that my life actually matters. She stood tall before Seol Gangrim. My fate is to become a god. These trials are simply the fires I must walk through to get there. Without his guidance, I would have withered away years ago. She thought, I owe him a debt I can never fully repay. Yu Harang gently patted Kirin. He is, in every way that matters, my father. Her voice softened into a warm, comforting tone. So, Seol Gangrim, please stop worrying about me. She looked into his eyes and spoke his name like a soothing melody. Seol Gangrim. Panic flared in her eyes when she saw his expression. She reached out to cup his face. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Please look at me. She gently brushed away a tear. Yu Harang asked softly, are you crying for me? Don't. My pain is a ghost of the past. I'm content with the life I have now. Seol Gangrim thought. Her clairvoyant eyes can see into the deepest corners of any soul. She must know that Yu Min is a fraud. She's simply choosing to be blind to his malice because she's so overwhelmed by gratitude. He felt a wave of helplessness. How do I break through to her? Yu Harang suddenly shattered the heavy silence. Wait, I have something for you. Seol Gangrim was here, confused. What are you doing? She turned back, a genuine, radiant smile on her face. This is a secret treasure I've kept hidden. I want you to have it. There's something so familiar about you. In his memory, she used to sit beside him and ask Seol Gangrim, why are you always hiding out here by yourself? He closed his eyes, let the past wash over him. She pulled out a small box with a mischievous grin. Here, take a look. This is my absolute favorite treasure chest. Yu Harang held it out to him, beaming with joy. I used to eat these cookies whenever I was sad. They always make the world feel brighter. I saved the biggest one just for you. He mused with a touch of irony. Stale treats, dented trinkets, and even discarded candy wrappers. Seol Gangrim watched her carefully, thinking. To her, these trivial scraps are priceless treasures. Yu Harang turned to him, her face glowing. Here, you have a try one. She gently offered him a piece, placing it in his hand. Yu Harang's eyes sparkled with hope. So, Seal Gangrim, what do you think? Do you feel a bit more at ease? He gazed back at her, momentarily captivated by her innocence. Searching her eyes, he asked softly, deep down, you crave a taste of the real world too, don't you? You don't actually want to fade away, and you don't want to keep hurting like this, right? Yu Harang averted her gaze, her voice thin and unconvincing. No, that's not true at all. Seal Gangrim leaned in, his tone deepening with sincerity. Listen to me. Drawing from his own past, he shared, since the time I was small, a terrifyingly powerful deity has been stalking my shadow. It was obsessed with claiming my body as its own hollow vessel. Every time I fought back, it lashed out at the people I loved. But I refused to be a puppet on its strings. I won't let a god dictate how I breathe. I will never bow to a divinity that tried to shatter my existence. Why do you keep pushing me away, boy? A phantom voice seemed to hiss. Yu Harang clutched her small paper bag tight. If you try to outrun a destiny that's already been written, you'll only invite a greater catastrophe. She snapped back, her voice laced with defensive anger. Fate is a mountain that no human can ever move. Seal Gangrim reached out and took her hand, his touch steadying. But what if he didn't have to push that mountain alone? He stood firmly before her. For the longest time, I believed I was the only soul fighting this war. He let the memories of his struggles wash over him. But the moment I stood my ground against fate, I realized there were others waiting to stand with me. He watched as her eyes widened in shock. All it takes is one choice, one spark of will. Seal Gangrim's expression softened into a gentle smile. I'm here because I want to be that strength for you. He extended his hand, an open invitation. Will you take a chance on me? Yu Harang looked at his hand, her mind racing. I barely know him. Is it too much to ask for a miracle on our first encounter? Seal Gangrim sensed her hesitation and pulled back slightly, his voice professional. You don't need to give me an answer today. If you prefer, I can. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his shirt from behind. Wait. Yu Harang sat back on the floor, her composure crumbling. Tugging at his sleeve like a lost child, she whispered, don't go yet, Seal Gangrim. She looked up shyly. If I were to. Suddenly, her pupils dilated in pure terror. She stared toward the doorway, her voice trembling. Oh, leader. Yu Min glided into the room, his voice a smooth, unsettling purr. Forgive the interruption. Yu Harang gasped, Father? Still perched on the edge of her bed, she asked, what brings you to my room at such an hour? Yu Min's eyes were cold as ice. There appears to be an issue. He tapped his chin thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. He let his eyes settle on her. Say this, Yu Harang, tell me. Under Seal Gangrim's bated breath and terrified stare, the leader continued, did any uninvited guest? Yu Min asked with terrifying casualness that happened to find their way into your chambers? He watched her, his expression a strange mix of devotion and obsession. He stepped further into the light. A stranger? Here? How would that even be possible? She remained on the floor, her voice shaking. No one enters this sanctuary except for you and the servants who deliver my meals. Yu Min smiled thinly. That is most comforting to hear. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. It's just that. He knelt down directly in front of her. It is quite peculiar to see a chair pulled so close to you. Usually, I am the only one who sits within your reach. He settled into the chair and looked at her. Yu Arang? My mistake. I suppose the furniture moved itself. Yu Min let out a chilling, hollow laugh. I have one golden rule that I demand every follower obey, without question. He leaned in closer. Do you remember what it is? She whispered, what rule? He pressed his face to her ear, his features contorting into a grotesque mask. Never, under any circumstances, get too close to the saintess. With a sudden, violent motion, he flung a bundle from behind his back. Yu Harang recoiled, her hands scraping against the floor mat as she tried to retreat. She began to shake with uncontrollable dread. A frail, elderly woman, battered and covered in bruises, was tossed onto the floor between them. Yu Min's eyes flashed like daggers. I'm not finished with you. Stand up. The old woman scrambled to her knees, sobbing. Mercy, leader. Please, have mercy on me. He dived forward, seizing the elderly woman by her collar and dragging her across the floor like a rag doll. Yu Min barked in a frenzy. How dare you turn your back on me after everything I've done? He continued to scream, his face contorted. Did you truly believe you could escape my wrath? Yu Min towered over the woman, shouting, stand up. How did you let yourself fall this low? The old woman sobbed at Yu Harang's feet. Mercy. Please have mercy. The girl's heart sank as she realized the truth. It's because of my lie. She reached out and whispered, only my father and the food servers are ever allowed in here. Yu Harang gazed at the broken devotee, thinking, even if I protect her, I was taught this sect existed to champion the vulnerable. Watching the woman cower on the tiles, she thought, there is no justice in this cruelty. This is wrong. Looking at the victim, a sharp epiphany pierced through her. No, I've seen this rot for a very long time. Yu Harang threw out her hand and commanded, enough. Stop this at once. Staring into Yu Xianmin's mask of holiness, she thought, I knew his heart was hollow. I knew he had a hidden, darker agenda. My clairvoyant eyes saw the truth over and over. It was all a sham. Even as a goddess, I could never save these people under his rule. As she fought to contain her rage, her thoughts spiraled. Because I was too afraid to speak, an innocent person is bleeding for my silence. She snapped, her voice echoing through the room. I said, let her go. Yu Xianmin roughly kicked the old woman aside. He turned a cold glare on Yu Harang. Saintess, if you let your soft heart dictate our laws, this entire foundation will crumble. She fired back with venom. Then let it burn. What good is an empire built on the broken backs of the weak? Yu Harang clutched her chest, her voice trembling with conviction. I'm done being your puppet, Saintess. Yu Xianmin's face went blank. What exactly are you saying? She wiped a stray tear, her gaze hardening. I'm saying this whole place is a lie. Recalling her journey, she added, I stayed because I felt I owed you my life for dragging me out of that childhood nightmare. She wept as the words poured out, but I was blind. This sect isn't a sanctuary. It's just a different kind of hell. Yu Xianmin stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed by her defiance. He studied her, his voice low. How long have you harbored these thoughts? She brushed away her grief and asked, did you think I was blind? I knew before my powers even awakened. Yu Xianmin knelt down gently and reached out to dry her eyes. He whispered with a terrifying softness, if you've known all along, why choose today to finally open your eyes? She looked toward the shadows. Because of him. She thought to herself, because Seol Gangrim promised me he'd be my strength. Yu Harang continued, so that I finally have the courage to defy my fate. She let out a shaky breath, so I can live as a person instead of being sacrificed to become a god. Yu Xianmin suddenly pulled her into a tight, suffocating embrace. Because he gave you hope. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for has arrived. He leaned in, his breath hot against her ear. I've waited years for this. I needed you to feel the desperation of wanting to escape. Yu Harang whispered in confusion, leader. He looked at her with a sick, fatherly pride. It's necessary, so that. His expression shifted into pure malice. That your soul can ripen with even darker resentment, fueling your ascension into a truly terrifying deity. Yu Xianmin gestured, and a shimmering barrier materialized, trapping Yu Harang. The system alert flashed. Skill activated. Imprisonment sphere. Seol Gangrim's voice thundered from across the room. Get your hands off her. A flicker of hope ignited in Yu Harang's mind. He surged forward, grabbing her and delivering a devastating strike that shattered the iron cage into splinters. Yu Xianmin stood amidst the wreckage, shielding his eyes in absolute disbelief. Yu Harang managed a faint, relieved smile, seeing her protector standing before her. He leveled a burning, murderous gaze at the cult leader. A powerful aura surged behind Seol Gangrim. He asked her with deep concern, are you all right? Did he hurt you? Yugoslavia arang raplia sufli. No, imukai no. She looked at him with newfound trust. I'm sorry you had to jump in like this. He replied instantly, don't be. Seol Gangrim stood tall, his blade gleaming as he stepped toward Yu Xianmin. I'm finished playing spectator to your cruelty. The leader let out a wicked, mocking laugh. I expected a small mouse, but instead I get the savior of the gutter rank losers. Fine then. I'll provide a welcome you'll never forget. He calmly raised his radio. Disciples descend. Purge the intruder. A heavy thud echoed from the ceiling. His command boomed through every corridor. Disciples assemble. Subdue the intruder. The entire congregation surged toward Yu Xianmin as if sharing a single mind. He flashed a hideous grin and ordered, tear my enemy limb from limb. With the hollow, glassy stares of puppets, the mob lunged forward. The elderly woman and the rest of the devotees threw themselves at Seol Gangrim. Yu Harang's voice pierced the chaos. Stop. All of you stop. She scrambled to the front, pleading, don't listen to the leader. He's lying. Gangrim caught her before she could fall and called out, Yu Harang. He pulled her into his arms, commanding, hold on to me and don't let go. With his blade leading the way, he bolted for the window while a sea of hands tried to drag him down. He shattered the glass in a spray of shards, shielding her with his body as the onlookers gasped. He threw himself into the open air. Yu Harang watched the people silhouetted against the building with a look of stunned disbelief. She reached toward the sun, finally touching the air of the world beyond her cage. Seal Gangrim braced for the impact and landed with Yu Harang safely in his grip. From inside the halls, the alarm went up. Seal Gangrim is abducting the Saintess. An officer snatched a radio and barked, "Target has breached the perimeter with the Saintess. Eliminate the thief and retrieve the girl at all costs." Seal Gangrim paused, sensing a shift in the air. A swarm of fanatics closed in from every alley, screaming, "Return our holy mother to us." They clawed at him, desperate to reclaim their idol. "The Saintess, you won't take her." He unsheathed his sword, murmuring, "You're all just victims of a madman." Deflecting their strikes with precision, he added, "I have no desire to draw your blood." With a sweeping burst of energy, he sent the entire crowd tumbling backward. Seal Gangrim clicked his blade back into its scabbard. That should hold them. Caught in the wake of his technique, the attackers stood paralyzed like statues in a garden. Even in their rigid state, they twitched and strained, obsessed with pulling Yu Harang back. The sheer weight of their devotion and their madness finally hit her. The surrounding air was thick with their frantic wails. "Death to Seal Gangrim. Save the Saintess." One frozen believer managed to wheeze out, "Don't leave us. Please, we need you. Come back." Behind her, a chorus of groans and desperate pleas rose. "Don't forsake us in this hell." Seal Gangrim carried her with a gentle strength, weaving through the rows of motionless people. She gripped his shoulder, her voice trembling. "Seal Gangrim, I can't just walk away while they suffer." Seal Gangrim replied with a sharp, grounding tone, "This isn't desertion. Escaping and exposing the rot of this cult is the only real way to set them free." As he kept his pace, he asked, "Don't you want to shatter the leader's chains so they can breathe again?" She looked away, her face a mask of profound sorrow and conflict. Yu Min emerged from the shadows of the crowd. "I'm afraid I can't permit a rescue mission." Seal Gangrim whipped around, his heart jumping as he scanned the mob. Suddenly, a follower standing nearby was struck with a sickening thud, blood misting the air. A severed head rolled to a stop right at his boots. Yu Min pressed his palms together and whispered, "Forgive me, my faithful child." With a mask of practiced mourning, he sighed, "Your martyrdom will be enshrined in our history." She stared at the grisly sight at their feet, her mind reeling in horror. Seal Gangrim's blood boiled. He reached for his sword, ready for a final confrontation. The leader stepped forward, his voice a mocking lullaby. "Please, just come home." He walked past the frozen bodies, adding, "Do it to honor the life that was just lost for you." Seal Gangrim leveled his blade at the man's throat. "You think I'll let you manipulate her further?" Yu Min snarled. "Stay out of matters you can't possibly understand." From the distance, the haunting call for the Saintess continued. Yu Harang squeezed her eyes shut, burying her face against Seal Gangrim's chest. He reached out toward the sky and roared, "How can you claim to lead them while you trample on their lives?" He seized a nearby paralyzed devotee and challenged him. "Look at them. Can't you see how desperately they are starving for true happiness?" Yu Min smirked, drifting into his memories. "I have been their soul guardian for the past 15 years. He continued, painting a picture of their misery. "They have endured endless torment simply because they were cursed with a brutal destiny from birth. They placed their faith in you. They waited an eternity for you to be their savior." He roared with manic intensity, "You must rewrite their tragic fate. Do not turn your back on your divine duty." Seal Gangrim pulled Yu Harang closer, whispering firmly, "Don't listen to a word he says, Harang. Stay with me." Yu Min's voice thundered, cutting through the air. "It is time. Embrace your godhood." He advanced toward them, his voice low and predatory. "To grant them a life of serenity, you must take their burdens upon yourself." Standing directly before her, he let out a guttural command, "Save them." In a flash, Seal Gangrim's blade swept through the air, stopping just inches from the man's throat. He pressed the cold steel against the leader's skin and hissed, "You've twisted the truth beyond recognition." Drawing from his own scars, Gangrim told him, trading the lives of others for a second chance won't end the cycle of agony. It only breeds more misery, especially when you're building your empire on the back of a child. He ground his teeth in a fit of rage. How can a sacrifice rooted in such vile sin, that he bellowed with unfiltered fury, but ever lead anyone to salvation? Yu Harang stood frozen, startled by the raw power of Seal Gangrim's anger. She reached out, resting a trembling hand on his shoulder. With a sneer of pure arrogance, Yu Min scoffed, "Sin? My followers are beyond such petty concepts." Seal Gangrim countered instantly, "Only because you've hollowed out their minds with your brainwashing." The leader smiled thinly. "Precisely." Yu Min opened his arms wide, a prideful smirk dancing on his lips. "Under my guidance, not a single believer has to suffer the weight of their own choices." He continued his sickening monologue, dismissing the lives already spent for the sect and the blood he planned to spill in the future. He raised a hand, his voice growing grander. Even if the masses forget those who were martyred for our glorious cause. He clutched his hands over his chest in a performance of mock piety. Suddenly, he threw his head back and erupted in a chilling laugh. That I, as their shepherd, will carry the burden of their memory and offer my own penance. With a flick of his wrists, he psychically shoved the surrounding mob towards Seol Gangrim. The fanatics surged forward, their voices a discordant shriek. Give her back to us. They swarmed him like a mindless horde. Release her. Return our deity to her throne. They pressed in from all sides, a forest of grasping hands. Grant us our salvation. Seol Gangrim hesitated. If I unleash my elemental powers now, these innocent, controlled people will be caught in the blast. Yu Harang looked at him, terrified. Gangrim, what do we do? He repelled the front line with a powerful shockwave and looked at her tenderly. Stay calm. He shouted over the din, no matter the cost. I'm getting you out of this hell. Hidden within the throngs of people, a zealot lunged with a hidden blade aimed at the pair. The steel bit deep into Seol Gangrim's back as he shielded the girl. A hot spray of crimson splattered across Yu Harang's shocked face. A jagged purple dagger protruded from Seol Gangrim's shoulder. His strength buckled, and he collapsed heavily onto his knees. The attacker lunged again, eyes wide with madness. She belongs to us. Yu Harang threw herself over him, screaming in a desperate attempt to protect him. Stop. I am your saintess. Obey me. The assailant immediately dropped to the floor, bowing low before her. The tip of a ritual blade rested gently against Yu Harang's forehead. She raised a trembling hand, her spirit breaking. Seol Gangrim reached out with fading strength, clutching her sleeve. No, Harang, don't. Facing Yu Min's triumphant, smug expression, she surrendered. That she whispered the words through a veil of total hopelessness, that I will accept my role. I will become your god. The mob raised their hands in a synchronized, eerie gesture of worship. The saintess. She has chosen. Please, hasten your ascension, Holy One. The air filled with a terrifying, ecstatic cheer of pure joy. They watched with a grotesque, twisted hunger, chanting in unison, please, just let go. Die for us. The cry spread through the crowd. Hurry and cross over. Sacrifice yourself for our peace. Yu Harang sat motionless on a ceremonial chair, lost in the sea of fanatics. She slumped forward as the rhythmic chant drummed against her ears. Become our god. Become our god. In her mind's eye, a vision formed. She was bound to a stake, surrounded by towering logs and the hungry lick of flickering flames. From the depths of his confinement, Seol Gangrim's voice thundered. Yu Harang. Harang, with crimson streaks painting her face. Dot clung to Seol Gangrim and whispered, I'll take on the mantle of a god. Seol Gangrim stared at the dirt, his expression crushed by a wave of hopelessness. Yu Harang stood restricted, her fingers interlaced in a final plea. Is her life destined to end before she ever breathes the air of freedom? It all comes down to this very second. Seol Gangrim surged forward, seizing her hands and demanding, What on earth are you thinking, Yu Harang? He roared at her. You wanted to live as a human, not some idol. Why are you choosing to perish in this place? He pleaded, I can take it, so don't you dare throw in the towel in. Yu Harang reached out with a trembling hand, tracing the contours of Seol Gangrim's cheek. She murmured, You've carried enough weight for one lifetime. She pulled him close, adding, Forgive me for making you bear my cross. Holding him with a fierce resolve, she declared, I'm taking the reins from here on out. Seol Gangrim recoiled, his mind reeling. Come again? With a gaze full of unwavering fire, she told him, Have faith in me. Suddenly, the haze cleared from his mind. He was still locked behind the bars of his cage. Pressing his palm against his racing heart, he realized, I have no choice but to bet everything on Yu Harang now. Yu Min sauntered over from the shadows, taunting Seol Gangrim. Quite a sight, isn't it? He smirked with cruel delight. Can't you feel it? The fanatical hunger of this mob is about to consume the saintess whole. Gangrim whipped around, his gaze piercing the leader like sharpened steel. Yu Min tapped the metal bars casually. Save that anger for someone who cares. He looked down his nose at the captive. Your salvation is right around the corner too. Yu Min gripped Seol Gangrim's throat, hissing, Every ounce of your power will be harvested to serve our low-tier followers. A holographic prompt flashed. Physiognomy skill, low-level soul tier. Deciphers an opponent's hidden abilities through facial analysis. As Yu Min tightened his grip on his jaw, a chilling thought struck. This man can actually strip away my secrets just by looking at me? He let out a wicked chuckle. Pathetic. All that potential, and you're stuck at insect rank. A skill list manifested. Target seal gangrim detected. Abilities: Life Reaver, Blaze, Blade Unleashed, War Horn, and Loneliness. He finally yanked his hand away, releasing Seal Gangrim's face. You see Min paced away, hands clasped behind his back. But first, we must see this divine transformation through to the end. Seal Gangrim growled in frustration. Damn it, this isn't right. Arange Sagambla. You see Min march back toward Yu Harang, a flickering torch in his hand. He stood before her with a venomous grin, while a dark premonition filled his head. But it's all falling apart. He jeered, look at you. In the end, your hero Seal Gangrim was powerless to save you. Yu Harang looked at him with pure loathing, to which Yu Si Min remarked, that look of defiance is exquisite. He pressed his palm against her forehead, gloating, this was your inevitable destination. He wore the smirk of a man who had already won. He spoke with poisonous honey. No matter how he tried to sway you, he only led you deeper into the abyss. That is the tragedy of being born an insect rank. Yu Harang slapped his hand away, snapping, then I suppose you're heading for the same cliff. At that exact moment, she added, because I'm the one who's going to make it happen. Yu Si Min remained unfazed, answering coolly, what could a girl who spent her life leaning on others possibly achieve? Yu Harang snatched the handle of his torch, her voice steady. You're right. I spent every day praying for a knight in shining armor. As she spoke, memories of that orphanage nightmare flashed by. She continued, or waiting for a way out of this cult-driven dungeon. Returning to the present, she declared, but the girl who waits is gone. She shoved him back with all her might and screamed, I am the one saving myself and everyone you've enslaved. The interface pinged, triggering forced dispel. Boundary skill neutralized. Brainwashing voice shattered. Yu Harang stood tall and firm. You're finished. You won't use the believers as your puppets anymore. She held the torch high. It's over, give it up. But suddenly, the color drained from her face. Yu Si Min let out a serpent-like laugh. Oh, you're such a simple book to read. He raised a hand, his shadow stretching ominously. I knew about that little trick of yours from the start. He swept his arm toward the masses. And I know that your puny skill isn't nearly enough to break my hold on them. Yu Harang stumbled, gasping it can't be. Yu Si Min's body surged with dark energy as he snarled. I've woven this brainwashing voice every single day for years. It is my masterpiece. With a violent snarl, he swung the flaming torch toward Yu Harang. And you? What could a girl like you possibly have? Her heart sank as a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Is this the end? Did I fail? Trapped in a fog of despair, Yu Harang whispered, I couldn't protect anyone. The believers are still trapped in his web. I couldn't even protect Seal Gangrim. I'm so... From across the chaos, Seal Gangrim's voice thundered. Don't you dare give up, Yu Harang. The fog lifted instantly as Yu Harang snapped her head toward his voice. Water control activated. Kieran materialized from thin air, diving in front of her to intercept Yu Si Min's path. Yu Harang's hands trembled as she admitted, I don't have the strength to stop him alone. She reached out, whispering, Kieran? In response, the creature pressed its forehead against hers in a flash of light. System alert. Activating 5 elements harmony. Skill detail, rang tiga dragon tier. Enhances all attributes for 15 minutes and grants immunity to status penalties. Seal Gangrim downed a blue mana potion and slumped to his knees. It doesn't matter if you stumble. He wiped a stray drop from his chin and promised, we're going to do this together. His eyes never left hers as he urged, just keep pushing. Don't stop. Tears spilled over as Yu Harang looked at Seal Gangrim, her face finally reflecting a sense of peace. She pulled herself up, her resolve hardening. That's right. The battle isn't over yet. Yu Si Min scrambled back, screaming like a madman, you can't do this. You were born to be a god. Yu Harang pressed her hands to her heart, letting a tidal wave of energy erupt from her soul. I have to break through, she screamed. This ends now. System alert. Force dispel active. Brainwashing voice enchantment is collapsing. System update. Brainwashing voice partially neutralized. Yu Si Min was blasted back by the sheer force of the shockwave. The impact sent him spiraling off the platform, crashing heavily onto the cold floor below. Brainwashing voice fully dispelled. 3,428 out of 3,428 victims successfully liberated. The crowd stood in a daze, blinking away the haze. Where am I? Voices whispered. What happened to us? Yu Si Min lay in a heap, his body broken and screaming in agony. Nearby, a pair of small, exhausted feet began to wobble uncontrollably. Every eye in the room turned toward the figure on the stage. Yu Harang's eyes were wide, her chest heaving as she fought for every breath. Her lips curled into a faint, shaky whisper. We. Her strength finally gave out, and she tilted backward. We actually did it. Suddenly, a strong, steady hand caught her before she hit the ground. Seol Gangrim's face was a mask of worry as he called out, Yu Harang. Her fingers brushed against his arm. Seol Gangrim. Yu Harang's gaze softened into a tired, beautiful smile. Thank you for everything. As the words faded, her hand fell limp beside Kieran. Seol Gangrim exhaled, his voice low and steady. It's okay. She's just completely drained her mana reserves. He rested a hand on her forehead. She just needs deep sleep to recover. Seol Gangrim smiled with pure warmth and whispered, You were incredible, Yu Harang. He gently covered her with his coat to keep her warm. Then, Seol Gangrim stood and stepped toward the fallen leader, his expression cold and fearless. Yu Seamin looked up, trembling in terror. This is impossible. You're just a low-rank insect like me. Seol Gangrim closed his eyes for a fleeting second. Murder wasn't my original intent. I remember Harang saying he gave her a roof and a reason to live. She felt she owed him her life. I know it would break her heart if I did this. Suddenly, Yu Seamin lunged toward the sleeping girl. Is this what she wanted? Did that ungrateful brat order you to slaughter the man who raised her? Seol Gangrim's voice was like ice. You're the one who failed her. She truly loved you as a father. The leader's trembling hand froze midair. Father? Then, Yu Seamin broke into a frantic, high-pitched shriek. Then she should have died for me. Why? Gangrim's jaw tightened as his blade burst into a roar of flames. I've heard enough. His eyes blazed with a murderous fury. I absolutely cannot let this monster walk away after what he's done. Yu Seamin choked out a feeble plea, please. Stop. I was only trying to save. In that heartbeat, every witness froze in absolute terror. They were paralyzed, unable to tear their eyes away from the gruesome sight. As the embers flickered, someone shrieked, He just slaughtered him. There's a murderer among us. Chaos erupted instantly as the crowd scrambled for the exits. Help! Save yourselves! Run! Seol Gangrim's gaze was cold, sharp, and laced with a lethal intensity. A system prompt flickered, warning, brainwashing voice engaged. Time flowed like a river. 2 weeks had slipped by. Yu Harang burst through the door, shouting, I'm back. Immediately, Shinsua. Dot spun around with a warm welcome. Glad to have you home, everyone. She beamed and asked, How was the trip to the aquarium? Yu Harang gave an enthusiastic nod. It was incredible. There were massive glass tunnels teeming with fish. I felt like I was walking through the ocean without even needing a spell. It was exactly like the legendary crystal palaces from my favorite fairy tales. You really missed out by staying behind. Shinsua chuckled softly. I'll definitely join you next time. You must be starving, right? Go get cleaned up. I prepared some treats. Yu Harang's eyes sparkled the moment she heard the word snacks. Her face lit up with pure delight the second she saw the platter of spicy rice cakes. These rice cakes are out of this world. She cheered. Unbom chimed in, try a bite of this. Unjin added, it's 10 times better if you drench it in the extra sauce. Shin Sua rested her chin on her palm, watching the group with a gentle smile. Careful, you've got a little smudge right there. She tilted her head affectionately. Slow down, there's plenty for everyone. When I first crossed paths with Harang, she was a total wreck, but Father Johan's healing worked wonders for her recovery. Sua, take this one. It's stuffed with gooey cheese. Sua thought to herself. It warms my heart to see her blending in so naturally. Everything is going great, yet I can't shake the uneasy feeling from what Seol Gangrim told me earlier. He'd promised, I've made sure none of you Harang's past reaches the press. Shinsua hesitated. Is her trauma really that dangerous to reveal? Gangrim had warned, if the news breaks, scavengers and fanatics will hunt her down. She added, but the cult members won't just forget her. Can we truly stay hidden forever? He slowly picked up a sealed envelope. Regarding that particular issue, I've taken care of it personally, so put your mind at ease. Shinsua se brau farod. I have a nagging suspicion that he's playing his cards close to his chest again. He claimed he couldn't have predicted this outcome. But it still grates on me that he insists on carrying every burden on his own shoulders. I made him promise we'd face things as a team, but this is far from what I envisioned. Yu Harang suddenly looked around. Where are Seol Gangrim and Jang Taehan? Should we put some food aside for them? Suddenly, a hand slammed onto the table with a loud crack. Shin Sua's expression was shadowed with a terrifying intensity. You finish every last bite, Harang. Those two don't deserve a single crumb. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner under the soft glow of dim lamps, Jang Taehan broke the silence. Gongrim, I'm genuinely relieved you finally reached out to us for backup. He dipped his head and went on. I know this whole setup looks shady, but I've got total faith in our odds. I've caught a glimpse of what's coming through the threads of destiny. Jang Taehan cut him off quickly. You don't have to convince me. I believe you. Seol Gangrim exhaled a long breath. Thanks. He paused, looking awkward. But Sua, that she seemed absolutely livid. He nervously scratched the back of his head. That's exactly why I tried to handle it solo. But I realize now that dismantling cults is a team effort. The door creaked open. Seol Gangrim elaborated. Besides, having extra hands will make this much smoother. Don't worry. I'll still be doing the heavy lifting when things get messy. Suddenly, Jang Taehan's face drained of color. So that's the reason why today you. Kong Do-hyun appeared behind them, arms crossed in judgment. Have you completely lost your mind? Seol Gangrim, stuffing his face until his cheeks were round, mumbled, I just intended to trigger the Great Demon Realm system next. He glanced down. Did you see another vision of the future? He continued, the second Great Demon Realm isn't actually a death trap. It's more like a grand festival for the Celestials. Entrants represent the 12 zodiac signs in a high-stakes race. Yang Toan blinket in surprise. The 12 zodiacs? Do we get to pick which deity we fight for? Seol Gangrim shook his head. No, it's strictly determined by your birth year. He noted with a grin, wait, so except for the twins, we're essentially on rival squads. Seol Gangrim gave a firm nod. Exactly. This version of the Great Demon Realm isn't a cooperative mission for us. Awakeners sitting on the sidelines can wager coins on the zodiac deity they're betting will take the crown. You can back whoever you want. A window blinked. Purchase this deity's coin? Seol Gangrim added, once the finish line is crossed. That the market value of those coins will skyrocket or crash based on the final leaderboard. Kong Do-hyun massaged his temples. Fine, give it to me straight. Which coin is the ticket to a massive payday? He gestured to himself with a cocky smirk. Me, obviously. It's not just that I've glimpsed a future where I win. I know the ins and outs of this course, so I can practically game the system. Kong Do-hyun flared up and gave the kid's cheek a sharp pinch. You little rascal. So we're just gambling now? What's the plan if you choke? Seol Gangrim winced. Can't you have a shred of faith in me? He slid a heavy envelope across the table with a glare. If you don't bring home the gold, then I'm officially wiping you from the family tree, and you'll be working for the rest of your life to pay me back every cent. In an instant, Seol Gangrim and Jang Taehan were staring wide-eyed at the family's ancestral land deed and the official registered seal. Seol Gangrim quickly glanced up, his eyes gleaming. So, do I get any special power-ups? Before the words even left his mouth, Kong Do-hyun's hand came down like a hammer on the back of his head. Right at that moment, the Game Master's theatrical voice boomed. Greetings, players. Today marks the grand unveiling of the second Great Demon Realm. Welcome, one and all, to the Great Zodiac Race. Let's see some spirit. The crowd began to murmur in shock. A race? You mean there are no monsters to slay? The host continued with a shout. I'm pulling up the ground rules and the circuit map now. Study them well before I break it down. Seol Gangrim's gaze was glued to the monitor. Asset seizure, he muttered to himself, his mind racing. The Destiny Compass suddenly hummed to life. A system alert pinged. A hidden event has triggered in the second Great Demon Realm. The 10 Gods asset seizure mechanic is now active. Warning. This may cause severe friction in interpersonal relationships. Yu Harang looked over, confused. Asset seizure? What on earth does that mean? Don't worry about it. Seol Gangrim replied in a low, guarded tone. His Destiny Compass was spinning wildly again. He sensed a storm brewing. Everyone, keep your guard up. Johann Ritter chimed in abruptly. Don't you see the target on someone's back? So Gongrim post. It could hit an enemy or tear through an ally. He scowled. I'm hoping for a clean run. I can patch up wounds, but Shin Sua placed a hand over her heart, brimming with confidence. Count me in for support too. I'm positive we won't turn on each other. Even if we're wearing different jerseys, we're still a team at heart. Though if you blow my investment, I might have to reconsider that friendship. Seol Gangrim gave a playful smirk. Just trust the process. I can't predict every curveball, but I believe in our group. We'll look out for one another, even as competitors. Just knowing my friends have my back makes this whole thing much easier to handle. The Game Master barked, rules read. Good. The system laid out. Teams are assigned by birth year. Within this realm, all Zodiac-related skills and items receive a massive boost. Standard gear is permitted unless blacklisted. Fatal violence is strictly forbidden. Communication devices are jammed in all zones. Violators will face immediate disqualification. The host added, and did you catch the best part? A notification flashed. Podium finishers receive special tiered loot. 4th to 12th place earns standard tiered rewards. Every member of the winning team gets a massive bonus. He slammed a red button. Now let the games begin. Now that the logistics are out of the way, who wants to know the why behind the sprint? Behold the legend of the Great Zodiac. Eyes on the big screen, please. Eons ago, The Jade Emperor gathered the animal kingdom together. "Race to my palace," he commanded. "The first 12 to cross the threshold shall be immortalized as the symbols of the passing years." And with that, the animals scrambled toward the heavens. The Finnish order dictated the calendar. But was that ancient hierarchy truly the measure of their worth? If the slate was wiped clean and the race was run today, who would emerge victorious? "We've built this arena to settle the score once and for all. Show us your true power." Raid alert. Objective: secure a top-tier rank in the Zodiac race. Time remaining: 3 hours. The game master gave a sharp snap of his flag. Countdown commencing. "Everyone, take your marks. Get behind the starting line." The digital clock began its steady, rhythmic pulse toward zero. The atmosphere was electric, every participant coiled like a spring. Seal Gangrim thought, "I'm going to dominate this realm, just like the last one." The timer hit zero with a deafening chime. The game master screamed, "Go." The system flashed, speed augmentation skill activated. Kong Do-hyun watched the monitors with bated breath. The race is live, and coin wagering is officially closed. Let the games begin. The system confirmed. Coin in possession, the rat coin. Everyone took off like a shot. The Festival of the Gods, the legendary Zodiac race, was finally underway. The rivalry was palpable from the very first step. A system prompt appeared, activating skill, leaf stepping, Shin Sua, radiating confidence. Several frontrunners began tearing through the first zone at a breakneck pace. Every eye turned toward the heavens in pure astonishment. Surging past the pack was a system alert. Spec 2M. Grade, Dragon Tier 3. A figure was maneuvering through the air with flawless, professional grace. Seal Gangrim flashed a confident smirk. "Off to a flying start. I just need to keep this breakneck speed going." The game master bellowed into the mic. "Seal Gangrim has reached the first gate. Let's see if the heavens are smiling upon him today." Suddenly, a vibrant, glowing crimson interface materialized right in front of Seal Gangrim. The system's voice echoed. Fate card triggered. His muscles locked up instinctively. His gaze fixated on the daunting challenge appearing ahead. In a blinding strobe of light, the frontrunner, Seal Gangrim, was warped away to a desolate, lonely island. He was currently teetering on the edge of total physical collapse. Ethereal wings suddenly burst from Yu Harang's back as the leaders neared the checkpoint. System: speed wings granted. Flight enabled for 10 minutes. Yuan Ritter signaled vidly. Go for it, sis. System: cheer buff applied. All abilities enhanced for 10 minutes. Agility boost active. Vertical leap increased. Please remain on the island until your sentence expires. Escape is only possible by rolling a 6. Time remaining until your next dice toss. 9 minutes, 42 seconds. Seal Gangrim pulled a face, thinking, unbelievable. My luck is consistently bottom tier. Without hesitation, he launched himself high into the sky. System warning: unauthorized movement detected. Please return to your assigned coordinates. His boots were now skimming across the surface of the deep blue waves. System alert: target has breached the boundaries. Initiating disciplinary penalty. In a mere blink of an eye. But a menacing crimson screen pulsed rhythmically before Seal Gangrim. The Guardian's massive hand closed into a fist as it lunged, hurtling with savage speed towards Seal Gangrim. He clamped his hand onto his hilt, his voice turning like ice. Penalty? Not today. His blade, crackling with raw energy, cleaved through the air instantly. Stay clear of the azure frost. It appeared as if a layer of thick ice was creeping up and swallowing the Guardian's massive arm. Within seconds, the creature's entire form was encased in a shimmering blue glaze. Seal Gangrim's eyes burned with unwavering determination. Victory is the only option. System update. Participant Seal Gangrim has incurred a penalty for his unauthorized island escape. Dako Jun chuckled, glancing up at the retreating figure. He actually trashed the Guardian and broke out already. He muttered with a sardonic grin, I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less from a guy like him. Just then, Dako Jun took a deliberate, heavy step forward. Seal Gangrim was tearing across the field. I broke out fast, but the gap is still huge. He looked to the side. The next phase is going to be a total bloodbath. Dako Jun raised his voice. Hey, Seal Gangrim. Just how do you expect to reclaim the lead from this far back? He shot back a knowing smirk. If you're that desperate to find out. Seal Gangrim offered a hand toward Dako Jun with surprising energy. Nothing keep pace with me. Dako Jun looked at the hand and burst out laughing. You're actually asking me to partner up? Seal Gangrim countered quickly. We both represent the year of the rat. Let's just call it a marriage of convenience. He slapped his palm on his seals. I was just waiting for you to cave and ask. I was hoping you would, but as the words left his lips, Dako Jun's grip tightened around his wrist like a vice. His smirk widened as he added, but this feels a little too convenient, don't you think? There's no way a guy like you works with me out of the goodness of his heart. What's the catch? Dako Jun shouted with excitement as the screen shifted. Slot machine active. Amount is required for stage 3. Your mode of transport will be determined by this lucky draw. He blinked in confusion. You mean we aren't using our own legs? Don't you dare mess up my rhythm. Seol Gangrim folded his arms. How can I ruin a plan I haven't even been told yet? Dogu Yun continued. Why play coy? You're a regressor, aren't you? He sighed, looking at the ground. Forget it. I already knew. In his previous life, his high luck stat had showered him with bonus perks. But back then, I was stuck with a measly tricycle because I was just an insect rank. I barely managed to crawl my way to the 52nd demon level. My luck is still stuck at rock bottom. Instead of playing the lottery, I need to hitch a ride with this guy. It's all up to you now. Dako Jun locked his gaze on the slot machine. Let's see what fate delivers. A flash of light revealed the first digit. Then, a lucky number 7 spun into place in the second window. The machine's siren blared. Congratulations. You hit the jackpot. Dako Jun pumped his fist, cheering, unbelievable. How do you like that? Did I pull through for us, or what? Exceeded your expectations, didn't I? His celebration cut short. Wait, what? Where'd he vanish to? Dako Jun tentatively pushed aside the heavy curtain. Seul Gongrim. In that instant, piercing high-beam headlights cut through the dark. The system chime echoed. You have been awarded the Red Bull Underbaron Supercar. Dogu Yunis Gyotpots. This thing looks like a beast. When did you learn to drive like that? Seol Gangrim glanced back sharply. If you don't hop in right now, you're walking. He let out a dry laugh. You've developed a lot more backbone since our first meeting. He countered coldly, whatever. Dogu Yun Smiegel Vaging Finger. Honestly, a protagonist with an edge is much more compelling anyway. The tires shrieked as they gripped the pavement. Strap in. We're burning rubber. The two of them were now barreling forward in the luxury speedster. The Year of the Rat duo struck gold. Despite their late start, they've blitzed into the second zone thanks to the fastest engine on the track. Ahead of them, a chaotic skirmish is tearing up the road. Streaks of pure energy are lashing out at dizzying speeds. Minho barking the radio pushed through. We have to secure the sect leader. The elite recruits of the Azura sect closed in. Jang Taehan tightened his grip on his sword and roared. Keep those vultures away from SUA. Sudenlu, Yuan Richter. That whipped his head around to spot the car roaring up behind them. Dako Jun leaned out and bellowed. Make way. The car drifted violently, skidding to a halt right in the middle of the melee. What is this madness? Get out of the lane. Clear a path. Seol Gangrim gripped the wheel until his knuckles were white. He checked the passenger seat frantically. Are you hurt? Yu Harang nodded quickly, catching her breath. I am okay. Move. The Azura sect is trying to snatch SUA away. His eyes widened with shock. They're doing what? The girl galloping on horseback beside them called out, Go. We'll hold the line here. Seol Gangrim ground his teeth. The aura of impending death is suffocating. Activating Eye of the Frontier. Could Shin Era be the very person the prophecy warned me about? What on earth? A high-stakes, high-speed pursuit is now unfolding between the two lead vehicles. Shin Era stood up in her seat, her voice dripping with mock excitement. Darling. She held a coiled rope that pulsed with a dark, suffocating energy. With a flick of her wrist, Shin Era sent the lash flying. How long do you really think you can outrun your own sister? The system interface flashed. Force dispel triggered. Weapon buff skill has been neutralized. Yu Harang's face was pale. She was clearly at her limit. Shin Sua gripped the steering wheel and cried out, Harang, stay with me. Shin Era pulled her vehicle alongside them. Is it just you left? You've completely lost your momentum. Finally, we can have some much-needed sisterly bonding. Yu Harang suddenly barked back. You won't get a second alone with her. She's not solo. I'm her shield. Shin Sua is a member of the Seol Gangrim sect now. She bristled with fury. She doesn't belong to you. We're ending this cycle right here. Shin Sua gasped, wait, what? Is Seol Gangrim actually building his own cult? You already sacrificed an arm for him, and now you're throwing away your family too? She screamed in a rage. What kind of spell does that man have on you? As she yelled, a brilliant blue system screen manifested behind her. A layer of crystalline frost began to envelop Shin Era. What is this? A massive hand was slowly reaching. Cut out toward her. Race update. The leaderboard is shifting at the boundary of the second zone. The Year of the Rat alliance is gaining rapidly on Shin Sua and Shin Era. Seol Gangrim looked over anxiously. Shin Sua, are you alright? She responded instantly. I'm fine, but Harang is hurt. She interrupted. It's just a scratch. Sua's protective aura is keeping me steady. Seol Gangrim let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Thank God. The Game Master. Bellowed over the speakers. The second leg concludes with the Year of the Rat, Alliance seizing the lead. The third zone is where the real carnage begins. The lead pack is pushing their engines to the limit. That implies a tie for the lead. Will this sprint finish just like the ancient legends? Suddenly, a mysterious hand materialized. It emerged with chilling slowness from a tear in reality. In the blink of an eye, the Game Master was wiped from existence. The two vehicles continued to hurtle forward at breakneck speeds. Shock rippled through the crowd. This distorted race reached its abrupt end. Seal Gangrim ground his teeth, his mind racing. Damn it, what's going on? Was the warning from fate? His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Not actually about Shin era. System alert. The aura of death is intensifying exponentially. The car Seal Gangrim was piloting screeched to a violent halt. Glowing orbs appeared out of nowhere, suspended in the empty air. The hand reached further through the rift. Starting now. Suddenly, the clown's expression twisted into a nightmare. Let the show begin. Legions of figures poured from the rift. The feast of the Harlequins. Seal Gangrim stood paralyzed, his mind momentarily blank from the shock. Dako Jun shouted in a panic, Seal Gangrim, look alive. They're coming. You Arang and Shinsu Scream the Nunizon, Gangrim. System. Forced recall initiated. Shin Sua's eyes filled with terror as she called out his name one last time, Gangrim. By then, the enemy had them completely boxed in. We're the clown troupe. Yu Harang sat in the vehicle, jaw set as she glared at the invaders. We are here to usher in the winds. Out of a brand new world order. Shin Sua's gaze burned with fury. What have you done with Seal Gangrim? Lana Rose Mauer stiffened at the mention of his name. She leveled her blade instantly. That is information you don't need to know. She lunged forward with a graceful leap. He is destined to become one of us. A radiant blue aura suddenly surged around Shin Sua. Not a chance. A spectral leopard manifested, letting out a thunderous, bone-shaking roar. System, skill triggered. Mountain deity, soul of the white tiger. Zodiac-themed abilities within this demon realm. That will receive a massive power amplification. Shinsue se brau farod in concentration. Tell me where he is. Lana Rosemauer. That streaked toward her like a comet, sword poised to strike. The entire group was under siege. Giant get down. Zhang Taihan spun around, frantic. Is everyone holding up? Umbom snapped back. Stop worrying and watch your six. The enemies were on him in a heartbeat. A shimmering energy barrier instantly enveloped the team. Where did these freaks even come from? Johann Ritter winced in pain. This must be the conflict he warned us about. I hope the others are okay. Nearby, Seal Gangrim surveyed the area. I've been pulled off the course, yet I'm still trapped within the boundaries of the demon realm. He cast a freezing look at his captor. What is it you want from me? He locked eyes with Lana Rosemauer, who hovered above. I do hope your friends are faring well, she remarked suddenly. This is of the utmost priority, a direct command from our leader. Join the clown troupe, Seal Gangrim. He mused silently. This syndicate was active in my previous life too. They are a notorious band of mass criminals. They orchestrate terror attacks against the Destiny Protection Bureau and any sect allied with them. However, in my past life, they didn't make their move for another year. I had no idea they were operational this early. Baekhyun might be among their ranks. I've been looking for an excuse to infiltrate them. Is this what they call a stroke of luck? Lana Rose Mauer landed lightly before him. It may seem abrupt, but this is an incredible prospect for someone like you. I don't know your reasons, but I know you don't trust the Destiny Protection Bureau. See old Gangrim's expression. I turned to stone the moment she mentioned his secret suspicion. Lana Rose Mauer leaned in, her voice a poisonous silk. Do you really think you're the only one who's noticed their hypocrisy? Trust me, they've undoubtedly realized the truth by now as well. In a blur of motion, Seal Gangrim lunged forward and seized her wrist in a crushing grip. Lana Rose Mauer simply shifted her weight, unfazed. Easy there, almost lost my footing. Don't be so frosty. We're offering you a seat at the table. She pressed on. We aren't exactly members of their fan club either. Seal Gangrim mused. Unlike the Bureau, I have no contacts here. Infiltrating them will be the ultimate shortcut for gathering intel. Lana Rose Mora's pitch continued. Let's dismantle the Bureau and establish a brand new world order. Suddenly, his grip tightened. The choice was made. Seal Gangrim replied with a voice like a winter chill. Sounds like a plan. I have a feeling this mask will suit you perfectly. Without a word of warning, he buried his fist directly into her face. The impact shattered Lana Rose Mora's mask into a dozen jagged shards. She cradled her bruised eye, hissing. That was uncalled for. Seal Gangrim's voice dropped to a dangerous rumble. Did you honestly think I'd ever place my trust in a pack of thugs like you? System alert. Destiny sensing activated. Lana let out a dark chuckle and met his gaze. Drop the hero act. It doesn't fit you. Lana Rose Maurer, level 2, insect tier, metal attribute, zodiac, rabbit, Seoul Gangrim calculated. She's in the same rank as me. With my attribute advantage, I should be able to dismantle her easily. She grumbled, Berno warned me not to show my face. He remained focused on the strategy. To get inside their base, I need to reel in a bigger fish. Is this Berna the real mastermind? If he wants me so badly, tell him to stop hiding and face me himself. I have zero interest in playing follow the leader with a weakling like you. Lana Rose Moore's eyes suddenly ignited with a feral rage. I'm sorry, what did you just say? A golden light began to ripple across her skin. It seems you're laboring under the delusion that I'm an easy target. She flexed her fingers as 10 razor-sharp claws slid out from her fingertips. I have more than enough lethality to put you in the ground. System, activating Beast Claw. Lana Rose Maurer lunged with predatory speed. You arrogant little rat. Gangrim parried the strike with a sharp metallic clang. You're nothing but a skittish rabbit. She laughed, her pupils dilating with madness. Rabbit? I'm a beast, one fueled by 1,000 years of spite. He mocked her coolly, all that spite from a single punch? His hand clamped onto the hilt of his blade, veins bulging with effort. Today is just not your lucky day. I'm not exactly known for being a pushover either. With a sudden surge, he broke her guard, sending her stumbling back. You know something? She spat. There are ancient blood feuds written into the stars. The rat has many rivals. After all, it cheated the ox just to steal first place. A suffocating, dark aura wrapped around her like a cloak. But the one who harbors the deepest hatred for the rat. Her eyes turned into abyss-black voids, overflowing with killing intent. It was the cat, the one the rat left behind in the mud. System, activating Feline Grudge. Feline Grudge, level 2, insect tier. Maximum stat boost applied when engaging targets with the rat attribute. Seoul Gangrim ground his teeth, glancing at the HUD. Got. Lana Rose Maurer, level 2, insect tier. Metal attribute. Zodiac. Rabbit. No. Got. He analyzed the discrepancy. She must be from a region where the cat replaces the rabbit in the lunar cycle. In a blur of motion, Lana Rose Maurer tore through the air. Deep gashes instantly bloomed across Seoul Gangrim's arms. Damn it! Her claws were cutting through his defenses like paper. She stood over him, her face a mask of supreme confidence. Lana Rose Maurer lunged again, delivering a devastating overhead strike. Seoul Gangrim looked up, his face contorted in anger. I'm completely on the defensive. I underestimated how much this demon realm would amplify her power. Lana Rose Maurer sneered. Do you get it now? With the Zodiac's blessing. Your defeat is mathematically certain. This is your final warning. Join the troop and play nice, or bleed out right here. Gangrim's voice went low and resonant. If the Zodiac powers are boosted this much, then what happens when the real king of the mountain shows up? A massive surge of spiritual pressure began to swirl around him. She recoiled in sudden terror. What are you doing? System, summoning guardian spirit. John. John had reached a temporary state of majestic maturity, fueled by the Zodiac's resonance. A gargantuan, ethereal white tiger materialized behind Seoul Gangrim, its roar shaking the very foundations of the realm. He tilted his head slightly, a cold smile touching his lips as he whispered, Sick him, John. As soon as the order left his lips, the beast pounced. Go. Lana Rose Maurer gnashed her teeth in frustration. A dragon? Are you serious? You absolute coward. Violent bursts of radiance began erupting from every direction. Shin Sua pressed the offensive, her blade whistling through the air. The clown squeezed his hand into a tight fist. Curse it. If I could only unleash my true strength, that one-armed pest would be history. Yu Harang struck with lethal speed. You won't be slipping away today. System, engaging forced ability seal. A thick, suffocating darkness settled over the battlefield, initiating erosion. Dako Jun slammed his heel into the dirt without a moment's hesitation. He declared with icy calm, it's over. The game master's voice crackled back to life. Apologies for the minor technical glitch. But now that our competitors are safe and sound, the grand race resumes. He's back on the track. Everyone, pick up the pace. The leaderboard flickered to life. Tiger, Shin Sua, Pig, Yu Harang, Rat, Dako Jun, Horse, Yu Giant, Horse, Unbaum. The game master roared. The finish line is still up for grabs. Suddenly, Shin Sua went rigid, her eyes glued to the standings. She whipped her head around, her expression hardening. Gangrim's name. It's vanished from the board. Dako Jun immediately lunged to grab her by the arm. Just where do you think you're headed? Shin Sua cried out desperately. We have to find him. He blocked her path. But the race is live. Didn't you promise to conquer this realm? She bit her lip, looking down in silent conflict. Shin Sua immediately pivoted back toward the danger. Finding Seol Gangrim matters more than any trophy or title. Her sudden ferocity left him speechless. Dako Jun's brow furrowed in confusion. Why are you being so impulsive? You're usually the level-headed one, Sua, but you lose all logic whenever he's involved. Shin Sua stopped cold, her voice dropping dangerously. What was that? Dako Jun didn't back down. Even if this is an every-man-for-himself match, you're on the same team. It's better if you both place high. He can handle himself. Or are you telling me you're so dependent on him? That you're helpless when he's not around? Shin Sua snarled and grabbed his collar, pulling him close. I'm simply terrified for his safety. He cut her off mid-sentence. If you're that worried about him. But then it's clear you don't actually believe in his strength. You don't need to go on a frantic search. Seol Gangrim has a habit of making an entrance on his own terms. Shin Sua's face clouded over. How can you be so certain? Dako Jun tilted his head, his voice dropping to a low hum. Do you really haven't noticed yet? At that precise moment, the sky was set ablaze with a golden radiance. Genki Ori descended through the clouds. Because Seol Gangrim is the lead actor in this play. After all, Shin Sua's jaw dropped as she looked at the heavens. What on earth is that? Yu Harang beamed, waving frantically at the figure in the sky. The game master shouted, while the pack was frozen in confusion. Seol Gangrim took to the skies on a dragon. His aura radiated a new, unshakable confidence. The game master continued the play-by-play, tearing across the finish line in first. It's a spectacular victory for the Year of the Rat. One by one, the vehicles crossed the mark, tiger, rat, and rabbit. The group swarmed Seol Gangrim in a massive huddle, celebrating their collective second-place tie. The game master paused, checking the data. In fifth place we have System, Final Payout, Rat Coins. Kong Do-hyun slammed his palms onto the desk. This is unbelievable. He looked up, overwhelmed with ecstasy. The profit margins were exploding. System, estimated market value, 120 billion won. 2 weeks flew by in a blur of activity. Welcome to the new place. Unbaum's eyes lit up. Is the big move finally complete? Shin Sua nodded. The sect is officially settled in. Yang Taon Smukit. You should pack your bags and move in here too. Dako Jun chimed in with a whistle. This guild hall is absolutely legendary. Jang Taehan stopped mid-sentence, his face twisting. Wait a minute. Who gave this guy a key? You Arang Gigod. I invited him. We bled together in that race, so we're basically family now. Dogu Yun winks. Precisely. Ilbolal Gid, nervosely. It's a day for celebration. Let's not sweat the small stuff. On cue, the entire group hoisted their glasses high for a toast. Yu Harang laughed while snapping a candid shot of Kirin stealing a treat. The room echoed with applause as they watched Gankiori play. Both Seol Gangrim, Dot, and Shin Sua were finally basking in a moment of pure, unadulterated happiness. When the dust finally settles, you're the only one left to tidy up the wreckage. Gankiori looked like he was dead to the world, sprawled out on the rug. Seol Gangrim tapped the glowing system interface to review his current divinity status. A prompt flashed. Campaign and conquest. Mission success. System. Seol Gangrim's notoriety and fame have peaked. Apotheosis sequence initiated. Divine title bestowed. The cowardly victor. Your strength scales with public recognition. You have unlocked the divine tier skill, semi-apotheosis. Warning. Advanced system features are restricted due to insufficient legendary status. Seol Gongri mused. I need to build a much bigger reputation if I want to fully tap into this godlike power. He couldn't help but stare at the data. Why had his fame exploded so drastically overnight? He swiped his phone screen. What's the latest gossip? Let's dive into the comments. Wait, what is this garbage about me? It's like a blockbuster flick. Look, he was inhabited by a world eater ranked spirit of fate. The world according to Dako Jun. In a reality where destiny dictates power, Seol Gangrim was born under a cursed star. He was the world's weakest hunter until he unlocked destiny theft. Read Chapter 1, The Soul Swap. Shin Sua shoved Seol Gangrim against the wall with surprising force. He winced. Sua, knock it off. With a burning intensity, she whispered, not a chance. Suddenly, she pulled him into a fierce kiss. I'm never letting you slip away. Seol Gangrim ground his teeth, his face flushed with pure fury. Dako Jun, you absolute lunatic. He cornered the man, who collapsed onto the floor. It's the crack of dawn. What is wrong with your brain? He hissed in a frigid tone. I read your little masterpiece. Dako Jun's face lit up instantly. You actually did? It makes me so happy to know you're a fan. Listen, I truly admire you, so I want the world to worship the man I see. Since I suspected you were a regressor, I flavored it as possession to make it pop. Your secrets are safe. Besides, my deity thrives on human imagination. Turning you into a legendary icon will make you a superstar. Seal Gangrim cut him off, zip it. He shoved his phone forward. Delete it. Every single word. Now. He looked heartbroken. But why? Shouldn't you be thrilled? You said yourself you've been a social pariah since you were a kid. Because of me, the world finally sees you. They'll connect with your struggles and feel your pain. Gangrim didn't utter a word, just pierced him with a death stare. Double Yun Beiplon. And then, Gangrim, you'll be the world's most beloved hero. He let out a long sigh, staring at the floor. So that's the catch. My divine recognition surged because of some fan fiction. Suddenly, a formal, wax-sealed envelope that was placed gently on his shoulder. Shin Sua leaned in, her voice steady. It's settled, Gangrim. We've gone through the draft and reached an agreement. You can give him the green light now. Double Yunis Gyotloks. What? Even Shin Sua read it? She scowled. Not just me. Everyone in the building. I won't force a deletion, but there are some creative liberties that need serious correction. He perked up. So I have your official blessing. Suddenly, Seal Gangrim spoke with a bone-chilling weight. On one single condition. Double Yunis Smiluoid. As he scanned the fine print on the page, he began to sweat. This single condition has 100 bullet points. Gangrim cut in. It's simple. Sign a contract. System. Relic. Soul binding agreement. Dako Jun wailed. This is artistic tyranny. System. Contractual link established. Soul Gongrim nodit. Perfect. Just as I intended. He jumped up, energized fine. I'm gonna go write the next arc. Seal Gangrim pointed to a corner. That desk is your new prison. Office. Dako Jun cried out, wait. You're really going to lock me in here? Soul Gongrim? The hours blurred until the next day, following the housewarming festivities. Yu Harang smiled warmly and said, it's almost time for our departure. System. Grand rewards for top 3 finishers distributed. Divine Realm entry pass. 3rd tier status. Zodiac race bonus. Invitation to the heavens. Auto triggers upon destruction at the appointed hour. Shin Sua spoke up quickly. We're all heading to the same realm, right? Dako Jun held up the parchment. Since the reward is tied to the 12 zodiac signs, we'll likely be scattered to different celestial planes. Seal Gangrim paused, but the odds of coming face-to-face with our patron deities are extremely high. A god's power depends on their fame and followers. The 12 zodiacs are legendary on a global scale. If they truly possess that kind of cosmic influence, they might finally have the answers I've been hunting for. As the final seconds of the countdown ticked away, Seal Gangrim finally barked. Now, shred the invitations. Everyone tore their documents simultaneously. In a flash, Seal Gangrim's surroundings transformed. This place is. His eyes danced with a rare, electric excitement. The celestial plane, a titanic palm, that descended with rhythmic grace toward the grand entrance. Before Seal Gangrim, a soft, ethereal glow pulsated. Beyond the threshold, system, accessing the sanctum of the rat deity. 12 zodiac empowerment buff successfully applied. The rat deity's voice resonated instantly. Welcome to my hallowed domain. Oh, that mortal who has embraced our lineage. I am the rat god, sovereign of the western skies. Seal Gangrim tilted his head, a nervous smile playing on his lips. It's my very first time standing face-to-face with an actual divinity. Despite his welcoming tone, the sheer spiritual pressure is bone-crushing. He spoke with a booming resonance. I have summoned you to honor your prowess in the great race. As such, in the name of the high heavens, I shall personally bestow a boon upon you. You may seek the truth through one single question. Seal's hand taut with veins, that clenched into a white-knuckled fist. He bowed his head low. When I was merely a child, a deity attempted to hijack my soul, and to this very day, he refuses to let go. I demand to know the true origin and the secret name of that entity. The rat god fell into a heavy silence. A god seeking to inhabit your flesh? Instantly, the deity manifested a swirling vortex of power before him. Let us see. Which shadow do you wish to unmask? There's a staggering number of gazes locked onto your soul. Countless spectral hands materialized in the air. It must be the most dominant among them. System alert. The hero of life and death is attempting to initiate possession once more. Gangrim hesitated before whispering, access denied. I've already terrified Liu Bei into a retreat. System. The hero of life and death withdraws in absolute terror. He reflected. Many high-level sorcerers claimed this was a god of unfathomable power, even though the most elite exorcists performed their rites. That on countless occasions. That in the end, they were powerless to sever the connection. A bottom-tier spirit like you dares to lust after my divine vessel? Suddenly, the rat god was seized by a visible panic. He clutched his head, his face contorting in a display of agony. Seal Gangrim gritted his teeth, stumbling back. What? What's going wrong? In an instant, a scorching crimson aura flooded the sanctum. The rat god spoke in a fractured, trembling whisper. What utter madness! That is an entity so ancient and fierce that even I dare not gaze upon him directly. Seal Gangrim looked up, his body shivering. That god, he's more powerful than even the sovereign of the West. What do you mean you cannot see through him? Are you saying you can't even name him? He slowly reached out. You are dealing with a god. Surely you understand. Divinity does not equal omniscience. Please accept my apologies for my inability to provide an answer, despite my celestial vow. The rat god continued in a somber tone. I shall permit you 2 additional queries. Seal Gangrim looked at the floor. But if I ask about him again, I'll just hit the same wall, won't I? The god nodded. Indeed. If a deity cannot confront him even within the divine realm, he realized, there's no hope of me unmasking him here. But what about the mortal threads tied to his scheme? The image of Baekhyang flashed vividly in Seal Gangrim's mind. Where is Baekhyang hiding right now? And why is he so obsessed with destroying me? The rat god replied, It seems you are eager to understand the nature of your enemy. It is because your very existence acts as a fulcrum that could shatter the destiny of this entire world. He gasped. My existence? The god raised a hand. I can divulge nothing more on that particular path. The rat god pressed on. What is your final request? Seal Gangrim stated with iron resolve. Transport me to the West Heaven Flower Garden this instant. Immediately, he stepped through a shimmering rift in space. Seal Gangrim scanned the horizon, his heart racing. So this is the legendary West Heaven Flower Garden. In the end, the biggest mystery remains unsolved, but being granted passage here by the sovereign of the West himself. That compared to the traditional path that would have cost me years of toil, but this is still a massive tactical victory. Now, I must secure the flower with lightning speed. Suddenly, a deafening blast rocked the earth behind him. A gargantuan foot crushed the terrain with a violent thud. What in the world? Looming over Seal Gangrim was a prehistoric beast of colossal proportions. He clenched his teeth and scrambled back. I wasn't told anything about. Suddenly, the beasts lunged at him in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Monsters? Here in the West Heaven Flower Garden, a voice suddenly thundered through the chaos. Blast it! What on earth is a human doing here? You! Hit the dirt! Instantly, blinding shafts of radiance impaled the creatures, followed by a crushing wave of explosive detonations. Seal Gangrim remained steady, intently observing the display of raw firepower. Cannon barrels slowly retracted through the swirling soot. These garden-dwelling pests. Suddenly, an elf marched up to Seal Gangrim, snapping it. How did you manage to infiltrate this sanctuary? Leave this place at once. Startled, he immediately threw his hands up in a peaceful gesture. These must be the sentinels of the garden. Wait, I was granted passage by the sovereign of the West. The elf's eyes went wide. The sovereign of the West. You must be the champion of the zodiac race. Follow me. It's far too perilous out here. I'll escort you to the Flower Warden. The outer perimeter sits right on the fault line between the divine and demon realms. High-level monsters are a constant threat. Seal Gangrim scanned the horizon. Understood. That explains why things are so volatile out here. The elf added, the interior is a safe haven. No monsters allowed, so breathe easy. Warden, I brought the guest endorsed by the sovereign of the West. Ceridorium tilted his head curiously. Ah, yes. I've been anticipating your arrival. Ceridorium, the high custodian of the West Heaven Flower Garden. Which blossoms are you seeking? Seal Gangrim paused for a heartbeat. I require the blood blossom, the bone blossom, and the flesh blossom. Those 3 are the rarest botanical treasures in this realm. You won't find them for any price at the jade market. If I synthesize these 3, I can mend any wound, no matter how ancient. With these, I can finally restore Shin Sua's arm. So, will you grant me those 3 flowers? He briskly tapped the control and said, You've clearly done your research, but words don't do the reality justice. Look at that basin. That is the heart of the West Heaven Flower Garden. Seal Gangrim pressed his face against the glass. The lake is a barren wasteland. Don't tell me the garden has withered away. Ceridorium nodded grimly. Precisely. Due to a recent catastrophe, we can no longer cultivate life. He gritted his teeth in frustration. I traveled all this way just to hit another dead end. Seal Gangrim hissed under his breath. Damn it. Mortal, Ceridorium said, looming over him. We do, however, possess a limited stock from previous harvests. The elf gasped. So there are remnants? Seal Gangrim's face brightened. Perfect. I can actually fix SUA. Suddenly, a sly smirk played across Ceridorium's lips. However, if you desire those petals, that you'll need to resolve a certain crisis for us first. Seal Gangrim froze, eyes wide. What sort of crisis? Ceridorium's expression grew somber as he leaned in close. He explained, bring the life back to the West Heaven Garden. Make it bloom once more. The lifeblood of this place is the divine spring, but the source that feeds it, that is situated at a secluded outpost beyond that ridge. Far from these walls. One day the flow just ceased. We've lost all communication with the personnel stationed there. Seal Gangrim cut in. So something went wrong up there. Ceridorium looked up. We suspect a hostile breach, but with the relentless beast raids of late, we haven't been able to verify it. We have no warriors left to spare. I want you to head there, reclaim the outpost, and restart the divine spring. Gongrim nodded slowly. Fair enough. Nothing in this world comes for free. Suddenly, the elf stepped in to protest. No, Warden, how can you ask a mere human to face such a nightmare? Ceridorium chuckled. I've heard this particular human is a formidable awakener. The elf cried out, panicked. But that's suicide. You're essentially signing his death warrant. Seal Gangrim mused to himself. I know it's a gamble, but her reaction is suspiciously intense. He narrowed his eyes. Does she have inside information? Ceridorium spoke up. Well, traveler, what's your verdict? He smirked knowingly. Are you really going to let this opportunity slip through your fingers? His hand moved toward the door. He took a resolute step forward. You really shouldn't do this. If you had any inkling of what's lurking there, you'd run the other way. Seal Gangrim met her eyes. So you know exactly what's waiting for me. The elf stammered, I will. Regardless, no flower is worth throwing your life away. He looked down and whispered, life is precious after all. But that precious thing you're talking about, that was once sacrificed for my sake by someone, more than once, just to pull me from the brink. Soul Gongrim Post. That person even traded their own limb for my life. He spread his arms wide. At the very least, I have to step up and do this much. System, divine realm of the tiger god. Shin Sua spoke with conviction. What I desire most is advance intelligence on any threats that could put Gangrim's life at risk. The tiger god looked stunned. You're squandering your only wish on someone else. Do you truly not grasp the weight of a consultation with a deity? I could reveal the secret to mending your arm, grant you untapped power, or bless you with endless riches. She cut him off firmly. No, I understand the value perfectly. And that is precisely why I'm choosing this path. My companion, Seal Gangrim, for some reason views agony and misfortune as if they are unavoidable shadows. He's convinced we'll eventually be consumed by them. I'm genuinely terrified for his well-being. Shin Sua's fist tightened as his image crossed her mind. The tiger god tilted his head in contemplation. Are you absolutely certain you won't live to regret this? Her gaze was ironclad with resolve. Never. In that exact heartbeat, streaks of radiant light slammed into the monsters simultaneously. The elf urged him forward. The source of the divine spring is just a few steps ahead. Seal Gangrim added, I appreciate the help. Getting here was a breeze with you. The elf replied, our gear is custom-made for slaying beasts, but it still baffles me how the station was overrun so effortlessly. He narrowed his eyes. What exactly is hidden at the divine spring? The elf looked down, her jaw tightening. She lapsed into a heavy, uneasy silence. Suddenly, the elf grew flustered. I don't know. Seal Gangrim wondered. Is she forbidden from speaking, or is she hiding something from me? The elf had promised, if you're set on this, I'll stay by your side. He stole a glance at her. She had braved this danger out of pure concern for him. She seems like a remarkably kind spirit. I've never been a fan of the divine, but looking at her, now perhaps there are still decent gods left in this world. The elf suddenly shifted her stance. The elf whipped her head around and let out a shout. Actually, the weapon in her hand materialized in a flash. Electricity crackled around Seal Gangrim as he bellowed. Lower your weapon this instant. Just as the words left his lips, a violent explosion rocked the air before him. He reached out frantically. Jerome, Rini, shield her. A bizarre, fan-headed machine stood blocking their path. But that thing looks nothing like a wild animal. In a blur, its metallic limb crashed into the floor. Seal Gangrim's gaze locked onto the shimmering light atop its head. A pulsing orb of energy formed in front of the fan-headed automaton. His eyes widened as he looked back. Instantly, a wall of flame erupted, releasing a massive surge of internal force. The fan-headed robot stood motionless, tracking the intruder. Piercing beams of light manifested out of nowhere. They wove together to form Seal Gangrim's razor-sharp blade. He delivered a single, crushing strike. It seems the puppeteer behind this machine is lurking just ahead. He began to move deeper into the facility with cautious steps. Suddenly, he came to a dead stop. He glanced to his side. The elf was sprawled face down in the stagnant, murky water. "You worthless hunk of metal. You took far too long just to neutralize a few minor deities." Suddenly, Jong-un froze and looked up. "Your Seol Gangrim's eyes burned with a lethal intent as he spoke. "The clown troupe." He lunged forward without a second thought. "Was this your handiwork too?" Jong-un stammered. "Wait, hold on. There's been a misunderstanding. We have no desire to draw blood with you, Seol Gangrim." He ground his teeth, driving his blade forward with a vengeful roar. The point of his sword buried itself deep into the earth. Jong-un looked down solemnly. "We only seek to strip the gods of their tyranny." Her hands began to tremble. "You felt it too, haven't you? The sickening reality of humans being puppets for the divine. The sheer misery of it. Since the awakening, the gods have only grown more gluttonous. Eventually, they will use that weight to crush humanity, destroying the West Heaven Garden. That is about dismantling the very tool that allows the gods to play with human life and death. Whatever treasure Ceridorium promised you, we're prepared to double it." Jong-un's eyes sharpened into slits. "So please, just walk away and forget you saw us." Seol Gangrim remained silent, measuring her every move. He spoke with a deliberate chill. "Once you've turned the West Heaven Garden to ash, do you intend to hoard the remaining blossoms for your own guild?" Jong-un nodded with fervor. "Exactly. We are simply relocating them to where they can truly make a difference." Seol Gangrim leveled his blade at her throat. "Then tell me, how does that make you any different from the tyrants you despise?" His accusation struck a nerve. Jong-un's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. "We honestly believed a man of your caliber would see the bigger picture. But it seems you've left us with no other alternative." Seol Gangrim's muscles locked up as a suffocating, dark pressure surged. Jong-un was finally unleashing her true power. "I truly wished it didn't have to end like this. System alert. Flower of Annihilation, Divine Grade 1. Warning. A single touch from these petals results in instantaneous cardiac arrest." Seol Gangrim's pupils dilated. "One graze from these petals, and it's game over for you," Jong-un cautioned. "If you've been hunting for the West Heaven Garden, surely you've heard the legends of the Flower of Annihilation." Her gaze burned with a lethal intent as she commanded him to retreat. He ground his teeth, thinking, a celestial bloom that kills on contact. How did these lunatics get their hands on a weapon of that scale? Seol Gangrim spoke with icy calm. "Fair enough. System, initiating skill, artificial entity." In an instant, jagged bolts of electricity tore through the floor. A swarm of fan-shaped automatons materialized simultaneously. Jong-un called out over the hum of machinery. "As I said, I have no desire to spill your blood, Seol Gangrim. Mankind tearing itself apart. That is nothing more than a hollow, tragic waste of potential." He tightened his grip on his sword. "Then why don't you be the one to back off? Because I'm not moving an inch." Jong-un shot him a look that could freeze fire. "Keep him away from the divine spring at all costs." System, machine overlord skill engaged. Immediately, the mechanical sentries lunged forward, trailing arcs of high-voltage energy. Seol Gangrim became a blur of high-speed motion. Damn it! He ducked a strike, his jaw set in a hard line. "This terrain is a tactical nightmare. I'm boxed in. I need to draw them toward the entrance and pick them off one by one." Within seconds, the drones were snapping at his heels. Seol Rim pivoted midair, his blade shearing through a robot's chassis like paper. A violent explosion rocked the corridor, blooming into a wall of flame. Seol Gangrim dropped into a low crouch as thick, oily smoke filled the room. Suddenly, a heavy mist swallowed his vision. In a heartbeat, the drones had him surrounded. "Are you kidding me?" He backed away, muttering, "Nothing ever goes the easy way." He sensed a shift, thinking, "Looks like the real fight is starting on their end too." Meanwhile, Jong-un stood in eerie silence, her focus entirely poured into the unfolding conflict. The remaining automatons began to hum, charging their final assault. This might actually work in my favor. Seol Gangrim's hand flexed instinctively around his weapon. His eyes radiated a predatory coldness. "I'm ending this circus with a single strike." He wove his hands through the air, gathering a massive reservoir of power. A terrifying surge of raw energy manifested directly in front of Jong-un. System update. No valid mechanical targets remaining. Machine overlord skill terminated. She hissed through her teeth. He trashed every single one of them that quickly. System, divine spring corruption in progress. Current purity loss, 91. Purity loss, 91.1002. 91.1004. System, purity loss, 91.1006. Jong-un's mind raced. I cannot afford to let this mission slip through my fingers, no matter the cost. A thick, unnatural smoke began to carpet the floor with a steady rhythm. Seol Gangrim stood his ground, staring her down. Step aside. I won't be intimidated by a flower of annihilation, but that your own conscience won't even let you use. He finished his sentence, his fingers locking onto the hilt for the final blow. Seol Gangrim bolted forward, his voice thundering, desist. Jong-un's gaze suddenly ignited with a fierce spark of indignation. Crimson splattered across Seol Gangrim's cheek as he cast a sharp look to his flank. System. Mortal blood is infiltrating the sacred divine spring. Pollution accelerating. Current level, 92. Jong-un abruptly hoisted her weapon. This catastrophe is on your hands, Seol Gangrim. Fresh blood trickled steadily into the dark, swirling waters. Pollution, 94. Jong-un muttered with icy resolve, because you refused to step aside. Seol Gangrim. She drifted past him like a ghost. I was forced into this extreme. With those parting words, Jong-un allowed her form to submerge into the depths. Seol Gangrim ground his teeth, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. What kind of twisted goal justifies this level of self-destruction? System. Pollution has reached the 100 saturation point. Jong-un coldly swiped his hand away, letting her limbs go completely slack. A haunting smirk touched her lips, visible even as she sank. For the sake of all people. System. Divine spring corruption has shattered the limit. An aura of slaughter is thickening. A blood-red warning interface flashed violently before him. What have you unleashed? Seol Gangrim snapped his head up, his features contorted in sheer disbelief. System. An enigmatic egg is draining the entirety of the tainted spring. Fractures of light bled through the shell as the enigmatic egg began to rupture. Seol Gangrim stood paralyzed, gazing upward. I can't suppress this monstrosity alone, he realized. His corded hands balled into tight, trembling fists. Slowly, the vibrant red stains transformed into an abyssal black. He tentatively unfurled his palm. A miniature, human-like silhouette began to take shape. The small creature suddenly unhinged its jaw as a suffocating, dark vapor swirled around it. Seol Gangrim remained rooted to the spot, mesmerized by his hand. Suddenly, a vacant smile spread across his face as he murmured, "Little one." He slowly extended both arms in a welcoming gesture. "Let's head back together." Suddenly, a piercing cry cut through the trance. Snap out of it, Seol Gangrim. He turned his head with sluggish, hollow eyes. Shin Sua was sprinting toward him in a frantic dash. She strained to reach him, her arm outstretched. Sua, in a heartbeat. Sinewy, vein-like tendrils began to writhe and pulsate. Shin Sua closed the distance to Seol Gangrim in an instant. She bellowed with every ounce of her strength to break the spell. Seol Gangrim. His consciousness suddenly returned with a jolt. Sua, how did you find your way here? She immediately seized his collar, yanking him toward her. Explanations later. Move your feet. Shin Sua glanced over her shoulder, terror in her eyes. We need to evacuate right now. System. Unawakened Sanguine Wraith. Classification. Dragon Grade 1. Manifested from concentrated spiritual malice and ancestral grudges. The creature let out a spine-chilling giggle. It was consuming every spark of life in its vicinity. Seol Gangrim spoke with grim clarity as he took in the carnage. Running is pointless. Shinsuaese brau farod. Every strike I land just slides off this thing. Besides, it just had your mind in a vice. Gangrim countered. There is still a path to victory. If we synchronize our efforts, we can bring this nightmare down. He placed his hand over hers with steady reassurance. This time, he met her gaze with absolute focus. Will you place your faith in me? Shin Sua hesitated, her expression softening in surprise. Take this. Seol Gangrim urged, holding on object. It's the communication earring we used during that first Demon Realm incident. I need you to keep your voice in my ear from within this barrier. She wavered. To what end? Seol Gangrim gave a wry smile. He whispered because, in the back of his mind, the memory flickered. The chilling moment that tiny horror sat in his palm. Seol Gangrim's psyche had been completely ensnared by the illusion then. His physical form had gone entirely limp. Gongrim, Gongrim, wake up, Seol Gangrim. His gaze slowly contracted, stripped of every trace of human feeling. His physical form was beginning to dissolve into the stagnant blue depths. It was Shin Sua's desperate cry that anchored him. Gongrim, Seol Gongrim, system interface alert. Status update. The threads of destiny between Shin Sua and Seol Gangrim are now irrevocably linked. Identity confirmed. Shin Sua has become Seol Gangrim's guardian benefactor. Passive buff. All combat parameters are drastically amplified when within the benefactor's proximity. A faint, knowing smirk crossed his face. Recalling those shared trials, he let out a soft, dry laugh and remarked, "It turns out your voice is the only thing, SUA, that can drown out that haunting wail." Shin SUA was visibly moved by his sudden vulnerability. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear as he murmured, "I'm putting my life in your hands, SUA." She felt a surge of nervous energy. "Can I really just talk about anything?" Sol Gongrim nodded firmly. "Whatever it takes to keep me grounded." Suddenly, Shin SUA called out with newfound strength, "Seal Gangrim." Her fingers curled into a determined fist before him, her eyes burning with an unshakable, absolute faith. "I believe in you with everything I have." Seal Gangrim offered no further reply. He simply offered a resolute smile and a single, decisive nod. He plunged back into the dark, blood-stained waters, the spectral infant still cradled in his palm. Seal Gangrim suppressed his aura, becoming a ghost within the murky currents. Shin SUA raised her hand high, acting as a decoy. "The target is over here. Come and get it." In an instant, thick, gnarled roots lashed out toward a massive silhouette. Seal Gangrim struck like a bolt of lightning. "Try and keep up with me." Shin SUA's voice echoed in his ear. "Gangrim, there's a spatial rift near the perimeter opened by the tiger god." He realized, so that's the fruit of my audience with the deity. She continued to shout, "If the mission fails, get out. He's only holding that gateway for 24 hours. Don't throw your life away, okay?" Seal Gangrim felt a pang in his chest. "Even with a blood specter at our throats, you're still putting me first?" The current threat is under control, but since SUA's divinity is only at Tier 3, she'll be prime prey if that specter achieves its full awakening. I have to neutralize this nightmare before it opens its eyes. System status: Blood Spectre, Incubation Stage. Awakening progress: 57 out of 100. Sol Gongrim calculated. So, time is the fuse? I need to locate the clown troop member's physical remains immediately. Suddenly, he ground to a halt. What? His eyes narrowed as the gravity of the situation shifted. The waterline was dropping. He turned his head slowly, watching the vortex. The creature was gorging itself on the remaining spring water. Shin SUA's voice crackled with urgency. "Gangrim." She warned, "I can feel that thing's power skyrocketing. It's feasting." He gritted his teeth and replied, "Just give me a few more seconds. Don't let go." Suddenly, his entire body tensed. His eyes locked onto a figure slumped in the shadows ahead. The individual was bound in a cruel, tight snare, unable to even twitch. It was Jong-un, her eyelids fluttering in a forced sleep. "Finally, I found you." He reached out a steady hand. "Good, the source hasn't been completely consumed yet." Suddenly, her eyes flew open, wide with madness. Jong-un unleashed a sonic shriek that hurled Gangrim backward through the water. "Don't you dare touch it." Shin SUA's voice cut through the ringing in his ears. "Gangrim, report. What happened?" He gasped for air, replying, "I've secured the target item." Seal Gangrim looked down, frustrated. "But it's locked. I can't extract it yet." Jong-un shrieked again, "Stay back. Every soul here must be fed to the abyss. Vriten brandsyslund at Sol Gongrim like hungry snakes. You filthy gods." He ground his teeth in defiance. Has she already become a puppet for the specter? Seal Gangrim muttered, "It's not just the water that's rotted through." Jong-un had clearly surrendered to the insanity. All of you. Every last divine parasite must bleed." Seal Gangrim launched himself high into the air. "You got it wrong. I'm no god." He slammed his palm over her face, grounding her. "I'm just a human." Jong-un's voice came out in a hollow, rattling whisper as sacrifice. Only a grand sacrifice can redeem mankind. He sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Killing humans to save them? A minute ago, you were preaching about how war between people." Jong-un's pupils suddenly dilated, freezing in shock. Was nothing but a pointless and tragic farce? Seal. Gangrim leaned in, his whisper like a cold blade. The clown troop. Are they really prepared for what they're waking up? Jong-un winced, her hand shaking as she struggled to speak. "I am. The chosen." He interrupted her. "Hey, you claim the clown troop is birthing this blood specter for the good of humanity, right?" Jong-un screamed hysterically, "Yes. It is the only way. It is all for our salvation. Once that blood specter truly awakens, that it will be a god-slaying demon beast that consumes every living spark in existence. The divinities of the West Heaven Flower Garden will be decimated. Do you honestly believe they'll just sit back and watch their downfall?" Seal Gangrim cut her off. "Won't they simply unseal the gates and cast the blood specter out? It could very well end up ravaging the human world. In fact, those barriers have already begun to crumble. His revelation left Jong-un visibly shaken and speechless. Seol Gangrim roared, "You know how petty and self-serving those gods are. Eventually, that blood specter will hunt humanity, so stop stalling and produce the flower of annihilation." The spectral infant suddenly hissed, so famished. "Feed me now." Both Seol Gang, Rim and Jong-un snapped their heads upward simultaneously. The small creature let out a chilling cackle and slowly extended its hand. "Found you." Seol Gongrim Vincent. "Sua, can you hear me? Are you holding up?" She faltered before answering, "I'm sorry. I think I've hit my limit." He urged her, "We're almost through this. Just stay with me a few seconds longer." Jong-un realized he actually has an ally backing him up. Her fingers slowly crept toward her satchel. "Because of my choices, innocents are being dragged into this. Perhaps even more than I ever intended. I will take the fall for this and put an end to it once and for all." System alert. Blood specter phase shift. Suddenly, the container drifted away from Jong-un's fingertips, levitating into the air. She gasped in shock as a suffocating, dark miasma instantly saturated the chamber. It appeared that even Seol Gang, Rim was momentarily paralyzed, unable to intervene. In a sudden burst of motion, he drove his blade straight through the heart of the blood specter. He gripped the hilt with white-knuckled precision as the obsidian energy violently pulsed outward. The tip of his steel remained buried deep within the core of the specter. The infant shrieked in absolute agony. "No more. Devour." Everything in the vicinity shattered into a million jagged shards. Starving. System notification. You have neutralized the awakened dragon rank 1 blood specter. Calculating contribution rewards. Seol Gangrim exhaled, "Thank God that's over." He pivoted quickly. That was far too close, but his words died in his throat as his face went pale. He stared at the hollow, defeated expression on Jong-un's face. "I was on the verge of committing an unforgivable atrocity." Her eyes narrowed as she glanced away in shame. "Forgive me." The pouch slipped from her hand and hit the floor. "Take this. It will serve you better than it served me." Seol Gangrim remained silent, looking up in sheer astonishment at the turn of events. System update. Contribution merit points finalized. A victory against impossible odds achieved. Seol Gangrim's destiny rank has ascended. Promoted from Soul Rank 2 to Soul Rank 1. Shin Sua looked up, her face lighting up. "Gongrim?" She collapsed into a sitting position, exhausted. "You actually pulled it off." Seol Gangrim rushed to her side. "Sua, talk to me. Did you lose consciousness?" Shinsua smiled weakly. "It's all right. I've still got some fight left in me." Seol Gangrim knelt before her and chided. "Sua, I'm serious. Stop pushing yourself past the breaking point. You've drained every ounce of your spiritual reserves today." She reached out and took his hand. "I was just about to give you the same lecture, Seol Gangrim. What was your plan if I hadn't come to find you? You would have been in a world of hurt all by yourself. Honestly, why go to such a lethal place? Why must you always gamble with your life?" Seol Gangrim interrupted softly. "Sua, did you really dive in here without knowing how dangerous the West Heaven Garden is?" She blinked. "Is there something special about this place?" "I only cared because I was terrified for you. I was told you had wandered into a death trap." Her selfless concern made him feel a wave of guilt. Seol Gangrim immediately produced the small pouch. "The entire reason I trekked to the West Heaven Flower Garden was." Shin Sua's eyes grew wide as she saw the shimmering petals within. "For these?" Her face suddenly flushed a deep red. "Were they for?" Seol Gangrim explained in a low, earnest tone. "These 3 flowers have been synthesized into a single cure." Shin Sua tentatively brought the petals to her lips. "Am I supposed to take them all together?" The moment she consumed them, a brilliant, blinding radiance erupted. The light washed over her, enveloping her entire silhouette in a warm glow. Suddenly, she froze and stared down at her shimmering palms. "Wait, what?" Gangrim let out a relieved smile and said, "I'm just glad the legend was true. Since this mess started because of my choices, I found myself leaning on others for strength yet again." He tilted his head slightly, his voice soft. "I just really wanted to be the one to fix what was broken." Suddenly, a tremor ran through Shin Sua's body as she lapsed into silence. "Sua?" So Gongrim whispered. "Is something the matter?" A look of deep concern washed over his face. "Are you in pain?" "Sua." He pressed urgently. "Do you feel unwell?" She shook her head slowly, whispering no, before looking down and shouting. "Don't you ever pull a stunt like that again. It was just an arm, but this time, you nearly lost your life. Answer me, Gangrim. Swear to me you won't do it again." He averted his gaze momentarily. "From now on, I promise to walk everyone through my plans before acting." A faint, tender smile touched Shin Sua's lips as she let out a long, shaky breath of relief. Without warning, She threw herself into Seol Gangrim's arms, holding him with everything she had. Shin Sua whispered against him. Thank you for going to such lengths for me, and for making that promise. Eyes closed, she murmured into his ear. Most importantly, Seol Gangrim smiled, feeling a weight lift. Thank you for staying alive. Suddenly, the moment was shattered by a sharp yell. Seol Gangrim whipped his head toward the divine spring. He said frostily, You're certainly early for the cleanup. The elf cried out, You human! What have you done to this place? Why has the divine spring water turned? Seol Gangrim cut her off mid-sentence. Don't blame me. The saboteurs who broke and did this. The elf snapped back. You should have stopped them. He replied coldly. You honestly expected me to handle that alone? You knew all along, didn't you? You knew the enemy possessed the flower of annihilation. Now it makes sense why you were so terrified of me coming here. His sharp words left the elf completely stunned and speechless. He brushed past her without a backward glance. Gods are honestly a pathetic joke. In the end, your kind can't be trusted for a single thing. Both Seol Gangrim and Shin Sua moved toward the interior. Shut it. Stop talking such nonsense. Seol Gangrim stared ahead, his pulse quickening. There must be a logical explanation. Oh, please. If there's a reason, then I guess terrorism is just fine and dandy. I have to wonder what kind of terrible karma Seol Gangrim piled up to get hit with such a mess. It's likely to rot from you and your mother, right? Kong Doohyun's face twisted with fury. You. In a blur of motion, Seol Gangrim lunged and buried his fist in Dako Jun's face. Kong Doohyun looked up, eyes wide with shock, and yelled. Seol Gangrim? He ground his teeth together. Don't you dare mouth off like that, you piece of garbage. Why are you dragging my late master into this? She isn't dead. Yu Harang suddenly chimed in. Seol Gangrim, your foster mother, is actually still among the living. He looked up instantly, paralyzed by the weight of those words. What? Seol Gangrim stared at her, his jaw dropping. What did you just say? Yu Harang explained. I went looking for information regarding the leader of the clown troupe. She emphasized if the ones we encountered in the demon realm are the same as my former disciples. Yu Harang looked at the ground, thought then raising a blade against them is a waste of time. So the sovereign of the West gave his answer. The man spoke. The mastermind behind the clown troupe is a formidable shaman who has communed with the divine since before the awakening. Her name is Seol Jahong. She also shares a subtle link with you. Yu Harang was taken aback. What? Someone I've met? The man continued. She is the Holy Mother, the flesh and blood mother of your ally, Seol Gangrim. He thought, wait, my master. His mind spiraled into a confused haze. She's still alive? Dako Jun smirked, wiping his lip. So, is Gangrim going to flip and join the clown troupe? Now that the plot twist. The hero going undercover, trying to steer his lost family back toward the light. He spoke in a low, measured tone. I crossed paths with the clown troupe once in the demon realm. They try to bring me into the fold. Then it's even easier. Seol Gangrim interrupted, but the group I fought at the West Heaven Garden. He visualized Jong-un's haunted face that wanted absolutely nothing to do with me. He tilted his head curiously. You ran into the clown troupe again? Shin Sua spoke up. That cell was fundamentally different. They never even mentioned the Destiny Protection Bureau or some new world order. The ones in the demon realm wouldn't stop preaching about that nonsense. Seol Gangrim added. Instead, they spoke of liberating humanity from the yoke of the gods. They didn't seem interested in a civil war between humans. Kong Doohyun crossed his arms, his brow furrowing. There's no way there are two separate clown troops. Shin Sua cut in. Perhaps there's a power struggle within their ranks. Dako Jun smirked. Or maybe one side is just a cheap imitation. Yu Harang added. If that's the case, the group the Sovereign of the West mentioned must be the genuine article. Kong Doohyun looked down, troubled. But why keep us in the dark? Seol Gangrim spoke in a low, measured tone. There is undoubtedly a hidden motive behind all of this. For the time being, I need to dig deeper into the clown troupe. I must uncover their true identity and see if the people we encountered are actually part of the same organization. We're still flying blind. Yu Harang gave Seol Gangrim a supportive smile. Dako Jun and Shin Sua both looked at him with encouraging grins. Will you all stand with me on this? Iya Gongju shouted in a heated tone. What do you mean the holy water has completely vanished? Inside the Destiny Protection Bureau's briefing room, the air was thick with tension. The captain of Squad 2, Iya Gongju, pressed on. Are you telling me our supply of those blossoms is cut off for good? Mun Young Eo, the stern captain of Squad 1, replied exactly. And the loss of the holy water is only the beginning. The flowers of annihilation we meticulously cultivated were also plundered by those painted freaks. He slammed his fist onto the mahogany table. Unbelievable. Are they truly that formidable? The defenses at the West Heaven Garden couldn't have been that flimsy. She rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. The Chishi festival is approaching. Word is that the most powerful deities have vacated their posts. If only we had intercepted the clown troupe's plans earlier. Ha Baek-hun, captain of Squad 4, kept his gaze fixed on the floor. What's your take, Captain Ha? He looked up, his eyes brimming with remorse. I'm so sorry. Yunyu's gaze was piercing. Tracking the clown troupe was your specific mandate, Captain Ha. He could only clench his teeth as he started to break down. I failed. He sobbed, barely able to speak. To commit such a catastrophic blunder. I have failed us all beyond measure. Another cold, clinical voice cut through the air. Regardless, we must chart our course before our remaining floral reserves hit zero. Yang Ibeck, captain of Squad 3, stated flatly, we must finalize the vessel. The debate sharpened instantly. Is that even feasible, Captain Yang? He answered, it will be grueling if these interferences persist. The sound of a rhythmic, impatient tapping filled the silence of the room. Yuni stood up, signaling the end of the debate. Then let's move. We are assembling a specialized task force. By handpicking the most elite operatives from every squad, their primary objective will be to infiltrate and dismantle the awakened terrorist faction once and for all. A few days later, a violent assault erupted in the heart of the city. Citizens fled in a blind panic, their screams echoing off the buildings. He stood in the middle of the street, gesturing with theatrical arrogance. What a glorious afternoon. A perfect day for a clown's parade. He dived toward the crowd with the speed of a lightning strike. Desperate pleas for help rang out. Somebody help me. Everyone scrambled for a way out of the chaos. In the midst of the mayhem, someone yelled, damn it, what's happening? Terror was etched into every face in the crowd. Just then, Lana Rose Maurer made a dramatic entrance, landing squarely on the roof of a parked car. Good day, sir. Pure, un adulterante d'horror. That was visible in every line of the man's face. A voice crackled through the phone line. This is Agent Seol Jong-min from DPB headquarters. State your emergency. A dazed voice whispered, what? The agent kept pressing for information. Hello, are you there? Can you speak? Are you in immediate danger? She asked with a sneer. Did you really just call the bureau for help? The dispatcher's voice continued. I am dispatching an operative to your coordinates immediately. Put your trust in the bureau and hold on just a little longer. Lana Rose Maurer pointed a sharp, mocking finger. I hate to break it to you, but the bureau isn't coming to the rescue. They won't be saving anyone today. Instantly, a heavy blow was dealt. A clay figurine waddled up to the window and gave a playful wave. Hi there. They flashed a smile. The Destiny Protection Bureau is here for your safety. She tumbled backward. That actually stung. A calm, steady voice intervened. Using your gifts to terrorize innocent people? Anastasia stepped into the light. Such behavior is absolutely inexcusable. Lana Rose Maurer sat up, unbothered. Oh, please, you're making it sound like I actually enjoyed this. The messenger asked, what's that supposed to mean? She spoke with chilling precision. Oh dear. Then Lana Rose Maurer lunged forward, seizing Anastasia's staff in a death grip. Chazia, you really are completely clueless, aren't you? Am I right, Vice Captain of Squad 2 Anastasia? The messenger froze in shock. Who are you? Lana Rose Maurer replied with an eerie calmness. We're the clown troupe. We're the architects who will build a brand new world order. She bolted forward like a projectile, catching the messenger off guard. Damn it. A thick cable snaked around her ankle. Lana Rose Maurer, don't you dare move. The coils were long enough to bind her completely before hoisting her into the air. Anastasia stood her ground and called out, SUA. SUA pivoted toward the operative. Anastasia? The messenger was baffled. You? Why are you? She interjected. Our headquarters is just around the corner. Reinforcements nearby scrambled to the scene. Let's back you up. A voice dripping with old grudges resonated. I've been hunting for your trail for a long, long time. The skirmish intensified, with both sides refusing to yield an inch. Lana Rose Maurer thrashed against the bindings. Curse it. Why won't these cords snap? SUA replied coolly, it's a lost cause. Just surrender. You're the clown who snatched Gangram away, aren't you? She shot back with a sharp denial. Kidnapped? We just had a brief, private consultation. SUA spoke with iron resolve. I have a nasty history with this one. Hand her over to Central Command. Anastasia gasped. No way. Is the Bureau actually shielding the clown troupe? Lana Rose Maurer dangled upside down. Nobody said I planned on staying caught. The messenger began detailing the gravity of the situation. Your accomplices have already been rounded up. They're heading to the Bureau for a formal interrogation. Lana Rose Maurer didn't even flinch. You really think I didn't come prepared with a contingency plan? You've already lost. Game over. He sprinted onto the scene. Boss, are you here to pull me out? You swore you could manage this, yet look at this disaster. She shook her head in a panic. If it wasn't for that friend of Seol Gangrim's, the plan would have been flawless. SUA's eyes widened in realization. Boss? Could this guy be the mastermind behind the entire clown troupe? He barked arrogantly. You're heading straight for the sensory deprivation tank once we're home. The restraint suddenly shattered. Cries to block their escape erupted from all directions. No. He unleashed a tidal wave of raw energy. My crew might be struggling, but I'm not letting you bureau lapdogs take them. He declared frostily, I'm here to bring my people back. Meanwhile, at the sanctuary of the Holy Cross 10, this is the place. Brother, what's the word? Gangrim sat across from Father Lee Soo-ho, having heard the man possessed a lead on the clown troupe. Days after his associate ventured into the demon realm, he made his return. A wave of nostalgia hit. Congratulations, sister. We traded intelligence. A flood of shared history came rushing back. Count me in. It's about time the brass realize they need us. Listen, brother, I heard we stumbled onto a lead from a very unlikely source. A look of sharp annoyance flickered across Lee Soo-ho's face. A blunt statement followed. I am forbidden from sharing details about that individual. Johann Ritter asked, stunned. But why? A mournful tone hung in the air. Instead of an answer, let me ask you this. What business do you have rubbing shoulders with that sort of person? Lee Soo-ho stood like a statue, gauging the entire room. A voice rang out, information regarding that man is strictly off limits. Johann Ritter grew flustered. Why on earth not? Lee Soo-ho spoke with a deceptive gentleness. I'd rather ask you, Father Johann, as a man of the cloth. Though why are you consorting with such corrupt souls? Seol Gangrim kept his eyes shut, tuned out of the bickering. You're seeing ghosts. Get a grip, Father Johann. If you linger too long in the shadows, you'll be stained black before you can blink. Johann Ritter felt a pang of guilt. Forgive him, brother. He's usually not this biting. He replied softly, it's all right. Seol Gangrim rested a hand on his knee. System notification. Initiating special ability. Eyes of divine judgment. Flickers of truth and hidden images began to materialize clearly before him. He wiped his face. This is the weight of the deeds I've carried. As long as the karma of 400 souls from my previous life haunts me. That clashes with those who can sense spiritual stains, like Father Soo-ho or Sung Yu-jon, are inevitable. Seol Gangrim sank into his thoughts. Let them come. I've been an outcast for so long. A few more enemies won't change a thing. Yet even the Holy Cross 10 is a powerhouse of elite awakened clergy. In their former incarnations, their spiritual might rivaled the 5 legendary sects. He remained lost in thought. If these holy warriors become sworn enemies of Baihome Moon solely because of my presence. His expression darkened as sweat trickled down his temples. Noticing the tension, Dako Jun smirked, so what's the move? Seol Gangrim slumped back. What choice do I have? I have to go back. Lee Soo-ho has already departed to cleanse the demon realm. Johann Ritter stared at the horizon. It must be a massive gate. Word is every awakened priest has been mobilized for this crusade. Dako Jun's eyes twinkled with mischief. So the cathedral is unguarded right now? Seol Gangrim snapped back. What kind of reckless scheme are you cooking up now? He shot a sidelong glance. Ever heard the saying? If the world is going to brand you a villain, you might as well give them a spectacular show. Johann Ritter grew frantic. Why are you obsessed with burning bridges? Wasn't picking a fight with Lee Soo-ho earlier more than enough? Dako Jun replied with chilling logic. Think about the reality. The issue is we want all their secrets while our hands are completely empty. In this game, you have to offer a trade. We need leverage. Seol Gangrim looked up blankly. And what exactly do we have to offer? He let out a boisterous laugh. Well, we're about to go out and see some. We'll occupy the sanctuary and threaten to reduce it to ash if they don't spill the truth. Father Johann was paralyzed with shock. Have you lost your mind? Dogul Yun Pivitsit. Got a better plan? Johann Ritter slumped into his chair. It's not that I have a master strategy, but he gripped the armrest until his knuckles turned white. Then he whispered with conviction, if they only had the chance to truly understand you and witness the lives you've fought to protect. Vivid memories of those saved souls flashed through the priest's mind, fueling his passion. I'm certain they would see the light and change their tune. They simply haven't seen the man behind the shadow yet. Dako Jun scoffed. We don't have the luxury of time to win hearts and minds. They'll likely never cross paths with Seol Gangrim again. Johann Ritter protested, but arson is a one-way ticket to disaster. Dogul Yunkind. It doesn't strictly have to be a fire. Sol Gongrim Ustelod. What if we conquer a demon realm side by side? Though, I haven't the slightest clue where they vanished to. Without warning, Dako Jun bolted forward. He cheered, perfect. Joint expedition is officially in motion. Seol Gangrim roared. Where the hell are you going? Dogul Yun. He tossed a reply over his shoulder. I haven't a clue, but I anticipated a scenario exactly like this. So I took the liberty of slipping a tracking bug onto that high and mighty priest. He added with a wink, they haven't made it past the horizon yet. I can't hear a word you're saying. Johann Ritter chased after them, yelling, this is a felony. You realize this is a literal crime, right? Lee Suho stepped cautiously from the vehicle, scanning the desolate landscape. The air felt heavy with mystery. Could it be? No, the report said high rank, but this looks like an entirely new dimension has ruptured. It truly is a colossal breach. A cheerful greeting cut through the silence. Hey, over here. The young boy squinted and smiled broadly. You're the Holy Cross 10, right? From the Mugok Black Magic Sect. Lee Suho replied frostily. That is correct. And who might you be? The boy pointed toward the rift. The Vanguard Hunters arrived way ahead of schedule. But the corruption leaking from the demon realm is overwhelming. The whole zone is at risk of becoming a breeding ground for monsters, so we moved in first. He narrowed his eyes. This is a high-rank breach. Isn't it suicidal for the Black Magic Sect to handle it alone? You should have alerted us immediately. Oh, please, what's there to fear? He beamed with pride. Our sect master is a national-class archmage. She's a sorceress of unimaginable power. Li suo esse gazeardend. We need a word with her. The boy chirped, oh, really? Then follow me. I'll introduce you to the sect master myself. Oh, are those people part of your squad too? He gestured toward the shadows where the boy was pointing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. You, Gongrim Dum. Damn, we've been compromised. Lee Suho growled. What are you doing tailing us? Seol Gangrim rubbed his neck, looking sheepish. We heard this was a major cleanup. Thought we'd offer some extra muscle. He stepped forward with cold indifference. Your assistance is neither wanted nor required. The surrounding priests began to mumble. Isn't that Seol Gangrim? They say he's a force of nature. Wouldn't his blade make this a lot easier? Lee Suho turned his back to drown out the chatter. He declared with finality, I don't care how much raw power he wields. I have no intention of collaborating with a man of his character. He stood his ground, asking calmly, is this still about the spiritual stains I carry? That and what else? Lee Suoznird, you possess a talent for hijacking destiny, don't you? Are you truly here to help? Or is this just another move to steal what isn't yours? Or are you just here to collect 10 fresh corpses? Johann Ritter was livid at the biting comment. What kind of madness is that? Lee Suho. As I suspected, my ability is the ultimate deal-breaker, Seol Gangrim reflected, lifting a hand to cool the room. He stayed quiet for a heartbeat. If that's the only friction, he said with iron focus, is it my power that terrifies you? With a plan forming, he found a compromise. Seol Gangrim produced a shimmering artifact. Fine. If you want us to retreat, let me offer a binding vow regarding my fate-stealing gift, that I swear upon my honor to keep it sealed during this raid. Seol Gangrim pledged to lock away his destiny-snatching power for the mission. Lee Suho listened, though a shadow of doubt remained in his eyes. He added with absolute certainty, if I betray this oath, let my own life be the forfeit. Seol Gangrim passed the item to Lee Suho. I'm sorry for the tension. May we join the fray now? He looked momentarily caught off guard. We genuinely came to back you up. You know that, he added with a light smile. And naturally, we're looking to rake in some contribution points. If your trust is still lacking, just say the word. I'll simply have to earn it, won't I? There's no turning back now. Lee Suho felt the internal tug of war. If that's your only motive, you might as well pack it in. The only reason I'm greenlighting your entry is because this place is a literal death trap. These high-tier borderland demon realms have been festering in isolation too long. The miasma at the threshold that is so concentrated that beasts manifest spontaneously. If your heart isn't in it, walk away while you still can. Johann Ritter was buzzing with energy. I'm more than ready to show you what I've got. Lee Suho still harbored his own reservations. He commanded, your squad stays glued to me as we breach the realm. Lee Suho didn't skip a final warning. I will be monitoring your every move personally. I'll keep the briefing short before we dive in. Everyone fall in, Seol Gangrim thought. Getting them on board was like pulling teeth. The young man waved frantically. Mr. Seol Gangrim, are you finished with the heavy talk yet? Seol Gangrim blinked in surprise. You don't look like you belong to the Holy Cross 10. The boy beamed. Bingo. I'm a black magic sect recruit. I'll be part of Mr. Lee Suho's strike team. Take care of me. Also, can we grab a quick selfie for my feed? I can't miss a chance to party with a literal legend. He asked, did the head of the black magic sect not mention me to you? The boy paused, puzzled. Oh, so you two are acquainted? He's a man of few words, mostly just grunts. Seol Gangrim smiled gently. Fair enough. The two were occupied with photos until Lee Suho's sharp command barked out. Quit the clowning and get over here now. If you keep drifting off like a tourist, you'll be a ghost before you can even blink. The boy scrambled over. My bad. I'm moving. Steady footsteps began to echo as they moved into the interior. This gateway is staggering, Seol Gangrim thought. It was categorized as a standard demon realm, but the scale was monumental. System, you have entered the demon realm. Deep sea of tearful rain. Mission objective, exterminate every monstrosity residing within this dimension. The group congregated at the mouth. Good grief, is this for real? I knew it was big, but this is a whole other level. System, time constraint, none. Lee Suho spoke up. At least the entrance isn't sealed behind us. That's a relief. It'll be a marathon, but we can grind it out if we stay sharp. Gangrim felt a chill of realization. No, you can't win this through simple attrition. This is the fourth great demon realm, the very place where in my previous life, the body count was catastrophic. All because they failed to decipher the hidden mechanics of the trial. He was lost in deep thought. How much has the timeline shifted? Heads up. Someone yelled. Contact. Monsters incoming. His mind raced. The timing and the terrain were already deviating from his memory. If history repeats itself here, suddenly a voice snapped him back. Mr. Seol Gangrim. He tightened his grip and ready to strike, his resolve hardening. This time, I'm bringing everyone home alive. The creatures lunged in a savage, rhythmic wave of violence. Their jaws unhinged, exposing rows of serrated, needle-like fangs. Panic rippled through the ranks. Oh God! The beasts moved with the speed of a gale, catching people off balance. I'm dry. I'm out of ammo. A defensive field has been successfully established. Johann restrained under the pressure. Everyone, stay close. I'm raising the sanctuary barrier now. Seol Gangrim pushed his limits alongside him. Father Johann, can you stretch the perimeter to shield every single person? The priest glanced back with a shout. I can, but the protection will be paper thin. Gangrim clenched his jaw and yelled, just expand it. I got a plan. Johann, Ritter trusted him. Understood. The predatory beast convulsed in midair, trapped by an unseen force. Lee Suho barked in disbelief. What in the world are you thinking? If you burned through your energy reserves this early in the mission, the creatures were suddenly slammed by a devastatingly potent strike. A barrage of offensive spells rained down in a relentless rhythm. Seol Gangrim charged forward, his eyes locked on the target with lethal precision. A flash of Arctic frost instantly encased the monsters in solid ice. Lee Suho stood frozen himself, his jaw dropping at the spectacle. He realized the truth. The monsters had been perfectly bottlenecked around the wide barrier. Colossal pillars of ice had completely neutralized their savage momentum. Lee Suho watched from the flank, stunned by the efficiency. Seol Gangrim noted coolly, I'm pleased to see my strategy held up. He reached out, his fingers grazing the frozen surface of a beast. Seol Gangrim stood tall, bathed in a regal, shimmering aura. Lee Suho thought with a hint of envy, he's definitely more than I bargained for. His talent is undeniably world-class, but that is exactly the problem. That dark, heavy karma of it still worries me. He managed a small smile. Well, still think that was a waste of energy? He avoided eye contact. I stand corrected. You've earned your spot on this team. The surrounding hunters were ecstatic. That teamwork was flawless. Truly the work of legends. Lee Suho ground his teeth, thinking, gifts like those belong in the hands of a much holier man. Seol Gangrim choked over. Pardon me, Lee Suho. I have some insights regarding our next move in this raid. The young recruit chimed in excitedly, just as Mr. Seol predicted. Spreading out stopped the small fry from swarming. Who knew this extermination quest was actually a lesson in crowd control? Lee Suho snapped back to reality. Eyes on the prize. Don't let your guard down during a fight. The boy chuckled nervously. Relax. We've got the barrier. Besides, I'm barely breaking sweat. Mr. Dako is handling the heavy lifting. Is it always this smooth sailing with Mr. Seol? We just met, yet he gave me directions like he's been reading my character sheet for years. Johann Ritter added, looking back, even when he was just a rookie intern. He nodded to himself. Seol Gangrim possessed an uncanny instinct for the flow of battle. Working with him felt more seamless than a joint operation with the Union's best. So this is how he charmed Father Johann. But I won't be so easily swayed by Seol Gangrim's charisma. The monsters were wiped off the map in a heartbeat. The boy waved enthusiastically. Over there. It's the gatekeeper. Father Shin. Over here. A gruff, irritated voice answered. Why on earth is he dragging such a massive entourage behind him? A razor-sharp gaze swept over the group. Lee Suho stepped forward. Greetings, Grandmaster of the Black Magic Sect. I have an urgent delivery for you. Lee Hyun's voice exploded. You. The sheer volume of his rage sent a shiver of fear through everyone present. The Grandmaster suddenly went stiff, paralyzed for a moment. Seol Gangrim met his eyes with a steady gaze. It's been a long time, Archmage Lee Hyun. Lee Hyun's face contorted, pulsing with a deep, volcanic fury. He shrieked. You. How can you stand there so brazenly? You're the monster responsible for your mentor's demise. He lunged forward, seizing Seol Gangrim's collar in a death grip. Lee Hyun's voice cracked as he yelled, "What are you doing here? Are you back to finish the job and ruin me too?" Gangrim tried to pull away. "Wait, let's just talk this through rationally." He snapped, "Silence, you harbinger of ruin." Lee Hyun's trauma bubbled over. "Because of you." In the struggle, his necklace snapped, sending the sacred beads clattering across the stone floor. A sharp voice cut through the air along with the gleam of a blade. "Easy there, Pops. Dogu yun flesh tismiak." Enough with the cryptic inside jokes. Why don't you fill the rest of us in, so we can enjoy the drama too? Lee Hyun spat. "Are you another lackey of this monster?" He grinned back. "Actually, we're as thick as thieves." He growled a warning. "I see you've fallen in with a cursed soul as well. Don't you recognize him? No matter where this man sets foot." Vivid, horrific memories flooded Lee Hyun's mind as he spoke. But he leaves nothing but a trail of cold bodies. A vision of pure heartbreak surfaced. He had been through hell back then. "Master Wajii, the dark omen you carry." Lee Hyun sank to his knees before the memorial stone. His voice shook with fury. "That brings nothing but ruin to everyone you touch. It's no wonder the air is thick with the scent of slaughter today. I suppose the stars were warning me that I'd run into a plague like you. The bloodlust in the air isn't coming from me. And frankly, these rumors are getting exhausting." Seol Gangrim tried to intervene. "Hold on. Just listen. You should have." Despair was etched into every line of his face. Lee Hyun sobbed. "It should have been you in that grave, not them." Lee Suho placed a grounding hand on his shoulder and called out, "Seol Gangrim." The atmosphere was suffocating, heavy with years of unspoken bitterness. Lee Suho declared, "He has officially pledged his strength to the Holy Cross 10 for this expedition." Seol Gangrim stood motionless in the center of the desolate clearing. Suho gave his shoulder a firm pat. "In return, I'll ensure your paths don't cross for the rest of the mission. We'll make sure of it." Lee Hyun turned his back and began to walk away. "We're burning daylight. Follow me." Lee Suho signaled the group to move. "Come on, the hunt isn't over yet." Seol Gangrim shouted, "Mr. Lee Suho, wait. Just a second." He realized with a jolt, this is bad. If I let them walk away now, Mage Lee Hyun won't survive this. He might despise me with every fiber of his being. But he's the guardian who saved my family. I won't watch him die. Seol Gangrim blurted out in a frantic rush. Mage Lee Hyun is going to meet his end in this demon realm. The group continued to disperse, and his heart began to race with panic. Seol Gangrim lunged forward, yelling, "The clown troupe is going to ambush him." Lana Rose Mauer let out a jubilant cheer. Boss, you're finally here to spring us." Shin Sua's eyes went wide. "Boss, could this be the mastermind behind the entire clown troupe?" The clown let out a weary sigh. "Did you really have to round up all my people? I suppose I'll have to play the hero and rescue them again." The agent scrambled to block his path. "Don't let him move." But he blurred past them, moving as swiftly as a sudden gale. A fierce, high-stakes duel erupted. Shin Sua's jaw was set in determination. "You aren't going anywhere. We have a long list of questions for you." She narrowed her eyes. "Let's start with your desperate attempts to manipulate Mr. Seol Gangrim during the final Demon Realm mission." But the clown was like a phantom, weaving through the chaos toward his cornered allies. They called out with desperate hope, "Boss." One of his henchmen shouted a warning. "Get out of here. It's a trap." But the clown zipped away with the agility of a rabbit, leaving the pursuers grasping at thin air. How can he move that fast without making sound? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the distance. "You really think you can slip away? If I let a rat like you escape, I'll never be able to face my brother again." He flashed a cold, predatory grin. The clown suddenly froze mid-stride. System, celestial binding technique, engaged. Glowing chains snaked out of the shadows, coiling tightly around him. The trap was sprung. The snare was set to bring the clown's reign of chaos to a halt. A menacing voice thundered. "You masquerading clown troop fraud. I'm about to strip away your disguise." The porcelain mask was gradually pried from his face. The truth was finally on the verge of being exposed. "I cannot afford to be unmasked here." Even as his identity faltered, the clown radiated a chilling, supernatural pressure. Shin Sua declared with iron resolve, "I don't care who you are hiding behind that paint. Your game's in now." The clown's eyes widened, shimmering with a sudden, frantic panic. System alert. Binding technique. Forced termination initiated. The mask clattered to the floor as the figure collapsed onto his knees in defeat. Yet, the energy swirling around him remained an unsettling mystery. The clown slowly tilted his head upward to meet their gaze. The crowd recoiled in sheer revulsion. There, concealed beneath the mask, point was mon gueule, horrifique visage. In their dread, it became clear He wasn't human. Yuarang gasped, paralyzed. That thing. Pandemonium erupted. He's a monster. The clown let out a manic howl of laughter and snatched up a jagged blade. He lunged with a bloodthirsty frenzy as terrified murmurs rippled through the air. Not human, you say? The clown shrieked hysterically. Do you all see me as nothing but a botched experiment? His features were twisted into a grotesque, nightmare-inducing snarl. The clown white-knuckled his knife in a fit of rage. How dare you judge me? From the shadows, the others stood poised, ready to deliver a finishing blow. The sound of rhythmic, hollow clapping echoed incessantly through the hall. The cursed talismans affixed to his spine flared into life, taking full effect. The binding ropes suddenly swelled, thickening into massive, unbreakable cables. The force was so overwhelming that everyone fought just to remain standing. Shin Sua's mind raced as she scrutinized the true nature of this counterfeit clown troupe. The clown's power surged violently. Shin Sua's heart pounded. He's a beast. A voice suddenly echoed from afar. Hey, boss. Another man reached out, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. Stand down, Captain. Lana Rose Maurer stood behind them, her face pale. I suspected things were off, but I never dreamed of a monster. She demanded in a low, dangerous growl. Did the top brass know about this abomination? Tell me, was the Destiny Protection Bureau aware of what you are? The surrounding masked men stood frozen, their courage failing them. They began to defect in droves. I'm done. I didn't sign up for this. Why are we even doing the Bureau's dirty work? Masks were ripped off and discarded, littering the ground like hollow shells. The realization hit. Wait, are these people all agents from Squad 4? Lana Rose Maurer spat. So that's the trick. I knew I shouldn't have been paired with standard field agents. Suddenly, something gargantuan shifted beneath the clown's skin. Elongated, needle-thin spikes erupted violently from his back. The clown whispered with an eerie softness. Are you wondering if I'm the only one of my kind? She began to tremble, consumed by a primal, paralyzing fear. In his monstrous form, the clown sneered. Why the curiosity? Will the truth save you? Isn't that right, Assistant Manager Maurer? Watching from a distance, Shin Sua pieced it together. Agent Lana Rose Maurer of Squad 4, acting as a fake clown troupe. Is the Destiny Protection Bureau the architect of this chaos? Baek Yang's past orders echoed. The reason I've assembled you is to create a clandestine unit to hunt down the clown troupe. Doubts began to swarm. Hadn't the Bureau been the one leading the hunt all along? A voice cut through the air. Is Squad 4 skipping the briefing? She let out a scornful, mocking laugh. I heard those agents were occupied with other matters. The suspicion continued to fester. Is the captain complicit? Just how deep does this web of lies actually go? Lana Rose Maurer sank to the floor, her legs giving way to terror. The clown loomed closer, his shadow stretching over her. Precisely. No explanation is needed. Kong Du-hyun roared. Get it together, Agent Maurer. But he was held back by the slime, thinking, we have to keep him breathing. He's our only lead. Kong Du-hyun recoiled as he realized his feet were trapped in the filth. The clown had flooded the entire area with a thick, viscous, and suffocating substance. Terror gripped the group. What on earth is this foul sludge? Everyone scrambled to escape the trap. Confound it, my blade won't even scratch this stuff. The air grew thick with dread as the substance began to scale their limbs. Sua, Commander Harang, help. Can't you shut down his system by force? Yu Harang gasped under the pressure. I'm trying to neutralize it right now. System alert. Corrosive filament ability has been partially suppressed. Yu Harang's jaw was set, but her brow was knotted in concentration. He's layering multiple enchantments on top of one another. Her vision was drowned in a cascading torrent of crimson error logs. A barrage of pings flashed. Corrosive filament ability has been partially suppressed. Yu Harang looked like she had been pushed far beyond her breaking point. She buckled to the floor. Arang, stay with us. Despite her collapse, her gaze remained fierce with determination. The clown hoisted a razor-sharp, twisted barb high above his head. Lana Rose Maurer took the full brunt of the blow, left in a critical state. How did our mission spiral into such a catastrophe? All I ever wanted was to be a shield for those around me. She slumped, her strength fading. That was the sole reason I put on this agent's uniform. Sua and the rest of the team stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer horror of the scene. The clown remained motionless, radiating an eerie, cold indifference. Kong Du-hyun stared at him, rooted to the spot. Without uttering a single word, the clown turned his back and began to walk away. He began picking them off one by one despite their piteous cries. Mercy, I'll obey your every command. Just let me live. A hollow, ghostly voice echoed through the carnage. The devastation was absolute. The clown vanished in Seoul Gangrim. But the very man they had been scouring the area for was nowhere to be found. The clown refastened his mask and muttered, "Remind him that the troops' gates are always open for his return." Kong Du-hyun felt a wave of shame. "Why leave us alive?" He answered with chilling calm, "Because you only breathe today, thanks to that man's specific requests. In time, your survival will serve a greater purpose." Sua's blood boiled as she processed his arrogant dismissal. She balled her fists until her knuckles turned white. "What do you mean he's protecting us?" Old echoes of loyalty resurfaced. "That's right, we've got your back, Mr. Gangram. No matter the rumors, you're still the one we follow." "Me too. I'll keep my master safe. You can count on me, brother." The team was shattered. In the end, I was nothing but a burden. Each of them was drowned in bitter self-reproach. "We've been far too full of ourselves since we walked out of the academy. Without you and Father Johann, we're just a disorganized mess. If we don't change, we'll never be worthy of standing by your side." Harang was physically and mentally spent. "This is on me. I crumbled before the same obstacle as before." Sua stepped forward, trying to spark some hope in their eyes. "Don't blame yourselves. The truth is all of us," she admitted in a quiet, pained voice, "but are simply not strong enough yet. Regardless, we can't stay at this level. We must find a way to evolve so we can truly protect Seol Gangrim." In another part of the realm, Seol Gangrim was wrestling with his own guilt. "Damn it all. I should have stayed by their side, no matter the cost." The aftermath was gruesome. Rescuers were shouting, "Hurry! Look for signs of life in the wreckage." Gargantuan serpents thrashed and bellowed, fighting against their spiritual shackles. They emitted ear-piercing shrieks as glowing red marks locked onto their heads. Li Hyun leveled his blade, ready for the next wave of chaos. The group held up sacred talismans, attempting to bind the great drakes once more. Nam Yu-jun wiped the grime from his forehead, panting, "The monsters are getting significantly more vicious the deeper we descend." He nodded in agreement. "There's no telling what's lurking in the dark." Li Hyun observed, "This feels wrong. The mana flow is erratic and feels engineered. The fact that our tactical maps are failing is a major red flag. Something massive is waiting for us at the heart of this cavern." Determined to find the source, he strode quickly toward the pitch-black abyss. Suddenly, a shaky voice called out from behind, "I have a really bad feeling about going any further." He spoke with mounting dread. "This feels like a perfect setup for a clown troop ambush." A teammate scoffed, "What are you talking about? We haven't seen a single person." He broke into a cold sweat, his nerves frayed. "The troop isn't like these beasts. My gut is telling me this is a trap." Li Hyun sighed. "I'll admit, your intuition is surprisingly sharp." He turned away and spoke in a hushed tone. "Perhaps you got a point." He looked momentarily relieved, but Li Hyun cut him off. "If we already know who's hunting us, there's no point in playing hide and seek." He squeezed his fist tight, his nerves stretched to the absolute limit. He bellowed, "Why is everyone so relaxed? Did you already forget the warning Seol Gangrim gave us?" Flashing back, Seol Gangrim's voice had been grim. "The Shaman King Li Hyun will meet his end in this demon realm. The clown troop has set a lethal ambush for him." Li Hyun had been taken aback. "What? My death is already scheduled?" He had glared at the messenger. "Are you trying to curse me now?" He had flatly denied it. "It's not a curse, it's a warning." Li Hyun was rattled. "And you think I'd actually fall to those street performers?" He felt a wave of helplessness. "I just caught a fleeting glimpse of what's to come. It's a gift I've had since I was a boy." Back in the present, Li Hyun reached out and gripped his shoulder. "It's fine because we're forewarned. Since we're ready for them, they're just target practice. Prophecies only show the path of least resistance. They point toward a destiny that we can easily shatter." He flashed a confident, sharp grin. "Let's take this opportunity to wipe them out." The Destiny Protection Bureau has branded them public enemies. Smeared trails of gore stretched across the cavern floor. A voice echoed through the dark. "There's definitely the scent of monster blood in the air here." The party halted before a literal river of red. Subterranean streams were common, but a current of pure blood. Li Hyun noted calmly, "Let's follow the flow for now." He leaped over the crimson brook and walked directly to the lip of the cavernous abyss. Steaming red blood poured endlessly into a gargantuan chalice. They gasped in horror. "What kind of ritual is this?" Li Hyun's expression clouded. "It looks like every drop of blood spilled in this demon realm is being funneled here. And all of that essence is being drained into that cursed object." Nam Yu-jun suggested, "Should we descend for a closer look?" He replied firmly, "We need to identify it. I can't make sense of it from up here." The team slid down the rocky slope toward the massive vessel. A mechanical system voice intoned, "The blood chalice transmutes absorbed essence into mana for relic refinement." Li Hyun crossed his arms, evaluating the device. "So it uses blood as fuel to forge gear. Doesn't look like a threat yet." Inside the cup, the blood swirled into a bubbling vortex. Suddenly, The sound of rapid boots echoed nearby. Lee Hyun stiffened at the sudden noise. A group emerged from the shadows. Well now, do we have uninvited guests crashing the party? Lee Hyun's team spun around, hearts racing. It's the clown troupe. He drew his blade with professional focus. Keep your heads. Stay in formation. He snapped his fan open, his mind racing. The clown troupe, the most wanted terrorists on the Bureau's list. If we take them down, our reputation will skyrocket. The masked fanatics of the troupe stood poised for violence. Their leader roared battle stations. With a feral cry, they swarmed toward Lee Hyun's squad. Slaughter the intruders. He glared at the approaching mob. You annoying vermin. A chaotic, high-stakes melee erupted. Lee Hyun dispatched them with clinical precision. In the heat of the fray, Nam Yoo-jun yelled, "There are dozens of them, but they're nothing but cannon fodder." He seemed more on edge than Lee Hyun during the clash. Lee Hyun casually rolled up his sleeves, revealing his forearms, which were completely covered in glowing talismans. He struck the ground, and massive, jagged stone pillars erupted, launching the troop members into the air. Thick dust choked the air. Nam Yoo-jun exhaled a long sigh of relief as the immediate threat vanished. He looked down at the twisted bodies of the clown troupe littered across the cavern. The team marveled, as expected of the sect master. These cowardly thugs are no match for your mastery. Lee Hyun checked his people. Is everyone in one piece? Any wounds? He replied, relieved to see everyone is standing. Suddenly, a searing bolt of energy streaked through the darkness toward them. The raw power grazed his shoulder, scorching the fabric. A lethal hail of specialized weapons whistled toward them all at once. Bana descended from the heights and asked mockingly, "Why are you lot trespassing in someone else's private workshop?" She sighed with theatrical boredom. What a total drag. Lee Hyun ground his teeth, his mind reeling. Impossible. I didn't sense a single ripple of presence until they were right in our faces. She gathered her glowing power. Since you've seen things meant for eyes much higher than yours. She unleashed a series of fatal bursts. But you'll just have to stay here forever. Activating fire wheel. Terror swept through the group. Lee Hyun was furious, but clearly outmatched. Diving behind a jagged boulder, he commanded, "You can't win this. I'll buy you time. Get to the surface and summon reinforcements." She laughed at his desperation. "Just what do you think you're crawling off to?" Suddenly, the rhythmic thud of approaching boots made her blood run cold. An anxious voice shouted, "Is there a squad in the vicinity? We need to locate the Holy Cross 10 immediately." But how much longer can the sect master survive this onslaught? He cast a hesitant glance over his shoulder before abruptly pivoting back. "I'm not leaving him behind." Nam Yoo-jun gasped, What are you thinking?" He replied firmly, "Two blades are better than one, aren't they?" She unleashed a storm of strikes, her voice dripping with mockery. "What's the point of all that raw power? But if you're too slow to actually land a hit?" Lee Hyun was hitting his breaking point, and seeing his struggle, she was practically beaming. "Bana delivered a tinging, insulting kick." For an awakened hailed as a national shaman, "You're remarkably pathetic." A spark of cruel victory flared in her eyes. He met her gaze with a look of sharpened steel. He caught the staggering Lee Hyun. "The old man wheezed you? Why would you come back for me?" He brandished a talisman and charged, set on rewriting the fate of someone who refused to play along. He lunged toward Bana, talisman in hand. She sneered, "How long can you play the hero while burning through your energy like that?" Battered but unbowed, he pressed the attack, thinking, "I can pull this off. I just have to buy enough time for the veterans to call for help." She dropped a comment that chilled him to the bone. "No matter how much time you buy, your friend won't make it to the rescue." Honestly, isn't your sect master going to put up a real fight? He is a national shaman, after all. Just look at him, cowering like a frightened child behind his own subordinate. Quite a fall from grace for the man who bragged about his title. He roared back in a fury, "Shut your mouth. A lowlife like you has no right to utter his name." "Bana simirkit. A lowlife? And who exactly do you think you are?" Massive stone spikes erupted from the earth like arrows. She scrambled to evade the jagged pillars. "I thought you were just trembling there. I didn't realize you were setting this trap." He stood firm, shielding the shaking Lee Hyun. She continued her verbal assault. "But how do you expect to survive what comes next? I'm barely breaking a sweat, but you're running on fumes, aren't you? I see. Artifact-based powers always have a nasty habit of draining your mana. That kind of strength is a heavy burden for a mere human to shoulder." He seized the opening to thrust his talisman toward her, as if you're anything more than human yourself. A cold, synthesized voice droned. "Mana reserves depleted. Mana shield deactivated. Status effect. Mana exhaustion in effect." The blow connected, sending him crashing into the dirt. Bana rested her chin on her hand, looking intrigued. Are they both down for the count? She drifted back to the ground and began her slow, predatory approach. Time to put this mess to rest. Li Hyun growled, "You monster," while a dark thought crept in. Is this really how it ends? Was I that wrong? He flashed back to Seol Gangrim's offer. "Let me give you a hand." He had dismissed him with a wave. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to come in." Li Hyun realized with a pang of regret. "I let my pride blind me." Suddenly, a powerful hand gripped his collar. Seol Gangrim stood there like a wall, placing himself between Li Hyun and Bana. Li Hyun's heart skipped a beat. "Seol Gangrim?" He directed a piercing, lethal glare at Bana. Li Hyun asked in sheer amazement, "How? Why are you here?" He replied with a chilling edge, "If you die here, I'll never be able to look my master in the eye again. Besides, I have a personal debt to collect," he said, darting toward Bana. "Starting with this fraudulent clown troupe." She snarled, leaping back. "Damn it, I don't want anything to do with you." A frantic voice behind him cried out, "Master Li Hyun, are you all right? Is that really Seol Gangrim? Every time I saw that kid, thought he was drowning in fear, trying to keep the world at arm's length. He was a coward who only knew how to retreat. I never imagined he'd dive head first into hell to save me." Before the eyes of the stunned onlookers, Seol Gangrim bolted forward, his focus as piercing as a cold blade. A violent clash erupted between them, but it quickly became clear that Bana was no match for his intensity. He wondered in desperation, what is happening? Even in a nightmare scenario, a master like Li Hyun shouldn't be crushed this easily. Bana sneered, "Why bother showing your face? The boss specifically orchestrated this entire theater right on your doorstep. Listen up. Just because you're untouchable for now doesn't mean we'll sit back and let you play hero." She snatched up the blood chalice with a flourish. "In the grand scheme of things, all of you, that are merely puppets dancing to that person's tune." Seol Gangrim's heart raced. Curse it, her reflexes are insane. He knew that even with witnesses watching, securing that cursed relic had to be his absolute priority. A frantic shout pierced the air. "She's breaking for the exit." Lee Suho pivoted and reacted in a heartbeat. He leveled his firearm and let loose a relentless storm of lead. Bana tucked the chalice under her arm and dove into the shadows to escape. He cried out in frustration, "She's slipping through our fingers." Seol Gangrim let out a roar of fury. "No, you don't." He thundered toward the others. "We cannot let her vanish into thin air." As Bana clutched the blood chalice, a silent figure materialized in her path. He exhaled a soft breath and gathered his inner power. Enough. Dragging this performance out any longer would be in poor taste. Bana's eyes locked onto him, and she froze, paralyzed by dread. She whipped her head around, searching for any possible escape route. Seol Gangrim unleashed his power to bind her movement, locking her in place. "The chase ends here. I've got you now, you painted freak. I have a mountain of questions, but first, tell me why you're so afraid to kill me." Suddenly, a dark fluid that started to seep out from beneath her porcelain mask. Seol Gangrim's expression twisted into horror. "What have you done?" He seized her by the collar as Bana let out a chilling, final laugh. "Be careful what you dig for. You might not like what you find." She ripped away the mask to reveal a hollow, grotesque grin. There was nothing but a void left behind. Someone rushed toward the scene. "Move! Father, please, you have to save her." He pressed his hand firmly against Bana's cooling body. After a moment, he slowly shook his head, acknowledging that life had already departed. Seol Gangrim let out a heavy sigh. "I never anticipated a poisoned suicide. I was far too reckless, even knowing how deep this cult goes. Our only lead on these lunatics just died right in front of us. I failed to stop the bloodshed in this realm, even when I tried to read the destiny etched on those fallen faces. The only name I could find was Bana. No lineage, no past. Just the one who reached out to help us. I am Trudisore." A trembling foot emerged from the shadows, stepping forward slowly. Li Hyun's voice was barely a whisper. "If the name is indeed Bana, I might actually have some answers." Seol Gangrim turned to him sharply. "You recognize this troop?" He replied, "Let me show you something first. Give me that mask. What are you intending to do with it?" Li Hyun produced a mystic talisman and pressed it onto the mask, activating a hidden transformation spell. He then gently placed the mask back on Bana's lifeless face. Seol Gangrim watched in total confusion. Why would a field agent's mask? Li Hyun's voice turned somber. Because this person was an operative for the Destiny Protection Bureau. The entire group stood in a stunned, heavy silence, unable to process the revelation. It felt like a physical blow to Seol Gangrim. His breath hitched and his pupils narrowed to pinpricks. "A bureau agent? Are you absolutely certain?" "Years ago, among the agents who frequently visited my sect, there was a woman named Bana." A memory echoed. "Bana, ensure this offering reaches the sect master personally." Li Hyun looked at the pile of gold, stunned. "What is this? Are you trying to buy my favor?" She lowered her head respectfully. "We wouldn't dream of it." Consider this a gesture for the greater good of all. We simply wish to lend our pharmaceutical expertise to the cause. Li Hyun's eyes narrowed. So the smugglers of the divine flowers have a conscience now? I didn't think you were aware of that. Captain, if I told you that garden has gone dry, would you believe me? The West Heaven Garden is barren. It won't bloom again for at least several centuries. Seol Gangrim was gripped by a sudden horror. This can't be. Did the timeline shift simply because I set foot in the West Heaven Garden? This was never part of the original history. The Destiny Protection Bureau is currently scouting for alliances among the independent sects. Li Hyun elaborated, the Bureau holds all the cards right now. I figured striking a bargain with them was a shrewd tactical move. Seol Gangrim's voice flared with accusation. So you actually shook hands with them? He shook his head. I kept them at arm's length. They were pushing for an answer, so I decided to test the waters first. A lucky escape, it seems. Regardless, with your voice and potential, walking away from this deal is a choice you'll live to regret, master of the black magic sect. At the very least, you've dropped that insufferable ego from your days as the national shaman. The way he spoke, as if he'd known me for a lifetime, confirms it's him. Gangrim's mind raced. So that puppet organization is being bankrolled by the Destiny Protection Bureau? If that's the case, what is the hidden agenda behind the special task force I've been assigned to? Feeling the weight of Gangrim's intense stare, Li Hyun shifted uncomfortably. Is this information we should even possess? Let's tie up these loose ends while we still have a chance. He lowered his head, his tone urgent and sincere. I understand perfectly why you wouldn't trust a man like me. Seol Gangrim brushed the apology aside with a quick gesture. No, don't say that. After the way I treated you, I can hardly hold a grudge. He reached out, resting a steadying hand on the man's shoulder. National Shaman Li Hyun, please accept my apology for everything. The older man looked visibly stunned by the unexpected gesture of peace. He couldn't fathom what had triggered such a profound shift in the boy's perspective. Li Hyun finally spoke. It's the way you've conducted yourself today. It's not just that you're stronger now. That old fragile spirit has been replaced by something unbreakable. He reached forward and clasped Seol Gangrim's hand firmly. If your master could see the man you've become, he would be brimming with pride. A small, satisfied smile played on Seol Gangrim's lips. He'd likely find a reason to lecture me instead. When you're bound to a level 1 karma dragon, that the weight of every past deed becomes a crushing reality. He tightened his grip on the talisman. The thought of his master being proud bit at him. If that's true, why keep the secret of his survival from us for so long? System, Demon Realm Entity neutralized. White Stone Armored Fish. All spectral beasts contaminated by the White Stones have been purged. The Demon Realm is now clear of threats. Subjugation mission complete. Performance ranking. Highest contribution, Bana. Note, the primary contributor is deceased. Loot and experience have been rerouted to Seol Gangrim, Slayer of the entity known as Bana. Entity Bana defeated. Extraction portal initialized. Seol Gangrim stood frozen in shock. That entire puppet group was actually a collection of monsters? The Bureau's involvement was bad enough, but what kind of twisted game are they playing? Lee Suho scrambled up from a nearby crater. Seol Gangrim, I'm glad I caught you before you headed out. There's something you need to know. Since we're still within the demon realm, we don't have to worry about prying eyes or hidden bugs. What's on your mind? The answer to that question you cornered me with. Do you trust my word? He let out a weary sigh. I've seen enough today. I know the measure of your character now. However, I prefer it if National Shaman Li Hyun gave us some space. Li Hyun cut in, fair enough. Once I've seen to the final rites for my fallen disciples, I'll clear out. Hold on. Can't we keep this circle open? On what grounds? Seol Gangrim insisted, because the black magic sect is an asset we can't afford to lose. Li Suo sighed, looking exasperated. It's not about utility. Seol Gangrim, have you no sense of pride? After witnessing how poorly that man treated you, I came to a conclusion. That he hasn't earned the right to hear the truth. I find it impossible to place my faith in someone with a temperament like his. Gangrim's voice turned cold and resolute. Even so, I'm going to include him. I want every person standing here to hear what you have to say. In his heart, he was certain, if this concerns his master, National Shaman Li Hyun is the most loyal ally he has. A look of realization dawned on Lee Suho's face. I see. You're certain then? Then I shall pass this on to you. This is the legacy that National Shaman Seol Wajii placed in my keeping. With a solemn nod, Lee Suho cast the parchment into the flames at the crossroads of destiny. I have carved out the optimal path. Seol Gangrim and Li Hyun stood frozen, their eyes widening as their pupils shrank in pure disbelief. A single thought raced through his mind. That voice. It can't be. I have spent an eternity observing and weighing the threads of my own life. My path was split between two grim fates. Either be hunted down by the Destiny Protection Bureau, or be branded a supernatural fugitive to dismantle the Bureau's corruption from the inside out. I staged my own demise and gave birth to the clown troupe. If you are hearing this, it means you have successfully passed the trial of the one I hold in highest regard. On the night of the Chishi Festival, find me at Yeonju Falls. I require your strength, Gangrim. Seol Gangrim moved forward, but his pulse was thundering with a mix of hope and dread. He whispered to himself, I never imagined our paths would cross again like this. Meanwhile, regarding that counterfeit clown cell, word is those members have fully mutated into mindless, monstrous beasts, unleashing such a horror in the heart of a bustling city instead of a contained rift. It confirms my worst fears about their lack of restraint. The timeline has drifted far from the life I once knew, he reflected, lost in the maze of his own thoughts. He had been walking aimlessly when a voice called out, You've pierced the veil. I was starting to worry. But it seems you managed to find your way through the ward safely. This is a clandestine sanctum. Without the proper seal, a person could walk past it for a century and never know it existed. Master remains a step ahead of everyone. I need a little help. The thought of his mentor reaching out for aid. Suggested that whatever is brewing at Yeonju Falls is beyond anything we've faced. Seol Gangrim stood at the edge of the clearing and called out, Master. A figure emerged with a brisk, familiar step. You've truly come into your own, Gangrim. Look at how much you've grown. He stood paralyzed, his breath catching at the sight of Seol Wajayon. She approached him with a warm, radiant smile. Had he been keeping well? The heavy spray of the waterfall misted over them both. She stepped closer, raising an umbrella to shield him from the damp air. She spoke with a motherly softness. Easy now. Your clothes are becoming quite damp. Fatigue and relief finally broke through his composure, and heavy tears began to fall. She broke the silence. The reason I've lived like a ghost all these months. That is because the prophecy for the clown troupe was nothing but shadow. Every road ended in a grave. I refuse to drag you into that darkness. He looked at her with a flicker of hope. But doesn't my presence here prove the future has shifted? The reason I summoned you is far more complicated than that. Seol Gangrim tilted his head. Then why? Why now? Her voice wavered with an unfamiliar fear. I call for you because your thread has vanished from my sight. I can no longer read your fate at all. Your past and future have tangled into a blurred knot, suppressed by a massive weight of karma I cannot identify. I prayed it wasn't a burden I placed on you, but standing here now, my intuition was correct. What exactly has happened to you? Seol Gangrim struggled to find the words. Well, even with Master, would she believe the truth, that I am a traveler who has returned from a fallen future? She reached out, her touch grounding him. Gongrim, no matter what you've seen or done, I'm your family first. If the words won't come, you don't have to force them. But if you are walking toward a cliff, tell me so I can pull you back. He took a deep breath and spoke with total honesty. The truth is, I've come back from a future that no longer exists. Having finally broken the dam of silence, he poured out his story, leaving no secret buried. He spoke of the tragedies of his former life and the desperate gambles of this new one. By the time the last word left his lips, the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the falls in twilight. She squeezed his hand, her eyes glistening with empathy. You've carried such a lonely burden, but it brings me peace. To know you aren't fighting alone. To think those souls chose to stand by you once again in this life. Despite the gravity of the conversation, Seol Gangrim rubbed the back of his neck, looking a bit sheepish. To be honest, most of the sect members are still in the dark about the details. Seol Wajayon's expression turned grave. The Destiny Protection Bureau is a behemoth beyond your imagination. You intend to gamble the lives of your team on your own shoulders, don't you? That path is as arrogant as it is lonely. You said your comrades shielded you before you turned back time, right? Is that why you're trying to play the lone martyr now? To pay them back? Can your heart truly be at peace while you watch them bleed from the sidelines? He hung his head, unable to summon even a whisper of a response. She reprimanded him with a sharp edge to her voice. Why would you force your comrades to endure that kind of mental agony? Either let them fight by your side, knowing who the real monster is, or let them go. Grant them the agency to choose, then return to me. Seol Gangrim's face was etched with remorse. Understood, Master. Within the grand hall, a voice cut through the silence. What did my mother say to you that prompted you to summon everyone like this? Seol Gangrim took his seat at the head of the long table, his voice low and heavy. I have something vital to disclose to all of you. But the truth is far darker, he thought, his mind racing. If they discovered the reality, that they all perished because of my failures in a previous life, and that I've been maintaining a facade this entire time, would a single soul still stand by me? He took a breath and continued. I had forgotten a simple truth, that if I truly value our bond, then I must allow each of you to be the architect of your own fate. A profound silence gripped the room. Not a single person moved or spoke. The atmosphere was thick enough to choke on. Then, suddenly, the quiet was shattered by a sharp, rhythmic clapping. That was quite a performance, CO Gangrim. I never pegged you for the type to admit you're a regressor. So, does this mean you finally accept me as a true partner? She added with a bright, hopeful smile. Thank you, Master. It's a lot to process, but we know you trust us now, right? We're with you to the end, Master. Count me in too. I have no intention of tucking tail and leaving a brother to face the storm alone. Voices rose in a chorus of support. I owe my life to Seal Gangrim in this timeline. A debt of honor must be paid. In my past life, I may not have known my brother Seal Gangrim, but that the atrocities committed by the Destiny Protection Bureau are unforgivable. I miss you, sorry, Gangrim. A stray tear escaped. To think you've been carrying the weight of the world on your back all this time. That while I remained oblivious. I only felt slighted because you were keeping secrets from me. Thank you for finally letting us in. I'm truly relieved that we can take up arms together once more. While the work continued, a plate of steaming, fresh dumplings was set on the table to fuel them. The room was abuzz with whispers. What's the latest gossip? He grinned. CO Gangrim spilled everything. The hero just confessed he's a time traveler. I've got to weave this into my manuscript. She noted calmly, the rare eclipse is looming. We're facing a potential massacre. Doesn't that rattle you? He paused to reflect on the gravity of the situation. The others certainly look like they've seen a ghost. But hearing that from Shin Sua, it's fascinating. Her reaction is easily the most peculiar of the bunch, isn't it? Shin Sua glanced at him, her expression a mask of confusion. What are you implying? Dako Jun smirked. I'm talking about blind devotion. Even I can see that your loyalty is drifting into the realm of the irrational. Shin Sua snapped back. Aren't you also someone who thrives on defying common sense? He cut her off. Nice try, but don't dodge the question. She closed her eyes, letting out a weary sigh. You've been harping on this since our last meeting. He pressed the point further. It's not just about her faith that Seal Gangrim would make it back. It's the bizarre fact that Shin Sua, who despises violence, didn't hesitate to sacrifice her own limb to save Seal Gangrim. And then she turned into a vengeful spirit to hunt down his enemies. Shin Sua, it looked visibly unsettled as he laid out her own actions before her. He pointed a finger at her. I became certain after hearing about the fate of the homunculus that Seal Gangrim described. Shin Sua's logic completely unravels the moment Seal Gangrim is in the equation. How can throwing away an entire sect and every teammate just to shield one man be considered normal? I believe Shin Sua is the true lead of this drama, but I'm beginning to question the reality of your feelings. And the source of your kindness. Shin Sua stepped out into the night air, her mind a whirlwind. She remembered him pinning her against the wall, his gaze intense as he demanded, why? What is the invisible thread that binds us? He was right. Under the cold stars, she felt a wave of self-doubt. Why do I care for Seal Gangrim with such a desperate intensity? A booming shout erupted, snapping Shin Sua out of her thoughts. Finally, I found it. A group of hunters broke into cheers. I've been granted passage to the celestial plane too. Looks like I'm no longer the odd one out. Shin Sua tilted her head. What's everyone so hyped about? Seal Gangrim clarified, a summons to the divine realm. We're going to tap into the power of the patrons we've bonded with. You can undergo intense cultivation in that realm to skyrocket your strength. Time flows on a different scale there. It's a necessary move. The breaking point is coming sooner than we thought. She leaned on her palm, looking thoughtful. If only I had an invitation. He cut in firmly. Being a vessel for a deity isn't always a blessing. I've seen elite mages have their own potential shackled by the very gods they serve. She looked puzzled. Did I lack a patron in my previous life as well? The Shin Sua of the past. You actually manifested your own guardian just as the war with the Azura sect ignited. A deity known as the Primal Sovereign. She nodded slowly. That was the name of the entity that offered me power the second I finished my training. Seal Gangrim leaned in, intrigued. So the connection was there? She shrugged. I turned it down. I didn't trust a power I didn't understand. He exhaled a long breath of relief, clutching his chest. That was a smart move. Even I didn't fully grasp the weight of that contract. That specific deity would have bent Shin Sua's will, forcing her into a life she would have despised. Because she dared to defy that divine calling, the Shin Sua of the past bore a heavy, agonizing burden. She steeled her resolve. I'll find my own path to power without kneeling to any god. I'm not even sure they deserve my faith. I have a gift for you. He produced a vial containing a shimmering essence. that distilled from the mana of Grade 2 Celestial Ichor. Drinking it would solidify her internal energy flow. Since the others have their gods to lean on, you should use this to level the playing field. Without another word, he turned it apart. She called after him, Gangrim, wait. You don't have a patron deity either, do you? Seol Gangrim glanced back with a confident smirk. Don't worry about me. I've already set a few wheels in motion. Seol Wajayon gasped, her eyes widening in pure terror. Gongrim, no? The abyssal threshold. Master, you can't possibly mean the Demon Gate. The Demon Gate is the bridge through which nightmares enter the waking world. If you unseal that gate within your own spirit, your raw power will surge, but at a terrible cost. You'll begin to perceive whispers and horrors that no mortal mind was ever meant to endure. She grabbed his arm, her voice trembling. We spent years trying to seal that curse away, and now you want to tear it open? In my memories, that gate was a source of nothing but misery when I rejected the gods. But this time, I'll be the one in control. He stood tall, his voice unwavering. I am undergoing the rite of sanctification, but my current vessel is too limited to wield the true power of the heavens. I unlocked a forbidden technique through my consecration long ago, yet I've never had the capacity to actually trigger it. She warned him softly, unlocking the abyssal threshold is no simple task. Forcing that lock is a world away from letting it open on its own. Countless souls have shattered into madness trying to survive the strain, and you're already physically exhausted. Seol Gangrim tightened his grip. I'm pushed to the edge. The us of today stands zero chance against a threat like Tissy. I would rather transform into a Jiangshi, a living corpse, than lose this fight while clinging to my humanity. She let out a heavy sigh of resignation. Then let me be the one to guide you through the opening. It's the only safe way. Seol Wajayong knelt before the flickering altar, chanting ancient verses as a pale figure sat behind her. It was Seol Gangrim. He sat in a meditative trance while the demon gate groaned open, glowing seals swirling around him like a cyclone. It's actually happening. The seals are breaking. The Seol Gangrim who spent his life running has finally come home. How utterly irritating. Gangrim clutched his temples as a searing pain tore through his mind. Sinking. 30 complete. Mid-ritual, she looked up and screamed in alarm. The sanctuary is catching fire. Don't lose focus now. Hold on. Seol Gangrim bit his lip so hard that blood trickled down his chin. I can handle this. Once the gate is fully unsealed, the agony will turn into power. I've lived with spiritual curses since I was a child. This is nothing compared to what I've faced. Sinking. 70. In another time, Shin Sua had looked at him with such worry. Seol Gangrim. He thought to himself, did you really think I'd just let you walk away without a fight? Whenever Gangrim flashed that smile and went off alone, he was always diving into the deep end of a dangerous pool. It's probably just because I have fragments of my past self's memories. Yeah, that has to be it. System alert. Celestial Ichor consumed. Your mana regulation has been permanently enhanced. He asked her, his voice full of concern, why give something this precious to me? She beamed with a playful smile. Because everything is better when we share. With a defiant tilt of her head, she downed the remainder of the shimmering fluid. I can feel it. My mana capacity just jumped a whole level. It's a blessing I downed that elixir. My mana pool has finally hit level 80. I'm not sure what your ultimate goal is. She beamed with a radiant, joyful expression. But now you'll be able to breeze through your tasks with much less effort. Seol Gangrim gripped his temples in agony, slumped on the floor as a crimson streak marred the tiles. The demon gate is unsealed. See? That was a walk in the park. His strength faded, and his arms slowly fell limp at his sides. Seol Wajayong shrieked in terror. Gangrim. Open your eyes, Gangrim. She inquired with chilling composure. So, Tissy's counterfeit troop operation has been unmasked? A man fell to his knees on the cold ground. Baekyong delivered his report. Commander, this individual is the cause. Our mole, Kong Do-hyun, has officially turned his resignation. He's a valuable pawn we can use to tighten the noose around Seol Gangrim and Seol Wajayong. We must relay these developments to the deity immediately. She murmured, very well, and interlaced her fingers in a solemn gesture. Laboring to keep her balance, she began a sacred ritual. O great God above. What is our strategy for crushing them from this moment on? A profound, gravelly voice resonated through the chamber. Simply pay them no mind. No mortal can hope to derail the tracks of destiny. Beck, Yang let out a long breath of relief. Our faith in your wisdom is absolute. She whispered back, yes, let's ensure it stays that way. With those final words, she collapsed onto the sterile hospital bed. The gore-spattered mask clattered to the floor. Gongju asked with a hint of curiosity. The 41st commander perished because of Leader Seolon. Isn't that right? Baekhyang Smirket. Now that is the million-dollar question. Enough talk. Let's make our way to the research laboratory. We need to designate a successor for the commander post without delay. At the university hospital, Seol Gangrim marched through the entrance with purpose. He scanned the lobby as if hunting for a hidden target. Suddenly, the mechanical system voice echoed. Invisibility, cloaking, active. Ghostly footprints began to mark the floor, weaving through the oblivious hospital crowds. Only 24 hours earlier, Seol Gangrim's phone had buzzed. He answered in a hushed tone. Hello? A jagged, scratchy voice hissed from the receiver. It's me. Gangrim, how are you holding up? The voice reverberated like a spectral echo inside his skull. Gangrim, how are you feeling? How's the leg mending? Is your head still clear? He muttered, I'm doing fine. Fine? What a joke. You look like a walking corpse. Gangrim, why don't you just give up and die? Then we can finally be friends. Gangrim sat tucked in a corner, his voice steady despite the taunts. Well, I've been enduring this hell for a week now. I'm starting to get used to the pain. On the other end of the line, Seol Wajayong spoke with a soft tenderness I understand. Seol Gangrim exhaled, feeling a massive burden lift. Yes, please don't fret. Was there another reason for the call? Her grip tightened on a crumpled slip of paper. We'll dive into details later, but she stared at a face in a photograph. Regarding that man you mentioned, Baekhyang. He has finally surfaced in my prophetic visions. Seol Gangrim lunged forward, nearly dropping the phone. Master, he cried out. You've actually located Baekhyang? Seol Wajayong gave a somber nod. Yes, I believe I have a lock on his current coordinates. Seol Gangrim slammed his palm onto the table. Then we strike immediately. She cut him off sharply. Ease up. That site requires far more reconnaissance. The location where he appeared is likely a clandestine research wing of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Charging in blindly would be suicide. The probe into this facility had actually reached a critical stage. Seol Gangrim's fingers twitched as he fought for control. But how much longer am I supposed to sit on my hands? Until I've had a few more visions and finished organizing the specialist team for the breach. Then I'll be the one to go in alone. Seol. Wajayong's eyes flared with panic. She moved to block his path. There's no one better qualified for this mission than me. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to maintain her composure. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, her voice turned to ice. The answer is no. Seol Gangrim felt his heart sink, his voice wavering. But why? Seol Wajayong pointed a finger directly at him. Because sending you into that viper's nest is too great a risk. He looked puzzled. What exactly do you mean by that? She clarified. You've unsealed the demon gate and saturated your soul with celestial energy. You now wield a formidable semi-deification state. Even without it, you aren't so fragile that I should be this worried. Seol Gangrim countered, I'm not heading there for a brawl anyway. I have an arsenal of skills that are perfect for high-stakes infiltration. And if the situation turns sour, at the very least, you possess the means to slip away unscathed. Seol Wajayong slammed her palm onto the table, erupting in fury. Take a good look at yourself, right now. The mere mention of Baekhyang's name makes you bleed a murderous aura so thick it's suffocating. Do you honestly think you can go through a high-security facility in that state? Seol Gangrim stood frozen, the weight of her words hitting him like a physical blow. For a heartbeat, he was paralyzed. He sank to the floor, his posture radiating a profound sense of defeat. Seol Wajayong's tone softened, though her gaze remained sharp. I understand your thirst for vengeance, but if you let your rage take the wheel, but do you truly believe you can just observe and vanish without a trace? Seol Gangrim sat in silence, gnawing on his lip. She pressed further. Can you truly guarantee that you won't snap? And tear him apart the very second Baekhyang crosses your line of sight? Seol Gangrim bowed his head, looking like a child caught in a shameful lie. I gave my word that I wouldn't try to carry the world on my shoulders alone anymore. Seol Wajayong's eyes widened in genuine shock at his admission. Your comrades pledged to stand by you in the heat of battle. Flashbacks of their faces surged through his mind. Thank you for trusting me. They had accepted his impossible tale of returning from the future without hesitation. They are pushing themselves to the limit, so we can face Baekhyang as one. I want to be right there with them. And that bond has become more precious to me than the satisfaction of my own revenge. Please, Master, place your faith in me just this once. In the sterile corridor, heavy boots began to thud. Choi Sung-won grumbled to himself. Why am I wasting my life pulling shifts in a dump like this? A shadow loomed behind him, poised for a silent takedown, but he remained oblivious, muttering away. Need a quick smoke to clear my head before I head inside. With a dull thud, he was knocked cold and unceremoniously hauled into a side room. The automated scanner chimed. Park Daecheon. Biometric match confirmed. granting access to Research Lab Number 1. Seoul Gangrim noted internally. The security protocols here are surprisingly flimsy. However, Master warned me that her foresight hit a dead end once this threshold was crossed. The heavy laboratory doors hissed open. From this point on, I'm officially inside the Destiny Protection Bureau's forbidden sanctum. Time to uncover their dark secrets. A woman floated inside a massive preservation tank, her features locked in a permanent, peaceful sleep. Seoul Gangrim's blood ran cold the moment he saw her face. Baek Young? A wave of primal terror washed over him. His hand drifted toward the glass of the towering tank. This can't be happening. He pivoted slowly, his eyes darting around to absorb the full scale of the room. He pressed himself against the side of the large stasis tank. As the woman's face came into sharp focus, Seoul Gangrim's mind reeled. He broke into a frantic run, checking tank after tank, his desperation mounting. He couldn't wrap his head around the nightmare before him. Everything, every single stasis pod lining the walls, that held an exact replica of the same person. Every single. Seoul Gangrim's legs gave out, and he collapsed into a huddle. They're all Baekhyang, every last one of them. The system interface flickered. S-098. Tier 1 Divine Class. Metallic Affinity. H230. Tier 1 Divine Class. F002. Tier 1 Divine Class. Igneous Affinity. Seoul Gangrim began to shake uncontrollably. The designations tracked different elemental powers, but the faces were undeniably Baekyang's. Even with different serial numbers, the implications were horrifying. The realization hit him hard. A single Baekhyang was powerful enough to annihilate the entire Baihome Moon and their allies. If this entire legion ever opens their eyes, humanity won't stand a prayer of surviving the night. Seoul Gangrim's fingers flew across the control terminal. I have to sabotage this operation right now, no matter the cost. Suddenly, the recognition system announced. Young Ebek. Identity verified. Accessing Research Lab Number 1. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hollow chamber. A refined voice drifted through the air. I was hoping the current batch would hold out until the next harvest. He strolled in, looking mildly inconvenienced. Luckily, his voice suddenly spiked in a sharp bark. Hey, you there? He had spotted the back of a man standing in the center of the lab. What are you doing in a restricted zone? Seoul Gangrim adopted the posture of a flustered technician and stammered. I'm misplacing my gear, so I was retracing my steps. Oh, it's just Researcher Park. What on earth did you lose? He gestured dismissively. Oh, never mind. It's clearly not in here. The man nodded. He pressed his back against the cold surface of the stasis chamber, trying to steady his breathing. Seoul Gangrim maintained his cover as Researcher Park and kept a steady pace. A voice sharp with suspicion called out, halting him. Hold it. Isn't the smoking lounge in the opposite direction? Team Leader Yang, take another look. Right over there. That man is no scientist. I bet my life on it. Captain Yang stroked his beard, a look of genuine confusion crossing his features. Well, that is peculiar. Seoul Gangrim, trapped in his disguise, scratched his head with forced awkwardness. My apologies, I've always been a bit directionally challenged. He muttered to himself. Isn't that just typical clumsy Park? He moved to make a quick exit. If you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Captain Yang let out a soft, rhythmic sigh. He gathered a swirling vortex of emerald energy in his palm, his expression eerily placid. Words are cheap. Let's let the magic do the talking. Seoul Gangrim, still wearing Park's face, realized the ruse was crumbling and felt a spike of adrenaline-fueled panic. Captain Yang pointed a mocking finger at him. Oh, and what do we have here? He let out a derisive chuckle. Is he actually trying to sidestep the inevitable? If that were the real Park, he'd be missing a skull by now. Gongju's brow furrowed with concern. Captain Yang, this is getting out of hand. Seeing no other way, Seoul Gangrim abandoned the act, drew his weapon, and lunged forward. He crashed with immense force against the reinforced laboratory exit. The heavy door remained stubbornly sealed, not even vibrating under the massive impact. Captain Yang crossed his arms, wearing a triumphant smirk. Futile. There's no back door in this cage. Inside, Gangrim's heart hammered. Damn it all. The old man took a predatory step forward, closing the gap. And now, his gaze turned lethal. Let's peel back the layers and see who our little trespasser really is. I had hoped to slip away without drawing blood, but escape is impossible unless I cut my way out. The time for stealth has passed. He donned his combat mask, his mind a whirlwind of tactical calculations. As long as I can keep my true identity a secret, I still have a chance. Captain Yang gasped in feigned amazement. Goodness gracious. An invisibility cloak? How quaint. He scanned the room, purposely acting as if he had lost track of his target. Seoul Gangrim, now a shimmering ghost, materialized behind them. These bureau thugs are growing more arrogant by the hour. He aimed a precision strike at the old man's spine, but Gongju's reflexes were faster, her power flaring to shield her superior. Gongju looked baffled by his nonchalance. How can you be so unfazed? The old man leaned back with an air of absolute certainty. Relax, child. I'm going to stop playing around and end this now. With a flick of his wrist, Captain Yang unleashed a devastating blast that missed Seol Gangrim by a fraction of an inch. The explosion was reckless, sending shards of glass flying as a stasis tank shattered. Gongju clutched her head, letting out a horrified scream. Captain Yang's face paled instantly. Oh, blast it. He tried to regain his footing. If I'm allowed to break a few eggs, I can have him gift wrap for you in seconds. The old man snapped back. You'll break nothing else. Gangrim continued his desperate sprint, with Gongju relentlessly snapping at his heels. His face was a mask of livid rage as he bellowed, "Apprehend him this instant." Captain Gong. He looked entirely self-assured. He had just activated a specialized beacon. Corpse puppet protocol initiated. Seol Gangrim heard the incantation and felt a chill of worry. Puppetry? So, this has turned into a twisted game of cat and mouse. Gongju let out a harsh, mocking laugh. Your little circus act ends here, clown troupe. He swung his blade in a wide arc, only to be met by the ringing clash of Seol Gangrim's counterstrike. Seol Gangrim's hands were trembling from the shock of the impact. Curse it, I can't go head-to-head with high-grade bureau steel for long. He lashed out wildly. Invisibility again? You're just delaying the inevitable. He analyzed the room quickly. They treat these Baekhyun clones like holy relics. If I keep them on the defensive by threatening the tanks, I can force an opening. That chaos will be my only ticket out of this nightmare. It wasn't just mere bone warriors he had to worry about. Gongju's massive, iron-like grip suddenly pinned Seol Gangrim to the cold floor. He hurried over to witness the catch. His expression was frigid, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. Found you. He reached out to tear away Seol Gangrim's mask. Let's have a look. Who's hiding behind the curtain? The mask was ripped away. He offered a sharp, defiant grin. It's been a while, Captain Gong. Gongju froze, completely blindsided. She stared, her eyes wide with shock as if seeing a ghost. So Gongrim, what on earth are you doing in this hellhole? Captain Yang's eyes lit up with predatory glee. Did you say Seol Gangrim? What a delicious surprise. So this is the true meaning behind the order to leave him be. A synthesized alert echoed. Captain Yang swept his arm out, and the shards of the shattered stasis tank instantly hovered in the air. Swampification technique initiated. He cackled like a lunatic. No one can outrun the tracks of fate. Gongju barked in a fury. Yang, have you completely lost your grip on reality? His chilling voice hissed back, what was that you said? Glancing at the artificial cadaver strewn across the floor, he sighed. We have no more use for these cheap knockoffs. Not when we have the chance to perform a semi-divine possession on the genuine article. Hearing those words, Seol Gangrim felt a surge of dread, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. This aura, it definitely belongs to that deity. The same god that has been a shadow over my life since I was a small child. A memory surfaced. Every one of you holds your position purely because that person willed it. The day will come when you are all sacrificed for a much grander design. So that's the reason the counterfeit clown troupe was forbidden from killing us. A cold, mechanical voice droned, semi-deification state. Active. Gongju shielded her eyes from the glare. What is this light? Captain Yang looked aghast. He's already transitioning into deification. Seol Gangrim ascended rapidly, leaving both of his pursuers paralyzed in shock. He channeled every ounce of his spirit into a massive surge of energy. The blast slammed into Gongju's gargantuan hands, splintering them into 1,000 pieces. The force drove onward, carving into Gongju until blood began to flow. Captain Yang spoke with a freezing detachment. His eyes burned with an unsettling, malevolent glow. The vessel destined for that person cannot remain a mere mortal. Seol Gangrim looked down at him, his composure eerily steady. In the center of his soul, raw divine power flooded through the unsealed demon gate. This newfound strength granted by divine protection. That merges flawlessly with the skills I already mastered. It has come to this. I'm ending it now. The old man retorted sharply, you should realize. He slowly unsheathed his blade with deliberate focus. Suddenly, he stopped dead, staring at them in utter disbelief. They began to warp into monstrous, nightmare shapes. We stopped being ordinary humans a long time ago. Captain Yang directed a frigid gaze towards Seol Gangrim. Indeed, the physical form that person inhabits could hardly be classified as human. Seol Gangrim analyzed the situation. The Bureau has 4 captains in total. If this stalemate continues, I'm in deep trouble. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his knuckles white. I'll finish this in a heartbeat and get out. He lunged toward them. Captain Yang twisted his face into a ghoulish grin. He gathered a swirling mass of energy. But as I said, we aren't human either. Violent green tentacles suddenly burst from the old man's torso. He lashed out with the appendages, coiling them tightly around Seol Gangrim's limbs. Seol Gangrim thrashed desperately, trying to snap the bindings. He was floored by the realization. This isn't just a supernatural gift. Seol Gangrim glared down at Captain Yang as the latter gathered more power. I see now. You're actually demons in disguise, aren't you? Gongyu Sneeriet. It seems those failed experiments of ours have big mouths. He taunted him with a smirk. Oh, look at you, trying to act all serious. He barked an order with absolute confidence. Subdue Seol Gangrim this instant, so we can begin the divine possession. A brutal, high-stakes skirmish erupted in the lab. Gongju fought tooth and nail just to stay on his feet. This is impossible. Seol Gangrim stood his ground, meeting every blow with unwavering self-assurance. He was visibly draining his energy, stammering out how did he become this formidable? He showed a spark of talent back when he was an intern, but this. He trailed off and spat. You're nothing more than, suddenly, a concentrated bolt of energy whistled straight for Seol Gangrim. He gloated, rank 3 at the very best. Seol Gangrim clenched his jaw. No time to move. He braced his weapon to absorb the impact. The two opposing forces crashed together again and again. Gongju took to the air in a blind rage. I don't believe it. Not even my signature move could break him. Seol Gangrim flashed a biting, mocking smile. I haven't been rank 3 for a long time. He gave a derisive snort. You're talking nonsense. A destiny rank is etched in stone. It never shifts. He lunged forward, his voice a roar of defiance. No mortal has the strength to rewrite their own fate. Seol Gangrim offered a razor-sharp smile. I used to be a believer in that lie, too, but he caught the incoming blade with his bare hand. With a sudden burst of strength, he shoved the man back, utterly dominating the exchange. Gongju's entire frame went rigid, as if turned to ice. Captain Yang wailed in pure desperation. No. Captain Gong. Gangrim countered. It turns out the old rules don't apply anymore. So Gongrim, divine authority, rank 3, elemental affinities, fire, water, wood. Seol Gangrim's voice was like a winter wind. We hold the power to forge our own destiny. Captain Yang scrambled backward, overwhelmed by dread. This is impossible. It defies everything. In his mind, he reeled. How can a mere human possess such raw divine power without a host? This is sacrilege. Seol Gangrim's breath hitched as a gargantuan, nightmarish beast materialized before him. Is he already dead? Then why is his manifestation still active and evolving? The creature's massive jaws snapped shut around Captain Yang's throat. In a gruesome display, it appeared to gulp the old man down in a single bite. His face was a mask of terror. It consumed them? Is this the power of a god-tier entity? In the end, you're nothing more than a fragile human playing with fire. But we were baptized in his divine essence and reborn as the true sentinels of fate. Captain Yang stepped calmly out of the monster's maw. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, his eyes appearing hollow and vacant. His voice had turned into a ghostly rasp. That was far too close for comfort. Seol Gangrim was stunned to see him emerge unscathed. I never imagined that the horror lurking behind him was his true form. This just made my mission a lot more complicated. He shot forward like a bolt, launching a relentless assault on the old man. Captain Yang parried and struck back, his energy slamming into Seol Gangrim's chest with staggering force. Damn it, because this power comes from the unstable demon gate. My body is screaming under the pressure of semi-deification. The old man saw his struggle and grinned. Just as I suspected, your borrowed divinity is already leaking away. Watching him cough up blood, the old man's mockery grew sharper. You look like you're drowning in a power you were never meant to hold. You're a ticking time bomb. Captain Yang laughed like a madman as the monster pinned his foe, tearing your own soul apart just to gain a few seconds. But can you honestly call that a victory? With a vessel as flawed and incomplete as yours, that you should be honored to serve as a footstool for the gods. Now, cease your struggling and accept the divine possession. Seol Gangrim thrashed with every ounce of his being against the crushing weight of the beast. I have to break through. Son, are you ready to end this? Despair began to sink in. Curse it all. I was warned never to trigger this unless there was no other path. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light flooded the room. The space cracked open, revealing the stern, resolute face of Seol Wajayan. Yes, I had a feeling the time for this trump card had arrived. Captain Yang gasped in shock. You're that woman. She replied with icy precision. I am Seol Wajayan. To all those enslaved by the chains of destiny, to the names that were whispered away and the souls that were struck from history. If your fury and your sorrow still burn, then forge yourselves into 1,000 blades. I grant you the power to strike. I command you, annihilate this existence. Sword Spirit Injunction, activated. Captain Yang was shredded by a merciless storm of spectral steel. Geysers of crimson blood sprayed across the laboratory walls. He turned to look. Where man once stood, there was now only a smoking ruin. Seol Wajayong reached out and gently took Seol Gangrim's trembling hand. Her eyes were filled with an unwavering, protective strength as she looked at him. He looked away, feeling a pang of guilt. Master, I'm sorry I went rogue. She offered a warm, proud smile. Regardless, this is far from the catastrophe I feared. Gangrim, you did remarkably well. Finish the job here, and then it's time for us to head home. Captain Yang shrieked, wait. So Gongrim, Listen. You haven't forgotten our history, have you? I'll give you everything. All the Bureau's secrets are yours. We can be partners. Please don't do this. He begged for his life. Please have some compassion. I'm begging for my life. On the television, a news anchor was delivering a bulletin. Yesterday at roughly 4 p.m., the hospital was targeted in another explosive act of terrorism by the clown troupe. Fortunately, due to the rapid intervention of the Destiny Protection Bureau, a tragedy was averted and no lives were lost. Seol Gangrim drummed his fingers on the wood, nodding with a cold satisfaction. I see how it is. Not a single word about your specific unit or Captain Yang's fate. Are you truly as indispensable as you claim? Gongju, bound and cornered, glared back. I am effectively the second in command of the entire Bureau. Seol Gangrim countered icily. Is that so? Given the literal rows of test subjects we found in that facility. But it stands to reason that people like you are replaceable with newer models, doesn't it? Gangrim pressed him with a chilling stare. If you're just another mass-produced asset, then there's no logical reason why I should bother keeping Captain Gong alive for questioning. Am I wrong? The man recoiled. What did you say? He thought frantically. Is this monster seriously going to discard me like trash? He barked, get this straight. I am a masterpiece. Nothing like those low-grade clones. Only the absolute pinnacle of our specimens are trusted with the Bureau's deepest secrets. You'll never break Seol Munyong. Neil is the true architect behind the curtain, and Yang Ebek is already rotting. I'm all you've got left. He let out a jagged, frantic laugh. I am your one and only bridge to the truth. Seol Gangrim leaned on his hand, unimpressed. And tell me, why should I trust a snake like you? He spoke with sudden intensity. There is a relic known as the Covenant of Vow. It's a blood oath item that binds both parties to their word. We'll use that. He flashed a dark, predatory grin. Perfect. I accept. Then let's hammer out the details of our little arrangement, shall we? Seol Gangrim shall not inflict physical harm, imprisonment, or torture upon Gongju. He must provide adequate shelter and basic needs, and will issue several retribution cards bound to the names Seol Gangrim and Gongju. Gongju must remain unarmed and abstain from using any supernatural powers within the ward. He must answer every inquiry from Seol Gangrim with absolute honesty. Should either side break these terms, the penalty is immediate death for both. Retribution cards. I haven't seen these artifacts in ages. Gongju examined the card with morbid curiosity, though it's quite a twist seeing your name etched onto one. This means if I strike you down, I must forfeit my own life instantly. And if any of your friends take me out, you are bound to execute them yourself. There is no higher form of collateral than our own souls. Seol Gangrim turned grim. Now that the formalities are done, start talking. The man sighed, looking him over. By the way, whose rags are you wearing? They're pathetic. You must be raking it in as a hunter, so why not spend a little on your wardrobe? Seol Gangrim slammed his palm down, the crack echoing like a gunshot. Enough with the small talk. Question 1. Who is the actual deity worshipped by the Destiny Protection Bureau? As expected of a high-ranking officer from the inner circle, the intel he spilled was vital for deciphering their enemy's true face. He detailed the Bureau's remaining military strength and the horrific process used to forge human-demon hybrids like himself, and even the ultimate dark motivation behind the creation of the Bureau in the first place. In the end, every atrocity serves a single purpose, to manifest the Bureau's god, the eternal and immutable one. Gongju's eyes sparked with zeal. Precisely, and you are the mortal vessel that the Almighty has chosen for his descent. Seol Gangrim looked down, his mind churning. A vessel for God. That deity's obsession hasn't wavered since the dawn of time. But wait, if that's true, why did Baekhyang try to eliminate me? If they are loyalists of the Eternal One, they should be protecting the vessel, not destroying it. Hold on, he muttered. You're safe for the moment, but don't get comfortable. The Eternal and Immutable One has a bitter, ancient rival. Whenever a potential vessel for the Eternal One appears, This rival deity hunts down and slaughters every single candidate. A cold sweat broke across Seol Gangrim's brow. An ancient enemy? Then the Baekhyang from my previous life. Was she perhaps a zealot for this opposing god? Gongju gestured vaguely, rambling on. I dealt with a follower of that god just a few months back, so you're likely in the clear for now. He looked up sharply and demanded, how much do you know about this rival? What is its true divine title? Gongju looked genuinely puzzled. Why are you so obsessed with a god that has no remaining disciples instead of the one currently hunting your soul? He snapped back with bared teeth. Just answer the question. Do you want a quick death or a slow one? He sighed, fine. That god is known as the First Owner. Legend says they wield a relic capable of severing the thread of eternity itself. What? Seol Gangrim's heart skipped a beat. If it's the First Owner, that is the very god that Shin Sua that was bound to in my original timeline. Then the divine command that Shin Sua eventually turn her back on. That was it in order to kill me? At that realization, a violent tremor shook his entire body. The man kept talking, oblivious. Anyway, if you find anyone trying to commune with that god, wipe them out immediately. It's better to strike first. Once a god makes a connection with a soul, it's almost impossible to rip it out. Seol Gangrim's face went pale. What? Gongju scratched his head, looking bored. Is that enough for your first session? We've got plenty of time for more stories later, right? Seol Gangrim shook his head slowly. One last thing. Before the Great Awakening, I heard that most talented individuals who turned down the Bureau's recruitment were systematically executed. Is that a fact? Gongju froze mid-sentence, the color draining from his face as if he'd seen a ghost. How could you possibly? Were you actually there? Answer me. He panicked, slamming the table in a rage as cold sweat soaked his collar. Why on earth are you bringing up that old history now? Regardless, we're technically on the same team now. No matter how much you loathe my history, your hands are tied. You can't touch me. Seol Gangrim snapped back with clear annoyance, skip the commentary, and just answer the damn question. He erupted into a hollow, jagged laugh. Was I there? You think I was just a bystander? Is that all you've got? I was the executioner. I'm the one who personally put those bastards in ground. All right, the interrogation is over. Now get out and let me sleep. Fine, take your rest. There's a guide waiting outside the door. I assume they'll show me to my quarters? A haunting, grotesque doll materialized in the hallway. It lashed out at Gongju with a wicked blade, leaving him screaming as blood painted the walls. Terror-stricken, he scrambled away, running for his life. This wasn't part of the deal. You're breaking the oath. Seol Gangrim watched with cold indifference. Why should I care? The clown troupe is made up of the families of the very people you slaughtered. Did you truly believe I just forfeit my right to vengeance? The doll pressed its foot firmly onto his hand. The puppet then turned and drifted slowly towards Seol Gangrim. Our gratitude, Seol Gangrim, for finally giving us the chance to settle the score. He offered a slight, knowing smile. I'm merely returning the favor for all the help you've given me. By the way, does destroying the vessel free the soul inside? I figure burning it would be the cleanest exit. Understood. The doll paused and added, hey, next time tell the master. Not to put me in a ball-jointed doll. This stuffed cotton body gets drenched and feels like lead when it's heavy. I'll pass that along. Rest well, Young-un. Meanwhile, in a subterranean, humid den, several shadowy figures gathered. Baekhyang gripped his temples, the weight of failure heavy on him. We have to operate under the assumption that every other vessel is gone. It appears both Captain Yang and Captain Gongju have been neutralized. Am I really forced to host the deity myself? He agonized internally. If I do that, our only remaining strength will be that bastard in a pile of defective rejects. It's suicide. Perhaps I should just snatch Seol Gangrim myself? If only we hadn't lost every single one of those primal void eggs. A voice spiked with excitement broke the silence. Commander Seol Mun, I found it. The key to Captain Gong's private vault. Baekhyang's eyes lit up. Open it. Now. Baekhyang thrust the key into the lock. A thick tension filled the air as the heavy door slowly creaked open. Lurking within was a single egg. Baekhyang let out a sinister, triumphant sneer. A solitary specimen of the primal void egg remains. Our luck hasn't run out yet. The new director's presence was felt throughout the massive skyscraper. The elevator display ticked down as it reached the lobby. Seol Gangrim stepped out into the light, momentarily frozen by the sight waiting for him. Shin Sua stood with her arms crossed, a playful smirk on her face. Well, did you dig up what you were looking for? Seol Gangrim beamed. Thanks to your help, I did. I owe you one. Actually, about that. She suddenly glared at her interface, looking drained. Not this again. Why are they so persistent with these damn notifications? Seol Gangrim peered at the screen and felt a jolt of alarm. The first owner has extended a formal summons to the celestial domain. He thought to himself, So the first owner is still trying to sink their claws into Shin SUA? I won't let her be put in harm's way again. Not this time. He reached out and interfaced with the system. I can handle this for you. She looked at him skeptically. You? How? Seol Gangrim. He focused his mind. First, I'll bridge a silent link with SUA. I'll act as a firewall against the first owner. Semi-deification. Divine tier, silent link, initialize God mode. The first owner's voice echoed. You may take her place if SUA declines the call. The first owner sensed that they hold the secret to obliterating Seol Gangrim's true nemesis. My nemesis? You don't mean. The first owner has surreptitiously revealed the secret technique to slay the eternal and immutable one. A steaming cup of tea was set quietly between them. Shin SUA sat across the table, her gaze piercing. So the Bureau's whole endgame is to summon these gods. Don't you dare think about trying to shut me out of this fight again. Seol Gangrim looked her in the eye, his voice grave. Shin SUA, the first owner has tagged you as the vessel for their descent. For your own safety, I have to take this path alone. She fired back, her voice thick with irritation. Excuse me? Didn't you mention that very deity tried to end you in your previous life? And yet here you are, still trying to play the lone martyr? He cast his gaze toward the floor, unable to meet her eyes. That god and I are currently aligned. We both want to see the eternal and immutable fall. Maybe just this once, he'll actually be an ally. Her fury was so intense, she was fighting back tears. What happened to everything you promised? Was the oath to stand together just a convenient lie you told me? He whispered in a fractured tone, I'm so sorry. Her expression sharpened into a blade of pure resolve. Shin SUA reached for the flickering system interface. Seol Gangrim lunged forward, shouting in a panic, SUA don't. With zero hesitation, her fingers slammed down on the confirmation. A cold, synthesized voice filled the air. Invitation to the first owner's divine realm has been accepted. Now we face this together. He stood paralyzed, his mind reeling from her sudden move. Finally, he let out a long, heavy breath of resignation. The risks are astronomical. Are you truly prepared for what's coming? She met his gaze with absolute certainty. Without a doubt, he thought to himself, she's right. Venturing in solo was a suicide mission anyway. Now that SUA's by my side, I need to double my preparations. Before we step into the divine realm, we have to shore up our defenses. She tilted her head. Our defenses? At that moment, a voice echoed through the room. No matter how I crunch the numbers, there isn't a single window of safety. Seol Gangrim spoke with the finality of a man who had accepted his fate. Safe or not, I'm going in. Those entities are the undisputed sovereigns of their domains. Even with my semi-deification, I'm still a fly compared to a god. She warned him solemnly, if you force this confrontation, you won't survive. He tightened his grip until his knuckles turned white. I'm out of options. This is the only path left to dismantle the eternal and immutable. Her features clouded with worry as she studied him. Perhaps there's a silver lining. The divine realm you're targeting was recently raided by the Destiny Protection Bureau. A spark of hope lit up his face. You mean? She gave a small, encouraging smile. The chaos from the attack should make your infiltration far less complicated. Seol Gangrim practically bolted to his feet. Then we need to move before the smoke clears. She mused silently. Normally, a human trying to force a gate open ends up in a casket or a madhouse. But Gangrim, he tore his gate open and is still drowning in karma. Yet his mind remains intact while wielding divine power. How is he holding it together? Suddenly, a realization flickered in Seol Wajayong's eyes. She raised her hand to stop him. Gangrim, hold on a second. Are you two an item? Seol Gangrim's face turned bright red as he stammered a denial. Me? No, we're not. What? Not even close. SUA is simply assisting me as the gatekeeper. She looked at him with profound gravity. Her aura is acting as a filter, purging the corruption from your soul. To put it bluntly, that she's the only reason you haven't shattered yet. He managed a soft smile. I am aware. That's why I'll never be able to thank her enough. She stepped toward Shin SUA and took her hands. SUA, please. Keep a close watch on Gangrim. Don't let him lose himself to the darkness. SUA smiled warmly back at her. I'll look after him. He hurried to make his exit. We're heading out, Master. Go safely. Alliance with the first owner's divine realm confirmed. Initiating transit to the designated coordinates. The pair arrived at a scene of absolute devastation. A brutal conflict had clearly just unfolded. Shin SUA's heart sank at the sight of the wounded. So the reports were true. The first owner truly does possess the secret to killing the Bureau's god. Seol Gangrim pulled out a mask and handed it to her. We need to keep our faces hidden from any prying eyes. She adjusted the mask over her face. You're always one step ahead, Seal Gangrim. Suddenly, his instinct screamed. Sua hit the deck. A blinding wave of golden radiance erupted from the inner sanctum. Shinswagast din shock. What's happening? The sound of slow, heavy footsteps approached the clown troupe. Cold sweat broke out on both of them. That voice. It's her. After butchering the Bureau's men and the innocents, you have the audacity to follow me here? I'll erase every trace of you. Anabiashia raised her palm, her energy swirling into a lethal vortex. The girl dropped into a low combat stance, bracing her staff firmly in front of her. Seal Gangrim slowly unsheathed his blade, his voice heavy. I honestly never wanted it to come to this, Anabia, but I suppose there's no talking our way out of this one. Shin Sua shouted from the rear, Seal Gangrim, stop. Agent and still hasn't realized the malicious nature of the Destiny Bureau. She reminisced about their history, noting, we once stood side by side against those counterfeit clown troop thugs, and back then, he had no clue they were actually Bureau operatives. She whispered a plea to herself. Let me reason with him. Maybe even Agent and could be turned. Seal Gangrim interrupted with a sharp, no. His voice was muffled but firm behind his mask. Even if we laid out the truth right now, he's far beyond listening. Just look at his gaze. He stared directly at Anavatasia and added, those are the eyes of a warrior who has already made peace with his own end. 2 reinforcements materialized behind her, flanking her to challenge him, and Shin Sua. She surveyed the scene with a heavy, mournful heart, scanning the fallen bodies of everyone here who had already been crushed. She tightened her white-knuckled grip on her staff and commanded, Clown Troop, prepare yourselves. Anavatasia began weaving a spell to summon an entire perimeter of guardians around them. Seal Gangrim turned to Shin Sua with an urgent look. Sua, handle those puppets for me. Shin Sua gave a determined nod. Consider done. The system HUD flickered to life. Skill, Verdant Leaf Dance, initiated. He synchronized his momentum with Shin Sua's finishing move, hurtling like a projectile toward Anavatasia. He vaulted into the air and launched a strike so rapid that he seemed to teleport directly in front of her. Anavatasia's pupils shrunk in disbelief at his sheer velocity. His blow connected, sent her spiraling backward through the air. She crashed into the stone wall with a sickening thud. The impact sent her mask skittering across the floor as she let out a jagged cry of agony. Utterly bested, Anavatasia slumped weakly against the base of the wall. She looked up at his silhouette, a single thought echoing. He's a monster. She watched him approach, thinking, this man might even eclipse the power of the clown troop leader I faced before. Anavatasia ground her teeth together, forcing her spirit to rally. No, I refuse to be broken here. Anavatasia suddenly gripped her fractured leg and bellowed, Hanuman, I invoke the Pact. Grant me your primal strength. The system interface flashed a crimson warning. Anavi invokes the guardian deity, Great Protector, for divine possession. Shin Sua gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. Even he felt a jolt of shock. He stood his ground, watching Anavatasia with a weary, resigned sigh. The system log updated. The Great Protector heeds the summons. Divine descent in progress. A spectral, golden simian deity descended from the heavens at her command. She forced herself upright, leaning on her staff as she rose. The system's status refreshed, transfusing 20 of divine essence into Anavi's vessel. Seal Gangrim realized the stakes were rising. If I don't end this immediately, the collateral damage will be catastrophic. Waves of raw, celestial energy began to ripple outward from Anavatasia's body. He began a slow, deliberate walk toward the glowing figure of Anavatasia. She suddenly exploded forward, a golden blur that shrieked through the air with wind-tearing speed. She was shocked by his reflexes. He actually evaded my killing blow. Anavatasia pivoted using her staff, thinking, the moment I find my footing. Wielding a surge of overwhelming force, Anavatasia displayed godlike agility, vaulting clean over him in a high-speed arc. A dire system warning blinked. Demigod Anavi demand higher output. Great Protector warns, further descent will cause total physical collapse. Pulsating waves of power continued to bleed from her skin. She muttered through gritted teeth, I know the price. Just do it. Memories of her hardships flashed through her mind. The path was agonizing, but she refused to yield. If I can stop this evil, no matter the toll on my flesh. The system status updated. Great Protector's resonance increased to 30, channeling into Anavi. He stood momentarily pensive before sighing as Anavatasia swung a devastating strike toward his head. Seal Gangrim's hand moved in a blur, parrying Anavatasia's ultimate technique with a thunderous clash. She threw her arm out, desperately trying to intercept his counteroffensive. Anavitasia's mind raced with a singular, desperate command. Faster. I need to be faster. By now, her body was breaking. A spray of blood escaped her lips. The system pinged. Demigod Anavi demands even more power. The sheer force of their collision sent spiderweb cracks racing across the floor and walls. Her movements became increasingly feral and aggressive as she rained down staff strikes upon him. Anavitasia let out a primal, throat-tearing scream of rage. He stepped inside her guard and buried a heavy, decisive blow into her solar plexus. Before she could bring her staff to bear, his fist struck her stomach with punishing force, causing her mask to clatter into the dust. Seol Gangrim caught her collapsing form in his arms and began walking forward through the settling debris. Shin Sua hurried over, her voice trembling. "Oh no, is she gone?" He shook his head softly. "No, she's alive. I just put her under to stop the fight." Gently bracing Anavitasia, he added, "I had to step in before the divine power tore her apart. I never wanted to hurt you, Anabai. It's a good thing I had that sealing charm from Kong Du-hyun. So Gongrim sight. Because Anabai still has a vital role to play in all of this." Shin Sua followed closely, looking puzzled. "Agent and has a mission?" Seol Gangrim glanced back. Most human reapers enlist in the Bureau because they genuinely want to protect the world. He weighed his words carefully, but if they realize their true master is the eternal and immutable, and that Anabai is the key to his return, even the reapers will turn their blades toward our common enemy. Seol Gangrim knelt, his mind racing. This might be the only way to take the target off Shin Sua's back. He scanned the area, his heart sinking. "Sua, where are you?" His mask slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the debris. Inside a grand, silent palace, Shin Sua found herself bound tightly to a throne-like chair. She blinked away the grogginess, her voice a dry whisper. Where have they taken me?" She struggled against her restraints, realization dawning. "My wrists and ankles are locked down." Mamayon stepped out from the shadows behind her. "I hope you can forgive the crude hospitality, but your safety is paramount right now." Shin Sua's breath hitched as she recognized the figure. "That's—" She stared at the looming entity, her mind flashing back. The same nightmare that led the fake clown troupe. Her thoughts raced. No, calling it a Bureau Reaper fits better. But the one who slayed the beast that even Baiho couldn't touch. Was it him? The figure approached and spoke with an eerie calm. "It is an honor to finally meet you, my child. I am the one your people worship as the first ancestor." He bowed slightly. "The nameless sovereign. I am a Mayon." Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim tore off his mask and sprinted toward the distant palace, shouting, "Shin Sua?" He pulled up the system log, his teeth gritted. Damn it. The spiritual link is dead. Is she unconscious? He pictured her face, remembering how fiercely determined she had been. He beat himself up mentally. I should have put my foot down when she insisted on coming along. Now, there's no turning back. We have to survive this together. A dark shadow crossed his face. If she pays the price for my choices again, I'll... He pulled his mask back on, forcing his breathing to slow. Focus. Drowning in guilt won't bring her back. He analyzed the situation. The first ancestor needs her as a semi-divine vessel. That means she's safe from harm, for the moment. Seol Gangrim steeled his resolve. I just have to reach her before the possession becomes permanent. He spun around, looking at the endless expanse of ruins surrounding him. A wave of helplessness hit him. How am I supposed to track her down in this labyrinth? A sharp voice cut through the silence. I'd recognize that tone anywhere. Anavitasia stood there, her gaze piercing. You're Seol Gangrim, aren't you? Tell me, why? Her anger flared. Why are you wearing the face of a clown troop terrorist? She leveled her staff at his throat, her voice trembling with betrayal. Was all that fighting by our side just a ploy to stab us in the back? He exhaled a heavy, weary breath and faced her. It's complicated. I wore the mask to move unseen. I have nothing to do with those fanatics. Seol Gangrim straightened up, his eyes urgent. We don't have time for a trial. Mamayon has abducted Shin Sua. Anavitasia let out a sharp, incredulous breath. She kept her weapon raised, her eyes searching his. You expect me to believe that? He challenged her worldview. You think Mamayon is a savior, but he's a god of ruin, and the clown troupe are his shadows. Isn't that the story you were told? He slowly lowered his mask. Ajanin, are you really going to stay blind to what's happening right in front of you? Anavitasia hesitated. What is it that I'm missing? He stood there for a beat, realizing she truly was in the dark. I see. I have to show you the truth. Seol Gangrim spoke with grim intensity. Listen carefully. I'll make this as quick as I can. The two stood in the middle of the wreckage, the air thick with revelations. She bowed her head, her world crumbling. No, Captain Gongju was a monster in human skin. Her knees buckled as the weight hit her. And the terrorists I've been hunting were actually my own colleagues from the Bureau? Gangrim stood over her, his hands on his hips. Believe it or not, the evidence is all around you, Agent. Haven't you felt the rot beneath the surface this whole time? He leaned in closer. What exactly do you think the Destiny Bureau is hiding in their basement? He looked into her eyes, searching for a spark of realization. You truly were just a pawn to them, weren't you? So that's what the clown troupe meant back then. Anavitasia thought, if Seol Gangrim is telling the truth. Would you like me to guide you through the next chapter where Anavitasia defect from the Bureau and help Seol Gangrim storm Yumian's inner sanctum? Anavitasia slowly reached for the talisman tucked into her belt. She reflected on her previous encounter, whispering, he didn't just use a charm to knock me out. He was pulling his punches. She crouched with Shin Sua behind the cover of a thick tree, replaying the scene in her mind. From the shadows, the duo heard a distant, ringing call. Listen, Seol Gangrim, Anavitasia began, her voice steady. I still find your claims incredibly hard to swallow. But I can see you two aren't acting out of malice or without purpose. Anavitasia added, so, just this once, I'll be your ally. Scene change. The palace courtyard was a scene of absolute devastation, with every guard neutralized. Shin Sua sprinted forward, her heart sinking as she saw the fallen warriors. A flash of pure fury crossed her face. In the center of the hall, he remained perfectly still, focusing his immense spiritual energy. Shin Sua felt a chill run down her spine. The power gap is too wide. We can't win this. She clenched her teeth, her voice trembling with rage. Why are you so hell-bent on killing Gangrim? He's innocent. He looked at her with haunting calm. As you've noted, it isn't his fault. Shin Sua screamed. Then why do this? He moved to continue, but Mumian's voice cut through the air like ice. His life is a small price to pay for the survival of the human race. He spoke with a philosophical weight. Gods are fed by the fervor and faith of mortals. He went on, humans instinctively blame destiny for every tragedy and misfortune that strikes them. His hand tightened as if he were crushing the very world. But that resentment only feeds the beast. The one you call fate, the eternal and immutable, wants to rule humanity directly to achieve ultimate power. Gazing into the distance, he added, I've spent eons destroying every potential vessel to halt that descent. Finally, I discovered that the most perfect vessel, the one fate prizes above all, is... He locked eyes with Shin Sua, who was pinned to the chair. Sol Gongrim. Her eyes welled up with bitter tears. That's your excuse? You're saying Gangrim has to die simply because he was born as a target for that god? She thought of his suffering. Gangrim has spent his entire life running, desperately trying to escape that divine shadow. He reached toward her, his tone deceptively soft. I'm aware of his struggle, child. But if the eternal and immutable claims his body, the world is beyond redemption. He made his final offer. Therefore, you must accept my essence, become my demigod, and execute Seol Gangrim. She glared back with fire in her eyes. You really think I'd ever be your puppet? She gasped as his fingers made contact with her forehead. A system alert flared. First Ancestor is forcing a divine descent upon the target. A torrential swirl of sapphire aura engulfed them both. He whispered, within my domain, the words I decree become the only reality. From behind Shin Sua, a ghostly voice echoed. Do not fight it, my daughter. Her mind screamed, no, stay away. As her past began to blur and fade, she realized with horror, he's rewriting my soul. My memories are disappearing. Shin Sua focused on Seol Gangrim's face one last time, whispering, I'm sorry, Gangrim. I couldn't protect you. Suddenly, the system flashed a rejection. Target possesses a guardian deity. Divine descent failed. He looked up, stunned. What? In that split second, a blade whistled through the air, and a head went flying. Seol Gangrim appeared like a vengeful shadow out of nowhere. He moved in a blur, his sword clearing a path as he lunged to catch the falling Shin Sua. The severed head hit the floor with a heavy thud. Instantly, the ground transformed into a terrifying black abyss. Mamayon, his face a jagged ruin, muttered to himself, so it has come to this, has it? He fixed his remaining eye on the pair. Sol Gongrim. From across the darkness, he stared at them with unfathomable depth. He pieced it together. You used a divine link to trigger a self-descent, just to block me? You must have synchronized your souls before ever stepping foot in my realm. Seol Gangrim glared at him, his voice low and dangerous. In my previous life, the rage boiled over as he roared. You were the one who sent Baekhyang to slaughter us. He stood frozen for a moment. Mamayon replied with a chilling softness, quite right. Recalling the blood and the loss, he shouted back, you're the source of all this misery. He gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white. If you hadn't interfered, no one would have had to die. Images of Shin Sua and his fallen friends filled his mind. He thought bitterly, I can't let my thirst for revenge destroy the Bai-Home moon again. I have to stay focused. A mantra played in his head, control the rage. Don't lose sight of the mission. Seol Gangrim forced himself to speak rationally. We have a common enemy. Shouldn't we be joining forces to stop the eternal and immutable instead of killing each other? Mamayon stood amidst the shadows and replied, You poor, naive child. I'll grant you one final mercy. Why don't you take your own life right now? Seol Gangrim stood speechless, stunned by the cold demand. He added with grim weight, think of the stakes. If the eternal and immutable wears your skin, this world will be transformed into an eternal hell. He spoke with cold conviction. The second he descends, everyone you love will perish in agony. The eternal and immutable. That has been engineering your entire existence to lead to this very catastrophe. Mamayon locked eyes with him and added, Your death is the solitary wrench that can break the gears of eternity's design. He maintained a serene facade, while Seol Gangrim's knuckles turned white on his hilt. I know your heart burns with hatred for me. Once this is finished, I will pay for my transgressions with my own life. He leaned in with a heavy question. Now, Seol Gangrim, what will it be? Salvation or survival? Mamayon extended a welcoming hand toward the youth, who stood with his chin tucked against his chest. He hissed back with venom. In another life, in another time, I would have taken that deal. Seol Gangrim snapped his head up, his eyes burning. But things are different now. He glanced over at the unconscious Shin Sua, sprawled helplessly on the cold floor. A violent azure mist erupted around him as his rage boiled over. I have people in this life that I refuse to lose. I will protect them with my own 2 hands. He roared in defiance. I'm not going anywhere. The god stood his ground and sighed. Then you have left me with no alternative. With a fluid motion, he signaled toward the shadows of the high vaulted ceiling. A legion of spectral warriors plummeted from the rafters. He declared, if you choose to be stubborn, then I shall be the one to end your journey myself. The soldiers charged towards Seol Gangrim, their presence radiating a suffocating thirst for blood. He met them head-on, his blade carving through the air in a silver arc. Moving with the speed of a gale, he dismantled several foes in a heartbeat before springboarding away to reset. Seol Gangrim narrowed his gaze, assessing the remaining horde. The soldiers converged on him like a collapsing wave, attacking from every angle. Without a word, he vaulted into the air, systematically striking them down like falling stars. He maintained his stance, his blade wreathed in flickering cerulean flames. Seol Gangrim hit the ground in a perfect, lethal crouch as the last of the soldiers vanished into dust. At this, the god couldn't help but offer a grim compliment. Remarkable, to wield such terrifying power while trapped in the shell of a rank 3 mortal. He blurred behind the youth and lunged, bringing them nose to nose. He caught the blade with his bare palm and remarked, even Baekhyang, at her peak, never touched this level of raw potential. He held up a glowing paper charm and sneered, but you are wasting your breath. No mortal blade can pierce a divinity's skin. He leaped back, his mind reeling. He parried my steel with nothing but a scrap of paper. Tidal waves of golden energy began to spill from beneath the god's feet. Mumion's presence became overwhelming. He leveled his sword, bracing his body against the crushing pressure of the golden fog. The god reached out as his aura exploded, a torrential force that reshaped the very air. He peered down at Seol Gangrim and said, A human vessel is a cup, a god is the ocean. You cannot win. In this pathetic struggle, Seol Gangrim's lips curled into a sharp, enigmatic grin. Suddenly, a line of crimson opened on the god's cheek. Mamayon touched the wound, staring at the blood on his fingers in utter disbelief. He looked at the small, jagged dagger in his hand and realized, I saw that monstrous reaper clutching this earlier. I had a hunch it was special. Gangrim locked eyes with him, a new fire igniting. This just might be the equalizer I need. Mumion's face contorted with divine fury. Even if you hold that cursed relic. He swept his arms wide, and a blizzard of paper charms cascaded from his sleeves. In a fit of rage, he transmuted the papers into a forest of floating swords. Do you truly believe a toothpick can change your fate? He became a golden streak of light. Seol Gangrim's pulse hammered, sweat stinging his eyes as the gap closed. In a blink of an eye, the god was upon him, unleashing a devastating, high-speed technique. He stood over the boy, dripping with arrogance. Is this the extent of your master plan? This is all you have? He cursed internally the dagger. I need an opening. Their powers collided in a blinding flash of light and sound. The god shimmered and split into 2 identical phantoms, both lunging at him with lethal precision. A strike from the shadows sent him crashing into the stone. Blood masked his face as he let out a guttural cry of pain. The god drifted down like a falling leaf, standing over his broken form. I applaud you for pushing past your rank 3 limits. Mamayon reached down and hoisted him up by the throat. He stared into the boy's fading eyes as he tightened his grip. But the prophecy remains unshaken. You are destined to fall here. Seal Gangrim could only stare back, gasping for air. He looked at the boy lying defeated in the dirt and muttered, for a fleeting second, I actually hoped you might be the one to rewrite the stars. He turned away, his voice hollow. But it seems the status quo remains. He cast one last look at the broken man behind him. Seal Gangrim tried to throw a desperate, trembling fist as the god walked toward the exit. His legs failed him, and he collapsed back onto the ground. Through blurred vision, he watched the god's silhouette, his eyes refusing to close. Seal Gangrim struggled to rise, pleading with his own unresponsive muscles. My body is completely refusing to move. He looked back on his life and whispered, We've finally crossed paths, but it seems we won't get to say much before the end. Regardless, you'll look after the master for me, won't you, big bro? Seal Gangrim muttered to himself. I feel like a vital memory is slipping through my fingers. What was it? Flashes of the past flooded his mind. Shin Su lost in thought and her radiant, infectious laughter. Suddenly, he halted his advance and noted, You truly are a glutton for punishment. He stammered in utter shock, Is that you? Mamayon stared at him, his mind reeling. That expression, he closed the distance in a blurred streak. He barked, I don't know how you're still drawing breath, but why can't you accept that your struggles are for nothing? He added, I used to pray for a savior, a warrior capable of shattering the chains of fate. He thought bitterly, but after hundreds, thousands of loops, the script never changed. Not a single miracle. Mamayon raised his palm and continued, Do you honestly believe you're any different from the versions of me that failed? He surged forward, his blade carving through the air to intercept every projectile hurled his way. He gripped his hilt with white knuckles and lunged for Seal Gangrim's head, while the youth swung back in a desperate counterstrike. He steeled his resolve, charging with focused intensity until his gaze locked onto Seal Gangrim's burning eyes. The two traded blows in a rhythmic dance of steel. He spoke, I have lived through countless cycles of rebirth. In every single one, I have chosen the path I believe to be the most optimal. He confessed, even when I was certain the outcome was already written in stone. Hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of lives. A vision of a decimated metropolis flickered. Victims were scattered across the rubble, a silent testament to a world-ending catastrophe. Gazing at the ruins, he sighed, The cycle has repeated so often that the numbers have lost all meaning. He shouted over the clash of weapons. You have no concept of the horror that follows when the eternal and immutable finally descends. In a simultaneous burst of power, both warriors leaped back to gain ground. Seal Gangrim challenged him. Has it ever occurred to you that playing by fate's rules is exactly what that god wants? I can't imagine your suffering, but I'm not you. He stood at a distance and admitted, You are indeed an anomaly. In all my memories, no one has ever evolved this much power in such a short window. He squeezed his fist and added, But this is my final run. I have no more reincarnations left in the tank. He declared, The conclusion I've reached is final. His weapon plummeted from the heavens. The sheer weight of the attack bore down on Seal Gangrim. At the last second, the youth used his remaining momentum to vault high into the air. The strike missed its mark, cratering the wall with a deafening boom. Despite his quick reflexes, the shockwave sent him crashing violently against the stone. Seal Gangrim groaned, clutching his side. Damn it. I figured he'd be sluggish because of his size, but he's got terrifying speed. As his weapon flew back to his hand, he thought, plus his wounds just knit back together instantly. If I don't neutralize Mamayon himself, this fight will never end. He looked at his trembling hands and realized, My divine reservoir is hitting zero. If I don't land a decisive blow now, it's game over. He turned back, his voice ringing with absolute finality. Let's put an end to this nightmare. He commanded his weapon, swinging his arm in a wide arc to crush Seal Gangrim. Seal Gangrim's mind raced. How do I bypass this? Suddenly, a swarm of dark tentacles erupted from the distance. The appendages coiled tightly, binding the limbs and the very frame of the giant weapon. He let out a sharp gasp. This is impossible. Shin Sua stood poised atop the shifting tentacles and cried out, Gangrim, go. Shin Sua bellowed at the top of her lungs. Strike him now. The bindings tightened, completely immobilizing his physical form. Seal Gangrim sprinted along the length of the tentacles, closing the gap in a flash. He looked at her with a smug arrogance, but Shin Sua met his gaze with a defiant, outstretched hand. With a final, explosive step, he launched himself through the air toward his target. He lunged with all his might, driving his own blade deep into the god's chest. Impacted by the full force of the ultimate technique, he buckled, coughing up a spray of crimson. Gasping in agony, he choked out, How could you possibly pierce me?" He replied with a chilling calm. "You gave me the answer yourself, Mamayon." He remembered the god's boast that only his own power could leave a mark. "You told me yourself that nothing but your own strength could harm you, so I used it against you." He reflected on the strategy. The gash from that reaper's dagger refuses to close, unlike any other wound. I figured that blade was carved from your own essence. It's likely one of your very own ribs. He flashed back to the moment of his previous defeat and thought, as I lay dying, a splinter of that dagger landed right by my feet. His mind raced with tactical deductions. I realized that if I used my rat's path to mimic your presence, your own spiritual defense might stop recognizing me as an enemy. Gangrim confirmed the theory. It was a total gamble, but the heavens favored me. Still, impersonating a deity has burned through every drop of my divine spark. Mamayon let out a ragged breath. So that mask of mine was genuine? You truly are a variable that the eternal and immutable would be wise to watch. He glared with piercing, predatory eyes. At that moment, Shin Sue moved to stand beside Gangrim, her confidence unwavering. Vivid flashes of their childhood adventures flickered through his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut, momentarily overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. He suddenly confessed, "I'm out of moves. Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to pass the torch to you." Bleeding and broken, Mamayon reached out a trembling hand toward the pair. "Give me your palms." Seol Gangrim and Shin Sue shared a wary glance before deciding to trust him. Gangrim slowly extended his hand toward the fallen god. Mamayon began etching a sigil and whispered, "I had long forgotten that mortals, no matter how dire the storm, never extinguish their hope." Looking back on his endless lives, he added, "During my cycle of rebirths, I discovered a fracture in the fabric of space. I stowed a blade there, one capable of severing the eternal and immutable." As the drawing vanished into the skin, Mamayon slumped back onto the earth. "Those marks are the celestial coordinates to that rift. Go there, but be warned. That path only permits a single traveler." He accepted his end, gazing up at the infinite sky. "I've been waiting an eternity for this release." As spectral scrolls dissolved into the air, he murmured, "It's far more peaceful than I imagined." He bowed his head one last time and whispered to them, "I apologize that my heavy karma has now become your burden to carry." Gangrim knelt down urgently, his voice cracking. "Wait, what is Baek Yang's true nature?" He shouted in a desperate panic. "Why was a rank 3 nobody like me chosen as the vessel for an ultimate god?" Mamayon offered a faint, tired smile. "Don't be so impatient. The truth will reveal itself shortly." He thought to himself, "Consume my essence and forge a path forward." The scene pulled back to show the duo watching the god sit motionless, his energy spent. Shin Sue called out softly, "Gangrim." The god is gone, but he squeezed his fist until it shook. Seol Gangrim thought. In the end, he left us with more riddles than answers. He steeled his resolve. If there's still a role I must play. He reached for his temple. Suddenly, the world erupted in a blinding flash. Skill triggered, sever destiny. His pupils dilated as the transition took hold. Seol Gangrim felt a sickening lurch, as if he were plummeting from the heavens into a bottomless trench. The sky cleared into a brilliant blue, filled with the sounds of wildlife. He looked around disoriented. He looked down at a rustic village nestled in a valley and wondered what era he had landed in. Below him, a group of villagers was hoisting a man on an ornate ceremonial palanquin. He gasped, asking himself, "Is that?" Seol Gangrim peered closer and realized, is that Mamayon back when he was still a flesh and blood human? He watched from his vantage point, mesmerized. If this is real, then I've been pulled directly into the depths of Mumion's psyche. From a void behind him, Mumion's voice echoed. "Do you believe the divine preceded the mortal? Or do you hold that humanity gave birth to the gods?" Seol Gangrim spun around in shock. "Wait, I thought you passed away." He replied, "I did. But I've summoned your soul into my memories to unveil the foundation of the lie." He added, "In the days when I walked the earth as a man, I was a humble priest." Mamayon gestured toward the crowd and told Seol Gangrim, "Thousands followed me with the same devotion as your Anavitasia." He reflected further, "But where there is light, there is shadow. Many also harbored a deep, silent hatred for me. However, there was one man who stumbled upon a catastrophic secret. A vision appeared of him in a secluded study, feverishly scribbling at a wooden table. He continued, "The truth is a bitter pill. I was fabricating oracles from a god that never existed. He looked at the elements and said, "Fire, earth, wind, and water all have their own essence." I reasoned that if the elements had spirits, surely a god of fate must exist to keep the balance. He recalled his writing, "I wanted a god of destiny to make the world fair." In the shadows, a spy watched. The intruder crept silently into the inner sanctum. The thief unrolled the parchment, read the contents, and gasped. "This can't be." Griping the paper, the thief hissed, all these holy prophecies were nothing but the frantic delusions of a fraud. A nearby torch flared, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. The light from the torch flickered wildly against his back. Chionchu's pupils dilated in surprise, and he muttered, "Wait, what?" A massive crowd formed, standing in stunned silence as the tent was consumed by ravenous flames. The onlookers began to gossip nervously. What on earth is happening? Is this the wrath of the heavens? He suddenly bowed his head, staring at the dirt. A voice resonated from within the fire, asking, "Do you even know who I am?" His eyes bulged, nearly popping out of his head from the sheer shock. Chionchu surged out from the inferno, landing gracefully right in his path. He snapped his head up, gasping, "You're actually Chionchu?" The figure glided closer, whispering, "Indeed. I am the eternal and immutable, the deity born directly from your own creation." Chionchu moved forward and tilted the man's chin upward, lost in a monologue about the strings of fate. Reflecting on that initial encounter, he narrated, "The very first god forged by human hands. That was the moment eternity and I first crossed paths." He added, "From that point on, armed with the authority over destiny, I began to weave the life stories of every living soul." Thinking back to those ancient days, he continued, "I sentenced the wicked to lives filled with nothing but misery." He went on, "But to those with pure and selfless hearts, I promised a future of brilliant prosperity." He returned to the present, his voice heavy with grief. "Eons drifted by. I eventually perished and ascended to godhood as human society reached its peak. And across the world, countless voices sang praises to my name." A shadow stepped forward as his story took a turn, until that fateful day finally arrived. He collapsed, gasping out the word destiny. In the vision, he stood in the center of the grand palace and demanded, "Why do you force such heartless tragedies upon humanity?" Chionchu merely rested a hand on her cheek and replied, "Because humans only remember to call my name when they're drowning in sorrow." He stammered, "What do you mean?" Chionchu rose to her feet and declared, "Even when their suffering is of their own making, they choose to loathe and curse me. They never offer a word of thanks to the divine. No matter what path I lay before them, their nature remains static. And so," Chionchu walked past him, adding, "that I have decided to gift humanity a future of endless, bottomless despair." He stood in a heavy silence, realizing that eternity had been corrupted by bitterness. He explained, "Her power eclipsed mine long ago, and she systematically purged my name from the collective memory of the world." Recalling the scattered details, he said, "The only silver lining was this. While a god needs a divine vessel to manifest their full potential, her power was so volatile that most artifacts crumbled into dust." Thinking of the era when the world was teeming with life. To solve this, eternity triggered the awakening day. She engineered the Bureau and the Demon Realm. Under a sky choked by thunderclouds, he noted it was all a search for a divine vessel strong enough to withstand her among the elite hunters. Then, without warning, the emergency alarm began to pulse with a frantic red light. She stepped into the light, her hand gripped tightly around a blood-spattered iron pipe. She stood motionless beneath the harsh glare of the building's floodlights. She looked up in a daze, the rain swirling around her in a chaotic dance. From the shadows, a voice called out, "Young lady." She instantly dropped into a lethal combat stance. He reached out a hand toward her, an offer of alliance hanging in the air. Standing before her, he proposed, "Will you stand with me and tear down the Bureau?" He studied her, thinking she possesses a dormant, high-tier divinity and a soul fueled by a burning hatred for the Bureau and eternity. He continued his plan. "So I bestowed upon her my greatest gift, the power of regression." Recalling the city from that era, he sighed. "Despite that gift, through hundreds, no, thousands of cycles, I was forced to watch humanity crumble into ruin time and time after." He sank into his chair, staring blankly at the floor in total exhaustion. He clutched his temples, his mind racing. Only 2 regressions left. Is there any way out of this? She stood in the shadows of the corner and stated firmly, "There is only one strategy left to us. We must eliminate anyone who shows the potential to become a vessel for eternity." He suddenly snapped out of his trance and began to pace the room slowly. "Why are you looking at me like that? Why that expression?" She continued her cold logic, Lest you forget, you are the one who breathed life into eternity. She locked eyes with him and challenged, is it only now, as we kill the innocent to save the world, that you finally feel the weight of guilt? She screamed at the top of her lungs, snap out of it. She didn't let up. If we don't draw the line here, the human race is effectively extinct. His spirit broken, he lowered his head to the floor once more, defeated by the truth. He continued his grim chronicle, and so Baekhyang began the hunt, picking off eternity's potential vessels one by one. A memory flickers of a warrior witnessing two souls in a struggle. He adds, until only a solitary divine vessel remained on the board. He and the swordsman stand side by side, their gazes fixed on the gathering crowd. Shin Sua steps forward, placing herself between the world and the unknown. He realizes with a start, Shin Sua is the mirror image of who I was before the turn of fate. Seol Gangrim reaches into the past and whispers, could it really be? The monstrous elephant lets out a roar, lunging forward with its massive jaws wide. A cloud of grit and gravel erupts as Seol Gangrim makes his heavy landing. She approaches, her voice urgent. Tell me, where did Seol Gangrim go? Seol Gangrim suddenly drifts into a deep, internal silence. Baekhyang's thoughts are racing. She suddenly commands with ice in her voice, execute them all. One way or another, Seol Gangrim will be hiding among the bodies. A shadow of grim realization falls over Seol Gangrim's face. Young-eun's strength has failed. He lies unconscious and broken upon the earth. He slumps in the dirt, a map of scars and bruises, his chin resting against his chest. Seol Gangrim kneels beside him, searching for a spark of life. Young-eun, can you hear me? Gangrim bows his head, his voice dripping with bitterness. Is this your grand reveal? A sob story because you're out of moves? Is this supposed to be an apology? He squeezes his fist until it shakes. Do you have any concept of the body count you've piled up? From shadows behind him, the man whispers, I am painfully aware. His words ignite a flash of fury in Gangrim. He spins around, seizing the man's collar and hoisting him into the air with raw strength. Suddenly, he freezes as he notices a shift. The man speaks with haunting simplicity, ever since I severed my ties with eternity. He begins to flicker like a dying flame as he confesses, not a single second has passed without the weight of my regrets crushing me. Released from the grip, the man continues, to pay for my crimes, I try to wash them away with the blood of innocence, people like you, as you've witnessed. Visualizing the charred remains of the world, he adds, a realm under eternity's heel. The end of man. Seol Gangrim snaps back, but why choose me? I'm just a face in a crowd. There's nothing remarkable about me. The man offers his parting truth. That is a mystery even I cannot solve. He locks eyes with Seol Gangrim. And yet, you've reached this level of power after only one trip through time. Looking down with a final, heavy gaze, he says, the fate of the world rests on your shoulders now, child of destiny. A distant voice cuts through the void. Gongrim. Shin Sua's voice cracks like a whip. Snap out of it. Wake up. Chunks of the ceiling begin to rain down. The divine realm is tearing itself apart. Shin Sua spins around, her heart pounding as she looks back. Seol Gangrim has ascended to a new, terrifying state, leaving Shin Sua breathless with shock. The system's mechanical voice announces, a cataclysmic shift in Seol Gangrim's path is underway. Radiating a newfound power, Seol Gangrim tells her, Sua, don't let go of me. His destiny rank surges to a new height. Dragon class, the first pinnacle. Shin Sua is paralyzed, her eyes wide as she tries to process the transformation of the man before her. Still reeling, Seol Gangrim sweeps Shin Sua into his arms and dashes through the crumbling architecture. After breaking through to safety, he pauses to watch the destruction unfolding behind them. He has chosen to let the ruins become his final resting place. The Grand Citadel is slowly being swallowed by the earth. Inside a towering skyscraper, a voice lists the casualties, survivors, 21. Critical condition, 14. Anavitasia enters to deliver the grim tally. The rest are confirmed dead or vanished. Baekhyang sighs, good work, Anavi. I'm sorry you had to witness such horror. She crosses her arms, her gaze sharp. What about Captain Baekhyang? He was with you. Anavitasia looks away. I'm afraid his status is still unknown. Baekhyang turns, resting her hand on the map-covered table. I see. You're saying the barrier scattered everyone across the void. She continues, given that the divine realm has vanished. Captain Ha likely took the nameless one down with him. A mutuelle destruction. She flips open a ledger and dismisses her. You look exhausted, Agent. Go and get some sleep. Just as Anavitasia reaches for the door handle, a cold voice stops her in her tracks. Agent Anavi. The tone turned sharp, like a blade. About this report. Who exactly was the individual behind the clown mask you encountered? Anastasia turns back slowly. Every detail of my encounter is documented in the file I provided. In that moment, the air thickens as Baek Yang and Anastasia lock eyes in a silent, deadly standoff. Suddenly, she slammed her journal shut, erupted into a fit of laughter, and said, "Fair enough. You're free to go." Anastasia stepped into the hallway, clicked the door shut, and exhaled a long, shaky breath of relief. She slid down against the wall, her mind spinning with a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. What is my next move? Is it even possible to trust the words I just heard? If this is the truth, then what was the point of everything I've sacrificed until now? Yu Sung-tae spotted her from down the hall and called out, "Anabai, weren't you supposed to be taking some personal time?" He pelted her with concerns. "The word was you were in pretty rough shape, but you look solid to me." Anastasia replied, "I'll manage. We're already spread too thin. I can't justify sitting on the sidelines right now." Yu Sung-tae scoffed, "Oh, please. If you're working, you're making me look like a slacker. Anyway, I'm heading out, so you better go get some shut-eye too." Anastasia let out a weary, helpless sigh. She wondered silently, would my team actually listen if I shared what I know? Or would they just slap cuffs on me and hand me over to the brass? Yu Sung-tae reached out and gave Anastasia's head a gentle, brotherly pat. He offered some genuine comfort. "I know the Bureau is hitting a brick wall lately, but if we fall apart, who's left to protect the world?" He added softly, "Don't be afraid to lean on us when the weight gets too heavy." He strolled past her, tossing a final compliment over his shoulder. "Anyway, you did a hell of a job out there." Anastasia sat there in the silence and let out a heavy breath. Deep within the skyscraper, a soft voice murmured, "I'm sorry, Sue." Seol Gangrim sat on the edge of the mattress, shoulders slumped. "I forced myself into the role of your guardian deity, without even asking your opinion." He continued, "I was desperate. It was the only way to block the nameless one from taking over your soul. Why on earth are you apologizing?" Shin Sua beamed at him, her eyes bright. "I actually love it. I'm glad you're the one watching over me. So Gongrim excellent. If you're okay with it, then I can finally breathe a bit easier." Shin Sua suddenly called his name, Gangrim. He jumped slightly, startled out of his thoughts. "Yeah?" She looked him in the eye, her tone turning grave. "You aren't planning on playing the lone martyr again, are you?" Seol Gangrim offered a soft, reassuring smile. "Not a chance. I gave you my word, didn't I?" Shin Sua searched his face, staring intensely into his eyes. As she turned to leave, she gave the door a little nudge. "Leave the grunt work to buy home moon and just focus on getting your strength back? Okay?" Seol Gangrim gave a small, friendly wave. "Will do." The moment the door clicked shut and Sua was gone, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. He doubled over as a heavy spray of blood stained his palms. He stared at the red on his hands, thinking, this is bad. Did the clash with the nameless one drain my divinity past the point of no return? In a sudden hallucination, he saw a vision of himself choking on his own blood. He called out to the phantom, but his own voice echoed back in a terrified rasp, "Stay back. Don't touch me." He scrambled for his weapon, lunging at the empty air and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Get away from me. Just stay away." In the chaos of his panic, a glass of milk was swept off the nightstand, splashing across the floor. Completely drained of energy, he collapsed back onto the sheets. He fought against the heaviness in his limbs, trying to sit back up. But his body was a hollow shell. He had to surrender to the exhaustion, slumped helplessly over the bed. Seol Gangrim stared blankly at the ceiling and whispered, "How much longer can I keep this up?" Miles away, Lee Hyun was barking orders at the construction crew. "Hey, watch it, you moron. Why would you stack those there? Use your head. This goes on the left, and those go over by the far wall." His system notification suddenly chimed, glowing in the air. He grumbled under his breath, "Seol Gangrim? What does that little headache want from me now?" He tapped the icon and answered, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Seol Gangrim recognized the voice instantly. "Lee Hyun, the divine healer. I need a massive favor." Lee Hyun raised a skeptical eyebrow at the screen. Seol Gangrim stood motionless, staring at the thick coils of rope hanging from a sturdy tree branch. Observing the grim scene from a distance, Lee Hyun couldn't stay silent. "When you said you needed a hand, I expected a lot of things, but certainly not this." His face twisted into a scowl of pure anger. "You're seriously asking me for the poison tongue, the deadliest toxin in the dark sex arsenal? Is this some elaborate suicide plan?" The more he spoke, the darker his imagination wandered. Why would you want a venom designed specifically for silencing traitors and finishing off targets? Seol Gangrim remained eerily calm. "Lee Hyun, I'm not looking for an exit. The poison tongue only activates when the one who prepared it speaks the trigger phrase." Lee Hyun let out a dry, mocking laugh. So you're handing me the keys to your life? You aren't even a little worried? I might just pull the trigger right here and now. Instead of snapping back, Seol Gangrim's knees suddenly hit the dirt with a heavy thud. Lee Hyun froze, his jaw dropping in shock. The youth's voice was thick with desperation. I am begging you, divine healer Lee Hyun. You are literally the only person on this planet who can help me. Seol Gangrim pressed his forehead to the ground, pleading with every ounce of his soul. He watched the scene unfold with a grimace, muttering under his breath, Seol Gangrim, you stubborn, reckless fool. Lee Hyun's eyes narrowed as he perceived the spectral weights clinging to the young man's shoulders. Just how much spiritual debt have you racked up to carry such heavy karma? Keeping his gaze fixed on the dirt, he spoke to the healer in a hollow, detached tone. Divine healer Lee Hyun, I'm standing right on the edge. If I ever truly lose myself and cross that line, don't hesitate. Trigger the poison tongue immediately. Lee Hyun remained silent for a long beat, his mind drifting to their childhood. Even as a kid, you were always the first one to volunteer to carry everyone else's bad luck. Without warning, he flicked a small container toward him. Seol Gangrim's hand shot out, catching it midair with practiced ease. He turned his back, his voice intentionally cold. I always found that trait of yours incredibly annoying. Now, get out of my sight before I change my mind. He pried the box open to find a shimmering jewel inside. Poison Tongue Core, Dragon Class, 3rd rank. Effect. Once ingested, a lethal penalty activates upon the utterance of a secret trigger phrase. Seol Gangrim allowed a faint smile to touch his lips as he watched Lee Hyun walk away. I owe you one, divine healer. As he retreated, Lee Hyun's thoughts were far softer than his words. The truth is, I've known for a long time. What happened back then? It was never your fault. He remembered how he had lashed out at Seol Gangrim in those early days. I was just looking for a convenient target to blame for his passing. He let out a short, self-mocking laugh at his own past bitterness. Standing alone beneath a tree, Lee Hyun whispered to the wind, you're just a big, tragic kid who never grew up. Meanwhile, across the city at the sprawling headquarters of the Central District, the entire team was gathered, their attention locked on Seol Gangrim. Dr. June adjusted his glasses, summarizing the situation. So, let me get this straight. To take down the Bureau's deity, that we need a legendary blade, and the only way to find it is to traverse a dimensional pocket called the Rift. Is that the gist of it? He was referring to the fabled Black Blade. Gongrim nodded solemnly. That's the one. Yinbom raised her hand tentatively. Master, do we have an actual location for this rift? Seol Gongrim sighed. It's a fracture between worlds. Beyond that, it's a total mystery. Kong Doohyun's brow furrowed with worry. If something that powerful is hidden there, the security or the environment must be lethal. Going in without backup is a suicide mission. The two sisters behind him, however, seemed energized by the danger. Yinbom and Yun Jiang both instinctively checked their weapons. The sisters were practically vibrating with excitement. Jiang chimed in eagerly, Master, please let us come. Bom and I pushed our limits in the divine realm. We can actually pull our own weight now. Seol Gangrim cut them off with a flat no. Hearing the finality in his voice, Shin Sua stepped forward. Gangrim, surely as your shaman and partner, I'm the exception. He looked her in the eye and answered softly, not this time. The nameless one was very clear. The rift only accepts a single soul. The mark on my palm is a one-way ticket for one person. Her shoulders slumped, a look of profound disappointment crossing her face. I understand. Sensing her spiraling into guilt, Gangrim reached out to reassure her. Don't overthink this, Sua. If it survived verse. I'll stay in contact the moment I find a way to reach out. Yun Jiang tried to boost the morale. Master is invincible. We'll make sure everything here stays in perfect order until you get back. Dr. June cracked a small grin, trying to break the tension. Hey, in every good story, the hero gets the best loot when he goes solo, right? Father Johann Ritter clasped his hands in a silent blessing. You'll be in my prayers, brother. Jang Taehan gave him a firm nod of respect. Don't make us come looking for you. Just get back safe. Kong Doohyun added a bit of tough love to the mix. Don't stay away too long. You know how mom gets when you're late for dinner. Yu Harang scurried over to Seol Gangrim, holding something out. Take my lucky charm with you. She placed a small, vibrant blue paper crane into his hand, a fragile token of hope and return. Seol Gangrim took the gift carefully and gave the young girl a gentle pat on the head. Yu Harang beamed up at him, her eyes full of innocent trust. Seol Gangrim surveyed the room, his voice thick with genuine emotion. I want to thank all of you for standing by me and trusting me when things looked bleak. It means more than I can say. Yun Jiang cheered enthusiastically. We're with you all the way, Master. The others offered supportive smiles, already anticipating the celebration upon his return. Right then, the sigil on his palm began to glow with an intense, pulsating light. As Seol Gangrim closed his fist, a vortex of dark energy began to condense in the air before him. A shimmering aperture, resembling a miniature cosmic black hole, tore open the fabric of reality. Seol Gangrim hesitated for a second, whispering Siwei. When she looked up, she only saw his silhouette framed by the void. Never mind. It's nothing. He reached up, momentarily brushing his eye as if hiding a fleeting shadow of sadness. From the edge of the portal, Shin Sue shouted, so her voice would carry through the dimensions. When you get back, we're all going on that trip we talked about. With a look of fierce determination, she added, that's a promise you have to keep. Seol Gangrim looked back over his shoulder, gave her a final smile, and stepped through. The moment he crossed the threshold, the black hole collapsed into a single point and vanished. Navigation complete. Arrival at Rift coordinates confirmed. Gangrim found himself suspended in a vast, silent abyss. A tiny speck of light flickered in the distance. As he approached, it expanded into the shape of an ancient, weathered door. The moment he stepped through the frame, the world was bathed in a haunting, blood-red luminescence. Gangrim scanned the horizon, whispering, so this is the rift. Endless rows of bleached skulls stretched out as far as the eye could see. It's practically indistinguishable from the underworld. He could feel the malevolent energy radiating from the very ground. Finding a single sword in this desolate, infinite graveyard was going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. Feeling the pressure, he pulled out the paper crane Yu Harang had given him. Maybe I can boost this with the power I inherited. He pressed his palm against the paper, transferring the mark to the crane's back. God-tier inscription, first grade. Awakening the latent ability to. The inscribed glyphs will pull reality into alignment with the written word. Spiritual drain scales with the complexity of the text, requiring the user to pump divine essence directly into the object. The paper crane in his palm ignited with speed, darting like a blue streak toward the left. Gangrim blurred into motion, desperate not to lose sight of his guide. His sudden sprint didn't go unnoticed by the denizens of the dark. As he vaulted across the jagged, obsidian crags, a hooded figure wielding a flickering lantern let out a piercing cry. The thunderous rhythm of heavy boots began to haunt his footsteps from behind. In a heartbeat, a swarm of hostiles closed the circle, trapping Seol Gangrim in their midst. He scanned the perimeter, his heart hammering against his ribs in surprise. Pure divine light flooded his blade as Gangrim unleashed a devastating panoramic slash. He cut through the frenzied attackers who had clearly lost their humanity. He gritted his teeth. There were simply too many to count. I can't afford to burn through my divine reserves here. The sheer numbers are overwhelming. Gangrim's sword was a silver blur of parries and strikes, yet the tide of enemies showed no sign of breaking. Suddenly, a high-pitched command ripped through the chaos. Cease. The mob went rigid, their heads snapping toward the source. Seol Gangrim froze, the familiar resonance of that voice hitting him like a physical blow. The crowd dropped to their knees as if a queen had arrived. A shadow flickered through the ranks, charging straight for Seol Gangrim. Small, blood-streaked hands grabbed his collar with desperate strength. Yu Harang choked out his name, Seol Gangrim. He flashed back to her sweet, innocent face from the sunlit world. Gangrim, why are you all alone? But the present was a nightmare. Yu Harang repeated the question, but her once bright eyes were now flooded with a terrifying, sanguine glow. What are you doing here? Their gazes locked, and for a fleeting moment, the screams and shadows of the rift seemed to vanish into a vacuum of silence. Yu Harang's eyes darted toward a sudden clatter coming from the darkness behind her. Instantly, the surrounding mob rose as one, a single malevolent thought echoing through them. The intruder must be purged. A hulking figure, knuckles white around an axe handle, took a heavy step forward. The intruder must be purged. The girl didn't flinch. Instead, her expression hardened into something ancient and cold. If you value your lives. Suddenly, Yu Harang's eyes flared with a predatory light as she bared her teeth at the mob. Get lost. Right now. In a blink, the space in front of her was hollowed out. Not a single soul dared to remain in her presence. The moment they were alone, her icy shell shattered into frantic worry. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Tell me. He stared at her, his mind reeling. Is Yu Harang actually alive? Or is this just the rift playing tricks on my soul? Suddenly, Yu Harang reached up to tuck a stray hair behind her ear while he managed to choke. I'm so sorry, Harang. Visions of his friends, lying in pools of crimson, flooded his mind as he wept. I watched everyone fall. I was powerless to stop it. As his tears hit the dirt, a gentle, familiar warmth wrapped around him. A soothing voice spoke as she gazed into his shattered and tear-stained face. Listen to me, Seol Gangrim. It was never your fault. Yu Harang pulled him into a tight embrace, adding, "We're just so glad you didn't end up trapped here until now." Seeing the flicker of her old kindness, Gangrim felt a ghost of a smile return, and he reached out to pat her head. Suddenly Yu Harang pulled back, her gloom evaporating in a burst of energy. "Oh, everyone is going to flip. Gangrim, come on, let's go see them." His hands froze in midair. He gasped, his voice barely a whisper, "The others. They're all here." The two of them wove through the desolate landscape toward a hidden encampment. Yu Harang spotted a familiar group and began waving her arms wildly. "Hey, over here." The others looked back, confused. "What's with her? Did she find a stash of sugar?" She kept shouting, her voice brimming with pure joy. "Kungi Duyu, Yang Toan, look who I found." Jang Taehan stood up slowly, squinting through the gloom. "Wait, the guy with Harang. It couldn't be." Without a second thought, their legs seemed to move on instinct, propelling them forward in a frantic sprint. They tackled Seol Gangrim in a bone-crushing hug. "Gongrim, how the hell did you get here? Did you die too? Talk to us, brother." He squeezed them back, his eyes searching for Harang. "I'm not a ghost. I'm here on a mission for a specific blade." Harang filled me in on what's been happening. A dark silhouette from his memory flickered as he spoke. "Ever since Baekyang's massacre, everyone's souls have been anchored to this place." Seol Gangrim looked at his battered friends and felt a wave of grief. "You all have been through absolute hell." His heart swelled, seeing the by-home moon together again. It felt like a piece of his soul had been returned. But then, a cold realization hit him, and he looked around frantically. His head whipped from side to side, scanning every face in the camp. Panic began to set in when he realized one person was missing. "Where's she? Where's Shin Sua?" Yu Harang's excitement vanished instantly as she looked down at the ground. The other two exchanged a pained, awkward glance before Jang Taehan spoke up. "Gongrim, Sua is out on a scout. But look, how did you even breach the rift?" He didn't have the heart for a full explanation yet, simply whispering, "It's a very long, very painful story." Later that night, the group gathered around a flickering campfire as Harang mused. "It's surreal. How did someone like Gangrim topple Baekyang and the Nameless One? Back in the day, he was the one we always had to carry. He was practically my ward." Taehan let out a hearty laugh, adding, "I'm itching to know the secret too. Just how much of a monster have you become, little brother?" Gangrim sat in deep thought, his knuckles whitening as he gripped his knees. Things used to be that way, but he trailed off, noticing the heavy, sudden silence that had fallen over his friends. An icy knot of dread formed in his stomach as he whispered, "Did something terrible happen to Sua?" The only response was the crackling of the logs. Driven by a need for the truth, he pressed them, "Talk to me. What are you hiding?" Under the weight of the interrogation, Jang Taehan visibly winced. "I don't know what you're getting at, bro," Taehan stammered. Gangrim didn't blink. "Taehan, you've always had to tell. You tug at your ear every time you try to hide the truth." A memory surfaced of the exact moment Taehan had unconsciously reached for his earlobe. Realizing he'd been caught, Taehan rubbed his neck sheepishly. "Crap," Kong Do-hyun sighed, shooting him a look of annoyance. "Honestly, Taehan, you have the worst poker face on the planet." Turning back to Seol Gangrim, Do-hyun finally relented. "Taehan was just trying to spare you. Some sights are better left unseen." Dark possibilities raced through Gangrim's mind. If Sua isn't her true self, he thought grimly, then the by-home moon I loved is already dead. After a tense pause, the group rose to their feet. Do-hyun spoke with a heavy heart. "If you're determined to face this, we won't let you go alone. Sua is isolated deep within the heart of this canyon." Gangrim tried to offer a grateful smile, but Do-hyun's expression remained rigid and stern. "But I need your word on one thing." His eyes flashed with a chilling intensity. "No matter what happens, do not attempt to get close to her." Seol Gangrim stood there, completely stunned and confused. "You absolutely cannot." By now, the sky had transitioned into a void of ink. The only guide through the darkness was the pale, ghostly glow of the moon. They navigated a treacherous, narrow ledge, following close behind Kong Do-hyun. "When we were first cast into the rift, we were all disoriented. But Sua, the trauma shattered her." He thought of their missing friend and continued. "The crushing guilt of failing to save the rest of us consumed her. She became a shell driven only by a thirst for vengeance." As he spoke, Seol Gangrim's attention was suddenly drawn to a silhouette in the distance. And the price of that obsession was... Do-hyun's voice died in his throat as he spotted the figure ahead. She was hunched over, using her blade as a makeshift crutch to keep from collapsing. Her tangled hair fell forward like a curtain, masking her features. Seol Gangrim. That instantly felt his heart swell with recognition. Sua. She looked just like she did that day. The warning was forgotten in an instant as he charged forward. "Wait, don't go." Shin Sua's head snapped up. Her pupils dilated as she hissed his name. Seol Gangrim recoiled when he saw her eyes. They were a terrifying, blood-soaked red. He halted, a wave of nausea hitting him. What is this twisted energy? This isn't her. He noticed a blue glimmer nearby and realized. That's the paper crane I filled with my own soul. Then he looked at her weapon. Wait, since when did she carry a blade that sinister? Shin Sua stumbled forward, her voice a low, guttural rasp. Her face twisted into a mask of pure loathing. So now you're wearing his face just to mock me? You think I'll fall for another illusion? The accusation cut deeper than any blade. Seol Gangrim stared at her in absolute horror. Sua, what are you saying? Before he could find the words, she launched herself at him with lethal speed. At the final millisecond, that a protective charm whistled through the air between them. The talisman flared, just barely deflecting what would have been a killing blow. A shimmering barrier materialized around her. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim remained paralyzed by the shock, his voice a broken whisper. Sua, please. As he hit his knees, Kong Du-hyun and Jang Taehan dove and haul him back. Gangrim, move. I warned you. Wake up, man, we have to fall back. In her mind, every living thing that approaches is Baekhyang coming to finish the job. She's completely lost in the madness. Still reeling on the ground, Seol Gangrim gasped for air. How? How long has she been this way? And where did that cursed sword come from? Taehan grabbed his arm, pulling hard. I'll tell you everything once we're safe. Move. But the window of escape had slammed shut. Before they could retreat, dozens of spectral, shadowy limbs erupted from the earth, pinning them where they stood. Shin Sua had shattered the talisman's restraint and now stood over them, a silent executioner. Kong Du-hyun strained against the shadows, his face turning red. Damn it, these things won't budge. He looked at her, pleading. Sua, look at me. There was no soul behind her eyes. She simply raised her hand high. A heartbeat later, the steel came whistling down towards Seol Gangrim with enough force to split stone. Fearing the worst, the man behind him let out a desperate scream, Seol Gangrim. Then, out of the shadows, a second blade sparked against hers, parrying the lethal strike. He stared up, realizing he had just cheated the Reaper by an inch. She snarled at the void, Baekhyang, while Seol Gangrim watched the nightmare unfold in total shock. The two in front roared, get out of here. Run while you can. He was paralyzed by the chaos, his mind spinning. Meanwhile, Kong Du-hyun felt a surge of relief. It worked. We have a chance. The two of them broke free from the shadowy grasp and rushed to his side. Bro, come on. We need to disappear into the fog before she recovers. Seol Gangrim let them pull him away, but his eyes remained glued to the clash until the silhouettes finally dissolved into the haze. Until they vanished from his sight. Once they reached a quiet alley, and the four of them caught their breath, Seol Gangrim's focus that remained locked on the direction of the violent brawl they had just fled. His mind was a storm of frantic questions. Why had Sua turned into a monster? And why on earth did Baekhyang just act as my shield? The confusion was so overwhelming that he snapped. Will someone tell me what the hell is actually happening? Only then did Seol Gangrim notice. Thought that his outburst had caused the other three to turn and stare at him in heavy silence. Finally, Kong Du-hyun stepped forward to break it down. Seol Gangrim, do you have any idea why this rift even exists? It's a cosmic waiting room. The final stop for souls who were never meant to meet their end yet. That is the essence of the rift. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a glinting object, and added, and to prove my point. He gripped a dagger tightly and whispered, don't blink. His next move made Seol Gangrim recoil in absolute horror. WH, what are you doing? But Du-hyun didn't flinch. Instead, he plunged the jagged blade deep into his own chest. Seol Gangrim let out a choked cry, lunging forward to try and stop the bleeding. But instead of tragedy, a localized miracle unfolded before his eyes. The puncture wound closed up instantly, leaving no scar. Death is an impossibility here, Du-hyun explained. Any injury, no matter how lethal, simply mends itself. In the beginning, we fought by Sua's side against Baekhyang. But even after 100 wars, Baekhyang's power was a wall we couldn't climb. In desperation, Sua triggered her berserker blood trait. She traded every ounce of her sanity for the power to fight back. Eventually, the other survivors couldn't take the madness and left her. Only the two of us stayed. After revealing the grim history, Du-hyun's voice turned hesitant. That's why we were forced to negotiate with Baekhyang. The revelation hit Seol Gangrim like a physical blow. You did what? He bowed his head, his mind reeling. Du-hyun's voice dropped to a somber whisper. We were out of options. Baekhyang is the only one who truly understands the mechanics of this rift. And through her, we discovered the solitary path to bringing Shin Sua back from the brink. Before he could finish the thought, A shadow detached itself from the ruins. In that path, the voice interjected, is to assassinate destiny itself. Baekhyang glided toward them, continuing the grim lecture. When destiny falls, this rift will collapse, and every soul anchored here will be returned to the world of the living. Seol Gangrim watched her approach, his brow furrowing with instinctive distrust. Baekhyang. He stood his ground and challenged her. Tell me the truth. Why did you save my life back there? She met his gaze with chilling honesty. Because at this stage, betting on you is the only card I have left to play. The weight of her words made his entire body go rigid with tension. They stood in a standoff as the details emerged. Do you even know how to kill a concept like destiny? Mamayon told me it requires a legendary blade hidden within these borders. A vision of a shimmering weapon flickered in his mind. The heaven-slaying destiny blade, the only steel sharp enough to cut the threads of fate. The conversation shifted back to the broken girl. Sua is the one holding it. She dragged it up from the pits of the abyss specifically to kill me. He listened, not with focused intensity. I knew it. That explains why those paper cranes were anchored to her sword. Then her voice cut through his thoughts again. But even with that blade, you're currently a gnat compared to the power of destiny. Baekhyang's eyes turned predatory as she gave him a warning. You need a drastic power-up, especially for someone like you, who is currently teetering on the razor's edge of karmic ruin. Sua's dormant ability, karmic burden, is the missing piece you need. Hearing this, Kong Du-hyun spoke up from behind, his voice laced with doubt. What? Seol Gangrim. Is she actually telling the truth? He didn't answer immediately, choosing his words with care. You know what I'm capable of. Back then, in my obsession to kill Baekhyang, that I forcibly harvested the 4 pillars from every fallen member of Baiho Moon. This hollow feeling. It's the price I'm paying for the path I chose back then. Seol Gangrim looked at Baekhyang and asked, but can my fate stealer actually harvest a soul? She didn't blink. Everyone here is a ghost already. The mechanics should be identical. He pressed further, his expression twisting with worry. Then what happens to a soul whose destiny is ripped away for a second time? The question hung in the air, causing Baekhyang to lapse into a long, thoughtful silence. Finally, she spoke the cold truth. Their soul will be utterly extinguished from existence. Seol Gangrim's hands balled into trembling fists. Are you honestly suggesting I erase Shin Sua from eternity? Baekhyang looked away, her voice softening. I saw your history through Mumion's eyes. I finally understand why you're cornered. That's the only reason I haven't struck you down yet. Finally snapping, he glared at her with pure venom. Then stop pushing me, Baekhyang, before I lose what's left of my patience. Suddenly, thick, thorny vines began to erupt from the cracks in the rift. Seol Gangrim tensed, sensing the shift. That presence. Meanwhile, she calmly assessed the situation. It seems Shin Sua has finished her recovery. Think fast, Seol Gangrim. To bring down destiny, a sacrifice is the only currency they accept. Furthermore, our window of opportunity is closing. Destiny's descent is imminent. She stared into his soul, weaving a web of psychological pressure. Choose now. Will you fight for the Shin Sua breathing in the world above? Or will you cling to the ghost of the Shin Sua who has already perished here? In a different corner of the abyss, Shin Sua was submerged in a suffocating cocoon of twisted emerald vines. Despite her broken state, her body convulsed as she shrieked, Baekhyang, show your face. Visions of her fallen comrades flickered in her mind, fueling her scorched earth resentment. I'll send you to hell. Her malice intensified as she forced herself to stand. I will erase you from existence. Shards of painful memories pierced her consciousness one by one, forcing Shinsua to gnash her teeth in a blind rage, vowing, I will bathe in Baekhyang's blood to pay for my failures. Suddenly, she spiraled into a manic frenzy, roaring, stop hiding like a coward. Her scream felt like it was splitting the very firmament. Baekhyang. The surrounding vines thrashed violently, as if they were extensions of her own vocal cords. They swelled in size, colliding with a bone-crushing thud. Seol Gangrim watched with a haunted expression, tracking every tremor in Shin Sua's fragile, shaking frame. A voice cut through the darkness from behind her. Sua, please, that's enough. Recognizing the tone, she spun around instantly. Seol Gangrim, but despite the leap of her heart, thought the figure standing there was the hated Baekhyang. Shin Sua, do you even know who I am anymore? Her mind fractured further, her eyes glazed with a manic obsession. Shut up. Just make it stop. Seol Gangrim kept his pace steady, each word heavy with intent. I missed you terribly. I would have settled for a glimpse of your shadow or the mere sound of your name. But the effect was the opposite. The sentiment pushed Shin Sua over the edge into madness. If this is a nightmare, let it end. Crimson tears began to leak from the corners of her eyes. Her voice cracked with a haunting echo. I only wanted to see you for a single heartbeat. Then Shin Sua slowly stood up straight. Baekhyang, don't mess with my heart anymore. She glared at the intruder with predatory aggression, hearing the one voice she craved in the throat of her enemy. Shin Sua's head dipped low. Blood splattered onto the cold ground, forming dark rosettes at her feet. Shin Sua choked back a sob. Don't mimic the voice I love most in this world. You. She gasped. She howled in agony as blood flowed like a river down her cheeks. Stop trying to break me. Baekhyang. Sua screamed into the void of her own despair. Seol Gangrim watched her, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest as he felt utterly powerless. The rest of the group looked on with heavy hearts. Baekhyang stood a short distance away. Gangrim whispered her name once more. Shin Sua, please stop. That plea inadvertently ignited Sua's tiger's consciousness instinct. Her eyes flared a lethal scarlet, and her fingernails transformed into jagged talons. She blurred into motion. Sua's gaze was a whirlpool of pure hatred. She spat at him. Don't you dare use that voice to call me. With a primal snarl, Shin Sua lashed out with all her strength. An explosion of raw kinetic energy erupted. The ground shattered, sending debris flying as a thunderous boom echoed through the rift. Seol Gangrim barely managed to roll out of the way. He vaulted into the air, his form silhouetted against the cold, indifferent moon. Panic surged through him. She's too powerful. How am I supposed to stop her without causing her permanent harm? As he hesitated, her shadow had already appeared directly behind him in midair. Feeling the sudden chill of her presence, he twisted his body in a desperate aerial maneuver to evade the strike. Sua's arm descended, her blade cratering the earth. The sheer violence of the impact left the spectators gasping in terror. Slowly, the dust began to clear. Gangrim was on one knee, lungs burning for air. Shin Sua stood like a bloody statue, her fingers locked around her weapon in a death grip. Suddenly, a jagged fissure had ripped open in the stone and masonry. Driven by instinct, Sua threw herself toward the gaping chasm. Seol Gangrim reacted instantly, lunging forward to pin her arms to her sides from behind. Vines the color of poison shot out like striking snakes, wrapping tightly around Gangrim's throat. Even as the life was being squeezed out of him, he refused to loosen his grip on Sua. Gangrim shouted through the pain, trying to reach her soul. Sua, listen to me. But the light of reason was gone. She grew even more violent, her eyes glowing with a murderous red as she sank her teeth into his forearm. She refused to yield. Her hysteria only deepened. Upon hearing the commotion, Gangrim roared, Stay back. Don't come any closer. He gestured for the group to keep their distance. Maintaining his firm hold, Seol Gangrim whispered, I've got this. He then adjusted his collar to reveal his neck. Tracing the mark that coiled around her skin like a small serpent, he breathed. This is nothing compared to the agony Shin Sua has already faced. Suddenly, a digital alert flickered in his vision. Seal engraving available by utilizing 0.031 of stored divine essence. Proceed with the engraving process. Gangrim didn't hesitate. A bolt of azure radiance pierced the gloom, followed by a status update. Berserker state successfully neutralized. At that very instant, the crimson haze faded from Sua's pupils. Her gaze cleared, reflecting her restored consciousness. Gangrim braced her shoulders, asking softly, Are you back with me now? Sua reached out, her fingers trembling as she brushed his face. Her voice was a fragile thread of disbelief. Is this reality, Gangrim, or just a dream? I can't believe you're actually here. She gave his chest a weak, playful thud, her words catching in her throat. She slumped forward, trembling with grief. Gongrim, I tried so hard to be their shield. I wanted to save everyone. But in the end, I failed them all. Gangrim's firm response cut through her despair, making her eyes snap wide in shock. He looked her in the eyes and said, You didn't fail. You protected me. At those words, Sua's tears began to flow without a sound. He offered her a warm, comforting smile. Thank you for everything, Shin Sua. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sua threw herself into his arms, clinging to him desperately. She wept openly, sobbing his name over and over. Gangrim. The bystanders were moved to tears, dabbing at their eyes. They cheered through their sobs. Thank the heavens. You're finally safe, sis. Amidst the celebration, Baekhyang remained at a distance, observing the reunion from a higher vantage point. Now, the time has come to take Shin Sua's 4 pillars. Sua's voice trailed off. The entire group spun around in unison. The figure approaching them was none other than Baekhyang. They gasped in terror. It's Baekhyang. Seeing the newcomer, Sua lunged forward with a vengeful cry. Gangrim, let me finish her. He lunged out to intercept her. Wait, stop. Gangrim looked at Sua and said, give me a second to explain the situation. Once Gangrim had laid out the facts, Sua asked in a hushed tone, so, you need to inherit my power to win, Gangrim? Baekhyang stood with her arms crossed, her voice cold and analytical. Shin Sua, Seol Gangrim is currently a fly compared to the eternal and immutable. Even if it costs your life, the karmic burden must be transferred to him. Sua turned back to Gangrim. Is it the only way, Gangrim? He avoided her gaze, shuffling his feet and muttering, well, the thing is, then I'm happy to do it. Her enthusiastic response left him speechless. Sua's face lit up with genuine relief. I'm just so relieved I can finally be of help to you. She immediately moved her blade toward her own throat. Gongrim screamed, no, and snatched the edge of the sword. Fresh blood instantly pooled in his palm. Sua looked up, confused. Why are you stopping me? Isn't my power necessary? Gangrim leaned in and whispered urgently. Throwing your life away here solves nothing. Please listen. There is another path, Shin Sua. You don't have to die for this. Her eyes filled with wonder. There's a different way? He took her wrist and etched a glowing red symbol onto her skin. A prompt flashed. Inscribe the following mantra into the soul. Engraving possible at the cost of 16.08 divine power. Activate the seal. Gangrim immediately triggered the Borrowed Destiny protocol. Borrowed Destiny, Divine Tier, Rank 2, gain the destiny of another through a voluntary pact. Destiny is restored upon contract termination. Prevents karma accumulation but transfers the target's life memories. Condition, total defeat of the eternal and immutable. A tidal wave of agonized, blood-soaked memories surged into his mind. Buckling under the mental assault, he shoved his hand into his mouth to keep from screaming. Bright, hot blood sprayed across his lips. Sua rushed to his side, pulling him into a frantic hug. Gongrim, talk to me, she cried in terror. The others sprinted over, shouting his name in a panic. Gangrim stayed huddled over, teeth sunk into his own flesh. He thought through the haze of pain. Taking memories instead of karma means reliving the exact agony of every death they faced. Yu Harang approached him with a trembling voice. Gangrim, are you okay? This power. It's too much, isn't it? Gangrim gasped for air, his voice cracking. I'll pull through. Momins latte. He raised his head and smeared the blood away from his lips. He told them, by borrowing their path instead of stealing it, I gained the strength without extinguishing the soul. The group looked on with somber expressions. Shin Sua whispered his name, her heart breaking for him. Gangrim. Just then, Baekhyang's head snapped toward the horizon. She felt numerous presences closing in. She signaled the group to be on guard. We're being hemmed in. A massive crowd of strangers had materialized from the shadows. Their leader, clad in a tattered white robe with bloodshot eyes, stepped forward and rasped, please. Take our lives too, end the cycle of destiny and release us. Their voices rose in a collective, agonizing plea. From the nearby ridges, more voices joined the chorus. Take ours. Use us. The air filled with desperate cries. Take my destiny. End us. Soon, they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands, all begging for the same painful salvation. Sua was paralyzed with fear for him. The weight of one person's life nearly broke him. If he absorbs them all, he'll lose his mind. She turned to the boy behind her and whispered, Gangrim, I'll hold him back. You have to use this chance. Not to run. Get out of here while you still can. As she tried to push him away, a steady hand caught her shoulder. Sua glanced back, her eyes shimmering with a newfound spark of expectation. Seol Gangrim, the one whose steady hand held her back, returned her look. No words were exchanged, yet his silence carried the weight of 1,000 promises. Meanwhile, in the heart of the glittering metropolis, a brilliant moon cast its silvery glow across the endless velvet sky. Deep within a high-tech laboratory, a machine hummed at maximum capacity, incubating a mysterious, pulsating egg. Suddenly, hairline fractures raced across the egg's obsidian shell, triggering a prompt. Unidentified life form has reached 100 maturation. The rhythmic whirring of the processors created an atmosphere of both dread and wonder. An assistant in glasses bowed low before Ionio, reporting with reverence. The genetic synthesis was a success. His DNA is an exact match to your blueprints. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the figure slowly stirring from an age-old slumber within the chamber. Ionio stepped toward the glass, placing a firm hand on the subject's shoulder with a sharp smirk. Welcome back to the world. The figure groaned as he regained consciousness, shedding the viscous amniotic fluid that clung to his frame. Ionio whispered, Commander 43. In that instant, his eyes snapped open with lethal intent. Scene shift. The funeral hall. A solitary shadow stood by the window, staring into the dark. How many more soldiers must fall before this bloodshed finally ceases? Anastasia looked up, her eyes clouded with grief. A full month had passed since she escaped the Nameless One's divine realm. Since that day, she had been obsessively digging into the Bureau and Captain Seol Moon. She was a ghost in the archives, searching for a smoking gun that remained elusive. Were Seol Gangrim's words but actually the truth? The memory of his striking face suddenly pulled at her heart. Just then, the phone in Anavi's pocket that erupted in a violent vibration, breaking her train of thought. Anastasia swiped to answer. Captain Yu? What is it? On the other end, a frantic voice shouted, Anabai, why the hell aren't you answering? Where have you been? The situation with Seol Gangrim has gone completely off the rails. He sounded out of breath. Check the headlines on your phone now. Stunned, she muttered the news. The voice roared so loudly that Anastasia had to pull the device away from her ear. Just watch the feed and call me back immediately, got it? She fumbled with her screen, her heart racing. What could have happened? Please, not another massacre by the Joker Mask Cell. On a live stream, an anchor was delivering a breaking report. The mastermind behind the Joker Mask organization, responsible for the recent wave of domestic terror, has finally been identified, sending shockwaves through the nation. Anavi's breath hitched. No, this can't be real. The screen flashed an image of Seol Gangrim's face as the anchor continued. Seol Gangrim, leader of the Bihole Moon, is now confirmed as the head of the terror cell. An emergency manhunt is underway. Anastasia felt the world spin. How do they frame him like this? Scene shift. The air is thick with the sound of blaring horns in a massive traffic jam. A driver slammed his steering wheel, venting his frustration. What's the holdup? Why are the cops blocking the bridge? Beside him, his daughter screamed in terror. Daddy, look! A colossal monstrosity breached the surface of the river, surging upward. It unhinged its massive, tooth-lined jaw and let out a bone-chilling roar. The father and daughter clung to each other, paralyzed by fear. In a flash, a shimmering blade cut through the air. A man appeared as if from thin air, and with a single, lightning-fast stroke, he cleaved the beast in half. The little girl stared up in awe at the tall, imposing figure standing guard before them. Could it be? She whispered, Dr. June from the Bihole Moon? Dr. June adjusted his comms, reporting with cold efficiency. Do you copy? Area secured. Han River Bridge is under my protection. Yin Jiang and Yin Bom, standing atop a mountain of monster remains, chimed in playfully. Dongjak Bridge is totally clear on our end. Johann Ritter gave a small, relieved smile at his companions' voices. Bampo Bridge is also under control. Kong Du-hyun followed suit. Songsu Bridge is locked down. Dr. June spoke softly into his mic. His voice crackling through to the final member, Shin Sua, give me a status update on Mapo Bridge. Shin Sua stood perched on a high beam. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the monsters prowling below. She responded with professional calm. Mapo Bridge is secure. Situation under control. She whispered to herself. Everything is going exactly as Gangrim predicted. Her gaze lingered on the fallen beast, tearing open a rift to the demon realm right in the heart of Seoul. These people have truly lost their minds. Suddenly, a plastic cup of water struck her shoulder, splashing her and snapping her out of her thoughts. A mob had gathered below, hurling trash and vitriol at her. Get lost, you Joker Mask freak. You Bihole Moon liars have been playing us for fools this whole time. Shin Sua froze, her heart sinking. What is this madness? Suddenly, an urgent alert hissed in her ear. Sua, we have a problem. Kong Du-hyun's voice was laced with fury. The government just placed a massive bounty on our heads. She looked at the angry faces below, her voice trembling. What? You're joking, right? The crowd screamed back. Hunter Shin Sua, drop your weapon and surrender. They began to swarm the structure. A commanding officer yelled, by order of the state, you are under arrest for high treason and association with the Joker Mask terrorists. Sua's jaw tightened as she prepared to vanish. These people, they're just pawns being manipulated by fate. I can't hurt them. She leaped into the air, gracefully dodging the grasping hands as the crowd roared. She's escaping. Don't let her get away. While mid-leap, she broadcasted a frantic order. All Bihole Moon members, do not engage civilians or agents. Retreat only. Dr. June sighed into his mic, his tone dangerously flat. I'd love to just end them, but I guess that's off the table? She snapped back. Absolutely off the table. Shin Sua sprinted along the embankment, whispering into the comms, everyone just hold your ground until Gangrim makes it back. She suddenly whipped her head around as a massive shockwave of energy that shattered the protective tree roots she had summoned. Baekhyang stood on a nearby ledge, eyeing her with a mocking smirk. I have to admit, I didn't think you'd have the reflexes to block that. She brushed a strand of hair back with arrogant ease and sighed. It would have been so much easier if you'd just played the part of the martyr. But you're gonna make this difficult, aren't you? Shin Sua's eyes flashed with rage as she unsheathed her blade. Baekhyang, unfazed. Baekhyang uncoiled a wicked whip and snarled. Running away so soon? She lashed the air. The crack of her weapon aimed directly at Shin Sua's heart. The strike forced Sua into an immediate, desperate retreat. Shinsua channeled every ounce of her strength into a direct sword throw. Baekhyang barely moved, effortlessly swatting the blade aside with a flick of her wrist. Discarding your only weapon? How bold, she mocked, tightening her grip on the whip as she closed the distance. And how incredibly stupid. With a blur of motion, Baekhyang's whip tore through Shin Sua, splitting her silhouette in two. Baekhyang's triumph turned to shock as she gasped. The figure falling before her wasn't flesh and blood, but a wooden effigy severed at the waist. A decoy. The real Shin Sua materialized like a ghost right behind her, sending a chill down Baekhyang's spine. Then the one standing here is... Baekhyang whirled around, just as violent arcs of electricity exploded into the air. The sudden discharge sent Shin Sua stumbling back. A blinding storm of high-voltage energy began to swirl around Baekhyang's form, creating an impenetrable barrier that forced Shin Sua to keep her distance. She raised a hand crackling with blue sparks and said with chilling detachment, I'm done being patient. Jagged bolts of lightning rained down exactly where Shin Sua stood, leaving her with no choice but to scramble frantically to avoid being incinerated. Gold-tinted lightning tore through the atmosphere. A stray bolt veered sharply toward Shin Sua, paralyzing her with fear. The strike was homing in on her. The lightning connected, and Shin Sua collapsed with an agonizing scream. Baekhyang drifted through the air like a vengeful spirit, looking down at the broken girl. I suppose I haven't clued you in on how this works, have I? Shin Sua looked up, trembling. My lightning is a predator. Once it marks a target, it hunts them until their heart stops beating. Recalling the moment Sua was first grazed, Baekhyang added, from that first spark, your execution was already a mathematical certainty. She let out a wicked laugh, raising her palm to manifest a final, lethal bolt. Sleep well. Shin Sua bit her lip until it bled, bracing for the end. Shinsua, a massive wall of energy, surged toward her. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the world to go dark. Instead of pain, a strange silence followed. She slowly opened her eyes in disbelief. Shin Sua gasped. A familiar figure stood firmly in front of her, absorbing the brunt of the onslaught. Baekhyang's face twisted into a scowl. What do you think you're playing at? Anavitasia stood like an iron wall, shielding the fallen hunter. Agent Anabai, Baekhyang muttered, her brow furrowing with annoyance. The order was clear. Eliminate or detain the Bai-Home Moon fugitives. Do you have a hearing problem? Anavitasia shot back with burning conviction. That was never my true mission. Turn around and look at the screen, Captain Seol Moon. Driven by a seed of doubt, Baekhyang glanced back at the monitors. The news anchor was mid-report, his voice grave. Breaking news. An internal whistleblower has pulled back the curtain on the Bureau. Evidence suggests the Joker mass terror attacks were a false flag operation orchestrated by the Bureau itself. The nation is watching in horror. This agency, sworn to protect us, used the Joker mask identity as a front for state-sponsored crime. They coerced and liquidated anyone who stood in their way. The social contract has been shattered. Anavitasia held her phone aloft like a torch and declared, I found a hidden chamber inside Captain Seol Moon's private office. It was a literal slaughterhouse. I've documented the bodies of missing agents and the so-called terrorists alike. The evidence is already in the hands of the prosecutors. Baekhyang's face distorted with homicidal fury. You pathetic little rat. Anavitasia didn't not falter for a second. She locked eyes with her superior and said, the mandate of an agent is to serve the people, not your ego. The sound of marching boots echoed nearby, and that is why we, Anavitasia, spoke for the sea of agents appearing behind her. That will finally do our jobs. Baekhyang let out a dry, haunting laugh. You think a little truth is going to stop the tide? A ripple of unease spread through the crowd. Suddenly, a monstrous claw and a serpentine tail manifested from the shadows as Baekhyang's voice distorted. The truth doesn't matter. She shrieked. The descent has already begun. Thunder Dragon, awaken. You're too late to save anyone, Anabai. I went through so much trouble to handpick you for that captain's seat. Baekhyang sighed, her hand glowing with a terrifying, concentrated aura. What a waste. Now I have to find a replacement. With a roar of pure rage, she unleashed a barrage of lightning. The bolt slammed into a massive clay golem that had moved to protect the team. Seizing the opening, an agent sprinted forward, diving low to build momentum before launching toward Baekhyang with incredible agility. The two met in midair, the sound of steel clashing against steel, that booming like a war drum across the bridge. Defend Anabai at all costs. Nam Yu-jun barked the command. Archers draw. Vanguard prepare to engage. To arms. What a massive headache, Baekhyang muttered. A hail of lead whistled toward her, forcing Baekhyang to weave a static barrier of lightning for protection. A figure at once alien and familiar suddenly dove into the crossfire, catching the entire battlefield off guard. The newcomer conjured a shimmering arcane shield, effortlessly neutralizing the spells radiating from Baekhyang's grimoire. She gnashed her teeth in frustration, her eyes wide with shock as her advantage evaporated. I was starting to think you were ghosting my calls, he quipped with a sharp, confident grin. Trying to solo the world boss all by yourself? Dr. June casually rested his heavy blade on his shoulder as the cavalry arrived to saturate the area with cover fire. Dr. Yun? How on earth? Anavi stuttered. We slip a tracker into your comms, didn't you realize? He replied with a provocative wink. You're the one who unleashed those nightmares in that twisted theater troupe across Seoul. Do innocent lives mean nothing to you? Baekhyang shrieked in accusation. His brow furrowed deeply. Oh, that little mess? He murmured, stroking his chin as he feigned deep thought. While the support team bolstered the front line, the rest of the Baihome Moon members were efficiently purging the city streets. The elite guard dismantled the opposition with surgical precision, drastically easing the pressure on the current defensive line. It's not just our crew. Even Lady Seoljong has mobilized her forces to wipe these monstrosities off the map. Handling 2 of them is possible, but the full weight of Baihome Moon is a death sentence. Baekhyang raised her fists, but her aura was visibly flickering. Suddenly, the sky bruised purple as an unnatural solar eclipse swallowed the day. In an instant, the sun vanished. Anavi felt a wave of primitive dread wash over her as a crushing, malevolent energy plummeted from the sky. It sent a violent shiver down her spine. What is this? This suffocating presence. Anavi spun around and came face to face with a stranger. Draped in pristine white robes from head to toe, the man hovered effortlessly in the void. He drifted closer like a ghost. Not just Anavi, but even Baekhyang was paralyzed. That man, she whispered, the commander of the security bureau? Living up to the legend, he wasn't just a man. He radiated a source of power that felt like a blizzard in the soul. Sensing a catastrophe in the making, Anavi's eyes went wide with pure panic. This is a monster beyond any rank. As he glided toward them, Anavi felt the cold hand of death on her shoulder. To fight him is to perish. Move, damn it, move. Anavi cursed her own body. Behind her, she could see her battle-hardened teammates also rooted to the spot by sheer aura. Run. He was inches away now. The man known as the commander drew a slender blade from the folds of his snowy cloak. Move. Anavi stared at him, her face drained of all color. He swung his sword in a graceful arc while she watched, a prisoner of her own fear. Clang. A blade intercepted his at the last possible second. Dr. June had stepped into the path of the strike, willing to trade his life for hers. Shin Sua, get out of here. He poured every drop of his vitality into the struggle against the commander's overwhelming strength. Dr. June rasped through gritted teeth. Go now. The roar snapped Anavi back to reality. She forced her frozen muscles to move, sprinting away with everything she had left. But he moved like a localized lightning strike. Before she could even find cover, that her path was blocked. Standing before her was that godlike commander, and scattered at his feet were the broken bodies of her unit. She turned back, her blood running cold. Dr. June was face down on the pavement. A warrior of his caliber had been dismantled in a matter of heartbeats. I can't just be the only coward who survives. She gnashed her teeth, her face pale, but determined. Screw it. Anavi threw herself forward, putting the weight of her soul into a desperate punch. His massive hand shot out like a viper. He caught her by the throat, the pressure instantly crushing her windpipe. Gongrim. She choked out purely on instinct. Anavi whispered the name of the one teammate who had never failed her. For some inexplicable reason, the commander's eyes widened behind his mask. His iron grip slackened, letting her slide down to the cold ground. Though his face remained a mask of stone, his hand was visibly trembling in the air. A massive magical vortex suddenly tore open the atmosphere, howling with thunder, and unleashed a blast like a heavy cannon. The white-hot beam was aimed directly at the commander's heart. He stood his ground, staring into the light. A titanic explosion rocked the foundations of the city. As the dust began to settle, something fell from the sky, making her squint through the haze. The smoke blinded her for a moment. Then, the silhouette of a warrior she knew by heart materialized before her, his shoulders broad but heavy with the weight of the world. That single blast had managed to draw blood from the commander. Anavi cried out, her voice thick with relief and tears. Gangrim. He was gasping for air, the sheer cost of that magical strike having drained his reserves. Across from them, the commander's porcelain mask began to spiderweb and shatter. The commander's features were revealed, leaving everyone stunned and wide awake. He tried to shield his face, but the secret was out. A collective gasp filled the air as witnesses cried out, he's a mirror image of Seol Gangrim. The commander shot back a look of pure malice. The commander stood with his arms folded, a picture of cold authority. His latent spiritual energy began to erupt with violent intensity. A swirling vortex of power kicked up a storm of debris as the essence of the eternal and immutable began to possess the body of his vessel. Gangrim gritted his teeth, rapidly gathering his own aura. This is lethal. If I don't strike with everything now, there won't be a second chance at victory. With a thunderous burst of speed, he charged head-on. He closed the gap in a heartbeat, putting the full weight of his soul into a decisive sword strike. Despite being momentarily caught off balance, the commander reacted with terrifying precision to parry the blow. But he didn't use a weapon. He halted the massive blade, using only 3 bare fingers. No way. Gangrim's eyes nearly popped out of his head in sheer disbelief. With 10 of the divine essence integrated, the commander raised his glowing amber eyes, looking through Gangrim. Is that all? Gangrim's expression darkened. Sua watched from the sidelines, her heart sinking as she realized, this is a nightmare. If we don't end this immediately, we're all dead. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of friction ignited in the suffocating, silent battlefield. Seol Gangrim lunged for a desperate thrust, but the Security Bureau commander effortlessly pinched the tip of the blade midair. Panic surged through Gangrim as his mind raced. He caught my full power strike with just 2 fingers? The commander smirked, holding the lethal edge as if it were a fragile leaf. A chilling system alert flashed. 10 of the eternal and immutable has successfully descended. The borrowed destiny duration expired, and Gangrim collapsed to his knees, his lungs burning for air. Baekyang's hand shot out to support him. He grasped her hand, pulling himself up as a crimson mark began to burn into her skin. Baekyang's iris began to shift, taking on an otherworldly hue. She spoke in a voice that resonated with gravity. A new vessel has been awakened. Destiny is preparing to plant its feet firmly in the mortal realm. Between ragged gasps, Gangrim asked, how can you be so sure? Baekyang met his gaze with an icy, calm stare. All of us born from the nameless egg are linked. I could feel his pulse even while I was trapped in the abyss of the rift. Seol Gangrim, you must strike at the precise moment destiny fully fuses with Manson. The descent is a total merger of God and man. If Manson's heart stops in that state, destiny itself will bleed. Baekyang continued her briefing. Once destiny falls and the rift collapses, the trapped souls will finally be liberated to return to their shells. Gangrim nodded solemnly, then whispered, but if the rift goes, what happens to you? She tightened her grip, her expression unreadable. My existence is a secondary concern. It's a fair trade as long as destiny is erased. Baekyang's brow furrowed, her voice hardening with absolute resolve as she looked at him. He threw himself back into the fray against the ghostly white figure dominating the field. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlpool. He stared at the adversary, his mind screaming in confusion. Is that me? Without warning, the figure blurred, lunging at him with predatory speed. Both warriors locked their grips onto their hilts, preparing for a cataclysmic exchange. Arcs of light sliced through the stagnant air, heightening the tension to a breaking point. The steel of their blades collided with a shriek, sending shock waves through the area. The spectators stood frozen, their breath hitched as they tracked the lethal dance. Shin Sua bit her lip, her eyes darting frantically. I can't even see them clearly. The gap in our power is astronomical. From the shadows nearby, Anabi watched the duel with a calculating, silent intensity. Suddenly, a streak of pink light descended, landing as light as a feather beside the clay guardian. Anabi's throat tightened, and she let out a low, defensive growl. The pink-haired girl whispered urgently, this is a wall we simply cannot climb. Shin Sua balled her fists, signaling her intent to move. We can't just leave Seol Gangrim to fight alone. A voice cut her off with cold finality. Stop. The blue-haired youth unsheathed his sword, his voice grim. Interfering now would be a death sentence. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Bolts of energy tore across the battlefield, showering the ground in sparks. Gangrim fought on, his spirit unyielding despite the odds. Both combatants shared a look of murderous intent. Then, a booming echo filled the void. 20 of the eternal and immutable has descended. A flash of blinding radiance erupted. The sheer pressure of the light sent Seal Gangrim skidding back. He looked down at his trembling blade, his brow furrowing. He thought in frustration, I absorbed the power of the rift, yet it feels like I'm barely scratching him. What am I missing? At that critical moment, the ultimate blade technique was unleashed. The commander leveled his sword, locking onto Gangrim's heart. High above, 1,000 spectral blades manifested, points aimed like rain at the earth. Another alert chimed. 30 of the eternal and immutable has descended. Under the commander's freezing gaze, Seal Gangrim leaped forward into the storm. His frame was a masterclass of fluid grace and explosive power. The Security Bureau commander locked eyes with him, his expression a volatile mix of intense vigilance and biting disdain. They blurred into a lethal dance, their forms flickering amidst streaks of radiant light. Suddenly, Gangrim's pupils shrank to pinpricks as a chilling voice resonated in his mind. Too late. In that same heartbeat, the commander's movements faltered. The enemy lost his rhythm for a fleeting second. A gentle but firm hand suddenly gripped Gangrim's forearm. It was Baekhyun. She leaned in, her voice a ghostly silk against his ear. The time is now. With that signal, Gangrim poured every ounce of his soul into a massive swing, his roar echoing through the void. His blade cut a searing arc through the air, aimed straight for the commander's heart. The man stumbled back, his body racked with tremors as a crimson arc of blood erupted from his chest, following the path of the steel. Shin Sua watched in a daze, her head snapping toward him in sheer disbelief. The rest of the group was frozen, their faces masks of utter astonishment. Anabai, pinned to the earth, let out a piercing cry of raw anguish and defeat. No. Above them, the moon finally peeked through the heavy, suffocating clouds. Gangrim stood in the heavy silence, staring at the fallen commander without uttering a word. The man's physical form began to fray, dissolving into a mysterious, swirling dark vapor. That mist acted like a compass, pulling Gangrim toward a hidden threshold. Atowering Yinyang Gateway, that materialized out of the shadows before him. The massive twin doors groaned open, beckoning him into the unknown. Seal Gangrim looked up, his voice hushed with wonder. Is this the inner sanctum? A voice cut through the air, making him jump. Indeed, the portal leading directly to the divine realm of destiny. Gangrim turned to the figure beside him and whispered, Baekhyun, your form. She reached out to him. Gazing at her translucent hands, she spoke with a quiet sadness. I am fading away. There is no vessel left in the living world for me to return to. Seal Gangrim, she called out, her voice softening. You must bring destiny to its knees. Baekhyun urged him one last time. Shatter the chains of your fate. With those final words, her shimmering silhouette scattered into the air. Seal Gangrim watched as the breeze carried the last of her essence away. He bowed his head, lost in a profound silence. Suddenly, a desperate cry broke the quiet. Gangrim. It was Shin Sua and the rest of the team, racing toward him with frantic steps. Relief flooded her face as she reached him, her voice trembling. Gangrim, are you hurt? Talk to me. He looked at her and said, I'm all right, Sua. Is everyone safe? She nodded quickly. Yes. We've neutralized the circus troupe. Everyone is shaken, but alive. A moment later, her gaze fell to the ground, her voice becoming hesitant. Gongrim, are you going to leave us and face this alone again? I have to, he answered simply. Shin Sua let out a weary sigh, her eyes brimming with emotion. You're always carrying the weight of the world on your back. All I can do is stand here and worry about you. He reached out slowly. His palm came to rest gently against her cheek as he offered a small, reassuring smile. Don't say that. You've done more than enough. Sua breathed his name, her voice catching, Gangrim. His smile turned tender as he spoke from the heart. Thank you, Shin Sua. In every life I've lived, and in this one too, it has always been you by my side. Taken aback, she blinked in confusion. Wait, what are you talking about? But he was already gone, leaving nothing behind but a lingering chill in the air. The Inyang gate began to creak shut. The doors slammed tight, vanishing as if they had been a mere hallucination. A system alert flashed, commencing transit to the divine realm of the eternal and immutable. Seal Gangrim closed his eyes and lowered his head, preparing for the transition. A surreal, alien landscape unfolded before him. There, surrounded by colossal pillars that pierced the infinite, a melodic voice reached his ears. You finally made it to the end. It was Baekhyun. She rested her chin on her palm, watching him with an amused, predatory curiosity. Welcome home, my vessel.